Chapter 1 Rebirth Plus System. I'm so awesome. Am I not dead? Lin Shien suddenly sat up from the bed, his face full of panic. No, why does this place look so much like the place my wife and I rented 3 years ago? Lin Shien came back to his senses and suddenly realized that the layout of the bedroom in front of him was so similar to the place he and his wife rented back then. Even the stitching on the carrot pillow next to the pillow is exactly the same. Just as Lin Shien was in a daze, there was a slight sound, and the bedroom door was pushed open, and a figure he had been thinking about day and night walked in. Wife. Lin Shien looked at the woman who came in and was stunned for a moment. The woman was probably around 25 or 26 years old. She had a pink rabbit hairpin on her head and was wearing a pair of crayon Shin-chan cartoon pajamas and shorts. She looked particularly playful and cute. Her slender waist could be vaguely seen with a slightly bulging belly. When Yana saw Lin Shien wake up, she immediately said in surprise, "Brother, you are awake, do you feel better?" As she spoke, Yana quickly walked to the bedside and put her head against Lin Xien's forehead. Feeling the temperature drop, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, "The fever is finally gone, but you still need to drink more hot water. Just wait." After saying that, Yana hurriedly ran out of the bedroom. Lin Shien finally came back to his senses. Brother was the nickname Yana gave him after they got together, because he was 3 years older than her. Whether it was the warm touch on his forehead or the voice rooted deep in his soul, everything proved to him that the woman just now really existed. He is not dreaming. Cell phone. Lin Shien suddenly remembered. He quickly lifted the pillow and took out the familiar Huafan Nova 6. I pressed the fingerprint to unlock, the dark screen lit up, and a huge time and date appeared in the center of the screen. January 11, 2023. I'm reborn. Lin Shien opened his mouth wide. For a moment, his brain was not enough. Brother, drink the hot water. Yana walked to the bedside with a cup of hot water and handed it to Lin Shien. Wife. Woo woo. Looking at the living person in front of him, Lin Shien couldn't hold back any longer, and tears flowed out like a dam bursting. He hugged Yao Na in his arms and cried loudly, venting his longing for the woman in his arms for 3 years. Yao Na was confused by Lin Xien's sudden crying. Although she didn't know what was going on, she could clearly feel the grievance in her man's crying. She and Lin Shien have been together for quite some time, from dating to marriage, they have been together for 4 years. She has never seen her man show such a vulnerable side. Thinking about what happened in the past 2 days, Yao Na felt relieved. She hugged Lin Shien, patted his back, and comforted him softly, "Brother, isn't it just that the company went bankrupt? Are you unemployed? What's the big deal? Now that the epidemic is over, the economy should recover. What kind of job can't you find by then? Besides, don't you still have me? I'll support you." Yao Na's words also brought back the dusty memories in Lin Xien's mind. Originally everyone thought that the economy would recover soon after the epidemic was over, but unexpectedly the opposite was true. Without the various policy support and subsidies from the country during the epidemic, countless companies went bankrupt one after another. The company that Lin Shien had worked for 5 years also collapsed, and was even unable to pay the compensation to its employees. It was from this day that Lin Xien's nightmare began. The pressure after losing your job is like a flood, overwhelming you. Mortgage, rent, food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc., like mountains, weighed down on Lin Shien and Yao Na. In order to supplement the family income, Yao Na went back to work without even completing her confinement period after giving birth. Not only that, she also found 2 part-time jobs. Due to overwork, she had an accident on the way home. As soon as Yao Na left, the child died within 2 months. Under the double blow of losing his daughter-in-law and grandson, Lin Xien's father, Lin Hiwei, who already had heart problems, also did not survive. A year later, Lin Xien's mother also died of depression. In just 2 years, a happy family was shattered. Lin Shien, like a wandering ghost, took 2 bottles of sleeping pills one night and chose to leave this world. But unexpectedly, God made him reborn 3 years ago, when nothing happened. Holding Yao Na's delicate body, Lin Shien swore that in this life, even if he risked his life, he would let Yao Na, the child who had just been born and had not yet seen the beauty of this world, live an enviable life. It took Lin Shien a while to calm down, but he still didn't let go of Yao Na. Lin Shien looked at Yao Na's shining eyes, and said seriously with red eyes, "Wife, I swear, I will make you live a good life." "Really? Then my big villa." "Have." Lin Shien said firmly. "My 700+ liquid foundation?" "Yes." Lin Xien's words made Yao Na very happy. She couldn't help but peck Lin Shien on the face and said happily, "Thank you, brother." Looking at Yao Na, who was as happy as a little child who got the gift she wanted, tears welled up in Lin Xien's eyes again. This woman is so stupid. She actually believed in something so blindly, which was just an empty promise that no one knew when it would be fulfilled. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xien's mind. The host's strong obsession has been detected, and the wife-loving maniac system is binding. Whenever the host spends money on his wife, the system will give the host 100 times the consumption rebate based on his wife's happiness. There's actually a system. Lin Shien didn't expect that God not only allowed him to be reborn 3 years ago, but also gave him a system. This is simply opening the door for awesomeness. It's so awesome. Brother, can you let me go? I still need to go out to buy groceries. Yao Na in Lin Xien's arms didn't notice Lin Xien's abnormality. It was almost 7 o'clock now. If he didn't go buy vegetables, he wouldn't even be able to grab rotten vegetable leaves. I'll go. You wait at home. Lin Shien picked up his phone and rushed out of the bedroom in a hurry. But then he came back, and before Yao Na could ask what was wrong, Lin Shien kissed her on her pink lips and quickly ran away. Wife, I'm leaving. It was only after hearing the sound of the door closing that Yao Na reacted and could not help blushing. You bastard. 10 minutes later, Lin Shien came back. He didn't buy any vegetables, but he came back with a bag of snacks. He took out a cup of Haagen-Dazs Champs-Élysées holiday ice cream and handed it to Yao Na in a show of appreciation. Look what I brought you. Haagen-Dazs. Yao Na took the ice cream with a look of surprise, but the next moment, she said with some worry, "Brother, I remember this is very expensive. Is it too extravagant? What's wrong with this? It's not like you eat it every day, and haven't you always wanted to try it?" Lin Shien stuffed the 89 yuan ice cream into Yao Na's hands, looked at her expectantly and said, "Come on, try it and see what it tastes like." Yao Na finally couldn't resist the temptation and couldn't help but lick it with her tongue. The sweet taste instantly filled her entire mouth, making her close her eyes happily. At the same time, the reminder that Lin Yang had been waiting for rang in his mind. Yao Na likes the Haagen-Dazs Champs-Élysées holiday ice cream you prepared very much. The happiness level this time is 99, and you will get a 99-fold rebate. Then Lin Shien felt a vibration from the phone in his pocket. He took out his phone and a text message appeared on the screen. Your account number 6981 received 8811 yuan today, and the balance is 9154 yuan. 8811 yuan was the system's rebate, and the remaining 343 yuan was his only pocket money. This system is real. Chapter 2. If you want to pamper your wife, you have to spend money on her. Lin Shien held the phone tightly, and even the veins on the back of his hand popped out. The frame of the phone hurt his palm, but he didn't dare let go. He was afraid that if he let go, he would burst out laughing. Here. Brother, you eat too. Yao Na held the ice cream in her hand, which she had only taken a small bite of, to Lin Xien's mouth and said happily, "This flavor of ice cream is really delicious. Try it now." Lin Shien didn't hesitate and immediately opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to swallow the whole ice cream. Yao Na's expression beside her also became nervous. But the next moment, Lin Shien returned to normal, just stuck out his tongue and licked it gently. A hint of coolness exploded on the tip of his tongue, and the refreshing and sweet taste quickly filled his entire mouth in 0.1 seconds. Lin Shien couldn't help but close his eyes, carefully savoring the wonderful taste of the sky-high ice cream worth 89 yuan. Tasty. Lin Shien opened his eyes and said with a smile. Then eat some more, brother. Yao Na motioned to Lin Shien to try it again. No. Lin Shien shook his head and said, "You forgot, I don't like ice cream, so you should have it." Hey, then I won't be polite. Yao Na chuckled, immediately took back the ice cream, and licked it with satisfaction. Although she said you're welcome, Yao Na still left half of the ice cream for Lin Shien. Lin Shien didn't refuse this time and ate the ice cream clean. While he was dealing with the ice cream, Yao Na had already shifted her target to the bag of snacks. As Yao Na started driving, a series of prompt sounds rang out in Lin Xien's mind. Yao Na likes the lulium you prepared very much. The happiness level this time is 98, and you will get a 98-fold rebate. Yao Na likes the honey-glazed roasted chicken thighs you prepared very much. The happiness level this time is 99, and you will get a 99-fold rebate. Yao Na likes the yuanqi forest you prepared very much. The happiness level this time is 99, and you will get a 99-fold consumption rebate. The mobile phone that Lin Shien placed on the bed also received one incoming text message after another. Your account number 6981 received 1,323 yuan today, and the balance is 10,477 yuan. Lialium 13.5 yuan bag. Your 6981 account has received 1,574.1 yuan today, and the balance is 12,051.1 yuan. Honey flavored roasted chicken legs 15.9 yuan pack. Your account number 6981 received 495 yuan today, and the balance is 12,546.1 yuan. Yuanqi Forest 5 yuan bottle. In just a few minutes, Lin Shien received no less than 10 text messages, and his savings reached the 18,000 mark. Lin Shien looked at Yao Na, who was eating happily, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Wife, I can finally let you live a good life. Yao Na, who was eating happily, also felt Lin Xien's gaze. She quickly stretched out her hand and made a heart shape to Lin Shien, then took out a plum and stuffed it into Lin Xien's mouth. Brother, you eat too. Lin Shien chewed the plum flesh in big mouthfuls. So sweet. The two of them just shared the snacks, taking turns to eat, and forgot about cooking. I want it so badly. Yao Na was eating snacks and browsing Douyin when she happened to see a video of a beauty blogger. Lin Shien took a look and found that the product introduced by the blogger was the Givenchy foundation that Yao Na had always wanted. Looking at the price of more than 600 yuan on the shared bike below, Lin Xien's eyes lit up. If he gets a 99-fold rebate on his spending, wouldn't he be rich? Wife, buy it if you want it. Having said that, Lin Shien opened Douyin, searched for the blogger's live broadcast room, then found the product and placed an order immediately. A foundation worth 688 yuan, a 99-fold rebate means a rebate of 68,112 yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Shien felt excited. However, the following system prompt disappointed him greatly. Yao Na doesn't like the Givenchy liquid foundation you prepared. The happiness level this time is 12, and you will get 12 times the consumption rebate. Lin Shien was stunned. How could this happen? While Lin Shien was in a daze, Yao Na also said distressfully, Brother, you should return this foundation. It's too expensive. It's almost enough for half a month's rent. I can use other things that are also good. Hearing Yao Na's words, Lin Shien almost shed tears again. It's not that she doesn't like this bottle of 688 yuan foundation, but life makes her dare not like it. I know what you're worried about. It's all about money. I have good news for you. Lin Shien took out his cell phone, opened the text message from the bank, and handed it to Yao Na. Look. 26,000? Where did you get so much money? Yao Na was shocked when she saw the number on the text message. She remembered clearly that her brother would hand over his salary every month, leaving only 500 yuan for basic expenses. Not to mention that he had lost his job 2 days ago. How could he have so much money? It can't be. In just a few seconds, Yao Na's mind went through a series of terrible things. As soon as Lin Shien saw Yao Na's expression, he knew that this girl had wrong thoughts. He flicked Yao Na's head lightly and said unhappily, What are you thinking? No matter what your man is like, he will never do anything illegal. This is the remuneration for several projects I took on before. I originally wanted to wait until the payment for the other projects was settled before giving you a surprise, but now that I see you are so worried, I can only tell you in advance. Once the payments for the other projects are settled, we will get at least this much. Lin Shien made a 10 sign, then pinched Yao Na's little face and said lovingly, 688 liquid foundation is nothing. Don't forget, I still want to buy you a big villa. Yao Na had no doubts about Lin Xien's words. In her mind, her brother is the best man in the world. In an instant, the sadness between Yao Na's brows dissipated a lot, and she felt relaxed. I know my brother is the best. Yao Na suddenly threw herself into Lin Xien's arms, gave him a big kiss on the face, and looked at him with admiration. Come here. Your cosmetics are almost finished, so I'll give you a more expensive set. You're not short of money. Lin Shien hugged Yao Na and let her sit on his lap. Then he took out his mobile phone, opened Taobao, and chose a set of Lancome's Absolute Skin Care Set, which cost 3,650. Shopping and payment are as smooth as flowing water. Lin Shien was sure that at this moment, he must be a shining figure in Yao Na's eyes. Yao Na looked at the submitted order with a pair of shining eyes, but she said awkwardly, this set is actually not cost-effective, and it's too expensive. It's better to change to a cheaper one. Lin Shien found it a little funny. If it weren't for the system's prompt, he would have really believed what Yao Na said. Yao Na likes the Lancome Absolute skincare set you prepared very much. The happiness level this time is 99, and you will get a 99-fold consumption rebate. Then, the phone vibrated again, and a text message about an account change appeared in front of the two of them. Your account 6981 has received 361,350 yuan today, and the balance is 387,356.1 yuan. Chapter 3, Best Friend Lin Shien. 360,000? How can it be so much? Yao Na puffed up her face and looked at Lin Shien in astonishment. Lin Shien had forgotten about this, but luckily he reacted quickly and explained, the project must have been accepted, and the client has transferred the money. Yao Na finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she asked in confusion, Brother, didn't you just say that there were only 100,000? How could it be so much? Lin Shien held her chin, kissed her pink lips, and said with a smile, Silly girl, I said at least 100,000, and with my ability, more than 300,000, I still think it's too little. After hearing what Lin Shien said, Yao Na's worries disappeared. She looked happy and nodded her head like a rattle. That's right. My brother is the best. Not to mention 300,000, even 3 million is what he deserves. Ahem. Even though Lin Shien was thick-skinned enough, he still felt a little embarrassed by Yao Na's words. He quickly said, Come on, I have money today, I will treat you to a big meal. Feast? Yao Na's eyes lit up. Walk. Lin Shien carried Yao Na up and walked into the bedroom. He changed his clothes in no time and then looked at Yao Na. The scene in front of him immediately made him fall for her. Even though he and Yao Na have been together for 5 years, and even every inch of the girl's skin has been favored by him, he still has no resistance to Yao Na. You bastard. Feeling the fiery light in Lin Shien's eyes, Yao Na also blushed a little. She turned around, trying not to expose her private parts to Lin Shien's burning gaze. Lin Shien chuckled, walked out of the bedroom, and picked up Yao Na's red bag. This backpack was a gift to Yao Na by myself when they first met. It has been 4 or 5 years now, and it has never been replaced. It was because he had no money and he was reluctant to do so. For a moment, Lin Shien's eyes felt a little sore. Buy the girl a new one today. Lin Shien murmured. Chanel, Burberry, they're all welcome. Man, I have plenty of money now. Why buy new ones? After changing her clothes, Yao Na walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing a black woolen coat, which she also bought 2 or 3 years ago. I wore a high-necked wool sweater underneath, which was a cheap item I bought from Taobao, but fortunately it was quite warm. He wore a pair of plush cotton pants as outerwear and a pair of reddish-brown snow boots on his feet. All the clothes he had on hand cost less than 500 yuan, and the wool coat alone was worth 400 yuan. It's beautiful. Even with such ordinary attire, Lin Shien's eyes still lit up. He walked over, hugged Yao Na, tapped her pink lips, and said with a smile, Let's go shopping after dinner. We can buy any clothes or bags. You don't have to save money with your man at all. Lin Shien looked up with his nose in the air, and said smugly, If you don't buy it, then you are looking down on your brother Shien. Really? More real than real gold. Yao Na cheered and jumped up. Lin Shien quickly held her little butt with both hands, fearing that she would fall. Thank you, brother. There is no woman who doesn't like new clothes, and there is no woman who doesn't like new bags, it's just that life blocks their desires. Brother, put on your clothes. Yao Na picked up Lin Shien's down jacket and put it on him with a diligent look on her face. Let's go. As the two of them walked out of the unit door, Yao Na's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Sisai. Yao Na took out her cell phone and said to Lin Shien. Take it. Lin Shien signaled to Yao Na and considerately took her back to the unit entrance lobby. Hey, Sisai. Yao Na let Lin Shien pull her while she answered the phone. Nana, come out, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Shien's generous voice came from the phone. That. Yao Na hesitated. Lin Shien was a little dissatisfied when she heard it. Could it be that your Lin Shien didn't let you come again? Does he have a prejudice against me? No, brother, just. Yao Na was about to explain, but Lin Shien took the phone from her and said with a smile, Lin Shien, I'm here. Humph. So what if you're here? Seriously, you don't really have any prejudice against me, do you? Lin Shien said with dissatisfaction. Lin Shien was not angry when he heard Lin Shien's question, but it was indeed his fault when it came down to it. He didn't want to go, and Yao Na also turned it down in order to accompany him. The reason why he didn't go was very simple. To put it bluntly, it was just his man's self-esteem. Li Qian's husband is Su Mingho. He is the same age as her, but he has already become the director of a group branch with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. In a central provincial capital like Guangzhou, he already crushes almost 99% of the people. Lin Shien used to be arrogant, but ended up being an unemployed young man. The huge gap made him too embarrassed to have too much contact with people like Su Mingho. However, after experiencing the separation of life and death, Lin Shien has become indifferent to many things. In response to Li Qian's questioning, he laughed and said, "Sister Qian, you are wrongly accusing me. How could I have the courage to do that? Humph. I don't think you dare. In a word, are you coming? Come." Lin Shien did not hesitate at all, only a fool would not take this opportunity to eat and drink for free. Okay. You two can just come to Su Yun Restaurant in the International Trade Center. My husband and I have already been there. Li Qian made some hasty arrangements and hung up the phone. Lin Shien returned the phone to Yao Na and joked, "I saved another meal." Yao Na smiled and patted Lin Shien, saying, "Sister Qian knows that you will be furious if you say that." Lin Shien thought of Li Qian's impetuous personality and couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go quickly, otherwise Sister Qian will get impatient and start nagging me again." Lin Shien got off the bus, rode the tram, and rushed to Guangzhou with Yao Na in his arms. It was already very cold in Guangzhou near the end of the year, especially when riding a tram. Although Lin Shien had covered his face tightly, the biting cold wind still penetrated into his neck. Yao Na behind him also hugged his waist tightly, wishing she could squeeze her whole body into Lin Qian's body. Even so, her little hands tucked in her sleeves were still icy cold. "Honey, let's buy a car? You're already in the second trimester of your pregnancy. I can't always carry you on the train, can I? Besides, it's not safe." The muffled voice could not be heard clearly in the wind, but Yao Na, who was hugging Lin Shien tightly, heard it. She hesitated, somewhat tempted, but thinking about the new house to be delivered at the end of the year, and the large renovation fee required, she finally shook her head. "Let's not do it. It's the end of the year, and there are many places to spend money. Let's keep the money." The tone was very firm. Lin Shien opened his mouth, not knowing how to persuade him. "It's still too little money," Lin Shien said silently. His current savings are only over 380,000 yuan. If it were 3.8 million yuan, he believed that Yao Na would definitely not refuse. The two men trembled along the way and finally arrived at the China World Trade Center. Walking up to the third floor, they saw a tall beauty wearing Chanel's new winter collection looking around in front of Su Yun's door. When she saw Lin Shien and the others, she immediately smiled. She stood on tiptoe, waved, and shouted to them, "Nana, here." Chapter 4, The Shock of 380,000 per day. "You are finally here." Li Qian quickly walked up to Lin Shien and the other man and hugged Yao Na. "I'll forgive you this time, but if you dare not let Nana out again next time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Li Qian, who was holding Yao Na, raised her head and warned Lin Shien with a ferocious look on her face. Lin Shien quickly clasped his hands together and said, "Don't worry, Sister Qian, I will never stop you from looking for Nana again in the future." "That's more like it." Li Qian was very satisfied with Lin Qian's attitude. She then looked at Lin Shien and said in surprise, "Lin Shien, why do I always feel that you are different from before? It has become a lot more sunny than before." Of course Lin Shien knew why. Not only was he reborn, but he also had the system to rely on. In this lifetime, the troubles in life were destined to have nothing to do with him. How could he not be sunny? But of course he couldn't say these words to Li Qian. He smiled and said, "It's because you treated me to a big meal, I'm so happy. Just keep talking nonsense, Nana, but you have to keep an eye on your Lin Shien, he's very good at talking." Li Qian said words of disdain, but the smile on her face became brighter. After laughing and joking, Li Shi took Yao Na and walked the two of them inside, all the way to the window seat. Lin Shien, Yao Na. Su Mingho stood up from his seat and greeted Lin Shien and Yao Na. He had been waiting for the food inside and had not gone out. A few people greeted each other and took their seats. Li Qian deliberately sat together with Yao Na. The two of them put their heads together, whispered to each other, and burst into laughter from time to time. Su Mingho handed the tablet to Lin Shien and said, "Cici and I have already ordered some things. Please see if there is anything else you need to add." "Okay." Lin Shien didn't hesitate to take the tablet and selected a few dishes that Yao Na liked. Su Mingho also noticed the change in Lin Qian's temperament and was a little surprised, but his relationship with Lin Shien was average, so it was not easy for him to ask. The two women were chattering away, making the conversation very lively, but the two grown men, Lin Shien and Su Mingho, were staring at each other with awkward expressions. Fortunately, Li Qian raised her head and said to Lin Shien, I just told Nana that after your little baby is born, Mingho and I will be the child's godfather and godmother. After saying that, she looked as if to say, if you dare to refuse, I'm going to beat you up. That's great. Lin Qian agreed without even thinking about it. He joked, but if you want to be a godfather or godmother, you have to bleed. Just be greedy. Li Qian glared at Lin Xian and said simply, don't worry about this. When Xiaobao is born, I, as his godmother, will definitely give him a big gift. Let's make it a deal. Okay, no problem. Lin Xian made the decision. With rich godparents like Li Qian and Su Mingho, only a fool would refuse. As they chatted and laughed, the food came up one after another. Li Qian greeted them, come on, don't be polite, eat quickly, the food here is pretty good. I used to think that Zhejiang cuisine was mostly sweet, but I didn't expect there are many dishes with strong flavors. Lin Xian first helped Yao Na to distribute the tableware, and then considerately stuffed a tissue under the girl's chest to prevent her clothes from getting dirty when eating. Since she became pregnant, Yao Na often gets her clothes dirty when eating. I say, we're eating, but you're still feeding us dog food? Are you still human? When Li Qian saw the loving scene between the two, her lips almost turned upside down. Li Qian felt a little angry when she saw Su Mingho grinning foolishly. Laugh, just laugh, can't you learn from others? Su Mingho, who suffered an unexpected disaster, had a bitter face and followed Lin Qian's example by stuffing the tissue into Li Qian's chest. However, his clumsy appearance made Li Qian want to cover her face and run away. They were eating and chatting, when suddenly Li Qian asked out of the blue, by the way, Lin Qian, I heard from Nana that you were fired? It just so happens that Mingho has been promoted to director of the branch company. Let him bring you to the company so that he can take care of you in the future. As soon as Li Qian finished speaking, Su Mingho pulled her back and said, what nonsense are you talking about? With Lin Qian's ability, he doesn't need my help at all. Just submit a resume and the company will accept him immediately. At this time, Li Qian also reacted. She knew that her tone just now was not very good, and her caring words sounded like alms. But she couldn't save face when asked to apologize, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. Yao Na also looked at Lin Qian nervously, fearing that his self-esteem would be hurt. Lin Qian looked at the people with nervous faces and couldn't help laughing. He knew that Li Qian didn't mean that. That was just the girl's personality. She was a little outspoken in front of her good friends. Even someone as good-tempered as Yao Na had often gotten angry with her. But as a person, he is really nice. Lin Qian patted Yao Na's hand, gave her a reassuring look, and then said to Su Mingho and Li Qian, why do you both have such expressions? You are doing this for my own good, how could I not know? Hearing Lin Qian's words, Su Mingho breathed a sigh of relief, and Li Qian and Yao Na also smiled again. However, Lin Qian's next words made Li Qian's face fall again. I have accumulated some connections in my previous company and have several projects on hand. I plan to open a studio and be my own boss. Li Qian waited for Lin Qian to finish speaking before she could not help but hit him. Lin Qian, if you want to start a business, you should also look at the overall environment, right? Although the epidemic is over now, no one knows when the economy will recover. Many companies have closed down one after another. Do you really think that such a small network of contacts can help you? Sigh. Seeing that Li Qian's tone was very bad, Su Mingho immediately stopped her. However, he had the same idea as Li Qian and was not optimistic about Lin Qian's entrepreneurial plan at all. However, he knew what to say and what not to say, so he just said tactfully, since you have made up your mind, you must have a thorough plan, but I still hope you will consider our company. Don't worry, if I can't make it anymore, I will definitely come to you for help. Don't think I'm annoying then. Lin Qian laughed and raised his glass to clink with Su Mingho. In the following time, the few of them continued to eat and never mentioned work again. After eating almost everything, Lin Qian left the seat on the pretext of going to the bathroom. As soon as Lin Qian left, Li Qian couldn't wait to ask Yao Na, Nana, why don't you do anything about your Lin Qian's mischief? Why should I care? I think what my brother said is quite right. I worked diligently for others for so many years and was fired. It's better to work for myself. Yao Na didn't think there was anything wrong with Lin Qian's idea of starting a business, or rather, she had confidence in her brother. Bang! Li Qian slapped herself on the head, then pinched Yao Na's smiling face and said angrily, what kind of magic potion did Lin Qian give you? Why do you believe in him so wholeheartedly? Start a business, how much money can you make from his few projects? Yana frowned and thought for a while, then pouted and said, I don't know how much he can earn, but he has already earned 380,000 today. Ding! The spoon in Su Mingho's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Chapter 5 Deposits exceed 1 million. After hearing the voice, Su Mingho suddenly said to Yana and Lin Shien, sorry, I was distracted. But my heart was in turmoil. 380,000 a day, are you playing? Lin Shien opened her mouth wide, and after a while she laughed dryly, Nana, you must be kidding, right? No, I saw the text message sent by the bank with my own eyes. In just 1 hour, more than 380,000 yuan was deposited into my account. Yana looked serious. Could it be true? Lin Shien looked at Yana in a daze. She knew Yana never lied. But 380,000 a day, how is that possible? After her husband took the position of branch director, his annual salary was only 500,000 yuan. The money Lin Shien earned in a day had already caught up with her husband's annual salary? For some reason, Lin Shien suddenly felt a little jealous. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been better than Yana in everything she does, but suddenly, her husband was surpassed. This feeling made Lin Shien feel a little awkward. What are you thinking about? Shouldn't you be happy for Nana? Lin Shien shook her head, pinched herself secretly, and finally adjusted her mentality. Su Mingho was also envious. No wonder Lin Shien looked down on his company. Even though Lin Shien had rich work experience, his monthly salary in their company would be just over 10,000 yuan at best, which was nothing compared to the 380,000 yuan he earned a day. It turns out that they are not determined to turn back until they hit the wall, nor are they conceited, but they are really confident. At this time, Lin Shien came back. He also saw that Lin Shien and Su Mingho looked a little strange, so he asked curiously, what's going on? You two don't look very well. Ahem, it's nothing. Su Mingho and Lin Shien quickly adjusted their expressions. After Lin Shien sat down, Lin Shien couldn't help but asked, Lin Shien, Nana just told me that you made 380,000 today? Lin Shien glanced at Yana and saw her nodding at him, so he smiled and said, hey, didn't you take on a few projects before? Fortunately, the client was quite satisfied and paid quite a bit. You are amazing. Lin Shien said with a complicated tone. Lin Shien smiled modestly, it's just luck. Besides, after these projects are completed, we don't know what will happen next. Whether it will become a dragon or a worm, no one can predict. With your strength, there will be absolutely no problem. Su Mingho raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Shien's, his tone very serious. Lin Shien could feel that Su Mingho's attitude towards him had changed a little. Earning 380,000 yuan a day, this kind of strength deserves everyone's attention. By now, everyone had almost finished their meal and it was time to go back. Lin Shien waved and shouted to the waiter, brother, pay the bill. Ma'am, your table has already been paid for. The waiter handed the bill to Lin Shien, then glanced at Lin Shien and said with a smile, this gentleman just paid the bill. You just went out to pay the bill? Lin Shien looked at Lin Shien and said with some dissatisfaction, it was agreed that Mingho and I would treat you two to a meal, how could we let you pay? No, you give him the money back and I'll pay for it. The waiter smiled bitterly and said, ma'am, I really can't help you with this. Why don't you go to the front desk and ask? Okay, I'll go to the front desk. Lin Shien said as she was about to go to the front desk. Lin Shien quickly stopped her and said, Sister Shien, please save your energy. Nana and I have often eaten at your table before. Nana told me before we came here that this meal is a return treat for us. You two should at least give us this opportunity. Seeing that Lin Shien wanted to say something, Lin Shien quickly said, Sister Shien, do you really want us to spit out the food we ate from you too? Hey, you're disgusting. Lin Shien's face turned green. She patted Lin Shien and said disdainfully, okay, I'll let you off this time. If you tell me so clearly next time, I won't let you off. Don't drag me into this. I'm just following orders. Our Nana is the one treating us this time. Lin Shien pulled Yana over and said. Lin Shien stretched out her hand and pinched Yana's face twice, and warned her fiercely, you little girl, you treat me as an outsider, right? If you do this again next time, I will punish you. Yana smiled and hugged Lin Shien and said, Sister Shien, you have been taking care of me since college. What's wrong with me treating you to a meal? Oh, it's different now that you have money. A meal worth 6,800 yuan is just a treat. Lin Shien waved the bill in her hand, on which was printed the total cost 6,878 yuan. So expensive? Yana didn't expect the price to be so high, and she felt heartbroken for a moment. Why? Are you feeling sad? Lin Shien found it somewhat amusing. Of course not. Yana immediately denied it. Sister Chen, you have spent much more money on treating me to meals over the years than on this meal. Why would I feel bad? Don't you think so, brother? Of course, my wife is the most generous. Lin Shien had a smile on his face. Just now, a system prompt sounded in his mind and his mobile phone received a bank message about the arrival of funds. Your payment behavior makes Yana very happy. This time the happiness level is 100, and you get 100 times the consumption rebate. Your account 6981 has received 687,800 yuan today, and the balance is 1,068,278.1 yuan. The bank card balance directly exceeded 1 million. Okay, we too will eat and drink for free this time. Lin Shien hugged Su Mingho's arm and said with a smile. Anyone can see that she is in a very good mood now. The four of them walked downstairs together and came to the parking lot. Su Mingho pressed the car key, and the lights of a BMW 5 Series flashed twice. Lin Shien asked, "How did you two get here? Shall we take you back first?" "No, we came here by tram," Lin Shien said, pointing to the electric car parking lot next to him. Lin Shien frowned and said, "It's so cold, why ride the tram? Leave the tram here, we will take you two home first. But you have money now, so you'd better buy a car. After all, it's not convenient for Nana to have a big belly." Lin Shien glanced at Yana and gave her a look that said you saw it. Yana took Lin Shien's hand and said, "I know. You don't have to worry about us. We don't want to go back yet. We can just take a ride on our bikes for a while." "Okay, then you two should be careful and we'll go back first." Lin Shien didn't insist, and the couple got in the car and left the parking lot. Watching the BMW 5 Series leave, Lin Shien put his hands in his pockets and said to Yana, "Look, Sister Chen also suggested that we buy a car. What do you think of this BMW 5 Series? Let's wait a little longer." Yana still felt that she needed to be cautious. She hugged Lin Shien's arm and smiled at him. "Brother, let's go home." "Go home? Aren't you going to go shopping?" Lin Shien was planning to take this opportunity to make a fortune. "No, I'm a little tired." Yana looked tired and yawned as soon as she finished speaking. "Okay then, let's go back now. Although it's a bit regrettable that I can't get a large rebate, my wife is the most important." Lin Shien responded and went to the parking lot to ride his bike. Chapter 6: Yana gets into trouble. In the biting cold wind, the two little figures hugged each other tightly. Although it was cold, both Lin Shien and Yana felt passionate in their hearts. Lin Shien rode the bike seriously, and he could feel Yana's breathing behind him. "Brother, your heart is beating so fast." Yana pressed against Lin Shien's back, and the voice seemed to come from his body. "Do you know why?" Lin Shien replied, "It's beating because of you." The words filled with affection made Yana's face turn red instantly, but her heart was extremely sweet. Her whole body felt warm, and she hugged Lin Shien's waist even tighter with her arms. For a moment, she wanted to merge herself with her brother. At around 10 o'clock, there were very few passers-by on the streets. Even if there were any, they would disappear quickly into the streets. Just as Lin Shien was riding his bike with Yana and preparing to cross the road, suddenly a BMW X5 rushed over from the other side of the street, ignoring the red light. Not good. Lin Shien hurriedly turned the tram to the other side and narrowly avoided the BMW that was rushing towards him. But because it was too hasty, the tram rushed directly into the green belt next to it, and Yana was thrown out. Creak! The BMW stopped suddenly, and a heavily made-up figure leaned out and yelled at Lin Shien, "You idiot, are you looking for death? Why didn't I hit you to death just now?" Then he retracted it, stepped on the accelerator, and the BMW sped off into the darkness again. In the darkness, only sharp shouts and curses echoed. "Son of a bitch!" Lin Shien looked at the BMW going away, gritted his teeth, and quickly took out his mobile phone to take a picture of the BMW's license plate. "Wife!" Lin Shien put away his phone and quickly looked at Yana beside him. "Brother, my stomach hurts." Hearing Yana's voice, Lin Shien's heart skipped a beat and he rushed over quickly. But the severe pain in his legs made him stagger, and his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. When I looked down, I realized that the pants on my right leg were torn, revealing a bloody wound inside. Regardless of the severe pain in his right leg, Lin Shien struggled and limped to Yao Na's side, hugged her, and asked nervously, "Wife, hold on, I'll take you to the hospital." Lin Shien carried Yao Na to the side of the road, then picked up the tram, but found that the tram would not start at all. Grass. In a rage, Lin Shien kicked the tram. There was no way he could ride the tram, so he picked up Yao Na, limped to the side of the road, took out his cell phone, and dialed the 120 emergency number. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing busy tone kept ringing, but no one answered. After calling 3 times in a row, the call was finally connected. "Hello, who is this?" The tone of the person on the other end of the phone wasn't very good, as if he was impatient being woken up from his sleep. "I have an accident here and I need help," Lin Shien said quickly. "Place?" The voice on the phone asked impatiently. "The intersection of Minhang Road and Huaiha Road." Lin Shien quickly reported the place name, but the voice on the other end of the phone asked again, "Be more specific, it's not shown on my navigation." "Can you be more specific? Isn't the location I mentioned specific enough?" Lin Shien looked at Yao Na, who was in pain in his arms, and almost burst into curse. But when he thought about having to send an ambulance, he forced himself to hold back his anger. It's not far from the Minhang Road subway station on Metro Line 1, and next to it is the dental hospital. This time, Lin Shien not only reported the name of the subway station, but also the landmark building of the dental hospital. "Dental hospital, where is that?" "I don't remember." "Don't you know if you can find someone who knows to answer the phone? Or ask someone who knows?" Lin Shien finally couldn't help it and questioned. "How can you talk like that? Don't I have to ask for directions before I can send an ambulance? If you're not satisfied, come to the hospital yourself if you have the guts." Bang! The phone was hung up. Lin Shien listened to the busy tone on the phone and it took him a while to react. MLGB. Lin Shien was breathing heavily. He felt as if there was a forceful breath in his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Shien finally calmed down a little. Just then, a taxi came not far away. "Master! Stop the car! Stop the car!" Lin Shien held Yao Na in his arms, walked quickly to the side of the road, and stretched out his hand to signal. "Hey, what's going on?" The driver leaned his head out and looked at the 2 embarrassed people and asked. "There's an accident, master, please take me to the hospital." Lin Shien held Yao Na in his arms and opened the car door. Just as he was about to get in, he heard the driver say, "Wait a minute, little brother." Lin Shien stopped and looked at the driver, who asked, "Is your wife pregnant?" "Yes, master, please drive faster later." "I don't pull pregnant women." Before Lin Shien could finish speaking, the driver refused with a look of rejection. "No, master, why don't you pull pregnant women?" Lin Shien became anxious. "No reason. It's unlucky for pregnant women. And your wife is injured. It would be even more unlucky if she saw blood. Don't blame me, brother." The driver explained, leaned over, closed the door, then stepped on the accelerator and left the spot. Grass. Lin Shien watched the taxi disappear from his sight. Looking at Yao Na, who looked in pain in his arms, his eyes turned red. 2 minutes later, Lin Shien hailed another taxi, but the taxi driver also decisively refused after hearing that she was a pregnant woman. There were 3 cars behind them, but no driver was willing to take them. Even though Lin Shien concealed Yao Na's identity as a pregnant woman, she was still recognized by the driver. The continuous rejections made Lin Shien cry. Even if he was reborn once, even with the system to support him, could he still not avoid the fate of Yao Na and the child? "Hey, brother, do you want to get in the car?" A shabby Volkswagen stopped in front of Lin Shien, and a middle-aged man with buck teeth poked his head out with a smile. Lin Shien no longer cared whether this man was reliable or not. He just wanted to take Yao Na to the hospital as soon as possible. "Okay, thank you, brother," Lin Shien said gratefully. Just as he was about to open the car door and get in, he heard the bucktooth man say, "Don't worry, brother. I can take you to the hospital, but your wife is pregnant. It's not auspicious for me to take her. I can add money," Lin Shien said directly. "It's settled." The bucktooth man smiled happily, took out his phone, clicked on the payment QR code, and said to Lin Shien, "Then you pay first, it's not much, just give me 2,000 yuan. "Okay, I'll give you 2,000? Lin Shien hurriedly took out his cell phone, and suddenly realized that the bucktooth man was talking about 2,000 yuan, and he was stunned. The buck-toothed man still had a smile on his face. Brother, these $2,000 are not a lot. Don't forget that your wife and your unborn child are still waiting for you. If you are too late, there might be 2 deaths. If you want to save these $2,000, that's fine. Just wait here and see if some kind-hearted person can help you. Chapter 7. Tao Ran and Tao Su. Lin Shien looked at the smile on the buck-toothed man's face and almost exploded with anger. This bastard was clearly trying to trick him, but he was right about one thing: Yao Na and the child couldn't wait. Okay. I'll give it to you. Lin Shien resisted the urge to punch the buck-toothed man in the face and decided to swallow the loss. Brother, let's take you to the hospital. Just as Lin Shien took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay, a somewhat childish voice rang out. Lin Shien turned his head and saw 2 young people, a man and a woman, sitting on a tricycle that had been converted into a cold noodle stall, waving at him. The boy was about 17 or 18 years old, and the girl was even younger, looking about 14 or 15. Judging from their 70% similar facial features, they must be brother and sister. Seeing that his business was about to be snatched away, the buck-toothed man yelled at the 2 siblings, "Where did you come from, you wild kid? How dare you snatch my business? Do you believe I will have someone smash your stall?" Hearing the buck-toothed man's yelling, the sister shrank back behind her brother timidly. Although the elder brother was a little flustered, he still said to Lin Shien, "Brother, don't worry, I don't want money." "No money? You're kidding." The buck-toothed man spat and sneered at Lin Shien. "Brother, you have to think it over carefully. If you take that broken tricycle, not to mention how long it will take to get to the hospital, the bumps along the way could kill your wife and your child. How can it be as comfortable as my car?" After a pause, the buck-toothed man didn't want to lose the business, so he said, "How about this? I don't want the 2,000 yuan either. You can give me 1,500 yuan as gas and hard work fee. After all, it's so cold, you can't let me make a trip in vain, right?" Lin Shien glanced at the brother and sister on the side of the road, and said to the buck-toothed man, "Indeed, it's inappropriate to ask my brother to accompany me to the hospital on such a cold day. In this case, you should go home quickly." After saying that, Lin Shien ignored the furious buck-toothed man and walked straight towards the brother and sister with Yao Na in his arms. "I have money, but I'm not a sucker." Ignoring the insults coming from behind, Lin Shien held Yao Na and walked to the tricycle of the 2 siblings, and said gratefully, "Thank you for your trouble." "No trouble." The little brother quickly led Lin Shien to the front of the car seat, and then said to his sister, "Susu, sorry for asking you to sit in the back later." "It's all right." The little girl looked nonchalant. She trotted behind the tricycle and squeezed into the narrow space under it. After seeing this, Lin Shien felt a little reluctant and said to the little brother, "Why don't we take that person's car? Will your sister be in danger if she sits there?" "Don't worry, big brother, I'm fine." The little girl named Susu stuck her head out and smiled at Lin Shien. "Brother, it's okay. It's just a matter of a moment." After the young man finished speaking, he motioned for Lin Shien to get in the car quickly. Lin Shien was also worried about Yao Na's injury, so he didn't bother to say anything and carried Yao Na into the car. Then the tricycle shook and drove towards the hospital. On the way, Lin Shien also learned about the situation of the brother and sister. "My brother's name is Tao Ran and my sister's name is Tao Su, both very nice names. But they are all poor children. Tao Ran looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old, but he is actually 19 years old. The same goes for my younger sister Tao Su. She looks like she is 14 or 15 years old, but in fact she is already 16 years old and still a sophomore in high school. 2 years ago, Tao Ran's parents were in a car accident and were not sent to the hospital in time, so they unfortunately passed away. The 17-year-old Tao Ran and the 15-year-old became fatherless and motherless wild children. A bunch of bastard relatives swallowed up all the compensation money from his parents, but none of them was willing to take in the 2 siblings. 17-year-old Tao Ran had to drop out of school and rely on picking up scraps to support his younger sister's schooling. After finally saving some money, Tao Ran bought a tricycle and taught himself how to make cold noodles. Life became much better for both of them. When they were closing the stall just now, they happened to see Lin Shien and Yao Na getting into a car accident, which reminded the 2 siblings of their dead parents, so they offered their help. The tricycle was very stable along the way. Tao Ran was concentrating on controlling the tricycle, fearing that the bumps would hurt Yao Na in Lin Xien's arms. Half an hour later, the tricycle finally arrived at the emergency room of the 5th hospital. "Doctor, please help." Without waiting for the tricycle to stop, Lin Shien rushed into the emergency room carrying Yao Na. Hearing Lin Xien's shout, doctors and nurses came out immediately. The doctor on duty saw at a glance that Yao Na was pregnant. His face tensed and he quickly called the nurse. Quick! The patient is pregnant. Get ready for the examination. The nurse who followed quickly pushed over a mobile stretcher and took Yao Na from Lin Shien. Doctor, please help save my wife and children, I. At this point, Lin Xien's throat seemed to be stuck and tears fell. Don't worry, saving lives is the duty of every medical staff member. And sir, your condition is not very good now, so don't get excited. The doctor on duty said solemnly, and then called to one of the nurses, Xiao Lu, bandage this gentleman's wound as well. Then the doctor asked the nurse to push Yao Na away. Sir, let me bandage your wound. A nurse came to Lin Shien with gauze and other things and treated his wound. After the nurse left, Lin Shien discovered that the siblings Tao Ran and Tao Su were missing. He quickly stood up and staggered out of the emergency department. This time it was all thanks to these two brothers and sisters. If he hadn't said anything and just let them go home empty-handed, it would have been too rude. Lin Shien hurried outside and saw the two siblings pushing a tricycle out of the hospital. Etc. Lin Shien shouted quickly. Hearing Lin Xien's voice, Tao Ran and his sister moved faster, but were still stopped by Lin Shien. You two are not allowed to leave. Lin Shien pushed the tricycle aside, then took the siblings' hands and walked back. Brother Lin, I have to go to school tomorrow. Susu said in a low voice. That'll have to wait a while. Lin Shien pulled the two people to the door of the emergency department, glanced at the ATM machine next to them, and then warned Tao Ran and his sister, you two, stand here and don't move. Wait for me. After saying that, Lin Shien ran towards the ATM machine. Halfway through, he turned around to see if Tao Ran and his sister were still there, fearing that the two of them would run away quietly again. Here, take this money, both of you. 2 or 3 minutes later, Lin Shien stuffed the 10,000 yuan he had just taken out into his sister Susu's hand. Looking at the stack of red bills in his hand, Tao Su was completely stunned. After realizing what was happening, he quickly let go, but his hand was held tightly by Lin Shien and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Chapter 8 Danger Relieved. Brother Lin, we can't take this money. Tao Ran didn't expect Lin Shien to give them so much money. Although he didn't know how much it was, he knew it must be tens of thousands judging by the thickness of the money. For a moment, Tao Ran was moved. But when he thought of his original intention, that little bit of greed immediately disappeared. Listen to me. Lin Shien held Tao Su's hand tightly and said seriously, you two saved the lives of our family of 3 today. Although I am rich, I am not a sucker. If it weren't for you two, my wife would probably. Anyway, this money is what you two deserve. After saying that, Lin Shien ran back to the emergency department without waiting for Tao Ran and his sister to say anything. Brother, what should I do? Tao Su held the money in his hand and suddenly felt that the money was very hot. Give it back. Tao Ran said without thinking, if we accept this money, won't we be the same as that buck-toothed man? Good. Tao Su didn't hesitate and followed Tao Ran. Yao Na's family? Is Yao Na's family here? Outside the emergency room, a nurse was looking around. I'm here. I'm here. Lin Shien rushed in from outside and shouted hurriedly. When the nurse saw Lin Shien, she thought he had gone out to fool around, and she scolded him with disgust. Are you Yao Na's family member? Yes, I am his husband. Lin Shien answered hurriedly, and then asked nervously, Nurse, how is my wife? Or husband? The contempt on the nurse's face became even stronger. She snorted coldly and said in a very bad tone, What's wrong with you? Do you know that your wife is pregnant? Although she has passed the most dangerous early pregnancy period, she still can't relax. Other men take care of their wives meticulously, but you are so bad that not only did you hurt your wife, but you also stayed outside to guard her. Your wife is really unlucky to be with a man like you. The mocking voice echoed in the corridor and was heard by the people around. They looked at Lin Shien with disgust and felt sorry for Yao Na in the ward. Faced with the nurse's accusations and the strange looks from people around him, Lin Shien could only smile apologetically. Although what the nurse said was harsh, it was the truth. If it weren't for his carelessness, Yao Na and the child would not have been injured. Thinking of the BMW woman who ran a red light, Lin Shien clenched his fists tightly. That's not the case. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded, and the figures of Tao Ran and his sister appeared in the corridor. Brother Lin is not an irresponsible man. In order to thank us for sending Sister Yao Na to the hospital, Brother Lin gave us 10,000 yuan as a thank you. How can such a man be irresponsible? Tao Su looked at the nurse with an unconvinced look on his face and shook the stack of red bills in his hand. Take $10,000 as a thank you? Just because of these two children, he sent his wife to the hospital? Everyone present was dumbfounded. The woman who had looked down on Lin Shien before, where was the contempt in her eyes? A pair of eyes burst into a fiery and jealous light. Just to thank the two children for sending his wife to the hospital, he gave them 10,000 yuan as a thank you fee. How could such a person be bad to his wife? They suddenly became jealous of this woman named Yao Na. When the nurse heard Tao Su's words, her face turned red. Only then did she take a serious look at Lin Shien and discovered that the young man in front of her was in a disheveled state, his pants were torn, and her bloody right leg could be vaguely seen. Thinking back to what Tao Su said, the nurse immediately imagined a touching story in which a husband did not care about his own injury in an accident and tried his best to rush to the hospital with his injured wife. Yes, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know. The nurse hemmed and hawed in her apology. Lin Shien waved his hand and said indifferently, It's okay. I can see that you are also a kind-hearted person. It's indeed my fault for being careless, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Hearing Lin Xien's words in defense, the nurse had a better impression of the man in front of her. She quickly said, Don't worry, sir. Your wife is fine now, but I still recommend that you let your wife stay for 2 more days for observation. Very good. When Lin Shien heard the nurse's words, his heart finally settled down. Then I felt dizzy, my legs went limp, and I slid down the wall. Brother Lin. When Tao Ran and Tao Su saw the scene, they were shocked and rushed over to pull Lin Shien up. But at this time, Lin Shien was too heavy and could not be lifted up by just 2 people. The nurse also hurriedly squatted down to check on Lin Xien's condition. Sister nurse, how is brother Lin? Tao Su asked nervously. Nothing happened. He was just too nervous. When he relaxed suddenly, the tension broke. Who of you come with me? I'll give him a bottle of glucose and chocolate. The nurse checked and said to Tao Ran and his sister. I'll go. Tao Su said immediately. Okay, come with me. The nurse stood up and told Tao Ran, Watch this gentleman first, don't move him. After making the arrangements, the nurse took Tao Su to the nurse's station in front. 2 minutes later, Tao Su came back with an opened bottle of glucose and a piece of chocolate. The 2 siblings worked together to feed Lin Shien the food, and after waiting for a while, Lin Shien slowly woke up. What's wrong with me? Lin Shien struggled to stand up, but the pain all over his body made him unable to use any strength. Brother Lin, the nurse said that you were tense and suddenly relaxed, which caused you to lose strength. You'd better not stand up and take a rest first. Tao Su explained. Yeah? After hearing Tao Su's explanation, Lin Shien sat back down. Then he thought of something and asked, By the way, did the nurse say when my wife will come out? No. Tao Su and Tao Ran looked at each other and shook their heads. Bite. At this moment, the lights in the emergency room next door lit up, and then the door opened. The doctor on duty and nurse who had been seen before pushed Yao Na out. Are Yao Na's family members here? The nurse looked at Lin Shien and asked. Yes, I'm here. Hearing the nurse's words, Lin Shien struggled to stand up, but because of the severe pain in his body, he almost fell to the ground. Tao Ran and his sister quickly supported him. With the help of Tao Ran and his sister, Lin Shien came to the mobile stretcher and saw Yao Na sleeping soundly. The doctor on duty said at the right time, Your wife and child are fine, they just got a little scared. I suggest you stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation before going back. Of course, if you have other plans, you can also go home and rest. Not going home. Lin Shien said without even thinking, Let's stay in the hospital for a few days. After saying that, he raised his head and asked, Doctor, does our hospital have an intensive care unit or a VIP ward? I want my wife to stay in the best ward. Money is not a problem. Chapter 9 BMW Woman Caught. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Lin Xien's pretense was a failure. The doctor on duty simply said, We don't have the kind of ward you mentioned in our hospital. We only have single wards. Ahem, that's fine too. Lin Xien's face turned red and he quickly responded. Tao Su looked at the embarrassed Lin Shien and couldn't help but giggle. Lin Shien pushed the mobile stretcher and followed the nurse to the ward building behind the emergency building. With the siblings Tao Ran and Tao Su following them, there were no difficulties along the way. The single room in the 5th hospital is not luxurious and is simply furnished, but it is fully equipped with basic facilities. After putting the sleeping Yao Na on the hospital bed, Lin Shien followed the nurse downstairs to pay the bill. Before leaving, Lin Shien specifically reminded Tao Ran and his sister, "You two, don't leave yet, wait for me to come back." Tao Ran pulled Tao Su, and the two siblings nodded quickly. Only then did Lin Shien leave with peace of mind. "Brother, are we still waiting for Brother Lin?" Tao Su asked in a low voice after Lin Shien left the ward. Tao Ran shook his head and said, "Of course not. Put the money under the quilt and we'll go back now. Otherwise, when Brother Lin comes back, we won't be able to leave." "Good." The two siblings carefully closed the door of the ward and walked out. 10 minutes later, Lin Shien came back. "Tao Ran, Su. Lin Shien pushed open the door and called out, but heard no response. His heart tightened and he quickly pushed open the door of the ward. Apart from the sleeping Yao Na, there were no traces of Tao Ran and his sister. Lin Shien walked to the bed and saw the red bill sticking out from under the quilt. He took it out and saw that it was the 10,000 yuan he gave to Tao Ran and his sister. Holding the 10,000 yuan in his hand, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it. Anyway, these two brothers and sisters are setting up a stall here on Minhang Road. When Nana gets better, I'll go find them and thank them properly then. Lin Shien put away the 10,000 yuan, pulled over a chair and sat down, then stared at the sleeping Yao Na in a trance. Yao Na, who was sleeping soundly, looked pale, her brows were furrowed, and her tightly closed eyelids were trembling from time to time, as if she had dreamed of something bad. Lin Shien tried to smooth Yao Na's frown with some heartache, but it was useless. In just a moment, Yao Na's brows were frowned again. He could only hold Yao Na's cold little hand tightly, hoping to give her strength. Son of a bitch. Looking at Yao Na, Lin Xian's heart was bleeding. He thought of the BMW woman's face and wanted to skin her alive. Lin Shien picked up his phone and called the police directly, then sent the photo he took of the woman in the BMW to the police. The police just said wait for news and hung up the phone. Lin Shien sighed. Ordinary people have no money and no power, so they are powerless when they encounter injustice. We can only pray that those meat eaters will have mercy on us and grant us justice. Money. I need more money. Thinking of the heavily made-up BMW woman, Lin Xian's excitement about his savings reaching 1 million also disappeared. This woman is obviously a mistress. Even a woman like her can drive a car like the BMW X5, which shows that her man is still capable. With his current savings of over 1 million, he might not even have a fraction of what others give him. That's right, Lin Shien not only wants the BMW girl to pay the price, but also wants the man who supports the BMW girl to pay the price. Judging from the BMW woman's arrogant look, she has done this kind of thing many times. The fact that she is still safe and sound, and so rampant, can only mean that the man who supports her gives her the courage and confidence. Just wait, I will make you all pay the price. Lin Shien said silently. Early morning. Yao Na, lying on the hospital bed, opened her eyes dazedly, and immediately woke up when she saw the unfamiliar environment. Elder brother. Yao Na's somewhat panicked voice sounded, and Lin Shien, who was lying in front of the bed, immediately woke up and grabbed her little hand. Wife, I'm here. Feeling the warmth from Lin Xian's palm, Yao Na finally calmed down. Brother, is this in the hospital? Yao Na looked at the snow-white ward in front of her and asked. Lin Shien nodded and told Yao Na what happened last night. Yes, last night. That BMW jerkin is so abominable. Yao Na said angrily. Don't worry. Lin Shien stroked Yao Na's hair and comforted her. I've called the police and taken a photo of the BMW's license plate number. I believe there will be news soon. Aha! After hearing that Lin Shien had called the police, Yao Na said with relief, I really hope the police can catch her and sentence her to a few years in prison. Of course. Although Lin Shien didn't have much hope in his heart, he didn't discourage Yao Na. By the way, brother, where are the brother and sister Tao Ran and Tao Su you mentioned? I want to thank them properly. Yao Na also learned that she was sent to the hospital by the siblings Tao Ran and Tao Su, but when she woke up she did not see the two siblings, so she asked out of curiosity. They sneaked away while I was going downstairs to pay the bill. Lin Shien said somewhat helplessly. Yao Na was also very discouraged after hearing this. That's such a pity. I don't know if there is a chance to find them. It's okay. They have a stall on Minhang Road. When you get better, we'll go find them. Lin Shien comforted her, and then asked Yao Na, wife, are you feeling hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat. Yao Na touched her stomach and smiled brightly at Lin Shien. I didn't feel anything just now, but now that you said that, I really feel hungry. Okay, wait, I'll go buy you something to eat. Lin Shien went downstairs and left the hospital. He came to a porridge shop not far from the entrance, ordered a bowl of seafood porridge and fried dumplings, and hurried back. Eat it while it's hot. You need more nourishment now. I'll go home and make you a big meal later. Lin Shien took out the seafood porridge and fried dumplings and fed them to Yana mouthful by mouthful. It's delicious. Thank you, brother. Brother, you can eat it too. Yana looked very happy. I don't know if it's because she is hungry or what, but Yana has a good appetite today. Not only was there not a drop of seafood porridge left, but even the fried dumplings were eaten up. Brother, I'm sorry, I ate it all. Yana looked embarrassed. Fool. Lin Shien kissed Yana and said with a smile, it was originally given to you to eat. You are the most important. I will go back and make you some delicious food later. Brother, I don't want you to leave. Seeing Lin Shien preparing to leave, Yana immediately grabbed his hand. Yesterday's accident scared her so much that she is still feeling scared. She was afraid without Lin Shien around. Okay, I won't leave. Lin Shien walked to the bedside and sat down, pulling Yana over and holding her tightly in his arms. Feeling the warmth from Lin Xien's body, Yana's heart calmed down again. She said to Lin Shien, brother, why don't we go home? I don't feel comfortable staying in the hospital. Lin Shien was a little hesitant, because the doctor said that he needed to observe for 2 days. But when he saw Yana's pleading eyes, his heart melted. Someone as good as me. The cell phone rang. Lin Shien took out his phone and saw that the number on it showed Guangzhou City Police Department. He quickly answered the call. Is it Lin Shien, Mr. Lin? Before Lin Shien could say anything, he heard the police officer on the other end of the phone say, the owner of the BMW that hit and ran last night has been found. When do you think you can come to the Minhang Road police station? Caught? Lin Shien showed a look of joy on his face, and quickly replied, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien said to Yana a little embarrassedly, Wife, I'm afraid we can't go home today. The police station called me just now and said that they caught the BMW woman. Chapter 10 The Arrogant BMW Girl. Minhang Road Police Station. Lin Shien finally managed to coax Yana into submission and advised her to stay in the hospital to recuperate. He then went to the police station alone. Before I even entered the police station, I heard an arrogant voice. Even if this voice turned into ashes, Lin Shien would recognize it. It was the voice of the woman in the BMW who fled the scene last night. Lin Shien pushed open the glass door of the police station's business hall with a stern face and walked in. As soon as I came in, I saw a woman with heavy makeup and wearing designer clothes standing in the hall, shouting loudly. Where is that guy? Why hasn't he come yet? He's still keeping me waiting. Who does he think he is? So what if I ran a red light? You've already deducted my points and paid the fine. What else are you dissatisfied with? Isn't it just money? I have plenty of money. Lin Shien listened to what the BMW woman said, clenched his fists, and wished he could punch this woman in the face. Damn, just because you have money you can do whatever you want? You are Lin Shien, right? This is the owner of the BMW that caused the hit-and-run accident yesterday, Ms. Shien. A middle-aged policeman stood up and introduced himself to Lin Shien. Lin Shien glanced at the woman surnamed Shien coldly and asked, Comrade police officer, I wonder what punishment Ms. Shien received. Running a red light will result in a 6-point deduction and a 200 yuan fine. The middle-aged policeman said calmly. Grass. Lin Shien clenched his fists and asked again, but this Ms. Shien almost killed me and my wife. My wife was still pregnant. If it weren't for our good luck, our family of 3 would have died by now. The middle-aged policeman glanced at Lin Shien, still with a cold look, and said, Ms. Shien ran a red light, and we have dealt with her according to the law. As for the injuries of you and your wife, I suggest you settle it privately with Ms. Shien. This is good for both you and Ms. Shien. Privately? Lin Shien was almost laughing out of anger. He, Yao Na and their child almost died, but the police asked them to settle the matter privately? Hey little brother, just name a price, I won't bargain, my girlfriend has already been fined, this matter is over, I have something else to do, I'm in a hurry to leave. At this time, the man who had been sitting on a chair nearby and playing with his mobile phone stood up, walked to the woman surnamed Shien, put his arm around her waist, and said to Lin Shien with a proud look on his face. You want to give me money? Lin Shien couldn't help it anymore and asked, Do you know that your girlfriend almost killed our family of 3? Isn't this a fatal accident? The man looked indifferent, but a little impatient. He said, well, I'll give you 10,000 yuan, and you go back to give some to your wife and children, and that's it. I'll give you 100,000 and you let your girlfriend bump into me, how about that? Lin Shien sneered and responded sharply. 100,000? How can a loser like you come up with 100,000? Before the man could speak, the woman surnamed Shien couldn't help but sneer. Is 100,000 a lot? As long as you're willing to let me bump into you, I can get the money even if I have to sell everything I have. Lin Shien looked at her coldly and said. You little jerk. You. The woman surnamed Shien was frightened by Lin Shien's eyes, and quickly hugged the man's arm, pretending to be pitiful and said, Husband, look at him, he doesn't even take you seriously, and he even threatened to hit me. The man's face also fell. He straightened his buttons, glanced at Lin Shien coldly, and then said to the middle-aged policeman, Comrade police, this man threatened to hit my girlfriend to death, can't you do anything about it? The middle-aged policeman immediately reprimanded Lin Shien, What's wrong with you, young comrade? I know you are a little emotional, but you shouldn't say such things. This gentleman is very sincere in taking out 10,000 yuan. I think you should agree to settle it privately. After saying that, the middle-aged policeman winked at the man, and the man immediately slapped the woman surnamed Shien's big butt. The woman surnamed Shien mumbled a few curses, then reluctantly took out a stack of red banknotes and threw them on the table next to her. Then the man chuckled, took Shien's Chanel bag, and pulled out another stack of red banknotes from it. He counted a few and threw them on the table. Then he said to Lin Shien, For an auspicious number, I'll give you another 800 to cover your travel expenses today. Then, without even looking at Lin Shien, he walked straight out of the business hall of the police station. Before leaving, the woman surnamed Shien deliberately spat at Lin Shien. The middle-aged policeman collected the money on the table, handed it over, and said, Young comrade, keep the money. You can't afford to offend that person, and don't blame us for not taking action. This person is the boss of our Guangzhou Power Media. He has assets of over 10 million yuan and a large number of self-media accounts under his control. We are also afraid of bad luck. Lin Shien looked at the red banknotes handed to him by the middle-aged policeman and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Without saying a word, he took the red banknotes and left the business hall. After Lin Shien left, a young policeman came over and said to the middle-aged policeman, What's going on, Brother Zhao? This kid is quite arrogant. Hey, he's just a young man who hasn't experienced the harsh punishments of society. He has no power or influence, so it's hard for him to get justice. The middle-aged policeman shook his head and went about his own business. Lin Shien walked out of the police station and happened to see the BMW woman named Shien and the CEO of Power Media getting into a Maybach. The Maybach turned a corner and sped past Lin Shien. Its wheels rolled over the puddles on the roadside, splashing all over Lin Shien. Then, the window of the Maybach rolled down, and the unbridled laughter of the woman surnamed Shien and the power boss could be heard. Fuck you! Lin Shien's eyes were red, and the raging anger almost burned away his sanity. Fortunately, he has lived 2 lives as a human being and knows that impotent rage is the most incompetent behavior. Money! I need more money. Lin Shien secretly made up his mind to use the system to get enough money as soon as possible. If he had a few hundred million now, he could kill the CEO of Power Media directly. If he had hundreds of millions now, he would be the one showing off in the business hall of the police station just now. Lin Shien glanced coldly in the direction where Maybach left, then turned and left. Back in the ward, Lin Shien had adjusted his mood. Before entering, he looked in the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong with his face before pushing the door and walking in. Brother, you're back. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Yana poked her head out from under the quilt, and a smile appeared on her face when she saw Lin Shien. Look, I bought you something delicious. Lin Shien raised the durian cake in his hand and said to Yana. Wow. Thanks, brother. Yana sat up happily, took the durian cake from Lin Shien's hand, and couldn't wait to take a bite. Tasty. Yana said with a satisfied look on her face. Then she took out another piece, handed it to Lin Shien's mouth, and said with a smile, Brother, you eat too. Lin Shien moved aside with some disdain, his face full of rejection. No, I don't want to eat this. Of course Yana knew that Lin Shien never ate durian, not even durian-flavored food or candy, but she would always enjoy teasing Lin Shien every time. Hey hey. Yana chuckled, took another big bite, and then asked, Brother, how did the owner of the BMW deal with it? Lin Shien paused while wiping Yana's mouth, then said with a smile, The person has been arrested. I heard from the police that he will be sentenced to at least 1 to 2 years in prison. Instead of telling Yana the truth, he told a white lie. Chapter 11 Discharge. Half an hour later, Yana fell asleep with a smile on her lips. Lin Shien stood up, tucked the quilt for Yana, then sat aside and took out his mobile phone to search for information about Power Media on Baidu. A series of information about Power Media appeared densely on his mobile phone screen. The news on the front page clearly stated, Dynamic Media and Guangzhou Newspaper Group intend to reach a cooperation agreement. Chairman Zhou Bo personally attended the internal meeting of Guangzhou Newspaper Group. Then, Lin Shien spent almost an hour and finally had a clear understanding of Power Media. He couldn't help but sigh that Zhou Bo was really capable and was able to hook up with the giant Guangzhou Newspaper Group. But this is not surprising. Dynamic Media is one of the best in the entire Guangzhou Media Group, second only to the official Guangzhou Newspaper Group. His assets have reached nearly 20 million, and he is not only involved in live streaming, selling goods and models, but also in content-oriented short videos and novels. Most importantly, he has a team of more than 20 people called Water Armies. No wonder. Lin Shien murmured. Arrogant people like Zhou Bo and his girlfriend must have done a lot of immoral things like running red lights and hitting people, but there was no splash at all on the internet. This is totally unscientific. There is only one possibility, that is, the media group behind Zhou Bo has made an effort, and even the Guangzhou Newspaper Group has contributed some effort. Lin Shien is not afraid of Power Media, but he has to consider Guangzhou Newspaper Group, which is the mouthpiece of the country. Since ancient times, the people have never fought against the officials, and he doesn't want to go directly to jail. He had to think of a solution that would satisfy both parties, but after thinking about it, Lin Shien couldn't think of any good solution, so he can only take it one step at a time. However, the cooperation between the two is only a matter of interests. As long as they can bring greater benefits to the other party, Guangzhou Newspaper Group will not cling to Power Media. Swordfish Culture Media. Lin Xien's eyes fell on this medium-sized media company. The news said that this media company was recently suppressed by Power Media and many of its top anchors and internet trolls had been poached. If there is no external intervention, Swordfish Culture Media may not survive until the new year. It's you! Lin Shien decided to acquire Swordfish Culture Media. For no reason, it's just because the positioning of Swordfish Culture Media is consistent with that of Power Media. Swordfish Culture Media is involved in all the fields that Power Media is involved in. Since they intend to destroy Power Media, make Zhou Bo worthless, and make the Qin family pay the price, they must suppress them in all aspects. Swordfish Culture Media is very suitable to be this knife. Even though this knife is rusty beyond recognition, it doesn't matter. After resharpening, it's a good knife again. The most important thing is that Swordfish Culture Media has a complete team, all of whom are veterans who have been working in the media field for many years. After he took over, he didn't have to recruit new people, which saved him a lot of time. It's you! Lin Shien glanced at the market value of Swordfish Culture Media. 8 million, not expensive. If the deal is really done, it can be done with 5 million, or even less than 5 million. Money, money! Lin Shien muttered to himself as he looked at Yana. She was not only his wife, but also his cash cow. Thinking of this, Lin Shien couldn't help laughing. Brother, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, Yana, who had woken up in a daze, looked at Lin Shien with a silly smile on his face and asked. You are my cash cow. Lin Shien blurted out. I'm a cash cow? Yana looked confused. Is this some new meme on the internet? Ahem, what I mean is that if you're by my side, I'll make a lot of money. Lin Shien reacted and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. That's right. A hint of pride immediately emerged on Yana's face, and then she threw herself into Lin Xien's arms, hanging on him like a koala. Oh, my aunt, please be careful, don't squeeze the child. Lin Shien hurriedly hugged Yana and reminded her. Don't worry, it's okay, Xiaobao is very strong. Yana blew a breath into Lin Xien's ear, causing Lin Shien to tremble all over. Sensing Lin Xien's unusual movement, Yana couldn't help but giggle. She said to Lin Shien in a sweet voice, Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, his movements became less honest. Hiss. Lin Shien almost couldn't hold it in and couldn't help but slap her. Then he grabbed Yana and warned her fiercely, Do you know that you are playing with fire? From the time Yana became pregnant to now, he hasn't had a bowel movement for more than 3 months. He was so depressed that he would react as soon as he saw a nice girl on the street. If he had not read the 24-character mantra of the socialist core values, he would have fallen long ago. In fact, Yana also felt a little uncomfortable. Her little face became red and her eyes became hazy. Under the influence of progesterone, she had no such thoughts in the early stages of pregnancy, and would subconsciously reject even the thought of it. But once I passed the early stage of pregnancy and entered the second stage of pregnancy, that itchy feeling came back again. Elder brother. A tingling murmur sounded in Lin Shien's ears, and the string in Lin Shien's head broke directly. Then. Brother, I want to go home. Yana's face was red, but it was definitely not because of the cold. Lin Shien was surprised and asked, "Why do you want to go home suddenly? Haven't you only been here for 1 day?" No. Lin Shien was still quite worried about Yana's health and rejected her directly. Brother, please. Yana took Lin Shien's hand and started her coquettish offensive, but after just a short while, Lin Shien was defeated. Okay. Lin Shien raised his hands and surrendered. I agree that you can go home, but in the end you still have to listen to the doctor. If the doctor doesn't speak up, you can't go home. Yana nodded quickly and said, Okay, let's go find a doctor. I know my own body, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. An hour and a half later, Lin Shien took Yana to do some simple examinations and gave the results to the doctor. After seeing this, the doctor nodded with satisfaction and said, It's good. There's no major problem. It's mainly just some skin injuries and he was a bit frightened. You can go back and take care of your body. Now is the period of rapid growth for children, and you must pay attention to safety issues. The doctor reminded intentionally or unintentionally. Okay, thank you, doctor. Yana pinched Lin Shien's thigh privately and thanked him hurriedly. Coming out of the hospital, Yana couldn't help but cheer. She always felt too depressed in the hospital. Chapter 12. Deposits soar again. When Lin Shien and Yana came yesterday, they didn't bring anything with them. When they were discharged from the hospital, they just refunded their money, received the discharge certificate and left. After the money was deducted, Lin Shien did not receive any prompt from the system. But he was not surprised. After all, being hospitalized was not a pleasant thing. After returning home, Yana lay on the bed, rolled over twice, then took a deep breath of air and said happily, The smell at home is still the best. Lin Shien leaned against the doorframe, looking at the funny Yana with a happy face. After Yana played for a while, she said, Wife, why don't we go check out the car this afternoon? You know what happened yesterday. It's best to have a car at a critical moment. After hearing Lin Shien's words, Yana hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go check it out this afternoon. Lin Shien also told her what happened yesterday, especially when she heard that taxis would not pick up pregnant women, which made her even more indignant. And there was the buck-toothed guy who took advantage of the situation. Yana even cursed him to give birth to a child without an anus. She didn't want to buy a car before so that she could save money to renovate the house, but what happened yesterday has threatened the life safety of her and her child. How can decoration be more important than your own and your children's life safety? Seeing Yana agreed, Lin Shien finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not only is it because I'm afraid that yesterday's situation will happen again, but I can also use it to make a profit. He had thought it through. He had more than 1 million yuan in his hands, and if he wanted to buy a car, he would buy it according to his savings, and it would be best if he could spend it all. With a 100 times rebate, you can directly earn 100 million. By then, it will be enough to kill Power Media. At noon, Lin Shien ordered a lot of food on the Hema app. In order to make more money, he put in a lot of effort and only picked the most expensive ingredients. 2 slices of Australian Wagyu M9 steak worth $1,500 per piece. 2 New Zealand imported rock lobsters worth $858. 2 Boston lobsters worth $658. A gift box of 3 butter crabs from Shanfugi is worth $2,688, so get 2 boxes. Finally, Lin Shien chose a yellow croaker caught from the East China Sea worth $11,888. Including some other dishes, the total cost was nearly 40,000 yuan. However, Lin Shien did not tell Yana this price, but reduced it tenfold. Although the ingredients costing more than 4,000 yuan was a bit painful for Yana, it was still acceptable. Considering that he was not able to handle these ingredients himself, Lin Shien spent 1,000 yuan to find a chef to help him prepare this meal. When the chef saw the dazzling array of ingredients, he was immediately amazed. He really couldn't imagine how someone who could afford a meal costing 40,000 yuan would still live in a loft apartment like this. Shouldn't you live in a big villa and drive a luxury car? Of course, although he was surprised, the chef still had a strong sense of professional ethics. After a brief moment of surprise, he started to concentrate on processing the ingredients. An hour later, a large table of seafood hot pot was ready. The chef not only prepared hot pot, but also a grill pan for grilling seafood. Wow! Today's meal is so sumptuous. After the chef left, Yana finally relaxed. Sitting at the dining table, looking at the delicious food on the table, my mouth is watering. Try this cheese lobster. Lin Shien placed a huge Boston lobster on Yana's plate. Yana reached out and grabbed the lobster on the plate, then took a big bite of the lobster meat. The sweet lobster meat mixed with the salty and fragrant cheese, the wonderful taste exploded directly on her tongue. She could clearly feel that for a moment her soul was about to leave her body. Thank you, brother. Yana narrowed her eyes, looking like a happy kitten, so cute. Lin Shien looked at Yana, who was eating with relish, his mouth drooling. He just picked up another Boston lobster to enjoy it when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Yana likes the Boston lobster you prepared very much. The happiness level this time is 99, and you will get a 99-fold consumption rebate. At the same time, the phone on the dining table lit up. Your account 6981 received 65,142 yuan today, and the balance is 1,093,420.1 yuan. Then the notification sounds in my mind came one after another, and the text messages on the table also came one after another. At this moment, Lin Shien did not mind the noisy voice in his head at all. Instead, he felt that the voice was simply the sound of nature. The meal lasted for more than an hour before Yana leaned back in her chair with a satisfied look on her face. The belly, which was already slightly bulging, became even rounder because it was filled with delicious food. Lin Shien was the same. Looking at the messy table, he suddenly felt a little dazed. He had never dreamed of having a meal worth more than 40,000 yuan in his previous life. Brother, I am enjoying the meal. I wish I could eat it every day. Yana touched her belly and said with longing. Lin Shien smiled and pinched her face, saying, as long as my wife wants to eat it, she can eat it every day. Although he has not yet checked how much rebate he got from this meal, he guessed that it would be at least 1 or 2 million. Together with the 1 million left in his card, the total savings of 3 million was enough for Yana to have such a sumptuous meal every day. Not to mention, as long as Yana is happy, he will receive a steady stream of rebates. That's too extravagant, isn't it? Let's not have it. Yana quickly shook her head and said. Lin Shien walked up to her, hugged her, kissed her, and said with a smile, "You silly girl, your brother is so profitable now, what's wrong with eating something delicious?" As he spoke, he opened the text message on his phone, handed it to Yana, and then continued, "Look, I have completed all the projects I have on hand, and even the money has been transferred to me. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 3,119,046.1, more than 3 million? Yana widened her eyes and looked at the number on the text message in disbelief. Her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. What's going on? How come it has become over 3 million in just one day? It took Yana a while to react. Is it really so profitable to be your own boss? Hey, I told you that I will definitely let you and your child live a good life in the future. At this rate, you will have a big villa by the end of this year. Lin Shien hugged Yana, pinched her smiling face and said. Yana's eyes became brighter and brighter, but she still couldn't believe it. Then she grabbed Lin Xien's hand and said seriously, "Brother, pinch me hard. I want to know if I am dreaming." Lin Shien laughed and squeezed hard with his hand. Ah! Yana felt a sharp pain on her face and even tears came out. I hate it. Why are you pushing so hard? With tears in her eyes, Yana pinched Lin Xien's arm hard and complained in dissatisfaction. Lin Shien dodged Yana's attack with a grimace in his mouth, feeling miserable. Didn't you tell me to pinch you hard? Chapter 13, Porsche's dog. I look down on people. Southport. This is Guangzhou's largest logistics transshipment base. As the capital of a central province connecting provinces in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, if Guangzhou is second in the country in terms of transportation, no one dares to say it is first in the country. Therefore, many luxury car sales centers in Guangzhou are concentrated in Nangang. After Lin Shien and Yana finished their meal, they rested for a while and took a taxi here. Brother, this place is so big, what car should we buy? Yana looked around curiously. She had been working in Guangzhou for 3 or 4 years, but had never been to Nangang. A luxury car, of course. Lin Shien said without even thinking. How can that be possible? Even though there are over 3 million in the card, you can't squander it like this, right? When Yao Na heard that Lin Shien wanted to buy a luxury car, she immediately became anxious. In her impression, what kind of luxury car would not cost millions? The more than 3 million they have is not enough to spend. Why don't we just buy a regular one? 100,000 or so should be enough. Yao Na gritted her teeth and said to Lin Shien. Hundreds of thousands? Joke. Lin Shien was hoping to get enough money to buy a car this time. If you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a car, even if there is 100 times rebate, it is only more than 10 million yuan. What can it do for you? At least you have to buy a car worth millions. Lin Shien hugged Yao Na and advised, Wife, you don't know that a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan has no guarantee of safety. Now that we have money, we should buy a better car, right? You are not alone now. We still have Xiaobao. We can't save money on this. After hearing Lin Xien's words, Yao Na suddenly became conflicted. When Lin Shien saw that she stopped talking, he knew that she had listened to what he said. He raised his head, glanced at the surrounding shops, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He pulled Yao Na and walked into the store with a horse-shaped shield logo. The luxurious glass door of Porsche was pushed open, and the salesmen who were gathered together chatting in low voices stood up one after another. However, when they saw that the people coming in were two young people, a man and a woman, they lost much interest. Ah, here come the youngsters again who are looking for something new. An old salesman in his 30s sat down dejectedly and said with a lost look on his face. In the current environment of a sharp economic downturn, their jobs selling luxury cars are becoming increasingly difficult. Brother Han, how can you be sure that these two people are here to see something new? The younger salesperson next to him asked curiously. Iba, you don't understand. In our sales business, you must first have good eyesight. You must be able to tell at a glance whether the customer who comes in has the ability. Otherwise, you will be busy for nothing and get nothing in the end. This is called useless work, don't you understand? Brother Han pointed out with an unfathomable look on his face, look at these two people, they are very young, they must be a young couple who just got married not long ago. Look at the girl's belly, is it slightly bulging? She's definitely pregnant. After taking a sip of water, Brother Han looked at the young salesmen around him who were listening to him imparting his experience, and raised the cup in his hand to signal the young people to get him a glass of water. The young salesperson named Ibo quickly took the cup and went to the side to get a glass of water. Brother Han took a sip of the water and continued, for those who are newly married and pregnant and come to Nangang Auto City, the probability of buying a car is more than 90%. After hearing his words, the young salesman became even more confused. Ibo asked, Brother Han, since you said that the possibility of them buying a car reached 90%, why didn't you go to receive them just now? Reception? Brother Han sneered and said, if I were a salesperson at a Volkswagen, Toyota, or Honda dealership, I would rush over immediately, but now I'm a salesperson at a Porsche. Pointing at the two men, Brother Han explained, look at the clothes they are wearing. They are all unbranded Taobao items. The total cost is not even 500 yuan. Do you think they can afford a Porsche that costs millions? After hearing what Brother Han said, the newcomers suddenly realized something and complimented him, Brother Han is really amazing. After listening to what Brother Han said, I feel like I have finally understood something. That's right, just like Brother Han said, we can work hard, but we can't do useless work. Customers like this will just leave after seeing the novelty. There's no need for us to entertain them at all. Brother Han was very pleased to hear the compliments from everyone. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye he saw a figure walking towards the young couple, and he immediately laughed. Look! Brother Han pointed at the figure and said sarcastically, if someone who is not afraid of death goes there, I bet that guy will definitely return empty-handed after a meal at Jiangnanshan tonight. Several young salesmen also looked over and saw a colleague walking over. It's Sun Liang. A young salesperson recognized the figure who had served as the receptionist in the past. The young salesman named Iba chuckled and said, Sun Liang is desperate and is trying anything to get help. He even wants to receive this kind of person. Nonsense, if you were him, you would go too. Another person laughed and said, it seems like this kid's internship is about to end. He hasn't even sold a single car yet. It doesn't matter if you can't sell it, just get out of here as soon as possible. Lin Shien took Yao Na and walked into the Porsche sales hall. It was as if they had entered a greenhouse, and the coldness in their bodies was immediately dispelled. Wow, this place is so big. Yao Na looked around the sales hall with a look of surprise. Lin Shien couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed worthy of being a Porsche. The sales hall in front of him was at least more than 1,000 square meters. But in such a huge sales hall, there are only a few booths, on which several popular Porsche models are displayed. Macan, Cayenne, Taycan, Panamera, and even a Porsche 718. Lin Shien just glanced at the Porsche 718 and then walked away. Only a fool would buy this thing. It had been a while since they came in, but no salesperson came, which made Lin Shien frown. He glanced at a few salesmen who were sitting and chatting not far away. They had no intention of getting up to entertain him. This attitude made him very dissatisfied. Just as he was about to call the salesman, he was stopped by Yao Na. "Brother, why don't we go somewhere else to have a look? This is a Porsche." Yao Na hugged Lin Xien's arm and whispered, "You know Porsche, too?" Lin Shien scratched Yao Na's nose and joked, "Don't scratch my nose, it will collapse." Yao Na patted Lin Xien's hand in dissatisfaction, and then said, "Of course, although I don't know much about cars, I also know that Porsche is a luxury car. This car must be very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy a Porsche?" Lin Shien chuckled and said, "You are wrong this time. I am not buying it for me, but for you." Yao Na was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, she heard a voice in her ear. "Sir, madam, do you need any help?" Chapter 14, Tackling the Disdainful Sales. Lin Shien turned his head and saw a young salesperson looking at him and Yao Na respectfully. "We're just looking around, there's nothing we can do to help." Yao Na blushed and said in a panic. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Sun Liang's eyes. Originally, he was trying it out with the idea of giving it a try. His 3-month internship was about to end, and if he didn't close a deal, he could just pack up and leave. Sighing, Sun Liangqiang smiled and said to Yao Na, "It's okay, if you need anything, just call me." "What do you need to drink?" "Our store provides a variety of teas and beverages." Yao Na asked in surprise, "Can we still drink even if we don't buy a car?" "Look at what you said. Even if you two don't buy, you are still our potential customers. We still have to treat you well." Sun Liang said with a smile. "So good?" Yao Na looked curious. Lin Shien smiled and said, "For a luxury car sales center like theirs, service is also a major focus. Those who can afford a Porsche have a certain social status, so of course they have to be treated well. On the one hand, this can increase sales, and on the other hand, it can also deepen the brand image." Hearing Lin Xien's words, both Yao Na and Sun Liang looked surprised. "Wow, brother, you know so much." Yao Na couldn't help but praise. Sun Liang also nodded and said, "Sir, what you said is right. To put it bluntly, if we neglect our customers, the neighboring brands like Maserati and Ferrari will definitely bring this up first. At that time, not only will the boss blame us, but even the headquarters will be held accountable." "What about them?" Lin Shien suddenly looked at the salesman not far away. When they met Lin Xien's gaze, the salesman who had been paying attention to them immediately shifted their gaze. Sun Liang also knew that Brother Han and the others had pretended not to see Lin Shien and the others, but they were colleagues after all, so he couldn't say anything and could only smile awkwardly. "Okay, I was just kidding." Lin Shien chuckled, and Yao Na beside him pinched him in reproach. Then Lin Shien asked, "Do you have any Panamera cars in stock?" Yes. Yes. Sun Liang was confused by Lin Xien's words. It took him a long while to react. Does this gentleman really want to buy a car? Or Panamera? Sun Liang's heart immediately surged with excitement, and he quickly said, "Sir, please follow me. I will take you to see Panamera." "Okay, let's go." Lin Shien smiled and motioned for Sun Liang to lead the way. With great excitement, Sun Liang brought Lin Shien and Yao Na to a booth in the center. A completely white coupe lay quietly on the platform. The elegant and majestic appearance makes people's eyes light up. "Brother, what a beautiful car." Yao Na looked at the car with shining eyes. This car really suited her aesthetic taste. Good. Lin Shien was also very satisfied. He still knows something about Porsche. Originally, his first choice was the Cayenne, but considering that he was buying a car to make money, he chose the most expensive Panamera. Moreover, he originally planned to give this car to Yao Na, so an SUV like the Cayenne was not suitable. Or a coupe like the Panamera is more suitable for a married woman like Yao Na. "I want it, how much?" Lin Shien pointed at the Panamera without saying a word. What did you say?" Sun Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. I asked how much the car cost and I took it. Lin Shien was not angry and repeated it with a smile. Gudong. Sun Liang finally confirmed it. He swallowed hard and said, Sir, there is only one top-of-the-line 4.0T Panamera in our store at the moment, and it costs 2.6 million. Take a look. 2.6 million? So expensive? Yao Na was also shocked by this number. She remembered that the balance in Lin Shien's card was only more than 3.1 million, right? Brother, isn't it too expensive? We will be broke after buying this car. Yao Na started to worry again. Lin Shien pinched her nose and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, your man is so good at making money. What's this little money? Buying this car will earn you over 200 million yuan. What a win, right? Then Lin Shien turned to Sun Liang and said, That's it. Yeah. Sun Liang was overjoyed. He quickly said, Okay, sir. We at Porsche have a partnership with ICBC and offer 6, 12, and 24-term installments. Which one do you need? Installment? I don't want installments, I want the full payment. Lin Shien shook his head and took out his bank card, swiped the card. Sun Liang was shocked and quickly took the bank card, saying respectfully, Sir, please wait a moment, I will go and handle the formalities for you. After saying that, Sun Liang shouted to the salesmen who were watching the excitement not far away, Brother Han, please help and take this gentleman and lady to the rest area to rest. When Brother Han, who was far away, heard that Sun Liang actually ordered him to do something, his face immediately became gloomy. The young salesman named Ibo looked at Brother Han, stood up quickly, and yelled at Sun Liang, you dare to order Brother Han to do things? Do you believe that when Brother Han is promoted to sales director, he will immediately kick you out? Sun Liang was scolded, his face remained unchanged, and he didn't even respond. He just said to Brother Han, this gentleman has ordered a Panamera for 2.6 million, and it's paid in full. Are you sure you don't want to come to receive him? Boom! Sun Liang's words exploded in the hearts of Brother Han and the others, shocking them completely. This is a Panamera worth 2.6 million. The commission alone is about 30,000 or 40,000. The two salesmen who wanted to go over to greet Lin Shien and Yao Na as soon as they came in were now regretting it so much. If it weren't for Brother Han's words that these two people couldn't afford a Porsche, this order would have been theirs. Thinking of this, the two salesmen looked at Brother Han with resentment. Grass. I was wrong. Brother Han also regrets it. Not only did he lose a big order, but he was also bullied by that bastard Sun Liang. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Shien, he met Lin Shien's half-smile. Brother Han immediately came to his senses. Broken. If this gentleman complained to his superiors that I had treated him poorly, not only would I lose my soon-to-be promised position as sales director, I would even be held accountable, and in serious cases, I might even be fired. Thinking of these consequences, beads of sweat appeared on the tip of Han Ji's nose. He quickly pushed aside the people blocking his way, trotted all the way to Lin Shien, and said humbly, Sir, my name is He Han. I was really busy just now and didn't have time to greet you two. What's the matter? Lin Shien couldn't help but smile. In that case, I won't bother you anymore, just go and do your thing. Then he said to Sun Liang, By the way, is your manager here? I also want to buy a Cayenne and want to talk to him about the discount. After saying that, he even glanced at He Han on purpose. He Han's face turned pale. He believed that the gentleman in front of him would definitely not mind taking him along when he discussed the discount with the manager. Chapter 15. First take the Panamera, then the Cayenne. No problem. Sun Liang's eyes brightened even more. Based on his understanding of this gentleman, this Cayenne will probably be the top-of-the-line version. Glancing at He Han, whose face was filled with fear, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Sun Liang's eyes. He has not forgotten how the salesman He Han bullied him in the past 3 months. I had been following 2 clients and were about to close a deal, but this guy contacted my clients privately, saying that he was a newcomer and could not provide more discounts to the clients, and then snatched away his clients. Sun Liang always kept this account in mind. This time he finally had the chance to vent his anger, and he felt so happy. Brother Han, since the gentleman doesn't like you, you can go back first. I will take this gentleman to the rest area and then go to handle the formalities. After Sun Liang finished speaking, without even looking at He Han, he took Lin Shien and Yao Na to the rest area. After giving Lin Shien and Yao Na a glass of water each, Sun Liang left and went to find the manager. After a while, Sun Liang came back with a middle-aged man beside him. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Wang Jian. I'm the manager of Porsche Nangang. Thank you for your trust in Porsche. Wang Jian walked quickly to Lin Shien, stretched out his hands and shook them tightly. I heard from Xiao Sun that you are also planning to buy a Cayenne? After the two shook hands, Wang Jian asked with a flushed face. That's right, but I don't know how much of a discount manager Wang can give me. Lin Shien said with a smile. It is true that he is rich, but he doesn't want to be taken advantage of, so why not save money if he can? This is not a matter of being stingy or not, it is a matter of principle. Mr. Lin, you can rest assured that our Porsche is absolutely sincere. You see. After Wang Jian finished speaking, Sun Liang walked forward, took out the contract and handed it to Lin Shien. Lin Shien flipped through it and saw the final transaction amount, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Wang Jian saw Lin Xien's reaction, smiled proudly, and said, Mr. Lin, how is it? Are our sincerity sufficient? Lin Shien closed the contract and said with a smile, Manager Wang is very generous. I didn't expect a 10% discount, but I still can't accept it. Hearing Lin Xien's words, the smile on Wang Jian's face immediately disappeared. The price of this Panamera is 2.6 million, and he gave a 10% discount, which means it is directly reduced by 260,000. The Panamera, which originally cost 2.6 million, can now be purchased for only 2.34 million. Wang Jian can guarantee this kind of sincerity. No other luxury car brand in Nangang can match his sincerity. But even so, Mr. Lin is still not satisfied. Are you kidding yourself? Wang Jian took 2 deep breaths and forced a smile, saying, Mr. Lin, if you have any other requests, please let us know. We at Porsche will definitely let you see our sincerity. Business has not been good in recent years, especially the luxury car business. Even Porsche, which never lowers its prices, is finding various ways to offer promotions. Not to mention Porsche, the same is true for Bentley. In the whole world, only Rolls-Royce can always maintain its status. Lin Shien knew that Wang Jian had misunderstood, so he smiled and explained, Manager Wang, did you misunderstand and think that I was asking for too much? Isn't it? Wang Jian kept a smile on his face and said silently in his heart. Then Lin Shien said, for this Panamera, I don't need any discount and can buy it at the original price, but for the Cayenne, I want a 20% discount. After a pause, Lin Shien added, by the way, I also want the top-of-the-line Cayenne. The Panamera was given to Yao Na. A 10% discount would be 260,000 yuan, and a 100-fold rebate would be 26 million yuan. 26 million was lost all of a sudden. How could Lin Shien possibly do such a loss-making business? It would be better to concentrate all the discounts on this Cayenne, after all, this Cayenne is bought for himself. When Wang Jian heard Lin Xien's words, he quickly did a calculation in his mind. The top-of-the-line Cayenne is priced at more than 2.04 million yuan, and a 20% discount is 400,000 yuan. No. Wang Jian refused directly, Mr. Lin, the 10% discount I can give you is already the limit. The 20% you requested is simply impossible. Lin Shien was not surprised by Wang Jian's refusal. A 10% discount on the Panamera is 260,000 yuan. Although the price of the top-of-the-line Cayenne is not as high as that of the Panamera, a 20% discount is definitely more than 260,000 yuan. It is normal for Wang Jian to refuse. But business is all about negotiation. After a full 10 minutes, Wang Jian finally agreed to a 15% discount. The top-of-the-line Cayenne is 2.04 million, and a 15% discount means it is 300,000. Lin Shien was satisfied with the deal, and Wang Jian was also very satisfied, and everyone was happy. Wife, sign it. Lin Shien took the retyped contract and pushed it in front of Yao Na. Brother, I can't take it. I'll give it to you. Besides, we only have over 3 million. Where did you get so much money to buy another Cayenne? Yao Na spoke to Lin Shien quietly, her voice so low that she was afraid that Wang Jian and Sun Liang beside her would hear. Of course the money is enough, you can rest assured about that. Seeing that Lin Shien was confident, Yao Na seemed to remember something. Brother, did you get another project's money transferred to you? Clever. Lin Shien kissed Yao Na, picked up the pen on the table and put it into Yao Na's hand. Only then did Yao Na feel relieved. She picked up the pen and signed her name on the contract, her excitement beyond words. At this time, Lin Shien received another prompt from the system. Yao Na likes the Porsche Panamera you gave her very much. The happiness level is 100, and you get 100 times the consumption rebate. Your account number 6981 has received 260,120,200 yuan today. and the balance is 260,638,044.1 yuan. 260 million in hand. Lin Shien was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Fortunately, Yao Na and the others didn't notice him. Now, Power Media, you just wait for death. A happy smile appeared on Lin Shien's face. Ms. Yao, congratulations on becoming our distinguished Porsche owner. Wang Jian and Sun Liang congratulated Yao Na with smiles on their faces. Yao Na was also at a loss and could only ask Lin Shien for help. Lin Shien walked over, held her hand, and whispered, "Wife, I said that I would let you live a good life even if it cost me my life, and I did it. The next target is your big villa." Yao Na was so touched that she couldn't help but hug Lin Shien and nodded vigorously. "I always believed that you can do it, brother." At this moment, all the worries about the future in Yao Na's heart disappeared. "Mr. Lin, that Kayan?" After a while, Wang Jian couldn't help but remind him. "Swipe the card." Lin Shien took out his bank card and glared at Wang Jian with some dissatisfaction. "You are so ignorant. Can't you see I'm busy?" Chapter 16. Tao Ran's brother and sister get into trouble. On the practice field behind the Porsche sales center, Lin Shien sat in the passenger seat of the Panamera and practiced with Yao Na. Both of them already had a driver's license and their driving skills were pretty good, but they had never driven a luxury car like a Porsche, so they needed to familiarize themselves with it. In just half an hour, Yao Na had almost mastered it. Then, Lin Shien and Yao Na drove out of the Porsche sales center in a luxury car, each of them escorted by Wang Jian and other Porsche salesmen. "Brother, shall we go find Tao Ran and Su Su?" Yao Na's voice came from the phone. "Okay, they are setting up a stall on Minhang Road, and it's already past 5 o'clock, I think they should have already set up the stall." Of course Lin Shien had no objection, he even wanted to thank the two siblings. "They didn't even want the 10,000 yuan I gave them yesterday." Two luxury cars turned at the intersection ahead and headed towards Minhang Road Night Market. Guangzhou is a provincial capital in central China and has no shortage of wealthy people. However, because of this, Lin Shien and Yao Na's Panamera and Cayenne did not attract much attention. The two drove around the night market, but did not see Tao Ran's brother and sister. "Brother, could it be that you found the wrong person?" Lin Shien and Yao Na parked the car on the side of the road, and Yao Na asked in confusion. Lin Shien shook his head and said, "Probably not. I asked Tao Ran, and they all set up stalls here." After taking a look at the mobile night market stalls around him, Lin Shien pulled Yao Na to a stall selling stinky tofu. "Boss, give me some stinky tofu." Lin Shien took out his phone and scanned the code. "Okay." The stall owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a very friendly face. While waiting, Lin Shien pretended to ask casually, "Auntie, can I ask you about someone?" "Ask about someone?" The aunt was a little confused, but because Lin Shien had just taken care of her business, she didn't refuse. "Okay, ask, I may not know anyway." Lin Shien didn't take it seriously and asked, "Auntie, do you know that there's a stall called Tao Ran and Tao Su here?" They are a brother and sister. The brother is about 17 or 18 years old, and the sister is about 14 or 15. They push a tricycle selling grilled cold noodles every day. The aunt frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "I seem to have an impression of what you said." The two siblings seemed to be setting up a stall at the east intersection. "If you go over there and ask, there should be someone who knows." "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Lin Shien took the stinky tofu and pulled Yao Na towards the east side of the night market. When they reached the intersection, Lin Shien came to a fried rice noodle stall and asked, "Brother, do you know Tao Ran and Tao Su?" "Why are you asking them?" The eldest brother put down the wok in his hand and asked with a vigilant look. When Lin Shien saw his elder brother's expression, he immediately knew that he had found the right person. He quickly explained, "It's not what you think. My wife and I were in trouble yesterday, and Tao Ran and Tao Su saved us. I wanted to give them some money as a thank you, but they refused and ran away. I only know that they set up a stall at the Minhang Road Night Market, but I looked around and couldn't find them." "I see." After hearing Lin Xian's words, the eldest brother finally let down his guard and said, "These two kids are really kind-hearted. If you don't believe me, ask the people around here. They set up a stall here every night. Look, right there." The eldest brother pointed to an empty space not far away and said, "I'm also wondering why Tao Ran hasn't come today. He used to be the first one to come." "Brother, do you know where their home is?" "Yes, it's at the back, between Jianxi Road and Gongren Road." The eldest brother told Lin Shien the address of Tao Ran's siblings. To thank the eldest brother, Lin Shien bought fried rice noodles for two people from him. After seeing Lin Shien and Yao Na get into the Panamera and Cayenne, the eldest brother was stunned. Tao Ran is really lucky. He actually saved two rich young men and young ladies. TSK. For a moment, the eldest brother felt a little sour. Lin Shien and Yao Na drove to the workers' road behind. Looking at the old residential buildings on both sides, they felt like they were traveling back in time to the 1980s. Next to the Qinlao community on Gongren Road, in front of it is a Guangzhou canteen. Lin Shien was driving in front searching, and Yao Na followed behind. When he was almost at the end of Gongren Road, Lin Shien finally saw the Guangzhou canteen with its old sign. It's right here. Lin Shien asked Yao Na to park the car. As soon as he opened the car door, he saw several figures blocking the entrance of a small courtyard not far away. These people have arrogant faces, and it is obvious that they are not serious people. Among these people were the brother and sister Tao Ran and Tao Su. Behind the two people was a tricycle that had been smashed. The three big words "grilled cold noodles" on the sign also turned into pieces. Tao Ran held a kitchen knife in one hand while protecting his sister Tao Su with the other, staring at the bucktooth man in front of him with an angry look on his face. Bah! You little bastard, you dare to steal my business? The bucktooth man spat at Tao Ran and cursed, I'm telling you, if you can't come up with 20,000 yuan today, I'll bring people to block you every day. After saying that, the bucktooth man glanced at Tao Su, who was hiding behind Tao Ran, and said with a lewd smile, Boy, your sister is quite pretty. I have asked around. Your sister is studying at Guangzhou No. 4 Middle School. With 20,000 yuan, considering your sister's looks, she can get the money by going to the club a few times. You get lost. Before the bucktooth man could finish his words, Tao Ran rushed towards him with a kitchen knife like an angry bull. Ouch! Caught off guard, the bucktooth man fell to the ground. Although he avoided Tao Ran's kitchen knife, his bucktooth still hit the ground. The bucktooth man covered his bloody mouth and pointed at Tao Ran angrily, Brothers, beat him up. I'll take responsibility if you kill him. The other men laughed grimly and rushed towards Tao Ran. One of them picked up a stick from the ground and hit Tao Ran on the shoulder with the stick while he was swinging the kitchen knife. In severe pain, the kitchen knife in Tao Ran's hand fell to the ground. The others rushed forward and punched and kicked Tao Ran. Don't hit my brother. Tao Su rushed into the crowd crying and trying to pull these people apart, but her thin body meant she had no strength at all. With a slight push, someone pushed her to the ground. Stop it, all of you. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the side of the road, and the bucktooth men who were surrounding Tao Ran and beating him were also startled by the shout. They all stopped and looked behind them. I saw a man and a woman getting out of a cool luxury car parked on the side of the road. Tao Su, who was pushed to the ground, saw the person coming, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help shouting, Brother Lin. Please save my brother. Chapter 17 Lin Xien's Domineering Aura. Crunchy. Yao Na quickly ran over, helped Tao Su up, and comforted her in a low voice. Lin Shien walked up to Tao Ran with a grim face and wanted to pull him up, but was stopped by the bucktooth man's companion. He turned his head and looked at the bucktooth man and said in a cold tone, Brothers, are you too shameless to bully two orphans like this? Who was I thinking? Turns out it was you, little brother? The bucktooth man then saw clearly that Lin Shien was the man from last night. He pointed at Tao Ran, whose face was covered in blood, and said, Little brother, this is a holiday between me and those two siblings. If you know your place, don't get involved. After all, your wife just got out of the hospital. Don't go back in for two unrelated people. Are you threatening me? When Lin Shien heard what the bucktooth man said, he asked with cold eyes. Don't get me wrong. I can tell you're a big shot just by looking at the car you drive. How dare I threaten you? The bucktooth man said with a wry smile. He was very familiar with the two cars on the roadside. They were both Porsches, a Panamera and a Cayenne. The young man in front of me can buy both a Panamera and a Porsche at the same time, so he is definitely not short of money. Thinking of this, the bucktooth man felt even more hatred towards the Tao Ran siblings. If these two people hadn't interfered, I would have been able to give Lin Shien 20,000 yuan, not to mention 2,000 yuan. Glancing at Lin Shien, who had a cold expression on his face, the bucktooth man said, If you want to help these two siblings, that's fine. You can take 50,000 yuan, which can be regarded as a reward for my brother's hard work. I can't let you guys accompany me here in the middle of winter and then go back empty-handed, right? The person in front of me can afford a Panamera and a Cayenne, so his background must be extraordinary. He has buck teeth and is just a gangster. He will be defeated if he goes against this rich second generation. With just a phone call, they can send themselves to live in a small single room. It would be better to give them some face and get some benefits. Brother Lin, I can't give it to you. When Tao Ran heard what the bucktooth man said, he wanted to get up, but the severe pain in his body made it impossible for him to stand up. He could only glare at the bucktooth man with an angry face. Lin Shien walked up to the man who was blocking the road, ignored him, and bumped into him. Although Lin Shien does not look strong, he has been exercising for many years, and the power he unleashes is not something a gangster like the bucktooth man can resist. The man who was blocking the road was bumped by Lin Shien and staggered backwards. You. The man suffered a great loss and felt a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to attack Lin Shien, he was stopped by the bucktooth man. Gangzi. Gangzi glanced at Lin Shien hatefully and stopped talking. Lin Shien walked up to Tao Ran, helped him up, and asked with concern, "Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." "No, thanks." Tao Ran shook his head quickly. He said to Lin Shien, "Brother Lin, these people are hooligans. We can't give them money. Don't worry, leave this matter to me." Lin Shien helped Tao Ran stand up, then said to Yana, "Wife, you look after them first. I'll go talk to them." "Okay, be careful." Yana supported Tao Ran with a worried look on her face. "Rest assured." Lin Shien smiled and comforted him, "They don't dare to do anything to us." Then Lin Shien walked up to the bucktooth man, took out his cell phone and said, 20,000, and the matter is over. As soon as Lin Shien finished speaking, Gangzi, who had suffered a loss, became unhappy. "Boy, my brother, you just said that it must be 50,000. If you don't want to take it, we can give it a try." "Try?" Lin Shien seemed to have heard something funny and couldn't help laughing. As he laughed, the faces of the bucktooth man and his group became worse and worse. Just when the bucktooth man and his friends were about to explode, Lin Shien suddenly stopped laughing and yelled at Gangzi with a cold face, "What right do you, a little jerk like you, have to tell me to give it a try? You." Gangzi was furious. Before he could speak, Lin Shien pointed at two Porsches parked on the side of the road and asked, "Do you know how much these two cars cost? That white Porsche Panamera cost me 2.6 million, and that gray Cayenne cost me 2 million. A total of 4,600,000, and you, a little jerk, want to try it with me? Do you know how many lives you can buy with 4.6 million? Lin Xian's arrogant voice echoed in the street, and the eyes of Gangzi and his group turned from anger to fear. "You little jerk, you dare to tell me to give it a try? Are you worthy enough?" Lin Shien looked at Gangzi with disdain and said to the bucktooth man, 20,000 yuan, if you agree, take it. If you don't agree, use your brother Gangzi's words, then let's try it. I also want to know how capable you are to play with me. Lin Xian's merciless words were like a slap in the face of the bucktooth man. But he just didn't dare to show it. Just as Lin Shien said, let alone more than 4 million, even if it was 400,000, there would be people who dared to take their lives. With more than 4 million, he could die 10 times. After a while, the bucktooth man suppressed his frustration and said to Lin Shien with a forced smile, "Don't mind, Mr. Lin. Gangzi is just a little impatient. 20,000 is 20,000. The bucktooth man gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Lin, please give me the face I want. I am not ungrateful. As long as you give me the money, I promise that I will never cause trouble for them again." QR code. Lin Shien glanced at the bucktooth man indifferently and took out his cell phone. "Hey, here it is." The bucktooth man quickly took out his cell phone and clicked on the payment code on WeChat. Drop. As the prompt sounded, 20,000 yuan was instantly deposited into the account. "I've already paid you, why aren't you leaving?" Lin Shien put away his phone and looked at the bucktooth man coldly. Let's go now." The bucktooth man looked at the 20,000 yuan deposited into his account on his mobile phone, smiled happily, said hello to Gangzi and the others, and left immediately. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I will find a way to pay you back." Tao Ran looked at Lin Shien, who was walking over with a guilty look on his face, and made the promise. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Shien ruffled Tao Ran's hair and said, "How can you be blamed for this? If you and Susu hadn't helped yesterday, your Nana and I would have been tricked by this bucktooth man. It would be fine if this person followed the rules and sent me and Nana to the hospital, but I'm afraid not. You've seen this group of people, they're not good people. You two are the saviors of me, Nana, and our little treasure." Yana also thanked him, "Brother is right. If it weren't for you two, Xiaobao and I would have been in danger. Don't even mention 20,000 yuan, even if it's 200,000 yuan, you can afford it. Seeing that Tao Ran and Tao Su wanted to say something, Lin Shien quickly interrupted and said, "Don't say sorry now. You are so seriously injured. You need to go to the hospital immediately. Don't leave any root cause of the disease. Yes, quick, let's go to the hospital now." Yana looked at Tao Ran, whose face was covered in blood, and felt worried. After hearing Lin Xien's words, she immediately pulled Tao Ran and Tao Su towards the car. Chapter 18: Adopting Tao Ran and Tao Su. Why don't you get in the car? Yana took Tao Ran and Tao Su to the front of the Panamera and opened the door, but found the two siblings standing in front of the car motionless, so she asked curiously, "Sister Yana, how about Susu and I ride a tricycle to the hospital?" "I'll make the tricycle dirty," Tao Ran said hesitantly. Although he didn't know much about cars, he knew from Lin Xien's words that the total value of these two cars was more than 4 million, and the price of each car was more than 2 million. Such luxury cars, he and his sister were covered in filth and would definitely make the cars dirty. "What are you thinking about, little brat?" Before Yao Na could say anything, Tao Ran was slapped on the head by Lin Shien. Lin Shien laughed and scolded, "What if it's dirty? Just wash it off. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car." After hearing Lin Xien's words, Tao Ran got into the car embarrassedly. However, when getting into the car, he was still very careful, for fear that his dirty clothes would stain the leather seats of the Panamera. Even the butt when sitting only takes up a tiny bit. Not only Tao Ran, but also his sister Tao Su is the same. Lin Shien also noticed this, but he didn't say anything. The two siblings' cautious nature is related to the environment they are in, and they need to take things slow. Opening the car door, Lin Shien sat in the driver's seat. He didn't drive the Cayenne. 10 minutes later, Panamera arrived at the nearest second hospital. After working for more than an hour, Tao Ran was given a full body examination. Apart from being a little malnourished, there isn't any major problem with the child. The injuries on his body are all external. He just needs to rest for a week. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to apply externally and internally when you go back. He'll be well soon. After the test results came out, the doctor looked at them and gave instructions. Now Lin Shien and Yana finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the way back, while Tao Ran and Tao Su were not paying attention, Yana whispered to Lin Shien, "Brother, I am a little worried about Tao Ran and Su Su. If those people during the day don't keep their promises, they will be in danger." Lin Shien frowned and also felt that this was a problem. The character of the bucktooth man is indeed not worth betting on, so he asked, "Do you have any ideas? How about we adopt both of them?" Yao Na suddenly said. Then, Yana touched her slightly bulging belly and said with longing, "Xiaobao must also want to have a brother or sister, right?" "Ahem, wife, do you know that I am only 10 years older than Tao Ran?" Lin Shien reminded with an embarrassed look on his face. After hearing Lin Xien's words, Yana remembered that her husband was only 29 years old this year, and she was only 26 years old, only 7 years older than Tao Ran. Thinking of this, Yana said with a disappointed look on her face, "What should I do then?" Lin Shien thought for a moment and said, "If you want to adopt them, you can adopt them as brothers and sisters. But it depends on what they both think." Yana's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly, "No problem, I'll ask them what they think." As she spoke, Yana handed the medical record in her hand to Lin Shien, asked him to pay the fee, and went to ask Tao Ran and Tao Su what they thought. Elder brother. When Lin Shien paid the fee and returned to the lobby, he saw Yana waving at him with a disappointed look on her face. The expressions of the siblings Tao Ran and Tao Su beside him also looked a little unnatural. "What? Failed?" Lin Shien winked. Two people have been together for so many years that they can understand each other's meaning just by looking at each other. Yana blinked her eyes and said unwillingly, "You try it." Lin Shien rolled his eyes, "How can I succeed in something that you haven't succeeded in?" Yana shook Lin Xien's arm vigorously, and then twisted the inside of his waist hard. Lin Xien's whole body tensed up immediately, and he quickly winked at Yana. "I'll try it right now." Seeing that Lin Shien agreed, Yana finally let go of her clutches. Lin Shien rubbed the soft flesh around his waist with a bitter look on his face and looked at the Tao Ran siblings. Noticing Lin Xien's gaze, Tao Ran's eyes were somewhat evasive. Tao Su also lowered her head and pulled at the corner of Tao Ran's clothes. Although he knew that Yao Na had good intentions, as a man, Tao Ran was inherently psychologically averse to her. But on the other hand, he felt that he was ungrateful. Faced with Lin Xien's inquiring gaze, Tao Ran could only choose to escape. "I'm sorry, brother Lin." Tao Ran's subtle voice came. Lin Shien smiled slightly and patted Tao Ran on the shoulder. With just a quick thought, he could roughly guess Tao Ran's thoughts. Not to mention that Tao Ran was unwilling to do this, he wouldn't even want to do it himself. Even though they knew that Lin Shien and Yao Na were doing this for their own good, they were still living under someone else's roof after all. Thinking of this, Lin Shien gave up the idea of persuading Tao Ran and the others. However, after seeing Yao Na's warning look, he thought for a moment and said, "Since you have your own ideas, I won't say much. But have you ever thought about one thing? What if Yao Na and I are not here, and the group of bucktooth people come to cause trouble for you again?" Tao Ran, who thought Lin Shien would be angry, felt relieved when he heard him say that. However, when he heard Lin Shien mention the man with buck teeth, his heart was lifted again. That's right, today, out of Brother Lin's face, the bucktooth man and his group left, but what can the two siblings do if those people come again in the future? It's okay for me, I'm still alive, but it's not the same for my sister. Tao Ran's face turned pale and he didn't know what to do for a moment. How about this, for the time being, you two will stay with us so we can take care of you. Lin Shien glanced at Tao Su and said, "Those people know that Su Su is studying at number 4 middle school. It's not safe there anymore. I'll find someone to arrange for Su Su to transfer to another school." Seeing that Tao Ran wanted to say something, Lin Shien made the decision directly. "Alright, this is settled. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Su Su, right?" Lin Xian's words left Tao Ran speechless. Tao Su, who was standing by, thought of what the bucktooth man had said during the day about taking her to the club. Her face turned pale with fear, and she grabbed Tao Ran's hand and said fearfully, "Brother, I don't want to be dragged to the club by those people." When Tao Ran heard what his sister said, his eyes turned red. "No, no." Tao Ran hugged his sister and said firmly, "I will not let anyone hurt our Susu even if it costs my life. Don't worry, Susu, if anyone dares to bully you, your big brother Lin and I will slap him to death." Yao Na pretended to be ferocious and said. Lin Shien also said, "Don't worry, I'm here, those people won't dare to act recklessly." After hearing Lin Xien's words, Tao Ran and Tao Su finally calmed down. They thought of Lin Xien's domineering appearance during the day, and felt at ease. Yao Na, feeling that she had lost face, glared at Lin Shien fiercely, as if her words had no weight in the eyes of the two children. Chapter 19 My Charm That Has Nowhere to Go. Lin Xien's words are still very useful in the eyes of Tao Ran and his sister, at least more useful than Yao Na's words. So Tao Ran and his sister could only agree to Lin Xien's arrangement. Snort. On the way back, Yao Na was very unhappy. Lin Shien looked at the capricious Yao Na and couldn't help but grinning, thinking about how to make her happy. He didn't want his waist to suffer again. No, this is not the way back. Yao Na looked at the unfamiliar street and suddenly spoke. "Aren't we going to take Tao Ran and Su Su home?" Lin Shien said helplessly, "Auntie, have you ever considered taking them back? With such a small space in our house, where would they sleep?" Yao Na was stunned for a moment. She suddenly remembered that their house was just a loft of more than 40 square meters. It was no problem for the two of them to live in it on a normal day, but it would be different with Tao Ran and his sister. "Where are you going then?" "To the hotel, of course." As soon as Lin Shien finished speaking, the car drove into a luxurious hotel. Greentown International? Yao Na looked at the two twin buildings in front of her with a confused look on her face. "Let's go. Let's live here for a few days and buy a big villa tomorrow." After Lin Shien parked the car, he signaled Yao Na and others to get out. "You're crazy." Yao Na quickly got out of the car, grabbed Lin Shien, and asked, "Brother, where do we have the money?" "Of course." Lin Shien chuckled, pulled Yao Na along and said, "Don't worry, I will make your dream come true tomorrow." But the more Lin Shien said this, the more confused Yao Na became. No matter how she asked, Lin Shien refused to give in. She was so angry that she couldn't help but pinch Lin Shien hard. Welcome to Hilton International. Led by Lin Shien, several people came to the 45th floor of Building B of Greentown International. Two young ladies in waitress uniforms bowed respectfully to Lin Shien and his companions. Coupled with the grand and majestic layout of the room, Yao Na and Tao Ran immediately felt uncomfortable. This was also Lin Xien's first time visiting such a super 5-star luxury hotel, but he had a huge sum of 260 million in his card, which gave him courage and he was not at all timid. "Are the executive suites still available?" Lin Shien asked for the best room. "Of course." When the young lady heard Lin Shien asking about the executive suite, her eyes lit up immediately and she quickly said to Lin Shien, "Sir, please follow me." "Brother, will this place be expensive?" Yao Na said in a low voice. Although it was spoken quietly, it was still heard by the young lady leading the way in front. The young lady looked at Yao Na curiously, and Yao Na's face immediately turned red and she quickly covered her mouth. "Sir, Hilton International welcomes you." At the front desk, two young ladies saw Lin Shien and his group, stood up from a distance, and bowed slightly. "This gentleman needs to book an executive suite." The young lady who led the way spoke. "Please wait a moment." The lady at the front desk immediately checked on the computer and then asked Lin Shien, "Sir, the price of the executive suite is 10,288 yuan, are you sure?" 10,000. Before Lin Shien could say anything, Yao Na exclaimed, causing the ladies at the front desk to look at her. The Tao Ran siblings standing by were also dumbfounded. "More than 10,000 a day, is this room decorated with gold?" Yao Na blushed, and quickly pulled Lin Shien, anxiously saying, "Brother, this is too expensive, isn't it?" "It's okay, we have money anyway." Lin Shien had known about it before, so he was not surprised by the price. But Yao Na is different. She still thinks all the money has been used to buy a car. Looking at Yao Na, whose face was pale with fear, Lin Shien knew that if he didn't tell this girl, she would definitely not be able to sleep well tonight. "Look." Lin Shien quietly took out his cell phone and showed Yao Na the text message. That series of numbers almost blinded Yao Na's eyes. "Brother, what's going on?" "Shoo." Lin Shien quickly interrupted Yao Na and said to her, "I'll explain it to you when we get back, but now you have to get used to being a rich wife." After hearing what Lin Shien said, Yao Na did not ask any further questions even though she was curious and shocked. Now the only thing in her mind was that string of numbers. "How much money was that?" The lady at the front desk waited for Lin Shien and Yao Na to finish talking before confirming again, "Sir, are you sure you want to book the executive suite?" "Sure." Lin Shien took out his bank card, handed it to the young lady, and said, 10 days first." "Yes, sir." 10 days, 10 days? The young lady took the bank card and then reacted. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Shien. "Gudong." Looking at Lin Xien's indifferent expression, several young ladies swallowed their saliva. 10,000 a day, 100,000 in 10 days. Even though they have been working at Hilton International for quite some time, this is the first time they have seen a wealthy customer like Lin Shien. Seeing that the lady at the front desk didn't respond, Lin Shien knocked on the table and said, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" "No. Of course, no problem." The lady at the front desk quickly shook her head and checked Lin Shien in with trembling hands. Finally, the young lady handed over the bank card and room card with both hands and introduced to Lin Shien, "Mr. Lin, you are the most distinguished executive suite guest of Hilton International. You can enjoy the personal cooking of our 9 chefs. They come from all over the world, and each of them has Michelin certification. In addition, you will also enjoy 24-hour exclusive butler service. Other services will be introduced to you by your exclusive butler." "Thanks." Lin Shien took the bank card and room card and thanked the lady at the front desk. The lady suddenly took out her cell phone and blinked at Lin Shien, "Mr. Lin, can you leave your WeChat? If you need anything, you can tell me. I will do my best to satisfy you." "Satisfy your chicken, huh?" The young lady next to her couldn't help but look down on her. "I was also upset that such a good opportunity was snatched away by this bitch." Lin Shien glanced at the innocent-looking receptionist and was about to speak when he felt a chill on his back. A vague murderous aura suddenly enveloped him. Immediately, Lin Shien coughed lightly and decisively refused, "Sorry, I don't have a mobile phone. If you have anything to say, just tell my wife." After saying that, he took a step back and let Yao Na move out from behind him. After seeing Yao Na's gloomy face, the receptionist turned pale. If Yao Na complained about this, she would lose this decent job. "Excuse me, ma'am." The lady at the front desk quickly apologized. Fortunately, Yao Na didn't want to do anything to her. She just glared at Lin Shien fiercely, and her restless little hands climbed up to Lin Shien's waist. Lin Shien could even feel goosebumps suddenly appearing on his waist. Chapter 20 Branch Manager's Attention. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, I'm Cheng Xiang, your exclusive butler. I will be at your service for the next 10 days. Just when the atmosphere was most awkward, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler walked over. Lin Shien finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly extended his hand to shake hands with Cheng Xiang and said in an amiable manner, "Thank you for your help." Cheng Xiang was somewhat flattered and said quickly, "It is my honor to serve Mr. Lin and Ms. Yao. Please follow me." As he spoke, Cheng Xiang motioned Lin Shien and the others to follow him. Lin Shien stepped forward and took Yao Na's hand. Yao Na snorted and tried to shake off Lin Shien's hand, but Lin Shien held it tightly. In the end, she could only let him hold it. Lin Shien chuckled and whispered to Yao Na, "Wife, are you jealous?" Seeing that Yao Na didn't say anything, Lin Shien continued to lean close to her ear and whispered, "Yes, it's normal for someone as handsome as me to be pursued by others. Stop being so conceited." Yao Na couldn't help but retort, but she realized her voice was a little loud, so she quickly lowered it. Cheng Xiang in front seemed not to hear the voice behind him, and introduced the executive suite to Lin Shien, Yao Na, and others. As the most distinguished guest of our Hilton International Hotel, you have the privilege of having 9 chefs personally cook for you. These chefs include domestic Shandong cuisine masters, Sichuan cuisine masters, and Cantonese cuisine masters, as well as Michelin-certified Italian and French chefs. In addition, you will enjoy any treatment at the hotel spa for free. In addition, you can freely enter and exit the executive lounge on the 54th floor. Many successful people from Guangzhou gather here. Speaking of the executive lounge, Cheng Xiang straightened his chest unconsciously. It is not difficult to tell from Cheng Xiang's expression in words that this executive lounge is definitely not ordinary. Lin Shien has become a little interested in this executive lounge. Looks like I have to take some time to go and have a look. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the 52nd floor. According to Cheng Xiang, the entire 52nd floor is composed of executive suites, with only 5 of them. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, welcome home." Cheng Xiang, who was standing in front of the door, slowly pushed it open, and the legendary executive suite slowly appeared in front of Lin Shien, Yao Na, and others. Wow! Not only Yao Na and Tao Ran were amazed by the luxurious room in front of them, even Lin Shien was a little dazed. The decoration style of the entire suite is similar to French, highlighting a luxurious and high profile. The suite has a total area of more than 200 square meters, with 3 rooms and a study, which can meet anyone's office and rest needs. "Mr. Lin, the chef on duty today is Mr. Dyson, the Italian chef. If you need, he can cook for you personally." Cheng Xiang asked this question after Lin Shien and others had visited the entire suite. "You must be hungry, right? Let's try this Italian meal today." Hearing Lin Xien's words, Yao Na's eyes immediately lit up. As a foodie, she can't resist any delicious food. "Okay, I'll get ready now." Cheng Xiang bowed to Lin Shien and Yao Na before leaving. "Brother, now you should tell me what's going on, right?" After Cheng Xiang left, Yao Na pulled Lin Shien aside and started questioning him. Lin Shien knew that if he didn't explain the reason, Yao Na would never give up. "It's like this." While Lin Shien was being questioned by Yao Na, the Haihe District branch of the construction bank was in turmoil. The branch manager Huang Weigang hung up the phone, then looked at the several branch backbones in front of him and said, "It has been confirmed that all the sources of funds of Mr. Lin are completely normal. From today on, Mr. Lin is an SVIP customer of our branch. Each of you must cheer up and serve Mr. Lin well." "No problem." Several key members immediately nodded in agreement. "We are not fools. Mr. Lin has a huge sum of more than 260 million yuan in his account. Individual customers of this quality are second to none, not only in their branch, but also in the sub-branch. If I could get hold of such a client, wouldn't I be able to take the position of vice president in the mid-year job adjustment?" Thinking of this, a fiery light immediately burst out in the eyes of several key members. But at this moment, Huang Wei suddenly said, "In order to show our branch's importance to Mr. Lin, I plan to contact him personally." "What?" The backbone members of the branch opened their eyes wide. They had planned everything, but they never expected that the president would actually take action personally. Facing everyone's shocked eyes, Huang Wei sighed in his heart. "No way." Thanks to the 3-year disaster, the amount of deposits in the entire Haihe District branch has shrunk significantly, and countless companies have gone bankrupt in the past 3 years. Their branch still has a lot of bad debts. If he doesn't think of a solution, he will soon lose his position as the president of the Haihe District branch. After sending away several key members, Huang Wei rubbed his face, showed a bright smile, and then dialed the phone. The phone rang twice before being connected. Huang Wei was shocked and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin, Lin?" "I'm Lin Shien, who are you?" At this moment, Lin Shien, who was enjoying Italian delicacies in the suite of Hilton International Hotel, answered the phone. "Good evening, Mr. Lin. I am Huang Wei, the president of the Haihe District branch of the construction bank." Hearing the other party's self-introduction, Lin Shien raised his eyebrows, winked at Yao Na who was eating and drinking, then stood up and walked to the study. "President Huang, nice to meet you." Lin Shien was not surprised at all by Huang Wei's call. A deposit of up to 260 million would attract a lot of attention in any bank. Huang Wei would have felt something was wrong if he hadn't made this call. No, first of all, thank you Mr. Lin for choosing our construction bank in our Haihe district branch. This is an affirmation of our work. Huang Wei started to flatter Lin Shien as soon as he came up, but Lin Shien didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. In his opinion, it would be better to eat more delicious food than to flatter Huang Wei. So he said directly, President Huang, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I still have some things to deal with here. Hearing Lin Xien's words, Huang Wei's face froze and he looked a little unnatural. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and changed his words. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, the amount of your deposit has reached the threshold for our CCB Great Wall Black Card membership. Do you have time now? I'll send it to you right away. This Great Wall Black Card has a limit of 10 million, and you can enjoy the benefits of our CCB Super SVIP members. I will arrange a private customer service representative to serve you 24 hours a day. Chapter 21 Lin Shien is popular. After listening to Huang Wei's introduction, Lin Xien's expression did not change at all. This 10 million yuan amount was not very tempting to him at all. With this little money, he only needs to buy Yao Na something worth 100,000 yuan. Although I don't care, it's better to have it than not. Okay, come to the Hilton International Hotel in Greentown International. Call me when you get there. Lin Shien said. Okay, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Huang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. From Mr. Lin's tone, it can be felt that this gentleman has no intention of transferring the money away, but he cannot take it lightly. He had to meet Mr. Lin as soon as possible, which was why he went to personally deliver the Great Wall Black Card so late at night. Huang Wei stood up and prepared to go to Greentown International, but after just 2 steps, he returned to his desk and made a phone call, asked Han Ling at the front desk to wait for me at the door. After hanging up the phone, Huang Wei left the office. Greentown International. An Audi A6 stopped and Huang Wei and a pretty girl wearing a dark blue CCB uniform got out of the car. Xiao Han. Huang Wei called the girl. The girl replied with a nervous look on her face, President Huang. Xiao Han, how long have you been in our branch? Huang Wei asked without thinking. Almost a year. Han Ling said in a low voice. It's been a year. Huang Wei smiled and said, so your internship is about to end? When Han Ling heard Huang Wei talking about on-the-job internship, her eyes dimmed. According to regulations, if she fails to pass the 1-year on-the-job internship, she will be fired. As for this passage, Han Ling's heart was even darker. There were a total of 6 people doing their internship, but there was only 1 position available, and that position had already been filled. If nothing miraculous happens, she will have to pack up and leave in a month. Just when he was feeling lost, he heard Huang Wei say, the gentleman we are going to meet is worth a lot of money. More importantly, he is very young. As long as you can keep his 260 million in our branch, your internship will be a sure thing. After hearing Huang Wei's hint, Han Ling's face turned pale. After working in the branch for a year, she had long seen through this seemingly glamorous job. Just talking about the issue of increasing deposit performance, she knew privately that many of her colleagues had conflicts with clients. She used to reject such things, but now. Looking at Han Ling, whose face was uncertain, Huang Wei didn't say anything else, but just said, think about it first, let's go see Mr. Lin first. Han Ling breathed a sigh of relief and could only follow Huang Wei inside. 45th floor, Hilton International Hotel front desk. Hello, sir, what can I do for you? The lady at the front desk looked at Huang Wei and the other man and asked the routine question. She looked at the badge on Han Ling's chest curiously. China Construction Bank? Then the look in his eyes when he looked at Huang Wei changed. When did CCB start offering food delivery service? Huang Wei didn't feel the strange look from the receptionist, so he asked, I want to know if Mr. Lin Shien Lin is here? Mr. Lin? The lady at the front desk immediately thought of Mr. Lin, who had spent 100,000 yuan to book an executive suite a few hours ago. But out of respect for the customer's privacy, the young lady did not respond immediately, but asked, what do you want to talk to Mr. Lin about? Huang Wei saw the young lady's worried look and reacted immediately. He quickly took out his work ID and handed it to the receptionist. I am Huang Wei, the president of the Haihe District branch of China Construction Bank. I spoke to Mr. Lin on the phone before. The lady at the front desk took the work permit and saw that it was indeed the real one. She immediately said respectfully, excuse me, President Huang. I'm going to call Mr. Lin's housekeeper right now. Please wait a moment. It's okay, don't worry, Huang Wei said with a smile. The lady at the front desk first called Cheng Xiang, and then called the manager. After getting the manager's arrangements, the lady at the front desk hurriedly greeted Huang Wei and the other person. After Huang Wei and the other man were taken to the reception area and sat down, the receptionist said, President Huang, please take a rest here. I have already notified Mr. Lin's housekeeper. Okay, thank you very much. Huang Wei smiled and nodded. From the words of the front desk lady, Huang Wei also learned that Mr. Lin's room was the best executive suite in the Hilton International Hotel. This did not surprise him. There is 260 million in cash in the bank card alone. God knows how big Mr. Lin's other assets are. It was just an executive suite. Mr. Lin would be surprised if he really stayed in an ordinary room. Old Huang. Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard. Huang Wei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. Old Chen. Huang Wei looked surprised and then walked over quickly. Qin Xing also walked quickly to Huang Wei, shook his hand firmly, and said with a smile, How come you have time to come here? He glanced at Han Ling, who was following Huang Wei closely, and said teasingly, Could it be? Don't let your imagination run wild. Huang Wei interrupted quickly, I'm here to meet an important client. Important client? Qin Xing immediately grasped the point and asked, How important is the client to allow you to come in person? It's almost 10 o'clock in the evening now. Very important. Huang Wei didn't say much, but he remembered Qin Xing's previous request for his help, so he reminded him, Do you remember what you asked me to do? How is it, is there any progress? Qin Xing's eyes lit up, and he immediately said excitedly, Old Huang, you don't know, my secretary has been pushing me so hard that my head is about to explode. As long as your CCB transfers the money, this 25% of the shares will be transferred to your CCB immediately. Huang Wei quickly said, Old Chen, don't get excited. This project of your mall has been rejected by the higher-ups. No? How is this possible? Qin Xing was stunned when he heard Huang Wei's words. Huang Wei smiled bitterly and said, Old Chen, you also know the situation in recent years. We at CCB still have a lot of bad debts. The higher-ups were very cautious about your project and finally rejected it. What shall I do? Qin Xing had a dazed look on his face. Since CCB had rejected it, then the other state-owned banks would definitely not take it over. So were their project going to be abandoned halfway? This concerns the livelihoods of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people in the mall. Don't worry, this important client I'm going to meet this time might be able to help you. Huang Wei's words were like a life-saving straw, and Qin Xing's eyes immediately lit up. Old Huang, we are old classmates, you can't not help me. Huang Wei laughed and said, Look at you. You are the executive vice mayor of a prefecture-level city after all, but you are so impatient. You are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. You have your own money bag, so of course you are not in a hurry. But I can't. There are hundreds of thousands of people waiting for food. Qin Xing curled his lips and said sarcastically. At this moment, a young figure walked over. Huang Wei immediately left Qin Xing behind and walked towards the young man with an eager look on his face. Mr. Lin. Chapter 22 New Project. Huang Wei had seen Lin Xien's photo before and knew that he was only in his 20s, but when he actually met him, he realized that he was so young. Just think about it, he has such a fortune at such a young age, his background must be extraordinary. President Huang? Lin Shien looked at the excited middle-aged bald man in front of him and asked tentatively. It's me, Mr. Lin. Nice to meet you. Huang Wei looked enthusiastic. He stretched out his hands and shook hands with Lin Shien, then waved to Han Ling. Han Ling quickly took out a gold thread envelope from her bag and handed it to Lin Shien. When Lin Shien took the envelope, their fingers touched, and Han Ling immediately lowered her head shyly. She suddenly thought of Huang Wei's previous implicit hint. If it were in the past, she would never agree, but after a year of social beatings, she suddenly became shaken. She wants to live a life of beautiful clothes and not worry about the daily necessities. Besides, Lin Shien is so handsome and so young. Of course, what attracts her most is the cash deposit of 260 million. Lin Shien didn't know what Han Ling was thinking. He was just a little surprised when he saw Han Ling's pure first love face, that's all. When I opened the envelope, a bank card completely black came into view. The bank card is engraved with the pattern of the Great Wall, and every brick and stone on the Great Wall is outlined with gold line, showing its grandeur and nobility. Huang Wei also introduced at the right time, Mr. Lin, from today on, Han Ling will be your exclusive customer service and will serve you 24 hours a day. Following Huang Wei's words, Han Ling, who was standing behind him, stepped forward, bowed to Lin Shien and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Han Ling. If you have anything to do in the future, just let me know." "Hello." Lin Shien nodded at Han Ling and stretched out his hand to shake hers. Han Ling's little hands were soft and a little cold. Huang Wei smiled and said, "I have another good news to tell you, Mr. Lin. Our CCB Youth Elite Club also invites you to join." Youth Elite Club? Lin Shien was a little curious. He knew it was not simple just by hearing the name. That's right. The Youth Elite Club is an elite club jointly established by our 4 major banks. It is full of elites like you. For example, the well-known internet bosses are all members of the youth club. Huang Wei said proudly. Lin Shien was shocked. He never thought that one day he would receive an invitation from such a legendary club. After the shock comes confusion. It is true that he is rich, but although 260 million in savings is a lot, it is still not enough compared to those internet giants. Moreover, apart from having some money, he has no influence at all. He really couldn't understand why the Youth Elite Club invited him. Hearing Lin Xien's doubts, Huang Wei immediately retorted, "Mr. Lin is too modest. You can have such a great achievement deposit at this age, even those internet giants can't compare to it." "Okay, I'll join." Lin Shien agreed without hesitation. He was not short of money, but connections. This Youth Elite Club could make up for his shortcomings. "Okay, Han Ling will take care of the details for you." As soon as Huang Wei finished speaking, Chen Xing, who had been waiting on the side, finally seized the opportunity. "Mr. Lin." Lin Shien had already noticed Chen Xing standing next to Huang Wei, but at first he thought that this man was just Huang Wei's follower. "Who are you?" Chen Xing glanced at Huang Wei, who immediately understood and introduced him to Lin Shien. "This is my old classmate Chen Xing, the current executive vice mayor of the mall, in charge of investment promotion." After hearing Huang Wei's introduction, Lin Shien was even more surprised, but he didn't stand there in a daze. He greeted Chen Xiong and said, "Hello, Mayor Chen. Mr. Lin is really a young and promising man. Old Huang praised him a lot in front of me just now. I didn't believe it at first, but now that I see Mr. Lin in person, I believe it." Chen Xing had a very friendly look on his face, and a string of compliments came out of his mouth. This made Lin Shien feel flattered. It was hard to imagine that such words would come out of the mouth of the executive vice mayor of a prefecture-level city. He quickly said modestly, "You two are too flattering to me. What's more, Mayor Chen is from Shangqing, and we are also family." "You are too polite." "A family?" Chen Xing's heart moved and he asked quickly. "My wife is from the mall." Hearing Lin Xien's words, Chen Xing was overjoyed. "It turns out that Mr. Lin is our mall son-in-law. We are truly a family." After a pause, Chen Xing could not help but said, "To be honest, Mr. Lin, I originally came here to ask for alms from Lao Huang and his team at the construction bank, but I didn't expect to be rejected. By chance, I heard about Mr. Lin's story, so I shamelessly wanted to discuss a business deal with him." After hearing Chen Xing's words, the smile on Lin Xien's face slowly disappeared. In his heart, he already regarded Chen Xing as a freeloader who was taking advantage of the rich. Ahem. Huang Wei, who was standing by, noticed Lin Xien's changing expression and knew that his old classmate was anxious, so he quickly reminded him, "Old Chen, even if you are anxious, there is no need to discuss things here, right? Look, it's almost 12 o'clock now. Isn't this delaying Mr. Lin's rest?" Chen Xing slapped his forehead and blamed himself. I'm sorry, it's really me who was reckless. "Mr. Lin, when is a convenient time for us to sit down and talk in detail?" Just when Lin Shien didn't know how to respond, Huang Wei spoke again. "Old Chen, leave this matter to me. Regarding your mall project, I will give the information to Mr. Lin. I will notify you after Mr. Lin confirms it." Chen Xing was a little reluctant at first, but after seeing Huang Wei wink at him, he decided to trust his old classmate. So he simply said, "No problem. I'll be at the hotel for the next few days. If there are any problems, be sure to let me know." After sending Chen Xing away, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Huang Wei and asked, "President Huang, what's going on?" Huang Wei looked at Chen Xing's back as he left, sighed, and explained, "Before the epidemic, the mall launched an ancient city renovation project with a total investment of 600 million yuan, divided into 3 phases. After the first phase, it was put into operation. At first, the benefits were good, but who knew there would be an epidemic later, and now the whole project has been abandoned. Not only did we lose the money we invested, but we are also burdened with heavy debts. As the executive vice mayor in charge of investment promotion, Lao Chen came to Guangzhou to beg for alms, intending to mortgage 200 million yuan with 25% of the shares of Guqing. How is this possible? Huang Wei smiled bitterly and continued, I submitted this project to the higher-ups, and they rejected it without hesitation. Not to mention 200 million, even 100 million would be difficult to raise. After that, Huang Wei looked at Lin Shien again and whispered, Mr. Lin, if you are interested, you can take over this 25% stake. Once the ancient city project is restarted, the profit will definitely be good. Chapter 23 Han Ling's Shattered Dream. Lin Shien thought about Huang Wei's words. He didn't care at all whether he made money or not. If you want money, just buy something for your wife and you will get 100 times rebate. This is easier than making money in any business. What he cares about is Chen Xing, the executive vice mayor of Shangqing City, and the Shangqing officials behind him. In a word, it doesn't matter whether it makes money or not. The most important thing is to be able to connect with Chen Xing and even the official mall through this ancient city project. As the old saying goes, if you don't return home when you're rich, it's like walking in fine clothes at night. Although he is not from the mall, his wife Yao Na is. Now that he is rich, he wants to let Yao Na's relatives know that Yao Na married the right person. If I can pass this project and make friends with Chen Xing, the executive vice mayor of Shangqing City, wouldn't it be more prestigious? But your money doesn't come from the wind, so you still need to think about this matter. At least you can't take the initiative. Not only will your value drop, but people will not cherish you. So he said to Huang Wei, President Huang, I don't know much about investment. Let's talk about it after I consult professionals. Sure. Huang Wei was a little disappointed and could only silently say to his old classmate Chen Xing, I tried my best. Just when Huang Wei was about to say goodbye to Lin Shien suddenly asked, President Huang, I have something to trouble you with. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Please go ahead. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Huang Wei not only did not feel troubled, but even felt a little happy. I'm not afraid of you causing trouble, I'm just afraid that you won't cause trouble. I am planning to acquire a media company. I wonder if President Huang has any talent in this field? Lin Shien asked. Of course. Huang Wei replied immediately. Then he thought of the best way to bind Lin Shien to CCB. Mr. Lin, have you ever heard of a private office? Huang Wei asked in a low voice. Private office? Lin Shien looked puzzled. He shook his head and said, I really haven't heard of it. Huang Wei was not surprised. He explained, private office is a financial management team specially designed by our CCB for individual depositors with deposits of more than 1 billion yuan. They will provide excellent financial management advice to the boss based on their own expertise. It's not just our CCB, the other 3 major banks also have this. We at CCB have established partnerships with more than 50 top universities at home and abroad. We can find whatever talent you want. After a pause, Huang Wei continued, just like you just said that you don't understand the ancient city project, as long as you have a private office, these elites will analyze the pros and cons for you. Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he became interested in this private office. He will have more money in the future, he can't just keep it in the bank and earn interest, right? We must use this money to do something big. However, Lin Shien suddenly remembered that Huang Wei had just said that CCB's private bank was built for individual depositors with deposits of more than 1 billion yuan. His deposits were only 260 million yuan, which was still some distance away from the 1 billion yuan. Huang Wei smiled and said, Mr. Lin, don't worry about this. With your ability, it will be no problem for the higher-ups to set up a private office for you. I will personally monitor this matter. Then I'll trouble you, President Huang. Lin Shien thanked him. Huang Wei immediately said, this is what I should do. Since Mr. Lin chose our CCB, he trusts us. How can I not do my best? Lin Shien immediately understood what Huang Wei meant. Huang Wei worked so hard because he was eyeing the 260 million yuan he had in CCB. Maybe it was also because of Mayor Chen. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Since Huang Wei had expressed his sincerity, he had to express his position as well. President Huang, rest assured. I have always been a customer of our construction bank. I feel very relieved, especially with someone like you. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Huang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did he come here in person to deliver the Great Wall card at more than 10 o'clock in the middle of the night? Isn't it just for the 260 million? Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It's getting late now. I won't disturb you. Xiao Han. Since the matter of the 260 million yuan had been settled, Huang Wei knew that it was time for him to leave. He called Chen Ling and said, Xiao Han, from today on, if you have nothing to do, just accompany Mr. Lin. The branch will reimburse the accommodation fee. Han Ling glanced at Lin Shien, her face flushed, and she quickly assured him, President, don't worry, I will definitely serve Mr. Lin well. Huang Wei was very satisfied with Han Ling's attitude. Mr. Lin, if you have any problem, just tell Xiao Han. If she can't solve it, I will do it. Lin Shien was still confused. When he heard that the girl with the first love face in front of him wanted to follow him, he quickly refused, President Huang, I don't need anyone to follow me. I will contact you if I need you. Are you kidding? Carrying this first love face around with me, isn't that just asking for trouble? Don't worry, Mr. Lin, our Xiao Han is very capable. Huang Wei said something meaningful, and then said goodbye to Lin Shien, Mr. Lin, I will go back first. I will tell you after the private office is set up. Hey, President Huang. Lin Shien wanted to say something else, but Huang Wei just walked away without looking back. Looking at Han Ling with a nervous face, Lin Shien felt overwhelmed. Only now did he realize what Huang Wei meant by capable. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, it turned out that rich people could really do whatever they wanted. Han Ling, who is a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, is like an exquisite gift in front of him who has 260 million in his hands, and can be opened at any time. But now he is married and has Yao Na, and he has no interest in other women at all. List. Mr. Lin, my name is Han Ling. Han Ling said in a low voice. Ahem, Han Ling, right? I'll have to trouble you from now on. Lin Shien was a little embarrassed and had no words to say. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. This is my job. Han Ling said quickly. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, and at this moment, Lin Qian's cell phone suddenly rang. Brother, you haven't come back yet? Yana's voice came from the phone, and Lin Shien quickly said, I'm sorry, honey, I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien said to Han Ling, Miss Han, I'm sorry, my wife is still upstairs, I will go back first. After talking to Han Ling, Lin Shien called a waitress over and said, please take Miss Han to book a luxury suite. The bill will be in my name. Then he said to Han Ling, it's getting late, Miss Han should go to bed early. After making the arrangements, Lin Shien left in a hurry. Miss Han. Seeing Han Ling in a daze, the waitress couldn't help but shout out. At this moment, Han Ling was looking at Lin Xien's leaving back with a look of loss on her face. She heard the voice on the phone clearly. Mr. Lin actually has a wife. Han Ling suddenly heard the sound of her own heart breaking. Chapter 24 Buying a Villa, Yao Na's dream comes true. Brother, why are you so slow? Lin Xian returned to the executive suite and Yao Na came over and asked. President Huang Wei Huang of the Construction Bank Haihe District Branch came to give me a Great Wall Black Gold card and discuss some matters. Lin Xian explained. But he didn't mention his encounter with Mayor Chen. Great Wall Black Gold card? What is that? Yao Na asked with some curiosity. Here, this is it. Lin Xian took out the Great Wall Black Gold card and handed it to Yao Na. What a beautiful bank card. Yao Na held the bank card and exclaimed. Here's the card for you. It has a limit of 10 million. You can buy whatever you want. Lin Xian said with a smile. Yao Na quickly returned the Great Wall Black Gold card to Lin Xian and refused. No, the credit limit is so high. It's too important. I don't want it. Lin Xian stuffed the bank card into Yao Na's hand and said, have you forgotten your dream? You said you wanted to live a life of idleness and waiting for death. Look, now the opportunity is in front of you. After saying that, he looked into the living room, but didn't see Tao Ran and Tao Su, so he asked, where are Tao Ran and the others? Yao Na carefully hid the Great Wall Black Gold card in her bag and then said, they can't hold on any longer, so I'll let them go back to sleep. Su has to go to school tomorrow. Yes, it's already so late now. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock and Yao Na had already changed into a new nightgown. He went forward and hugged Yao Na, whispering, wife, it's late, let's get some rest. The doctor told you to get more rest. But I don't want to sleep yet. Yao Na stared with her eyes wide open, she is still very energetic. Hey. Yana held the CCB's black gold card in her hand with a silly smile on her face. Finally, I couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Linny sat aside and asked with some doubts. Now that you have money, why are you still sighing? Brother, why isn't this cash? Yana stared at Linny with shining eyes and said, Brother, can we withdraw all the 10 million yuan in this card and convert it into cash? I don't know if this much money can cover the entire house. I want to count the money every day until my hands cramp. Suddenly, Yana looked at Linny and asked, Brother, I seem to be dreaming. We are so rich now. That is 260 million. Until now, Yana couldn't believe that they would have so much money one day. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to have money? Lin Shien asked with a smile. Yana nodded and said, Of course I'm happy, but I'm just afraid that this is a dream. Once I wake up, I'll be back to reality. Lin Shien was also reminded by Yana's words. Thinking of his wife, children, and parents who had died tragically in his previous life, his heart suddenly ached. Brother, what's wrong with you? When Yana saw Lin Shien's pale and painful face, she thought something had happened and quickly hugged him. It's okay. I just thought about how much I made you suffer when I was with you. Lin Shien said apologetically. Yana shook her head, there is no suffering at all. I am happy every day with you, brother. How well have you protected me since I've been with my brother? Look, after I've been with you, you've never let me wash your clothes, cook for me, or even do housework. Look at me, I've gained a lot of weight over the years. Yana counted Lin Shien's good points on her fingers, then hugged Lin Shien and said seriously, Marrying my brother is the best decision I have ever made. Linny looked at Yana with a smile, then reached out and held her little hand tightly. He owed her too much in his previous life, and finally God opened his eyes in this life. Wife, I want to make you the happiest woman in the world. Linny said to Yana seriously. Yana nodded heavily and said, I believe your brother. I've always believed it. The next morning, when Lin Shien came out, Tao Ran and Tao Su were already up. Brother Lin, Butler Chang just brought breakfast. Tao Ran and Tao Su stood up and pointed at the food on the table. Why don't you eat first? Lin Shien looked at the two people who hadn't picked up their chopsticks and said with a smile, Remember, next time you can just eat first, and don't wait for us. Is Sister Yao Na still not awake? Tao Su glanced at the bedroom and asked. She was quite tired last night. She had too much fun. Lin Shien sat at the table and picked up the chopsticks. Hearing Lin Shien's words, Tao Su nodded. She was only a teenager and had no idea what Yao Na had experienced last night. You two should stay in the hotel today. There are many fun places here, whether it's the gym or the playground, you two can go and play anytime. Your sister Yao Na and I are going out today. Lin Shien said to Tao Ran and his sister. Brother Lin, I want to go back and get some clothes. Tao Ran said. Don't bother with that. When we come back, we'll go shopping together. Lin Shien said directly. Tao Ran wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lin Shien's determined eyes, he was speechless. I just feel that now the two siblings owe brother Lin and sister Yao Na more and more. After Lin Shien and his friends finished their meal, Yao Na walked out of the room with a tired look on her face. Sister Yao Na, you look so bad. Tao Su said to Yao Na with a look of surprise. Snort. Yao Na blushed and glared at Lin Shien fiercely. It's all your fault. Lin Shien couldn't help laughing secretly. This girl overestimated her own abilities last night and wanted to teach him a lesson, but she didn't expect that she was not strong enough and became the one who was taught a lesson. Eat quickly, we're going to go look at houses today. Lin Shien brought breakfast to Yao Na and reminded her. Looking at a house? Yes, you forgot what we agreed to do yesterday, to buy a villa. Isn't this what you've always dreamed of? Looking at Yao Na's puzzled eyes, Lin Shien explained. Villa. Yao Na's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly, great. I can finally live in a big villa. Then he hurriedly asked, Brother, where are we going to see the villa? Here. Lin Shien turned on his phone and a destination was displayed. Venco Rancho Santa Fe? That's right. Lin Shien smiled and said, Since we are buying a villa, we must buy the best one. Rancho Santa Fe is the best villa area in Guangzhou. Perhaps because he was afraid that Yao Na would want to save money again, he quickly added, We have enough money, so we must buy the best and the biggest one. In the future, whether my parents or your parents come here, they will be able to stay. Yao Na, who originally wanted to say save some money, stopped talking after hearing Lin Xian's words. Lin Shien finally breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a burst of excitement. Another large sum of money is coming in. Chapter 25 Charmaine Shays Unbelievable. After dinner, Lin Shien drove the Panamera and took Yaona straight to Ingha district in the north. The sales center of Vanco Rancho Santa Fe is located there. Just after Lin Shien left, Miss Han Ling, whom he had forgotten, was still waiting for his call in the room. Welcome to Vanco Rancho Santa Fe. Before the Panamera stopped, a beautiful and plump sales lady rushed to the door of the car. The young lady bowed slightly, bending her body as far as possible to perfectly show her exposed breasts. The car door opened and Lin Shien walked out. The young lady's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Shien, who had a tall figure and handsome looks. She was about to say something, but Lin Shien didn't even look at her. He just walked to the other side of the car and opened the door. Wife, be careful. Are we there yet? Brother, isn't this place a bit far? Yaona held Lin Xien's hand and got out of the car. The villa area is definitely far away from the city, but the environment here is very good and the transportation is very convenient. Overall, it is still good. Lin Shien explained with a smile. He glanced at the name tag on the chest of the sales lady who was left aside by him and said, Wang Yanxia, right? Can you take us to see the villa? Sure. Wang Yanxia also heard Lin Shien calling Yaona wife. She felt full of regret. She knew that Panamera, it was a car worth at least 2 million, not to mention that Lin Shien was so handsome. This kind of rich second-generation man was the golden son-in-law she had always dreamed of, but unfortunately, someone else got there first. But Wang Yanxia was still unwilling to give up. What man doesn't cheat? As long as she is slutty enough, this rich second-generation man in front of her will definitely not get away. Thinking of this, Wang Yanxia's fighting spirit immediately burned. She reached out and pulled at her collar, revealing the purple bra straps underneath. Then she reached out and fiddled with her hair, making it look a little messy, and then she quickly caught up with Lin Shien. Sir, I wonder if you knew about Rancho Santa Fe before you came here? Wang Yanxia said to Lin Shien with a sweet smile. I just searched online before I came here and it said Rancho Santa Fe is the best villa area in Guangzhou. Lin Shien glanced at Wang Yanxia, and his eyes lit up unconsciously. Wang Yanxia was already pretty enough, and her actions just now made her look even more charming. Even Lin Shien was a little dazed at first, he could even feel himself reacting. Fortunately, Lin Shien realized that his wife was next to him and quickly came to his senses. Although Lin Shien was distracted for only a moment, Wang Yanxia still caught it. She was delighted, realizing that her idea was right. Men are just lustful. Wang Yanxia lifted the scattered hair on her ears and smiled reservedly. If you don't mind, I can introduce Rancho Santa Fe to you. Lin Shien turned his head somewhat unnaturally and asked Yaona, wife, do you want to know more? Want? Yaona nodded and said. A villa is not a small thing, it can cost millions or even tens of millions, so of course you have to know enough about it. Yes, ma'am. Wang Yanxia introduced the villa area of Rancho Santa Fe with a professional smile on her face. After Wang Yanxia finished her introduction, she saw that Lin Shien and Yaona were silent, so she suggested, if you two can't make up your mind, you can come with me to see our townhouses and duplex villas. After you have seen them, I believe you will have a clearer understanding. Okay. Let's go now. After listening to Wang Yanxia's introduction, Yaona couldn't wait. However, Lin Shien asked, I remember that the best villas here should be single-family villas, right? We won't look at townhouses or duplex villas, let's go straight to single-family villas. A single-family house. Wang Yanxia couldn't help but exclaim. When she introduced it just now, she only mentioned the townhouses and duplexes in Rancho Santa Fe, but she did not mention the best single-family villas. It's not that she didn't mention it on purpose, but she really didn't believe that a rich second generation like Lin Shien could afford a detached house. There are only 8 single-family villas in the entire Rancho Santa Fe, located on both sides of the Haiha River with beautiful scenery. The price of each villa is more than 20 million. Moreover, these 8 single-family villas are independent of the townhouses and duplex villas, and even their properties and security are separate. Now, when Wang Yanxia heard Lin Shien directly ask to see the detached villa, how could she not be surprised? Perhaps, this handsome boy in front of her is much stronger than she imagined. No problem, please follow me. Wang Yanxia looked at Yaona jealously again, wishing she could turn into her. When Wang Yanxia went to get the key to the sightseeing car, she made a special call to the manager. After learning that Lin Shien and his companions drove a Panamera, the manager took it more seriously and told Wang Yanxia in a serious tone to treat this guest well. The single-family villa area is located in the center of Rancho Santa Fe and is built around the Haiha River. As the sightseeing bus heads north, the environment on the road becomes quieter. Everywhere around you can see some valuable ancient trees and famous flowers and plants. 15 minutes later, the sightseeing bus finally arrived at the area of single-family villas. What a beautiful villa! From a distance, Yauna saw a beautiful and elegant single-family villa in white and black. The villa has 4 floors above ground and 2 floors below. There are 2 gardens of more than 300 square meters in front and back. The garden in the back faces the Haiha River. While Wang Yanxia was showing Lin Shien and Yauna around the villa, she introduced, as you can see, there are only 8 single-family villas in Rancho Santa Fe. Each one has a different construction style and interior decoration style. All the furniture is high-end custom-made. You can move in right away. While introducing, Wang Yanxia observed Lin Xien's expression, but to her disappointment, there was nothing that could be seen on Lin Xien's face. Yauna, on the other hand, has never stopped exclaiming in amazement since she started the tour. Of the 8 single-family villas, 2 have been sold and they have visited the remaining 6. It has to be said that Vank has really invested a lot. Honey, what do you think? After visiting the last villa number 7, Lin Shien asked Yauna for her opinion. I like them all, but won't such a house be very expensive? Yauna said in a low voice. Seeing Yaona's frugal instinct again, Lin Shien smiled and said, so what if it's expensive? We are not short of money. Such confident words left Wang Yanxia speechless. Finally, Lin Shien and Yauna reached an agreement and decided to buy villa number 7. The decoration style of this villa is modern and simple, and it is the most suitable for young people among the remaining 6 villas. After confirming it, Lin Shien said directly to Wang Yanxia, that's it. Are you sure? Wang Yanxia was stunned. Shouldn't I go back and think about it for 2 more days, and then wait for me to offer myself to you and give you a good time before you agree? But the price. Without waiting for Lin Shien to finish, Wang Yanxia said directly, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. I don't have enough authority to tell you the price. I will call the manager now. Having said that, Wang Yanxia walked aside and called the manager. After learning that Lin Shien really wanted to buy villa number 7, the manager instantly reached climax. The single-family villas in Rancho Santa Fe have been built for nearly a year, but only 2 have been sold. As the manager of the marketing center, he is under a lot of pressure. Now that the year is coming to an end, if he can sell 1 unit, he will be able to report to the group. Mr. Lin, I have already told the manager. When we get back, the manager will negotiate the price with you in person. Wang Yanxia hung up the phone, returned to Lin Shien and said, okay, let's go back first. It would be best if we can take over this villa today. Lin Shien said with satisfaction. Several people got on the sightseeing bus again and returned to the sales center. Welcome, Mr. Lin. As soon as they returned to the sales center, Lin Shien and Yauna saw a group of people standing at the door of the sales center, applauding and cheering for them. A middle-aged man in formal attire came over and said respectfully to Lin Shien, thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust in us and for choosing Rancho Santa Fe. I am the manager of Rancho Santa Fe, Zhou Weiman. Hello, Manager Zhou. Lin Shien shook hands with Zhou Weiman, then looked at the salesman behind him and said awkwardly, Manager Zhou, isn't this a bit too grand? Ha, it's not grand at all for you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Weiman replied with a smile. Led by Zhou Weiman, the group returned to the reception area of the sales center. As soon as Lin Shien and Yauna sat down, someone brought them tea. All the male and female salesmen in the entire sales center knew that Lin Shien was going to buy a single-family villa, and their jealousy and envy of Wang Yanxia were almost overwhelming her. Not only did Wang Yanxia not feel any discomfort, she also enjoyed the feeling very much. Mr. Lin, the total price of villa number 7 is 22 million. Its design style, interior decoration. When Zhou Weiman was introducing the story happily, Lin Shien knocked on the table and said impatiently, Manager Zhou, I have no interest in these things. I just want to ask you one question, how much does it cost to buy this villa? Zhou Weiman's face froze, and he smiled unnaturally. Looking at Lin Xien's impatient expression, he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lin, you are a straightforward person, and you probably don't want to listen to my nonsense. I'll tell you the truth. I have the authority to give you a discount of up to 7 points. Need not. Lin Shien immediately interrupted Zhou Weiman. Mr. Lin, what did you say? Zhou Weiman was stunned. He didn't understand what Lin Shien meant. Is there anyone who doesn't want a discount? I said I don't want a discount. This. Zhou Weiman looked at Lin Shien, who had a serious face and was unsure of what he was thinking. Was he playing a trick on me again? Then Lin Shien said, I can refuse the discount, but I need to write a clause in the contract. If I need renovation in the future, Rancho Santa Fe will help me with the renovation for free. In other words, Rancho Santa Fe will be responsible for my future renovation expenses. Hearing Lin Shien's conditions, Zhou Weiman frowned. The price of villa number 7 is 22 million, and a 7% discount means it is 1.54 million. However, for a high-end villa like this, the decoration cost alone is more than 5 million. If he really agrees to this agreement, the boss above will kill him alive. Just when Zhou Weiman was about to give up, Lin Shien said, Manager Zhou, don't worry. The renovation budget will be controlled within 2 million. This can also be written into the agreement. I will pay the full amount for villa number 7. Zhou Weiman was a little hesitant. If the price is controlled within 2 million, that is to say, the discount on this villa is less than 10 points, and it is paid in full, it is still acceptable. Zhou Weiman nodded immediately and said, no problem. Mr. Lin trusts us so much in Rancho Santa Fe, we can't let Mr. Lin down. Then swipe the card. Lin Shien took out his bank card and handed it to Zhou Weiman. Zhou Weiman's reaction did not surprise Lin Shien. For a big customer like him who pays in full, Zhou Weiman would agree to a discount of 10 points, let alone a 7 points discount. This is indeed what has been proven to be the case. The reason why he didn't want the 10-point discount was because of the system considerations. This villa worth 22 million yuan has a 10% discount, which means 2 million yuan. Through the system, you can get a 100-fold rebate, which means 200 million yuan. Only a fool would do something like that if he lost 200 million out of thin air. Yao Na finally couldn't bear it anymore. When she heard that the villa was priced at 22 million, she was completely stunned. Brother, is this villa too expensive? For a 500 square meter house, it would cost more than 40,000 yuan per square meter. Our new house costs less than 10,000 yuan per square meter. Lin Shien smiled and kissed Yao Na, saying, it's a bit expensive, but it's worth it. Although the building area is only over 500 square meters, the two courtyards combined are more than 1,000 square meters. Besides, there are 4 floors and so many rooms. We will have room for our parents to come live with us in the future. But why don't you want a discount? Yao Na could understand everything else, but she really couldn't understand why Lin Shien chose not to take the discount. Of course Lin Shien would not tell her that it was to get an extra 200 million, so he can only deal with it vaguely. Fortunately, Yao Na is not the kind of person who likes to get to the bottom of things. She believes that Lin Shien must have his reasons for doing this. Then Mr. Lin, look. Zhou Weiman asked only after Yao Na was persuaded by Lin Shien. Prepare the contract. Lin Shien handed the bank card to Zhou Weiman. No problem. Zhou Weiman took the bank card and told Wang Yanxia, Xiao Wang, go and prepare the contract. Then he said to Lin Shien, Mr. Lin, please come with me to the financial center. Lead the way. Lin Shien talked to Yao Na and followed Zhou Weiman to the financial center. Yao Na felt a little bored sitting alone in the reception area, so she started strolling around the lounge area. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Yao Na? Hearing the voice, Yao Na turned around and was surprised to see the figure. Sure man? It really is you. Charmaine Xia quickly walked to Yao Na's side, pulled her and said in surprise, I didn't expect to see you here, are you here to apply for a job? Apply for a job? Seeing Yao Na's puzzled expression, Charmaine Xia said nonchalantly, we are all old classmates, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. By the way, I am the HR here now, and I guarantee you will pass the interview later. Yao Na smiled bitterly and said, sure man, you misunderstood. I'm really not here for an interview. Charmaine Xia then said unhappily, Yao Na, I know you're embarrassed. When I was a salesperson, you always said I had no future. But now look, you teachers are the same. I heard that in Guangzhou, many schools have not paid their full salaries in recent years. I'm different. I can earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, if not much. At this point, Charmaine Xia straightened her chest and said to Yao Na, in today's society, people laugh at poverty rather than prostitution. Making money is the bottom line. Charmaine Xia's series of words left Yao Na speechless. She really was not here to apply for a job. Just when things were getting awkward, Zhou Weiman came back. Ms. Yao, please come with me to the finance department. Mr. Lin said that this villa will be in your name. Zhou Weiman looked at Yao Na with eyes full of jealousy. For a moment, he wished he could turn into a woman and pursue Lin Shien desperately. That SA villa worth 20 million. Yao Na was also stunned for a moment, but she was not that surprised. With the Porsche Panamera worth 2.6 million outside, she already had the strength to resist, but she was even more moved in her heart. Yao Na apologized to Charmaine Xie, who looked dumbfounded. "I'm sorry, Charmaine Xie, I have some things to do here. I'll come to see you when I'm done." Then he said to Zhou Weiman, "Manager Zhou, let's go over there." On the way, Zhou Weiman smiled and said, "So Ms. Yao knows Xiaoxi from here?" "We were college classmates," Yao Na said with a smile. After Yao Na and Zhou Weiman left, Charmaine Xie finally reacted. "This old classmate of mine really isn't here to apply for the job." More importantly, her husband actually wanted to put the villa worth more than 20 million yuan under her name. How is it possible? No, isn't her boyfriend Lin Shien? He's just a programmer, how could he have so much money to buy a villa? Charmaine Xie immediately shook her head and said to herself, "It must be that Yao Na broke up with that Lin Shien and found another rich guy." Humph. You guys said I was materialistic back then, but now you've become materialistic too, haven't you? I want to see if you, Yao Na, have found an old man in his 40s. Out of jealousy towards Yao Na, Charmaine Xie ignored all subsequent interviews and chased after her. Chapter 26: Punishing the Jealous Woman. Elder Brother. As soon as Yao Na and Zhou Weiman entered the financial center, they were stared at by all the financial ladies present. The look in his eyes as if he wanted to eat her made Yao Na's heart tremble. "Come on, fill out the contract." Lin Shien pulled Yao Na over and handed her the contract. Yao Na took the contract and saw the amount on it at a glance: 22 million. Looking at Lin Shien, who was smiling, Yao Na signed her name with excitement. From then on, the villa worth 22 million yuan was under her name. This scene was also seen by Charmaine Xie, who came after them, but what surprised her even more was that the person who gave Yao Na the villa worth 20 million was actually Lin Shien. How is this possible? Charmaine Xie had a dull look on her face. How could a rubbish programmer like him be so rich? Lin Shien must be a rich second generation. Yao Na must have known that Lin Shien was a rich second generation, so she kept following him. Charmaine Xie became more and more certain of her guess. Otherwise, with Yao Na's good conditions, how could she fall for a poor boy? Yao Na must have known that Lin Shien was a rich second generation, that's why she never left him. Stinking bitch. Charmaine Xie looked at Yao Na with eyes full of jealousy. She hated herself for being blind and not realizing that Lin Shien was a hidden rich second generation, and she also hated Yao Na for being so sinister. No, I want to tell Lin Shien that Yao Na fell in love with her not because she liked him, but because of his identity as a rich second generation. Looking at Yao Na surrounded by a group of colleagues from the sales center, Charmaine Xie's jealousy burned like a flame. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Charmaine Xie walked to Lin Xien's side. "Lin Shien." Lin Shien turned his head and looked at Charmaine Xie, who was smiling at him. "Who are you?" He always felt that the woman in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he forgot her name. "It's me, Sherman." When Charmaine Xie saw that Lin Shien had even forgotten her name, her face froze, but fortunately she reacted quickly and soon smiled again, saying, "I knew it was you when I saw your back just now." "Why are you here?" "Sherman?" Lin Shien thought about it and finally remembered. "Isn't this Yao Na's college roommate?" In order to support her studies, her boyfriend worked 3 jobs a day and gave almost all of his monthly salary of 6 or 7,000 yuan to her. But she hooked up with a rich second-generation guy in the school behind her boyfriend's back. Later, the rich second-generation guy got tired of her and shamelessly went back to find that boyfriend who had ruined her life. The scene when she was caught by her boyfriend kissing a rich second-generation man passionately in front of the dormitory shocked the entire university town. Lin Shien doesn't hate gold diggers, but gold diggers like this who worship money while harming honest people are too despicable. Therefore, facing the attentive Charmaine Xie, Lin Shien did not intend to have too much contact with her. Seeing that Lin Shien ignored her, Charmaine Xie became even more dissatisfied, but this dissatisfaction was not directed at Lin Shien, but at Yao Na. Overwhelmed by jealousy, Charmaine Xie glanced at Yao Na and blurted out, "Lin Shien, Yao Na doesn't love you at all." Lin Shien narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not say anything. Instead, he wanted to continue listening to what the gold digger in front of him wanted to express. Seeing that Lin Shien had been looking at her, Charmaine Xie thought that Lin Shien had also noticed something. She was delighted and said directly, "Yao Na only stays with you because she likes your money and your identity as a rich second generation." Because of my money? Because I'm a second-generation rich? Lin Shien had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. My wife even sacrificed her life for this family in her previous life. How could I not know that? Seeing the hatred on Charmaine She's face, Lin Shien felt furious. Roll. The cold shout made Charmaine She dumbfounded. Lin Shien, I said get out. Charmaine She wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Shien. Facing Lin Xien's murderous eyes, Charmaine She was so scared that she took 2 steps back. Her right foot touched the chair behind her and she fell heavily to the ground. Ah! The severe pain in her body made Charmaine She scream, but her screams were instantly drowned out by the praises for Yao Na from the other side. I know very well what kind of person my wife is. And I also know very well what kind of person you are. You hooked up with a rich second-generation guy behind the back of your boyfriend who paid for your schooling. You are such a heartless woman. I feel sick. Lin Shien looked down at Charmaine She with disgust on his face. Mr. Lin, what's going on? Zhou Weiman noticed the commotion here and walked over quickly. Manager Zhou, this person is from Rancho Santa Fe, right? Lin Shien pointed at Charmaine She and asked. Yes, Sherman is from our bank headquarters, but she has not been in Rancho Santa Fe for too long. Zhou Weiman glanced at Lin Shien, whose expression looked a little grim, and his heart was beating fast. Isn't Charmaine She a college classmate of Mr. Lin's wife, Ms. Yao? Why do they look like they don't have a good relationship? Lin Shien asked coldly. Vank actually has employees of this quality. I regret buying a house from Vank. Boom! Lin Xien's words fell on Zhou Weiman's head like a bolt from the blue. He glared at Charmaine She fiercely and immediately said, Mr. Lin, it was my fault this time. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Zhou Weiman immediately took out his cell phone and called the human resources manager. Old Zhao, immediately fire Charmaine She from your HR department. You can hire people like this. Mr. Lin from Rancho Santa Fe is very angry. On the other side, the HR manager Lao Zhao hadn't even said a word when Zhou Weiman scolded him, leaving him stunned. Charmaine She had given his younger brother many advantages, so of course he didn't want to fire her. But when he heard that Charmaine She had offended the owner of the villa, his face changed immediately. He said firmly, Manager Zhou, don't worry, I will make Charmaine She get out right now. Just kidding, my younger brother can be happy anytime, but if I offend the boss of the villa just to make him happy, it will not be worth it. Lin Shien. What I said is true. I am doing this for your own good. You can't do this to me. Charmaine She cried hysterically. Zhou Weiman took out the intercom and said, Where is the security? Come over here and drag this woman out. Don't disturb other guests. Soon, several security guards came running over and hurriedly dragged Charmaine She out. Brother, what's going on? Isn't that Charmaine She? As soon as Yao Na came back, she saw Charmaine She being dragged away by the security guard and was surprised. Isn't she a staff member here? Why are you crying so sadly? Chapter 27 I want to return home in glory. Lin Shien glanced at Zhou Weiman, then smiled and said, I don't know what's going on either. Should I ask Manager Zhou about this? Zhou Weiman immediately understood and explained, Charmaine She made a mistake and the company has already fired her. Now she wants to take action, so I can only ask security to drag her out. When Yao Na heard that Charmaine She was going to attack Lin Shien, she immediately became nervous. Brother, are you okay? No, I'm a grown man, how could I be beaten by her? Lin Shien quickly comforted him. You forgot that last time you kicked the cabinet with your feet and cried in my arms. Yao Na's words made Lin Xien's expression stiffen instantly. Zhou Weiman on the side almost laughed out loud, but under the pressure of Lin Xien's gaze, he forced himself to hold it back. Ahem, Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, you two take a break first. I'll go see if the formalities have been completed. Zhou Weiman fled in panic. Chuckle, chuckle. Yao Na couldn't help laughing when she saw Zhou Weiman fleeing. Lin Shien was so angry that he pinched Yao Na's cheek and said viciously, Stinky girl, I don't want face. Hey, does my brother have face too? Yao Na pouted and said with a smirk, didn't my brother do those things? Ahem, stop talking nonsense. How dare you be so disrespectful to me out there? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Lin Shien threatened. Really? Then come on, brother. Yao Na chuckled and stroked Lin Xien's chest with her slender fingers, making him feel itchy inside. Ever since Lin Shien spent a huge sum of 22 million to purchase Villa number 7, all the females in the entire Rancho Santa Fe sales center looked at Lin Shien with green eyes. It looked like he wanted to strip him naked and eat him whole. This made Yao Na very unhappy and insecure. Even though she knew that Lin Shien would not be attracted to those voluptuous bitches, she still instinctively wanted to do something in return. Ha, Mr. Lin, all the formalities have been completed. The property certificate will be delivered to you in 3 days. You don't need to do anything at all. Fortunately, Zhou Weiman came back, otherwise Lin Shien really couldn't guarantee that he would drag Yao Na to the bathroom to let her know the eternal truth that playing with fire will lead to wetting the bed. Returning to Villa number 7 again, Yao Na truly felt a sense of unreality. Brother, is this our home from now on? Yao Na asked blankly. Yes, this will be our home in Guangzhou from now on. Lin Shien looked at the tables and chairs, the flowers and trees in the villa, his thoughts in a trance. He recalled the experience of living in a crowded loft with his wife, children, and mother in his previous life. At that time, their small family was in financial difficulty. Not only he and Yao Na were in financial difficulty, but his parents were the same. He married Yao Na, and the purchase of a wedding house and wedding emptied out the entire family's savings. The next year, his father suddenly fell ill, and it cost a lot of money to save his life, but the monthly medical expenses were also high. Because of the child's birth, my mother had to stay at home to take care of the child and had no way to earn money. My father could not earn money at all because of his illness. Rent, mortgage, food, clothing, housing and transportation, the burden of the family's life fell on Lin Shien alone. There was even a time when even my sister bought the baby's milk powder. It was precisely because of this suffocating pressure that Yao Na did not even complete her confinement period, quit her job as a teacher, and looked for a higher paying job. In the end, she passed away unexpectedly due to exhaustion. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yao Na looked at Lin Shien, whose eyes were red, and asked worriedly. Ah. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Na was hugged by Lin Shien. She heard Lin Shien say with a strong nasal voice, Wife, I did it. I said I would let you live a life of idleness, let you use more than 700 liquid foundation, and live in a big villa. I did it. I'm going to hire several nannies to take care of you, so that you can really live a life of idleness and waiting for death. Yao Na was amused by Lin Xien's words. She patted Lin Shien and said with a smile, What? I don't need so many nannies. That would be a big deal. Of course you need one. Look, there's someone to cook, someone to sweep the floor, and someone to take care of the kids. That requires 3 people. Lin Shien picked up Yao Na by the waist, sat on the sofa, and counted on his fingers. Hey, it seems that what you said really requires a lot, but is it too extravagant? Yao Na said hesitantly. What's so extravagant about this? You have to know that you are already a multi-millionaire, and your husband is even more wealthy than me. Only 3 nannies can match our status. Lin Shien retorted. Yao Na was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to react. You do not say? This house is worth 22 million and is in my name. Doesn't that mean I'm worth tens of millions? Thinking of this, Yao Na's heart was filled with joy. I have actually become a wealthy woman with a net worth of tens of millions. Just as the two were hugging each other and enjoying a good time, Yao Na's phone suddenly rang. It's our dad. Yao Na took out her cell phone, looked at the caller ID, and said to Lin Shien. Hurry up and answer it. Lin Shien said. Yao Na answered the phone. Hello, Dad. Nana, have you eaten yet? My father-in-law's cheerful voice came from the phone. No. Yao Na said. Tomorrow is the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. Our family will hold a kitchen god worship ceremony. Are you coming back? Father-in-law Yao Jun said tentatively, with a hint of hope in his eyes. This. Yao Na hesitated, but Lin Shien spoke first. Dad, we will go back early tomorrow morning. Really? Then I'll pick you up. When Yao Jun heard that his daughter and son-in-law would be back tomorrow, he immediately became excited. No need, Dad. We can just go back by ourselves. Lin Shien smiled and refused. Yao Jun didn't insist and said, Okay, remember to call me when you get home. Okay, we get it. So long-winded. Yao Na took the phone and said impatiently. How dare you talk to your dad, you little bitch? Just then, my mother-in-law's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yao Na immediately became scared and begged for mercy. Mom, my brother and I have some things to do, so I'll hang up first. Having said that, without waiting for her mother-in-law to say anything, Yao Na immediately hung up the phone. Don't you miss your parents? Why did you hang up so quickly? Lin Shien found Yao Na's expression somewhat amusing. No, I haven't called them for 2 weeks. My mom will definitely scold me. I'd better wait until I get home tomorrow to talk to her. With you here, my mom won't say much to me. Yao Na hugged Lin Xien's arm and laughed. Lin Shien patted her little butt and said, since we are going back tomorrow, let's get ready quickly. We still need to buy a lot of things. After tapping Yao Na's lips, Lin Shien said proudly, now that I have money this year, I will make you the center of attention. Chapter 28 The Shock Brought by 2.4 Billion. Hey, I know. Yao Na turned over and sat on Lin Shien and kissed him on the face. Don't make a fuss. We'll be home tomorrow. Now, take advantage of the time and prepare some New Year's goods. Lin Shien patted her little butt and said to her. Yao Na then jumped down reluctantly. By the way, call Tao Ran and the other two, and let's go shopping for New Year's goods together. Lin Shien said to Yao Na. After closing the door, Lin Shien drove and took Yao Na back to Hilton International. Brother Lin, sister Yao Na. Seeing Lin Shien and Yao Na coming back, Tao Ran and Tao Su rushed out immediately. Didn't you two go out to play? Lin Shien asked. Tao Ran said a little embarrassedly, we still feel more comfortable in the house. You don't dare, right? Lin Shien and Yao Na looked at each other and immediately understood. The two siblings must have been a little uncomfortable with the unfamiliar environment, or they were afraid of causing trouble for him, so they chose to stay in the house and not go out. You two haven't had lunch yet, have you? Lin Shien suddenly asked. We have it. Brother Chang brought us some food. It's delicious. Tao Su said quickly. The food she had eaten in the hotel these 2 days was the best she had ever eaten in her life. That's good. Lin Shien breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was pleased with Chang Xian's attentiveness. By the way, your sister Yao Na and I are going home to worship the kitchen god tomorrow. Can you two come with us? On the way back, Yao Na told him about this. He didn't have any objection. Now it depends on what the two siblings think. Hearing Lin Xien's invitation, the two siblings' eyes lit up, and Tao Su looked at her brother eagerly. Tao Ran hesitated a little. Brother Lin, will it be inconvenient? What's so inconvenient about this? Yao Na smiled and said, if you two want to go, come back with us tomorrow, unless you and Susu want to celebrate the Kitchen God Festival with your family. Relatives? Tao Ran thought about those beastly relatives who swallowed up the property and pension left by his parents and drove him and his sister out, and immediately shook his head. Celebrate the holidays with them, ugh. Susu and I will go with you. Tao Ran said immediately. Okay, now pack up and let's go shopping. Guangzhou, Construction Bank Haihe District Branch. Han Ling had been waiting for Lin Xien's call all morning, but she waited and waited but he never came, and he didn't even reply to her WeChat messages. She had no choice but to go find Lin Shien, but it was two children who opened the door and said that Lin Shien had already gone out with his wife. Han Ling felt so wronged. She had no choice but to return to the branch, where she was scolded by Huan Wei. She herself felt very aggrieved. What can she do if no one is interested in her? You can't really let her shamelessly offer herself to me, can you? Although she did have such an idea. Lin Shien was truly the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of, handsome, rich, young, and mature. But such a Prince Charming is actually married. God is blind. Han Ling sat at her workstation, looking lost. But in the eyes of other colleagues, she looked extremely relaxed, which made her colleagues around her envious. Suddenly, the screen in front of Han Ling jumped. She quickly sat up and looked at it carefully. 1 billion, 2.5 billion. The sharp cry also attracted the attention of several colleagues around. Xiao Han, what's going on? You're so surprised. What do you mean by 2.4 billion? Sister Lu on the side asked curiously. No, nothing, I just watched the news. Han Ling replied quickly. Oh, I see. Sister Lu was a little envious. It was great to hook up with big clients and be able to read the news during working hours. After dealing with Sister Lu, Han Ling patted her plump little chest and looked at the computer screen again. The account above is Lin Shien's. The original deposit of 260 million has now become more than 2.43 billion. What should I do? Will there be any problems with so much money coming into my account all of a sudden? Han Ling was nervous. Let's talk to the president. Han Ling glanced at the computer and felt unsure. She quickly stood up and went to find Huang Wei. After Han Ling left, Sister Lu looked at Han Ling's computer with some curiosity. The series of numbers almost blinded her. Bang! After hearing what Han Ling said, Huang Wei lost his grip on the teacup in his hand and dropped it on the table. The scalding tea soaked his pants, but Huang Wei seemed not to feel it. He quickly turned on the computer and checked Lin Shien's account. During the page refresh process, Huang Wei hated the slowness of the server more than ever before. Finally, the page refreshed and a series of numbers came into view. Huang Wei counted silently, more than 2.43 billion. Okay. Huang Wei couldn't help but shout. Just based on the deposits in Lin Shien's account, their branch's performance in 2023 was exceeded ahead of schedule. President, will this money? Han Ling was a little worried. Won't. Huang Wei laughed and said, don't worry, all the funds in Mr. Lin's account are from legal and compliance sources, and the head office has checked it. Han Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her feelings towards Lin Shien became more complicated. By the way, has there been any response from above regarding the private office matter? Huang Wei suddenly thought of this and asked quickly. Han Ling shook her head and said, no, I have already sent the application, but there has been no response from the head office. Huang Wei walked around the office twice, then said directly, no, this matter must be implemented immediately. I'll go to the branch and look for the leader. Huang Wei walked to the clothes rack, picked up the clothes, and then reminded Han Ling, Xiao Han, you must serve Mr. Lin well. Especially the emphasis is placed on the word service. How could Han Ling not understand what Huang Wei said, but she couldn't tell Huang Wei clearly that Mr. Lin had no interest in her at all. Last night, the president directly sent an internal notice, confirming her official employee status. This is a regular employee who is paid by the government, not a contract worker like she was before. If she told Huang Wei now that Mr. Lin didn't think highly of her at all, Huang Wei would probably replace her with someone else and become Mr. Lin's exclusive customer service representative in the next second. By then, not only will she lose her status as a formal employee, but even her Prince Charming Mr. Lin will leave her. Dispirited, Han Ling returned to her workstation and suddenly felt a burning gaze. What's the matter, Sister Lu? Han Ling looked at Sister Lu and asked. Xiao Han, you are so lucky. More than 2 billion in deposits. The total deposits of the entire Haihe district branch are not that much. Sister Lu looked envious. Han Ling smiled a little embarrassedly, and suddenly she asked Sister Lu, can I ask you a question? You say. Sister Lu was very enthusiastic. Han Ling now has a big thigh to cling to, and she is worried that she has no chance to curry favor with her. I like a man, but he has no feelings for me, and he already has a wife. What should I do to make him like me? Hearing Han Ling's words, Sister Lu instinctively thought of the huge sum of 2.4 billion yuan just now. She could even understand Han Ling's distress. That is 2.4 billion. No matter who comes, they have to have ideas. Xiao Han, this matter cannot be explained clearly in a short time, but I will briefly tell you first. Sister Lu smiled and got together with Han Ling. Chapter 29 Purchase New Year Goods. Candao Plaza. Lin Shien was carrying bags of things and walking around the mall with siblings Yaona and Tao Ran. At this time, Lin Shien, Yaona, and even the two siblings Tao Ran looked brand new from head to toe. Lin Shien was dressed in Versace from head to toe, Yaona was dressed in Chanel, and the Tao Ran siblings were also dressed in Fila's custom-made luxury goods. For people walked together, the man was handsome, the woman was pretty, and even the two children were good-looking. Brother, isn't it too extravagant for us to buy such expensive clothes? Although Yaona liked her new clothes very much, she felt heartbroken when she thought about the fact that the clothes cost 100,000 yuan. Including the Cartier blue balloon in her hand and several other sets of clothes, the money she spent alone was almost 500,000. Now that we have money, of course we should enjoy ourselves. Besides, aren't these things what you've always dreamed of? After buying things worth nearly 470,000 yuan for Yaona, the system gave her a 65-fold rebate, for a total of 30.55 million yuan in rebates. Lin Shien was in a particularly good mood now. Faced with Yaona's words, he could only patiently explain. Noticing that Tao Ran and his sister wanted to say something, Lin Shien quickly said, and you too, everything I bought for you is cheap, so don't say you don't want it. Tao Ran opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything. The clothes he and his sister wore together cost nearly 10,000 yuan, and they had 2 more sets of the same clothes. That was to say, his elder brother Lin had spent more than 30,000 yuan on them in just this afternoon. Adding the 20,000 yuan they gave to the bucktooth man before, the 2 siblings owed brother Lin a huge sum of 50,000 yuan. Arriving at the entrance of the Apple fan store, Lin Shien immediately stopped Yao Na and the others. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." Lin Shien walked in first. "What do you guys want to see?" The sales lady who was playing with her mobile phone in the store noticed the Versace and Chanel bags in Lin Shien and Yao Na's hands at a glance, and she came over with an attentive smile. "Give me the latest Apple 14. Lin Shien calculated and said, "Give me 12. "Okay, I'll get it for you right away. How much do you want?" The young lady was just about to pick up her phone when she suddenly realized that Lin Shien was not talking about 1, but 12. She was shocked. "I said I want 12 of the highest configuration iPhone 14s. Should your stock be enough?" Lin Shien also knew that his words surprised the young lady, so he repeated them again. "Of course." The young lady was shocked and felt ecstatic. 12 Apple Fan 14s, with the highest configuration, this order can bring him at least nearly 10,000 yuan in commission. "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you." The young lady said something hurriedly and ran to the warehouse at the back. After the young lady left, Yao Na asked quietly, "Brother, why did you buy so much?" "I didn't buy much. I just calculated the good ones." Lin Shien explained, "Look, you and I each have 1, Tao Ran and Susu also want 1, right? And my parents, my sister and brother-in-law, your parents, your eldest sister, and your brother, isn't that exactly 12? There's no need to buy something so expensive, right?" Yao Na said with some heartache. "Brother Lin, Susu, and I don't need cell phones." Tao Ran also said at the right time. When Yao Na heard Tao Ran's words, she immediately realized that what she had just said was a little inappropriate, and quickly explained, "Well, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that there is no need to buy mobile phones for my parents, my sister, and my brother." "Okay." Lin Shien quickly interrupted Yao Na and said, "Listen to me. You buy whatever I say." Lin Shien, whose net worth exceeded 2 billion, spoke in a very tough manner at this time, and Yao Na and Tao Ran suddenly stopped talking. At this moment, the sales lady came over with 2 colleagues, holding a stack of Apple Pink 14s. "Sir, these are the top-end iPhone 14s. You can choose the color and check out the device." The young lady put all the mobile phones on the table, took out a paper cutter and said to Lin Shien, "I want blue. What color do you guys want?" Lin Shien chose a blue one and opened the box. Turn on the phone, log into the account, and go through a series of steps. The entire phone runs smoothly. After he finished the settings, Yao Na also chose a purple one. Tao Ran also chose a blue one, and Tao Su, like Yao Na, chose a purple one. The young lady was teaching them how to set up their phones step by step. "Okay, pack up everything else and we'll take it away. We'll come back to you if we have any questions." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the sales lady immediately said, "Don't worry, sir. If you have any questions, just come and we will definitely satisfy you." It was already getting late when I walked out of the Apple fan store carrying a bag containing 8 mobile phones. Looking at all the things in his hands, Lin Shien asked Yao Na, "Wife, it's getting late now. Should we find a place to eat here, or go back to the hotel to eat?" "Let's go back to the hotel. The food in the hotel is still better." Yao Na almost drooled when she thought of the Italian meal she had yesterday. "Okay, wait here for me. I'll go drive." Lin Shien took the things from Yao Na and the other 2 and went to the 1 floor to drive the car. When we drove back to the hotel, Chang Xiang was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Lin, what do you think of dinner tonight? Let's eat something light. Cantonese food is pretty good." Lin Shien handed the key to the doorman, then said to Yao Na and the others, "You guys go back first. I have something to ask Butler Chang." "Okay, we'll go back first." Although Yao Na didn't know what Lin Shien wanted, she didn't ask much. After Yao Na left, Chang Xiang asked, "Mr. Lin, if you have anything to say, just let me know. The new year is coming soon. I have to go back to my father-in-law's house tomorrow, and then I have to go back to my hometown later. Please prepare some cigarettes, alcohol, and other New Year's goods for me. Remember to prepare them of better quality." Lin Shien transferred 520,000 yuan to Chang Xiang and told him, "The budget should be based on this 500,000 yuan. The remaining 20,000 yuan is your hard work fee. I spent so much money today, and taking out 500,000 to buy New Year's goods is just a drop in the bucket. Don't worry, I will make the arrangements, but the money." Lin Shien interrupted Cheng Xiang and said, I am very satisfied with your service these 2 days. This 20,000 is my tip to you. I am just like that. I am a serious person and I will never let him suffer any loss. You should feel at ease with this money. Lin Xien's words immediately moved Cheng Xiang deeply. He had worked at Hilton International for so many years, but this was the first time he had met a client as generous and approachable as Lin Shien. Cheng Xiang immediately said, Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will make sure everything is arranged properly. Chapter 30, Shock from Father-in-Law. Cheng Xiang was very efficient and came back in half an hour. Mr. Lin, everything is ready and in my lounge now. Do you want to take a look? Lin Shien glanced at Yao Na, who was having fun with Tao Ran and his sister, and after thinking for a while, he decided not to call her. Let's go and take a look. Lin Shien closed the door and, led by Cheng Xiang, walked towards his lounge. Cheng Xiang's lounge is not far away, it is on this floor, also for the convenience of serving customers. When he opened the door, Lin Shien saw the room full of gifts at a glance. Mr. Lin, these are 4 boxes of Fei Tian Mutai from 2012. They are part of Hilton International's collection. They are a great choice whether you use them as gifts or to entertain friends. Having said that, Cheng Xiang also observed Lin Xien's expression. As a qualified housekeeper, you must consider everything. Hilton International certainly has Fei Tian Mutai stored that is older than the 2012 vintage, but the price is sky high. All the money is spent on wine, what about other New Year's goods? So after careful consideration, he chose the 2012 Fei Tian Mutai, which is considered quite good in the eyes of ordinary people. The 10-year-old Fei Tian Mutai is not something that ordinary people can get. There are 24 bottles in 4 boxes, and each bottle is sold at more than 10,000 yuan. These 4 boxes of Mutai alone account for half of the 500,000 yuan budget. There were also 2 boxes of Supreme cigarettes, and the rest were some Cordyceps sinensis, deer antlers, and so on. Moreover, these supplements are not the ordinary stuff sold outside, they are all selected from the warehouse of Hilton International. In addition to these, there are also a lot of food, such as Angus beef legs and Chilean alpine sheep. In short, Cheng Xiang put a lot of thought into spending the 500,000 yuan. Not bad, not bad. After Lin Shien checked it, he was very satisfied. He said to Cheng Xiang, Put these things in the trunk of the car. Oh, I have a Porsche Cayenne on Gongren Road. Send someone to drive it back to me. A Panamera can't hold all these things. Okay, I'll arrange for security to help. Cheng Xiang took the key to the Porsche Cayenne and said, That's right, we can't let people work in vain. Lin Shien took out 500 yuan from his wallet, handed it to Cheng Xiang, and said, This is not much money, please have some tea, security brothers. My colleague on behalf of security, thank you, Mr. Lin. Cheng Xiang took the money and expressed gratitude. After everything was arranged, Lin Shien breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned to the room, Yao Na, who was playing, saw him coming back and was surprised. Brother, when did you go out? Lin Shien was speechless. Well, you just discovered it. I have arranged for Butler Chang to buy some New Year's goods. We will go home tomorrow. Today we only bought clothes for our parents, and we haven't prepared anything else. After hearing Lin Xien's words, Yao Na also realized it and immediately became anxious. Oh, right, I forgot about this, what should we do? Should we buy it when we get to the mall? That's not necessary. I have already arranged for Butler Chang to take care of it. Lin Shien comforted. Real? Yao Na was surprised. She quickly ran to Lin Shien, hugged him, and asked, What are these things? Cigarettes, alcohol, and some food, supplements, etc. Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied. Lin Shien assured. Nonsense, these things cost 500,000, there is no way I'd be dissatisfied. Thank you, brother. I knew you would make everything right. Yao Na jumped up happily and kissed Lin Shien on the face. Okay, it's all saliva. Lin Shien pretended to be disgusted and pushed Yao Na away, causing Yao Na to punch him in the chest with her little fist. Early the next morning, Yao Na, who had been excited all night, got up at 7 o'clock. Not only did she get up, she also pulled Lin Shien up. He really couldn't understand why she looked so full of energy. I was so tired last night that I collapsed on the bed like a pile of mud, and it was difficult for me to even move my fingers. How come I felt full of energy after a good night's sleep? Don't rush me, let's go now. Lin Shien finished the last mouthful of porridge and rubbed his head. After the 4 of them walked to the parking lot, Yao Na carefully checked the items. Although she couldn't tell whether they were good or bad, judging from the high-end packaging, these things must be good. Great. Yao Na made a heart shape with her hands towards Lin Shien. Sure enough, my brother is a very reliable person. I've already told you, I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Lin Shien waved at the Taoran siblings and said, You two, do you want to take a car with me or with your sister Yao Na? Follow sister Yao Na. Tao Su said without thinking, and Tao Ran beside him nodded. The two siblings respect Lin Shien very much, but they are closer to Yao Na. Okay. Lin Shien didn't care and told Yao Na, go slowly on the road. I know. Brother, you are too long-winded. Yao Na looked nonchalant. She shouted to Tao Ran and his sister, hurry up and get in the car. Let's go home. The Panamera roared and drove out of the parking lot. Lin Shien quickly followed. When passing by a branch of China Construction Bank, Lin Shien stopped his car and applied for 2 new cards. He deposited 1 million yuan into each card. The mall is not far from Guangzhou City. It is a journey of more than 200 kilometers and it only takes 2 hours to get there. 2 luxury cars, the Panamera and the Cayenne, drove down the highway and turned onto the county road, immediately attracting the attention of many pedestrians. This place is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from Yao Na's hometown, Yaozhuang. Most of the people along the way are fellow villagers from neighboring villages. Even though the countryside has been urbanized now, the people in the village have never seen luxury cars like the Panamera and Cayenne. They just think that the cars are beautiful and you can tell at a glance that they are not cheap. The entrance of Yaozhuang village. Under the big tree, there are several tables of old men and women sitting. Even though it is cold outside, it still can't stop the enthusiasm of these uncles and aunts to play cards. No more fighting. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion and short stature covered the cards in his hand and stood up. Brother Jun, this is not fair of you. How can you just leave after winning money? The man at the card table looked unyielding. I can't do anything about it. Nana and her man are back. I have to go home and clean up. Yao Jun explained. After hearing his words, no one else said anything. At this moment, the 2 luxury cars slowed down and honked their horns twice. The clear sound of the flute attracted many people's attention. This car is really beautiful. It must be very expensive, right? There were also some people in their 30s who came to play cards. They had all seen the world while working outside. They immediately said, it's more than just expensive. This is a Porsche. If I'm not mistaken, this one is a Panamera, and the other is a Cayenne. They cost at least several million. My goodness, millions? How many houses can you buy with that? Isn't this a spendthrift? Knowing that the car was worth several million, the group of uncles and aunts were all stunned. What's the big deal? If they can afford a car worth millions, what house can they not afford? The man who spoke just now curled his lips and looked at the Panamera and Cayenne with eyes full of obsession. Yao Jun also took a few more glances at the luxury car, then looked away. He had to go back to pack his things and prepare to cook. Dad! Just as he was about to leave, Yao Jun heard the voice of his daughter Yao Na coming from behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw a figure leaning out of the open window of the Panamera. Isn't it his beloved daughter, Yao Na? Before he could start to be surprised, the door of another luxury car opened and his son-in-law Lin Shien got out of the car. Chapter 31, Shock from Brother-in-Law. Dad! Lin Shien got out of the car and shouted at Yao Jun. On the other side, Yao Na also got out of the car with Tao Ran and his sister. You guys, what's going on? Yao Jun was completely stunned. What is going on? Not only did my daughter and son-in-law come back in a car, it was a luxury car worth several $million. Where did they get the money? And who are these 2 children, a boy and a girl? This is my dad, you can call him uncle. Dad, this is Tao Ran and Tao Su. Yao Na introduced the 2 parties. Hello, uncle. Tao Ran and Tao Su quickly called out sweetly. Hey, hello. Yao Jun quickly smiled and greeted Tao Ran and his sister, then asked, what's going on? Dad, this is a long story. I'll explain it to you when we get home. Lin Shien said with a smile. Okay, let's go back now. Yao Jun didn't ask any further questions and turned to leave, but was grabbed by Yao Na. Dad, let's go back by car. Yao Jun glanced at the luxury cars on the side of the road and hesitated, but was still pulled into the Panamera by Yao Na. The car started and the family rushed home. Only after Lin Shien and his friends left did the old men and women on the roadside come to their senses. Wow, Jun's family is incredible. This car is worth millions. Nana really found a good family. Isn't it? By the way, who is the son-in-law of Junzi's family? I haven't heard of him. I know this. I heard that he is from Qinzhou. I have met him, but his family is just an ordinary family. How come he has become so rich in just half a year? There was a constant stream of discussion, and without exception, all of it was about envy for Yao Jun's family. In the Panamera, Yao Jun felt a little uncomfortable sitting on the leather seat. Nana, is this car really worth millions? Yao Na replied while driving, almost 3 million. 3 million. Yao Jun sat up straight at once. If he wasn't short, he would have hit his head right away. Where did you get so much money? Yao Jun immediately thought of something bad and his face changed. Dad, what are you thinking? The money all came from legal sources. You can ask my brother for the details. Yao Na didn't dare tell her father that they now had more than 200 million yuan in savings. If she told others about this, her father might really send her to the hospital. Seeing that Yao Na didn't say anything, Yao Jun had to hold it in despite his curiosity and worry. It only takes a few minutes to walk from the village entrance to his home, but Yao Jun feels like the days are long. Along the way, he was afraid that a group of police would suddenly come on the road, stop them, and take Yao Na and Lin Shien away. My area. Porsche Panamera, followed by a Cayenne. At Yao Jun's home, Yao Lo, the brother-in-law, who was playing with his mobile phone at the gate of the yard, suddenly saw 2 luxury cars driving over and his eyes lit up. Then he saw several familiar figures getting out of the Panamera and Cayenne. Second sister? Dad? Brother Chien. Yao Lo was stunned when he saw the person getting off the car. You little brat, why don't you come and help me? Yao Jun looked at his silly little son, and his depressed heart finally had a place to vent, so he came up and slapped Yao Lu. Dad, why did you hit me? Yao Lo looked aggrieved. Hit you? Why should I hit you? Yao Jun raised his hand to hit him again, but Yao Lu, who had been hit before, immediately moved aside. Yao Jun, who failed to get what he wanted, said angrily, You tactless thing, why don't you help your brother carry his things? When Yao Lu heard this, he immediately smiled. Just as he was about to go over, Yao Na grabbed his ear. Second sister, don't pull, don't pull. Yao Lu grimaced in pain. Yao Lu, you didn't even say hello to your sister when you saw me. You are so capable now. Do you believe I can beat you up? Yao Na grabbed her brother's ear with an unfriendly look on her face. Brother! You don't even take care of your wife, and you beat me up after we get married. Yao Lu quickly complained to Lin Shien. Lin Shien stuck his head out from behind the Cayenne trunk, smiled at Yao Lu and said, Don't look for me. You know I always listen to your sister. If your sister tells me to go east, I don't dare to go west. Yao Lu, did you hear that? Even your brother can't control me. When Yao Na heard Lin Xien's words, she was immediately very proud. Are you afraid of your wife? It's really embarrassing for us men. Yao Li's face turned bitter and he spoke in a low voice. What did you say? Just because Lin Chen didn't hear it doesn't mean Yao Na didn't hear it. How dare you slander my husband? You must be angry. Yao Na, determined to teach her brother a lesson, became even more ruthless. After a while, Yao Lu rubbed his red ears and walked to Lin Shien with a look of despair on his face. Brother, you are so mean. My sister treated me so badly and you didn't even help me. Glancing at Yao Lu, who looked resentful, Lin Shien spread his hands and said helplessly, I can't do anything about it. You know, your sister is pregnant now and has an unpredictable temper. You better be careful. If you provoke her again, you will get beaten for nothing. Yao Lu curled his lips and wailed in his heart. What's wrong with being pregnant? Can a pregnant woman do whatever she wants? Hey, don't look so sad, this is a gift from your sister. Lin Shien took out a blue iPhone 14 and handed it to Yao Lu. Wow! The latest iPhone 14. And it's the top model. Yao Lu took the thing and after looking at it carefully, he was completely excited. Keep your voice down. Lin Shien reminded. Hey, brother, is this specially for me? Yao Lu asked Lin Shien while holding the box of Apple Fan 14. Of course not. Look, everyone has it. Lin Shien took out the remaining 4 boxes and placed them in Yao Li's arms. Brother, I remember that the top configuration of this Apple 14 is almost 10,000 yuan. And the cars you two are driving, my dad doesn't know the exact price, but I know that a Panamera and a Cayenne must cost at least several million, right? Where did you get the money? Yao Li took the phone and asked curiously. I worked on a few projects at the end of the year and made a lot of money, which was barely enough to allow your second sister to live a life without worries about food and clothing. Lin Shien took out all the New Year goods belonging to his father-in-law's family in the car, closed the trunk, and said calmly. Yao Lu opened his mouth and finally said, Brother, do you know that you are too stiff in your acting? What do you care? Put your phone back and help me carry my things. Lin Xian's face froze, he slapped Yao Lu on the head, then picked up his things and walked into the house. Hit me on the head again. Yao Lu looked dissatisfied, then glanced at the handsome Panamera and Cayenne, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He quickly grabbed the gift on the ground and chased after Lin Shien. Brother! Brother! Let me discuss something with you. I have a party with my classmates tomorrow. Can you lend me your Panamera and Cayenne? Chapter 32, Shock from Mother-in-Law and Eldest Sister. Hearing the noise in the room, the mother-in-law Cui Li also hurried out. Seeing Lin Shien carrying large and small bags into the house, he hurried forward to take them. She also noticed that the packaging of these things didn't look cheap, and she immediately complained, You guys too, you just got married, so you have a lot of money to spend, and now Nana is pregnant, why are you wasting all this money? Lin Shien didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, It's Chinese New Year now, so I thought of buying some New Year's goods for you and my dad. As for the money, I made a lot of money from my recent projects, so it didn't cost me much to buy these things. When Cui Li heard her son-in-law say that he made money, she smiled even more, but she still said, Making money is a good thing, but you can't spend it recklessly. Lin Shien could only smile and nod. Elder brother. Lin Shien had just followed Cui Li to put down the things when Yao Li came over again. Brother, how are you? Yao Li looked at Lin Shien pleadingly. Are you two going to do something bad behind my back? Yao Na, who heard the noise, also came over and asked with a suspicious look on her face. Lin Shien pointed at Yao Lu and said with a smile, Yao Li said he wanted to borrow the car to attend the class reunion tomorrow. No. Yao Na refused without even thinking about it. Yao Li suddenly became anxious, Second sister, please don't, I promise nothing will go wrong, if you don't believe me ask my brother, I'm a very good driver. Seeing that Yao Na looked unmoved, Yao Li glanced at Lin Shien, and Lin Shien turned his head away. Yao Li knew immediately that his second brother-in-law was hopeless, so he could only say to his mother Cui Li, Mom, can you control my second sister? I'm just driving, not doing anything that would anger the heavens and the people. You came here by car? Cui Li was a little surprised. Yes, I just bought the car 2 days ago. Lin Shien said with a smile. Mom, you don't know, the 2 Porsches outside belong to my brother and sister. They have a Panamera and a Cayenne, both worth millions. Yao Lu quickly explained. A car worth several million? Cui Li's heart trembled when she heard Yao Li's words. Seeing that she was stunned, Yao Li thought she didn't believe it, so he quickly pulled her into the yard. Outside the yard, the Panamera and Cayenne were parked quietly on the roadside. Everyone who passed by the Yao family's door would pay attention to the luxurious appearance. Just when Cui Li was distracted, Yao Lu begged again, Mom, please tell my second sister to let me drive to the class reunion tomorrow. I can't control this. The car is not mine. If you want to drive it, go find your sister or your brother. Cui Li shook her head and refused directly. How could she not know what her son was thinking? He just wanted to drive out and show off this car worth several $1 million. Don't mention my brother. Now my sister says to go east, and he doesn't dare to go west. It's really embarrassing for us men. When Yao Li heard his mother mention Lin Shien, he immediately spoke with contempt. Bang! Cui Li slapped Yao Lu on the forehead and scolded, How can you talk like that, you naughty kid? Your brother only dotes on your sister. If I hear you say that about your brother again, I'll break your legs. After saying that, Cui Li glanced at Lin Shien, who was chatting and laughing in the living room with his eyes full of Yao Na, and felt relieved. Anyone who is not blind can see Lin Xien's feelings for his daughter Yao Na. He holds her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and holds her in his mouth for fear of her melting. Before, she was still worried about whether the young couple would have financial difficulties, but now it seems that she was just too worried. This second son-in-law is a capable man. Lin Shien, come here for a moment. Yao Jun, the father-in-law who had been silent since he came back, finally couldn't help it after checking the Feitian Mutai, Zhouwu Jizuan, and many high-end supplements that Lin Shien brought back. Lin Shien glanced at Yao Na, gave her a reassuring look, and then shouted to Yao Jun, "I'll be right there." In the yard, as soon as Yao Jun took out a cigarette, Lin Shien hurried forward and handed an opened box of Jawuzas to his father-in-law. Yao Jun looked at the yellow crane tower in his hand, and then looked at the emperor in Lin Xien's hand. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but took the box of emperor. Lin Shien quickly lit up the cigarette for his father-in-law. After taking 2 puffs, Yao Jun asked, "What's going on with this car, and these cigarettes and alcohol? I heard that your 2 cars are called Porsches and they cost several $1,000,000 in total. I don't know much about cars, but you can't fool me with those mitai and cigarettes." Lin Shien didn't intend to hide it from his father-in-law. He smiled and explained, "Dad, it's like this." Next, Lin Shien repeated to his father-in-law the same words he had used to explain to Li Chen and Su Mingho last time. However, he did not say how much money he made. "You have your own ideas, so I won't interfere. But there's no need to buy 2 such nice cars. 1 is enough." Yao Jun looked at the 2 luxury cars outside the yard and felt a little distressed. Lin Shien smiled indifferently and said, "Isn't there still Nana? She's a woman, why would she drive a car? Why not just buy her a tram? It's you who's spoiling her." Yao Jun snorted, but he was also very pleased that Lin Shien was willing to buy a car worth millions for his daughter. What else could Lin Shien say? He could only smile and say, "Nana is pregnant, the tram is so unsafe." "Okay, you live your own lives, I don't care." Yao Jun waved his hand and stopped talking. He turned and walked into the house. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and asked Lin Shien, "Have you and your parents prepared the things in the house?" "Yes, don't worry." Lin Shien replied with a smile. "That's good." Yao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 walked into the house, and Yao Lu was still pestering Yao Na. Tao Ran and Tao Su sat on the sofa with a stiff look on their faces, which was out of place in the whole environment. Yao Jun glanced at the Tao Ran siblings and asked, "What's going on with those 2 little guys?" "It's like this." Lin Shien told Yao Jun about how Yao Na was injured 2 days ago and how Tao Ran and Tao Su, the brother and sister, came to her rescue. Then he sighed and said, "Later, I was afraid that the bucktooth man would cause trouble to the 2 siblings again, so I brought them back to celebrate the festival. They are 2 miserable kids too. It's right to bring them back." Yao Jun sighed, then walked up to Tao Ran and his sister, asking about their well-being. I don't know what the father-in-law said to the 2 siblings, but after a moment they relaxed. "Hey, Dad, Mom, is there anyone at home? I saw 2 cars parked outside, and they are really beautiful." As they were talking, a powerful voice came from outside, and then a middle-aged woman wearing a black down jacket and looking about 60% similar to Yao Na walked in with a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old. Chapter 33 Suspected Love Rival. Second sister. Lin Shien. "Are you all back?" Yao Na's elder sister, Yao Chun, walked into the living room and was surprised to see Lin Shien and Yao Na there. "Big sister." Lin Shien stood up and greeted Yao Chun. Yao Na also walked forward, picked up her niece, looked around and didn't see her brother-in-law, so she asked, "Sister, where is your brother?" "I'm studying those 2 Porsches outside." "By the way, whose cars are they? Why are they parked in front of our house?" Yao Chun asked with a smile. "Your brother-in-law bought it, and he also bought one for your second sister." "I think it's a waste," Yao Jun said unhappily. "Ha! When did my brother-in-law become so rich?" Yao Chun was surprised. Besides being a little envious that Lin Shien could afford a car worth several million, he was also happy for his sister. How could a man who could spend millions to buy a car for his sister not love his sister? It was just luck. "I just did a few projects privately," Lin Shien said modestly. As he was speaking, a middle-aged man with a medium build and a square face walked in. "Hey! Second sister and second brother-in-law are back?" Brother-in-law Gua Haifeng walked in from outside and looked very happy when he saw Lin Shien and Yao Na. His voice is loud and a bit hoarse. After greeting him, he said to Lin Shien, "Brother-in-law, did you see the Panamera and Cayenne at the door? I took a look and they are both top-of-the-line models. These 2 cars cost at least 5 million. TSK, look at this car parked in front of our house. I wonder if my parents know the owner. If they do, I'll shamelessly ask him to drive it for fun." Hearing Gua Haifeng's words, Yao Na laughed. She glanced at Lin Shien and said with a smile, "Brother, you're right. You actually know this person. Really? Who is it? After hearing what Yao Na said, Hua Haifeng felt even more itchy. Before Yao Na could speak, Yao Chun said, "Okay, look at you. The car belongs to our second brother-in-law. You're..." When Hua Haifeng heard what his wife said, he was stunned. After a while, he finally reacted when he saw Lin Shien nod. "Brother, have you made a fortune?" Lin Shien smiled modestly and said, "I just made a little money." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Hua Haifeng rolled his eyes, gave a thumbs up and said, "You are awesome, you bought a 5 million car just like that, and you said you made a little money?" Lin Shien smiled and said nothing, but took out the Kaiyan key and handed it to Hua Haifeng. "What? Don't you want to test drive the car?" Lin Shien handed the key to Hua Haifeng and said with a smile. "Brother, that's nice of you." Hua Haifeng was smiling happily. But this made Yao Lu a little unhappy. "Brother, this is not nice of you. Why can you let your elder brother drive, but not let me drive to attend the class reunion tomorrow?" "Why, I won't let you drive." Without waiting for Lin Shien to speak, Yao Na spoke first. She put her hands on her hips, looking like she would hurt you if you dare to say any more. Yao Lu curled his lips and looked at his father, but Yao Jun didn't even look at him. He just stared at the Feitian Matai in his hand, as if there was a flower on it. "Okay. You keep bullying me like this. I tell you, you will regret it." Yao Lu angrily said something and rushed out the door. No one paid attention to what he said. Instead, they looked at his back and smiled even more happily. The whole family chatted and talked until they talked about Yuanmu Company purchasing pigs at the end of the year. Then I heard my eldest brother-in-law, Hua Haifeng, say, "Dad, I heard that the price of pork has dropped again this year?" "Well." Yao Jun sighed with a bitter face and said, "Yes, I just heard about it yesterday. The price of pork was originally low this year, and everyone wanted to sell it at a good price during the last few days of the year. Who knew that the price would fall instead of rise? Who would continue to raise pigs like this?" Yaozhuang includes the 2 or 3 villages in front and behind, and most of the people raise pigs. Some of them are several families together, and some are individual. The Yao family alone raises more than 20 pigs. They had originally thought of taking advantage of the increase in pork prices at the end of the year to make more money, but yesterday the person in charge of Yuanmu Company in Ning County suddenly told them that the price of pigs this year would be reduced, which worried the villagers in several villages. When I came here just now, I heard Uncle San and the others talking about this. Hua Haifeng also sighed. These days, no business is easy to do. As they were chatting, 4 or 5 people, young and old, walked into the yard, and each of them had a sad look on their face. Junzi. Brother Jun. Third uncle. As soon as the group came in, they shouted at Yao Jun. "Have you heard? Yuanmu said that the price of pork this year has dropped by 1.40 yuan. How can this be possible?" One of them, who looked older than Yao Jun, had an embarrassed look on his face. $1.04? Yao Jun was also shocked when he heard the price. The price of pork was already low this year, but they were still trying to lower the price, and they lowered it by so much. If the price is really this, then they have raised the pigs for nothing this year. Alas, who said it wasn't true? This life is unbearable. The old man sighed, his eyes full of anxiety. I remember that the person in charge of collecting pigs from our 3 villages was Wang Jun from Wangzhuang. What did he say? Yao Jun suddenly asked. Yao Na, who was chatting and laughing with Lin Shien, suddenly heard Wang Jun's name and frowned slightly. She glanced at Lin Shien cautiously, and felt relieved when she saw that he didn't react. What's wrong? Lin Shien also noticed that Yao Na was a little absent-minded and thought she was not feeling well. Nothing. Yao Na's heart tightened and she spoke quickly. At this moment, someone spoke again. This time it was a younger man who spoke. He just spit and cursed, "Bah! Third uncle, don't mention this grandson. I've asked in other villages, and they haven't lowered the price. Some even raised it by 60 cents. But here, not only did the 60 cents disappear, but the price has even dropped by 1.40 yuan. This grandson of Wang Jun is equivalent to taking a $2 kickback from us. He dares." Yao Jun's face turned red and he cursed, "Wang Jun, this kid, would his father Wang Jiangwo agree to this? This little bastard is drinking the blood and sweat of our fellow villagers. Does his family not want to stay in Wangzhuang anymore? Junzi, we came here to discuss with you, should we go to Wangzhuang? Let's see what the surname Wang means?" The group looked at Yao Jun, waiting for him to make a decision. Go! Why not? I want to see if Wang is brave enough to do that. Yao Jun immediately went to the inner room, picked up his clothes and put them on. By the way, Uncle San, aren't Nana and Wang Jun classmates in high school? They even arranged a blind date with each other back then. Why don't you let Nana give Wang Jun a call? The young man suddenly remembered something and said to Yao Jun. But before he could finish, he saw Yao Na looking at him unfriendlily and Lin Shien looking inquiringly from behind Yao Jun. Ahem, Nana and her brother-in-law are back? The man greeted him somewhat awkwardly. I almost wanted to slap myself in my heart. Asking someone to look for her ex-blind date in front of her current husband, isn't this going to cause trouble for her family? Chapter 34 Love Rival Makes a Move. After Yao Jun left, the atmosphere in the living room became tense. Gua Haifeng smiled awkwardly, took the key and said, I'm going to drive out for a while, you guys chat. As he said this, he stood up and quickly winked at his child and his wife. The eldest sister Yao Chun also quickly pulled her little niece and said, I have never ridden in such a nice car before. This time I will have a great time. Tao Rang glanced at Lin Shien, who was still smiling and it was hard to tell what he was thinking, and quickly said to his sister, well, Susu, I'll take you outside for a walk. Susu was also very smart and nodded quickly. After everyone left, Lin Shien and Yao Na were the only ones left in the living room. Haha, brother. Yao Na laughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. Who is that Wang Jun? Lin Shien asked with a smile. For some reason, Yao Na always felt a chill on her back whenever she looked at Lin Shien's smile. Ahem, it was when I just graduated. I didn't know you at that time, and my family introduced me to a blind date, that Wang Jun, but I didn't like him at all. Yao Na quickly explained, looking at Lin Shien anxiously. Lin Shien looked at her cautious expression and couldn't help but laughed. Look at you. I'm not such a petty person. Lin Shien smiled and pinched Yao Na's smiling face, and said, I also went on a blind date before I met you, I just wanted to tease you just now. Damn it. You scared me. I thought you were angry. Yao Na's expression relaxed and she couldn't help but pinch Lin Xian's arm. Hiss. Lin Shien jumped up immediately, and then changed back not to be outdone. The two of them played and fought together, looking very happy. From the moment my father-in-law Yao Jun left, he came back with a grim face until lunch was ready. Lin Shien and the others looked at each other, feeling a little worried. My eldest brother-in-law Gua Haifeng asked carefully, Dad, what's going on? What did they say over there? Talk about bullshit. Yao Jun cursed loudly, the Wang family is nothing. Wang Jiangwo's grandson said that this was the price set by Yuanmu Company and had nothing to do with his son. Bullshit. The prices of other villages did not drop, but increased by 60 cents. However, the prices of our 3 villages, which are under the charge of his son, not only did not increase, but dropped by 1.4 yuan. Then there was a series of angry curses, in short, cursing the Wang family for giving birth to a child without anus or something like that. After a while, Yao Jun stopped cursing until he was tired. Lin Shien asked, Dad, what are you going to do? Should we contact Yuanmu Company about this matter? Why haven't you contacted me? But they said they don't know anything about this matter and asked me to wait for news. Yao Jun said excitedly, today is the day to worship the kitchen god. If we delay for 2 days, we won't be able to sell the pigs. After Yao Jun finished speaking, the entire living room fell into silence. Yao Na looked at Lin Shien with a pleading look, and Lin Shien smiled bitterly and shook his head. It is true that he is rich now, but he doesn't have any good solutions. You can't ask him to pay to buy all the pigs from the 3 villages, right? Although it would certainly be no problem for him to buy so many pigs with his financial resources, the question is, why did he buy so many pigs? Seeing that Lin Shien had no other options, Yao Na became a little discouraged and couldn't help asking, what should we do next? We can't just sell it at a loss, right? Yao Jun put out the cigarette in his hand and said, I will take some people to the mall tonight. I didn't see Wang Jun when I went to Wangshuang just now. I will go to their company tonight and spend some money to treat Wang Jun's grandson to a meal to see what he wants to do. Dad, let me take care of this. It's a good opportunity for our family to have a good meal tonight. Lin Shien also spoke at the right time. Yes, Dad, let my brother arrange it. Yao Na on the side also spoke in agreement. That's fine. Seeing his daughter said so, Yao Jun didn't hesitate. Yao Chun at the side also said with a smile, we are in for a treat today. My brother-in-law made a lot of money at the end of the year. Don't be stingy with this meal. Lin Shien smiled and said, "Don't worry, big sister. Even if others suffer losses, you will never suffer losses." After the family had finished their meal, Lin Shien took out his mobile phone and searched for good hotels in the mall. Finally, he chose Jiangnan Yan, a restaurant serving Huayang cuisine. Then Lin Shien called the store, booked a hall, and ordered a set meal for 6,999, excluding drinks. "Brother, which place are you going to choose?" After a while, Yao Na came over and asked. "Look." Lin Shien took out his phone and opened Jiangnan Banquet. "So expensive?" Yao Na realized that her voice was a little loud and quickly covered her mouth. "It's okay. We have money now, so we should let our parents enjoy themselves. I've booked 2 tables, and we'll use our own wine," Lin Shien said with a smile. Yao Na nodded and said, "I don't understand these either, so I'll leave it to you. You can do whatever you want." She never interferes with Lin Xien's affairs when she doesn't understand them. "Don't worry, I will never let our father lose face," Lin Shien said confidently. It was around 5 in the afternoon. Lin Shien looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so he said to Yao Jun, "Dad, it's almost time, and the hotel is ready, how about we go now?" "Okay, let's go. I've already talked to the others." Yao Jun also changed into a more formal outfit, which made him look a little serious. Lin Shien drove a Cayenne with his father-in-law, and would pick up several other elders later. Yao Na drove a Panamera with Tao Ran and his sister, as well as her mother-in-law Chui Li. My eldest sister and her family drove their own car and headed towards the downtown area of the city. This multi-million-dollar car is really nice. It's so comfortable to sit in. The young man who came to the house in the morning was sitting in the Cayenne, very excited. His name is Yao Chang, and he and Yao Na are cousins within the 5th degree of mourning. "Brother-in-law, what do you do to make so much money?" Yao Chang, who was sitting in the back row, asked curiously. Hearing his question, the others also pricked up their ears. "Software development is just coding. It can make money or not. It all depends on your skills and learning ability," Lin Shien said with a smile. "So do you think it's too late for me to learn this now?" Yao Chang suddenly asked. Of course it's not too late, but computers are something that mainly rely on logical thinking, and everyone's learning progress is different, Lin Shien explained. As for whether Yao Chang learns it or not, it's not him who teaches him anyway. Yao Chang blinked his eyes, obviously showing great interest in this aspect. He remembered Yao Na's husband. There was nothing special about him before. It didn't make sense that he could make so much money while he couldn't. I secretly plan to learn some software development next year. Not only him, but several other elders who came with him also seemed to be thinking about something. Yaozhuang is not far from the downtown area of Shancheng, and it only takes half an hour and 40 minutes to drive there. Jiangnan Banquet is located on Jiefan Road, not far from the municipal government. Wow, this place is really high-end. Junzi, how much is this meal going to cost? The oldest man looked at the luxurious appearance of Jiangnan Banquet and suddenly felt a little timid. Yao Jun didn't know how Lin Shien arranged it before, and thought he just arranged an ordinary place. He didn't expect it to be such a high-end place. He quickly pulled Lin Shien over and asked in a low voice, "It must cost a lot to have a meal here, right? Why don't we find a more ordinary place?" "Don't worry, Dad. Even if I don't invite anyone to dinner, I plan to bring you here to eat something delicious." Lin Shien signaled to Yao Jun not to worry. After hearing what Lin Shien said, Yao Jun relaxed a little. As they were talking, Yao Na and her elder sister's car arrived, and the group walked into the gate of Jiangnan Banquet in a mighty manner. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" As soon as I walked in the door, a waitress came up to me and asked. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Shien, and the young lady also understood that the person in charge this time was the extremely young man in front of her. Looking again, I found that the gentleman was wearing this year's latest Versace. The young lady immediately put on a sincere smile and asked, "Hello sir, what is your name?" "My last name is Lin. I booked 2 small halls in the afternoon." The young lady immediately opened the tablet in her hand, searched on it, and immediately said to Lin Shien, "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Led by the young lady, a group of people came to a small hall with elegant decoration. The young lady said to Lin Shien, "Mr. Lin, this Tingyu Pavilion and Luoxue Pavilion are both yours. If you need anything, just let me know. I wish you a pleasant meal." After saying that, the young lady bowed slightly and left. After Lin Shien consulted his father-in-law for his opinion, he arranged for Yao Na and the others to stay in Tingyu Pavilion, and Luoxue Pavilion was used to host Wang Jun, who was coming later. Originally, Lin Shien wanted to stay in Tingyu Pavilion with Yao Na and the others, but Yao Jun stopped him and said, "Come with us to Luoxue Pavilion." Lin Shien gave Yao Na an apologetic look and followed a few elders to Luoxue Pavilion. The dishes at Jiangnan Banquet were served very quickly. Less than 20 minutes after Lin Shien and his friends sat down, more than a dozen dishes were served. The father-in-law also specially brought 2 packs of Supreme cigarettes and 2 bottles of Fei Tian Mutai from home, which can be said to have given Wang Jun enough face. But a few people waited, and an hour had passed, but Wang Jun's people still hadn't arrived. Yao Chang finished the last puff of his cigarette, pressed it hard into the ashtray, and said angrily, "Is this Wang guy kidding us? We've been waiting for an hour and he still hasn't come." Yao Jun and several other elders also looked unhappy. Every one of them, the youngest ones, are Wang Jun's uncles, but today they were left here for an hour by a younger generation. Even though he was angry, he had to swallow his anger when he thought about the fact that they needed help from others. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the long-lost figure finally appeared at the door of the small hall. "Sorry, uncles and aunts, I kept you waiting." As soon as Wang Jun came in, he was the first to admit his mistake, but looking at his smug look, he didn't seem to be apologetic at all. Wang Jun's appearance is not outstanding, he is slightly fat, and looks to be about 26 or 27 years old, but he has a strong greasy temperament. Following him were 2 colleagues from Yuan Mu, both of whom looked arrogant. Wang Jun brought his colleagues to the main seat and sat down, saying with a smile, "As you all know, it is the end of the year and our company has a lot of tasks to accomplish. That's why I came here before I finished my work." Hearing Wang Jun's shameless words, everyone present looked a little unhappy. "Busy with work? Is this a trick for fools? Your job is to purchase the pigs from our 3 villages. Now there are only a few companies selling them in the 3 villages. What are you busy about?" But I can only curse these words in my heart and cannot say them out loud. Wang Jun sat down, called 2 colleagues, pointed at the dishes on the table and said, "Wow, this is quite a rich dish. Come on, don't be polite, eat quickly." The other 2 colleagues also sat down with a smile, picked up their chopsticks, and started to eat with relish. The 3 men didn't take Yao Jun and his companions seriously at all. Grass. Yao Chang has a quick temper. Seeing Wang Jun and the others like this, he was about to speak, but was stopped by Yao Jun, who was sitting next to them. Wang Jun also noticed Yao Chang's unusual behavior. He raised his head and looked at Yao Chang with contempt, while continuing to eat. After Yao Jun comforted Yao Chang, he forced a smile and said, "Wang Jun, I came here today because I need your help with something. We have also inquired about it. The price of pork your company buys in other villages is 60 cents higher than last year. How come you not only didn't raise the price in our 3 villages, but also kept it down by 1.4 yuan? Eat this, it's delicious." Wang Jun pointed at a dish on the table and spoke to his colleagues, ignoring Yao Jun. Seeing Wang Jun ignoring him like that, Yao Jun got so angry that his hands started shaking. Seeing this, Lin Shien hurriedly supported Yao Jun and whispered, "Dad, calm down first. Don't let your anger get you in trouble." When Wang Jun heard Lin Xian's voice, he realized that there was someone in the room whom he didn't know. However, when he saw that Lin Shien was more handsome than him, there was some disgust in his eyes, but he asked, "Why does this brother look so unfamiliar?" "This is Yao Na's. Of course you haven't seen it." Yao Chang snorted coldly and said. When Wang Jun heard Yao Na, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his little brother, and then thought of the unpleasant memories. "Damn, if I can't deal with you, Yao Na, can't I deal with your man?" Wang Jun immediately put on a smiling face and said to Yao Jun, "Uncle, I know what you want to ask, but I can only tell you that this year's price is like this. As for why, that's what the higher-ups mean, and I don't know either." Yao Chang couldn't stand such obvious perfunctory words. "Mr. Wang, don't think we don't know that you just want to take kickbacks." Wang Jun immediately said with a cold face, "Yao Chang, you have to provide evidence when you speak. If I take kickbacks and it is exposed, I will be in trouble. What's the point of doing that? Since you all don't believe it, then we have nothing to say. Let's go, brothers." Wang Jun stood up and pretended to leave. Yao Jun and his companions thought that Wang Jun was really planning to leave, so they quickly stood up to stop him. "Xianzi, please stop talking." Yao Jun scolded him, and then said to Wang Jun, "Wang Jun, you also know that Yao Chang is a rather anxious person. I asked you to come here today to ask you to think of a solution. There is no other way. I'm going to make this clear today. If you want to sell it to me at this price, I'll buy it. If you don't want to buy it, you can keep the pork for the new year. Wang Jun sat on the chair, crossed his legs and sneered. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yao Jun and the others. He was sure to get the $2 kickback. There are so many pigs in the 3 villages, he can eat at least hundreds of thousands. What is the friendship between fellow townsmen? How can it be as real as the red banknotes? Wang Jun glanced at Lin Shien, who was supporting Yao Jun, then his eyes turned and he looked at the Feitian Mutai in front of him, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, Feitian Mutai, you uncles are really generous with your money for this meal. Since you are so sincere, it is not impossible to negotiate. Hearing Wang Jun's words, Yao Jun and his companions were suddenly shocked. Then Wang Jun took out the bottle of Feitian Mutai and said to Lin Shien, right? I don't know if Yao Na has told you about me. Yao Na was the most beautiful girl in our class. Many boys chased after her, even me. I didn't expect that she would marry you. She was able to marry the most beautiful girl in our class. Shouldn't you drink 2 glasses of wine to show your appreciation? Wang Jun winked at his colleague, who immediately unpacked the Feitian Mutai, poured 2 large cups, and placed them in front of Lin Shien. Chapter 35. Wang Jun was dumbfounded. Everyone in the box looked at Lin Shien, but he glanced at the 2 glasses of wine in front of him and said, I'm sorry, Manager Wang, I don't drink. Wang Jun sneered and pretended to be earnest in his advice. Brother, how can you not drink when you go out? It's okay, it's not too late to learn now, I'll teach you. That's right, my brother Jun is a huge reader. You will definitely benefit a lot from learning from him. One of Wang Jun's colleagues also echoed with a smile. It is obvious that their Jungo wants to take this opportunity to deal a prank to the husband of this former goddess. Another colleague was not to be outdone and said, yes, if you perform well, brother Jun will be happy and might even increase the price of your village's pork. After hearing what this person said, several elders were immediately moved. Junzi, look. Several people looked at Yao Jun eagerly. Lin Shien is Yao Jun's son-in-law, they have no right to force him to drink. Yao Jun knew that Lin Shien couldn't drink, so he stood up and said, Wang Jun, Lin Shien is allergic to alcohol. So, if you want to drink, uncle will drink with you. Wang Jun immediately said with a cold face, Uncle, I call you uncle, do you really treat me as your uncle? I'm drinking with your son-in-law, not with you. If he can make me happy today, I will raise the price by $1. Otherwise, if he says he will lower it by $1.40, then I will lower it by $1.40. Seeing Wang Jun looking like a villain in power, Lin Shien almost laughed out of anger. Just when he was about to retort directly, a figure suddenly walked in from outside the box. Mr. Lin, I feel like that person is you. Lin Shien heard the sound coming from the door, turned his head and saw Chen Xing, the executive vice mayor of the mall whom he had met the day before. Mayor Chen? Why are you here? Lin Shien quickly stood up and greeted Chen Xing. I came back to take care of some things. I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Lin. Chen Xing walked into the box and took the lead in extending his hand to shake hands with Lin Shien. I'm not disturbing you from entertaining guests, am I? Chen Xing glanced at the Yao Jun people around him and asked. Of course it doesn't affect me. This is my father-in-law, and these are my elders. Lin Shien smiled and introduced Yao Jun and several others to Chen Xing, leaving out Wang Jun and others. Then he introduced Chen Xing to Yao Jun and the others. Dad, uncles, this is the parent official of our Shangqing city, Chen Xing, Deputy Mayor Chen. Yao Jun and his companions are farmers who have worked hard in the fields all their lives. Even when facing the village party secretary, they have to smile. But when they suddenly saw a high-ranking official at the deputy mayor level, they were so nervous that they couldn't even speak. You are all elders, and this is not a formal occasion, so just call me by my name in private. Chen Xing was not at all arrogant and greeted Yao Jun and the others with a big smile. Ah, Lin Shien, you are really interesting. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the box, and Wang Jun was seen looking at everyone as if they were fools. He pointed at Chen Xing and said with a smile, You don't really believe that this person is the deputy mayor of our mall, do you? If he were the deputy mayor, I would still be the provincial party secretary. Then he mocked Lin Shien. Lin Shien, you are really a big spender. You even invited actors to come. You don't really think that I will be scared by you and raise the price for you, right? When Lin Shien heard what Wang Jun said, he couldn't help but grin. Then he secretly glanced at Chen Xing and saw that he still had a kind smile on his face, and he couldn't help but admire him. As expected, he is a politician. His ability to hide his emotions is at least 300 blocks ahead of me. Who is this? Chen Xing looked at Lin Shien and asked. Yuanmu Company is responsible for purchasing pigs from my father-in-law's 3 villages. Lin Shien explained, and also told Chen Xing that not only did the price of pork in other villages not drop, but it actually increased by 60 cents. However, in their 3 villages, not only did the price not increase, it actually dropped by 1.4 yuan. Yuanmu Company is a conscientious enterprise in our mall and will never do such a conscienceless thing. Chen Xing said this in a firm tone, then he looked at Wang Jun with sharp eyes, an invisible aura emanating from him. The aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time instantly intimidated Wang Jun and the other 2. Wang Jun swallowed his saliva and said angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at our company's policies? I tell you, the price of the pigs from the 3 villages is just this, no one can do anything about it." Arrogant. Too arrogant. Chen Xing was so angry that his breathing became heavy. He looked at Wang Jun coldly, then took out his cell phone and made a call. "I'm still calling you to tell you that unless the CEO of our company comes, this is the price." Wang Jun and the other 2 couldn't help but sneer. The phone rang twice and was immediately connected. An anxious voice came from the inside. "Mayor Chen, where have you been? I just wanted someone to look for you." "No need to look for him. If Mr. Hu is free, please bring the senior executives of your group to Luoshui Pavilion here." After Chen Xing finished speaking, he hung up the phone. One of Wang Jun's colleagues was a little scared when he saw Chen Xing making a phone call. He whispered to Wang Jun, "Brother Jun, this guy looks very impressive. Is what he said true? Really, I'm going to eat shit right in front of them." Wang Jun sneered. He was even more certain in his heart that the man in front of him who claimed to be the deputy mayor of the mall was definitely an actor hired by Lin Shien. "Do you really think he was scared?" Wang Jun said to his colleague, "Xiaohan, call the police and say we met someone pretending to be the deputy mayor." The man named Xiaohan's eyes lit up, he nodded immediately, then took out his cell phone and dialed 110. "Hello, is this the police? I want to call the police. We encountered someone pretending to be the deputy mayor of our mall." "Yes, I am sure, it is in Luoshui Pavilion of Jiangnan Banquet." "Okay, come on." Xiaohan hung up the phone and said to Han Xing with a gloating look, "Comrade Deputy Mayor, if you leave now, it's still not too late. Don't wait until the police come, or you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Seeing Wang Jun and his group's outrageous actions, Lin Shien almost laughed out loud. "Well, you are afraid that you won't die happily." At this moment, a large group of people walked in from outside. The leader was a man who looked to be in his 50s. He was a little bald, but his eagle eyes were bright and sharp. It was the CEO of Yuanmu Group, Hu Kongcheng. Following him were all the senior executives of Yuanmu Group. Mayor Chen. In the coldest month of winter, Hu Kongcheng and his companions were sweating profusely and bowed slightly to Chen Xing with a look of trepidation on their faces. "Boss Hu, these are farmers from Yao Village. Your employees are really awesome. They dared to lower the price and oppress the farmers. Isn't the support from the city big enough? Do you need to live by drinking the blood of farmers?" Before Hu Kongcheng could say anything, Chen Xing took the lead in attacking. Hearing Chen Xing's words, Hu Kongcheng was shocked and angry. He turned his head sharply and looked at Wang Jun and others. As early as when Hu Kongcheng and other senior executives of Yuanmu Group showed up, Wang Jun and his trio were dumbfounded. The person who came turned out to be the boss of their Yuanmu Group. That. Wang Jun and the other 2 looked at Chen Xing, whose face was ashen, with their eyes turning black. This person is really the deputy mayor. Chapter 36, The End and Subsequent Cooperation. At this moment, Wang Jun only felt his hands and feet were cold, and he felt that his life was dark. "Chen, Mayor Chen, I really am not you." Wang Jun had a sad face and bowed deeply to Chen Xing. Chen Xing just glanced at him coldly, then turned to Hu Kongcheng and said, "Boss Hu, Yuanmu Group is a star enterprise that our mall strongly supports, but there are such scum in your team. It is simply a smear on the Yuanmu brand. And I heard from these farmers that they reported this problem to your company but received no response. It seems that the problem of your Yuanmu Group is not small." The sweat on Hu Kongcheng's forehead dripped down from his ears, but he didn't dare to reach out to wipe it. After Chen Xing finished speaking, he immediately promised, "Mayor Chen's lesson is that after I go back, I will immediately organize people to conduct an investigation and clear out all the bad apples in the group." Then he said to Yao Jun and the others, "Brothers, I'm really sorry that you have been wronged because of the negligence of our Yuanmu Group. Regarding this matter, our group will discuss and come up with a suitable compensation plan, which will surely satisfy the big brothers. Yao Jun and his companions did not expect that Hu Kangcheng, the CEO of Yuanmu Group, would apologize to them and compensate them. As the representative, Yao Jun immediately said in a panic, "You are too polite. We did not come here today to ask for compensation. We just want to ask Wang Jun why the price of pork in other villages has increased by 60 cents, but the price in our 3 villages has not increased, but has dropped by 1.4 yuan. You don't need to compensate for such a small matter, right?" Hu Kangcheng insisted, "This is our group's mistake. Letting this kind of scumbag take charge of the grassroots acquisition work has caused great harm to our farmers. This compensation is also our little token of our appreciation. Don't worry, as the chairman of Yuanmu Group, I guarantee that this kind of situation will never happen again in the future." Yao Jun and his companions also showed relieved smiles on their faces. "You are an important person, we will definitely believe your words." Yao Jun expressed gratitude. As he was speaking, 3 policemen walked in. As soon as they entered the door, the leading police officer asked, "Who is pretending to be Deputy Mayor Chen? Come with us?" Then the policeman noticed that the entire box was silent, and everyone present was looking at them with a strange look. The police frowned and said, "You don't admit it, right? Then let's all go to the police station." "Director Liu, I am the one impersonating Deputy Mayor Chen." Chen Xing spoke up. Then you can come with us, Deputy Mayor Chen?" Before Chief Liu finished speaking, he suddenly recognized Chen Xing and immediately cursed in his heart, "Who the hell is this person who made the false report?" "I'm sorry, boss. We received a call saying someone was impersonating you. I didn't expect it was a false alarm. I'll find him as soon as I get back and make him know the consequences of making a false alarm. No need to go to so much trouble. The person who called the false police is right here." Chen Xing glanced at Wang Jun, who looked pale and frightened. When Director Liu saw Wang Jun, he felt that he was not a good person. He immediately put on a serious expression and said, "Comrade, your false alarm not only caused a lot of trouble to us, but also to Deputy Mayor Chen and his men. Please come with us." After Chief Liu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the other 2 policemen took out handcuffs and walked towards Wang Jun. Oh, there were 2 other people. They were the ones who called as well. Lin Shien suddenly spoke. Chen Xing on the side echoed at this time, "Mr. Lin is right, these 2 are also accomplices." Director Liu looked at Lin Shien in surprise. Although he didn't know who he was, looking at Deputy Mayor Chen's attitude, he knew that he must be of high status. So Director Liu said, "I heard it all. Take all 3 of them away. Comrade Police, I want to report a case too." At this time, Hu Kangcheng also spoke. Seeing that Wang Jun was about to be arrested by the police, Hu Kangcheng knew that if he didn't show his ability, he would have no chance, so he quickly said, "I am Hu Kangcheng, the chairman of Yuanmu Group. I suspect these 3 people took advantage of their positions to embezzle and accept bribes." Wow, this guy is a talent. Not only did he offend Deputy Mayor Chen, but even the CEO of Yuanmu Group took action personally. "Don't worry, Mr. Hu. Our police will never let a bad guy go." Director Liu personally took action, and 3 of his men tortured Wang Jun and the others one by one. It was not until this time that Wang Jun and the others reacted. They were scared and screamed like ghosts, but it was useless. They were still dragged out of the box by Director Liu and his men. After the person was taken away, the tense atmosphere in the entire box dissipated. After getting the promise from Yuanmu's CEO Hu Kangcheng, Yao Jun and his colleagues relaxed a little. "Mayor Chen, thank you so much this time." Lin Shien thanked Chen Xing, and Yao Jun beside him also reacted and quickly thanked him. "Mayor Chen is really a good official who serves the people." "Thank you, Mayor Chen. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do." Chen Xing waved his hand and said, "This is what I should do. Besides, it is because we did not do our job well that you peasant brothers have been wronged." Yao Jun and others quickly said no. Lin Shien also said at the right time, "Mayor Chen, have you eaten yet? If not, just eat here. I'll have someone take the dishes away and bring a new one." "No, Mr. Hu and I are together at the Yuzhu Pavilion over there. Besides, if I were to stay here, I'm afraid everyone wouldn't be able to eat well. So forget it." Chen Xing laughed and refused. "We won't bother you anymore, let's go back first." "Okay, I'll take you there." Lin Shien followed Chen Xing and others to the door, and Chen Xing asked at the right time, "Mr. Lin, I wonder what you think about the Old Town project I told you about the day before yesterday? Recently, President Huang from Construction Bank is helping me set up a private office. After all, as you know, I know nothing about investment. Seeing that Chen Xing was a little disappointed, Lin Shien thought that if he hadn't been there for what happened today, Mr. Wang wouldn't have suffered so much. This was also a way for him to vent his anger. So he said, after the private office is set up, if the assistants in charge of business think it's okay, I will definitely invest. It's only 200 million. To me, it's not much. Lin Shien, who now has more than 2 billion in his hands, looks very proud. Hearing Lin Xien's words, Chen Xing was immediately alert. He quickly said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, the income from our ancient city project will definitely not be low. You can rest assured about this." Hu Kangcheng heard clearly the conversation between Lin Shien and Chen Xing. Looking at Lin Xien's indifferent expression, he finally understood why Chen Xing was so fond of this young man. Of course he knew about the Old Town project. If Yuanmu Group wasn't really short of money, he would definitely get involved. Judging from his expression, 200 million was really nothing to him, which also made Hu Kangcheng's mind active. Now, not only the government's Old City project needs capital injection, but even their Yuanmu Group needs capital injection for expansion. Not to mention a lot, just 200 million is enough, and he is confident that he can quadruple the market value of Yuanmu. Thinking of this, Hu Kangcheng said, "Mr. Lin. Chapter 37 Focus on Resource Animal Husbandry Group? Boss Hu, do you want me to invest in Yuanmu Group as well?" Lin Shien was a little surprised when he heard Hu Kangcheng's words. As far as he knows, Yuanmu Group has been doing well even during the 3 years of the epidemic and should not be unable to survive. After all, food is the most important thing for people, and people always need to eat, right? Hearing Lin Xien's question, Hu Kangcheng smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Lin is right, but our Yuanmu Group is only barely maintaining normal operations. The revenue in the past 3 years is only 60% of that before the epidemic. How can we have the spare capacity to expand? It's not just us. Most companies are now half dead, but this is also an opportunity. With the help of Mr. Lin, Yuanmu Group can merge some small companies at a very low price. I am confident that the market value of Yuanmu Group can triple within a year." Having said that, Hu Kangcheng looked at Lin Shien with burning eyes. Lin Shien did not comment on Hu Kangcheng's words. However, it is undeniable that the current domestic economic situation is not optimistic. Many companies are struggling to survive and may go bankrupt one day. Therefore, it is indeed a good opportunity to carry out corporate mergers now. As for what he said about tripling the market value of Yuanmu Group within a year, just treat it as a joke. Capitalists always exaggerate what they say. Lin Shien smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint Mr. Hu. I'm just an ordinary person with some spare money. How can I have such a long-term and profound vision? If Mr. Hu is not in a hurry, I will ask professionals for advice. If there is really a way, I will definitely cooperate with Mr. Hu." It was exactly the same reason he gave Chen Xing. Although Hu Kangcheng was a little disappointed, he still said politely, "No hurry, no hurry. Mr. Lin, please consider it." Chen Xing also smiled and said, "Boss Hu, this is not very honest of you. It was obviously me who first approached Mr. Lin for cooperation. Even if Boss Hu is in a hurry, you still have to wait in line, right?" Hu Kangcheng slapped his forehead and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to make Mayor Chen laugh. I'm also worried. After all, Yuanmu Group is related to the lives of thousands of employees and their families." After he finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Lin Shien, but Lin Shien still had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't understand the meaning of his words. In the end, Hu Kangcheng could only smile awkwardly. Lin Shien sneered in his heart. The capitalists are indeed dishonest and dare to blackmail me morally. Thinking of this, Lin Shien lost interest in talking to Hu Kangcheng, so he said to Chen Xing, "Mayor Chen, I won't keep you any longer. Don't worry, as long as my private office is set up and the project is fine after evaluation, I am willing to do something meaningful for our mall." "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust." A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Xing's face. He was waiting for Lin Shien to say this. After Lin Shien left, Chen Xing said to Hu Kangcheng, "Mr. Hu, you went a little too far just now." Hu Kangcheng also felt a little regretful and quickly said, "Mayor Chen, I am also very anxious. Seeing such a good opportunity slip away in vain, my heart feels like it is being scratched by a cat. Originally I wanted to get a bank loan, but now not only the banks in our mall, but even the banks in Guangzhou are tightening their lending rates, so I have no choice. Since Yuanmu Group is a key enterprise supported by our mall, Mayor Chen, you must help us." Chen Xing knew that Hu Kangcheng was right. He was the one who single-handedly supported Yuanmu Group in the beginning. As Yuanmu Group grows bigger, his political achievements will become more brilliant. Both privately and publicly, it is right to help Yuanmu Group. So he said to Hu Kancheng, "Wait a minute, I'll make a phone call and ask." After saying that, he took out his phone and called Huang Wei. "Hey! Old Huang." When the call was connected, Chen Xing immediately greeted Huang Wei with a smile. "I was just about to call you." Huang Wei, who had just returned to his office, was in high spirits. He had made a big splash at the branch meeting this time. Before the first month of 2023 was over, the Haihe District branch had already completed this year's savings task, and even exceeded it by far. After the meeting, the old leader talked to him privately and told him that if he could try harder, he might be able to move up in the next year. As for Mr. Lin's establishment of a private office, there was no delay at all and it was approved directly. The bank also took out the talent reserve information from the head office. After receiving the call from his old classmate, Huang Wei said without waiting for him to ask, "Don't worry, there is no problem with your Mall Old City project, and the income is also quite good." Mr. Lin has no reason to disagree. More importantly, Huang Wei lowered his voice and said, "More importantly, Mr. Lin's account received 2.4 billion yesterday." Chen Xing on the other side also concentrated and calmed down. When he heard Huang Wei's words clearly, he blurted out F. "Ha ha. Are you shocked?" I was shocked at the time. This Mr. Lin really gave me a big surprise. Huang Wei was very satisfied with Chen Xing's reaction and continued, "Okay, don't spread this matter. I will give a private notice when Mr. Lin's private office is set up." Even after the call was hung up, Chen Xing still had a shocked expression on his face. Hu Kancheng, who was standing by, was startled when he saw Chen Xing's ugly face. Could it be that the cooperation with Mr. Lin is over? "Mayor Chen, has something happened?" Hu Kancheng asked cautiously. 2,400,000,000. What? Hu Kancheng looked confused. Chen Xing suddenly laughed and said to Hu Kancheng, "Boss Hu, the Old Town project is fine. There must be no problem with your Yuanmu Group." What does this mean? Hu Kancheng was confused by Chen Xing's startled behavior. Why was he dancing with joy now when he looked so distraught just now? Chen Xing said to him excitedly, "I just called an old classmate. He is the branch manager of the Haihe District branch of the Construction Bank of Guangzhou. Mr. Lin's account is in their branch. He told me that Mr. Lin's account received 2.4 billion yesterday. 2,400,000,000. Chen Xing's words pierced Hu Kancheng's heart like a sharp sword. 2,400,000,000, that's enough to buy 5.5 Yuanmu groups. Hu Kancheng grabbed Chen Xing's hand and said excitedly, "Mayor Chen, you must help with this matter. It only costs 200 million, no, 100 million. Within a year, I am sure that the market value of Yuanmu Group will increase fourfold." Chen Xing's face froze, and he pulled his hand away calmly, laughing dryly, "Don't worry, Mr. Hu. Judging from the current development trend of Yuanmu Group, investing in Yuanmu Group is a business that can only make money and not lose money. Mr. Lin will definitely not refuse it. Get together. You are so shameless. When you told me, the market value would quadruple within a year. When you told Mr. Lin, it became triple within a year. Now it has become quadruple within a year. Do you think this is a donkey rolling around?" Chapter 38. Wang Jiangwo arrives. Lin Shien has returned to the box. At this moment, in the box, the voices of several elders praising their father-in-law could be heard. "Junzi, you are so lucky to have a capable son-in-law like Xiaolin." The oldest uncle smiled so hard that his mouth showed only a few teeth left. Others also said, "Brother Jun looks like a blessed man." His words were full of envy. Yao Chang smiled and said, "Uncles, you are wrong this time. It is true that my third uncle is blessed, but no matter how blessed he is not as blessed as Nana." Hearing Yao Chang's words, several uncles burst into laughter and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Zhangzi is right, isn't he? If it weren't for Nana, how could Junzi Jungu have such a good son-in-law?" As he was speaking, he saw Lin Shien push the door and walk in. Several uncles immediately stood up and greeted Lin Shien somewhat stiffly. "Uncles, please sit down quickly. I feel a little embarrassed for you guys." Lin Shien hurried over and motioned for the uncles to sit down. "Brother-in-law, this time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, that bastard Wang Jun would have had to drink the blood and sweat of hundreds of thousands of us." Yao Chang raised the wine glass in his hand, poured a glass and raised it to thank Lin Shien. "Brother Chang, I don't drink. Lin Shien said with a wry smile. It's okay, you can have as much wine as you want, I'll drink it. After Yao Chang finished speaking, he drank the glass in one breath. Several other uncles also had a drink. This was the first time they drank Matai, such an expensive liquor. Seeing that Lin Shien was embarrassed, Yao Jun comforted him, it's okay. You helped our 3 villages get rid of Wang Jun, the bad apple. We should thank you. Seeing that his father-in-law said so, Lin Shien had no choice but to accept it. After everyone finished drinking, Lin Shien quickly greeted them, uncles, please don't be so formal. I am the son-in-law of our Yao Zhuang, and he is also a family member. How can we not watch our family suffer losses? Yao Chang asked curiously, brother-in-law, how did you get to know Mayor Chen? There are some business dealings. Lin Shien was just speaking in general terms. Seeing that Lin Shien was just answering casually, Yao Chang did not ask any further questions. If before meeting Mayor Chen, Lin Shien was just a rich son-in-law of Yao Jun in their eyes, but now, Lin Shien has become a big shot in their eyes. Nonsense, how could a big shot have such a pleasant conversation with the executive vice mayor of the mall? Didn't you see that Mayor Chen, out of consideration for the other party, directly called all the CEOs of Yuanmu Group over? After solving the urgent problem, everyone relaxed and had a very enjoyable meal. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yao Na and her group were already ready to go home. On the way, Yao Na also learned that today's events were all thanks to Lin Shien. Especially after hearing that Lin Shien actually knew Mayor Chen, he became even more curious. After returning home, the two took a shower and hugged each other. Yao Na then asked out of curiosity, brother, how did you know Mayor Chen? Have you forgotten? Last time we were at Hilton International, didn't I go down for a while? Lin Shien did not hide it from Yao Na. Yao Na nodded and said, I know. Didn't they say that President Huang from the Haihe district of the construction bank wanted to see you? That's him. Mayor Chen is his old classmate. He's in charge of the old city renovation project at the mall. Speaking of the old town renovation project, Yao Na nodded and said, I know about this project. The old town over there is well built and has a lot of people. But I heard that this old town project has several phases, and only the first phase has been developed, and it's still unfinished. That's the project. Lin Shien told Yao Na about his plan to invest in this old city project. Yao Na said, I don't understand this. You have to decide the details yourself, brother. Don't worry, I know my own strengths and weaknesses, and I have already set aside some money. Even if we lose money, we will still have enough food and clothing. Lin Xian's words made Yao Na feel more at ease. As expected, her brother was very thoughtful in doing things. In fact, regarding the old city project, Lin Shien doesn't care whether it makes money or not. What he cares about is his connections. If he takes over the old city project this time, it would be equivalent to helping the mall government. By then, who among the higher-ups would not say thank you to him? But don't tell these things to Yao Na, she only needs to be beautiful. Okay, don't worry about these messy things, I'll take care of it. Linny picked up Yao Na, put her on the bed gently, covered her with a blanket, and said, now they need our help. If they want money, we have to satisfy our investors. Early morning. There was a sudden noise downstairs, waking up Lin Shien and Yao Na from their dreams. What's going on? Lin Shien and Yao Na put on their clothes and went downstairs. At the door, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a weathered face was holding his father-in-law's hand and saying something with tears and snot. Seeing Lin Shien and Yao Na standing up, the eldest brother-in-law Gua Haifeng, who was watching the fun, pointed at the man and said, this man is Wang Jun's father, Wang Jiangwo. Yesterday, my father brought some uncles to his house to ask his son for an explanation. He looked very strong. But now, I don't know who told him that his son was taken away by the police yesterday because of you. Now, he's blocking the door early in the morning. Lin Shien looked over and heard Wang Jiangwo crying, Brother Jun, please be kind. My son is only 26 years old. He is still a child. I know he did something wrong, but we are all from the same village. You can't just watch him go to jail, can you? Yao Jun felt very happy when he saw Wang Jiangwo crying. Did you feel so proud yesterday? Jiangwo, it's not that I don't want to help you. I just have no choice. Your son was fooling around behind the back of Yuanmu Group, and now he's been discovered. It's his own fault. Yao Jun shook his head. He really has no ability to take care of this matter. Even if he has a way, he will not save someone like Wang Jun. Brother Jun, you can't do anything, but your son-in-law definitely has a way. Isn't he a sworn brother of Mayor Chen? If he tells Mayor Chen, won't my son be released? Lin Shien was shocked when he heard what Wang Jiangwo said. My goodness, when did Mayor Chen and I become sworn brothers? Before he could open his mouth, he heard his father-in-law say, what the hell is this? If my son-in-law had this ability, would your son dare to do that? Okay, Jiangwo, you should go back. Our family really can't help you with this. Yao Jun waved his hand impatiently, then turned and walked into the yard. Just as I was about to close the door, I saw Wang Jiangwo fall to his knees with a thud. Chapter 39 Returning Home. Jiangwo, what are you doing? Get up. Yao Jun's face changed and he quickly stepped forward to pull him up. However, Wang Jiangwo was determined to kneel down, and Yao Jun didn't even try to pull him back. He even fell forward due to him being dragged down by him. If the fall is hard, there won't necessarily be any problems. Dad. Yao Na, who was standing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed nervously. After she realized what was happening, she rushed over. But there is someone who was faster than her. Dad. Be careful. Lin Shien rushed to Yao Jun and Wang Jiangwo, held Yao Jun with one hand and pulled up Wang Jiangwo with the other, and lifted the two men up. Then Yao Na and Gua Haifeng rushed over with nervous faces and asked with concern, Dad, are you okay? It's okay, luckily Xiao Qian helped me. Yao Jun was also a little scared. His physical condition was not very good, and he was already over 60 years old. Even though it was nothing serious, if he had fallen hard just now, who knows what would have happened. Yao Na and the others also know that the elderly are afraid of falling. Many elderly people who look to be in their 70s, 80s, or even 90s are in good health, but many of them fall accidentally, with quite serious consequences. A large number of elderly people die directly from falls. Thinking of the thrilling situation just now, Yao Na was frightened. Fortunately, her brother held her father back. After she breathed a sigh of relief, Yao Na stared at the culprit Wang Jiangwo with a bad face and said angrily, How can you be like this? Your son did something wrong and was caught by the police. Why did you go to the police instead of our family? Wang Jiangwo struggled, trying to break free from Lin Xien's control, but Lin Xien's fingers were like iron pliers, tightly gripping his shoulders, making it impossible for him to break free. After struggling for a while, Wang Jiangwo saw that he couldn't break free, so he could only scream at the top of his lungs, They're beating me! They're beating me! The Yao Jun family is beating me! The sharp voice instantly attracted the attention of many neighbors, and the surrounding neighbors also opened their doors and came out to see what was going on. However, after seeing Wang Jiangwo, he immediately showed an expression of disgust. There are no secrets in the village. The news that Wang Jun was arrested by the police last night has already spread to the 3 villages. Many people privately said that it was a good catch. Why isn't this scum who drinks the blood and sweat of his fellow villagers shot to death? He hated Wang Jiangwo so much that he also disliked him. It's Wang Jiangwo's grandson. How dare he come to our Yao village? I heard that his son was arrested by the police yesterday for taking kickbacks. Why did he come to Jun's house instead of visiting his son? His son Wang Jun is a piece of shit. He even dares to suck the hard-earned money of our fellow villagers. His father Wang Jiangwo is no good either. Some even shouted at Yao Jun, Uncle Jun, do you need help? How dare this bastard come to our village? Is he trying to avenge his son? Wang Jiangwo was also dumbfounded. He originally thought that if he called out the neighbors and saw that he was being bullied by Yao Jun's family, someone would come out and say a fair word. However, he did not expect that none of these people were willing to help him. Damn! Have decades of friendship between fellow villagers been eaten by dogs? Yao Jun didn't know what Wang Jiangwo was thinking, nor did he want to know. After hearing what the villagers said, he waved his hand and said, It's okay. I can handle it myself. Then he looked at Wang Jiangwo and said, Wang Jiangwo, you've seen it too. We don't welcome you in Yao village. Please leave. Then he said to Lin Shien, Xiao Qian, let him go. Lin Shien nodded, picked up Wang Jiangwo with one hand, and threw him on the side of the road like a chick. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Wang Jiangwo. Okay, let's go home. Yao Jun waved his hand, took Lin Shien back to the yard, and locked the door. When the others saw that the fun was over, they cursed at Wang Jiangwo and then closed the door. Damn it, Yao Jun, if my son goes to jail, your family won't be able to live in peace. Wang Jiangwo spat at the closed door with a look of resentment, then left angrily. Back in the house, Yao Na said worriedly, Dad, will Wang Jiangwo cause trouble for our family? Wang Jiangwo doesn't look like a broad-minded person. How dare he? He's rebelling against me. Yao Jun's eyes widened immediately, and he said disdainfully, he dares to cause trouble for our family, just wait and see how I deal with him. Don't worry, Nana. Your sister and I are here. If Wang dares to cause trouble, just wait and see how I'll deal with him. Gua Haifeng also said. After hearing what Gua Haifeng said, Yao Na felt a little relieved. After dinner, Yao Jun asked Lin Shien, when are you two going home? Pack up and leave later. Lin Shien and Yao Na looked at each other and said. Okay, your mom has already prepared everything for you and put it in the car. Yao Jun said. Yao Na pulled Lin Shien and quickly ran out of the door, opened the trunks of the Cayenne and Panamera, and found that most of the New Year's goods that were taken out yesterday had been put back in. Then Yao Na hurried back to the house and said to Yao Jun, Dad, these things were bought for you, why did you put them back? Your mother and I don't need so many good things. Just keep a few of them and take the rest back with you. Yao Jun replied. Dad, these things won't go bad if they're left alone. You and Mom are both old, and it's time to take care of our bodies. I brought all the things back for you. Lin Shien picked up the things in his hands and put them back into the storage room. Seeing that his daughter and son-in-law insisted, Yao Jun had no choice but to accept it. By the time Lin Shien and Yao Na had packed up and were ready to leave, it was already past 10 in the morning. Before leaving, Lin Shien pulled his father-in-law over and stuffed the bank card that he had specially prepared for the coming time into his father-in-law's hand. Dad, there is 1 million in this card. It's a gift from Nana and me. Take it. I don't want it. Before Lin Shien could finish, Yao Jun pushed Lin Shien away and said unhappily, I have hands and feet now, and I don't need anyone to support me. I don't want this money. Looking at Yao Jun with a stubborn face, Lin Shien shook his head at Yao Na beside him, looking helpless. Yao Na came over and very domineeringly stuffed the bank card into Yao Jun's hand, and said in a firm tone, Look at you, you used to say that I only spent your money and never brought money home. Now that I brought money home, you don't want it. What do you want to do? Yao Jun was speechless after hearing what Yao Na said. He opened his mouth and finally said in defense, How can this be the same? Anyway, I don't want it. Who said I gave it to you? If you don't want it, I'll give it to my mother. Yao Na acted with overwhelming force in front of her father, not at all like the little bird in front of Lin Shien. His father-in-law was a highly respected person in the village, and no one dared to scold him like he was scolding his grandson. Looking at his wife whose aura suddenly increased by 3 meters and 3, Lin Shien couldn't help but marvel at it. It was true that there was always someone who could conquer someone else. Yao Na stepped in and was able to do the job of 2 people at once. In just a short while, she got old Yao to accept the bank card. After watching the 2 Porsches disappear from sight, Yao Jun returned to the house with his bank card. Bang! The bank card fell on the table, attracting the attention of Cui Li and Gua Haifeng. What is this? A bank card? Yao Chun took the bank card and looked at his father in surprise. Yao Jun said calmly, This is the money your sister gave me. Oh, it's different now that you have money. You've started sending money home. How much? Yao Chun laughed and asked. 1 million. Ahem puff. Gua Haifeng, who was drinking water nearby, almost choked to death. Chapter 40, Accepting Tao Ran and Tao Su as godsons and goddaughters. Thank you, brother. Yao Na's voice came from the phone. Lin Shien was stunned for a moment, then he realized that she was talking about giving 1 million to his father-in-law. He smiled and said, Silly girl, you are my wife, and your parents are also my parents. Don't say thank you in the future. Hee, okay, brother, I love you. In Paramila, Yao Na hung up the phone with a red face, then breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly she saw the siblings Tao Ran and Tao Su sitting in the back seat, looking at her with smiles on their faces. Lin Shien, who was in the Cayenne, didn't know how much Yao Na had been teased by Tao Ran's brother and sister. He called his mother in advance and told her that he had already set off. From Yaozhuang to Qinzhou, the distance is also more than 200 kilometers, and the journey of nearly 2 hours passed in a flash. By the time Lin Shien and his friends drove to the entrance of the alley where his home was, it was already past noon. The Cayenne and Panamera drove all the way into the alley, which also made Lin Shien breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the entrance to the alley at home is wide enough, otherwise the Cayenne and Panamera might not be able to drive in. If he can't drive in, how can he show off? How can he bring honor to his parents if he can't pretend to be cool? The domineering Cayenne and Panamera slowly drove into the alley, attracting the attention of many neighbors. This car is so beautiful, it doesn't look cheap, does it? it's a Porsche. I can't tell whose car this is? It looks like it was just bought. The wheels are all new. During the Chinese New Year, the usually quiet alleys have become bustling. People who have been busy outside all year have also returned home. A man in his early 30s looked at the Cayenne and Panamera slowly passing by with envy on his face. The license plate is temporary and from the provincial capital. Which rich relative is this? FF. Lin Shien. The man's face was full of envy. At this moment, the window of the Cayenne slowly lowered, revealing a familiar figure. Brother Yang, where are you going? Lin Shien looked at the man and greeted him with a smile. Lin Feiyang is his neighbor and also his cousin from the same clan. They were good friends who grew up together naked when they were young. Lin Feiyang saw Lin Shien clearly and asked with surprise, who did I think it was? It's you. Have you made a fortune? Lin Feiyang looked at the Cayenne with curiosity. Lin Shien also stopped the car at the right time, opened the door and got out, took out a box of 9.5 Supreme, opened it and handed it to Lin Feiyang, then lit one for him and said modestly, I made a little money this year, and Yao Na and I haven't bought a car yet. This is just right. I just picked up the car the day before yesterday. At this time, Yao Na also walked down from the Panamera and greeted Lin Feiyang, Brother Yang. Is this Panamera also yours? Lin Feiyang asked in shock. This is Yao Na's, and mine is this Cayenne. Lin Shien said with a smile. FFF. Lin Feiyang was completely numb. A Porsche worth millions, I bought it right away, and I bought two. You're telling me you made a little money? Lin Feiyang was so envious that he was ruined. No more talking, Brother Yang, I'm going back first. Lin Shien chatted with Lin Feiyang for a few words, and then said. Okay, you go back first. I just saw my Aunt Xia coming back from buying groceries. Lin Feiyang waved at Lin Shien, and suddenly saw the box of 9.5 Supreme in his hand, and hurriedly shouted to Lin Shien, Shiener, cigarettes. You take it. Lin Shien in the car waved his hand and started the car. After Lin Shien and Yana drove away, a neighbor came out of the door and asked, Feiyang, was it Lin Shien who got out of the Porsche just now? That's right. I haven't seen them for a year, and they both drive luxury cars. Lin Feiyang said with envy. Then he took the 9.5 Supremes in his hand and said to his neighbor, look, it's different when you have money. You can get a box of 9.5 Supremes when you spend money. The man glanced at the Porsche walking into the alley and said with emotion, Mr. Lin and his wife have finally made it. Their son is so promising and their daughter-in-law is so virtuous. Thinking of his unlucky child, he became furious. He turned around and went back into the house and slapped his son who was playing with his mobile phone. I'll fucking let you play with your phone. Mom. I'm back. After parking the car at the door, Lin Shien and Yana got out and shouted towards home. Hey. Here it comes. Creak. The door opened and a middle-aged woman in an apron hurried out with a spatula in her hand. You guys came back pretty quickly. Seeing Lin Shien and Yao Na, Yang Xiao's face broke into a bright smile. Who are these two children? Yang Xiao also saw Tao Ran and Tao Su getting out of the car. The two siblings were standing aside, looking at her nervously. It's like this. Lin Shien then told his mother the whole story of how he met Tao Ran and Tao Su. Yang Xia angrily said, what kind of relatives are these? How can they be so heartless? Then she stuffed the spatula in her hand into Lin Xien's hand, and took Tao Ran and Tao Su's hands with a distressed look on her face, and said gratefully, you two saved the lives of my Nana and the child. We will be a family in the future. If you two don't mind, just call me godmother. When Lin Shien and Yao Na heard what Yang Xia said, they were a little surprised at first, but they were also very happy that their mother accepted Tao Ran and Tao Su as godsons and goddaughters. The two siblings were at a loss and couldn't help but look at Lin Shien and Yao Na. Lin Shien smiled and said, why, you two don't want to be brothers and sisters to me and Nana? Yes, of course. Tao Ran quickly nodded in agreement. Tao Su was also very excited and couldn't help but say, brother, we have a father and a mother again. Yang Xia also smiled from ear to ear. She pulled Tao Ran and Tao Su and hurried home. As she walked, she called out, Lao Lin. Lao Lin. Come and look at our godson and goddaughter. Lin Highway, the father of Lin, who was cleaning the house, looked at his wife with two strange children, a boy and a girl, with a confused look on his face. Dad. Then, Lin Shien and Yao Na also walked in. Then Lin Shien explained it again. Lin Highway was also very happy. He pulled Tao Ran and Tao Su and said enthusiastically, "We are all family now. You too should be polite. This is your own home." Both siblings have experienced the ups and downs of life, and they can feel who is sincere and who is not. From Mr. and Mrs. Lin, Tao Ran and Tao Su can clearly feel the care and love the two old people have for them. "Godfather, godmother." Tao Ran and Tao Su shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Highway and Yang Xia were so happy that they were overjoyed. "By the way, Dad, I brought a lot of things back this time. Please call my sister and ask her family to come over and take the things away when we leave this afternoon." Lin Shien slapped his forehead and talked to Lin Highway as he walked outside. "You're back now, why are you taking anything else? It's a waste of money. Whose car is this?" When Lin Highway heard that his son bought a lot of things, he was a little dissatisfied, but he still followed his son out of the house. As soon as he went out, he saw two Porsches parked at the door and was stunned. Chapter 41, The Rich Son is Extraordinary. "Of course it's mine and Nana's." Lin Shien opened the trunk, revealing it was filled with gifts. "Where did you get so much money?" Lin Highway is not a worldly wise man. He knows both the Porsche Cayenne and the Panamera, and knows clearly how expensive these two cars are. With just one glance, he could tell that both cars were equipped with the highest configuration. All in all, it would cost at least 5 million. When he thought about his son's sudden success, he had a bad feeling in his heart. As soon as Lin Shien saw Lin Highway's face, he knew that he had misunderstood, and quickly explained, "Dad, don't let your imagination run wild. All my money came from legal sources and I worked hard to earn it. I worked hard to earn this money for my wife." Of course, he would never tell this to his parents. He wanted to keep the system secret for the rest of his life. This money is all earned from working on a project with others. "If I really break the law, do you think I can still go home now?" Lin Highway was also relieved, but he still warned, "Son, although money is good, we must not do anything illegal." "Don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? I don't have the guts to break the law," Lin Shien said as he walked into the house with the gift. "I'm just reminding you." Lin Highway also relaxed and helped Lin Shien take the gifts. Yang Xia walked out of the house and was also surprised to see the trunks of the two cars were filled with things. But she was more curious about the two cars. "Son, whose car is this?" "Whose it could be?" "Your son's. He and Nana each have one," Lin Highway said. "This car is really nice, how much is it?" Yang Xia looked at the two cars and thought they were really beautiful. 5 million. After Lin Highway finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Shien with a gloating look. If his guess was correct, his wife would definitely go crazy when she heard that these two cars cost 5 million. Spending 5 million to buy two cars, is this too much money? But Yang Xia's next words left Lin Highway dumbfounded. Yang Xia was dissatisfied and said, "What nonsense! What kind of car costs 5 million and has gold trim? If you ask me, this car is only worth about 100,000 yuan. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, looked at Lin Shien and asked, "Xiao Qian, where did you get the money?" Lin Shien had no choice but to repeat that he earned his money by working on projects. After hearing this, Yang Xia said happily, "I know my son is the best. Son, you must work hard. Now you are married and Nana is pregnant. As a husband, you must let Nana and the child live a good life. This is your responsibility." "I know, Mom." Lin Shien nodded heavily. Even if his mother didn't say it, he would make Yao Na live a good life. Yang Xiao looked at the two cars and said happily, "Yesterday your aunt was showing off to me that Ming Yang from her family also bought a new car yesterday, which cost 150,000 yuan. Our family is not bad either, we bought two." Seeing his wife's happy face, Lin Highway opened his mouth, but finally gave up on telling her that the two cars were really worth 5 million. He was afraid that his wife's surprise would turn into shock. Just after dinner, two voices, one big and one small, were heard outside. "Dad, Mom, whose car is parked outside? Where's my uncle? I want to find my uncle." Then two women, one big and one small, walked in. The older one is Lin Qian's sister, Lin Song, and the younger one is his eldest niece, Gao Xing. The little girl was delighted to see Lin Shien at a glance and shouted excitedly, "Uncle!" Then he opened his arms and rushed towards him. Lin Shien squatted down, opened his arms with a smile on his face, waiting to hug the little girl, but the little girl turned around and threw herself into Yaona's arms. "Aunt, I miss you so much." Gao Xing hid in Yaona's arms, blinked at Lin Shien, and then hugged Yaona tightly and refused to let go. Lin Shien stood there in a daze with a black face. He was actually fooled by a 4-year-old girl. Seeing Lin Shien's embarrassment, everyone in the room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mom and Dad, are there any guests at our house? There are 2 Porsches parked outside. Lin Shien's brother-in-law, Gao Kun, walked in from outside and asked. Little brother. Sister-in-law. Gao Kun saw Lin Shien and Yao Na and greeted them warmly. There are no customers. The car belongs to your brother. Lin Highway pointed at Lin Shien and said. Brother, is this car really yours? Gao Kun asked in surprise. Yes, I just bought it 2 days ago. Yao Na and I didn't have a car, so we took advantage of the little money we had and bought one each. Lin Shien did not hide it. Hiss. Gao Kun couldn't help but take a deep breath and contribute his part to global warming. Seeing her husband's big reaction, Lin Song asked curiously, why, is this car expensive? Of course it's expensive. Gao Kun nodded and said enviously, I just looked at my brother's 2 cars. They are both Porsches, a Cayenne and a Panamera. I don't know what the configuration is, but even the lowest configuration costs 2 to 3 million. If they are high-end, these 2 cars will cost at least 5 million. It really is 5 million. Yang Xia's eyes widened. She suddenly remembered that her husband had just told her that the 2 cars were worth more than 5 million yuan in total. She thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. After realizing what was happening, Yang Xia was furious and yelled at Lin Shien, you prodigal son, why do you have to buy a car when you have so much money? Why don't you do something else with it? Lin Shien was overwhelmed, but luckily he reacted quickly and explained, Mom, you can't say that. A car is a person's face. If I don't drive a luxury car when I go out to discuss cooperation, people will look down on me. I bought it for work needs. Even if what you said makes sense, there's no need to buy such an expensive car, right? Although Yang Xia had accepted Lin Xien's words in her heart, she still felt sorry for the money. She said, it would be great if you could use this money to pay off the mortgage on your new house first. Mom, do you think I won't pay off the mortgage first when I have money? Lin Shien smiled and said, I paid off the mortgage as soon as possible. That's good. That's good. Yang Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Yang Xia left, her elder sister, Lin Song, came over and whispered to Lin Shien, don't think our mother is nagging. She is doing this for your own good. I know. Lin Shien certainly understood. He took out 2 iPhone 14s from the bag on the sofa, handed them to Lin Song, and said, here, this is a gift for you. What is this Apple Fan 14? Lin Song took the phone and couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing it clearly. What's going on? Gao Kun, who was standing by, also came over. Lin Song handed him one of the boxes and said, this is a gift from our brother for us. Apple Fan 14. No, it's too expensive. I can't take it. Gao Kun was surprised at Lin Xien's wealth, but still refused. Lin Shien put the phone in his hand and said, I bought it not only for you, but also for our parents, Yana's parents, her elder sister, and her younger brother. There are 12 phones in total. If you don't want them, what do you think Nana will think? So much? Lin Song and Gao Kun were both shocked. The top-end version of the Apple 14 costs nearly 10,000 yuan each, and 12 of them would cost more than 100,000 yuan, right? Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a mobile phone, what kind of a crap thing is this? Chapter 42, The Troubles of Uncle and Aunt. Looking at the iPhone 14 in front of him, Lin Song remembered that his brother had 2 cars worth 5 million yuan parked outside. Spending hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy a mobile phone was not something he could not accept. Okay, I'll take this phone. Lin Song took a mobile phone and handed it to her husband. Gao Kun also thanked Lin Shien, I am also grateful to you, brother. I have heard about how good the phones of Apple fans are before. This time, my dream has finally come true. Lin Shien smiled and said, we are all family, so why are you talking about taking advantage of others? Lin Song unpacked his phone, inserted the SIM card into it, and then excitedly shouted to his mother Yang Xia, Mom, Dad, your son bought you a new phone, come and have a look. After a while, Lin Highway and Yang Xia came over. Isn't this phone really beautiful? Yang Xia took the phone from Lin Shien and said with a smile. That's not right, it's 10,000. Lin Song told the price with a smile. What? Yang Xia's hands trembled, and she almost threw the phone away. Then she quickly stuffed the phone to Lin Shien and said, you loser, get out of here. A 10,000 yuan phone, you have money to burn. Lin Shien scratched his head, glared at his elder sister who was laughing beside him, then said with a smile, Mom, this phone is of good quality. It can be used for 3 or 4 years without replacement. On average, it only costs 2,000 yuan a year, which is not expensive. What do you mean it's not expensive? Yang Xia took out her cell phone, put it in Lin Xien's face, and said, Look at my cell phone. I only bought it for over $1,000 and I've been using it for 3 years. Isn't it still working fine? I don't want my phone. Go and return it. With that money, what else can you buy? Lin Shien felt a little helpless, and winked at Yao Na, wanting her to persuade her mother, but the girl simply shook her head and refused. After glaring at Yao Na and giving her a look that said she was going to make up her mind, he could only say to his mother in a tough manner, You can't return this phone. You'd better keep it, unless you want to waste this 10,000 yuan. You're a loser. Yang Xia angrily slapped Lin Shien and snatched the phone away. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered that she didn't know how to use it, and said to Lin Shien coldly, Why are you still standing there? Teach me how to use it. Hey, here it comes. Lin Shien then breathed a sigh of relief, then followed with a smile. No matter how much money he makes, it is meaningless if he cannot spend it on his wife, children, parents, and relatives. After teaching his mother how to use the Apple phone, Lin Shien said to her, By the way, Mom, are my uncles at home? We are celebrating the kitchen god today, so let's go out for dinner tonight. I'll make the arrangements. No, it's better to eat at home. Eating out is a waste of money. After hearing this, Yang Xia immediately shook her head and refused. Elderly people of their age always feel that restaurants outside are dirty and not affordable. For the same price of eating out, they can cook several meals at home. That won't work. In the past, it was always my aunt's family who treated us to dinner, or we ate at my uncle's house. Our family never contributed anything. Now that we have money, we must treat them back at least once. Lin Shien quickly explained. Yang Xia hesitated, so Lin Shien quickly persuaded her, I'll go pick up my grandparents later, and we can get together in the evening. Since her son had already moved his grandparents out, Yang Xia had no reason to refuse. However, she was still a little afraid that Lin Shien would spend money recklessly, so she told him, Okay, but don't spend money recklessly. Just find a cheap place to have a meal. No. Lin Shien responded and prepared to drive to pick up grandparents. Wife, I'm going to pick up our grandparents, do you want to come? Walking into the living room, Lin Qianchong asked Yao Na who was having fun. Uncle, I want to go too. I want to see my great-grandmother and great-grandfather. I jumped up immediately with joy. Without you. Lin Shien immediately pretended to be indifferent, which surprised Gao Xing. He immediately shouted at Yao Na, Aunt, look, my uncle is bullying me again. Yao Na pushed him in a reproachful manner, and then said, Why are you making a scene with Gao Xing as soon as you come back? If you make her cry later, you can comfort her yourself. That's right. Uncle is a big bad guy. Gao Xing hugged Yao Na's thigh and made a face at Lin Shien. Lin Shien laughed, went over and touched Gao Xing's hair hard, messing her hair up, then quickly ran out the door. While running, he shouted to Gao Xing, If you catch up with me, I will take you there. Ah! Stinky uncle. Gao Xing curled his lips and chased after him angrily. Happy. Slow down, don't fall. Yao Na also quickly followed. Yang Xia, who had just walked out of the house, saw this scene and couldn't help but say, You are so old, why are you still acting like a child? Lin Qian's grandfather's home is in a township under Qinzhou, but it's not too far away, only about 20 minutes drive away. The journey was smooth. The two elders were very happy to see their grandson and his wife, but when they heard that they had to go to the city for dinner, they originally didn't want to go. But after Lin Shien, Yao Na, and Gao Xing persuaded them in turn, the two elders finally agreed. After seeing Lin Xian's car, they also asked about it, but Lin Shien did not tell them the price. As soon as he returned home, Lin Shien heard bursts of laughter and the noise of children making noises in the house. Oh! Lei Lei and Jia are here. Gao Xing, who had just got off the car, heard the voice of his friend in the house and ran out of the car quickly. Lin Shien and Yao Na brought Grandpa and Grandma into the house, and it turned out that their uncle and aunt had come. Next to them, two cute little kids, a boy and a girl, were playing happily with Gao Xing. Uncle! Aunt! Lin Shien and Yao Na greeted their uncle and his wife. By the way, didn't my brother Yang Wu retire from the army? Why didn't I see him? Lin Shien asked. Your brother is busy outside. He has leased a section of the Zhonghua River and is doing some sand pumping business. Isn't that great? Lin Shien said with a smile. What's good? My aunt looked worried and said, You know, the Zhonghua River here. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. My uncle suddenly interrupted my wife. Lin Shien frowned and looked at his father and mother, but they didn't react at all, which made him even more confused. Where is his place in Zhonghua River? It happens that I haven't seen him for a long time. I will go find him and we can have dinner together later. Lin Shien said. Just. After getting the address, Lin Shien said hello to Yao Na and drove out in his Cayenne. While driving, Lin Shien frowned. From the looks of his uncle and aunt, he could tell that brother Yang Wu must have been in trouble. Zhonghua River. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Xian's mind. Zhonghua River is located in the northeast of Qinzhou. In the past, the people here were all Hui Muslims. They were tough and many gray and black industries were controlled by them. Because most people have the surname Chao, Hanzhuan, the village next to Lin Shien in the southwest, follows the tradition of Han in the south and Chao in the north. As for Hanzhuang, it is because most of the young children will be sent to the famous Tagu martial arts school. They are all very powerful and can break bricks with bare hands, so no one dares to mess with them. However, businesses such as sand extraction and earthwork have always been controlled by gray forces. Chapter 43, Don't Take Revenge? Then you are my grandson. Feeling a little worried, Lin Shien drove quite fast and soon arrived at the address his aunt mentioned. This is a small dock, and you can see a dredging ship parked on the Zhonghua River. At the dock, two groups of people were confronting each other. The leader of one of the groups was Yang Wu. Lin Shien thought to himself that something was wrong and rushed forward with his foot on the accelerator. Mr. Yang, I have one word for you today. From now on, your ship will have to stop whether you want to stop or not. A man with long hair and a tattoo on his neck was speaking to Yang Wu and his group with a nasty look on his face. Behind him stood a dozen or so men holding sticks, all with unfriendly faces. Mr. Zhou, this stretch of river is contracted by me. It is my duty to dredge the sand. You can stop just because I want to. Who do you think you are? Yang Wu had a frosty face, clenched his fists and spoke in a cold voice. The man in front of him was a thug from Wanrong Building Materials Company. Ever since he contracted to dredge sand from this section of the river, the first month was fine, but starting from the second month, Zhou Jicheng often brought people to cause trouble. Several people on his side are veterans with pretty good skills. At least one can beat three. In the previous conflicts, Zhou Jicheng had fewer people and did not gain the upper hand. This time, he actually brought more than 20 people. There were only 4 of them and they were no match at all. Mr. Yang, you are also from Qinzhou. Don't you know that the sand pumping is from Wanrong? Go ask around. Without Wanrong's consent, you can't pump sand. Zhou Jicheng said arrogantly. After a pause, Zhou Jicheng continued, If you want to pump sand, you can. Give half of the sand to Wanrong every month. If you agree, you can start the ship immediately. But if you don't agree, I will close your business today. Ciao. Brother Wu, this guy is too arrogant, kill him. A young man with a flat head standing next to Yang Wu was so angry that his eyes turned red. He looks to be in his early 20s, full of vigor and vitality. He has been troubled by Zhou Jicheng every day these days and he can no longer bear it. The other 2 people couldn't help but say to Yang Wu after hearing what their companion said, That's right, Brother Wu, we can't just let them cause trouble. We must fight back. Yo! You want to do it? Sure. When Zhou Jicheng heard what they said, he immediately smiled and said to his brothers, Brothers, you see, they were the ones who first said they would attack us, so our attack was in self-defense. At this point, the smile on Zhou Jicheng's face immediately disappeared, and then he shouted, Hit me. Following Zhou Jicheng's loud shout, the brothers behind him raised the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Yang Wu and his companions. Ciao. Let's fight. It is true that Yang Wu was calm, but now the man surnamed Zhou was obviously going to kill them. If they still endured it even at this point, they would be idiots. Just when Yang Wu and his 4 companions were about to take up their weapons and start fighting, they suddenly heard a roar behind Zhou Jicheng and his companions. Then a tall and extraordinary SUV was seen rushing towards Zhou Jicheng and his group. Fuck. There's a car coming, get out of the way, bro. The brothers behind heard the roar of the engine behind them, turned their heads and were almost scared to death, and quickly rolled and crawled to the side. Damn. Who is this bastard? Zhou Jiqiang also noticed the car rushing towards him and started cursing in anger. I don't know if it was because he cursed too loudly, but the car rushed straight towards him. Fuck! Zhou Jiqiang was so frightened that he rolled and crawled to the side. Seeing Zhou Jiqiang and his group crawling in a miserable state, Yang Wu and his companions burst into laughter, venting their depression for some time. Creak! The SUV stopped steadily where Zhou Jiqiang and his group had been standing. The door opened, and Lin Shien got out of the car and greeted the stunned Yang Wu. Brother Wu. Xiao Chen. Why are you here? After Yang Wu reacted, he walked towards Lin Shien with a look of surprise on his face. The two hugged each other for a while, and then Lin Shien asked, "What's going on?" Yang Wu also told Lin Shien the reason for the incident. Fuck. It's already 2023. How come there are still people who disregard the law like this? Lin Shien looked at Zhou Jiqiang and others with disgust. As he was speaking, Zhou Jiqiang and his men came over. You little bastard, you dare to hit me with your car? Beat me up. Zhou Jiqiang pointed at Lin Shien and cursed at him. Lin Xien's eyes flashed coldly, and he kicked him. Wow. Zhou Jiqiang was kicked in the chest by Lin Shien, and he screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood, flying out. The people behind him were also knocked out. Fuck. Brother Wu, is this guy your brother? Is he so awesome? He can just kick someone away, but don't kick him to death. One of Yang Wu's comrades opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Yang Wu quickly reminded, Xiao Chen, don't let anyone get killed. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lin Shien turned his head and said. From the time Zhou Jiqiang ordered the fight to the time he was kicked away by Lin Shien, it only took 2 or 3 seconds, and the others had no time to react at all. In addition, seeing that Lin Shien could actually kick someone several meters away with one kick, he became even more cautious. Lin Shien glanced coldly at Wan Rong's men, then walked up to Zhou Jiqiang, stepped on his mouth, and twisted it hard twice. Strands of blood flowed from Zhou Jiqiang's mouth, causing him to scream in pain. After a while, Lin Shien stopped, squatted down, looked at Zhou Jiqiang coldly, and asked in a cold voice, "What did you say just now?" I didn't hear it clearly. Fuck you. Zhou Jiqiang cursed at Lin Shien with a look of resentment, but before he could finish his curse, Lin Shien slapped him in the face. Go on. Lin Shien shook off the blood in his hands and said coldly. Bang. Another slap landed on Zhou Jiqiang's face, splashing a puff of blood. Zhou Jiqiang looked confused, and I haven't even started to scold him yet. Bang. Bang. Crisp slaps sounded one after another, and Zhou Jiqiang soon turned into a pig's head. Brother. I was wrong. Finally, under Lin Xien's violence, Zhou Jiqiang could no longer hold on. Brother, I was wrong. Zhou Jiqiang stammered and spoke unclearly. If Lin Shien had not been close to him, he would not have been able to hear what he said. Wouldn't it be better if we did this earlier? Lin Shien clapped his hands, stood up, and said to the people from Wan Rong next to him, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and pull your boss up." After hearing Lin Xien's words, the people of Wan Rong hurriedly helped Zhou Jiqiang up. Yang Wu and his companions also rushed over and surrounded Lin Shien. Xiao Qian, are you okay? Yang Wu asked with concern. Of course it's okay. Lin Shien said with a smile. Since his rebirth, he found that his physical fitness had become stronger, even getting stronger day by day. When he kicked Zhou Jiqiang just now, he was holding back on his strength, otherwise this kick would have killed him directly. Perhaps because there were people around him, Zhou Jiqiang regained his courage. He pointed at Lin Shien and said, "Damn it. Boy, if you dare to attack me, I will kill you." Lin Shien sneered and took a step forward, scaring Zhou Jiqiang and others so much that they quickly retreated. Seeing the playful expression on Lin Xien's face, Zhou Jiqiang blushed and cursed at the others. What the hell are you afraid of? We have dozens of people. Go and deal with him. After hearing Zhou Jiqiang's words, everyone remembered that there were so many of them. Cool. Brother Chang is right. Even if this guy is good at fighting, can he beat dozens of us? Go. Kill him. Lin Shien sneered and rushed towards the crowd without saying a word. Yang Wu suddenly became very anxious and said to his comrades, "Don't just stand there, get started." In the crowd, Lin Shien was like a tiger, charging left and right. No one in front of him could block his punches and kicks. Often, just one punch could cause several people to fall to the ground. In just 2 minutes, all the 20 or so people brought by Zhou Jiqiang fell to the ground. This made Yang Wu and his companions lose face. Brother Wu, who are you and why are you so good at fighting? The guy with the flat head swallowed and looked at Yang Wu in shock. How the hell should I know? Yang Wu pulled the corner of his mouth. Gulp. Zhou Jiqian looked at Lin Shien, who was slowly walking towards him, his legs shaking. You, don't come over here. If you come over here again, I'll call the police immediately. Zhou Jiqian took out his cell phone in a hurry and accidentally dropped it to the ground. He was about to bend down to pick it up, but his foot stepped on the phone. Zhou Jiqian looked up and saw Lin Shien reaching out and handing him the phone. Here, call the police. If you don't, you're my grandson. I want to see whether the People's Police in Xinzhou trust you Wanrong or us ordinary people. Chapter 44, Scared Zhou Jiqian. Zhou Jiqian didn't dare. Wanrong and his group were all on the police station's blacklist. If they really called the police, they would take them back and put them in a dark room for 2 days without saying a word. I didn't do anything, but I was beaten up. If I were to be put in a dark room again, wouldn't that be a big loss? Humph. I admit defeat this time. Let's wait and see. Zhou Jiqian said with a frustrated look on his face. Wait a minute. Zhou Jiqian turned his head and looked at Lin Shien, angrily saying, What do you want? Don't get me wrong. Lin Shien said calmly, I am different from you scum. If I beat you, I will definitely pay you some medicine. What if you guys really call the police and frame me after you go back? Zhou Jiqian was stunned when he heard Lin Xien's words. I've seen people asking for money for medicine, but I've never seen anyone chasing after you to pay for it. Brother Wu. Lin Shien shouted at Yang Wu, and then whispered a few words to him. Yang Wu was surprised and quickly persuaded, Shout Shen, they were the ones who caused trouble for us first, how can we still give them money? Brother Wu, don't worry. Lin Shien whispered, Brother Wu, do you believe me? Of course I believe it. Yang Wu replied without any hesitation. Then listen to me. After Lin Shien arranged for Yang Wu to leave, Zhou Jiqian and his group were not sure what Lin Shien was trying to do. Brother Chang, what should we do? Zhou Jiqian glanced at Lin Shien and said, Let's see what they are up to first. If it's really for the money for medicine, then it would be a waste. Zhou Jiqian had already made up his mind that even if he had to pay for the medicine, he would still retaliate. After a while, Yang Wu came back carrying a large plastic bag. Lin Shien took the plastic bags and threw them on the ground. Several bundles of red banknotes rolled out of the open plastic bags. Money. It's all money. At least hundreds of thousands. Zhou Jiqian and his group widened their eyes. Gudong. Zhou Jiqian swallowed his doubts and looked at Lin Shien, asking, Brother, what do you mean? I told you, this is your medicine fee, there is a total of 1 million in it. Lin Shien said calmly. 1 million. Zhou Jiqian took a deep breath and his voice became sharp. Take it. Lin Shien smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. But the more he did this, the more Zhou Jiqian dared not to move. The young man in front of me drives a Porsche worth millions, and his behavior is so domineering that he dares to hit people with his car. He can also take out 1 million in cash. His background is definitely not simple. As for suspecting that the money is fake? Just kidding, if it's true, he will call the police and this guy will be taken out for target practice the next day. Brother Chang, don't we want this much money? A younger brother asked Zhou Jiqian. That's 1 million. What the hell? Zhou Jiqian's face was uncertain. Looking at Lin Xien's smiling face, he felt more and more that this boy had bad intentions. What about the medicine fee? Bah! Zhou Jiqian was sure that once he accepted the 1 million, it would be a question whether he could keep his life, and by then the money for the medicine would become the money for Mengpa soup. Damn, rich people have such dirty hearts. Zhou Jiqian gritted his teeth and said to his brothers, Let's go. When the others saw that Zhou Jiqian didn't even want money, they immediately became anxious. Brother Chang, this money. What the hell? Are you trying to save your life? Hurry up and leave. Zhou Jiqian cursed at his younger brother and left in a hurry. Soon, only Lin Shien and Yang Wu were left on the entire dock. Shout Shen, you're right. They really didn't take the money. Yang Wu said with surprise. Lin Shien just told him that even if he threw the money in front of Zhou Jiqian and the others, they would not dare to touch it. He didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it is really as his brother said. How do you know they won't want it? Yang Wu asked curiously. Lin Shien smiled and said, "It's very simple. My car is a Porsche Cayenne, which costs at least 1 million yuan. Now I can easily take out 1 million yuan in cash. Just for this reason, Zhou Jiqiang can't afford to offend me. Even if he took the 1 million, I could turn around and call the police and report them as robbery and extortion. With 1 million, they will be locked up in a small dark cell for 10 or 20 years before they can get out." After hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Yang Wu and his companions felt as if 1,000 alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. "Brother Wu, your brother's mind is too dirty, isn't it?" One of Yang Wu's comrades looked at Lin Xian warily. To be honest, he subconsciously wanted to stay away from him. Yang Wu grinned, not knowing what to say. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and asked quickly, "No, where did you get so much money? You can even afford a Porsche Cayenne, and you can also take out 1 million in cash?" "Don't worry, my money comes from legitimate sources. I earned it through hard work." Lin Shien knew that Yang Wu would ask this, so he repeated what he had prepared. Yang Wu and his comrades looked confused when they heard this. My goodness, they could earn hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars just by writing a few lines of code in front of the computer. The speed at which they make money is like the wind. Think about myself again. I work so hard to dredge sand, and I am also targeted by the people of Wanrong. In comparison with this, Yang Wu felt extremely upset. "Okay, after I do this, the people in Wanrong won't dare to do anything to you without checking my background. At least you can live in peace for the next few days," Lin Shien said. "Will you be in danger?" Yang Wu asked with concern. "Don't worry, you've seen my skills. If they dare to come, I'm itching to get my hands on them, so I don't mind taking care of them all." Lin Shien looked nonchalant. The only thing he cared about was whether the people from Wanrong would attack his parents. Lin Shien glanced at Yang Wu and suddenly his eyes lit up. "This cousin of mine is a retired armed police officer. He must have many retired comrades in arms. Can he gather these people together and make them work for him? It just so happens that after the new year he will be preparing to take action against power media, so we must be on guard then. Brother Wu and other retired armed police are all quite skilled and can easily defeat 3 at once." Thinking of this, Lin Shien immediately asked, "Brother Wu, how many comrades in your army have retired this time?" "Quite a few, more than a dozen. Except for the 4 of us, the others have returned to their hometowns. Everyone comes from all over the world, and I don't know when we can see each other again." Speaking of his comrades, Yang Wu felt a little disappointed. The other people also looked frustrated. These people had not served in the army for long, 2 years of compulsory military service plus a 3-year term, totaling only 5 years. They had not made any contributions, and the country did not arrange jobs for them after they retired. This is also the reason why they got together to pool money and contract the river. "How about you guys help me, Brother Wu?" Lin Shien calculated in his mind that a dozen people was about enough. Chapter 45, Preparing to set up a private office. "Shall we go help you?" Lin Shien nodded and said, "After the new year, I will acquire a cultural media company. We are in need of people right now. If you follow me, I will never treat you unfairly. I will pay you 10,000 yuan a month. The company will provide 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. It will be 14 salaries a year, and the year-end bonus will be no less than 3 months' salary. How about it? Isn't this treatment too good?" Yang Wu's comrades in arms looked incredulous. This kind of treatment, let alone in a small city like Xinzhou, even in the provincial capital of Guangzhou, is better than that of a considerable number of people. "How about it? Do you want to consider it?" Lin Shien said to Yang Wu and others. He believed that no one would refuse such treatment. "But we don't know anything except a bit of strength, right?" Yang Wu said a little frustrated. The eyes of the other few people also dimmed. It seemed that they could not do anything else except this little bit of strength. What kind of nonsense is that? You are all retired armed police officers. How can you not know anything with all these skills? Lin Shien smiled and said, "If I acquire a cultural media company, you can also be security guards. By the way, I also have cooperation with the mall government. They have an ancient city project, and there are jobs everywhere there." Real? After hearing what Lin Shien said, Yang Wu's comrades in arms were already eager to agree. So everyone looked at Yang Wu. Yang Wu thought about it and made the decision. "Okay, we'll listen to you, Xiaoqian, we'll follow you from now on." Lin Shien clenched his fists tightly, feeling happy. He hurriedly said, during this period of time, Brother Wu, you can handle the sand pumping work here. Tell me how much you lost, and I will make it up to you. Lin Shien said generously. That won't work. Yang Wu quickly shook his head and said, you have already taken good care of us, how can we trouble you again? Besides, we did the sand pumping work ourselves. Even if we lose money, it's our own business. How can we ask you to pay for it? Yang Wu's words won unanimous approval from the others. Brother Wu, why don't you introduce some friends to me? Lin Shien looked at Yang Wu's comrades and asked with a smile. Yang Wu patted his forehead and said embarrassedly, look, I forgot everything. This is Huainan, his real name is Zhao. This is De Jiang, his real name is Xiao Jiang. This is King Kong, his real name is Lu Yonggang. Yang Wu introduced his three good brothers to Lin Shien one by one. Zhao Yi and the others also greeted Lin Shien, Brother Qian. Zhao Yi and his men had all been soldiers for 5 years, one term less than Yang Wu. They are both around 23 or 24 years old, several years younger than Lin Shien, so it doesn't hurt to call him brother. Okay, I'll sell this boat in the next few days, and I'll follow you from now on. Yang Wu also said with a smile. Don't worry, if I eat something, you will have something to drink. You are my brother after all. Lin Shien pretended to be proud. It's getting late, let's go back quickly, we have to go out for dinner together later. Lin Shien checked the time on his phone and said to Yang Wu. Okay, I'll pack up and we'll go. Just as Yang Wu was about to go back to the boat to pack his things, he was stopped by Zhao Yi. Brother Wu, let's do this. You and Brother Qian have something to do, so go back first. Yang Wu did not refuse. After making some arrangements, he and Lin Shien got into the Cayenne. A luxury car is a luxury car. Did you buy the top-of-the-line Cayenne? That must have cost a lot of money, right? Yang Wu knew something about luxury cars and could tell at a glance that this Cayenne was a top-of-the-line model. It's not bad, just over 2 million. Hearing Lin Xian's pretentious words, Yang Wu almost choked to death. You're awesome. Yang Wu gave Lin Shien a thumbs up and then turned his head to the outside. He didn't want to talk to the show-off. The whole family had a lively dinner in the evening, and then Lin Shien drove Grandma and Grandpa back home. Just as I was about to leave, my cell phone rang. Lin Shien took out his cell phone and it was a call from President Huang Wei. Good evening, Mr. Lin. As soon as the phone was connected, Huang Wei's cheerful voice was heard. Good evening, President Huang. Lin Shien also replied, and then Huang Wei said excitedly, Mr. Lin, there is good news, your application for a private office has been approved. Really? Thank you, President Huang. Lin Shien was not at all surprised about this. The more than 2 billion yuan in his bank card is not just for show. As long as the leaders of CCB have not been kicked in the head by a donkey, they will not hold him back on this matter. Huang Wei didn't expect Lin Xian's reaction to be so calm, but then he thought, with more than 2 billion yuan in his account and such a terrifying cash flow, what kind of scene must he not have seen? Thinking of this, Huang Wei became even more respectful towards Lin Shien. He reminded responsibly, Mr. Lin, your private office has also been valued by the head office. Regarding the issue of personnel selection, you can connect to the head office's talent database. I can send you the information and you can screen it. If there is a suitable one, you can stay. How many people are there? Lin Shien asked. Almost 100. Huang Wei searched the file and replied. Nearly 100? Lin Shien was a little overwhelmed. How long would it take to read so much information? Suddenly he thought of Han Ling who went with Huang Wei that day, and asked, by the way, President Huang, I remember there was a little girl with you last time? Her name is Han Ling, that girl's name is Han Ling. Huang Wei said quickly. Yes, that's her. I remember she's my exclusive customer service representative now. In that case, she's mine. Send her the information and let her help me select talent. Lin Shien simply pushed the work out. Are you kidding? I'm a billionaire with a net worth of over 2 billion, and I have to do everything myself. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Huang Wei hung up the phone and immediately asked his secretary to call Han Ling over. President, you're looking for me? Han Ling came to the office, feeling a little nervous. These days, she tried every means to chat with Mr. Lin every day, but Mr. Lin seemed to have forgotten about her and didn't reply to her messages at all. She even wanted to sell out her looks and post some borderline photos. She was suddenly called to the office by the bank president. She was really afraid that she would be kicked out and someone else would serve Mr. Lin instead. Xiaohan, you have done a good job in the past few days. Mr. Lin has specifically asked you to be responsible for the establishment of his private office. Looking at the president with a kind smile on his face, Han Ling's brain froze. What did the president say just now? Mr. Lin specifically asked me to be responsible for setting up his private office? Chapter 46. It turns out that Mr. Lin has me in his heart. Why? Are you stupid after hearing this good news? Seeing Han Ling looking lost, Huang Wei couldn't help but joke. President, is this true? Han Ling didn't hear the joking in Huang Wei's tone and still looked incredulous. How can this be false? Huang Wei smiled and said, Why, you don't want to? Of course not. I'm just too excited, that's all. Han Ling denied it immediately and was about to ask the president why Mr. Lin suddenly asked her to be responsible for setting up a private office. But just as she opened her mouth, she suddenly remembered that if the bank president knew that she hadn't spoken a word to Mr. Lin in the past 2 days, he might suggest to Mr. Lin to replace her with someone else. When she thought of this result, Han Ling immediately swallowed the rest of her words. President, I will definitely take responsibility seriously. Han Ling immediately changed her tone and made a promise. It's no use just talking. You have to show Mr. Lin with your actions that you are worthy of his trust. Huang Wei corrected him and then reminded him, call Mr. Lin back later. Mr. Lin is the most distinguished customer of our branch. I don't care what method you use, you must serve Mr. Lin well. Do you understand what I mean? Facing Huang Wei's meaningful gaze, Han Ling's slender jade fingers pinching the corner of her clothes turned pale. She nodded vigorously and said, Don't worry, President. I will definitely meet any request of Mr. Lin. Very good. Huang Wei was very satisfied with Han Ling's attitude. How could he climb up without paying some price? He picked up a stack of documents on the table and said to Han Ling, These are the talents that our construction bank has in reserve. Go back and select them carefully. Make sure to pick out the most talented and capable people. I understand, President. Han Ling took the documents and walked out of the office. Even when she returned to her workstation, her head was still dizzy. She had actually been entrusted with an important task by Mr. Lin to prepare a private office. Clearly, she and Mr. Lin had not spoken more than 2 sentences in the past 2 days. How could he give such an important task to her? Could it be that Mr. Lin has feelings for me? But he is already married? Thinking of this, Han Ling felt a pain in her heart. It is hard to imagine that a man like Mr. Lin, who is young, handsome and rich, would get married so early. I'm so unwilling. Han Ling couldn't help but murmur. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Sister Lu, who was standing by, heard Han Ling sigh and asked with concern, Did the president scold you? No, it's just Mr. Lin. Han Ling looked a little embarrassed to speak, which shocked Sister Lu. Did Mr. Lin make any excessive demands on you? Sister Lu has been working in the bank for several years. She has seen many customers trying to develop harmonious friendships with their colleagues in the bank under the pretext of making deposits. Seeing Han Ling like this, she thought that Mr. Lin was also interested in Han Ling's body. That's not the case. Han Ling smiled bitterly. On the contrary, she was the one who coveted Mr. Lin's body, but he simply ignored her. Seeing Sister Lu's puzzled look, Han Ling did not hide it. The president just came to me and said that Mr. Lin personally asked me to be responsible for preparing his private office. This is a good thing. Sister Lu was pleasantly surprised, and then she enviously said, Lingling, you are really capable. You even told me that Mr. Lin is not interested in you. If he was not interested, would he have entrusted you with such an important matter? Han Ling showed a forced smile on her face. She really didn't know whether Mr. Lin was interested in her. After Lin Shien hung up Huang Wei's phone call, Yana, who was holding his arm while watching TV, suddenly let go of his arm and asked without looking up, Who was that Han Ling? There is murderous intent. Lin Shien felt a chill on his back and felt that things were not simple. Fortunately, he was walking and sitting upright and said calmly, The bank assigned me a dedicated private customer service representative. They set up a private office for me to help me handle my personal affairs and various business matters. I was thinking, we can't just keep the hundreds of millions in the bank. I'm a little scared. You've read the news before. Billions of dollars just disappeared. Yana also remembered the big news and became nervous instantly. Yes. It's too scary. You worked hard to earn this money. You can't just let them swallow it up like this. Right, so I'm thinking about how to spend the money, but don't worry, I still have some money left, enough for our family to live on. Also, remember the renovation project of the old mall I told you about before? I plan to invest money in it. Lin Shien told Yao Na about his plan. Yao Na nodded and said, I don't know much about this kind of investment. Just do it for yourself. Okay. As soon as Lin Shien finished speaking, the phone rang. Han Ling. Lin Shien looked at Yao Na's expression calmly, then pressed the hands-free button. I, Lin Shien, am so upright. I am Lin Shien. Mr. Lin, I'm Han Ling. Han Ling's excited voice came from the phone. Lin Shien just hummed lightly and asked, Miss Han, what's the matter? Hearing Lin Xian's cold voice, Han Ling's excited heart suddenly turned cold. Am I overthinking it? Mr. Lin has no other thoughts about himself at all? Hello? Miss Han? The voice coming from the phone made Han Ling shudder suddenly. She quickly replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I just want to express my gratitude to you. Thank you for trusting me and letting me be responsible for setting up a private office. I will definitely not let you down. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Han. I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. Lin Xian's voice said that he didn't want to say anything more, and Han Ling's many words in her heart were suddenly blocked in her throat. Sister Lu. Putting down the phone, Han Ling looked at Sister Lu with a wronged look on her face. Sister Lu also heard Lin Xian's voice on the phone, which was cold and distant. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and said to Han Ling with a look of surprise, Ling Ling, don't be anxious. Han Ling looked at Sister Lu with confusion, not understanding why she was so happy. Sister Lu analyzed, Ling Ling, think about it, what day is today? January 15th. Han Ling looked at the time and said, it's the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. Sister Lu said with shining eyes, today is the day to worship the kitchen god. Mr. Lin must not be able to tell you more. Don't forget that he is married. When you called him, he must have been with his wife and family, so of course he had to keep his distance from you. Cha-Cha keeps his distance from you, which further proves that Mr. Lin has you in his heart. Mr. Lin has me in his heart? Han Ling had a face full of question marks. Think about it. The more Sister Lu analyzed, the more she felt that she was right. If Mr. Lin was nice to you in front of his wife's family, wouldn't that be a bad thing? Only by being cold and distant to you can I prevent my wife and family from noticing you. This is to protect you. After hearing Sister Lu's analysis, Han Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes. Mr. Lin must have me in his heart, that's why he protects me so much. Chapter 47 Education Fund for Gaoxing. After receiving Sister Lu's comfort, Han Ling became more and more convinced that Mr. Lin was doing this for her own good and that he must have his own thoughts. The reason why he kept his distance from me was because he was already married and some things couldn't be made so obvious. After thinking about this, Han Ling felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Thank you, Sister Lu. Han Ling thanked him sincerely. Sister Lu smiled and said, what's the big deal? I'm just giving you some advice. You'll figure these things out if you think about them yourself. After that, she jokingly said, Mr. Lin is a billionaire, don't forget me when you become rich. How could that be? Han Ling quickly hugged Sister Lu's arm and spoke to her affectionately. The two of them seemed to have become good sisters for many years. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien realized that everyone was looking at him. Lin Highway couldn't help but ask, Xiao Qian, what do you mean by this private office? It's like this, the 4 major banks. Seeing that his parents, elder sister, and brother-in-law were all very curious, Lin Shien explained. After he finished speaking, the elder sister Lin Song asked in shock, so you are worth 1 billion now? Only those with a net worth of over 1 billion will be helped by the big 4 banks to set up a private office. Doesn't that make me a billionaire? How is this possible? Of course not. Lin Shien quickly shook his head. That's what I said. Lin Song breathed a sigh of relief, and the others also relaxed a lot. But then Lin Shien said, I don't have 1 billion, but I do have 200 million. Puff. What did you say? Lin Highway, who was drinking tea at the side, immediately spat out a mouthful of tea and was completely dumbfounded. The others didn't tea look much better. That was 200 million, not 200 yuan. Lin Shien had already anticipated the reactions of his parents and family, but he had to tell them. Otherwise, when you want to spend money on them in the future, you won't be able to explain the source of the money. However, considering their ability to accept, he only said 200 million. Seeing the serious expression on Lin Shien's face, Lin Highway could only look to Yao Na for help. Yao Na nodded and said, "Dad, what my brother said is true." This. Lin Highway opened his mouth, but in the end, no words came out. His mind is in a mess now. His son became a billionaire in the blink of an eye? Xiao Qian, you won't do anything bad, right? Yang Xiao on the side asked worriedly. Although Lin Shien had told them before that the source of the money was absolutely clean, the huge sum of 200 million still scared them. In their opinion, the only way to make a huge sum of 200 million yuan in just a few months is to use criminal law. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Yang Xia quickly persuaded him, "Son, you must tell the truth. Where did all this money come from?" "Mom, don't worry. I promise that the money is clean. Otherwise, I would have been in the darkroom by now." Lin Shien raised his right hand and said solemnly, "I promise. I trust you." Yang Xia wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Highway. Then he said to Yang Xia, "You know your son's temper. How could he have the guts to do such a thing? When I was a teenager, I was still afraid of the dark. How could he have the guts to do something illegal?" Hearing what Dad said, the whole family couldn't help but burst into laughter. Among them, Yao Na laughed the loudest. Her parents had told her many times that Lin Shien was afraid of the dark. Tao Ran and Tao Su also wanted to laugh, but they held it back for Lin Xien's sake. But judging from the violent shaking of the two men's shoulders, they could not hold it back any longer. "Dad, can we not talk about this?" Lin Shien glared at Yao Na and said helplessly. After this episode, the atmosphere in the living room finally became cheerful. Lin Song said excitedly, "Great, brother, I never thought that my brother would become a billionaire in the blink of an eye. You must not treat me badly in the future." "Of course." Lin Shien immediately took out his cell phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to her. Hearing the ringing of his cell phone, Lin Song took out his phone and couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing the transfer text message of 500,000 yuan. "What's wrong?" Lin Song looked extremely frightened, which attracted everyone's attention. "What's going on?" My brother-in-law Gao Kun leaned over, and when he saw the transfer text message clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed wow. It was Gao Kun's voice that pulled Lin Song back from his shock. She quickly said to Lin Shien, "Brother, I can't take this money. I will transfer it back to you now." Gao Kun at the side explained, "My brother transferred 500,000 yuan to his sister." Lin Shien smiled and said to his elder sister, "This is not for you, but for Gao Xing's education fund. This money is for her future schooling. If she wants to study abroad in the future, I will add more money." This. Lin Song and Gao Kun looked at each other, both a little hesitant. If the money was given to them, they would definitely not take it, but if it was given to Gao Xing, they would hesitate. Gao Xing, who was standing by, suddenly asked curiously, "Uncle, are all those money for me?" "It will definitely be given to you by your uncle, but not necessarily by your stinky uncle." Lin Shien pretended to be unhappy. "Uncle. Good uncle." Gao Xing immediately jumped off the sofa, climbed onto Lin Xien's thighs, and kissed him hard on the face, then said expectantly, "Uncle, can you give it to me now?" Everyone was amused by the happy action for a moment. "Certainly." Lin Shien hugged Gao Xing and rubbed his bearded chin back and forth on her face, making the little girl laugh. After making a fuss for a while, Gao Xing suddenly said to his mother Lin Song, "Mom, this is the money my uncle gave me, you have to give it to me." "What do you want to do?" "It's my money, I can buy whatever I want, you have no right to interfere." Happy as if it was natural. "Hey, you're trying to rebel." Lin Song grabbed Gao Xing and pretended to teach her a lesson. Gao Xing looked unyielding and said, imitating an adult, "When I wanted to eat ice cream before, you said the money was yours. You bought it for me if you wanted to, and didn't if you didn't want to. If you have the ability, you can use your own money. Now that I have money, I can buy whatever I want." The happy words left Lin Song speechless. It also made everyone laugh again. Lin Song felt ashamed that she had been tricked by a 5-year-old girl. Seeing her husband still laughing heartlessly, she immediately slapped him. "You're still laughing. Your daughter is going to rebel." Seeing that his elder sister was about to get angry, Lin Shien quickly pulled Gao Xing over and said, "Okay, if you want to eat ice cream next time, just tell your uncle and let your uncle tell your mother." "That's great. I knew my uncle loved me the most." She happily and excitedly kissed Lin Shien on the face again. "Just spoil her." Lin Song said somewhat helplessly. Lin Shien smiled and said, "It's okay for children to eat some ice cream, as long as they don't eat too much." Then he told Gao Xing, "I can let you eat ice cream, but let's make it clear first, you can only eat one at a time, and you must not eat more, otherwise your uncle will not help you in the future." "Don't worry, uncle, I'll remember it." Gao Xing solemnly imitated Lin Shien and stretched out his finger. "Ahem, don't add this gesture." Lin Shien was very upset and pressed down the little girl's raised arm. Feeling happy, Lin Shien took out another bank card from his wallet, put it on the table, and said to Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia, "Mom and Dad, I have deposited 1 million in this card, you can take it." Chapter 48, Encountering Mother's Colleague. "We don't want it." Lin Hiwei had no doubt whether there was 1 million in this bank card, but he still refused without hesitation. Just like a father-in-law. "Don't do that." Lin Shien quickly said, "Yaona's parents have also accepted the money. If you don't accept it, what will Yaona do?" Hearing Lin Xien's words, Lin Hiwei looked embarrassed. Just as his son said, his in-laws have already taken the money. If he doesn't take it, where will his in-laws put their faces? Yang Xia was the first to react and said to Lin Shien, "Okay, we'll take the money. We'll keep it for you and give it to you when your baby is born." "Okay, you have the final say." Lin Shien didn't dwell on this, all parents are like this. "Unless it is necessary, I will never spend a penny on myself and save it all for my children. My parents have worked hard for so many years. I never let them live a good life in their previous life until my death. I must let them enjoy the wealth and glory of the world in this life." It was late at night and everyone went to wash up and prepare for bed. My elder sister and her husband didn't go back either. Although she got married, she kept her original room. In the words of Lin's father and mother, it is true that you are married, but that does not mean that you are no longer a daughter of the Lin family. Back in the bedroom on the second floor, Lin Shien thought for a moment and said to Yaona, "I have an idea." "What do you think?" Yaona found a comfortable position, lay in Lin Xien's arms, and asked. "I'm planning to invest in the Old Town project of the mall, right? Once the deal is done, they will take out 25% of the shares. I plan to take out 5% of the shares separately to set up a family foundation and distribute dividends to our two families every year. What do you think?" Lin Shien expressed his thoughts. Such family foundations can be found everywhere in the world, especially among wealthy people abroad. They say that they have donated all their property to charity organizations. In fact, that charity organization is their own family foundation. It is true that they do charity, but the profits will also be distributed as dividends to family members. The advantage of this is that when you inherit the estate in the future, you will have to pay high inheritance tax. Moreover, charitable foundations have tax exemption policies in every country. If they obtain tax exemptions through legitimate channels, the law cannot interfere. Since he is rich now and will be even richer in the future, it will be only a matter of time for him and the people around him to live a good life. Of course, there are many examples of people repaying kindness with resentment, and he will pay attention to this. Yaona shook her head and said, "We don't need it in our family." This is what she really thinks. If her family members have any difficulties, just tell her directly. She believes that her brother will never just sit there and do nothing. But it is better for the Yao family not to participate in this family foundation. Hearing Yaona's words, Lin Shien hugged her and kissed her hard. "Sure enough, my woman always thinks about me." Lin Shien looked at Yaona and said seriously, "I know your worries, but since you've married me, we're a family. Your parents are also my parents. How can I not count them?" "Okay, it's settled. By the way, I'll ask the bank to transfer 20 million to your bank card tomorrow. You can keep the money." Yaona quickly shook her head and said, "No, you forgot, I still have the Great Wall Black card from last time." "That's different." Lin Shien said, "These 20 million are our way out. Even if we lose money in the future, at least these 20 million can make our family worry-free." When Yaona heard this, she thought it was right, so she agreed. "Okay, I'll listen to you." The next day was the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. When Lin Shien woke up early in the morning, he smelled the aroma of meat. He went downstairs and saw that a big pot had been set up in the yard. Firewood was burning in the stove made of oil barrels. A huge iron pot was bubbling with steam, and pieces of meat were constantly rolling in the boiling broth. Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia were busy at the stove. In addition to stewing meat, they also had to fry some chicken, duck and fish, which were must-haves during the Chinese New Year every year. Seeing Lin Shien, Yang Xia said, "You got up just in time. Help your dad to fish out the meat, and then clean the pot. I have something to fry later. Yang Xia was like a great general, directing everyone to perform their duties. With the help of the whole family, all the fried food needed for the new year was prepared by noon. Next, we will wait for the cleaning and then prepare to put up Spring Festival couplets for the new year. During lunch, my sister suggested going shopping together, and everyone agreed. Lin Shien also said to his parents at the right time, before we came back, Yana and I wanted to buy a few sets of clothes and shoes from you too, but we were afraid that the sizes might be different, so we didn't buy them. It just so happened that we were shopping today, so we bought them together. I don't want it. Lin Highway looked refusal. Lin Shien didn't even raise his head and said, Yana's parents already have one, and you still say you don't want it? In this sentence, Lin Highway was speechless and could only nod. Seeing Lin Highway give in, Lin Shien couldn't help but smile at Yana. Afternoon. Lin Shien and his whole family drove around in a long circle before arriving at the central square. Although Qinzhou is a small city on the 18th tier, every Chinese New Year it presents a prosperous scene that has never existed in the past. The endless, even bloated, flow of cars on the streets, the dense crowds of people, and the deafening advertising slogans of the surrounding shops all make people wonder if this is just the commercial center of an 18th tier city. After walking along the way, everyone, including Gao Xing, changed their clothes. However, Lin Shien and Yana did not buy it. Mom and Dad, there aren't many luxury goods stores in Qinzhou. After the new year, you two can come back with us and we can buy some luxury goods to wear. Lin Shien said with a smile. After all, Qinzhou is an 18th tier prefecture-level city, and luxury brands like those will not open stores here. Therefore, most of the clothes and shoes I buy for my parents are domestic brands such as Anta and Step. But for Lin Highway and Yang Xia, 4 or 5 sets of clothes and shoes were enough, and they even felt a little sorry for the money. Although they didn't know the exact price, they were able to roughly calculate it. The two of them spent more than 10,000 yuan in total. This made the two people who were used to living a frugal life feel a little uncomfortable. Hey, isn't this Yang Xia? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. After seeing who it was, Yang Xia smiled and responded, It's Sister Hua. Are you guys out shopping too? The woman whom Yang Xia called Sister Hua was about 50 years old and was well maintained. He was wearing a burgundy coat, which looked newly bought and quite expensive. Sister Hua was beaming with joy. She raised her hand, revealing a large, glittering gold bracelet. She walked quickly towards Yang Xia as if afraid that others might not notice. She said modestly, Hey, isn't my daughter getting married after the new year? As the future son-in-law, she insisted on bringing Yao Yao and me to buy some things. Look at this large gold bracelet. It costs more than 30,000 yuan, and it's said to be a New Year's gift. Then she seemed to have just seen Lin Shien and said, Isn't this Xiao Qian? Why, you also brought your mother to buy New Year's gifts? Chapter 49, Introduce a job to me? Seeing the person coming, Lin Shien showed a formal smile on his face. The woman in front of me is called Xia Shuhua. She and her mother Yang Xia are both employees of a textile factory. They used to have a good relationship. When Lin Shien was in college, Yang Xia told Xia Shuhua that she wanted to match him up with Xia Shuhua's daughter Wang Tiantian. As a result, the textile factory was not profitable and was acquired by a private individual. Yang Xia and Xia Shuhua were both laid off. Xia Shuhua never again mentioned introducing Wang Tiantian to Lin Shien. Since then, Yang Xia had less contact with Aunt Xia, but she didn't expect to meet her here. When Lin Shien heard Xia Shuhua's boasting, he just smiled faintly and greeted her, Hello, Aunt Xia. Seeing Xia Shuhua showing off, he also smiled and said, I do want to buy something for my mother. The bracelet on your hand is pretty good, and I plan to buy one for my mother too. Really? That's a great relationship. Hearing Lin Xien's words, Xia Shuhua's eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that Yang Xia's son has also become successful? At this time, Xia Shuhua was also surprised when she saw the various shopping bags carried by Lin Shien and his group. But when she saw clearly what the shopping bags were from, namely Anta and Urk, she relaxed again. What's so rich? It scared her. We just came out of the Chow Tai Fook store in front. Since Xiao Qian wants to buy one for your mother, I'll go with you. I can talk to the girl selling things and ask her to give you a discount. Xia Shuhua said enthusiastically. Why buy a gold bracelet? I don't even like wearing something like this. Yang Xia also heard the bragging in Xia Shuhua's words, and felt a little unhappy. Xia Shuhua's face turned serious and he said, You can't say that. We older people need to wear gold and silver so that we can make our children proud when we go out. Look at this bracelet of mine. It's all thanks to my son-in-law. By the way, you guys don't know me yet. Let me introduce you. This is my son-in-law Yan Lifei. You can just call him Xiao Yan. He works at the Merchants Bureau of the mall. Tian Tian and his wife are going to get married after the new year. You must come then. Yan Lifei looks older and has an old-fashioned look. When he stands with Xie Shuhua, you would think they are a couple. Wang Tian Tian standing next to them seemed like their daughter. Perhaps because he is aware that he is a civil servant, Yan Lifei has a hint of arrogance. The China Merchants Group is one of the most lucrative government departments. Not only Yan Lifei is proud, but Xie Shuhua also looks proud when talking about his son-in-law. Yang Xia glanced at Yan Lifei. No wonder Xie Shuhua looked down on her son. It turned out that he had found a civil servant. If Lin Shien was still an ordinary person who earned 5,000 yuan a month, Yang Xia would still feel uncomfortable, but now her son is a wealthy man worth hundreds of millions. Yan Lifei was just a civil servant, and she really didn't take him seriously. Now looking at Xie Shuhua's smug face, Yang Xia even wanted to laugh. Civil servants are good. Your Tian Tian has really found a good family. Don't worry, I will definitely go there when the time comes. Yang Xia agreed verbally but didn't take it to heart at all. Xie Shuhua didn't come to her son's wedding last year. Now she wants me to attend her daughter's wedding. Isn't it obvious that she is here for the gift money? No. Listening to Yang Xiao's compliments, Xie Shuhua's face lit up and he said modestly, "No way, this is fate. Xiao Yan and our Tian Tian fell in love at first sight. We as parents can't stop them. As long as the children are happy, that's all." After that, she glanced at Lin Shien and said, "Where does your Xiaoqian work? The economy is bad now. If Xiaoqian wants to change jobs, he can talk to our Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan is now in charge of the Old City project of the mall. There is a lot of development potential there. It should be easy to find a job there, right, Xiaoyan? Mall Old Town project? What a coincidence." Lin Shien and Yana looked at each other and smiled slightly. This world is really small. Lin Shien didn't expect that he would meet someone in charge of the Old City project when he planned to invest in the Old City project of the mall. If he really wants to invest in the Old City project, then Yan Lifei can be considered as his subordinate. It is really a different experience to let a subordinate find a job for you. Hearing what his mother-in-law said, Yan Lifei also gave face and said, "No problem, Mom." Then he looked at Lin Shien and said, "Xiaoqian, right? If you are willing, you can leave me your phone number. I will notify you when there are any positions available. Don't worry, it will be absolutely no problem to mention my name during the interview. It's just one thing. I need to go to the mall to work." Yan Lifei narrowed his eyes slightly when he spoke, trying to appear condescending, but his height of 1.7 meters was not enough in front of Lin Shien, who was 1.83 meters tall. Lin Shien didn't care about his tone, he just smiled and said, "Okay, then thank you." Yan Lifei was a little angry because he didn't feel any response from Lin Xien's licking, but for the sake of his face, he couldn't get angry. After saying this, Lin Shien and the others also arrived at Chow Tai Fook's store. "Welcome to Chow Tai Fook, Auntie, you're back again?" A young lady at the door greeted Lin Shien and others. After seeing Xie Shuhua, a sincere smile appeared on the young lady's face. Just now, this lady bought more than 60,000 yuan worth of things from her, and she got a lot of commission alone. "I'm here to introduce you to a business. This is a good sister of mine. Her son also wants to buy a gold bracelet," Xie Shuhua said with a smile. "Really? Then this brother is really filial. Don't worry, you are introduced by Aunt Xia, I will definitely give you the best discount," the young lady quickly said to Lin Shien and the others. "Thank you very much." After Lin Shien finished speaking, he said to Yana, "Take our mom and pick some. If you like anything, buy it." "Thank you, brother." Yana's eyes lit up when she looked at the glittering gold jewelry on the counter. Lin Shien also glanced at the jewels on the counter. Countless jewels sparkled under the lights, and the brilliant golden light made people feel relaxed and happy. No wonder people of all genders like gold. Gold really has an inexplicable magical power. "Mom, come here, this bracelet is beautiful." While strolling, he suddenly heard Yao Na's voice. Lin Shien walked over and saw Yao Na signaling the young lady to take out a gold bracelet. This gold bracelet is made into the shape of a bamboo joint, dotted with milky white jade, looking luxurious and impressive. Not only Yao Na and other women, but even Lin Shien himself was fascinated by this bracelet. Beautiful lady, this bracelet was specially designed by a master designer in our store. It is the most precious treasure in our store. The whole bracelet weighs 36.5 grams and has 10 bamboo joints. It is inlaid with 10 pieces of white jade the size of a little fingernail. It symbolizes rising step by step and perfection. It is only priced at 88,000. Excuse me, do you need it? The young lady's face was all smiles. Isn't it too expensive? Although Yana wanted it in her heart, she was still hesitant when she thought about how expensive it was. Even though she knew that as long as she liked it, her brother would definitely buy it for her without hesitation. Lin Song and Yang Xia on the side were also shocked by the price. Yang Xia shook her head again and again. So expensive? We don't want it. The young lady was a little disappointed. Just as she was about to put the bamboo bracelet away, she heard Lin Shien say, "Don't take it back. Wrap it up for me. I want it." As if he thought this bracelet was too little, he said to the young lady, "Pack up all the styles they liked just now." Chapter 50, Arrogant at first and respectful later. Sir, the total price of these jewels is 228,600. I'll leave you a round number, a total of 228,000. The young lady packed up all the jewelry and arranged them neatly, then smiled and said to Lin Shien. She was so happy that her commission from this order was nearly 10,000 yuan. The young lady was so excited that she couldn't help but look at Xie Shuhua beside her. She wished she could go up and hug this aunt to thank her. "No, just take out the ones my wife prepared and don't round them off. You can round off the others." Lin Shien rejected the young lady's kindness. "Just kidding, a fraction of 600 is 60,000 to him. It is true that he is rich, but this 60,000 yuan worth of wool must not be missed." Although the young lady didn't know why the gentleman had such a request, considering the large order, she immediately picked out Yana's things. In addition to the gold and jade bamboo bracelet, there were also 2 necklaces, 2 pairs of earrings, and 2 pairs of rings, spending a total of more than 120,000 yuan. Adding the money he had earned from buying clothes before, he earned more than 12 million in this period of time. Delicious. Lin Xian's retaliatory spending stunned Xie Shuhua and her daughter, as well as Yan Lifei. Wang Tian was even more jealous. Although Yan Lifei also spent 60,000 to buy gold bracelets for the mother and daughter, there was no comparison compared to the red jade that Lin Shien spent 220,000 on. Wang Tian felt a little regretful when she thought about how the two families had originally intended to match Lin Shien and her. Looking at the young and handsome Lin Shien, and then at the old-looking Yan Lifei, Wang Tian suddenly felt sick in her stomach. "Sister Hua, you know what, I look a lot younger when I put on this gold bracelet, gold ring, and gold necklace." Yang Xia glanced at Xie Shuhua and suddenly said, "Haha, yes, I have indeed become younger." Xie Shuhua forced a smile and chuckled, but slapped himself in the face in his heart. "I am such a slut, why did I have to bring her here?" He glanced at Lin Shien again, and felt a little regretful when he thought about how he had just spent more than 200,000 yuan. But then she thought that her son-in-law was a civil servant, and she felt a lot more balanced. What's wrong with having money? Aren't you still just a commoner? Our family will be officials in the future. More than 100 years ago, they were a family of officials. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Xian's phone suddenly rang. "Mr. Lin, I heard that your private office is being set up. I also know some elites in the industry. If you need, I can introduce them to you." Chen Xing's gentle voice came from the phone. Lin Shien smiled and said, "Mayor Chen is really well informed. I just received the news last night." "Ahem, please don't be offended, Mr. Lin. I only found out by asking my old classmate." Chen Xing felt a little embarrassed when Lin Shien squeezed him, so he quickly explained. "It would be bad if Mr. Lin mistakenly thought that I was monitoring him." Lin Shien laughed and said, "I appreciate Mayor Chen's kindness, but I have already handed over the establishment of my private office to President Huang and his team. Don't worry, as long as my private office is established and they have seen the ancient city project of the mall, as long as there are no problems, I will definitely follow up with the investment." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Xing breathed a sigh of relief and explained with a wry smile, "Mr. Lin, I know that you will be annoyed by my pestering you like this, but I really have no choice. The ancient city project is related to the livelihoods of nearly 10,000 people in our mall. We can't be careless. Please help me." "Don't worry, Mayor Chen. I'm the son-in-law of the mall. I'm half the son of the mall, right? How could I stand idly by when my hometown is in trouble?" Lin Shien reminded again, however, the specific cooperation method and the division of shares should be discussed after the evaluation is passed, and then let the people below discuss it themselves. Shen Xing immediately replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, our cooperation will definitely be a win-win situation. As for the cooperation method and share division you mentioned, I can guarantee that you will be satisfied." Then I feel relieved. Lin Shien and Shen Xing chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. Then he saw Yan Lifei, who had a proud look on his face just now, looking at him cautiously. "Mr. Yan, is there something wrong?" Yan Lifei rubbed his hands and asked curiously, "Mr. Lin, can you tell me who the person who called you just now is?" Lin Shien smiled and said, "Chen Xing, the executive vice mayor of the mall. By the way, you are also from the Merchants Bureau. Mayor Chen happens to be in charge of investment promotion. You must know him, right?" "Yes, of course I know him." Yan Lifei clapped his hands suddenly. Just now he heard a voice on the phone that sounded like Deputy Mayor Chen, but he didn't expect it was really him. "But I'm just a small fry in the Merchants Group. Mayor Chen is very busy, and we at the Merchants Group don't even see him once a week." Yan Lifei really didn't expect that this loser in the eyes of his mother-in-law and fiancé would actually know Deputy Mayor Chen. "By the way, from what I heard they were talking about on the phone just now about the Old City project, could it be the one I'm in charge of now?" And Deputy Mayor Chen mentioned before that someone was preparing to invest in the Old City project. "Could that person be the young man in front of us?" Yan Lifei asked carefully, "Mr. Lin, our Merchants Group has recently been rumored to have a new investor injecting capital into the Old Town project. Could that person be you? You all know?" Lin Shien was a little surprised. "I felt a little uncomfortable afterwards. I haven't decided yet whether to invest in this Old City project, but Chen Xing has already spread the news. Is this an attempt to morally blackmail myself?" Yan Lifei did not notice Lin Xien's increasingly bad complexion, and continued, "Well, to be honest, if Deputy Mayor Chen hadn't said that, I'm afraid the Old City would have been in chaos." After hearing Yan Lifei's words, Lin Xien's dissatisfaction slowly dissipated. If it was just to stabilize people's hearts, he could still accept it. "Mr. Lin, if you think about it this way, we are really a family. You will be my leader in the future. No, you are my leader now." Yan Lifei changed his previous arrogance and became extremely submissive. He took out his phone, clicked on the WeChat QR code, and said, "Mr. Lin, would you mind adding me on WeChat? I can ask you for advice if I have any work problems in the future. My phone is out of battery. Maybe next time." Lin Shien did not intend to leave his WeChat account to Yan Lifei and rejected him directly. Yan Lifei's face froze, but he didn't dare to show anything. He nodded quickly and said, "It's okay. It's okay to add more next time." Lin Shien nodded, said goodbye to Xie Shuhua, and left Chow Tai Fook with his whole family. Yan Lifei kept bending over, and only stood up straight after Lin Xien's back disappeared. He turned to look at Xie Shuhua and asked, "Mom, do you have Mr. Lin's WeChat? His phone number is fine too. This guy is incredible." Chapter 51 Father's Illness. "You said Lin Shien wants to invest in your mall Old City project? Or was it Mayor Chen who talked to him personally? And it's a multi-billion-dollar project?" "No, absolutely not." Hearing Yan Lifei's words, Xie Shuhua looked incredulous. How come this kid Lin Shien suddenly became rich? Is there smoke coming out of the grave of the Lin family, or is it on fire? Can they be so powerful? He actually let the son-in-law of a billionaire run away. How could she, who was so vain, accept this? Not only her, Wang Tiantian also felt very complicated. Watching Lin Xien's figure getting farther and farther away, Wang Tiantian felt a sharp pain in her heart. This young, handsome, and wealthy billionaire was supposed to be her husband. But now, he has become someone else's husband. Billions of assets also fell into the hands of other women. It's all your fault. Wang Tiantian looked at Xie Shuhua standing beside her, and suddenly a resentment towards her arose in her heart. So, that girl was your childhood sweetheart? After leaving Chow Tai Fook, Yao Na learned from everyone that the Lin family and the Xie family had originally planned to match Lin Shien and Wang Tiantian. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. As soon as Lin Shien saw Yao Na's face, he knew that the girl was jealous. He pinched Yao Na's nose and said with a smile, "Silly, what is a childhood sweetheart? I haven't even met her. I only found out about it when my mother suddenly told me that she wanted to go on a blind date." Yang Xiao was afraid that Yao Na might misunderstand, so she explained, "Xie Shuhua and I were assigned to the same workshop only after Xiao Chen entered high school. At that time, his wife Wang Tian had already gone to the provincial capital to study, so they had indeed never met. Only then did Yao Na breathe a sigh of relief. As Lin Shien earned more and more money, she felt more and more insecure. Look, I didn't lie to you, did I? Lin Shien smiled and kissed Yao Na, causing the girl's pretty face to blush. Hey, there are so many people here, don't make a move. After being hit twice by the fists, Lin Shien said to himself, what does this mean? It means that I met you. This is God's arrangement. Hey! Little brother, what you said is too corny. I'm getting goosebumps. When the elder sister Lin Song heard her brother's sweet words, she couldn't help but shudder and said with a pout. Gao Xing also jumped up and down, made faces at Lin Shien and Yao Na, and said, you stinky uncle is so shameless, kissing your aunt in the street. The innocent words of the child not only made Lin Xian's family laugh, but also made passers-by smile knowingly. You little bastard, you know nothing. Lin Shien went over and pinched Gao Xing's little face, rubbing it hard twice. He didn't mind the teasing, but Yao Na did. She was thin-skinned and buried her face in her chest when so many people laughed at her. The little girl's face was covered with red marks after being teased by Lin Shien. She was so angry that she ran to Yang Xia and complained, Grandma, Grandma. My stinky uncle bullied me. Be good and don't cry, Grandma will punish him when she gets home. Okay. You must spank him hard. Happy made the request. I'll do whatever you say. Happy with the assurance, he became full of vigor again, put his hands on his hips and shouted at Lin Shien, Stinky uncle, you are finished. Grandma will definitely beat your ass to pieces. Before she finished, Gao Xing changed the subject and said, but if you buy me something delicious, uncle, I'll let Grandma let you go. Puff. Yao Na couldn't help laughing out loud when she heard the happy words. Gao Xing also said to Yao Na, Aunt, I can share the delicious food with you. Yao Na smiled and walked over to hug Gao Xing, kissed her on the face, and said, Thank you, Gao Xing, you were so cute. Of course. He was so happy being hugged by Yao Na, with a proud look on his face. When I got home, it was already past 5 in the afternoon and it was already dark. Thanks to the fact that Lin Shien bought a lot of things, the dinner was also very sumptuous. After dinner, the family gathered together and chatted for a while, and then my sister and her family left first. Lin Shien also prepared a lot of supplements and asked Gao Kun to take them back to his parents. Second floor bedroom. Lin Yi and Yao Na leaned against each other and played vibrato, which was a habit they had developed when they were dating. Every night when they get home from get off work, after dinner, they would hug each other, watch videos, and when they came across a video they liked, they would tell each other their thoughts. When we come across videos that make people angry, we will criticize them together. Yao Na leaned on Lin Yi's chest, rubbing her cheek against Lin Yi's cheek from time to time. Lin Yi smiled and said, Wife, your skin is getting better and better, it's as smooth as milk. Yao Na also laughed and said, Yes, I find it very strange because I am pregnant and all my cosmetics are useless. She stretched, yawned, and said with a hazy look in her eyes, Brother, I'm so sleepy, shall we take a rest? The doctor specifically reminded me to go to bed early. Good. Lin Yi put Yao Na down, covered her cup, kissed her on the forehead, and said, Good night, go to sleep, my little baby. Only after Yao Na fell asleep did Lin Yi have the chance to check the system. Yao Na likes the gold jewelry you gave her very much. The happiness level is 98 this time, and you get 98 times the consumption rebate. Your account 6981 has received 12,556,544 yuan today, and the balance is 2481,476, 216.1 yuan. In just less than a week after his rebirth, his savings increased from a mere 500 yuan to more than 2.48 billion. Even internet giants have to admit defeat at this speed of making money. Looking at Yao Na, who was sleeping soundly with a smile on her face, Lin Shien smiled. He did it. With so much money, Yao Na would no longer have to work 3 jobs due to poverty like in her previous life, nor would she have accidents due to fatigue. My dad wouldn't have died from heart problems, unable to bear the blow. That's right. Dad. Lin Shien, who had just laid down, suddenly sat up. He almost forgot that there was a time bomb on his dad's body. What's wrong, brother? The violent movement also woke up Yao Na, who had just fallen asleep. Lin Shien quickly kissed her and said, It's nothing. I just received news that my project was approved and I can make a lot of money again. Okay, then I'll go back to sleep, and you should go to sleep soon too. Yao Na had become immune to Lin Xien's money-making. Seeing that nothing was wrong, she hugged Lin Shien, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. After a while, her breathing became heavy. Lin Shien rubbed his swollen head, and after a while, he calmed down. My father's illness was not dangerous at the moment, but he unfortunately passed away because he could not accept the series of bad news. Now that he has money, nothing is likely to happen to Yao Na and Xiaobao, so there is no need to worry too much. However, he still plans to take his parents to the hospital tomorrow to have a physical examination for them. After making the decision, Lin Shien relaxed, turned off the lights, got back into bed and fell asleep. Chapter 52, Private Office Selection. The next day, the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, was originally the time for every household to clean up. While eating, Lin Highway began to assign tasks. Lin Shien thought about his father's condition and didn't sleep much all night. Now when he heard that he still had to work, he immediately said, "Dad, don't work today. I'll take you and Mom to the hospital for a checkup." No. When Lin Highway heard this, he immediately refused. Yang Xia also said, "There is nothing wrong with our health. Why should we go to the hospital? It's a waste of money." What do you mean by wasting money? When Lin Shien thought of the two people who had died one after another in his previous life, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He said with a cold face, "My dad has a heart problem, and it hurts from time to time. You are covered in wounds. When it rains or snows, you feel pain all over. You call this nothing?" Feeling that Lin Xien's tone was a little bad, Yana quickly said in a gentle voice, "Mom and Dad, brother is also worried about your health. Besides, isn't it better to go and see a doctor to prevent any problems? If there really is a problem, it can be considered as an early discovery. If there is no problem, then it can also be a peace of mind, right?" Then he said to Lin Shien, "Brother, you should also pay attention to the tone of your voice and just say no to our mom and dad nicely." Lin Shien also realized that his attitude just now was not very good, and quickly explained, "Mom, you also know that my dad has a heart problem. This disease cannot be cured, so he has to take care of it. Let's go and see him. Won't we be able to monitor his condition at any time? You have a lot of problems, too. Now that I have money, if you treat them sooner, won't you get better sooner? That's great. Bring my grandparents with you so they can check up on all four of you." Yang Xia was also moved by Lin Xien's words. She asked Lin Highway, "How about we go and take a look? If there's really nothing wrong, I won't worry about it." Ever since Lin Highway collapsed to the ground in fellow last year, although he is fine in the end, Yang Xia still wakes up from her dreams every time. Originally, Lin Highway didn't plan to go, but after seeing the worry and pleading in his wife's eyes, he softened his heart. "Okay, let's go check it out." "Okay. I'll go pick up my grandparents after dinner." Lin Shien finally breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly. After finishing his meal as quickly as possible, Lin Shien drove to the town and picked up his grandparents. Then he and Yao Na drove the four elderly people to Qinzhou First People's Hospital. In addition to examining the four elderly people, Yao Na was also examined. When the whole family learned that Yao Na and her child were in good health, they were very happy. After a busy morning, I finally got the physical examination results of the four elderly people before the doctor went off work at noon. My mother didn't have any serious health problems, it was mainly lumbar muscle strain caused by overwork. The doctor prescribed some plasters and other maintenance medicines, and then specifically reminded her not to do heavy physical labor. There was nothing else to do. The same goes for Grandma, she also just needs to rest quietly. As for my grandfather, all elderly people have some old problems like the 3 highs. He just needs to pay attention to his diet and keep exercising every day. It's just that my dad's illness is a bit troublesome. Mr. Lin, there is no good way to treat your father's illness at the moment. There is no need for major surgery. He can only be treated with medication. Also, he must not be allowed to do heavy work, and he must not get excited. He must maintain a good mood and eat a light diet." The doctor held the report and said to Lin Shien, "Then, doctor, can you prescribe some better medicine?" Seeing the doctor was a little surprised, Lin Shien quickly explained, "Doctor, our family is not short of money. As long as my father's illness can be cured, any amount of money is fine." The doctor nodded. Since the patient's family said they were not short of money, he didn't have to consider the price when prescribing the medicine. The doctor typed out a prescription on the computer, then handed it to Lin Shien and said, "I prescribe imported medicines, which are more expensive, but the effects are indeed better." Lin Shien took the prescription and thanked the doctor. "Thank you, doctor. I'll get the medicine right away." When I came out of the office, several elders surrounded me. "Well, what did the doctor say?" Yang Xia asked nervously. In order not to excite the elderly, Lin Shien deliberately did not let his parents go with him when he went to see the doctor for a follow-up consultation with the report. Lin Shien raised the prescription in his hand and said, "It's not a big problem. The doctor just told my dad not to work, keep a good mood, eat a light diet, and then take the medicine step by step." After hearing Lin Xian's words, both Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hiwei said, "See, I told you it's nothing." He took the prescription from Lin Shien and looked at it. All the medicines he had taken before were gone. Instead, there was a series of medicines with English names. He was a little confused. Why are all the medicines I took before gone? What are these for? I specifically told the doctor that imported medicine would be more effective. Now that my family is not short of money, of course we have to use the best medicine. Although what Lin Shien said made sense, Lin Hiwei still felt it was unnecessary. Okay, just listen. You don't have to pay anyway. Lin Shien snatched the prescription from Lin Hiwei's hand, then took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code, and paid. The total cost was more than 20,000 yuan, but these imported drugs are not included in the medical insurance list and cannot be reimbursed. The medical expenses of more than 20,000 yuan is definitely a heavy burden for an ordinary family. But fortunately, with Lin Xian's rebirth, their family doesn't have to worry about the more than 20,000 yuan in medical expenses. All in all, everything is moving in a positive direction. In the afternoon, after sending grandparents home, Lin Shien started cleaning. Well, there is another helper, Tao Ran. "Brother, I'm here to cheer you on." At the bottom of the ladder, Yao Na and Tao Su cheered for Lin Shien and Tao Ran. Lin Shien refused the help of Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia on the grounds of their health. So the only laborers in the family are him and Tao Ran. As for Yao Na and Tao Su, they were just helping out. "Don't worry, we'll be done soon." Lin Shien and Tao Ran changed into old clothes that they no longer wore. Both of them had torn towels wrapped around their heads and wore a pair of sunglasses. Such an incongruous outfit made Yao Na and Tao Su burst into laughter, and then they picked up their mobile phones to record their beautiful life. Just when Lin Shien and Tao Ran were working hard to clean the house, Han Ling called. However, what surprised Lin Shien was that the girl actually chose to make a video call, which was rare. Lin Shien came down from the ladder, answered the call, handed the phone to Yao Na, then climbed up the ladder again and started cleaning the windows. The picture flashed, and Han Ling's tired smiling face appeared on the phone screen. After she was entrusted with an important task by Lin Shien yesterday, she went through all the information of CCB's reserve talents overnight. It was not until 5 in the morning that she finally selected a few suitable candidates. After quickly catching up on some sleep, she was busy communicating with each of them early in the morning. After dealing with all of them, she immediately couldn't wait to contact Lin Shien. Moreover, under the guidance of Sister Lu, she did not choose to make a phone call but chose to video chat. Seeing that Lin Shien had connected the video, she couldn't wait to speak. "Mr. Lin, the candidate for your private office has been determined. Do you need me to send you the information?" But when the video was connected, the person who appeared on the screen was a sister with delicate looks and a gentle smile on her face. The sweet smile on Han Ling's face froze immediately. Chapter 53. This super rich man is too down to earth. "Yao, Ms. Yao, hello?" Han Ling looked a little flustered when she suddenly saw Yao Na. "Ms. Han, thank you for your hard work." Yao Na greeted Han Ling openly. Han Ling looked at the dignified and graceful Yao Na on the screen, and was secretly annoyed at herself for being so shameful that she lost her composure in front of her rival in love. However, she discovered that Yao Na, the queen, was truly perfect in both appearance and temperament. When I faced her, I actually felt ashamed of myself. After hearing what Yao Na said, Han Ling immediately replied, "Ms. Yao, you are too kind. This is what I should do." After calming down, Han Ling quickly asked, "Where is Mr. Lin?" "I have something to report to Mr. Lin." She didn't want to meet Yao Na face to face again. She was afraid that she would be so frustrated that she would lose the confidence to pursue Mr. Lin. "He's busy," Yao Na said with a smile, then turned the camera of her phone over. Han Ling saw the screen flash, and a figure dressed in odd clothes appeared on the screen. Mr. Lin in the video was wearing a poorly fitting coat and a torn towel wrapped around his head. He was diligently wiping the huge floor-to-ceiling window. "Mr. Lin?" Han Ling shouted in disbelief. "Hello, Miss Han." Lin Shien heard the voice, raised his head and greeted Han Ling. "It's really you." Han Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth. She really couldn't believe that Mr. Lin, a billionaire, would actually clean the windows himself. "Is there something wrong?" Lin Xien's voice interrupted Han Ling's thoughts, and she quickly reported, "Mr. Lin, regarding the candidates for your private office, I have selected some candidates. Do you think you need to interview them in person?" "No, I trust your judgment." Lin Shien shook his head and directly rejected Han Ling's proposal. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust." Han Ling was very excited. She didn't expect that Mr. Lin would trust her so much. "Mr. Lin, I will send you all the information about these people later. You can take a look. If you are not satisfied with anything, please tell me." Han Ling paused, then continued, "How about I take them to Qinzhou to see you tomorrow?" "That's not necessary." Lin Shien refused. Tomorrow is the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and the Chinese New Year is only a few days away. Let's spend a good New Year at home and stop going back and forth. If there is anything, we can talk about it after the New Year. Han Ling was somewhat disappointed that she couldn't see Lin Shien in person again, but she had no choice but to obey. After thinking for a while, Han Ling asked, "Although I can't let you meet each of them in person, why not have a simple video conference?" "Okay, you can arrange it." Lin Shien thought about it and felt that it was necessary to let everyone know his boss, so he agreed. "No problem. I'll tell you after I notify them," Han Ling said quickly. She couldn't wait to hang up the phone. The aura of the queen was too strong. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien received several resumes on his mobile phone. Putting down the work in his hands, Lin Shien began to check the talents selected by Han Ling. Although he handed over the task of setting up a private office to Han Ling, it does not mean that he does not attach importance to this private office. It is foreseeable that for a long time, whether it is investing or doing anything else, I will need the help of this private office. Therefore, the issue of personnel selection must be taken seriously. After spending half an hour reading through the information of these candidates, Lin Shien felt a little emotional. As expected of being one of the big four banks, CCB's reserve talent is truly incredible. The private office he currently has is divided into 3 departments in total. One is the Ministry of Commerce, which can provide him with the most professional investment analysis, business negotiations, and other needs. Han Ling gave 3 candidates for this department. They are Cui Dayuan, Dong Runian, and Lu Jin. The other is the Legal Department, which is dedicated to providing him with the most professional and comprehensive legal advice. Han Ling gave 2 candidates for this department. They are Ning Rui and Lu Meijia. The last one is the Secretariat, which handles various miscellaneous arrangements for him. Han Ling only gave this department to one person, Wang Yaming, and the other person was herself. Han Ling is not stupid. She knew that if she wanted to pursue a high-quality man worth billions, it would be impossible to succeed with just her beautiful appearance. Looking around the world, is there any successful person whose wife is a good-for-nothing but a pretty vase? She must make Lin Shien see her own value and abilities. Excellent people always attract each other. The Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Law, and a Secretariat. In addition to Han Ling, there are a total of 6 people, each of whom is a master's graduate from the C9 Alliance, a top domestic university. Among them, Cui Dayuan and Ning Rui went to Wall Street in America for specialized training through the National Talent Training Program. Lin Shien was very curious about how Han Ling convinced these 2 people to work for him. After he finished reading the information, Han Ling sent another message saying that everyone else was ready. Lin Shien also opened Feishu, selected the video conference and clicked on it. In a video conference room, Han Ling and others are already in place. Except for Han Ling herself, everyone else looked nervous. From Han Ling, they all knew that the new boss was a super rich man with a cash flow of more than 2 billion. From the perspective of these professionals, anyone who can have such a terrifying cash flow must be a super rich person with assets of at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Looking around the world, even those world-famous internet giants do not have such terrifying cash reserves. More importantly, Han Ling told them personally that the new boss was not even 30 years old. Moreover, all this money was earned by the new boss through his own hard work. Even Cui Dayuan and Ning Rui, who were used to meeting business tycoons on Wall Street, had to take this video conference seriously. Drop. As the video screen flickered, a peculiarly shaped figure appeared on the screen. Mr. Lin. Han Ling was the first to speak and say hello, which was also a reminder to Cui Dayuan and others that this person is our new boss Lin Shien. Hello? Lin Shien was still wearing old clothes and holding an old towel on his head. At this moment, he was not cleaning the windows, but sitting on the steps in the living room to rest. It can also be seen from the video that there are fine beads of sweat on his forehead because of the work he had just done. Seeing Lin Shien dressed like an old farmer, elites like Cui Daiyuan were dumbfounded. From the video, they didn't see any luxury houses or cars, only an ordinary two-story building. The boss in front of me was not wearing any fancy clothes. He was only dressed like an old farmer and had an extremely friendly smile. So, this is really our new boss? But isn't this too down to earth? Chapter 54, Salary Increase and Accident. Boss. Cui Daiyuan and others stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Shien. Lin Shien smiled and said, "Everyone sit down, don't be nervous, we are all family from now on, so it's better to be casual. After all, I'm counting on you to help me make money in the future." Lin Xien's gentle and humorous words immediately relaxed Cui Daiyuan and the others. After thanking Lin Shien again, they all sat down. After everyone sat down, Lin Shien introduced himself. "My name is Lin Shien. I'm sure you all know me. I've also learned about your general situation. There's still a lot of time in the future, and we'll have plenty of opportunities to get along. It's Chinese New Year now, so I won't assign you any formal tasks, but there are still 2 things you need to prepare for as soon as possible." Hearing Lin Xien's words, Cui Daiyuan and others straightened their backs. The first one is about the old city project of the mall. I need you to carefully analyze the feasibility of this project for me. Although I promised Mayor Chen of the mall that I would invest in this project, the bottom line is that it cannot lose money, otherwise there is no need to discuss it. For specific information, please contact Miss Han. After Lin Shien finished speaking, he looked at Han Ling, who was standing beside him. Han Ling immediately replied, "I will send the information to them immediately after the meeting." After Han Ling finished speaking, Lin Shien continued, "In addition to the old city project of the mall, I also need you to acquire the swordfish culture media in Guangzhou for me." Several people silently memorized the tasks assigned by Lin Shien in their hearts. Especially when they heard that Lin Shien planned to acquire swordfish culture media, Cui Daiyuan and the other 2 from the Ministry of Commerce looked at each other. Could it be that the boss was planning to enter the field of cultural media? But it's a really good track. In recent years, the country's strength has increased rapidly, the people's national self-confidence has expanded unprecedentedly, and the cultural industry has also risen rapidly. In addition, this is an age where entertainment is everything, and the media sector is booming. Entering this track is indeed a good choice at the moment. The fact that the boss has such vision is enough to show that he is definitely not the kind of useless person who just eats and waits for death. Lin Shien didn't know that his reputation among Cui Daiyuan and other elites had suddenly improved. He ordered, "I need you to come up with a safe acquisition plan when you acquire swordfish culture media. I don't want swordfish culture media to become an empty shell after the acquisition." For Lin Shien, the most important thing about swordfish culture media is the group of veterans who have worked hard in the media field. Cui Daiyuan and his friends are all workplace elites, so they certainly understand what Lin Shien meant. Therefore, he immediately stated, "Boss, don't worry, we will pay attention. I believe in you," Lin Shien said with a smile. Then he asked Han Ling, "How did they get their treatment?" Han Ling said, "All of their salaries are paid by our construction bank." "You don't need to pay for this, Mr. Lin." Lin Shien nodded, not surprised. He has more than 2 billion yuan in deposits in CCB, all of which is cash. The profits generated for CCB every year can support hundreds of elites like Cui Daiyuan. However, the treatment given by CCB is ultimately still CCB's, and he, as the boss, cannot help but express his appreciation. Lin Shien said, "So, remember this, from now on, their salaries will be increased by 30% on the original basis, and I will pay for it. At the same time, the annual bonus will also be changed to 30% of the annual salary." No one would object to increasing the salary. But a boss as generous as Lin Shien is rare. Take Cui Daiyuan and Ning Rue for example. The salary offered by CCB to them is 1 million yuan per year, plus year-end bonus, which is around 1,200,000 yuan. The salary of others is not low either, at least 800,000 yuan per year, plus year-end bonus, which is almost 1 million yuan per year. Now Lin Shien raised their salary by 30% without any hesitation. Cui Daiyuan and Ning Rue's annual salary instantly became 1.3 million. With the bonus, their annual salary was 1.6 million. The others are not doing badly either, with their annual salary also increasing to around 1.2 million. "Boss, thank you for your trust. We will never let you down." As a representative of several people, Cui Daiyuan expressed his gratitude to Lin Shien. Looking at Cui Daiyuan and others who got a salary increase, Han Ling's eyes were almost overflowing with envy. I just thought about the identities of these people. They were either master's students in the C9 League or financial elites who had been to Wall Street in America. I was just an ordinary bank clerk who graduated from a second-tier university. Just when Han Ling was extremely envious of Cui Daiyuan and the others, Lin Shien suddenly looked at her. Ms. Han, starting today, your salary will be increased to 500,000 yuan per year, and your year-end bonus will also be 30% of your annual salary. I will discuss this with President Huang. Lin Shien smiled at Han Ling, who was standing there in a daze, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Why, do you think it's too little?" "Of course not." Han Ling came back to her senses and immediately shook her head. "I just can't believe it. After all, I can't compare with Mr. Cui and the others. I'm afraid I will disappoint you." "No, you did a good job in preparing for the private office this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met elites like Cui Daiyuan and others." Lin Shien smiled and comforted Han Ling, and also praised Cui Daiyuan and others. Hearing Lin Xien's words, Cui Daiyuan and others were obviously shocked, and expressions of honor appeared on their faces. It feels so good to be recognized. Both Cui Daiyuan and Han Ling had this feeling. It's so great to follow such a generous and gentle boss. Okay, that's all. We'll talk about the details after the Chinese New Year. I'd like to wish everyone a Happy New Year in advance. Finally, Lin Shien left the online conference room with the farewell of Han Ling and others. Lin Shien was quite satisfied with this meeting, especially the salary increase. It can be seen that Cui Daiyuan and his colleagues have a very good impression of their new boss and will work more diligently in the future. Putting the trivial matters aside, Lin Shien picked up the rag on the ground and plunged into the vigorous cleaning campaign again. It was not until around 5 in the afternoon, when it was getting dark, that he and Tao Ran finally cleaned up the entire house. For the next 2 days, nothing happened at home and everyone relaxed. It is worth mentioning that this year, under pressure from public opinion, Guangzhou officials finally lifted the 3-year ban on fireworks. This year, the people of Guangzhou finally don't have to go to neighboring Zhuzhou and Ezhou to set off fireworks. Lin Shien and his father bought 2 cars of fireworks and firecrackers, which made the little girl Gaoxing very excited. Even Yao Na and Tao Su were as happy as little kids. However, the peaceful atmosphere was destroyed on New Year's Eve by the news brought by eldest cousin Yang Wu. Chapter 55, Required Person. You mean Zhao Yi was arrested? Lin Shien looked at Yang Wu, who was angry, and asked, was it done by Wan Rong's people? That's right. Yang Wu said angrily, Zhao Yi has been dealing with the transfer of the contracted section of the river these days. At first, some people asked about it, but later no one came. I asked around and found out that it was the damn Wanrong people who threatened the buyers. These bastards are just like dog shit. Once you get stuck with them, you can't get rid of them. I finally got in touch with someone yesterday. Zhao Yi went to talk to someone, but he didn't come back all night. This morning I received a call saying that Zhao Yi was in their hands, and someone from Wanrong wanted to see you. To see me? Lin Shien sneered and said, that's fine. I just want to see how brave Wanrong is to touch my people. Zhao Yi is his man now, and if he is captured by Wanrong's people, it would be a slap in his face. If he didn't react, how would the other people view him as their boss? Walk. Lin Shien went back to the room and changed into a Versace suit. He wore a gray cashmere coat on the upper body, slim-fit trousers on the lower body, and a pair of calfskin shoes on his feet. His whole body exuded an indescribable elegance. I drove Yang Wu to the dock, where Xiao Jiang and Lu Yonggang were already waiting. Seeing Lin Qian's Cayenne driving over, he immediately went to meet him. Brother Qian. When the car stopped, Xiao Jiang and Lu Yonggang walked up quickly and said hello. Get in the car. The back door opened and Lin Shien spoke to Xiao Jiang and Lu Yonggang. Xiao Jiang and Lu Yonggang got into the car and immediately said to Lin Shien, Brother Qian, a group of bastards from Wanrong have captured the fireman. I heard from Brother Wu. Lin Shien comforted him, don't worry, since you have agreed to work for me, you are my people. Now that Zhao Yi has been captured by Wanrong's people, how can I just ignore it? I want to see how brave they are to touch my people. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Jiang and Lu Yonggang were very moved, and their anxious hearts were relieved a lot. Where did they meet? Lin Xian asked. Yang Wu said, singing in KTV for a long time. Lin Xian knew this place. It was one of the largest KTVs in Xinzhou and had been in business for 10 years. Long before, after the conflict with Wanrong's people, Lin Xian checked Wanrong's information. The head of Wanrong is Chao Dong, who was an unknown figure more than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the current prime minister came to power and took a series of measures to reassure people, among which the top priority was to crack down on criminal gangs. Once the national policy was issued at the national level, violent agencies across the country were mobilized. All kinds of evil gangs were reduced to ashes in an instant under the thundering blows of the state's violent organs. Those gangsters who dominated a region either had to eat peanuts or spend their lives in prison. In the compound, they received patriotic education and were influenced by traditional culture. After they were released, they either became artists or engineers. Qinzhou was no exception. All the bigwigs were swept away, leaving a huge power vacuum. Although Qiao Dong was insignificant at the beginning, he had a good brain. With the help of his gangster background, he monopolized the earthwork projects in the entire Qinzhou after a few years of hard work, and then developed into the building materials industry. Now, Wanron, which he owns, has occupied 40% of the building materials business in the entire Qinzhou. His net worth has now exceeded 10 million yuan, and he has transformed himself into a successful entrepreneur. Zhouchang KTV is located next to the artificial lake in Qinzhou Park and occupies a 5-story building. There is a huge parking lot outside. Even though it is morning, the huge parking lot is still full of cars. There were quite a few men with muscular faces standing at the door of the Zhouchang KTV, and they didn't look like good guys at first glance. The Cayenne stopped at the door, and the men who were chatting and laughing immediately became alert. Lin Shien, Yang Wu, and the other two got out of the car and walked straight into the KTV. The unfriendly looks on their faces immediately attracted the attention of the gangsters present. "What are you doing?" As soon as they reached the door, several men with unfriendly faces came forward and stopped Lin Shien and his companions. Lin Shien glanced at the people who blocked his way and introduced himself. "My name is Lin Shien." The men looked at each other and thought of the boss's previous arrangement. One of them sneered and said arrogantly, "What, Lin Shien and Yu Qian? I don't know them." When Yang Wu and the other two heard his words, they were immediately annoyed. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Lin Shien say in a calm tone, "Qiao Dong has been in Qinzhou for decades. Is this all he is capable of? I hired a bunch of rubbish like you to look after the door. Do you think my business is too big?" Lin Xian's words did not give any face to Qiao Dong, the underground emperor of Qinzhou. Not only were these bad youths stunned by his words, but even Yang Wu and the others did not expect Lin Shien to be so tough. "Fuck. You're dead today, kid." The young man was immediately angry that his boss was looked down upon, and reached out to hit Lin Shien. Lin Shien grabbed the young man's wrist, then slowly exerted force. Crunch! There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, followed by a piercing scream. "Ah!" But before he could shout twice, Lin Shien kicked him in the chest and sent him flying 3 to 5 meters away. Then Lin Shien raised his head as if he had sensed something and looked towards the top floor of Zhouchang KTV. He had a feeling that Qiao Dong was there. Just as the thugs at the door reacted and were about to take action, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Stop it, boss, let them in." A middle-aged man wearing a KTV work uniform came out and said to Lin Shien and the others, "The boss is waiting for you on the top floor. Come with me." Having said that, he took the lead and walked into the hall of Zhouchang KTV. Lin Shien did not hesitate and followed him, leaving the thugs outside with hatred. Soon, Lin Shien and his 3 companions followed this man to the top floor, where there was only a large private room. 5 or 6 burly men in black suits were standing in a row at the door of the room. Lin Shien and his companions walked past these people and entered the large private room. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Shien and his companions saw Zhaoyi sitting on the sofa with 2 people holding his shoulders. "Fireman!" Seeing Zhaoyi, Yang Wu and others couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Zhaoyi's face was swollen, his clothes were torn, and one of his shoes fell off. Obviously, he had taken quite a beating in the past day. Lin Shien glanced at Zhaoyi, then fixed his gaze on the bald man opposite him. The bald man was of medium build, wearing a black jacket, and had a fat face, but he didn't look kind, instead he looked sinister and vicious. "Lin Shien?" Perhaps sensing Lin Xien's gaze, the bald man asked. "Qiao Dong?" Lin Shien was not to be outdone, he looked directly at Qiao Dong and asked with a cold expression. Chapter 56. I want him to go in and eat peanuts. There was a flash of displeasure in Qiao Dong's eyes. Ever since he rose to prominence 10 years ago, no one had dared to call him by his name for a long time. Even when dealing with some government officials, people would call him Boss Chow, Mr. Chow, or Mr. Chow to show respect. However, he still controlled his anger and said with a fake smile, "Mr. Lin is really young and promising, but he is just a little angry." Lin Shien ignored him and looked at Zhao Yi and asked, "Who did it?" To outsiders, his words might seem nonsensical, but everyone present knew what he was asking. "Mr. Lin, my boss is talking to you, are you?" The man standing behind Xiao Dong cursed at Lin Shien angrily. Lin Shien glanced at him, and that cold look made the man feel cold all over, and he couldn't even say the next word. "You did it?" Lin Shien looked at him and asked. The man was a little annoyed. He was actually frightened by Lin Xien's eyes. It was really embarrassing. Now seeing that Lin Shien was still so arrogant, he immediately said, "That's right, I was the one who beat him." "Very good." Lin Shien nodded, then kicked out fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, the man hit the wall heavily. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, then his eyes rolled up and he fainted. Then Lin Xien's voice rang out, "How many lives do you have to pay for the man who hit me?" As he spoke, Lin Shien looked at the two people who were pressing Zhao Yi's shoulders. Feeling the strong sense of oppression coming from Lin Shien, the two men stepped back in fear and loosened their arms that were pressing on Zhao Yi's shoulders. Yang Wu and two other people nearby rushed over and rescued Zhao Yi. "That's enough." Xiao Dong's face turned pale and he shouted loudly. Lin Shien kicked his man unconscious in front of him, not taking him seriously at all. "Lin Shien, you hit me in front of me, don't you think too highly of me?" Xiao Dong's tone was cold, and the aura of a gangster emperor emerged. "Then you beat my people like this, don't you think highly of me?" Lin Shien refused to give in. He then sneered and added, "But you are right about one thing. I really don't take you seriously. Lin Shien, I advise you not to be too angry. Do you believe that I will not allow you to leave this door today?" Anger rose on Xiao Dong's face. He clapped his hands, and the door of the box suddenly opened. A dozen big men in black clothes suddenly appeared in the room. They all held short sticks in their hands and stared at Lin Shien and his companions with murderous eyes. Yang Wu and his companions also dispersed at the first opportunity and surrounded Lin Shien. Seeing his people coming in, Xiao Dong finally felt a little safe. Lin Xien's feat of kicking someone away was really too scary. He took out a cigarette, and the younger brother behind him quickly lit it for him. After taking a long puff, he said, "There were many people who were so arrogant in front of me back then, but do you know where they went in the end? I put them into sacks, filled them with cement, and threw them into the Zhonghua River to feed the turtles." After saying that, Xiao Dong smiled triumphantly and stared at Lin Shien intently, trying to see a trace of fear on his face. But he was disappointed. Lin Shien just smiled slightly, then took out his cell phone and clicked twice. Then I heard his voice coming from the phone. "Back then, there were quite a few people. I threw them into the Zhonghua River to feed the turtles." After hearing the recording, Xiao Dong looked confused. "What do you mean?" Lin Shien smiled and said to Yang Wu, "Brother Wu, call the police. It seems that our boss Chao has committed many murders. He admitted it himself. As good citizens of the new era, we have the obligation and responsibility to help the police solve the case." "Okay." Yang Wu and the others didn't expect Lin Shien to do such a thing. They were immediately amused and quickly took out their cell phones to call the police. Damn it! Xiao Dong's face turned pale. He really didn't expect Lin Shien to be so dirty. "I actually thought of recording my own words." "Stop them." Xiao Dong couldn't care less now. He yelled and grabbed Yang Wu's cell phone. After hearing what their boss said, the other people present also attacked Lin Shien and his companions. Then, the entire box suddenly turned into a battlefield. After a burst of ghostly howling, the box returned to peace. Xiao Dong, who had looked so arrogant before, was now stepped on by Lin Shien. His slightly fat face had swollen like a pig's head. The others were in the same situation, lying on the ground and wailing. Lin Shien was very measured in his attack. Except for one or two ruthless people who had their bones broken by him, the others only suffered minor injuries. Yang Wu and his companions looked disappointed. They still didn't play any role in the battle just now. Before they could finish off their opponents, Lin Shien had already knocked everyone down. Xiao Dong, who was stepped on by Lin Shien, was looking at him with resentment. Lin Shien frowned and slapped Xiao Dong in the face. "I don't like the look in your eyes. If you dare to look at me like that again, I will call the police immediately. If I'm right, Wanrong has already been on the police's blacklist, right? Now that the police have your own recording, what do you think will happen to you?" Lin Shien said coldly. "What else could it be? It must be eating peanuts." A trace of fear flashed across Chao Dong's eyes, and then he looked away in frustration. He didn't want to eat peanuts, so he had to endure it. Lin Shien, Chao Dong, admit defeat this time. Please draw a path for me. Bang! Another slap hit Chao Dong's face, and he was completely stunned. I've already admitted defeat, what else do you want to do? Then Lin Shien said with a look of disgust, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I am a gangster like you? And you still want to draw a line? Chao Dong asked with a frustrated look on his face, what do you want? From now on, I don't want to see you Wanrong people disturbing them, including their families. Otherwise, I guarantee that this recording will appear on the desk of a certain director, or on the headlines of some media. Lin Shien looked at Chao Dong and said indifferently, Boss Chao, you don't want your words that disregard human life to be uploaded to TikTok or Weibo, right? Good. Chao Dong shuddered at the thought of Lin Shien taking this recording to the police station or giving it to some media. Normally, even if he ordered his men to break someone's arms or legs, as long as the connections were right and the parties involved were dealt with, there would not be any particularly serious consequences. But murder cases are different. The principle for homicide cases in the country is that homicide cases must be solved. Once a murder occurs, it will definitely be investigated, and once the investigation starts, nothing can be hidden about the things that happened under his butt. So he had to give in. I'll keep the recording. Remember your words. Lin Shien stood up, lifted his foot that was stepping on Chao Dong's chest, and said to Yang Wu and the others, let's go. After Lin Shien and his companions left, Chao Dong was helped up by his younger brothers. Boss, what should we do? Chao. Chao Dong slapped his younger brother in the face and gritted his teeth. What should we do? What do you say we should do? Check for me. I want to know where this Lin Shien came from. I've been in Qinzhou for so long, and I've never been insulted this badly. Let's wait and see. Lin Shien didn't know about Chao Dong's resentment. They have already left Zhouchang KTV. Yang Wu was a little puzzled. Xiao Chen, are we just going to let that Chao go? Of course not. Sitting in the Cayenne, Lin Shien took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Han Ling. Check the information of Qinzhou Wanrong Building Materials Group for me. I don't care what method you use. I want to bankrupt this company. Then he passed the recording to Yang Wu and said, when the time is right, send this recording out. I want Chao Dong to eat peanuts. Chapter 57 Wanrong Group, dead. Guangzhou, Construction Bank Haihe District Branch. Because Tua Lin Shien was setting up a private office, Huang Wei specially approved a separate office for Han Ling. After the Chinese New Year, Cui Daiyuan and others will also work here. As for whether the office location will be changed in the future, it depends on Lin Xien's opinion. Although during the video conference a few days ago, Lin Shien only asked Han Ling and the others to prepare for the evaluation of the mall project and the acquisition of Swordfish Culture Media, Han Ling and the others did not dare to be careless. After the meeting, Cui Daiyuan and others began investigating the Mall Old Town project in Swordfish Culture Media. Almost every day, they hold an online meeting to communicate their respective work progress. The above is the information I have collected about Swordfish Culture Media. I estimate that I can acquire this company within 5 million. However, after acquiring this company, if I want to continue to operate it, I will need to invest at least 15 million. The acquisition of Swordfish Culture Media was specifically in charge of Dong Runyan from the business group. It only took him 2 days to get to know the details of Swordfish Culture Media. The predicament of Swordfish Culture Media is more serious than it appears on the surface. In Dong Runyan's view, acquiring Swordfish Culture Media is an easy thing to do. After Dong Runyan finished speaking, Cui Daiyuan, who was in charge of today's meeting, looked at Lu Jin. She was specifically responsible for the Old City project of the mall. Lu Jin handed a document to several people and said, this is the investment evaluation I made based on the existing data. According to the calculation of the data model, the profit of investing in the Mall Old City project is only 17%. Although it is lower than the expected 20%, according to my estimation of the future market, there is still a lot of room for growth. No one else said anything, just quietly looked at the evaluation document given by Lu Jin. Lu Jin paused, and after everyone had digested what she said, she continued, now that the epidemic is over, the market is brewing a recovery. I have reason to believe that the Old City project of the mall will usher in huge benefits. According to my calculations, in half a year, the profit of the Old City project of the mall can reach 27%, and in a year, it is expected to reach 38%. So I think this project must be won. Then, everyone saw a set of data models appear on the screen, which was quite clear at a glance. Han Ling didn't say a word during the meeting because she knew her own weight. Everyone present here was far ahead of her in terms of investment and financial achievements. She positioned herself as Mr. Lin's personal secretary and a supervisor. While listening to Lu Xin's report, Han Ling's cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated and a text message appeared on her screen. After reading the text message, Han Ling interrupted Lu Xin's speech and said to the others, "Everyone, we may need to stop the acquisition of the Mall Old Town project in Swordfish Culture Media." Looking at everyone, she took out her phone, showed everyone the WeChat message Lin Shien sent, and said, "Now we need to solve this so-called Wanrong group as quickly as possible." Cui Daiyuan looked at the WeChat message and could feel his boss's dissatisfaction through the screen. He immediately said, "No problem, we will start preparing now." Cui Daiyuan and others are indeed top elite talents. It took them less than an hour to come up with a solution for Wanrong group. The video conference was held again. Cui Daiyuan said to Han Ling, "We have conducted a detailed investigation of Wanrong Group and found that its financial situation is very bad. It is obvious that it has not been sorted out by professionals. It currently has 2 loans. The largest loan is as high as 6 million from Qinzhou Industrial and Commercial Bank. It is shown that it expired in November last year, but it was postponed. The other loan of 2 million is from Pudong Development Bank and will expire in mid-February this year." After a pause, Cui Daiyuan continued, "We can start from this aspect. Once the bank steps in and asks Wanrong Group to repay the loan immediately, Wanrong Group will inevitably fall into collapse. However, this requires your construction bank to take action." Han Ling nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I will report to the boss right away." "Okay." After Han Ling left the meeting room, she immediately called Lin Shien. "Very good. You did a great job. I am very satisfied." After hearing Han Ling's report, Lin Shien smiled with satisfaction. Cui Daiyuan and his team are so efficient that it has only been an hour since he sent the text message, and they have already come up with a solution to the Wanrong group, which is a radical solution. He felt more and more that the private office he had set up was really great. Hearing Lin Xien's praise, Han Ling smiled reservedly and said, "Boss, do you need me to talk to the president?" "No need. I will go to President Huang in person to handle this matter." Lin Shien thought about it and decided to call Huang Wei in person to show his respect. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien directly dialed Huang Wei's number, and the call was connected in just a moment. After hearing Lin Xien's request, Huang Wei did not agree first, but asked Han Ling about the news of Wanrong Group. When he heard that Wanrong Group couldn't even repay the 8 million loan, he immediately called Lin Shien back and said that there was absolutely no problem. He patted his chest and assured Lin Shien that he would get the job done as quickly as possible. "You can tell Qinzhou that I will never be stingy with my friends. If they are willing to help, I can open an account in Qinzhou Industrial and Commercial Bank and China Merchants Bank, and deposit no less than 500 million yuan into each account." Huang Wei felt a pain in his heart when he heard Lin Xien's words. This guy was like cutting flesh from his heart. "Mr. Lin, you don't have to do this." Huang Wei began to persuade carefully. Lin Shien smiled and said, "President Huang, don't worry. As long as your bank doesn't do anything that harms my interests, my money will remain in your CCB. Moreover, after a while, there will be a lot of income in my account." Huang Wei didn't feel embarrassed that his thoughts were seen through. After getting the guarantee he wanted, Huang Wei stopped persuading him. On the contrary, he could take advantage of this and make Qinzhou's colleagues owe him a favor. After hanging up the phone with Lin Shien, Huang Wei did not delay and directly called the branch manager of Qinzhou Construction Bank, Sun Yang. And through him, he contacted the branch manager of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Qinzhou, Wang Luoyong, and the branch manager of Pudong Development Bank, Lu Jingyu. Just as he had imagined, after hearing that Mr. Lin would deposit a minimum of 500 million yuan into their 2 bank accounts, Wang Luoyong and Lu Jingyu rebelled without hesitation. One is a small company that can't even repay an 8 million loan, and the other is a tycoon with a net worth of billions. Even a fool would know how to choose. As for whether Wanrong Group is dead or alive after being asked to repay the loan, who cares? Chapter 58: The Only Injured Man. Bang! Brilliant fireworks burst in the night sky, lighting up the sky. The people in the yard were happy, and Yang Luo's 2 children, Yang Luo and Yang Jia, were running around the yard excitedly. After the Lin family's fireworks were set off, as if sending a signal for a performance, the surrounding neighbors also lit up the fireworks they had prepared. For a moment, the whole alley was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. But when they smelled the strong smell of gunpowder again 3 years later, no one found it pungent. On the contrary, it gives people an extremely pleasant feeling. After setting off the fireworks, my elder sister and Yang Wu's families also went back home. It was not good to celebrate the new year at someone else's home. Back in the house, the family of 6, no, it should be a family of 7, including the unborn baby in Yana's belly, sat together in the living room, waiting for the Spring Festival Gala to be broadcast. Since your sister got married, our home hasn't been so lively. This year, not only is Nana here, but we also have Ranran and Susu. It's great. Yang Xiao looked at the people in the room and said with a smile. When people get old, they like a lively and bustling home. Lin Shien held Yao Na in his arms, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, listening to his mother's words. He pointed at Yao Na's slightly bulging belly and said with a smile, "Mom, this year is indeed lively, but next year will be even more lively." When Yang Xia saw Yao Na's bulging belly, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yes, yes, yes. What year is Xiaobao in now? It's the 4th month. Yao Na smiled and said, "The due date is next May, which happens to be my brother's birthday." May is great. Yang Xia was very happy and said, "It's just the right time. When it gets cold, he will be 6 months old. He will be 7 or 8 months old by the Chinese New Year next year." Speaking of Xiaobao, Yang Xia became interested and told a lot of embarrassing stories about Lin Xien's childhood, which made Yao Na and others laugh. Even Lin Hiwei, who was watching the Spring Festival Gala, joined in and brought more jokes. Only Lin Shien was the only one with a frown on his face as he looked at the people who were laughing so hard that they were bent over backwards. After all, as the protagonist of the topic, he didn't find it funny at all. Accompanied by bursts of laughter and Lin Xien's protests, the time finally came to 12 o'clock. Boom! 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 As the last bell rang from the TV, Lin Shien and Yao Na spoke at the same time and said to each other, "Brother wife, Happy New Year." After the words were spoken, the two smiled at each other. Lin Shien looked at Yao Na's red face and couldn't help but kiss her. Yang Xia and the others standing by also smiled knowingly and turned their heads away. Although they are an old couple, Yao Na was still a little shy when kissing in front of her mother-in-law, father-in-law, and Tao Ran and Tao Su. After a long moment of parting lips, Lin Shien took out his phone and shouted to everyone, "Hurry up, come to the group and grab the red envelopes." Following Lin Xien's shout, the shy Yao Na immediately perked up, excitedly took out her phone, and said excitedly, "I must have the best luck this time." Tao Su also cheered, took out her cell phone and waited. Lin Shien opened the WeChat group named A Loving Family, clicked on the red envelope, and directly sent out 10 red envelopes of 200 yuan each. In addition to his parents, him and Yao Na, the group also includes his sister's family, and of course Tao Ran and Tao Su are also included now. As the red envelopes were sent out one after another, Yao Na and Tao Su's screams never stopped. What? Why am I not the luckiest? Yao Na opened all 10 red envelopes and suddenly felt discouraged, because this was a red envelope, and she didn't have the best luck. On the contrary, she had the worst luck. You're still laughing. Yao Na looked at Lin Shien, who was laughing beside her, and suddenly became angry and pinched his arm hard. Among these 10 red envelopes, the one with the best luck is the person sending out the red envelope. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Lin Shien screamed and crawled to avoid Yao Na's 9-in white bone claw. Humph. Next time you give out red envelopes, don't snatch them yourself. Yao Na warned harshly. Yes, yes, yes. I won't steal it next time. Lin Shien quickly raised his hands in surrender, and Yao Na gave up in disappointment. After a while, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. When I opened my phone, I saw a series of transfer messages on WeChat. And there were 10 consecutive transfer messages of 52,100. The previous red envelopes were for everyone, but this one belongs only to you. Lin Shien raised his cell phone and said to Yao Na with loving eyes. Thank you, brother. Yao Na was touched, she pecked Lin Shien hard on the face, then nodded excitedly to accept it. Wow. That's a lot of money. It's all mine. It's all mine. Yao Na held her cell phone with a silly smile on her face. At this time, Yang Xia also walked into the bedroom, and after a while, she took out a stack of red envelopes. He handed 4 of the red envelopes to Tao Ran and Tao Su, and said, "These are New Year's red envelopes for the two of you. I hope you two will have smooth work and academic success in the new year." Tao Ran and Tao Su took the red envelope and opened it. They found that it was actually a thick stack of red banknotes, which looked to be at least 10,000 thick. Godmother, this is too much. Tao Ran and Tao Su didn't know what to do. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time they had received so many red envelopes. Here. Lin Highway, who was sitting nearby, stuffed the red envelopes into the pockets of the two children and said, "Since you two call us godparents, we are a family. Besides, this is New Year's money, so why shouldn't we accept it?" After hearing what Lin Highway said, Tao Ran and Tao Su had no choice but to accept it. That's right. Yang Xia nodded with satisfaction, then rummaged through the red envelopes in her hand, picked out 6 and handed them to Yao Na. "This is for you, Nana. I wish you good luck in the new year." "So much?" Yao Na knew that she would receive a red envelope, but she didn't expect it to be so much. She took the red envelopes with joy and opened them one by one. There was 10,000 in each red envelope, and 6 red envelopes contained 60,000. "Mom, isn't this too much?" Yao Na looked at Yang Xia in surprise. Whose family could give a new daughter-in-law a red envelope of 60,000 yuan during the Chinese New Year? Yang Xia smiled and said, "Not much, not much. Our family didn't have money before, but now we have money, so of course I will give more." Lin Shien's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Mom, I see you still have a lot in your hands, so are the rest all mine?" "You?" Yang Xia curled her lips and said, "You're just dreaming. The rest is what your father gave to Nana." Having said that, Yang Xia gave all the remaining red envelopes in her hand to Yao Na. Yao Na counted them and found there were 10 red envelopes in total, each containing 10,000 yuan. In other words, she received a red envelope of 160,000 yuan from her parents alone. Adding the 520,000 yuan that Lin Shien had just given her, the total number of red envelopes suddenly exceeded 680,000 yuan. "Mom! Dad! This is not fair. Nana has so many red envelopes, but I don't have any?" Lin Shien was dumbfounded. "I'm a baby too, okay? Don't you deserve a red envelope? Here you go." Yang Xia became impatient with Lin Xian's nagging and took out a crumpled red bill from her pocket. However, the gap in the upper right corner of the bill was particularly conspicuous. "Is this my lucky money?" Lin Shien was stunned. "You two gave your daughter-in-law 160,000 yuan as a New Year's gift, but only gave 100 yuan to your own son? Or is it missing a corner?" Chapter 59 Yao Na's New Year's Gift. When the clock struck 12, deafening firecrackers rang out outside. The sky was filled with green smoke everywhere. From the yard, one could see that the entire sky was lit up by the flames of firecrackers below. "Brother, the New Year atmosphere is back." On the steps at the entrance of the living room, Yao Na held Lin Xian's arm and said with a smile on her face, "Yes, the New Year atmosphere is back and the epidemic is gone." Lin Shien felt a little emotional. He suddenly realized that the past 3 years seemed to have been forgotten in the month after it ended. It was as if the past 3 years had disappeared into thin air. Sure enough, people will instinctively forget painful memories. Look! Like a magic trick, Yao Na took out an exquisite blue gift box from her pajamas pocket. The word blank pain was written on it in cursive letters. "What's this?" Lin Shien was a little curious. Yao Na said, "Of course it's the New Year's gift I prepared for you, brother. Open it and take a look." Looking at the gift box in front of him, Lin Shien suddenly realized that he hadn't given Yao Na a gift for a long time since he got married. He said with some guilt, "Wife, I'm sorry that I didn't prepare a New Year's gift for you." "Of course." Yao Na shook her head and counted on her white fingers. "Look, you gave me a Panamera, which is a luxury car worth nearly 3 million, and that villa, and the 700+ foundation I've always wanted, and all those red envelopes just now. Aren't these all New Year's gifts for me? Besides, you've made so much money in recent times, you must be very tired, right? And our lives are getting better now, this is also your New Year's gift to me." Hearing Yao Na's considerate words, Lin Xian's eyes became moist. He hugged Yao Na from behind, kissed her forehead, and said with a slightly nasal voice, "Thank you, honey. You're still so polite to me? Are you crying?" Yao Na said with a smile, "Brother, today is New Year's Eve. It's such a good day. You can't cry." In fact, what Lin Shien didn't see was that her eyes also became sparkling. The two hugged for a while, and Yao Na turned around and urged, "Brother, take a look at this gift and see if it reflects your feelings. I don't understand these things, so I can only choose based on the recommendations on Douyin." "What are you talking about? I like whatever you give me, even if it's a piece of shit." Lin Shien opened the gift box while joking. "Disgusting. I wouldn't give you something so disgusting. Open it and take a look." Yana had a look of disgust on her face and urged Lin Shien to open it quickly. As the gift box was opened, a sapphire blue watch appeared in front of Lin Shien. Blancpain 50 Fathom Series 5200-0240 of 52A watch. At just one glance, Lin Shien recognized his dream lover. This watch is considered a classic in Blancpain's 50 Fathom series. The entire mirror is polished from a single piece of sapphire crystal, and the dial is inlaid with 37 gemstones, giving it an air of luxury. Of course, the official price of nearly 160,000 is also very attractive. Not to mention, this watch has a high collection value, so it has been out of stock. If you want to buy it, you have to wait, except for paying a premium. He was sure that Yao Na had put a lot of effort into preparing this watch for him. Thank you, wife. Yao Na carefully took out the watch and said to Lin Shien, "Brother, stretch out your hand and I'll put it on for you." Lin Shien obediently stretched out his hand, and the jewel-like watch on his hand was so pleasing to the eye. It's beautiful. Yao Na also stretched out her hand, revealing the Cartier blue balloon on her wrist. It really looked like a couple's watch. It's time to eat. Following the call of Mother Yang Xia, the whole family worked together to bring the delicious New Year's Eve dinner to the table. Amidst laughter and joy, the family had their first meal of the new year. After dinner, everyone went back to the room to take a nap. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shien and Yao Na crawled out of the warm bed again. In the first year of their marriage, as a newlywed couple, they had to go back to their hometown to pay New Year's greetings to their elders one by one. However, since their grandparents have passed away, Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia don't need to go back to their hometown, because given their generation, the elderly people who are worthy of them visiting in person to pay New Year's greetings have almost all passed away. Now it is time for them to wait at home for their younger generations to come and pay New Year's greetings. It's snowing. While driving, Yao Na, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly pointed at the snowflakes falling outside the window and shouted in surprise. Really? Lin Shien also saw the snowflakes falling outside. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last saw snow during the Chinese New Year. I still remember when I was a child, it would snow heavily during the Chinese New Year. Every New Year's Day, everyone would go back to their hometown in the dark and walk on the thick snow to pay New Year's greetings. The weather changed a lot afterwards. It no longer snowed during the Chinese New Year. Every Chinese New Year, it seemed like something was missing. Lin Shien's hometown is not far from their home, and it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. When they arrived, there was already a thin layer of snow on the ground. Brother! Take a picture with me. Yao Na excitedly pulled Lin Shien and raised her cell phone. There was no rush anyway, so Lin Shien was happy to play with Yao Na. Yao Na held Lin Shien and took pictures for a full 10 minutes before she let him go with satisfaction. Lin Shien walked in front carrying something, and Yao Na walked behind, selecting the photos that had just been taken. Finally, I selected a few beautiful photos, edited a circle of friends, and sent it out. The sun is bright, the moon is shining, wealth and prosperity, longevity and health, the new year is peaceful and long-lasting. Below is a 9-square grid. Lin Shien and she are standing in the snow, smiling particularly sweetly. Wow! Nana, what skincare products are you using? Why do you look so good? Not long after Yao Na posted on WeChat Moments, a small group that had been silent for a long time suddenly became lively. DD. A series of photos were posted by a young lady named Yaya who loves to smile. They were the photos that Yao Na had just posted on her Moments. Then, another young lady named Rui also posted 3 emoticons of old people with question mark faces. Then he sent a voice message in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my god, Nana, did you go for plastic surgery?" Several other sisters who were diving also expressed their surprise. Looking at the little sister's surprised replies, Yao Na felt so happy. She replied, "Really? I didn't see it, but I really didn't use any cosmetics. You know, I'm pregnant, I dare not use any cosmetics." After hearing Yao Na's reply, the young ladies in the group fell into a strange silence. Can anyone tell me how many years I will be sentenced to if I kill this show-off? Chapter 60: A Spontaneous Trip. After a while, Rui said angrily, "Nana, do you know how much you deserve a beating for what you just said?" The smiling Yeye also said, "That's right, but I heard that pregnancy really has some good effects on women." Is this true? Papa can't swim, sisters, let us not talk anymore. I'm going to get married first and I'll be pregnant next month. Xia, let us go together. For a moment, the whole group was filled with an atmosphere of madness. Hey, where is Meng Meng? The cheerful Yeye suddenly discovered that out of the 6 people in the group, 5 had shown up, and only Li Meng didn't speak. Papa can't swim. She told me a few days ago that she was going to travel with her new boyfriend for the holidays. I don't know if she went. A new boyfriend? There are a lot of ellipses in the group. It seems that this girl broke up with her last boyfriend less than a week ago? Just then, several photos were suddenly sent out in the group. In one photo, a tall girl in hot clothes is standing on a snowy field. In another photo, the girl splashed water and it turned into ice. We are in the snow town, please don't queue. Xia, it's actually Snow Town, what a beautiful place, I want to go there too. Papa can't swim, yeah, but I'm short of money. Yana also saw the beautiful snow scene in Li Meng's photo and looked longing. Brother, look. Yana called Lin Shien and took out her cell phone to show him the photos sent by Li Meng. Is this Li Meng? Lin Shien was not unfamiliar with Yana's girlfriends. Among them, Li Meng, who had the hottest and sexiest figure, was the most impressive. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Shien was interested in her. Girls like Li Meng have very high standards. At that time, Lin Shien had no money and no background except for his handsome looks. How could a goddess like Li Meng, who was so picky, be interested in him? Lin Shien flipped through the photos and nodded, commenting, "The photos are well taken. Is this place Snow Town? It's really beautiful." Yeah, it's so beautiful, I really want to go. Yana looked at the photo with a look of longing. If you want to go, then go. Lin Shien said without hesitation. What? Wait for me. Lin Shien pinched Yana's little face, took out his mobile phone to search for the route to Snow Town, and then directly booked a flight to Ice City the day after tomorrow. Lin Xian's quick movements shocked Yana. Lin Shien smiled and said, "Do you remember our agreement? We have to travel every year, but we were unable to do so in the past 2 years due to the pandemic. Now that the pandemic is over, it's time for us to start a spontaneous trip. Besides, we haven't had a honeymoon since we got married. Snowtown is great and it's perfect as the first stop of our honeymoon. I have already made plans. We will go to your house to visit relatives tomorrow, and then we will go directly back to Guangzhou, and then fly to Bingcheng on the 3rd day of the new year." After hearing Lin Xien's arrangement, Yana jumped up excitedly, and suddenly hung on Lin Shien, cheering, "Great, brother, I really love you." After kissing Lin Shien twice on the face, Yana got off him, took out her cell phone and excitedly sent a message. "Sisters, my brother and I are going to snow country too. Papa can't swim, damn rich people. Rue, is this the legendary go wherever you want? I'm so envious. Xia, same style, I'm jealous. Yeah, who loves to laugh, jealousy has torn me apart." Then, Li Meng also sent a few photos and a voice message. The photo shows the layout of a hotel, which looks pretty good. Li Meng's voice was a little coquettish, with a subtle sense of arrogance. "There are so many people in Shuaxiang that the regular rooms in our hotel are fully booked and need to be reserved at a premium. My boyfriend and I are staying in a suite, which costs 6,000 yuan a night. But if you want to come, you have to hurry up, otherwise even the suite will be gone. The luxury suite costs 10,000. The suite is 6,000 yuan, and the deluxe suite is 10,000 yuan. Isn't this too expensive?" After hearing what Li Meng said, everyone in the group was stunned. Yana searched for Snowtown on Douyin and found a lot of videos, many of which were released in recent days. Many people say that Snowtown rips off tourists. An ordinary room that usually costs 400 or 500 yuan has now doubled or tripled in price to more than 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. It made those who traveled in the past miserable. "Brother, it's so expensive. I checked in the hotel Meng Meng and her friends are staying in is even more expensive. It costs 6,000 a night." Yao Na was a little discouraged. "It's only 6,000, very cheap." Lin Shien looked unconcerned and said, "If that's the case, then let's make it this way. We'll go directly there after visiting relatives tomorrow." Over the next 2 days, Lin Shien and Yana did everything a newlywed couple needed to do. All the relatives on both sides visited. What is different is that in Yana's hometown, Yaozhuang, almost everyone knows that the Yao family has a very powerful son-in-law who can be on good terms with the executive vice-mayor of their shopping mall. Since the first day of the Lunar New Year, Lao Yao's family has had a constant stream of guests. Relatives who I haven't contacted for hundreds of years also came to pay New Year's greetings this time. This made Yao Jun, who was very concerned about his reputation, very vain. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, when Lin Shien brought Yana back home, the villagers surrounded old Yao's house. These people heard that Lin Shien was going to invest in their mall's Old Town project and wanted to test the waters to see if they could get a piece of the pie. To these people, Lin Shien only wanted to give them one sentence: "What are you dreaming about?" After finally making it to the afternoon, Lin Shien and Yao Na could no longer stay and hurriedly left with an excuse. But they did not return to their hometown in Qinzhou, but went directly back to Guangzhou. After packing up, the next day, Lin Shien took Yao Na on a plane to Ice City. He chose business class for this trip, but because of the Chinese New Year, all air tickets were full price. The ticket price is nearly 6,000 yuan, but it is definitely worth it. The business class has better privacy and the service is even better. 2.5 hours later, the Boeing 737 landed at Taiping Airport in the Ice City. Lin Shien and Yao Na had already put on the down jackets they had prepared before getting off the plane. But even so, I was still shivering from the cold wind outside. Then Lin Shien went to the car rental company first, rented a Wrangler, and then headed towards Snowtown. Along the way, Lin Shien and Yao Na saw countless beautiful snow scenes, which was a magnificent sight completely different from that in the Central Plains. Although they were very tired, both Lin Shien and Yao Na were in very good spirits. After more than 5 hours of travel, Lin Shien and Yao Na finally arrived at the Snowtown in the National Forest Park. Those low mushroom houses were covered with thick snow that looked like marshmallows. In front of every house, bright red lanterns are hung high, and the only colors you can see are white and festive red. Because of the spring festival, there are people coming and going everywhere, and laughter and joy fill the entire Snowtown. Even Lin Shien and Yao Na, who had just arrived here, were infected by the laughter, and all their fatigue disappeared without a trace. Chapter 61. Your idea is too cruel. Brother, come quickly. Yao Na ran out first, waving at Lin Shien as she ran. When I was a kid in Guangzhou, it snowed a lot at home, but this was the first time I saw such heavy snow as in Shuoxiang. Slow down. Lin Shien was startled. My goodness, has this girl forgotten that she is 4 months pregnant? But it's true, I don't know if it's the special attribute he brought after his rebirth, but after he and Yao Na had happy times together, not only did Yao Na's complexion get better and better, but her physical fitness also improved a lot. The side effects that pregnant women should experience, such as low back pain, insomnia, nightmares, and anorexia, disappeared in Yao Na's body. Now she eats well, sleeps well, and the baby is incredibly healthy. Do you know why the snow in Snow Country is so heavy? Lin Shien took Yao Na's hand and walked towards the hotel. I don't know. Do you know? Yao Na asked. Of course I know. Lin Shien looked very proud, and then explained, this is because the Snowtown is located on the border. To the north is the cold air from the Siberian wilderness, and to the east is the warm and humid air from the Sea of Japan. The intersection of the two has formed a unique natural environment here. Of course, if he hadn't said that and just checked his phone, Yao Na would have believed it. What? I thought my brother really knew, but who knew you would cheat? Yao Na looked disdainful. Lin Shien laughed loudly, and suddenly he pointed to the distance and shouted, Wife, look. An elk. Wow. It really is a moose pulling a sled. Yao Na looked at the elk slowly approaching, her face flushed with excitement. Just you wait. Seeing Yao Na so happy, Lin Shien immediately said something to her and then ran to the Snow Village staff who were leading the elk. After a while, Yao Na saw Lin Shien waving at her. Wife, come quickly. Here I come. Yao Na ran towards Lin Shien excitedly. Seeing that, Lin Shien was so scared that he quickly ran over to protect her. Are you stupid? Can't you slow down a little? Lin Shien said with some concern. Hey, I'm so excited, aren't I? Wow, it's really an elk. This is the first time I've seen a real one. So cute. Yao Na stuck out her tongue at Lin Shien, said something apologetic, and then looked at the half-human high elk in front of her with a happy face. The two elks in front of me are dressed just like Santa Claus elks in the cartoons I saw when I was a kid. Even the small sleigh behind them is the same style. Do you like it? Lin Shien asked. Of course I like it. Yao Na reached out her hand and wanted to touch the elk, but she was afraid. The elder brother who was holding the elk nearby saw Yao Na's appearance and said with a smile, Girl, I'm watching her, you touch it carefully. Thanks. Yao Na thanked with a look of surprise. Lin Shien also said, It's okay, I'm watching you too. Only then did Yao Na carefully reach out her hand and touch the elk's head twice. Suddenly she felt a warm sensation and saw the elk licking her palm with its pink little tongue. Brother, look. It responded to me. Yao Na excitedly grabbed Lin Shien's hand and shouted. I saw it. It seems to like you very much. But your voice is too loud. It will scare it. Hearing Lin Shien's words, Yana quickly covered her mouth, her eyes curved with smiles, full of joy. Even the elder brother beside him was surprised and said, "There are many people who want to touch the deer every day, but you are the first one to respond like this today." As they were talking, another elk came over on its own and rubbed its head against Yana from time to time. The surrounding tourists couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. There were also many naughty kids shouting at their parents that they wanted to play with the elk in the same way. Lin Shien was also surprised at the scene in front of him. Deer are very vigilant animals. Even though the elks in Snow Village have been domesticated, they still won't get so close to humans. It only means that Yana really has a special aura that can make even elks feel at ease. After interacting with the elk for a while, seeing more and more people gathering around, Lin Shien quickly said to the elder brother who was leading the elk, "Brother, please take my wife to the Wanjia Forest Hotel in front." The eldest brother also knew that Milu was close to Yana, but he might not be close to other people, especially since there were many children in the crowd who looked difficult to deal with. He quickly nodded and said, "No problem. I have 2 sleds here. You 2 can each take one." "Forget it. My wife is pregnant and I'm worried if I'm not by her side to protect her." Lin Shien shook his head and rejected his elder brother's proposal. "Good boy. Really a man." The eldest brother gave Lin Shien a thumbs up, then led the elk and turned in another direction. With the help of Lin Shien, Yana also sat on the sled. Lin Shien looked at Yana sitting on the sled and suddenly felt that something was missing. He looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up. He said to Yana, "Wait for me." In less than a minute, Lin Shien came out of a nearby grocery store, but this time he had a Christmas hat in his hand. Lin Shien returned to Yana and put the Christmas hat on her head. Only then was he satisfied. Yana took out her mobile phone, activated the camera, looked at herself in front of the camera, and was very satisfied. "Thank you, brother." Then, accompanied by a shout from the staff member, the elk slowly walked forward. Sitting on the sleigh and wearing a big red Santa hat, Yana suddenly became the most handsome person on the whole street. In front of Wanjia Forest Hotel, Lin Shien thanked his elder brother. "Thank you, elder brother." The eldest brother also warmly wished Lin Shien and Yana welcome to Snow Town. After taking a look at Yana's slightly bulging belly, he immediately changed his words and said, "No, it should be 3. I hope the 3 of you can have fun in Snowtown, and I also hope that this trip to Snowtown will bring you the best memories." "I will," Lin Shien and Yana said. Yana waved to the 2 elks and said goodbye. "Goodbye, my little cuties. I hope to see you again tomorrow." Chirp. After hearing what Yana said, the 2 elks actually shouted at her twice. This made Yana's eyes widen, and she was even so moved that she wanted to cry. "Brother, did you see that? They actually said goodbye to me." Yana excitedly grabbed Lin Shien's sleeve and pointed at the elk that kept looking back every few steps. "I saw it." Lin Shien didn't expect that in such a short period of time, these 2 elks would be so impressed with Yana. Elder brother. Suddenly, Yana looked at Lin Shien with hope. Lin Shien suddenly had a bad feeling. He swallowed and said with a dry mouth, What do you want to say?" Hey. Yana chuckled and said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from my brother. To be honest, I just want to ask, can we adopt them?" "Adoption? They?" Lin Shien looked at the 2 elks that were gradually moving away, then looked at Yana in confusion. "Are you not aware that elk is a national first-class protected animal? Adopt them? Your idea is really cruel." Chapter 62: An Unexpected Invitation. Lin Shien persuaded Yana to give up the idea of adopting the elk. "Come on, let's go and book a room. If there really isn't any room left, you won't even have a place to cry." After hearing Lin Shien's words, Yana also became a little anxious. She had just witnessed the terrifying flow of people in Snowtown. I didn't expect that so many people would come to Snowtown to play just after the epidemic ended. Wanjia Forest Hotel. This is the only hotel in Shui Village that can be rated as a 5-star hotel, but to be honest, it is of the same level as the 3-star hotels outside. "Sir, I'm sorry, the regular rooms in our hotel are currently full. You 2 can go look somewhere else." The lady at the front desk stood up very politely and apologized to Lin Shien and Yana. "A normal room? What about a suite or a luxury suite?" Lin Shien frowned and asked. "You want to book a suite?" The lady at the front desk asked in surprise. She just saw that the down jackets Lin Shien and Yao Na were wearing were just ordinary ones from Taobao, and she didn't think they would be able to afford a suite or a higher-end luxury suite, so she just said that the ordinary rooms were sold out. Yes, a suite is fine, a deluxe suite is fine too. Lin Shien nodded. Sir, our suite is currently priced at 5,888 per night, and the deluxe suite is 8,688 per night. Are you sure you want to book it? The young lady confirmed again. It's quite cheap, so let's go for the deluxe suite. Lin Shien said casually, let's do it for 5 days first. As he spoke, he took out his bank card and handed it to the lady at the front desk. Nana. While Lin Shien and Yao Na were waiting for the receptionist to register their information, a slightly surprised voice suddenly rang out. Lin Shien turned his head and saw Li Meng, who was dressed in a hot and sexy outfit, hugging a man's arm at the elevator door not far away, looking at them in surprise. The man looked to be in his early 30s. He was not tall, but at least over 1.75 meters. He had a handsome appearance and a calm temperament. Meng Meng. When Yao Na saw Li Meng, she immediately shouted in surprise. Then Li Mengchong said something to the man next to him, and then pulled him towards Lin Shien and Yao Na. Lin Shien, Nana, I didn't expect you to actually come. Li Meng looked at Lin Shien and Yao Na in surprise. When Yao Na said they were going to Snow Town, she thought it was a joke. Li Meng, long time no see. Lin Shien also greeted Li Meng and said with a smile, I haven't brought Nana out to play for a long time. This time I just had the chance, so I came. After saying that, Lin Shien glanced at Li Meng's male companion. Li Meng simply introduced him, this is my boyfriend. He didn't say where he was from, what his job was, or even his name. Lin Shien was no longer surprised. However, her new boyfriend's reaction was somewhat beyond Lin Xian's expectations. Yuan Jingshua, Li Meng's boyfriend, meet him. Yuan Jingshua stretched out his hand and greeted Lin Shien in a friendly manner. Lin Shien was stunned for a moment, then he also stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Lin Shien. Li Meng and I are going out to eat something, do you want to join us? Yuan Jingshua invited. Lin Shien glanced at the tired Yao Na and apologized, I'm sorry, my wife and I have been traveling all day, so we plan to settle down first. I'm sorry for being so abrupt. In that case, let's make an appointment next time. Yuan Jingshua also noticed Yao Na, who looked tired, and her slightly bulging belly, and said apologetically. Lin Shien also had a good impression of Yuan Jingshua, so he agreed without hesitation, okay, no problem. Mr. Lin, this is your room card. Since you have booked a luxury suite, our Wanjia Hot Springs Center will be open to you for free, and various treatments are also free. At this time, the lady at the front desk had finished the registration and handed the room card to Lin Shien with both hands. Lin Shien took the room card and said to Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng, then we'll go in first. Okay, we'll be leaving first. See you later. Yuan Jingshua also said something to Lin Shien before leaving. After leaving Wanjia's gate, Li Meng asked in confusion, Jingshua, you are a little abnormal today. Why is it abnormal? Yuan Jingshua asked curiously. You'd never be so nice to an ordinary person. Li Meng said. Although she and Yuan Jingshua had just confirmed their relationship, she had an extraordinary understanding of Yuan Jingshua. Her new boyfriend has a great background. The old man in his family is a big boss of Yingcheng Mining Group. He has a rather arrogant personality and is not too picky, but not everyone is interested in him either. Yuan Jingshua smiled and asked, you told me before that Yao Na and Lin Shien are ordinary people, right? Yes. Li Meng nodded and said, Nana is just a first-grade teacher, and Lin Shien is a programmer. Is there any problem? It's a big problem. Yuan Jingshua said, didn't you notice that Lin Shien and Yao Na were wearing limited edition winter products from Versace and Chanel under their down jackets? Both of them will cost 300,000. Besides that, Yao Na is wearing a Cartier blue balloon watch, and you should know the price very well. Lin Shien is wearing a Blancpain 50 Fathoms watch, and the price is only higher than that of the Cartier blue balloon watch. Just on dressing up, the two of them have spent more than 700,000 yuan. Do you still think there is nothing wrong with them? How is this possible? Li Meng widened her eyes, her pretty face full of disbelief. Her family conditions are not bad, and can even be said to be very good, otherwise she would not have been able to use her connections to get a job at SDIC as soon as she graduated. But even so, she couldn't afford Chanel's winter limited edition that cost hundreds of thousands. What's more, there is the dream watch of women, the Cartier blue balloon. All along, Yao Na was the least noticeable person among her group of close friends, but suddenly she transformed herself into someone that everyone looked up to. Such a drastic change was somewhat difficult for her to accept. By the way, we plan to hike into the mountains tomorrow. Go and invite Lin Shien and Yana. Yuan Jingshua said to Li Meng. He was also very curious about Lin Shien. Just as he had analyzed just now, anyone who was willing to spend hundreds of thousands on dressing up must have a complicated background. He had just started his own business, and knowing some friends with backgrounds meant he had more friends and more paths, which might be useful at any time. These are all things he has been exposed to since childhood. Okay, I'll tell Nana about it later. Li Meng did not hesitate. She also wanted to know why Yana and Lin Shien had changed so much in just a few months. Meng Meng's new boyfriend is really approachable. In the exclusive elevator of the luxury suite, Yana said while holding Lin Xien's arm. Indeed, much more polite than Li Meng. Lin Shien nodded and said. Oh, Meng Meng's personality is just so cold, not impolite. Yana patted Lin Shien and said angrily. Okay, I was wrong. Lin Shien said this, but he didn't agree in his heart. Only a silly girl like his wife would think that Li Meng just has a cold personality. Laugh. They are not just cold, they just look down on ordinary people like them and think they are superior. However, in his heart, Li Meng was just a familiar stranger, so there was no need for him to say anything bad about her. Hey, Meng Meng actually invited me to go into the mountains to play tomorrow. Yana's phone suddenly lit up. She checked WeChat and then said to Lin Shien in surprise. Chapter 63, How to Satisfy Yana's Wish. It's really strange. Given Li Meng's personality, would she actually take the initiative to invite you? Lin Shien was also surprised. Yana smiled and said, You see, I've said it before, Meng Meng is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Don't ever say she looks down on people again. Okay, I won't say it anymore. Lin Shien responded without comment. After being with Yana for so many years, he had already realized one thing clearly: never argue with a woman. As the two were talking, the elevator reached the top floor. Wanjia has a total of 6 luxury suites, all of which are on the top floor, which ensures the privacy and view of the luxury suites. As Lin Shien walked, he asked Yana, What are your plans? Are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Yana said while hugging Lin Shien's arm. Then go ahead. Lin Shien didn't care, but he knew his wife's personality very well, so he gave Yana a warning: You have to think it over carefully. You are pregnant now, and it is not convenient for you to move around, not to mention going into the mountains tomorrow. Don't complain when the time comes. He had been to many places with Yana before, but every time they went climbing a mountain, the girl seemed to be half dead and would come down before reaching the top every time. Humph. That won't work. Yana hugged Lin Shien all of a sudden, hanging her whole body on him, sucked hard on his neck, and threatened, If I can't walk anymore, I'll let you carry me. What else could Lin Shien do? Of course he agreed. As they were talking, the two people had already arrived at the door of the room. Wow! So beautiful. Pushing open the door, Yana looked at the layout of the luxurious suite with a look of amazement. Lin Shien looked around the luxurious suite and found that it was not very large, only about 100 square meters, with a master bedroom and a study. But the decoration and layout of the room are very characteristic of the Ice City and very festive. It's really good. Lin Shien was also very satisfied with the environment here. Yana stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The lights outside were bright, and fireworks bloomed in the night sky, dyeing the snow below into colorful colors. So beautiful. Yana said happily, I really want to live here. You can if you want. Lin Shien hugged Yana from behind and whispered in her ear, Our family is rich now. If you really want to live here, let's just buy a property. The properties here are very cheap. Real? Yana asked with a look of surprise. Of course, if you don't believe me, check it out. Lin Shien nodded and said. Yana's heart was moved for a moment, but after touching her belly, she shook her head and said, Forget it. Even if we buy a house, we won't have the chance to come here most of the year, especially after the baby is born. Let's not spend the money. Seeing Yana say this, Lin Shien did not insist. Afterwards, Lin Shien simply packed his luggage, rested for a while, and then took Lina out. He found a restaurant with a good reputation online and had a good meal of authentic northeastern cuisine. Although the price is a little higher than outside, it is still quite affordable overall. Scenic spots are all the same. After dinner, Lin Shien and Yao Na did not choose to play other projects, but chose to go back and rest directly. While he was sleeping, Lin Qian's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that the caller ID showed it was President Huang. He quietly got out of bed, went to the living room outside and answered the call. President Huang. Good evening, Mr. Lin. I hope I didn't disturb you? Huang Wei's hearty smile came from the phone, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Of course not, is there something wrong? Lin Shien looked at the time and found that it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. I have good news. Huang Wei did not hide anything and said directly, I have already discussed it with Wang Luoyong, the branch manager of ICBC in Qinzhou, and Lu Jingyu, the branch manager of Shanghai Pudong Development Bank. ICBC in Qinzhou has already sent a collection letter to Wanrong Group, and Shanghai Pudong Development Bank will also send a collection letter at the end of the month. Very good. Lin Shien smiled and said, please thank the two presidents for me. In addition, I, Lin Shien, always keep my word. The 500 million yuan deposit can be transferred to the accounts of Qinzhou Industrial and Commercial Bank and Pudong Development Bank at any time. However, I am out of town now, so I'll trouble you, President Huang, for this matter. Don't worry, I'll handle it as soon as possible. Huang Wei also received favors from Wang Luoyong and Lu Jingyu, and was very happy. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then Lin Shien hung up the phone and murmured, Chao Dong, Mr. Chao, I hope you like my New Year's gift to you. Back in the bedroom, Lin Shien glanced at the sleeping Yao Na. Just as he was about to kiss her, he heard some unidentified talking in her sleep. Little dear, so cute, I want it so much. Lin Shien couldn't help but grin. She didn't expect that the two elks were so attractive to her that she could even meet them in her dreams. Oh. By the way, if elk doesn't work, then other deer should be okay, right? Lin Shien suddenly thought of something. He quickly took out his phone and searched it. Sure enough. At present, our country has relaxed the artificial breeding of sika deer, and you don't even need a license to raise sika deer. Lin Shien quickly took out his cell phone and checked the time, only to find that it was just past 10 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, it's not too late. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Han Ling, asking her to help find out if there was a sika deer farm near Shui village. In his second life, he said that he would give Yao Na whatever she wanted. In the morning, Lin Shien opened his eyes and met Yao Na's eyes that were as bright as stars. Good morning, brother. Yao Na smiled sweetly at Lin Shien. Lin Shien put his arms around Yao Na's waist and pecked her on the mouth, causing the girl to dodge left and right. Your mouth stinks, you can't kiss me without brushing your teeth. After the two of them had been arguing for a while, Yao Na said, Brother, hurry up and get up. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning. Have you forgotten that Meng Meng invited us to hike into the mountains together? So late? Lin Shien was a little surprised. He didn't expect to sleep so deeply. Okay, I'll get up right away. Lin Shien sat up and asked while putting on his clothes, Did Li Meng say the time and place? Have. Yao Na held the quilt in one hand, covering her chest, and took out her cell phone with the other hand. Meng Meng said to gather at the entrance of the forest park at 10 o'clock. Okay. Lin Shien threw back the quilt and jumped out of bed. Then he put on his clothes quickly, and then consciously searched for Yao Na's clothes in the suitcase. Honey, what are you going to wear today? Chapter 64, Going into the Mountains in the Snow and Parting Ways Unpleasantly. The fourth day of the first lunar month. 9:55 a.m., entrance to National Forest Park. When Lin Shien and Yao Na came here hand in hand, Li Meng and Yuan Jingshua were already waiting there. In addition to Li Meng and Yuan Jingshua, there were 2 other men and 1 woman, 3 strangers. Lin Shien, Nana, here. Li Meng waved to Yao Na and Lin Shien. Yao Na also cheered and ran towards Li Meng. Lin Shien, how was your rest last night? Yuan Jingshua shook hands with Lin Shien with a smile on his face. It's great. The environment here is much better than my hometown Guangzhou. Lin Shien replied with a smile. Are you from Guangzhou too? Yuan Jingshua looked surprised. Li Meng had never told him where Lin Shien and Yao Na were from. Yes, I'm from Qinzhou, and my wife works in the mall. Lin Shien introduced himself, and Yuan Jingshua smiled and said, Then we are not far away. I am from Yingcheng. As they talked, the relationship between the two people became closer. Come, let me introduce you. Yuan Jingshua pulled Lin Shien in front of the other 3 people and introduced them. The fatter one is Zhang Zixien, from Danzhou, and his family is in the steel business. This one is Su Liang, a native of Bingcheng, and his family has a big business in medicinal materials. This is Zixian's girlfriend, Luo Yiqiao. Then he said to Zhang Zixian, Su Liang, and the other two, these are Mingming's friends Lin Shien and Yao Na. Zhang Zixian and Su Liang just glanced at Lin Shien and Yao Na indifferently and nodded as a greeting. Lin Shien and Yao Na were wrapped in thick clothes today. Zhang Zixian and the other two were not as meticulous as Yuan Jingshua, so they didn't realize that their clothes cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. They just treated Lin Shien and Yao Na as ordinary tourists. Su Liang said to Yuan Jingshua, Brother Yuan, everyone is here, let's set off now. I have inquired before, and there is a small path that leads directly into the mountain. Today I will let you see my archery skills. As he spoke, he patted the quiver on his back. Only then did Lin Shien realize that not only Su Liang was carrying a quiver on his back, but Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixian were also carrying quivers. Yuan Jingshua said to Lin Shien, I have prepared an extra bow here. You can use this one later. Can I ask what we are going to do in the mountains? Lin Shien looked at the equipment of several people and had some guesses in his mind. Su Liang said proudly, of course it's hunting. Su Liang looked at Lin Shien and said, you have never hunted before, have you? Let me tell you, in this kind of weather, rabbits, pheasants, roe deer, and everything else in the mountains will come out. Don't worry, I've asked people to report before we go into the mountains today. Let alone hunting some rabbits, even if we kill a Siberian tiger, it's fine. Perhaps because he was afraid that Lin Shien would misunderstand, Su Liang added a sentence. Ha ha ha. When the fat man Zhang Zixian heard Su Liang's words, he couldn't help but laugh and patted him on the shoulder twice, saying, forget it, you're still trying to fight a Siberian tiger. With your small physique, that thing can smash your forehead with one slap. You look down on me. Do you forget that I carry? When Su Liang heard Zhang Zixian's words, his voice immediately raised. Then he was interrupted by Yuan Jingshua's cough. Yuan Jingshua glared at Su Liang and warned him, there are so many people around, be careful. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Su Liang glanced at the scattered crowd around him. Although he still looked indifferent, he held back the rest of his words. Come on, let's get going. The sooner we go, the sooner we can come back. Zhang Zixian waved his hand and took the first step with excitement on his face. Okay, let's go too. After Yuan Jingshua finished speaking, everyone followed him. The group walked together for nearly an hour, and there were no other tourists on the mountain road except the 7 of them. In the forest, the only sounds besides their breathing were the whistling mountain breeze. At this time, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Wow! It's snowing. Yao Na and other girls couldn't help but stretch out their hands to catch the falling snowflakes. Ha ha ha! It's really snowing, and it's quite heavy. Hunting will be much easier now. Su Liang looked at the gray sky with an excited look on his face. Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixian were equally happy, except Lin Shien, who frowned slightly. Brother Yuan, judging from the weather, the snow is going to keep coming. It will be dangerous if we go further into the mountains. Lin Shien thought about it and decided to express his concerns. Once it snows in Snowtown, it will be heavy. There is already a lot of snow on the mountain road. When the road is blocked by heavy snow, they won't be able to go back even if they want to. Not to mention, this place is a national forest park with many wild animals living here. Even super large beasts such as Siberian tigers and brown bears are not difficult to see. TSK, brother, you are too timid, aren't you? Before Yuan Jingshua could speak, Su Liang said with disdain, it's just a little snow. Are you afraid of an avalanche? He pointed to the nearby mountains which were not that high and said with a smile, there is no chance of an avalanche on such a high mountain. Lin Shien shook his head and said, even if there is no avalanche, this is a national forest park, and there is a primitive jungle behind it. It is possible that we will encounter some hungry wild beasts, which is quite dangerous. As he was speaking, suddenly a wolf howl was heard from the distant forest. Wolf! There's a wolf! Yao Na, Li Meng and Luo Yiqiao were so frightened that their faces suddenly turned pale. Instead, Su Liang was excited. There are wolves. If we can hunt a few wolves this time, it will be great to bring them back. Su Liang looked at Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixian, who looked a little worried, and couldn't help but pat his waist and said, Brother Yuan, fatty, did you two forget what I brought? As he spoke, Su Liang unzipped his clothes, took out an object from his waist, looked at Lin Shien proudly, and said, do you know this guy? This is real. 10 rounds of ammunition. Are you still worried about a few wolves now? After Su Liang showed Lin Shien his big treasure, he quickly put it back into his clothes. When Lin Shien saw the object in Su Liang's hand, his pupils shrank slightly. Although he only glanced at it, he still recognized the thing in Su Liang's hand. Type 92. Who is this Su Liang? He even has this thing. Ha ha. I actually forgot about this guy just now. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's go. Let's kill a few wolves today. Zhang Zishan laughed, dispelling his worry about hearing the wolf howl. Yuan Jingshua also smiled and said, okay, let's go hunting to our heart's content today and see who can get the most. Let's go. Brother Yuan, I'm sorry, Nana and I won't go. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out. It was Lin Shien. Su Liang said with some displeasure, it's you again, Brother Yuan, where did you find such a spoilsport? Zhang Zishan also said, brother, if you don't want to go, then go back, no one will stop you. Even Yuan Jingshua felt a little uncomfortable with Lin Xian's repeated disappointment. However, he still maintained his good manners and did not say anything excessive, but his tone became much colder. In this case, you and Yao Na should go back first and be careful on the road. Lin Shien didn't explain much. In fact, in addition to considering the mountain being closed due to snow and the presence of wild beasts, another reason was that he had just met Yuan Jingshua and the others and had no idea about their character. These people were carrying bows, arrows, and even 92. He is not alone, he still has Yao Na. Whether it was nature or human nature, he didn't dare to gamble. Chapter 65 Rescue. Looking at the backs of Yuan Jingshua and others leaving, Yao Na held Lin Xian's hand tightly and asked worriedly, brother, are they in danger? Probably not. Yuan Jingshua and his men dared to go deep into the mountains in such heavy snow, so the chances of something happening were very high. In addition, the mountains are now blocked by heavy snow and supplies are extremely scarce. Many animals such as rabbits, pheasants, and even roe deer will come out to look for food, but don't forget that wild beasts will also come out. The howling of a wolf that I just heard is an example. However, Lin Shien did not express his concerns because he was afraid that Yao Na would worry. Let's go back quickly, the snow is getting heavier. Lin Shien looked up at the heavy snow falling from the sky, walked in front of Yao Na, squatted down, turned his head and said to Yao Na, the road is not easy to walk on, come on, I'll carry you. Hey, thank you, brother. Yao Na happily lay on Lin Xian's shoulder with her arms around his neck. Rise. Lin Shien lifted up Yao Na's little butt, then strode back the way he came. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and it was almost impossible to see the road ahead. But every step Lin Shien took was so steady. In just a few minutes, both of them were covered with a layer of white. Brother, do we look like an old couple? Yao Na leaned over to Lin Xian's ear and said with a smile. Aren't we now? Lin Shien replied as he walked. As he spoke, thick white mist gushed out of his mouth. Although he and Yao Na have only been married for less than a year, they have been living together since they were together for a short time. Including the time they have been married, it has been a full 5 years. But their feelings for each other are still strong. Although not as unrestrained and passionate as when we were in love in the past, it has become more sincere with the passage of time. It's like the two people are linked together in life. If either one is missing, they will die. There will be arguments, but everyone knows their limits. Neither of them will rely on the other's preference to commit suicide. Lin Shien was very fortunate to have met such a good girl like Yao Na. Will we really still be like we are now in a few decades? Yao Na suddenly asked in a low voice. That's a must. Lin Shien smiled and said, I will never doubt this. Don't worry, even decades later, I will still carry you on my back like this. I don't believe it. Why? Yao Na chuckled, hugged Lin Xian's neck tightly, and said, because by then you probably won't be able to stand up. How can you have the strength to carry me? How is that possible? Lin Shien immediately retorted, with my body, I can at least live to be 99. Even then, I, your man, can still perform a cow's grave handstand for you. You'll be so awesome. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Yao Na couldn't help laughing. She patted Lin Shien lightly and said coquettishly, what nonsense are you talking about? After a pause, she said seriously, everything I said is based on facts. Look, when we go shopping, we usually see old ladies walking briskly, but their spouses are sitting in wheelchairs, pushed by the old ladies. Maybe you will also be sitting in a wheelchair at that time. But it doesn't matter. Even if you are in a wheelchair, I won't despise you. When the time comes, when I dance square dance with other old men, I will bring you along so that you can feel a sense of participation. Listening to Yana's extremely sincere words, Lin Shien was silent for a moment, then said to her with a smile, "Thank you so much, thank you all your ancestors." Hate. Yana patted Lin Shien on the head and laughed wildly. Lin Shien snorted, rolled his eyes, and then suddenly ran. Ah! The sudden acceleration almost threw Yana out from her upright position. She was so scared that she screamed and quickly tightened her grip on Lin Xien's neck. Vomit! Lin Shien, who was running wildly, was suddenly grabbed by the neck and almost died on the spot. Ha ha! I'll let you bully me. Seeing Lin Xien's embarrassment, Yana was very happy. Bang! 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 As they were laughing and joking, suddenly several roars were heard from the forest behind them. It was a gunshot. Lin Shien suddenly stopped and looked towards the mountains behind him. Listening carefully, he also heard a series of wolf howls. However, due to the heavy snow, the vision was obstructed and I could only see the scenery within a range of less than 10 meters in the distance. Brother! What's that noise? Yana leaned on Lin Xien's shoulder with a nervous look on her face and asked in a low voice. It's gunfire, they are in danger. Lin Xien's face looked a little solemn, his guess came true. Yuan Jingshua and his men were really in danger. Hearing the wolf howling, it must have encountered a wolf. Lin Shien told Yana his guess, and Yana became even more worried. Brother, what should we do? Should we go and rescue them? No. Lin Shien refused subconsciously. Why? Yana became anxious when she thought about her best friend Li Meng being in danger. Lin Shien said solemnly, I don't know if we can defeat the wolves, but with such heavy snow, where can we find them? Others didn't find it, but we got stuck in it. Of course he himself was not afraid. With his current inhuman physical fitness, he could easily kill a few wolves, but Yana could not do that. If something goes wrong, it will be too late for him to regret. Then what should we do? Call the police. Lin Shien said to Yana. Good. Yana didn't hesitate and called the police directly. After a few words, Yana said to Lin Shien, Brother, the search and rescue center doesn't have the location of Meng Meng and the others. Unless we can find them, the search and rescue center can find us by tracking my cell phone signal. Lin Shien frowned, took the phone and asked, Is there no other way? Sir, your friends are in danger, but I know it would be irresponsible for you to go find them. However, this is the fastest way. If you just wait for us to rescue you, I'm afraid. The operator didn't finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. By the time they found Yuan Jingshua and his companions, their bodies would probably have been eaten clean by wolves. Lin Shien didn't say anything. He would not put Yana in danger just for a few people he had just met. At this moment, several gunshots were heard in the forest behind, followed by waves of wolf howls. Faintly, the sound of humans screaming in fear could be heard. The sound is closer than before. Elder brother. Yana also heard the wolf howling and screaming of fear coming from behind, and her little face turned pale with fright. There was no need for Yana to say anything, Lin Shien only needed to meet her eyes to know what she was thinking. Do you know that if we go to look for them, we will be in danger, not to mention that you are pregnant? Lin Shien put down his phone and spoke to Yana seriously. Yana also hesitated, as she thought of the baby in her belly. And so, the two fell into silence. After a long while, Lin Shien raised the phone and said to the operator, We'll be there soon. You can track my cell phone signal and find us now. No problem. Our helicopter has already set off. It will be able to reach your location in as fast as 20 minutes. The operator reminded, Sir, you only need to provide the approximate location, don't get close. Okay, I got it. Lin Shien hung up the phone and looked at Yana, I'll take you to rescue them later, but you must listen to me. No problem. Yana assured with a look of surprise. Come up. I'll take you to rescue people. Lin Shien turned around and motioned for Yana to lie down. Chapter 66, Fighting Alone Against a Pack of Wolves, and Domineering Yana. Get out of my way. On the riverbank, Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixien, each holding a thick branch, kept waving it. Behind them was a huge rock more than 1 meter tall. The two girls, Li Meng and Luo Yiqiao, who were already frightened, were hugging each other tightly and hiding under the rock. At this time, Su Liang was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. A big hole had been torn in his expensive down jacket at his waist, and blood was constantly oozing out of the hole, soaking his entire lower body with blood. A few meters in front of them, there was a group of wild wolves that were more than half a person's height and had gray fur. These wild wolves had ferocious faces, and their green eyes stared at Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan. Sticky saliva kept flowing from the corners of their mouths, emitting a disgusting fishy smell in the cold wind. Bang! A muffled sound. A wild wolf that wanted to move forward was hit on the head by Zhang Zixuan with a stick, and it let out a miserable wolf howl. Zhang Zixuan cursed at the unconscious Su Liang. "Damn you, Su Liang, you really hurt me so much. You shot 10 bullets and you didn't hit a single wolf. You even got your kidney ripped out by a wolf. And yet you still said you learned your marksmanship from the sharpshooter of the Ice City Armed Police Detachment. I really believed your lies and followed you here." Seeing that Zhang Zixuan was getting more and more outrageous, Yuan Jingshua couldn't help but stop him and said, "Okay, fatty, Aliang is already like this, don't say such things. Let's think about how to escape, otherwise we will all become food for these beasts today." After Yuan Jingshua finished speaking, he swung the tree trunk in his hand violently and smashed it on the ground, stirring up a cloud of flying snow and scaring away 2 wild wolves that wanted to surround him. He now regretted extremely why he did not listen to Lin Shien and go back obediently. "We're not going to die here, are we? I don't want to, I'm still young. I don't want to die yet." Li Meng and Luo Yiqiao cried with tears on their faces. "Stop crying." Yuan Jingshua scolded Li Meng and Luo Yiqiao and said to Zhang Zixuan, "The only way now is to hope that Lin Shien and Yao Na are not far away and can hear the gunshots just now and come to rescue us. Brother Yuan, you overestimate him. Even if he can come, can he defeat so many wild wolves?" Fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Zixuan's forehead and nose, and the heat turned into white mist, rising from his head. Continuously waving the tree trunk in his hands consumed too much of his energy, which made his fat body a little overwhelmed. At this moment, he regretted extremely why he didn't make up his mind to lose weight before. Ouch! Seeing that they had been unable to break through Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan's defense for such a long time, the largest wolf in the wolf pack suddenly howled at his companions around him. Then the 4 wild wolves around them also roared suddenly, and then rushed towards Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan even more frantically. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse in an instant, and both Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan were unable to cope. But what no one noticed was that 2 wild wolves suddenly quietly withdrew from the battle. Snap! Zhang Zixuan slammed the tree trunk in his hand to the ground, and the trunk, which had already been unable to bear the weight, instantly broke into 2 parts. Not good. Yuan Jingshua's heart sank and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Originally, both he and Zhang Zixuan had weapons in their hands, and they could still protect the safety of several people. But now the tree trunk in Zhang Zixuan's hand was broken, and he could not take care of everyone by himself. Once the wolf pack uses 2 wild wolves to hold him down, the rest of the wolves will rush towards Zhang Zixuan and the others, and they will surely die. Ouch! The leader of the pack also noticed this. A hint of ferocity flashed in its green eyes, and it let out a long howl to call its companions. With a long howl from the leader wolf, the 2 disappeared wild wolves suddenly rushed out from behind the big rock where Yuan Jingshua and others were. It turned out that while the pack of wolves were attacking Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan fiercely, the leader wolf arranged for the 2 wild wolves to hide quietly, go around from behind, and prepare to find the right time to sneak attack Yuan Jingshua and the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the leader wolf immediately sent out an attack signal to the 2 wolves that were hiding behind and approaching cautiously. At the same time, the 4 wild wolves that were confronting Yuan Jingshua head-on also rushed forward. It's over. In the desperate situation of being attacked from all sides, both Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan showed expressions of despair. Li Meng and Luo Yiqiao were even more unbearable. They hugged each other and acted like cowards. Boom! Along with a whistling sound of wind, a tall figure instantly jumped out from the big rock, grabbed the 2 wild wolves rushing down with both hands, and hugged them in his arms. Snap! Snap! With a crisp sound of bones cracking, the 2 wild wolves' bones were instantly shattered. Lin Shien! Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan stared in disbelief at the tall figure holding 2 wild wolves in his arms. Bang! Bang! The 2 wolf corpses fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. These 2 muffled sounds also hit Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan's hearts hard. What they saw. There was actually someone who was able to strangle 2 wild wolves to death by himself. This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Are you all right? Lin Shien looked at Yuan Jingshua and asked Zhang Zixuan. No, it's okay. Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixuan finally reacted and quickly shook their heads. They haven't recovered from the shocking scene just now. Lin Xien's sudden appearance also scared the wolves, especially Lin Xien's feat of killing 2 wild wolves with one blow, which made the wolves extremely fearful. The 4 wild wolves that were originally rushing towards Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixin stopped instantly. He paced back and forth 5 meters away, somewhat anxiously. Ouch! The leader wolf roared at his companions twice in a somewhat anxious manner. The originally hesitant wolf finally made up his mind, roared, and rushed towards Lin Shien and his companions again. Get lost! You annoying bastards! At this moment, a somewhat clumsy figure suddenly rushed out from one side and shouted at the wolves that were rushing towards them. Wife! Danger! When Lin Shien saw the person coming, his face tightened and he rushed towards the figure without thinking. Ouch! But at this moment, the wolves stopped strangely. After being scolded by Yao Na, the 4 wild wolves actually stopped, and their originally ferocious faces became timid. Even the ears turned into airplane ears, and the tails that were previously straightened out now drooped down, with one wolf even tucking its tail between its legs. After being scolded by Yao Na, the wolf leader lost its previous ferocity and let out waves of fearful whimpers from its throat. What's going on? Lin Shien stopped in front of Yao Na, looking puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of the 2 elks that had approached Yao Na yesterday. For some reason, Lin Shien said to Yao Na, "Wife, continue." Yao Na was stunned for a moment, then she reacted. Just now, she rushed forward with passion because she was worried about everyone, but after she calmed down, she regretted it and a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Now that Lin Shien was in front of her, the worries in her heart disappeared. Yao Na pretended to be furious and shouted at the wolves, "Get out of here!" The loud sound echoed on the riverbank, and the leader wolf's whimpering became louder. Oh woo woo! Then, in front of the incredulous eyes of Lin Shien, Yuan Jingshua, and Zhang Zixin, the leader wolf whimpered, and with its companions, it turned around and rushed into the dense forest behind, tails between its legs. They ran away. Chapter 67 Follow-up. Lin Shien looked at the wolves that fled and disappeared in the snow with a dazed look on his face. Thinking of the elk that seemed to be able to understand Yao Na's words last night, and then looking at the wolves that fled in panic because of the scolding just now, Lin Shien is now extremely sure that his wife really has some special abilities. This is unscientific. Lin Shien shouted silently in his heart. The script I got was obviously supposed to be an ordinary urban tycoon script, so how did it turn into a supernatural script? Or, was it that his wife was replaced by someone else after he was reborn? Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Yao Na looked at Lin Shien, who was looking at her with a complicated expression, and asked with some guilt. Gudong. Lin Shien swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Well, wife, do you remember when we first met?" Ah. Yao Na raised her head in confusion and shook her head. Do you remember when we had our first date? Have no idea. Do you remember when we confirmed our relationship? Have no idea. Then do you know when we got our marriage certificate? Have no idea. Then do you know when we got married? I forgot. Yao Na's face turned red and even her eyes became a little uncertain. She thought her brother must be angry. Then do you know which day of the month I write you a love letter? The 8th of every month. This time Yao Na said it without hesitation, without any hesitation. Call. Lin Shien finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's a real person. It wasn't he switched. I was scared to death. This girl could never remember any of their anniversaries, but she remembered very clearly the days when they wrote love letters every month. Run, run. The wolves have run away. We are safe. Zhang Zixin's voice suddenly sounded behind them. Lin Shien and Yao Na turned around and saw Zhang Zixin sitting on the ground with a dazed look on his face, staring blankly in the direction where the wolves disappeared. Then, accompanied by a whimper, this fat man weighing 200 pounds actually started crying like a child. Torrential tears flowed down his face like a waterfall, and his disheveled appearance made anyone who saw it sad and anyone who heard about it cry. Zhang Zixin cried and cursed, "Su Liang, if I listen to your nonsense and go hunting with you again, I will be a fool." Bang! Yuan Jingshua also threw away the tree trunk in his hand. Without the oppressive feeling of death, it was as if all the bones in his body were pulled out of thin air, and he fell directly to the ground. Then, a roar was heard from a distance. Then a helicopter spewing red paint with Forest Rescue written on its body appeared in everyone's sight. We survived. Yuan Jingshua looked at the helicopter approaching from afar, felt dizzy, and fell to the ground. The first affiliated hospital of Bingcheng Medical University. Outside the ward, the doctor was talking to Lin Shien about the conditions of Yuan Jingshua and others. No one is seriously injured, just frightened and with some external injuries. However, one of the patients, Su Liang, was seriously injured, but fortunately, no internal organs were damaged. Lin Shien also breathed a sigh of relief and thanked the doctor. Thank you, doctor. You're welcome. This is our duty. The doctor waved his hand and went on to do other things. Lin Shien returned to Yao Na's side, and Yao Na asked, "Brother, what did the doctor say?" "Nothing serious, just a little frightened." Lin Shien repeated to Yao Na what the doctor had just told him, and Yao Na felt relieved. "Let's go and see them." When they returned to the ward, Yuan Jingsua, Li Meng and Luo Ichio had already woken up. When they saw Lin Shien and Yao Na coming in, they quickly sat up from their beds. "Lin Shien," Yuan Jingsua said to Lin Shien with gratitude, "It's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid all of us would be in the wolf's stomach right now. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. If you need me for anything in the future, just tell me. I will definitely not refuse." Zhang Zixin on the side also said, "Me too." After a pause, he said apologetically, "Lin Shien, I was blind when I looked down on you before. When we get out, I will set up a table to make amends for you." Lin Shien smiled nonchalantly and said, "What's the big deal? We are friends. I can't just watch you fall into such a desperate situation, right?" Seeing Lin Xian's attitude of not taking credit for anything, Yuan Jingsua and Zhang Zixin had a better impression of him. Zhang Zixin suddenly thought of the scene where Lin Shien strangled 2 wild wolves to death with his bare hands, and exclaimed, "Lin Shien, how did you train? You don't look strong, so how could you strangle those 2 wild wolves to death?" Yuan Jingsua also remembered the shocking scene and looked at him with curiosity. Lin Shien smiled and evaded the question, "What's the big deal? My family was poor when I was young, and I helped with farm work at a very young age. So I'm stronger than the average person. Plus, I exercise regularly, so it's normal for me to strangle 2 wild wolves to death. And haven't you heard this saying? A head of copper, a tail of iron, and a waist of tofu. When dealing with wild wolves, you can break their waists with just a little effort." After hearing Lin Xian's words, Yuan Jingsua and others showed an expression of understanding. As for the fact that Yao Na drove away the wolves, they didn't care. They just thought that the wolves were afraid of Lin Shien, so they ran away. Lin Shien heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yuan Jingsua and the others did not ask any further questions. After they talked for a while, Lin Shien and Yao Na said goodbye. Because they came to Ice City by helicopter this time, when they were going back, Lin Shien took Yao Na to stop a car and returned to Snow Town. It was already past 4 o'clock when we arrived at the place, and the sky in Snow Town was already dark. The whole day was spent in tension. Not to mention Yao Na, the pregnant woman, even Lin Shien felt a little tired. The two of them just had a simple meal and went back to their room to sleep. Of course, considering that Yao Na was quite tired today, Lin Shien did not take her with him for fun. He still understands the principle that too much is as bad as too little. The next day, Lin Shien and Yao Na went skiing together, played the game of splashing water to make ice, and other recreational activities in Snow Town. However, these strenuous sports were played by Lin Shien, while Yao Na watched. After all, she was pregnant and couldn't do many things. But even so, Yao Na is still very happy. In the afternoon, Lin Shien suddenly received a strange phone call. "I am Lin Shien. Brother Lin, I'm Yuan Jingsua." Yuan Jingsua's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Yuan, is there something wrong? Why, can't I call you if there's nothing else? Or is it that I called you at a wrong time and delayed your good time with your sister-in-law?" Perhaps because Lin Shien saved his life, Yuan Jingsua's attitude became much more friendly than before. "Brother Yuan, isn't it a bit inappropriate to say such lewd words in broad daylight?" Lin Shien replied with a smile. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Su Liang has woken up and wants to thank you in person." After Yuan Jingsua made a few jokes, he stopped and said to Lin Shien, "That's great." Although what Su Liang said to him before was a bit unpleasant, he really didn't take it to heart. "But forget about thanking me in person. Hey, don't refuse." Yuan Jingsua stopped Lin Shien from speaking and said, "The car that Su Liang sent to pick you up is almost here. Besides, you saved our lives. If we don't express our gratitude, wouldn't that be too ignorant? Okay, just listen to me on this matter. You won't be so distant with us, right?" Since Yuan Jingsua said so, Lin Shien had no choice but to agree. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien looked at Yao Na and said, "Wife, we can eat and drink for free again today. When she heard about eating delicious food, Yao Na's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 68, Accepting the Deer Farm given by Su Liang with tears. In front of the Wanjia Forest Hotel, a white Bentley Mulsanne slowly stopped, attracting a lot of people's attention. Bentley Mulsanne. What kind of big shot is this coming to Snow Country? The passers-by on the street who knew the value of the goods couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Is this car expensive? Someone who didn't know much about cars asked. It's as famous as Rolls-Royce. Do you think it's expensive? The man who knew about cars explained. At this time, Lin Shien and Yao Na also walked out of the hotel. The two looked at the Bentley Mulsanne in front of them, which exuded a luxurious atmosphere, with surprise on their faces. Could this be the car Su Liang used to pick them up? Just as he was thinking about it, a young man in a suit walked out of the Bentley Mulsanne. After seeing Lin Shien and Yao Na, he hurried over. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, please get in the car. The young master sent me to pick you up. Although he had some guesses, Lin Shien still confirmed it. The young master you are talking about is Su Liang? Yes, please get in the car. The young driver led Lin Shien and Yao Na to the front of the car, then opened the door for them. When Lin Shien and Yao Na got in the car, he considerately extended his hand to block the doorframe. After watching the Bentley Mulsanne leave, the crowd began to talk again. Whose family are those two young people? They always use a Bentley Mulsanne to pick them up when they go out. I'm so envious. No wonder they say reincarnation is a skill. The driver drove not slowly, but very steadily. Lin Shien and Yao Na who were sitting inside didn't feel any bumps at all. Moreover, the comfort level of Bentley Mulsanne is simply incomparable to that of Panamera and Cayenne. When they arrived at the first affiliated hospital of Bingcheng Medical University again, the lights were already on. Following the driver to a luxurious ward, the driver said, Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, Mr. Su is inside. You two can go in directly. Thank you. Lin Shien thanked the driver, then opened the door and walked in. The area of this luxurious ward is not small, it looks to be about 70 or 80 square meters. Yuan Jingsua, Zhang Zixuan, Lin Meng, and Luo Yiqi were also in the ward. There is another girl with a dignified temperament. Seeing Lin Shien and Yao Na come in, Yuan Jingsua, Zhang Zixuan and others greeted Lin Shien and Yao Na. Lin Shien also responded to everyone one by one. Let me introduce you. This is Alian's fiancée, Qi Shi. Yuan Jingshua also introduced this strange girl to Lin Shien. Qi Shi extended her hand to Lin Shien generously, and then thanked him. Thank you Mr. Lin for saving Su Liang. I really don't know how to thank you. Miss Qi, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Lin Shien gently squeezed Qi Shi's hand, then let go and said nonchalantly. The woman in front of me has a decisive temperament, just like a soldier. Brother Qian. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the bed, and then Su Liang, with a pale face, was seen struggling to sit up. When Qi Shi saw this, he quickly ran over, helped him up, then took a pillow and placed it behind his back. Brother Qian. From now on you are my brother. Su Liang looked at Lin Shien and said excitedly. Thanks to the weather, although the wound on his waist looked serious, the blood loss was not too much. Because the weather was so cold, the blood froze as soon as it flowed out. Otherwise he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. He actually had an impression of what happened yesterday, especially Lin Xian's heroic act of strangling the wild wolf to death with his two iron arms, as if he was a god descending from heaven. It almost blinded his eyes. This kind of powerful force, I also want it. Compared to hot weapons, Su Liang still prefers pure physical collisions in his heart. Brother Qian, I also want to learn how to kill wild wolves with bare hands. Su Liang's words stunned everyone present. Zhang Zixuan also reacted, yes. Since I have made up my mind to lose weight, instead of looking for a fitness coach who looks strong but is weak inside, it is better to find a ruthless person like Lin Shien who can fight wild wolves alone. Brother Lin, please teach me too. If it weren't for you yesterday, I'm afraid all my fat would have gone to those beasts. Lin Shien was stunned. How could he teach Su Liang and the others anything? Could I tell them that my extraordinary powers are due to my rebirth? So he shook his head and said, I don't know what training is. It's just physical strength. If you want to fight against wolves, you still need to find a professional fighting coach. Because I am also a wild person. However, Su Liang and Zhang Zixuan's words also reminded him. With his current inhuman strength, he could beat to death not only a wild wolf but also a tiger. But this is all pure physical strength, he doesn't know any fighting skills at all. This has invisibly caused a lot of waste. It looks like I need to find a dedicated fighting coach as well. Lin Shien decided to find a professional fighting coach when he returned to Guangzhou to improve himself. Although we live in a harmonious society now, aren't there still people like Chao Dong? Brother Chien, you saved my life. I know you are not short of money. If you have any problems in the future, just ask me. I, Su Liang, think I have some reputation in Bingchang. As long as it is your business, I will definitely do it for you. Before Lin Shien came, Yuan Jingshua also briefly introduced Lin Shien's background. After knowing that Lin Shien and Yao Na's outfits cost hundreds of thousands, Su Liang also understood that his brother Chien was not a man short of money. Me too. Zhang Zixin said, not to be outdone. Su Liang immediately glared at Zhang Zixin and said, "Ku, fatty, you are trying to steal from me again. Don't think I don't know how you scolded me yesterday." When Zhang Zixin heard Su Liang say this, he immediately got angry. "If you don't tell me about what happened yesterday, I won't say anything, but you held the weapon and fired 10 bullets but none of them hit the target. If it weren't for you, would we have been forced to that extent by a group of beasts? You still have the nerve to say that you learned the true skills from the sharpshooter. If I believe you again, I'll be a fool." Su Liang's face flushed red as he defended himself. "I was just too nervous. Otherwise, these few wild wolves would not be my match at all." "Okay, stop talking." Yuan Jingshua was so annoyed by the quarrel between the two people that he quickly yelled at them. Yuan Jingshua's calm response to this accident saved Su Liang and Zhang Zixin's lives to a certain extent, so they instinctively wanted to listen to Yuan Jingshua's words. Seeing that the two men finally calmed down, Yuan Jingshua also said to Lin Shien, "Lin Shien, what Aliang and Fatty said just now is what I want to say. I have some influence in Guangzhou. If you have anything to say, please don't be polite. Since you all said so, I take it seriously." Lin Shien laughed. Although he was not quite sure how powerful Yuan Jingshua and the others' background were, he could tell that it was definitely extraordinary. Maintain a good personal relationship with the three of them, it might come in handy in the future. He glanced at Yao Na, who was whispering with Li Meng Luoyichao nearby, and suddenly remembered his previous idea of buying a deer farm. "I just happen to have something I want Su Liang to help me with." Lin Shien expressed his thoughts, and Yuan Jingshua at the side couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lin Shien, you asked the right person." Su Liang also immediately patted his chest and said, "Brother Chien, have you forgotten what our family does? Medicine?" Lin Xien's heart moved and he said, "Right." Su Liang said, "Deer antler is also a kind of medicinal material. We happen to have quite a few deer farms at home. How about this? I will give my sister-in-law a deer farm directly. This deer farm happens to be in a forest farm. I will give it to you. The environment there is very good. It would be nice for you to come over for a vacation occasionally. How can this be possible? I can buy it at the market price." When Lin Shien heard that Su Liang wanted to send him off, he quickly refused. "I'm also planning to buy a deer farm and make another deal. If you gave it away for free, wouldn't I have lost hundreds of millions in vain?" Chapter 69, Just a Favor. "Brother Chien, this is a token of my love. Please don't be polite and accept it." Su Liang spoke in a firm tone. Without waiting for Lin Shien to reply, he said to Qixi, "Sister Shi, call Lao Lu and ask him to draft a contract to donate the Anmenga forest farm to Brother Chien." Qixi nodded, picked up the phone and called Lao Lu. "Don't." Lin Shien just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Su Liang. "Brother Chien, you saved my life, so giving you a forest farm is nothing, don't think too much." Lin Shien wanted to cry but had no tears. "Am I just wishful thinking? I really regretted wasting the hundreds of millions of cash back from purchasing the forest farm system." The old Lu that Su Liang mentioned was very quick and arrived at the hospital in just half an hour. "Master Su, this is the contract I drafted. According to your request, the Anmengu forest farm, including our breeding center, a total of 1,200 acres of forest, will be transferred to Mr. Lin's name after he signs it." Old Lu adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said to Su Liang. Su Liang took the contract, flipped through it briefly, and then handed it to Lin Shien. "Brother Chien, take a look. If there is no problem, sign it. This Anmengo forest farm will be yours." Lin Shien took the contract, flipped through it briefly, then took a photo and sent it to Ning Rui. Neither Su Liang nor Yuan Jingshua thought there was anything wrong with Lin Xien's actions. In just 5 minutes, Ning Rui replied, "Boss, there is absolutely no problem with the contract." Only then did Lin Shien call Yao Na. Brother, what's wrong? Yana walked up to Lin Shien and asked. Remember the day before yesterday when you told me you wanted to raise a fawn? Lin Shien asked. Of course I remember. Yana didn't quite understand why Lin Shien asked that. Here, sign this, and this forest farm will be yours. There is a Sika deer breeding center inside, and there are many fawns. Lin Shien handed the contract to Yana. Real? Yana looked surprised, then she said with some distress, did it cost a lot of money? It didn't cost a penny. Lin Shien looked at Su Liang and said, thanks to young Master Su, this forest farm is given to me for free. Ah? Yana also looked at Su Liang with a puzzled look on her face. Su Liang said generously, sister-in-law, you can accept it. It's just a small forest farm. Besides, this forest farm is not expensive, it's less than 2 million. For you, brother Qian and sister-in-law, this amount of money is nothing. 2 million. Looking at Su Liang who looked indifferent, Lin Xian's heart was bleeding. If he spent money to buy this forest farm and gave it to Yao Na, that would be a cash back of nearly 200 million. It's so painful to miss such a chance. But looking at Su Liang's determined face, Lin Xian really couldn't bring himself to say that he could buy it with money. Finally I had no choice but to agree. Yao Na signed her name with great joy. From then on, she had a forest farm of more than 1,200 acres under her name. That place is not far from Shueshan. I'll ask Lao Lu to take you there tomorrow and let all the employees of the forest farm get to know you. After Yao Na signed, Su Liang said to Lin Shien and Yao Na. Old Lu also said, no problem. It's getting late, Lao Lu, make some arrangements and go to that northeastern restaurant. Su Liang said to Lao Lu. Okay, Mr. Su. Old Lu turned around to make arrangements. A few minutes later, Lao Lu returned to the ward and said to Su Liang, Mr. Su, everything has been arranged. You can come over any time. What are you waiting for? Let's go now. Su Liang said immediately. You can't go. Shishi put his hand on Su Liang's shoulder and said to him. How can I do this? I have to have a good drink with Brother Qian tonight to thank him for saving my life. If I don't go, what will happen? Su Liang looked unwilling. It's no use telling me, you can try convincing your dad. Shishi calmly took out her cell phone and handed it to Su Liang. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a roar was heard from the phone. You little bastard. Outside the ward, Lin Shien and others walked out with embarrassed looks on their faces. Shishi smiled and apologized to Lin Shien. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm afraid Aliang can't go with you tonight. Lin Shien listened to the voice in his ear, smiled awkwardly, and said, it doesn't matter, it's more important to recover from the injury. Yuan Jingshua smiled and said, although Liangzi can't go, Fatty and I are still here, and we will definitely entertain Lin Shien. That's right, this time it's Liangzi's treat, but if you come to Danzhou someday, Lin Shien, please let me know so that I can also play the role of a good host. Then I'll have to trouble brother Yuan and Zixien. Shishi said to Lao Lu, take Mr. Lin and brother Yuan with you first. Remember to entertain them well. Don't worry, Miss Chi. Led by Lao Lu, several people came to a secluded courtyard on Central Street. This is a private restaurant that specializes in Northeastern cuisine. In addition to Northeastern cuisine, it also serves authentic Russian cuisine. You can enjoy the specialties of our ice city. Old Lu led everyone into the courtyard and introduced them. Mr. Lu, you are here. As soon as I walked into the courtyard, I saw a plump middle-aged woman with a friendly smile coming towards me. Boss Wang, these are all our Mr. Su's distinguished guests. I would like to trouble you to recommend some Northeastern and Russian dishes. Old Lu introduced Boss Wang to Lin Shien and the others and said, this is Boss Wang from this private restaurant. His cooking skills are unparalleled in Ice City. Mr. Lu, thank you for your praise. Boss Wang greeted Lin Shien and the others enthusiastically, since you are all honored guests of young Master Su, you are even more honored guests of our store. I will cook for you personally this time. Led by Boss Wang, Lin Shien and his companions came to a room. There was a Kong near the window in the room, and the table was placed on the Kong. Eating on the Kong is truly a Northeastern style. Boss Wang moved quickly, and in just over 20 minutes, he had served all the dishes to Lin Shien and the others. Not only was it the first time for Lin Shien and Yao Na to taste authentic Northeastern cuisine, but also Russian cuisine, even Yuan Jingshua and Zhang Zixien were here for the first time. There are indeed some subtle differences between this dish and the Northeastern and Russian cuisines I've eaten elsewhere. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Yuan Jingshuai and Zhang Zixuan both have their own properties in Bingcheng, so they all went back directly. Lin Shien and Yao Na were taken by Lao Lu to the Ritz-Carlton on Central Street. Su Liang also specially arranged an executive Riverview luxury suite at the Ritz-Carlton. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied? Old Lu said to Lin Shien respectfully. Very satisfied. Go back and thank Mr. Su for me. Lin Shien said. Okay, then I wish you a nice night, Mr. Lin. After Lao Lu left, Yao Na said, this Su Xiao is really generous. He gave us a forest farm worth 2 million yuan just like that. Is it really appropriate for us to just take it like that? 2 million is the value of the forest farm. Don't forget, there is also a breeding center inside. Lin Shien corrected him and comforted him, since young Master Su gave it to you, you should take it with peace of mind. He will feel uncomfortable if you don't take it. And there is no such thing as appropriate or inappropriate. It's just a matter of personal relationships. You help me, I help you, and that's how our relationship will last. Lin Shien looked at the confused Yao Na, couldn't help but scratch her nose, and said with a smile, okay, you don't have to think about these things, just leave it to your man. As he spoke, Lin Shien picked up Princess Yao Na. Now you should care about what happens next. Chapter 70, My New Boss Has Killed Someone? The next day, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, early in the morning. Beep beep. A cell phone rang from under the pillow. A hand stretched out from under the quilt and grabbed the phone. Then Lin Shien squinted his eyes and lifted the quilt. He pressed the alarm first, then slowly sat up. Lin Shien carefully got out of bed, then went to the living room to drink some water, solved his physiological problems, and then returned to the bedroom. Brother, what time is it? On the bed, Yao Na squinted her eyes and asked softly like a lazy cat. It's only 7:30 in the morning. It's still early. Lin Shien walked to the bed, kissed her, and then reminded her, but you still have to get up, we still have to go to the forest farm to take a look today. Before leaving yesterday, Lao Lu specifically told Lin Shien about today's arrangements. He was going to take Lin Shien and Yao Na to the forest farm so that the employees could meet the new boss. Yao Na also remembered it. When she thought about going to the forest farm to see the deer, she instantly became energetic. No problem, I'll get up right away. I can finally see the Sika deer. The two of them quickly packed up and went downstairs to have breakfast. Just at this time, Lao Lu came. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, good morning. At the Ritz-Carlton restaurant, Lao Lu greeted Lin Shien and Yao Na very respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Lin Shien greeted him, then pointed at the breakfast on the table and said, would you like some? Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin, but I had already eaten before coming here. Old Lu smiled apologetically and rejected Lin Shien's invitation. Well, wait for me for a moment, we'll do it as soon as possible. Lin Shien motioned to Lao Lu to wait a moment. Old Lu quickly said, it's okay, don't worry. Yao Na, who was standing by, ate a little quickly and then said to Lin Shien, brother, I'm done. Let's go. Lin Shien looked at the food he had just eaten, with a puzzled look on his face. In the end, Lin Shien could only eat a little bit, and at Yao Na's urging, he got into Su Liang's Bentley Mulsan. And Mengu Forest Farm is not far from Shui Village and is also part of the National Forest Park. The Bentley Mulsan traveled through the mountains and forests and took 4 hours to reach the destination. In front of the forest farm gate, the forest farm director and other staff were already waiting. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, this is the person in charge of the forest farm, Wu Baojun, and these are the staff of the forest farm. Old Lu introduced the forestry staff present to Lin Shien and Yao Na. Wu Baojun was a man in his 50s with a weathered face. If Old Lu hadn't said he was only in his 50s, Lin Shien would have thought he was in his 60s or 70s. Wu Baojun was also very tall. When shaking hands with Lin Shien discovered that the joints of his palms were particularly thick and there were obvious calluses on the base of his palms. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao. Wu Baojun greeted Lin Shien and Yao Na in a muffled voice, without any expression on his face. Compared with the other forestry staff who greeted them warmly, he seemed somewhat unkind. Perhaps fearing that Lin Shien and Yao Na might misunderstand and think that Wu Baojun was impolite and disrespectful to them, Lao Lu explained, Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, don't mind. Lao Wu is just like this, but he is very reliable. He used to be a soldier and fought against the Southern Monkey King. His marksmanship is superb. When Wu Baojun heard what Lao Lu said, he realized that his attitude might cause misunderstanding. He gave Lao Lu a grateful look and then forced a smile on his weathered face. Lin Shien could feel Wu Baojuan's kindness and could tell that he was a usually serious person. But since he has been a soldier and fought against the southern monkeys, he should be a more reliable person. Then Lao Lu said to Wu Baojun, "Lao Wu, go and notify the forest farm, including everyone in the breeding center, to gather together. There are some things that need to be explained to everyone." "No problem, I'll notify everyone right away." Wu Baojun nodded, then signaled to Lin Shien and Yao Na before turning around to make a phone call. After a while, Wu Baojun came back. "I have notified everyone to go to the breeding center." "Okay, take us to the breeding center first," Old Lu said. "No problem, everyone follow me." After Wu Baojun finished speaking, he went inside and drove a pickup truck over. After all, the forest farm is not outside, the roads are all dirt roads, and the Bentley Mulsanne cannot be driven in at all. Because it had just snowed heavily, the car was a little bumpy, but fortunately the breeding center was not far away. When Lin Shien and others arrived, all the staff of the entire forest farm had already arrived. Inside the office, a dozen or so forest farm employees looked at Lin Shien and his companions anxiously. Last night they received news that the Mango forest farm where they worked had a new owner. Due to confusion about the future, everyone was a little worried. Ahem. Old Lu glanced at the people present, coughed twice, and then said, "I believe everyone has received the news. And Mango Forest Farm has been given to Mr. Lin and Ms. Yao by Mr. Su. In other words, Mr. Lin and Ms. Yao are now your bosses." After hearing Lao Lu's personal announcement, everyone present still started talking in a low voice even though they were mentally prepared. It's just that Lin Shien and Yao Na are too young. Everyone was guessing which family Lin Shien and Yao Na were from. I am also a little worried that these two people must not have bought the forest farm on a whim or just for fun. Quiet. Old Lu looked at the chaos below and had a rather unhappy look on his face. However, he overestimated his own prestige. He said silence twice in succession, but it still did not stop the people below from talking. "Shut up." At this moment, Lin Shien stepped forward and shouted suddenly. The slightly oppressive voice instantly stunned everyone present. Everyone who met Lin Xien's gaze was frightened by his cold eyes. It felt like a basin of ice water was poured over me from head to toe, chilling me to the bone. Wu Baojun on the side looked at Lin Shien in surprise, and suddenly felt a familiar breath from him. It was a smell of blood. Although it was faint, Wu Baojun was absolutely sure of it. Only people with blood on their hands would have that kind of aura. Could it be that this new boss of his had killed someone? No. In just a moment, Wu Baojun overturned his own guess. He was a little confused about his new boss. After calming down the group of workers, Lin Shien spoke up, "Young Master Su gave the forest farm to me. Now I am its boss. If anyone doesn't want to work there anymore, you can tell me now. I believe Mr. Lu will make proper arrangements for you." After Lin Shien finished speaking, he glanced at Lao Lu, who immediately nodded and agreed, "Mr. Lin is right. If anyone has something they don't want to do, please let me know now. I will reassign work for you." After hearing what Lao Lu said, there was another commotion among the crowd, but due to Lin Xien's face, no one dared to comment. Several staff members glanced at each other, and then 4 people raised their hands one after another. "Boss, I don't want to be here anymore." "Me too." There is no other reason, they just don't trust Lin Shien and Yao Na. After waiting for the 4 people to come out, Lao Lu asked twice more. Only when no one spoke did he step aside and hand over the stage to Lin Shien. Lin Shien glanced at the people present and found that except for the 4 people who left, there were only 8 staff members left in the entire forest farm, including the original head of the forest farm Wu Baojun. Many people stayed, which made Lin Shien very satisfied. Then he said, "I am very grateful that you all stayed here, so I decided to increase the monthly salary of those who stayed here by 20% on the original basis. And I will pay you 14 months' salary every year. At the same time, the year-end bonus will not be less than 3 months' salary of you." Chapter 71 Dear Calling to welcome Yao Na. After a brief moment of distraction, the 8 remaining forestry workers immediately cheered. "Thank you, boss." "Boss, rest assured, we will do our best," everyone assured Lin Shien excitedly. Even Wu Baojun had a sincere smile on his face. Sure enough, he chose the right person. Originally, he thought that he was just a marginal figure in the Su group, and maybe if he followed Mr. Lin and Ms. Yao, he would be given an important position. But it was also a gamble, but it was obvious that he made the right bet this time. This new boss is a generous man. Even though it's only a 20% salary increase, compared to their original salary, this 20% is almost more than 1,000 yuan. More than 1,000 yuan is not a small amount for a small place like An Mango Forest Farm. Moreover, most of the people who can stay in the forest farm are relatively old, and the youngest is in his 30s or 40s. Even if you go out to work, no boss will be willing to pay you too high a salary. Now after the salary increase, their wages are considered high in An Mango Forest Farm. Therefore, everyone's eyes towards Lin Shien and Yana became much more friendly. The four people who decided to leave regretted their decision when they saw this scene. Mr. Lu. One of them wanted to plead with Lao Lu, but Lao Lu just glanced at him and turned his head away. The man looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything. I could only look at the others cheering with envy. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, my mission is complete, so I'll take my leave now. At this time, old Lu came up to say goodbye to Lin Shien and Yao Na. After old Lu and his men left, Lin Shien asked Wu Baojun, Uncle Wu, my wife wants to go see the deer. Can you take us there? Boss, you are too polite. Just call me old Wu. Wu Baojun said quickly. The two people in front of him are his boss and his wife, and he cannot afford to be their uncles. The deer in our forest farm live on the mountain behind this breeding center. Generally speaking, the deer are free range, which ensures that the quality of the antlers and venison will be better. Wu Baojun, along with two staff members from the breeding center, accompanied Lin Shien and Yao Na to the back mountain. As they walked, he introduced detailed information about the forest farm to Lin Shien and Yao Na. There are a total of 65 deer in our herd. In addition to 54 adult deer, there are 11 young deer. Currently, there are 21 female deer that are pregnant. As Wu Baojun was talking, Yao Na suddenly pointed at a yellow figure in the distance and said in surprise, Brother. Look, that's a deer. Lin Shien also saw it, it was a little deer. A pair of bright big eyes, blinking, following Yao Na's voice, this little cutie also noticed Lin Shien and the others. Chirp! The fawn gave a panicked cry, glared at its calves, and quickly disappeared into the woods. Young deer are usually quite timid, but since we've spotted one, we should be not far from the herd. Wu Baojun said with a smile. Really? After walking forward for a while, they saw a lot of deer on the snow in the forest. Chirp! The fawns on the outskirts of the herd heard the noise and immediately called out to the herd. The other deer that were still leisurely looking for food immediately became alert. Wu Baojun pointed to the deer outside the herd and explained, You see, these deer at the outermost part of the herd are the guards of the herd. They do not eat while the herd is foraging. They stand guard for the herd wholeheartedly. Once there is any movement, the herd will immediately slip away. After hearing Wu Baojun's popular science, Yao Na was a little disappointed and asked, Does that mean I can't touch these deer anymore? Almost. Wu Baojun said, The deer in our forest farm have not been domesticated and are very wild. It is difficult to get close to them. It takes a lot of effort for us to collect antlers every year. I want to try it. Yao Na looked at Lin Shien and said, No. Lin Xien's first reaction was to refuse, but when he thought of the elk that got close to Yao Na that night, and the pack of wild wolves that were scared away by her the day before yesterday, Lin Shien stopped himself from saying no. At this time, Yao Na was already walking towards the herd of deer cautiously. Careful. Wu Baojun couldn't help but remind him. The two staff members from the breeding center who followed also looked worried. But what happened next made Wu Baojun and the other two open their eyes wide. As Yao Na approached, the herd of deer that were about to escape suddenly calmed down. As Yao Na approached, several fawns on guard at the outskirts of the herd actually came over cautiously. Chirp! The clear and melodious sound of deer calls was heard, and the deer herd behind them actually relaxed visibly. Many adult deer even lowered their heads and continued to look for tender shoots hidden in the snow. There were also a few young deer that actually jumped towards Yao Na. How is this possible? Wu Baojun and his companions looked incredulous. Not a single one of these wild and untamed sika deer left. Some even rushed to get closer. Wu Baojun, who has lived in the forest farm all his life, has never seen such a miraculous scene. Ah, brother, look, they are so cute. Yao Na, who was in the herd, picked up a cute young deer and shouted to Lin Shien. At this moment, the sunlight shone through the mountains and forests onto Yao Na's body. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and she was holding a petite and cute fawn in her hands. The fawn was tilting its head back and licking Yao Na's neck with its pink tongue. Snap! Lin Shien took out his mobile phone at the right time and recorded this beautiful scene. Then he put down his phone and walked towards Yao Na. Chirp! The few stags that were originally surrounding Yao Na also noticed Lin Shien's actions, and immediately turned around, looking at him vigilantly. Then, a sturdy stag walked out from the herd, with its scattered antlers as thick as ferocious tree trunks. The stag stared at Lin Shien, slowly lowered its head, and kept pounding the ground with its 4 powerful hooves. To some extent, as long as you dare to come close, I will give you a hint. This. Lin Shien stopped in embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Brother, look, they don't want you to get close at all. Yao Na also noticed the scene in front of her and smiled even more happily. She could clearly feel the closeness of the sick deer approaching her, and she was surprised herself, as if she really had some special ability. This made her feel a little surprised, but also a little worried. I don't know if my special ability will make me a guinea pig in some scientific research institution. Chapter 72 End of the Journey. It was not until Yao Na had had enough of her pleasure that she, under Lin Xian's persuasion, let go of these cute little deer. Brother, they are so cute. On the way back, Yao Na said with a satisfied look on her face. Lin Shien also smiled and said, How about it, are you satisfied now? Yeah. Thank you, brother. Yao Na nodded heavily, then hugged Lin Shien and kissed him when Wu Baojun and the others were not paying attention. Why thank me? I told you that I will give you whatever you want. Even if I can't do it now, I will try my best to do it in the future. Lin Shien held Yao Na's hand and said seriously. He didn't have the ability in his previous life, and Yao Na and the child didn't wait for that day. Now that God has given him a chance to start over in this life, and has also given him such an awesome plug-in system, if he can no longer meet all the requirements of his wife and children, is he still a man? Yeah. He. Yao Na hugged Lin Xian's arm tightly, her face full of happiness. By the way, brother, will I be in danger? Suddenly, Yao Na whispered to Lin Shien. What? Lin Shien didn't react for a moment. It's because I can be so close to the deer. Yao Na explained, this is totally unscientific. Do you think I will be caught as a guinea pig? Thinking of this, Yao Na couldn't help but imagine a lot of terrible plots. Of course not, don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Shien rubbed her head and said with a smile, Don't worry, scientists are very busy, and you can't do anything to them. There are so many strange things happening in this world every day, and not everything will attract official attention. Besides, only Wu Baojun and a few others were present. Lin Shien believed that they would not say anything nonsense. At most, they would just treat it as a curious anecdote and share it with their relatives and friends. No one would care at all. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Yao Na finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. Then, under the leadership of Wu Baojun, Lin Shien and Yao Na toured the entire forest farm. Lin Shien and Yao Na were both very satisfied with the environment of the forest farm. The only thing they were not satisfied with was that the infrastructure here was not very good. The staff dormitories were just some simple wooden houses, and there was no residence for the two new owners, Lin Shien and Yao Na. In front of the Anmengu River, there is a grassland of more than 10 acres, with a forest to the north and the Anmengu River to the southeast. I plan to build a wooden villa here, just like the forest villas in European countries, made of pure wood. In the future, we can bring our parents and children here for vacation in the summer. What do you think? Lin Shien looked at Yao Na, took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and showed her the videos of wilderness construction in his collection. Of course. Yao Na also particularly likes this kind of wooden villa. Especially when they thought about the heavy snow falling outside, they huddled in bed in the house, looking out the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. A bonfire was burning in the fireplace nearby, making crackling sounds. It's just awesome. Okay, let's do it. Lin Shien looked at Wu Baojun and said, Old Wu, I plan to build a villa by the river, all made of wood. Do you have any workers who can do it? This is easy. Wu Baojun said, people in our forest farm can do it. If we don't have enough manpower, we can also recruit people from the surrounding villages. I have an older niece who studies design. If you need anything, you can contact her. That's a good feeling. Lin Shien said, since everyone in our forest farm can do it, then we'll include them all. Each person will get 300 yuan a day, and the others will get 200 yuan each, with 3 meals a day provided. As for the design, leave it to your eldest niece. By the way, when the villa is built, I will also renovate your houses. Seeing that Lin Shien was still thinking about them, Wu Baojun was touched and quickly said, Thank you, boss. Don't worry, I'll call my niece about the villa design when I get home tonight. Then, Wu Baojun walked up to Lin Shien and whispered, Boss, the price of 300 a day is a bit high, how about lowering it? They were already receiving wages from the forest farm, and with the money for building the villa, that meant 2 salaries, which made him feel a little embarrassed. This is what you deserve. Since you chose to follow me, I have to be responsible for you. Besides, I give you so much money because I want you to work hard. My wife and I cannot stay in the forest farm 365 days a year. In the end, the forest farm still depends on you to support it. If you don't do a good job, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Shien did not deliberately lower his voice when warning, so the 2 workers at the breeding center nearby heard it clearly and immediately became nervous. Don't worry, boss. Wu Baojun said sternly, you have raised our salaries, given us bonuses, and found us work. If anyone doesn't work hard, then he is shameless. You don't need to tell me, I will punish him immediately. Seeing Wu Baojun's eyes sweeping over, the other 2 workers at the breeding center also quickly assured, Brother Wu is right. Whoever dares not work hard, we will never let him go. Lin Shien was still very satisfied with Wu Baojun's reaction. He said to Wu Baojun, I believe you. From today on, Lao Wu, you are the general manager of our forest farm and will be responsible for all matters of the entire forest farm. Thank you, boss. Wu Baojun's serious face also showed excitement. You should pay attention to the forest farm. Also, regarding the venison and velvet antlers, I have already told young Master Su that they will still be purchased by the Su Group, so you don't have to worry. That's great. Wu Baojun also breathed a sigh of relief. Night. Under the chairmanship of Wu Baojun, the only 8 remaining workers in the forest farm accompanied Lin Shien and Yao Na to have a good meal, and all the food they ate was from the mountains. Pheasants, hares, and so on. Let Lin Shien and Yao Na experience a different flavor. Because there was no place for them to stay in the forest farm, Wu Baojun drove Lin Shien and Yao Na back to Wanjie Forest Hotel in Shui Village at night. The next morning was the 7th day of the first lunar month. Lin Shien just woke up when he received a call from Yuan Jingsuo. He and Zhang Zixian wanted to go back, but because Lin Shien was in Snowtown, even if he set off for Ice City now, he would not be able to see them off in time. After agreeing to Yuan Jingsuo and Zhang Zixian's request to go to Yingcheng and Danzhou for a good drink later, Yuan Jingsuo hung up the phone. Lin Shien put down the phone and said to Yao Na, Wife, shouldn't we go back too? Yao Na lay in Lin Xien's arms, thought for a while, and realized that there seemed to be nothing to do in Snowtown. If the villa in the forest farm could be built immediately, she would be willing to stay there for 2 days and play with the group of deer, but now, forget it. Okay, let's go back then. By the way, not only did my parents call several times in the past 2 days, but even Gao Xing is angry with you. Hearing what Yao Na said, Lin Shien also found it a little funny. The 2 of them went on a spontaneous trip without taking Gao Xing with them, which made the little girl very angry. Every time I call him, I have to complain about him for a while. Okay, I'll send a message to them in the private office and ask them to get ready. I want to take you on a real treat this time. Lin Shien took out his cell phone and sent a message to Han Ling. Yao Na was also a little curious and asked, what is it? You'll know when the time comes. However, before Lin Shien could click send, Han Ling called first. Chapter 73, a surprise for Yao Na. Boss. Lin Shien answered the phone, and Han Ling's voice came from the phone. There is news about the forest farm you ordered and the Sika Deer Breeding Center. I found a forest farm not far from Changbai Mountain with a total area of 600 acres and a Sika Deer breeding base. Do you want to go and have a look when you are free? Lin Shien then remembered that he had also told Han Ling about the purchase of the forest farm and the Sika Deer Breeding Center that night, but it seemed that her call came a little late. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Han, but it's not necessary. Ah. When Han Ling heard Lin Xien's words, she was immediately stunned. She thought that it was because she was too slow that her boss asked someone else to do the job. Her heart tightened, and she quickly explained, I'm sorry, boss, I was too slow, I'm really sorry, When Lin Shien heard Han Ling's anxious voice, he knew that the girl had misunderstood, and quickly comforted her, this has nothing to do with you. Yesterday, a friend gave me a forest farm and a Sika Deer Breeding Center. I gave you a forest farm and a Sika Deer Breeding Center? Han Ling on the other end of the phone looked surprised. Then she felt it was natural. His boss is a super rich man with a net worth of more than 2 billion. A mere forest farm and a Sika Deer Breeding Center would cost at most a few million. For the boss, it is nothing. After knowing that it was not her problem, Han Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I heard Lin Shien say, by the way, I plan to go back to Guangzhou today, and I need you to help me book a charter flight. When Han Ling heard Lin Xian's order, she immediately said, Boss, please wait a moment. Then Han Ling quickly searched a few times on the computer. CCB happens to be a partner of many domestic airlines, and even has cooperative relationships with most foreign airlines. It's just a charter flight, which is not a problem at all. In just 2 minutes, Han Ling picked out a model that met Lin Xian's needs. Boss, this Boeing BBJ business jet should meet your requirements. It is currently in Ice City and you can take it anytime. Han Ling sent the data of the business jet to Lin Shien and then introduced, this Boeing BBJ cabin is 29.6 meters long, 2.16 meters high, and 3.5 meters wide. It has a bedroom, a living room, a separate bathroom, a dining room, and a kitchen. It is equipped with 2 captains and 4 flight attendants, but the price is a bit expensive. While Han Ling was introducing the aircraft, Lin Shien also received the introduction of the Boeing BBJ she sent him. Then Lin Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter. Isn't this what he wanted? Expensive? How many hundreds of millions can it cost? Lin Shien asked with a smile. This boss, you are joking. Han Ling's mouth twitched. She really couldn't accept her boss's cold humor. The total cost of this flight is 400,000 yuan, which includes 2 parts. One is the cost of using the aircraft, and the other is the cost of hiring the crew. Han Ling explained. 400,000 is very cheap, let's settle it. Lin Shien said in a calm tone. The price of 400,000, including the system rebate, is at least tens of millions. This trip was not in vain. No problem. Han Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes. 400,000 is still cheap? Do you know that this charter flight of yours is equivalent to my annual salary? After hanging up the phone, Han Ling immediately called China Southern Airlines. Elder brother. Yao Na, who had just come out of the bathroom, exuded a pink aura. What do you want to do? Seeing Lin Xian's fiery eyes, Yao Na instinctively took 2 steps back. No. She tugged at her bathrobe and said with a warning look, you went a little too far last night. The baby is angry. Ah. That won't be a problem, right? Lin Shien immediately retracted his aggressive gaze, hurried to Yao Na's side, and looked at her belly with a worried look on his face. What do you think? Yao Na said unhappily, if there was anything wrong, I would have gone to the hospital a long time ago. But I'm telling you, you can't touch me for the next 2 days. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Shien assured without hesitation. He doesn't want to be reborn again and lose Xiaobao again. That's more like it. Yao Na was very satisfied to see that Lin Shien was so obedient. By the way, when are we leaving today? Yao Na looked at the time and asked. Soon. Lin Shien smiled and said, but before that, let's go eat something first. Han Ling acted quickly and had arranged a charter flight in less than half an hour. Boss, the Boeing BBJ will be parked at Taiping Airport in Ice City today. You can go there anytime. After dinner, Han Ling also called. Lin Shien thought for a moment and said, let's do it in the afternoon. It's just in time for me to go back early. By the way, tell Cui Daiyuan and the others that I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night. Han Ling was immediately delighted and agreed, thank you, boss. I'll tell them the good news right away. I am finally able to see Mr. Lin again, so happy. Oh, there's one more thing. Lin Shien called Han Ling again and gave her some instructions. Since we want to give Yao Na a surprise, let us do it perfectly. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely get it done. Han Ling responded simply. After hanging up the phone, the strong woman on Han Ling's face immediately disappeared, and she looked a little lost. Thinking of the surprise that Lin Shien had carefully prepared for his wife, Yao Na's bright smiling face appeared in her mind again. It would be great if that person was me. Lin Shien didn't know that Han Ling was planning on him. After hanging up the phone, he happened to see Yao Na's inquiring eyes. I just heard something about going back. Have you booked your flight? Yao Na asked. Of course. Lin Shien smiled and said, don't worry, I have already arranged it. By the way, I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Yao Na lay in Lin Xien's arms with a curious look on her face and asked. It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. Lin Shien avoided her coquettishness and said with a smile. Ah. I hate people like you who only speak half the words. Yao Na pinched Lin Xien's waist angrily, causing Lin Shien to scream. No, you'll know when we get there. I promise you'll be satisfied. Lin Shien grabbed Yao Na's mischievous little hand and spoke quickly. Humph. I'll let you go this time, but what kind of surprise is this? Why are you being so mysterious? Yao Na also knew when to stop and snuggled in Lin Xien's arms. The two stayed at the Wanjia Forest Hotel for a while. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, an Audi S6L stopped at the door of the Wanjia Hotel. It was the people sent by Ice City Taiping Airport to pick them up. Chapter 74, The First Charter Flight Experience. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Audi S6L drove directly onto the apron. Looking at the planes parked in front of her, the surprise on Yao Na's face became more and more intense. Brother, how did we get directly into the airport? Yao Na looked at Lin Shien with confusion. Didn't I say I wanted to give you a surprise? The surprise is here, you'll know it soon. Lin Shien said to Yao Na with a smile that even when they arrived at the airport, he still didn't plan to tell Yao Na now. But Yao Na was even more curious. What was the surprise her brother was talking about? The Audi A6L drove past a number of huge passenger planes and arrived at the innermost part of the apron, where a small passenger plane painted blue and white was parked quietly. It was the Boeing BBJ that Lin Shien had booked. Compared with the numerous large passenger aircraft such as Boeing 737, Boeing 747, etc., the Boeing BBJ can be said to be a small one among small ones. The fuselage is only 29 meters long, which is almost half or even one-third the size of other passenger aircraft. The Audi S6L slowly stopped the car. The driver opened the door first, got out, and opened the door for Lin Shien and Yao Na. Have a nice trip, sir. Goodbye. After the driver finished talking to Lin Shien, he drove away. Yao Na held Lin Xien's hand and looked at the Boeing BBJ in front of her with a puzzled look on her face. Brother, is this our plane? No way. Lin Shien shook his head and said, this plane belongs to China Southern Airlines. Yao Na was stunned for a moment, then she patted Lin Shien and said angrily, Brother, be serious. Just as Lin Shien was about to explain, the plane door opened. Several figures wearing China Southern Airlines uniforms came up to Lin Shien and Yao Na. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, I am the captain of this flight Chao Zhang. The middle-aged man in the lead was the first to extend his hand to Lin Shien. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, I'm the flight attendant for this flight. My name is Li Miaoka. I'm very happy to serve you this time. Lin Miao looks to be in her early 30s, and she is like a ripe peach, exuding an enticing and delicious scent. Captain Chao, Chief Flight Attendant Li, thank you for your help this time. After saying hello to Lin Shien, Chao Zhang and Lin Miaoka, he and Yao Na stepped into the Boeing BBJ surrounded by them. Wow! As soon as she entered the cabin, Yao Na couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as you enter, you will see a spacious reception room filled with roses. 2 beige light strips are wrapped around the cabin. There are photos hanging below, in which Lin Shien and Yao Na are smiling particularly sweetly. Lin Shien also spent some time thinking about this. The photos were placed under 2 light strips. In front of the 2 light strips were individual photos of Lin Shien and Yao Na. If you look closely, you can find that these photos are taken of Lin Shien and Yao Na before they met each other. After a distance, the 2 light strips merged together, and the photo of Lin Shien and Yao Na became a group photo. That was the wonderful life he and Yao Na had recorded for the past 5 years. On the dining table in the middle of the reception room, there are 2 exquisite lampposts, and white candles are flickering with starlight. Next to it is a whole table of delicious food. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, nice to meet you. I'm the head chef for this trip. You can call me Weber. Inside the cabin, a foreigner dressed as a chef was greeting Lin Shien and Yao Na in an awkward northeastern dialect. Hello, Chef Weber. Lin Shien greeted Weber, and then, with the help of Li Miaoka and others, they all took their seats. Even after sitting in the comfortable leather chair, Yao Na was still in shock. She looked at Lin Shien blankly. Brother, did you prepare all this? Yes. Lin Shien took Yao Na's hand and asked, how is it, do you like it? Yao Na's eyes sparkled and she nodded heavily. Then he hugged Lin Shien and whispered, thank you, brother. Ding. Yao Na likes the special surprise you prepared for her very much. The happiness level this time is 100, and you will get 100 times the consumption rebate. Your account 6981 has received 42 million yuan today, and the balance is 2523, 476, 316.1 yuan. 2.5 billion. Hearing the system prompt coming from his mind, Lin Shien smiled widely. Then he kissed Yao Na's forehead, put a napkin on her, and said, well, we've been traveling for such a long time, you must be hungry. Chef Weber happened to prepare such a sumptuous meal, so we can't waste it. Chef Weber at the side also spoke at the right time. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, please allow me to introduce these dishes to you too. With his explanation, Lin Shien and Yao Na enjoyed a high-standard French meal. Boom! With the roar of the plane, the Boeing BBJ soared into the sky. Led by Li Miaoke, Lin Shien, and Yao Na visited the entire interior layout of the Boeing BBJ. When they learned that this business jet was worth up to 120 million yuan, Yao Na couldn't stop gasping. Back in the bedroom, Yao Na was still in a daze. Hey, honey, what do you think about us buying a private jet like this? Lin Shien said while holding Yao Na and lying on the bed. Yao Na turned over, laid on his chest, and asked, do you know how much this plane costs? It's a full 120 million. How can we afford it? Besides, have you forgotten that you still have the old mall project to invest in? After hearing what Yao Na said, Lin Shien finally realized that he had only told Yao Na that he now had more than 200 million in savings, and did not tell her about the other 2 billion. Ahem. Lin Shien quickly explained, oh, I was just saying that. But don't worry, I will definitely buy you a private jet in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart was burning with excitement. Just the smallest Boeing BBJ costs 120 million, and after the System S cash back, it directly amounts to tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. What about the larger Gulfstream G50? Wouldn't that mean I could become a billionaire in one step? No hurry, no hurry. Lin Shien suppressed his excitement. He had enough time. Mr. Lin, Ms. Yao, we're here. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Boeing BBJ landed at Guangzhou Airport on time. Chao Zhang, Li Miaoke and other crew members were already waiting for them. Chef Weber had left before the plane took off and did not come to Guangzhou on the plane. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Shien was very satisfied with this trip. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Shien and Yao Na went to the parking lot together, drove the Cayenne that had been parked there, and returned to the villa in Rancho Santa Fe. On the way, Lin Shien also sent a message to Han Ling. I am very satisfied with this charter flight. Remember to give some rewards to the crew members. Give each person a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 75 Visiting CCB to inspect work. The next day, the 8th day of the first lunar month, was also the first day of work in the new year. Yao Na poked her head out from the bed and glanced beside her, only to find that Lin Shien was no longer there. When she went downstairs, she saw busy figures in the kitchen. There was also a mouth-watering aroma that filled the entire restaurant. Brother, what did you cook? It smells so good. Lin Shien, who was cooking, was suddenly hugged by a soft body, and then he heard Yao Na's somewhat lazy voice. They are all your favorite foods. Lin Shien turned around and tapped Yao Na's lips, then said to her, go wash up quickly, the meal will be ready soon. Okay. When Yao Na came out again, Lin Shien had already brought the food to the table. Shrimp, tofu, and steak, and a cup of nutritious soy milk. Lin Shien placed a cup of soy milk in front of Yao Na and said, I put some more red dates and wolfberries in it. It's good for you and Xiaobao. You must finish it. Brother. Yao Na looked at the cup full of soy milk in front of her and immediately revealed a pitiful expression. She really doesn't like drinking soy milk, especially this thick one with a fishy smell. No. Lin Shien rejected her without hesitation, and remained indifferent no matter how she acted coquettishly. Brother. Yao Na did not give up, but still retreated under Lin Xien's unshakable gaze. After sleeping in the same bed for 5 years, Yao Na knows her brother too well. In other matters, no matter how excessive she was, her brother would spoil her unreservedly, but not in some matters, like now. During pregnancy, you must ensure that the progesterone in your body is up to standard, otherwise it will be very troublesome. In the last progesterone test, although your progesterone index did not fail, it was on the danger line. Did you forget? Lin Shien stared at Yao Na and said, you're going to have your INT test in 2 days. You don't want anything to go wrong with your indicators, do you? And the Tang screening behind. Okay. Can't I drink it? Yao Na picked up the soy milk on the table with a sad face, took 2 deep breaths, and then drank it all in one breath while pinching her nose. Vomit. Yao Na's face was wrinkled into a ball. The taste of this soy milk was so disgusting. Hurry up and eat something to fill your stomach. Seeing that Yao Na drank the soy milk very quickly, Lin Shien finally nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful of shrimp tofu and fed it to Yao Na. It's delicious. Finally alive. After taking a big mouthful of shrimp and tofu, Yaona finally breathed a sigh of relief. While feeding Yaona, Lin Shien said, "Today I'm going to CCB to meet with someone in the private office to discuss the Mall Old City project. If you have nothing to do, why don't you come with me?" "Don't want." Yaona swallowed the food in her mouth and shook her head quickly. "I won't go. I want to have a good rest at home." She has been exhausted recently and is just thinking of taking a good rest for a few days. "Okay, stay home. By the way, I told the property management to look for 3 aunties. Someone from the property management will bring them to my house for an interview today. Please check carefully." Lin Shien didn't force him, but just gave him some instructions. "I see." Yaona nodded, thought for a moment and said, "Brother, aren't 3 aunts a bit too many?" "Not much at all." While Lin Shien was cutting the steak on Yaona's plate, he said, "We definitely need an aunt to cook, right? We also need one to clean the house, right? Your belly is getting bigger and bigger now. Don't you need one to take care of you and Xiaobao?" "I'm not that delicate," Yaona said with a wry smile. She is not the kind of spoiled girl. She has always done everything on her own since she was a child. Suddenly she has to be taken care of by someone else, and she is really not used to it. More importantly, she would feel uncomfortable living with outsiders. "Okay, just listen to me on this matter. Oh, remember to call your parents and ask if they want to come to Guangzhou to spend the 15th day of the first lunar month with us? This is the first year of our marriage, and isn't it said that newlyweds can't watch flowers at home?" Lin Shien suddenly thought of something. They have a custom that newlyweds cannot watch flowers at their husband's house. Flowers refer to fireworks. In other words, they cannot spend the 15th day of the first lunar month at their husband's house. They usually go to the man's aunt's house, or his mother's house, or his eldest sister-in-law's house. That's perfect. I can bring both my parents to Guangzhou and spend the 15th day of the first lunar month there. Okay, I'll call my parents and ask them later. Yao Na also remembered this matter. Okay, just stay at home, I'll be leaving now. Lin Shien waited for Yao Na to finish eating the steak before he stood up and prepared to change his clothes and go to CCB. Brother, you haven't eaten yet. Yao Na's voice came from behind. I'll eat something on the way. Lin Shien waved and went to the underground garage. An hour later, Lin Shien came to the Haihe District branch of CCB holding a bun in his right hand and a cup of 8 treasure porridge in his left hand. I'm sorry, sir, you can't go in. As soon as Lin Shien pushed open the glass door of the branch bank, a young lady in a CCB uniform stopped her. Perhaps fearing that Lin Shien might misunderstand, the young lady explained, "You need to finish eating before you can come in." Lin Shien also realized this, and he quickly apologized, "Sorry, I'll go out and come back after I finish eating." At this moment, Han Ling just walked out. Seeing Lin Shien, she immediately shouted in surprise, "Boss! Why are you here so early?" Hearing Han Ling's words, the receptionist looked at Lin Shien with confusion. Of course Han Ling knew that the intern who came with her at the beginning not only became a regular employee by virtue of her luck, but also won the favor of Mr. Lin, a billionaire worth billions, and became the envy of all employees in the Haihe District branch. Wait, what did she call this guy? Boss? The young lady's eyes suddenly widened. The man in front of me with a gentle smile on his face, squatting on the steps at the door, eating a steamed bun and a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge, is actually the legendary super rich man worth billions? Hearing Han Ling's voice, Lin Shien turned his head, waved at her, and said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do at home, so I'll come and take a look first." "Boss, please come in." Han Ling quickly opened the door and motioned for Lin Shien to come in first. "Wait, I'm almost done eating." Lin Shien raised the bun that he had already eaten half of and said, "You can come in and eat." Han Ling said, "Rules like you can't come in while eating are aimed at ordinary people. That's not necessary." Lin Shien quickly finished the remaining buns, drank the 8 treasure porridge in his hand, threw the garbage into the trash can, and then walked into the business hall. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." The lady at the front desk looked apologetic. She felt a little regretful. Mr. Lin was the most important customer of the bank. She had stopped him outside today. What if he got angry and told the bank president? Wouldn't she be doomed? Lin Shien said nonchalantly, "It's just a small matter. Besides, it was my fault in the first place." Han Ling also echoed, "Xiaoyu, don't worry, our boss is not a stingy person." The girl named Xiaoyu finally relaxed. Lin Shien smiled at Xiaoyu, then looked at Han Ling and said, take me to meet Chui Dayuan and the others. The new year has passed, and it's time to do something big. Chapter 76 Acquisition is unexpectedly blocked. Boss. On the second floor, in an exclusive office, Chui Dayuan and others saw Lin Shien walking in led by Han Ling. They immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Their boss looks younger in person than he did in the video conference. There is an indescribable gentle temperament about him that makes people feel good about him. Hello? Lin Shien shook hands with Chui Dayuan and others one by one, and then looked around the office. The office wasn't big, only about 70 or 80 square meters, but it had everything it needed and the lighting was good. It was just located on the site of CCB, which made Lin Shien feel a bit like a guest in someone else's home. Boss, if you think this office is too small, I will talk to the president and ask him to change it to a bigger one. Han Ling saw Lin Shien looking around the entire office, and his expression was not very good. She thought he was not very satisfied with this office, so she immediately spoke up. No need. You are all my people. It is not convenient for you to continue to work in CCB. How about this, Wang Yaming, you go look for a suitable office building and rent a floor. The place is bigger and the environment is better. Money is not a problem. Lin Shien looked at the little girl wearing glasses who had the lowest presence in the crowd and gave instructions. No problem. Boss. Wang Yaming's voice is in stark contrast to her appearance. She looked like a thin, small, weak girl, but her voice was extremely powerful. Meeting her determined eyes, Lin Shien immediately knew that this was a career-oriented girl who was striving for progress and advancement. Everyone please sit down. Lin Shien pulled over a chair and sat down, then motioned for Han Ling and the others to sit down as well. After everyone was seated, he said, I came here today to meet you all face to face. Also, it is already the 8th day of the first lunar month, so we can start the cooperation on the Mall Old City project, and we can also start the acquisition of Swordfish Culture Media. No problem. Han Ling and others said in unison. Boss, regarding the Old Town project, I have already contacted the mall, and Mayor Chen is in charge of it personally. If my guess is correct, he will call you in the next 2 days. Lu Jin took the lead in reporting on the progress of the Old Town project of the shopping mall. When she talked about Chen Xing, she couldn't help laughing. Lin Shien couldn't help laughing. Although Chen Xing did not call him in recent days, he still tried to find out his attitude in a roundabout way on WeChat. If Lu Jin had not already started negotiations with the mall, he would have been unable to hold back and called Lin Shien. Okay, let's put this matter on the agenda as soon as possible, otherwise Mayor Chen will call us in the next second. Lin Shien said with a smile, and then he set his eyes on Dong Runyan. Dong Runyan stood up and said confidently, regarding Swordfish Culture Media, their life has been even more difficult than before the new year. I have already contacted Swordfish Culture Media. If there are no problems, we can officially start negotiations tomorrow. Next, Chui Dayuan reported on the Wanrong Group. The banks in Xinzhou have already started to put pressure on Wanrong Group. I believe that within a few days, the upstream or downstream companies of Wanrong Group will also take action against them. Very good. After listening to everyone's reports, Lin Shien was very satisfied. He looked at Han Ling and arranged, Miss Han, please make arrangements for the evening. I will treat everyone to a buffet dinner at Hilton International tonight. Don't save money for me. Okay, boss. Han Ling took out a memo and wrote down Lin Xien's arrangements. After staying in the office for a while, Lin Shien left CCB and returned home. Brother, are you back? Yao Na rushed back and greeted Lin Shien. Lin Shien walked into the living room and glanced at the 3 middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s who were standing somewhat stiffly in the living room. He guessed that these should be the aunts chosen by his wife today. Mr. Lin. The 3 aunts obviously knew in advance that there was a male owner in the house, and when they saw Lin Shien coming back, they hurried to greet him. Has it been confirmed? Are they these 3 aunts? Lin Shien greeted the 3 aunts one by one, then walked up to Yao Na and asked. Yes, I interviewed for the whole morning. Yao Na hugged Lin Xien's arm and took credit. The one who cooked was Aunt Wu. She cooks Guangzhou and Sichuan dishes very well. Oh, and she also knows some Cantonese dishes. When Yao Na spoke, her eyes fell on the short, stout and slightly plump aunt standing on the far left. The one who does the housework is Auntie Wang, and the other one is Auntie Chen. She has been a confinement nanny for more than 10 years and has a lot of experience. Aunt Wu's monthly salary is. Yao Na was about to talk to Lin Shien about the salaries of the 3 aunts, but was interrupted by Lin Shien. You don't need to tell me about this. Just do it yourself. Feeling Lin Xien's gaze, Aunt Wu, who was in charge of cooking, immediately said, Sir, it's time for lunch. Can I let you taste my cooking? Sure. If Aunt Wu needs any ingredients, you can go buy them directly. By the way. Lin Shien looked at Yao Na and said, Give Aunt Wu 100,000 yuan every month as our living expenses. If it's not enough, you can add more. Aunt Wu had worked for wealthy families before, but her life had never been so extravagant. 100,000 a month for living expenses is more than 3,000 a day, which is too much. But it's not surprising that Mr. Lin can live in such a big villa at such a young age. For lunch, Aunt Wu showed off her cooking skills and specially selected 4 Sichuan dishes and even made soup. Good. Lin Shien tasted it and found it tasted really good. Tasty. Yao Na also nodded repeatedly. In this way, several aunts also stayed. It just so happened that there were quite a lot of rooms in the villa, and the rooms of the 3 aunts were all arranged on the basement floor. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shien and Yao Na arrived at the Hilton International Hotel on time. Before coming, Lin Shien also talked to Cheng Xiang, the housekeeper at Hilton International last time, in advance, and asked him to contact Han Ling. When he and Yao Na arrived at Hilton International, Cheng Xiang, Han Ling and others were already waiting downstairs at Greentown International. Mr. Lin. Boss. Ms. Yao. Everyone greeted Lin Shien and Yao Na one after another. This scene also made the people passing by the gate of Greentown International cast inquiring glances towards Lin Shien and Yao Na. Let's go. Today is just a private gathering. It has nothing to do with business. Everyone please feel free. Lin Shien smiled and walked into the lobby of Greentown International first. All the way to the buffet restaurant of Hilton International Hotel on the 45th floor. Lin Shien had his own considerations for choosing the buffet. If we choose a normal dinner party, everyone might feel a little uncomfortable because of his and Yao Na's presence. But choosing the buffet model will make it a lot easier. But just when everyone was sitting together chatting, Dong Runnian's cell phone suddenly rang. Dong Runnian apologized to everyone, then left his seat and answered the phone. 2 minutes later, Dong Runnian came back with a gloomy face. Boss, I'm sorry, there was a problem with the acquisition of Swordfish Culture Media. Chapter 77 Misunderstanding. Reject the acquisition? Lin Shien frowned slightly when he heard Dong Runnian's words. He couldn't understand why Swordfish Culture Media would refuse the acquisition. It had already reached the end of its rope. If it didn't accept the acquisition, its only fate would be bankruptcy. Contact us again. Lin Shien said. If Swordfish Culture Media still refuses to accept the acquisition, then he doesn't have to hang himself on a tree. Okay, boss. Dong Runnian nodded and dialed the number again. This call is from Jai Shang, the vice president of Swordfish Culture Media and artist director. Before he could finish, the phone was connected, and then a rather angry voice came from the other end. I've just told you that we, Swordfish Culture Media, will never accept the acquisition by your Power Media. Even if Swordfish Culture Media dies, we will never compromise. Go tell Joe to give up on this idea. After a good scolding, the other end hung up the phone. Dong Runnian, Lin Shien, and the others were all stunned. It seems that he thinks we are from Power Media. Dong Runnian finally reacted. Then he said to Lin Shien apologetically, Sorry boss, it's my fault. I didn't communicate clearly with them, which led to the accident today. Lin Shien waved his hand and motioned Dong Runnian to sit down. This is none of your business. There must be some misunderstanding. How about this? You accompany me to Swordfish Culture Media tomorrow and I will talk to them in person. Glancing at everyone who was becoming somewhat unnatural, Lin Shien quickly said, Okay, don't let this matter affect you. This is just a small matter. Let's eat and drink. But in the end, everyone still couldn't let go. After dinner, Lin Shien originally planned to ask Cheng Xiang to arrange the evening activities, but seeing that everyone was not in a good mood, he gave up. Of course he knew why. After all, they had just started working and such a problem had occurred, which made them somewhat uncomfortable. They were also more afraid that he, as the boss, would have opinions about them. But even though Lin Shien saw it, he didn't offer any comfort. It was originally their own oversight, and this will help them learn a lesson. Early the next morning. After Lin Shien accompanied Yao Na to eat the breakfast made by Aunt Wu, he drove to the office at the CCB branch. According to yesterday's arrangement, Han Ling, Dong Runyan and Ning Rui will also follow him to participate in today's acquisition negotiations. Boss. Seeing Lin Shien lowering the car window, Han Ling and others greeted him. Lin Shien glanced at the Audi A6 behind them and asked, "Is this the bank's car?" Han Ling nodded and said, "Yes, this is something the president approved for us to use. How about this? I will transfer 1 million to you later, and you can choose 2 cars to be used exclusively as your official cars." Lin Shien instructed Han Ling. Dong Runyan and Ning Rui also thanked Lin Shien at the right time. "Thank you, boss. A car costs 500,000, the boss is really generous. Let's go." Lin Shien restarted the Cayenne, and Han Ling hurried forward and said to him, "Boss, let me help you drive." There are not many opportunities to be alone with the boss, and Han Ling doesn't want to waste it. "Okay, come on." Lin Shien did not delay. It would be so much more relaxing not to have to drive himself. Swordfish Culture Media is located in Bohai Building near People's Park. It is only 40 minutes away from the Construction Bank branch in Haihe District to People's Park. Bohai Building is called a building, but in fact it is just a 15-story high-rise building. It has a history of 20 to 30 years. Even though it has been well maintained, it still looks a bit old in the urban area where many buildings have 30, 40, or even 50 floors. Swordfish Culture Media is on the 6th floor of Bohai Building. As Dong Runyan walked, he introduced the basic situation of Swordfish Culture Media to Lin Shien. Arriving at the 6th floor, Lin Shien discovered that the entire 6th floor was almost entirely occupied by Swordfish Culture Media, though it looked a bit deserted. Due to the suppression by Power Media, many internet celebrities under Swordfish Culture Media were poached. If we hadn't intervened, Swordfish Culture Media would have gone bankrupt within a month. Just when Lin Shien and his companions arrived, the meeting room of Swordfish Culture Media was filled with gloom and sadness. The woman in the lead was no more than 30 years old, with wavy hair, an oval face, and tightly pursed red lips. She wore a 3/4-sleeved striped shirt on her upper body and a high-waisted pleated skirt on her lower body, exuding a cool and elegant temperament. It was Jiang Jing, the general manager of Swordfish Culture Media. On her left was a plump middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was none other than the vice president and artist director of Swordfish Culture Media, Zhai Shang. The other is Song Lin, the business director of Swordfish Culture Media. "Sister Jing, all of our business projects have been snatched away by Power Media. There is no money left in the company account, and we haven't even settled on next month's rent." Song Lin looked dejected. Jiang Jing frowned, looked at Zhai Shang beside her, and asked, "How are the internet celebrities in the company?" Zhai Shang also sighed and said, 4 or 5 more left, but fortunately, and the others are still here." Jiang Jing suddenly leaned back in the chair, rubbed his aching forehead, and said with a wry smile, "Forget it, it seems that our swordfish is doomed. Let's go back and tell and them that they should find another buyer. I am sorry for them, and there is no need for them to sink with this broken ship of swordfish." Sister Jing. It was the first time that Zhai Shang and Song Lin saw Jiang Jing so depressed. Jiang Jing looked at Zhai Shang and Song Lin and said gratefully, "And you too, for sticking with me for so long, but I failed you." "Sister Jing, what nonsense are you talking about? You have done nothing wrong to us. Besides, the fact that our swordfish has become like this has nothing to do with you. It's all because of that bastard Zhou," Song Lin said through gritted teeth. Zhai Shang also echoed, "When Zhou Bo, that bastard, was desperate, he begged us for help, but ended up hooking up with Run." Ahem. Before Zhai Shang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Song Lin's cough. Zhai Shang also reacted and quickly shut his mouth. Jiang Jing also heard the person named Run that Zhai Shang mentioned. The figure of that person appeared in her mind and her pretty face turned red with anger. If it weren't for this bastard, how could Swordfish have ended up like this? Just then, Zhai Shang's phone suddenly rang. "I am Zhai Shang." "What? They dare to come?" When Zhai Shang heard the front desk say that the person who wanted to buy Swordfish yesterday was here again, he immediately got angry. He stood up and said excitedly, "Tell them to get out of here, and tell them that if Zhou has any other tricks, just try them out. We will never give in." Just when Zhai Shang was about to hang up the phone, Jiang Jing suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Zhai Shang and Song Lin looked at Jiang Jing with confusion, and then heard Jiang Jing say coldly, "Let them come over, I want to see what Zhou wants to do." Chapter 78 Misunderstanding resolved, acquisition completed. Lin Shien, Dong Runyan and others came to the conference room under the guidance of the lady at the front desk. As soon as they entered, they found that the atmosphere in the entire conference room was a little strange. The eyes of the three people present were cold, as if they wanted to eat them alive. Hello, we are. Dong Runyan was interrupted by Zhai Shang as soon as he opened his mouth. I know you are the people of that bastard surname Zhou. Tell me, what exactly does Zhou want to do? This. Dong Runyan glanced at Lin Shien, feeling a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Shien stopped him. This is Mr. Jiang, right? Lin Shien did not answer, nor did he look at Zhai Shang. He looked directly at Jiang Jing, who remained silent. I'm Jiang Jing, sir. Our Vice President Zhai has made it very clear just now. It is absolutely impossible for Zhou Bo to acquire our swordfish. I would rather swordfish go bankrupt than give in. Jiang Jing said with a cold face. Mr. Jiang may have misunderstood. We have nothing to do with Power Media. Lin Shien pointed at himself and explained to Dong Runyan and the others. It doesn't matter? How do you prove it? Zhai Shang sneered. He didn't believe a word of what Lin Shien said. Mr. Zhou has used this method several times. Lin Shien ignored the anger in Zhai Shang's words and said calmly, in my eyes, Power Media is nothing but an ant. I have no interest in pretending to be one of them, and there is no need for me to prove it to you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Lin Xian's words were very domineering, but they also made Zhai Shang feel a little dissatisfied. In your eyes, Power Media is just an ant, then doesn't that mean our swordfish culture media is not even qualified to be an ant? Lin Shien looked at Jiang Jing and said, Boss Jiang has reached the end of his rope now, right? It must be very frustrating to be defeated by Power Media like this, isn't it? It just so happens that I also have a grudge against the guy named Zhou. I can help you. Jiang Jing didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Shien seriously. Lin Shien also did not avoid the question. He just stared at her quietly, his eyes full of frankness. After a long while, Jiang Jing turned his gaze away and said, Dynamic Media is now the largest private media company in Guangzhou, and it is backed by Guangzhou Newspaper Group. How can you deal with it? Mr. Jiang, are you asking us to stand here and talk to you? Lin Shien did not answer Jiang Jing, but just smiled and said, Sorry, it's my fault. Jiang Jing stood up from the main seat and sat on the other side of the conference table, then motioned Lin Shien and others to sit down and talk. At the same time, he instructed Song Lin, who was standing beside him, Lin, go and make some arrangements and get some drinks. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? Black tea. Lin Shien walked to the conference table, and Han Ling hurried forward and pulled out a chair. Everyone else followed Lin Shien and ordered black tea. Jiang Jing originally thought that Lin Shien was just the leader among them, but after seeing Han Ling's actions, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have underestimated this young man. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Jiang Jing. As you can see, I am the general manager of the Swordfish Culture Media, which is about to go bankrupt. Jiang Jing was the first to extend her hand. Lin Shien. Lin Shien gently shook hands with Jiang Jing and then let go. Jiang Jing's hands were very slender, and they felt a little uncomfortable and cold when held. This girl may be anemic or have a cold uterus. 5 years of experience in taking care of his wife has given Lin Shien some understanding of some gynecological diseases. Then Mr. Lin, can you tell me how you would deal with Power Media if you acquired Swordfish Culture Media? Jiang Jing didn't notice the change in Lin Xian's eyes. After retracting her hand, she asked directly. The solution is very simple. It's nothing more than throwing money at it. If 10 million doesn't work, then 20 million. If 20 million doesn't work, then 50 million. If 50 million still doesn't work, then throw in 100 million, 200 million. Until Power Media is ruined. Lin Xian's plain words rang in the ears of Jiang Jing and the others. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhai Shang sneered and whispered, everyone can brag. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Han Ling glared at Zhai Shang and said, Don't worry, boss is our SVIP guest of CCB, and we are all members of boss's private office. I believe that Mr. Jiang should know the conditions for setting up the private offices of the big 4 banks, right? Of course I know. Jiang Jing's eyes lit up and she said, the conditions for setting up a private office at the big 4 banks are that the client must have a deposit of more than 1 billion in the big 4 banks. So, Mr. Lin. That's right, Mr. Lin's strength is beyond your imagination. Han Ling puffed out her chest with great pride. Zhai Shang and Song Lin didn't know that the big 4 banks had private offices before, but when they heard what Jiang Jing said just now, they were immediately dumbfounded. This arrogant young man in front of me actually has more than 1 billion yuan in deposits in China Construction Bank? Isn't this too exaggerated? I agree with Mr. Lin's acquisition of Swordfish Culture Media, but I hope Mr. Lin can keep his promise and really hit Power Media. Zhang Jing thought about it and decided to agree to sell Swordfish Culture Media to Lin Shien. As long as Zhou Bo can make Power Media go bankrupt. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Shien stretched out his hand and shook hands with Zhang Jing, then said, Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang, it won't be long before you can see the end of Power Media. After the deal was reached, the relationship between the two sides suddenly became much more harmonious. The next step was to negotiate the price of Swordfish Culture Media, but Lin Shien did not need to be involved in this. Perhaps stimulated by yesterday's acquisition blunder, Dong Runyan worked particularly hard in today's negotiations. Relying on his extraordinary strength, he directly defeated Song Lin, who was in charge of the business of Swordfish Culture Media, and made him unable to resist. In the end, the price of Swordfish Culture Media was forced down to 4.2 million. Mr. Lin, I really envy you for having such a capable and capable person. Zhang Jing also knew the current situation of her company and was not dissatisfied with the price. Then she said to Song Lin, Lin, I'll leave the contract to you. Then he looked at Lin Shien and said, Mr. Lin, the contract matter also requires the participation of your people. Lin Shien said to Ning Rui, Miss Ning, I'll leave it to you. Okay, boss. Half an hour later, Ning Rui and Song Lin returned to the conference room again. Zhang Jing took the contract and signed her name first. Then he handed the contract to Lin Shien. Mr. Lin, sign it, Swordfish Culture Media is yours. As she spoke, Zhang Jing looked a little lonely. Lin Shien smiled and was about to comfort Zhang Jing when he heard a commotion outside the meeting room. Then the door of the conference room was opened roughly, and a figure that Lin Shien wanted to kill in his dreams appeared in the conference room. Chapter 79, I will skin anyone who dares to hurt my wife. Hey, Miss Jiang, it turns out you really have a guest. I thought the girl at the front desk was lying. Surrounded by several people, Zhou Bo looked at Zhang Jing with a mocking expression. You can't go in. As he was speaking, the girl at the front desk rushed over with an angry look on her face. Seeing Zhang Jing, Zhai Shang, Song Lin and other senior executives were there, the girl at the front desk immediately apologized. Sorry, it's not Mr. Jiang, I can't stop them. It's okay, you go out first, I'll take care of things here. Zhang Jing did not blame the girl at the front desk, but comforted her instead. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The girl at the front desk bowed to Zhang Jing gratefully and then left the meeting room. Ms. Jiang is still as kind-hearted as ever. Zhou Bo laughed and teased, then looked at Lin Shien and the others and said, Ms. Zhang, is this the investor you found after so long? Brother, listen to my advice. Swordfish Culture Media is going to go bankrupt. You won't get any benefit from investing in them except wasting your money. It would be better to invest in our Power Media. Zhou Bo did not recognize Lin Shien, and didn't even feel that he looked familiar. He thought Lin Shien was the second generation of some group company. Lin Shien couldn't help but smile, and said calmly, Where is the barking dog coming from? It's quite annoying. Puff. Song Lin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhou Bo glared at Song Lin with a sullen face, but Song Lin was not afraid and just retorted back. Then he looked at Lin Shien with a cold face and said, Friend, if the deal fails, there is no need to speak so harshly, right? Don't you recognize me? Lin Shien looked at him with confusion. Do we know each other? Zhou Bo thought carefully about the new faces he had met recently, and he really couldn't remember such a young man. It's okay. When Power Media goes bankrupt, I will tell you who I am. Lin Shien also discovered that Zhou Bo had really forgotten him. It turns out that in the eyes of the rich, ordinary people really have no sense of existence at all. Ha, you want to bankrupt Power Media, kid? You are too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that the wind will bite your tongue? Zhou Bo sneered. He didn't take Lin Xian's big talk to heart at all. Then he sneered and said, Boy, let me teach you a lesson. This Miss Jiang has offended someone she shouldn't have offended. If you accept Swordfish Culture Media, you will be slapping that person in the face. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After that, Zhou Bo looked at Zhang Jing and said, Ms. Zhang, that person asked me to tell you something. If you are willing to bow your head and apologize to that person, my Power Media can be merged into your Swordfish Culture Media. But it seems that you are not going to give in, so I wish Miss Jiang good luck. Zhou Bo glanced at Lin Shien coldly, wiped his neck with his palm, and threatened, Boy, be careful in the future. Don't think you are great just because you have a few dollars. Get involved in the grudges and hatreds of big shots. Don't be stuffed into a cement tank and thrown into the Yellow River one day. After that, Zhou Bo waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." Stop. Lin Shien suddenly called Zhou Bo. Zhou Bo stopped, thinking that Lin Shien was scared, and said proudly, "Are you scared? I thought you were so strong." Lin Shien didn't even look at him. He turned around and said to Ning Rui, who was standing beside him, "This gentleman threatened to put me in a cement tank and throw me into the Yellow River. Can I sue him?" "Boss, I'm afraid you can't sue his mother, but you can definitely sue him," Ning Rui said without hesitation. Puff. Hearing Ning Rui's words, Han Ling, who was drinking water, spat out a mouthful of water. She hurriedly took out her handkerchief, wiped her mouth, and apologized, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Lin Shien didn't expect that Ning Rui, who was always serious, would have such a naughty side. Especially when she said such interesting words, her facial expression didn't change at all. Ahem, then let's sue this arrogant gentleman. I really want to see if he is still so arrogant in front of the judge. Lin Shien coughed twice and said to Ning Rui. Zhou Bo glared at Ning Rui fiercely, wishing he could rape her first and then rape her to relieve his hatred. You are so sharp-tongued. I am waiting for you to sue me. Zhou Bo has worked his way up from a small behind-the-scenes position at a TV station to where he is today. He has seen many ups and downs. How could he be frightened by Lin Shien and Ning Rui? He said a few words coldly and left the meeting room with everyone. After Zhou Bo and other uninvited guests left, Zhang Jing and others also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian's words made Zhang Jing and the others nervous again. "Mr. Jiang, it seems that you have hidden something from me regarding Swordfish Culture Media. Like that big shot." Facing Lin Xian's calm eyes, Zhang Jing shuddered all over, then she sighed and said, "I was wrong about this matter. I didn't tell Mr. Lin in advance that the man Zhou Bo mentioned is called Rin Xiaotian. The elder of his family is a big shot of Guangzhou newspaper group and a major shareholder of Power Media." Then Zhang Jing told the story of the grudge between herself and Rin Xiaotian. Lin Shien was speechless after hearing this. So the reason why Power Media suppressed Swordfish Culture Media was because Rin Xiaotian couldn't pursue Zhang Jing, and this was a bloody plot caused by love turning into hate? After Zhang Jing finished speaking, she no longer held out any hope for this acquisition. She stood up and said to Lin Shien, "In that case, I'll see Mr. Lin off." "Is Mr. Jiang going to kick me out? I haven't signed the contract yet." Lin Shien didn't stand up, but just smiled and tapped the contract on the table. "You mean?" Zhang Jing suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Shien with surprise. Could it be that Mr. Lin is not afraid of Rin Xiaotian at all? Hearing Lin Xien's words, not only Zhang Jing was a little surprised, but even Dong Runyan and Ning Rui were a little surprised. Dong Runyan bent down and whispered, "Boss, it's unwise to confront Guangzhou newspaper group for the sake of Swordfish Culture Media." Ning Rui also advised, "Boss, Runyan is right. It is not a wise choice for us to provoke a behemoth like Guangzhou newspaper group just as we are about to enter the media field. I think we need to change our target." Zhang Jing and the other two looked at Lin Shien nervously, but they heard Lin Shien chuckle and said, "In fact, the reason why I chose to acquire Swordfish Culture Media is to prepare a knife that can kill Power Media and Zhou Bo. Since Zhou Bo and Power Media are both dogs of that Rin Xiaotian, whether I acquire Swordfish Culture Media or another media company, I will inevitably offend Rin Xiaotian. So, what's the difference between the two?" Lin Shien said calmly, "I will definitely kill Power Media. Of course, people like Zhou Bo are not clean themselves, but whether he lives or dies should be left to the country to judge." There was one more thing he didn't say. Anyone who dares to hurt Yao now will be skinned alive even if the Lord protects him. Chapter 80 Chairman of the new company. Hearing Lin Xien's words, Zhang Jing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Zhai Shang stood up, bowed to Lin Shien, and then apologized, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, my attitude was a bit bad before, please don't mind." "Vice President Zhai, you're too polite," Lin Shien said indifferently. He could feel that Zhai Shang was not targeting him personally, but really regarded him as Zhou Bo's man. Zhang Jing also said, "From now on, Swordfish Culture Media will be handed over to Mr. Lin. You can change the name if you want. Also, there are several internet celebrities in the company with over 1 million fans. They are all good kids. I hope Mr. Lin can treat them well." Zhai Shang also echoed, "That's right, Mr. Lin, they definitely have the potential to become multi-millionaire internet celebrities, you must pay attention to them." "Really?" "As far as I know, most of the anchors under Swordfish Culture Media have left due to the crackdown by Power Media. How come these big internet celebrities with millions of fans are still here? Lin Shien asked in surprise. A lot of them left, but a few of them are still here. Speaking of this, Jiang Jing and the other two were also somewhat moved. In today's carnal society, people like Oo who can share the joys and sorrows with others are almost extinct. It's really not easy for people to stay with the company until now. Lin Shien was also very impressed. He said, "Don't worry, I will definitely make use of such a loyal person." After getting Lin Xian's assurance, Jiang Jing and others breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Jing said to Lin Shien, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, they will definitely not let you down." "Mr. Jiang, can you please tell me what your plans are after the acquisition is completed?" Lin Shien asked. Jiang Jing, Jai Shang, and Song Lin looked at each other and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Lin, please don't call me Mr. Jiang. The company is already yours. As for my plans, I haven't decided yet. I plan to take a break for a while, travel, and see the sights." Song Lin also agreed, "Sister Jing, take me with you, I want to go out and take a look too." "Okay, then we'll go together," Jiang Jing said with a smile. Shai Sheng pinched his big belly and said, "I just want to take advantage of this time to lose some weight, read some books, and spend time with my family." After hearing what they said, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't you three want to see how Power Media collapses step by step?" "What does Mr. Lin mean?" Jiang Jing didn't quite understand what Lin Xian wanted to say. "I won't hide it from President Zheng. I plan to invite President Zheng to continue to serve as the general manager of Swordfish Culture Media. Vice President Jai can also continue to serve as the vice president and artist director of Swordfish Culture Media. Ms. Song Lin can also continue to be in charge of the business affairs of Swordfish Culture Media." Lin Xian directly expressed his thoughts. "These people in front of me are veterans who have been working in the media field for many years. It is a bit of a pity that they are abandoned just like that. And it is impossible for him to focus all his energy on Swordfish Culture Media. This." Jiang Jing, Jai Shang, and Song Lin looked at each other and saw desire in each other's eyes. "Okay." Jiang Jing just thought about it for a while and then agreed decisively. She has been holding her breath recently. Now with Lin Xian's joining, Swordfish Culture Media will not only be able to come back to life, but Lin Xian also said that he would drive Power Media into bankruptcy. She still wants to see Power Media go bankrupt with her own eyes. "I plan to invest another 15 million into Swordfish Culture Media for its development. My requirement is that every track of our Swordfish Culture Media must be compared with that of Power Media. Even if I have to lose money, I will grab all the projects from Power Media." A sharp cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. "Mr. Lin is so generous, I can't show weakness." Jiang Jing also said, "I am willing to invest all of this 4.2 million into Swordfish Culture Media. I wonder if Mr. Lin is willing to accept it." "Can." Lin Xian agreed immediately. Why wouldn't he accept money if someone offered it to him? "Ms. Ning, Director Song, please redraft a new contract." Lin Xian said to Ning Rui, "Since President Zhang has such confidence in me, I can't be stingy. So, I will invest an additional 30 million. Hiss. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Jiang Jing, Jai Shang, Song Lin, Ning Rui, and others all took a breath of cold air. As a result, the total size of Swordfish Culture Media instantly reached 34 million. It has exceeded the size of Power Media. The market value of a company is affected by many factors. It does not mean that if you earn hundreds of millions this year, your company will be valued at hundreds of millions. Ning Rui and Song Lin responded and redrafted a contract. In the new contract, Lin Xian invested 30 million, plus the original company's market value of 5 million, his total share was 35 million, while Jiang Jing invested 4.2 million, so the share ratio became Jiang Jing holding 12% of the new company's shares and Lin Xian holding 88%, becoming the absolute controlling shareholder. "Boss Jiang, I won't interfere with the specific operations of the new company, but I will send someone to take over the personnel and finances. I hope you can understand." While waiting for the contract to be printed, Lin Xian first stated his bottom line. He can ignore the company's operations, but he must keep a tight grip on personnel and finances. Trust is trust, but necessary measures must still be taken. Jiang Jing did not have any complaints. She agreed, "I know this." "Don't worry, Director Lin." Hearing Jiang Jing calling him Director Lin, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Forget Director Lin. I don't plan to be the chairman." Lin Xian's words confused Jiang Jing. What did he mean? It is acceptable for you not to participate in the management of the company you bought, but you don't even want to be the chairman. Aren't you afraid of being sidelined? Lin Shien smiled and said to Han Ling, please go to my house and bring my wife back. Okay, boss. Han Ling didn't know what was going on, but every time she thought of Yao Na, she would feel nervous. It's the kind of timidity that a mouse feels when it encounters a cat. After Han Ling left, Lin Shien smiled and said to Jiang Jing and the other two, the chairman of Swordfish Company, please wait a moment. This. Jiang Jing and the others had a guess in their minds, it wouldn't be. An hour later. The door of the conference room was opened, and a figure wearing a white down jacket and with a slightly bulging belly walked in, accompanied by Han Ling. Lin Shien also stood up, walked over, took Yao Na's hand, walked to the conference table, and introduced Jiang Jing and the other three with a smile. Boss Jiang, this is my wife Yao Na, and she is also the chairman of the new company. Chapter 81. You want me to die? Chairman? Yao Na, who had just walked into the meeting room, had not yet had time to ask what happened when she heard Lin Xien's inexplicable words. Not only Yao Na was a little confused, even Jiang Jing and Dong Runian were confused. Mr. Lin, are you kidding me? After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Jing's face looked a little unhappy. She didn't see any potential to be a chairman in Yao Na. How could such a person possibly become a chairman? I'm not kidding. Lin Shien said in a calm tone. He picked up the contract on the table, placed it in front of Yao Na, and said, Wife, this is a gift from me to you. Sign it, and you will be the chairman of this company. I can't. Yao Na finally reacted. She quickly took a step back and shook her head to refuse. I can't do it. She is just an ordinary first-grade math teacher, and she was not even a class monitor when she was in school. Now she is asked to be the chairman of the board. Isn't this a joke? Just now she glanced at the amount on the contract and found that her brother had invested 30 million in this company. She really couldn't hand over the company she bought with so much money to someone who knew nothing about it to manage. Of course, she didn't see the 4.2 million yuan that was spent on buying the company. If she had seen it, she would have been even more afraid. Don't worry, my dear. You are only a nominal chairman. The specific affairs of the company will still be handled by professionals like Mr. Jiang. Lin Shien pressed Yao Na's shoulder and comforted her. Then he explained to Jiang Jing, don't worry, President Jiang, I have made it very clear just now. The specific affairs of the company are still in the charge of you, Vice President Zhai, and Director Song. My wife is only the nominal chairman. You can just treat her as a mascot. I will only control the personnel and finances of the company. Jiang Jing, Zhai Sheng and Song Lin finally felt relieved. They were afraid that an outsider would suddenly come and interfere in the company's affairs. Elder brother. Yao Na looked at Lin Shien with a pleading look on her face. She really had no idea about this chairman. Wife, you know that our family is different now than before. As the mistress of the house, you have to learn something, right? Otherwise, when our family has more businesses in the future, we can't just rely on me, right? You forgot, I still have the Mall Old Town project to work on. Yes. Yao Na also knew that Lin Shien was right, but she really didn't know how to be the chairman. Seeing that Yao Na's face was somewhat relaxed, Lin Shien immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, don't worry, my wife, you can just be a mascot in the company and learn how to manage from President Jiang. Besides, when you go out in the future, you can say that you are the chairman of Swordfish Culture Media. How impressive it sounds. After Lin Xien's persuasion, Yao Na finally nodded. Okay then, but I really don't know how to do anything. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me. Yao Na explained in advance. No problem. Lin Shien agreed immediately. It's just a small company. If you break it, I'll buy you another one. Then Yao Na picked up the pen on the table and signed the contract. After Yao Na signed, Lin Shien waved to Han Ling and said, Ms. Han, transfer the money to the company's account. Okay. Han Ling took out her cell phone and called the branch, then said to Lin Shien, Boss, the money has been transferred. Mr. Jiang. Lin Shien nodded and looked at Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing also looked at Song Lin, only to see Song Lin take out her cell phone. Her face lit up immediately and she said to Jiang Jing, Sister Jing, the money has been deposited into the company account. Thank you, Mr. Lin. A blush flashed across Jiang Jing's face, and she quickly bowed to Lin Shien. Swordfish Culture Media is alive again. No need to thank me, your new chairman is here. Lin Shien smiled and pointed at Yao Na beside him. Hello, chairman. Jiang Jing reacted quickly and bowed to Yao Na immediately. Jai Sheng and Song Lin followed suit. You guys too. Yao Na looked at a loss, and quickly returned the gift to Jiang Jing, Jai Sheng, Song Lin and others. But there was also a strange feeling of pleasure in my heart. At the same time, Lin Shien also received a message from the system. Ding! Yao Na likes the company you gave her. The happiness level is 88 this time, and you get 88 times the consumption rebate. Your account 6981 has received 369,600,000 yuan today, and the balance is 288,887,6316.1 yuan. There was an extra 300 million yuan in savings in the card instantly, and Lin Shien couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Chairman, Mr. Lin, why don't we go tour the company together? Let everyone meet the new boss of the company, which will also boost everyone's morale. Jiang Jing suggested. Can. Lin Shien looked at Yao Na. Yao Na also nodded. She really wanted to see who the anchors of swordfish culture media were. Under the leadership of Jiang Jing, Lin Shien, Yao Na and others walked out of the conference room together, immediately attracting the attention of many people in the company. The news that the company could no longer be concealed, and many people had already found new jobs and were willing to stay here, but they just wanted to see how long the company could last. Seeing Jiang Jing and others coming out, two figures, one tall and one short, immediately came up, but because they were concerned about the presence of Lin Shien and others, the two men just stood aside from a distance. Oh! Aral! Come here! Jiang Jing saw the two of them at a glance and quickly stretched out her hand and waved to them. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Director Jai. Hello, Director Song. The two girls named Oo and Alalay ran over nervously, greeted Jiang Jing and Jai Sheng and the others, then looked at Lin Shien and the others curiously. As the company's big anchors, they have of course heard about the company's acquisition efforts. Looking at President Jiang, President Jai, and Director Song's relaxed smiles, could it be that the cooperation has been reached? This is the new chairman of our company. Jiang Jing pointed at Yao Na beside her and said. It was just because of her standing position that Yao Na instinctively took a step back and let Lin Shien next to her step out. When Oho and Aral saw Lin Shien, their eyes suddenly lit up. Oho is tall and well-proportioned. As a beauty and dance anchor, she has attracted many fans. Now she is a big blogger with more than 800,000 fans. Aral is just as her name suggests, petite and cute. She is only about 1.5 meters tall. Standing in front of Lin Shien, she looks like a little kid. What's more, she has a baby face, but her figure is amazing. His chest was bulging, and he looked like a paper man. Besides, she is also a game anchor. This girl has more fans than Oo, with a total of 1.2 million fans. The two men saw the handsome Lin Shien at first glance. Coupled with the Versace winter couture he was wearing and the huge wealth that could buy the company, they immediately bowed respectfully to Lin Shien. Hello, Chairman. Then she approached Lin Shien with an admiring look on her face and hugged his arms on both sides. Lin Shien felt his whole body tense up and his face stiffened. Damn, you two devils are trying to kill me. Chapter 82. This chairman is a little difficult to deal with. Lin Shien clearly felt the dangerous look in Yao Na's eyes. Even the air was filled with a faint evil aura. Ahem. Oh, Aral, you two have the wrong person. Jiang Jing coughed awkwardly, then introduced Yao Na to the two of them. This is our new chairman Yao Na, President Yao. And that gentleman is Mr. Yao's husband Lin Shien, Mr. Lin. Snap. Following Jiang Jing's introduction, Oho and Aral felt as if they were struck by lightning. What did you do? She actually dared to seduce the chairman's husband in front of the chairman. Sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Yao, we didn't mean it. Oh and Alalay were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were holding Lin Xian's arms as if they had been electrocuted. They let go of their arms instantly and bowed to Yao Na to apologize. Lin Shien immediately looked around, as if it was none of his business. Yao Na glared at Lin Shien fiercely, then smiled and said soothingly, It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. I'm sorry, Director Yao. I've been so busy with company matters lately that I don't have time to manage them. Please don't mind. Jiang Jing glared at Oo and Aral fiercely. It was okay for them to make trouble at ordinary times, but why were they so unreliable at the critical moment? However, she couldn't just watch Oo and Alalay offend the new chairman, so she quickly pleaded for them in front of Yao Na, and also introduced Oo and Alalay to Yao Na and Lin Shien. This is Oo, and this is Alalay. They are currently the two most popular anchors in our company with the most fans. Oh is a dancer and beauty anchor. She graduated from Minzu University and studied folk dance. She currently has 700,000 to 800,000 fans. Aral is a game and food broadcaster. She has the highest number of fans among all the broadcasters in our company, a full 1.2 million. After introducing Oo and Aral, Zhang Jing asked, "Where is Xiaoji?" Oo and Aral heard Zhang Jing asking Xiaoji. They looked at each other and hesitantly said, "We just saw him go out with the CEO of Power Media." Hearing what the two girls said, Zhang Jing's face immediately darkened. This bastard, has he forgotten how Sister Jing helped him? When his mother had surgery, it was Sister Jing who ran around, used her connections to find people in hospitals, and even gave him more than 500,000 yuan. If it weren't for Sister Jing, his mother would have died long ago. Later, the company spent tens of millions on promoting him. Without the company, he is nothing. A few days ago, he said that he would live and die with the company, but now he is planning to jump ship? How ungrateful! Zhai Sheng said angrily. Zhang Jing was silent for a while, then stopped Zhai Sheng and said, "Okay, we can understand the company's current situation. Since he wants to leave, let him go, but he still has to pay the penalty." After sorting out her complicated feelings, Zhang Jing continued to take Lin Shien and the others to visit the company as if nothing had happened. After finishing the tour, Lin Shien thought for a moment and said to Zhang Jing, "Since we are going to fight to the death with Power Media in the future, the scale of the company must be expanded. It is a bit inappropriate to continue staying in Bohai Building." He turned to Han Ling and said, "Go back and make arrangements with Wang Yaming. When you look for a new office location, remember to find a bigger place. You will be working together with the Swordfish people in the future, so a small place won't do." "Okay, boss. I'll tell Wang Yaming about this when I get back." After instructing Han Ling, Lin Shien said to Zhang Jing, "I need the company to get back on track as soon as possible. At the same time, I need to continue recruiting people and signing excellent anchors. The action against Power Media can begin now. Mr. Lin, don't worry. With this money, I can definitely get Swordfish Culture Media back on the right track in the shortest possible time. We already have a lot of negative information about Power Media, which is enough to give them a hard time." Zhang Jing said with confidence. "Black material? Then why didn't you use these materials to fight back when you were being pushed so hard by Power Media?" Lin Shien was very confused. Zhang Jing and the others smiled bitterly and said, "Before we made any move, Power Media took action first and poached a lot of our water army teams. They also warned a lot of self-media not to agree with us, otherwise they would be against them. Plus, Power Media is also related to Guangzhou newspaper group. No one dares to join us in opposing Power Media." Then Zhang Jing immediately perked up and said, "Now that we have money, as long as we pay enough, someone will definitely help us target Power Media. By then, Power Media will definitely be in trouble. We should use this time to quickly expand ourselves. If Power Media goes bankrupt, will Zhou Bo be in trouble?" Lin Shien asked. Zhang Jing nodded, then shook her head and said, "If these negative materials are released, Zhou Bo will definitely be in trouble, but I'm afraid that Ren Xiaotian behind him will not give up Zhou Bo." Lin Shien touched his chin and said, "That's because the black material is not big enough. If it was big enough, even Rin wouldn't be able to save him, right?" "Certainly." Zhang Jing nodded without hesitation. "If Zhou Bo's black material is big enough, Ren Xiaotian will definitely not take action, he may even wish Zhou Bo dead." "Leave the black material to me," Lin Shien said to Zhang Jing. "It seems that we need to ask Brother Wu and the others to come to Guangzhou as soon as possible. As an old armed police officer, Brother Wu must have a way to get some dirty information on Zhou Bo." "Boss Jiang, Director Zhai, Director Song." A somewhat flattering voice suddenly sounded. Lin Shien turned his head and saw a handsome young man in his early 20s walking towards him. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Jing and the others' faces turned cold. "Xiaoji, didn't you go to find Zhou? Are you planning to change jobs? Why did you come back?" Zhai Sheng glared at the young man and cursed. "Boss Zhai, you are wrongly accusing me. They want to recruit me, but Boss Jiang is our family savior. If I change jobs, what will happen?" Xiaoji looked aggrieved, which made Zhai Sheng a little confused. Could it be that this kid really has never thought about changing jobs? Then Xiaoji looked at Lin Shien and his group, his eyes lit up, and asked, "Boss Jiang, are these people here to discuss the acquisition of the company? How is the situation?" Zhang Jing did not answer Xiaoji's question, but walked to the center of the hall and clapped her hands. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Following Zhang Jing's call, all the employees who were still working in the hall stopped their work, raised their heads and looked towards Zhang Jing in front of them. After attracting everyone's attention, Zhang Jing continued, I believe everyone knows that the company has encountered considerable difficulties in recent times, and everyone is a little panicked about their future. But now, it's all over. This is the new chairman of our Swordfish Culture Media Yao Na, President Yao. President Yao has also invested 50 million in Swordfish Culture Media. It will be used for the development of the company. Everyone welcomes President Yao. After Zhang Jing's introduction, Yao Na could only try her best to force a smile. It's just that she failed. Among the many employees of Swordfish Culture Media, the CEO Yao in front of him exudes a sense of coldness and oppression. Actually, it's just tension and helplessness. When Zhang Jing finished speaking, the entire office hall fell into silence, followed by a deafening cheer. Hello, Mr. Yao. Boss Yao is so awesome. These people are all old employees who have followed Zhang Jing and his team, otherwise they would not have persisted until now. When they heard that Swordfish Culture Media had been revived, the worries on everyone's brows disappeared in an instant. Thank you everyone. Yao Na originally wanted to say this, but because she was too nervous, she just opened her mouth and then said him. Coupled with the stiff facial muscles, she looked even colder and more inhuman. The enthusiastic crowd below gradually calmed down and looked at Yao Na nervously. Help! This new CEO Yao seems to be a little difficult to deal with. Chapter 83 Yao Na's Management Art. What to do? At this moment, Yao Na's mind was blank. The surprised and nervous faces below made her not know what to say. Ahem. Yao Na coughed lightly, and the hoarse sound even scared her. What happened to my voice? However, upon hearing the oppressive cough, the Swordfish Culture Media employees in the audience instantly restrained their facial expressions and turned serious. I was afraid that I would leave a bad impression on the new chairman on the first day. After waiting for a long time, Yao Na didn't say anything, which made the atmosphere in the hall even more solemn. Yao Na remained stiff, her eyes inadvertently drifting to her brother. Brother, help me. There was a hint of anxiety in Yao Na's eyes. Lin Shien also felt Yao Na's gaze and raised his eyebrows at her. Sharp. In his eyes, Yao Na could easily stun everyone present with just a glance. Look at these people, none of them do anything privately, and each of them has a serious face and is staring at her, the new chairman, intently. Originally he was a little worried that Yao Na would not be able to control these people, and he even planned to speak on Yao Na's behalf later. I feel so relieved. Yao Na also accepted Lin Shien's encouragement at this time, and her whole body was numb. I want you to help me, not to praise me. Feeling the gazes from below, Yao Na glared at Lin Shien hatefully. But in Lin Xian's eyes, this was Yao Na telling him that it was up to her next step. Lin Shien gave Yao Na another encouraging look. At this time, Yao Na had given up asking her brother for help, but she suddenly remembered what her brother said to the employees at An Mango Forest Farm a few days ago. So she also imitated Lin Xian's behavior and said to the employees of Swordfish Culture Media present, I believe everyone already knows me. Now I want to ask everyone, is there anyone who doesn't want to do this job anymore and wants to leave Swordfish Culture Media? If you have, you can choose to leave now. I will arrange for the company's finance department to settle your wages. Quiet. The Swordfish Culture Media employees present at the scene all widened their eyes. What is going on with this new chairman? Swordfish Culture Media is already in such a state. If it doesn't want to keep people, why is it driving them away? Director Yao. Zhang Jing finally reacted. She wanted to slap herself twice. If she had known, she would not have let Mr. Yao speak. Mr. Jiang, I know what I'm talking about. Yao Na stopped Zhang Jing. At this moment, her mind became clearer. After hearing what Yao Na said, Zhang Jing felt a little anxious, but because she was concerned about the face of Yao Na, the new chairman, she could only hold back what she wanted to say. Then he looked at Lin Shien behind Yao Na, hoping that Lin Shien could persuade Mr. Yao. Lin Shien shook his head at Zhang Jing, then looked at Yao Na, who was exuding the aura of a strong woman, with a smile on his face. Under Yao Na's sharp gaze, several employees finally couldn't stand it anymore. Mr. Yao's eyes are so scary. For a moment, they even felt a sense of trance, as if they had returned to decades ago, when they were in the first grade of elementary school and faced the strong feeling of oppression from their head teacher on the podium. Yao, Director Yao, we have already signed a contract with another company and are planning to submit our resignation application in the next 2 days. A bald young man raised his hand and spoke timidly. Anything else? Yao Na nodded without comment and asked again. Then a few more people came out. The number of people who left has reached 11. Yao Na looked at Song Lin and said, Director Song, please settle the wages for these people. Okay, Mr. Yao. It's true that Song Lin is the business director of Swordfish Culture Media, and he also works part-time as the financial director of Swordfish Culture Media. Yao Na turned around and said to these people, although you signed contracts with other companies before you left, considering the difficulties that Swordfish Culture Media faced before, I will not hold you responsible this time. Go and settle your wages with Director Song. Thank you, Mr. Yao. The employees, who were originally a little nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Yao Na's words and hurriedly thanked Yao Na. Everyone, follow me. Song Lin looked at these people expressionlessly, then went to the finance department first. Then, these 11 people quickly followed as if relieved. After these 11 people left, the entire office hall became much more spacious. Yao Na glanced at the remaining people and found that there were less than 20 left. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your trust and for allowing me to stay with Swordfish Culture Media to witness our era. So I've decided to increase the monthly salary of those who stay by 20% and enjoy 14th salary. Similarly, I guarantee that the annual bonus will not be less than 3 months' salary. Boom! As Yao Na finished her words, the entire hall was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into warm applause and cheers. Thank you, Mr. Yao. Long live President Yao. Everyone stared at Yao Na in front of them with fanatical eyes. The fear and nervousness towards Yao Na in my heart disappeared instantly. Jiang Jing, who was worried about Yao Na, was stunned when she saw this scene. She had only seen the fanatical expressions on these people's faces when Swordfish Culture Media was first established. Looking at Yao Na, who was not far away and accepting the cheers of her subjects like a queen, Jiang Jing felt a touch of envy in her heart. Money ability is a really good thing. The cheers lasted for a long time, and at this time, more than a dozen figures walked out of the finance department one after another. They were the people who had previously submitted their resignations and went to settle their wages. What's going on? Why are they so happy? A dozen people looked at the jubilant scene in front of them with confusion on their faces. The employees who stayed behind also saw them, and each of them had an inexplicable smile on their face. Lao Zhao, what's wrong with you? The company is going to go bankrupt, but you're still so happy? Listen to me, pack up and leave quickly, otherwise when the company goes bankrupt, you won't even get paid. One of the people who resigned quietly persuaded his former partner. Get lost. The smile on his partner's face immediately disappeared, and he shouted angrily, Wang Boji, let me tell you, from now on, I will be Mr. Yao's man in life and Mr. Yao's ghost in death. I am ashamed to be associated with deserters like you. Damn. When the company was about to go bankrupt, you didn't even ask me to resign. Now that I just got a raise, you want me to resign with you. How much do you hate me for making money? What the hell? Chapter 84 Jobo's Revenge. Dig the hole. You kid are really an ungrateful person. I kindly reminded you to change jobs as soon as possible, but not only did you not appreciate it, you even dared to scold me. Okay. Mr. Zhao, you will regret it when the company goes bankrupt. Wang Boji glared at Lao Zhao angrily, but Lao Zhao sneered, Wang Boji. Before he could curse back, he heard Lao Zhao sneer, Wang Boji, who told you that the company is going to go bankrupt? I'm not afraid to tell you either. When you went to settle your wages, Director Yao said in person that the wages of all of us who stayed would be increased by 20%, and we would receive 14 salaries per year. The year-end bonus would be no less than 3 months' wages at least. Boom! When Wang Boji heard what Lao Zhao said, his head exploded. How is this possible? Wang Boji stared blankly at Yao Na in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Where did this sucker come from? He is so rich? In today's economic downturn, which company is not tightening its belt to survive? Salary increase? Are you kidding? Not giving you a pay cut is good enough. Wang Boji instinctively didn't believe what Lao Zhao said, but looking at the happy smiles on Lao Zhao and other people's faces, his reason told him that this was true. Other people also heard what Lao Zhao said, and there was an immediate commotion. Wang Boji reacted the fastest and immediately shouted to Yao Na, Boss Yao. I'm not leaving. I want to stay at Swordfish Media. When the others heard what Wang Boji said, they also said, Director Yao, we won't resign either. I'm sorry, you are all currently leaving. If you want to stay, please pay attention to our recruitment announcement. Yao Na said indifferently. No one can blame you for leaving the company when it was in the most difficult time, but when you see the benefits, you want to stay. How can such a good thing happen? Mr. Yao, we. Wang Boji and the others were anxious and wanted to say something, but were interrupted by Yao Na. Okay, everyone, our company still has things to discuss next, please leave. After hearing what Yao Na said, Lao Zhao and several other men stood up and surrounded Wang Boji and others. Mr. Wang, didn't you hear what our CEO Yao said? We still have a meeting that involves company secrets, why don't you get out of here right now? Old Zhao and his companions stared at Wang Boji with unfriendly faces. Okay. You're so cruel. Wang Boji and his men looked resentful and cursed. Even if you have financing, you still can't beat Power Media. Are you going to leave or not? Following Lao Zhao's words, several young people from Swordfish Culture Media stood up. Wang Boji and his colleagues could only leave the company in hatred. With the departure of these people, the whole company regained its joyful and relaxed atmosphere. Mr. Yao, Mr. Lin, thank you very much. I haven't seen them so happy in a long time. Outside the company, Jiang Jing listened to the cheers and excitement coming from inside, and thanked Lin Shien and Yao Na with gratitude on her face. Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. I will leave the company to you and Vice President Jai. Get the company back on track as soon as possible. At the same time, we can start the plan for Power Media. Lin Shien ordered. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Jing responded immediately. Okay, then we won't stay any longer. Mr. Lin, Mr. Yao, please take care. Jiang Jing watched Lin Shien and Yao Na leave, then said to Zhai Sheng and Song Lin, okay, now that our Swordfish Culture Media has been revived, it's time to start fighting back. I've always dreamed of this day. I'll definitely let that bastard Joe know why the flowers are so red. Zhai Sheng looked excited and wanted to take revenge on Power Media immediately. After they returned to the company, a figure walked out of the fire escape and took out a phone. Hello, Brother Jin, those people have left, yes, to the third underground floor. The third underground floor is a parking garage. Yao Na hugged Lin Xian's arm and said happily, Brother, how did I perform today? Very good. Lin Shien immediately gave a thumbs up and praised, I really didn't expect you to perform so well. First, use your identity as the new chairman to intimidate all the employees present. Then, pretend to be cold and ruthless, so that they subconsciously think that you are a difficult person to get along with. Then, bring up the company's difficulties to shake their beliefs and eliminate the unstable factors in the company. The remaining people are all die-hard supporters of the company. Then, use salary increases to bring these people together, rebuild their beliefs, and sweep away the depressed atmosphere in the company. Dong Runyan also agreed, Boss, you're right. I didn't expect Miss Yao to have such a deep understanding of management. Then he complimented Lin Shien, Boss, you can rest assured now. Lin Shien nodded happily and said, Yes, I was worried at first, but now it seems that I was overthinking. He. Listening to Lin Shien and Dong Runyan's praise, Yao Na forced an awkward smile. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? I just treat them as first graders in my class. Yao Na opened her mouth, but in the end no words came out. Just then, several figures walked out from the corner. Lin Shien looked at the people with unfriendly expressions and frowned slightly. He recognized that these people were the group who came with Zhou Bo just now. It's coming towards us, so be careful. Lin Shien reminded Yao Na and the others in a low voice. Ho Jin led his brothers out from the corner, glanced at Lin Shien and the others, and said to them, The people are not wrong. Everyone, hurry up and don't let anyone get killed. No problem. The brothers grinned, their eyes full of disdain, responded, and then rushed towards Lin Shien and the others. Boss. You go first, I'll stop them. Faced with several burly men rushing past, Dong Runyan was also very scared, but instinctively he still stood in front of Lin Shien. Lin Shien looked at Dong Runyan with some surprise, then looked relieved. He patted Dong Runyan on the shoulder and said, You keep an eye on my wife and the others. Let me take care of these bastards. Before Dong Runyan could reply, Lin Xien's figure instantly disappeared from his sight. The next second, Lin Shien appeared in front of the other party. Then he kicked out. Bang! With a dull thud, the flat-headed young man in the front was immediately sent flying sideways 4 or 5 meters, and finally fell heavily to the ground. He fainted without even a groan. Such an exaggerated scene made Ho Jin's brothers dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Can you kick a 180-pound man 4 or 5 meters away with one kick? Do you think this is like kicking sandbags when you were a kid? Chapter 85, I kidnapped a billionaire worth 2 billion? Fuck. This guy is alone. Don't be afraid. Let's fight together. Hojin shouted loudly, swung the baton in his hand violently, and rushed towards Lin Shien first. When the others saw that the boss had gone up, they also took out their batons and followed. Brother! Be careful! Boss! Be careful! Behind Lin Shien, there were screams from Yao Na and others. Lin Shien narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold look flashed out. These guys were really ruthless, they even carried batons with them. Boom! Lin Shien stomped his feet violently, a cloud of dust was stirred up, and then he seemed to turn into a tiger rushing down the mountain and rushed into the crowd in an instant. Bang! Lin Shien punched the man in front of him in the chest. There was a crisp sound of bone cracking and the man flew out instantly. Then he turned his body and smashed the other man's shoulder heavily with his right leg like a big axe. Bang! Under the tremendous force, the man fell directly to the ground, and then a trickle of blood flowed out from under his body. After twitching twice, the man became motionless. Fuck! How the hell is this possible? The incredible scene before him shocked Hojin's nerves and made him feel unreal. But before he could react, Lin Shien appeared in front of him. You! As soon as Hojin opened his mouth, Lin Xien's palm had already pinched his neck. Boom! Lin Shien exerted all his strength and unexpectedly threw Hojin, who weighed 200 kilograms, heavily to the ground. Puff! Hojin felt as if all the bones and internal organs in his body were about to explode. The severe pain was like a tide, stimulating his nerves. Then his eyes went dark and he fainted. Swish! Lin Shien stood up straight and looked at the only two people left. Their legs went limp and they knelt down directly. Brother, we are just following orders. Please be magnanimous and let us go. They had no choice but to be timid because the other party was too terrifying. Fighting 1 against 5 is as easy as beating up a kid. Brother! Are you okay? Yana rushed over from behind with a worried look on her face, grabbed Lin Xien's hand and asked nervously. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Lin Shien smiled at Yao Na, and then comforted her, don't worry, these little bastards are no match for me. After Yao Na looked at Lin Shien carefully, she found that nothing was wrong and felt relieved. Looking at the people kneeling beside him, a rare look of anger appeared on his face. Brother, who are these people and why did they attack you? If I'm not mistaken, they are Jobo's people. Lin Shien did not hide it. Jobo? The CEO of Power Media? Why is he looking for trouble with us? Yao Na couldn't understand. It should be about the acquisition of Swordfish Culture Media, right? Dong Running had a serious look on his face. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Just because of this? Yao Na looked shocked. Yes, it's that simple. Lin Shien said, Swordfish Culture Media has been suppressed by Power Media and is on the verge of bankruptcy. We only need to wait a few days and Power Media will be able to easily acquire Swordfish Culture Media. Now that Swordfish Culture Media has been acquired by us, Power Media's plan to merge with Swordfish Culture Media has failed. It is only natural for Joe to deal with us. However, I didn't expect that Joe would be so lawless. He took action right after we acquired Swordfish Culture Media. Speaking of this, Lin Shien was also very angry. If he wasn't here today, wouldn't Yao Na be in danger? Well, Joe Bo's mistress almost hit them in a BMW before, and they haven't settled the score with him yet, but now he is attacking them again. People with the surname Joe can't stay. He must be finished off as soon as possible. Boss, what should we do with them? Dong Running pointed at Hojin and others lying on the ground and asked. Ms. Ning, can I sue them? Lin Shien asked Ning Rui first. Sure. Ning Rui took out his phone and said, from the moment they showed up until just now, I have been recording videos, but if the boss wants to prosecute the mastermind, he will also need confessions from these people. That's fine. Lin Shien nodded and said to the two people kneeling on the ground, go, wake up your boss. The two men immediately did as they were told, but no matter how they called out, Hojin wouldn't wake up. Brother, our boss has fainted. One of the men said to Lin Shien with a bitter look on his face. I'll count to 10s. If he doesn't wake up, I'll make you two fall asleep too. Lin Shien said expressionlessly. Don't. Brother, let's wake up Brother Jin right now. Hearing Lin Xien's threat, their expressions immediately changed. They don't want to be beaten into the same miserable state as their companions. Brother Shien, I'm sorry. The two looked at each other, made up their minds, and stretched out their hands. Bang! A palm as big as a palm leaf fan slapped Ho Shien's face heavily, and blood gushed out instantly. But Ho Shien still didn't wake up. Come again. One of them gritted his teeth, swung his palm, and hit again. Bang! Ouch! As blood spurted out, Ho Shien's miserable scream suddenly rang out. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Ho Shien's face was covered in blood and swollen like a pig's head. He struggled to sit up. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ho Shien was scared. The young man in front of him was too scary. He now deeply regrets why he took this business. Forgive you? You're just dreaming, aren't you? Lin Shien glanced at him coldly, then turned to Ning Rui and said, Ms. Ning, what will be the consequences of assaulting someone in the street with a weapon? If a person uses a weapon to fight and causes minor injuries or more to others, it constitutes the crime of intentional injury and is generally punishable by imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention or control. If it causes serious injury to others, the offender shall be sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. If the act causes death or serious injury to another person and the means are particularly cruel, the offender shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years, life imprisonment, or death. If it does not constitute a crime, the offender will generally be detained for 10 days and fined 500 yuan. Ning Rui spoke very quickly. So the most they can do is to detain you for 10 days and impose a fine of 500 yuan? Lin Shien frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. So when something like this happens, the person being beaten must be severely injured before the law will convict these scum? Perhaps sensing Lin Xien's dissatisfaction, Ning Rui glanced at Ho Shien with a cold look that made Ho Shien's heart tremble. Ning Rui said in a mocking voice, although this is true, considering that you are worth more than 2 billion, this group of people may want to kidnap you. This kind of behavior will be sentenced to at least 5 to 10 years, and more than 10 years in serious cases. Of course, seeing that they are holding weapons, I have reason to believe that they may want to kill you. Kill? Ho Shien immediately widened his eyes and glared at Ning Rui. Draft horse. I don't. Chapter 86, Inciting Ho Shien to Revolt. Ho Shien didn't understand either. He just took a side job and came to teach the target person a lesson, but how did it turn into kidnapping and murder? Not to mention that the other party is a billionaire worth 2 billion. Ho Shien instinctively felt that Ning Rui was lying to her, but looking at Ning Rui and the others surrounding Lin Shien, his reason told him that what this woman said was true. I don't. You're talking nonsense. Ho Shien denied it without even thinking about it. He would have to be crazy to admit this crime. No? But all the evidence shows that you did it. Lin Shien looked down at Ho Shien, as if sentencing him to death. Gulp. Ho Shien swallowed hard. Having been in the underworld for so many years, he knew too well that in front of rich people, gangsters like them were as cheap as rags that could be used and thrown away at any time. It's okay to bully ordinary people, but if they really meet rich people, they will be put in jail in minutes. Fuck you, Joe Bo, you're killing me. Ho Shien kept cursing Joe Bo in his heart. The bastard told himself that this guy just had a little spare money and would be able to handle it if anything went wrong. Fuck you. You are nothing, can you deal with a tycoon worth 2 billion? Brother. No, master. Ho Shien quickly said, I'm just a small fry, and I'm just trying to make a living. The one who really wants to attack you is that bastard Joe Bo. If you don't believe me, ask them. It was really Joe Bo who asked us to do it. He gave me $50,000 and said he wanted a leg or an arm from you. After Ho Shien finished speaking, he immediately looked at the 2 younger brothers beside him. 50,000? When the 2 younger brothers heard Ho Shien's words, they were stunned. Fuck Ho Shien, didn't you tell us that this deal was worth 20,000 yuan? You actually took a kickback of 30,000 yuan. The younger brother who reacted immediately started cursing. Shut up. Lin Shien frowned slightly and shouted at Ho Shien and the other 2. You can let me go if you want, but... Ho Shien and the other 2 were delighted and quickly said, just tell me. As long as we can do it, we will definitely not refuse. Simple. Lin Shien said calmly, you must have done a lot of things like this for Joe Bo, right? Has nothing happened? Of course. At this point, Ho Shien no longer cared about the consequences of revealing the matter. We did a lot of things for Joe Bo, and people even died a few times, but they were all dealt with later. It is said that Zhou Bo has an even bigger backer. Ho Jin then explained word for word all the evil things they had done over the years under Zhou Bo's instructions. Brother, Zhou Bo deserves to die. After listening to what Ho Jin and others said, Yana said angrily. That's right. The man with the surname Zhou is not a human being, he deserves to die. When Ho Jin heard what Yana said, he immediately agreed. Humph. You guys are not good guys either, you deserve to die just as well. Yana looked at Ho Jin with disgust, wishing she could go up and punch them twice. Lin Shien patted Yana's hand and said, Don't worry, Zhou won't be around for long. Then he said to Ho Jin and the others, I can let you go, but I need you to help me collect evidence of Zhou Bo's evil deeds. You have followed Zhou Bo for so many years, I believe this is not difficult for you, right? Ho Jin and the others looked at each other, then Ho Jin gritted his teeth and said, Okay. I'll do it. But you have to keep your word and let us go. Lin Shien nodded and said, Don't worry, with my identity, I don't have to lie to you, and Ms. Han. Boss. Han Ling walked forward and waited for Lin Xien's instructions. Check. Lin Shien said to Han Ling. Han Ling quickly took out a checkbook from her bag and handed it to Lin Shien. Lin Shien wrote twice on the checkbook, then tore off the check and handed it to Ho Jin. You are fuck. 500,000. Ho Jin took the check and was shocked after seeing the number on it. This is just part of it. As long as the evidence you have can bring down Power Media and Zhou Bo, there will be more to come. It will definitely not be less than 500,000. Lin Shien tapped Ho Jin's chest and said meaningfully, I guess you haven't earned enough money after following Zhou Bo for so many years, right? Ho Jin was moved. The check in front of him is worth 500,000. Once he can get enough evidence to destroy Power Media and Zhou Bo, he will have at least another 500,000, which adds up to 1 million. That's 1 million. The lives of these brothers combined are not worth even half of a million. Don't worry. Ho Jin nodded heavily. Good, you made a wise decision. Lin Shien asked Han Ling for another piece of notepaper, wrote down his phone number, handed it to Ho Jin, and said, This is my phone number. If you have any news, remember to call me and I will send someone to contact you. After doing all this, Lin Shien left with Yao Na and others. Brother Jin, we. The two younger brothers looked at the check in Ho Jin's hand with enthusiasm. It was 500,000. It was the first time they had seen so much money. Bring Datu and the others with us, let's discuss this carefully. Ho Jin carefully put away the check for 500,000 and said to his two younger brothers. He is determined to get this 1 million. As for betraying Zhou Bo, he had no psychological burden at all. Brother, Zhou Bo is not a good person, but those people are not good people either. In the car, Yao Na was a little confused about Lin Xien's behavior. Of course I won't just let it go like this. Lin Shien said to Ning Rui, Did you record what happened just now? Ning Rui immediately replied, Don't worry, boss, I recorded everything. That's good. Once Ho Jin and his team get evidence of Zhou Bo and Power Media's illegal activities, you know what to do, right? Certainly. Ning Rui said, It will take them at least 10 or 8 years to get out. After returning home, Lin Shien thought about what happened today and called Yang Wu first, asking them to come over as soon as possible. Yao Na has now been pushed by him to the position of chairman of Swordfish Culture Media, which is also the most dangerous position. Seeing Zhou Bo's lawless behavior, there is a great possibility that he will strike again. If one day he was not by Yao Na's side, he would not even have time to cry if something happened. Yang Wu had also been prepared. If he had not been waiting for other old comrades, he and Zhao Yi would have come to Guangzhou long ago. When Lin Shien heard Yang Wu say that his comrades had also arrived, he became happy. Now he doesn't have to worry about the manpower problem. Just as Lin Shien was waiting for Yang Wu and others to arrive, Swordfish Culture Media's actions against Power Media and Zhou Bo had already begun. Chapter 87 Yang Wu and his comrades arrived. The 10th day of the first lunar month, Tuesday. As the new chairman of Swordfish Culture Media, Yao Na got up early and went to work. This made Lin Shien a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Yao Na to have such a strong passion for work. Wife, you have to remember that you are still a pregnant woman. Lin Shien pulled Yao Na and reminded her. I know. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Swordfish Culture Media is the company you invested more than 30 million inches. I can't just watch it disappear like this. Yao Na argued with reason. That's fine, but you have to promise me that you can only stay in the company for a maximum of 2 hours a day. 2 hours, isn't that too little? Yana was a little reluctant, but looking at Lin Shien's serious eyes, she could only agree. Okay. I promise you. Yana kissed Lin Shien, then drove to work excitedly. After Yana left, Lin Shien also got up. What would you like to eat, sir? Aunt Wu stepped forward and asked. Have anything you want? I don't eat much in the morning. Lin Shien said something to Aunt Wu and went to wash up first. When he came out, Aunt Wu had already prepared breakfast. 2 golden fried dough sticks, a butter cake, and a bowl of sweet and delicious 8 treasure porridge. It can be seen that Aunt Wu has already figured out his taste. While they were eating, Lin Qian's phone rang. Xiao Qin, we're here. Yang Wu's excited voice came from the phone. Wait for me at the high-speed rail station first, I'll pick you up right away. No, we have more people. Just send me your location and I'll bring people to find you directly. Yang Wu glanced at his comrades behind him and quickly rejected Lin Qian's kindness. Then he asked with some concern, Xiao Qian, there are more than a dozen of us here, can you accept them all? Lin Qian felt sad when he heard Yang Wu's words. These people all join the army when they are 17 or 18 years old. After 5 years of military service, they have nothing but learned how to kill people. When they retire and come into society, they have no competitiveness at all. They either work as security guards, couriers, or delivery men. But they are all young men in their 20s, full of vigor and vitality. How could they accept that their lives would be wasted like this? Therefore, when they heard Yang Wu say that his rich cousin was recruiting people, they all packed their luggage and went to Qinzhou without any hesitation. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, with the company paying 5 insurances and 1 fund, and providing food and accommodation, 14 salaries a year, plus a bonus of at least 3 months' salary. Such generous conditions, no one with a sane mind can resist the test. Yang Wu waited for a long time but didn't hear Lin Qian's reply, so he quickly said, Xiao Qian, if it's difficult, forget it. I'll take them around Guangzhou and let them go back. Don't. Lin Shien quickly said, I was just distracted just now. I didn't expect you, Brother Wu, to give me such a big surprise. Not to mention a dozen people, even 100 people, I can support them. That's good. Yang Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien shook his fist fiercely. As his wealth grows, he has to start considering the safety of his family. After his rebirth, his strength is increasing every day. According to his estimation, with his current physical fitness, even Tyson and Ali at their peak are not his match. God knows what he will become in a year or 10 years. But his strength is strong enough, but he is not alone after all. Yana, her parents, her elder sister, and Yana's parents, they don't have the same strength as me. And Yang Wu's comrades just happened to solve his problem. Then Lin Shien called Cheng Xiang again and asked him to help prepare a large box that could accommodate 20 people. He wanted to entertain Yang Wu and his comrades. Guangzhou High-Speed Railway Station. A team of more than a dozen people attracted a lot of attention. The main reason is that this group of people have a very strong military aura. Each of them carried a military green backpack, and they walked, sat, and lay down in a military style. Yang Wu hung up the phone, and his comrades behind him all looked anxious. Zhao Yi was the first to ask, Brother Wu, what did Brother Qian say? Just now when Yang Wu was talking to Lin Shien, he also saw Yang Wu's face change, and thought that Lin Shien would not be able to take so many people with him. No problem. Yang Wu grinned and said to everyone, my cousin said that as long as everyone can come, he will take them all. Call. Hearing Yang Wu say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Jiang smiled and said, I said Brother Qian is generous. I heard that this boss is also very powerful? A handsome and short young man recalled what Xiao Jiang had said before about Lin Qian's feat of beating dozens of people alone, and his face was full of disbelief. Nobita, don't disbelieve me, Brother Qian is really one on dozens. For someone like you, he can knock you down with just one finger. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Wu and the others. When Xiao Jiang heard his comrade's disbelief, he immediately refuted it. Really? I'll testify. King Kong Lu Yonggang immediately raised his hand and said, Indeed, Brother Qian is simply not human. I doubt he can fight a bear or a Siberian tiger hand to hand. Zhao Yi also said seriously. If only Xiao Jiang said it, they would definitely not believe it, but since both King Kong and Huanan said it, they also felt a little shaken. Are there really such powerful humans in the world? Okay, you'll know when you meet my cousin. By the way, he asked us to go to this place first, saying that he wants to welcome us. Yang Wu took out his cell phone and saw the message from Lin Shien. Hilton International Hotel? Zhao Yi and Xiao Zhang came over to take a look at the location sent by Lin Shien on their phones. It's nearby. Zhao Yi took out his mobile phone and searched, and found that this Hilton International was right next to Greentown International, opposite the high-speed rail station. What are you waiting for? Let's go there first. Yang Wu asked everyone to follow him, and the group walked out of the high-speed railway station. Wow, it turns out this Hilton International is a 5-star hotel. It was not until Yang Wu and his companions arrived at the 45th floor of the Hilton International Hotel that they realized that this was actually a 5-star luxury hotel. For a moment, more than a dozen former armed police soldiers who didn't even blink when seeing the corpses were actually scared when faced with this 5-star luxury hotel. Brother Wu, are we going in now? Or should we wait for Brother Qian outside first? Zhao Yi swallowed and asked. Yang Wu and a group of people gathered at the hotel entrance, attracting the attention of hotel staff. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? Faced with the questions from the front desk lady, Yang Wu and his group of men all blushed and didn't know what to say. Minmin, leave this to me. At this moment, Cheng Xiang, who had just come out of the elevator, also noticed the unusual movement here. Seeing Yang Wu and the others with a military air, he immediately remembered the call from Mr. Lin half an hour ago. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Yang Wu? Chapter 88, Arranging Security and Starting the Counterattack. I am. When Yang Wu saw Cheng Xiang, who was dressed in formal attire and had an extraordinary temperament, he quickly stepped forward and spoke. Hello, my name is Cheng Xiang, and I'm the private butler of Hilton International. Mr. Lin has specifically instructed you to go in first when you arrive, Mr. Yang. Mr. Lin will be here soon. Seeing that his cousin had already arranged the people, Yang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not choose to go in with Cheng Xiang, but said, there is no need to go in, we can just wait here. After saying that, he looked at the others. Of course Zhao Yi and the others had no objection, and they all said, we won't go in either, we'll just wait here. Then everyone please wait in the rest area, otherwise Mr. Lin will blame me. Cheng Xiang motioned Yang Wu to follow him in. Yang Wu hesitated for a moment, then agreed, and followed Cheng Xiang to the lounge area in the hotel lobby. The group of people were a little nervous, sitting upright one by one, which also aroused the curiosity of the hotel guests passing by. 10 minutes later, a tall figure walked into the hotel. Mr. Lin, welcome. When the lady at the front desk saw the person coming, her eyes lit up and she immediately stood up and bowed to Lin Shien. Hello. Lin Shien smiled and greeted the lady at the front desk, then immediately saw Yang Wu and others sitting in the rest area not far away. Brother Wu. Lin Shien walked over quickly and shouted. Hearing Lin Xien's voice, Yang Wu quickly stood up. Little boss. Yang Wu changed his words and shouted. Hearing Yang Wu addressing him, Lin Shien was stunned for a moment, then nodded as usual. He knew that Yang Wu was building up his prestige. If he still called Xiao Qian at this time, after a long time, it would easily give others the signal that Lin Shien had no prestige. In order to avoid unexpected troubles in the future, it is better to eliminate this possibility from the beginning. After Yang Wu called him boss, the others also reacted and shouted, boss. Hello everyone. Lin Shien greeted everyone and then looked at Cheng Xiang. Without waiting for Lin Shien to ask, Cheng Xiang said, Sir, everything has been arranged. Well, let's not stay here, let's go inside and talk it out. Led by Cheng Xiang, everyone went to a private room. The whole room is very large. Not only can it accommodate 20 people for dinner, it also has a separate bathroom and even a lounge. Everyone, don't be restrained, just be natural. Lin Shien took the main seat as expected, looked at the somewhat restrained figures, and spoke quickly. In fact, it wasn't just the newcomers who felt restrained. Even Yang Wu, Zhao Yi, and the others who knew Lin Shien were a little nervous. Lin Shien didn't care. He looked at the blanc pane 50 fathoms in his hand and saw that the time was up. Butler Chang, let's get started. Cheng Xiang nodded and walked out. Then the waiters came in one after another and brought delicious dishes to the table. Finally, they brought a box of 2016 Feitian Mutai. During the meal, Lin Shien also got to know all the people who came with Yang Wu this time. In addition to Zhao Yi, Xiao Jiang, Lu Yonggang, and other 3, there are 9 other people. What surprised him even more was that there were 2 girls. Lin Shien also made arrangements for these people. 2 girls, Zhang Yi and Zhao Yuran, were sent by Lin Shien to protect Yao Na and serve as her personal bodyguards. Wu Taijun, Lu Jianxin, and Yi Jianxiang were sent to protect his parents. Chen Huasheng and Chen Youzhang were sent to protect Yao Na's parents. In addition to Zhao Yi, Xiao Zhang and others, there were two newcomers, the twin brothers Lu Chuanxiong and Lu Chuanfeng, all of whom stayed. Of course, Lin Shien gave a salary increase to Wu Taijun and others who were sent to protect his parents and Yao Na's parents. Each person gets 12,000 per month. 2,000 more than the others. After dinner, Lin Shien pulled Yang Wu over. Xiao Qian, is there something wrong? Lin Shien nodded and said, I transferred 200,000 yuan to you. You can rent 2 houses as their residence. As for Wu Taijun and Chen Huasheng, I'll call my parents and my father-in-law later. They will live at home from now on. Okay, no problem. Yang Wu agreed without thinking. Also, please contact the secretary in my private office to buy a few official cars so that it will be more convenient for you to go out in the future. The budget for each car is about 500,000 yuan. You can discuss the specific model among yourselves. Lin Shien ordered. 500,000? Isn't that too expensive? Yang Wu was once again shocked by his cousin's financial resources. We don't need such an expensive car. Listen to me, let me be frank, you all work hard, so you deserve to drive a nice car. Lin Shien interrupted Yang Wu directly and made the final decision. Yang Wu had no choice but to agree. Also, I've been talking to Power Media recently. Lin Shien told Yang Wu about his grievances with Power Media, and also told him about Hozhen's rebellion. Finally, he said, remember this number. When you contact Hozhen, remember to be careful. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Yang Wu said with a serious look on his face. Lin Shien gave Yang Wu and the others 2 days off, asking them to prepare well during these 2 days, and then he returned home. Brother Wu and the others are here? Yao Na asked. Yes, now I feel relieved. Then Lin Shien told Yao Na about his arrangements. Yao Na was very touched when she heard that Lin Shien had even arranged for someone to protect her parents. Thank you, brother. Thank me why? You are my wife, your parents are my parents, and I must take their safety into consideration. Lin Shien smiled and tapped Yao Na's forehead, his face full of doting. By the way, I'll introduce you to Zheng Yi and Zhao Yuran tomorrow. They'll stay with you from now on. You'll feel more at ease even if I'm not around. Of course Yao Na had no objection to Lin Xien's words, she was not alone now. In the following time, Lin Shien held Yao Na and chatted with her while watching Douyin. Hey, has the action already started? Lin Shien suddenly saw a piece of news about Power Media. The anchor of Power Media, Tuan Mei, sold fake goods and insulted customers. Dynamic Media is suspected of tax evasion. Power Media XXXXXXXXXX. A series of negative news. Lin Shien also noticed that the popularity of these news was very low, and none of them came from the accounts of Swordfish Culture Media, not even from Big Versus, but small accounts with only a few thousand fans. Lin Shien swiped the video away with a swipe of his finger and couldn't help laughing. Since Jiang Jing has already started taking action, he can't drag it on any longer. Picking up his phone, Lin Shien sent a WeChat message to Yang Wu. Urge Hozhen as soon as possible. Within 3 days, he must obtain evidence of Zhou Bo and Power Media's illegal activities. Chapter 89 Recording. 2 days later. Power Media, Chairman's office. Knock knock. The door of the office rang, and the voice of General Manager Li Yaoxian came from outside. Brother Bo, something happened. Zhou Bo heard Li Yaoxian's anxious voice and signaled his secretary to open the door. When Li Yaoxian saw the secretary, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but he then hid it. He quickly walked up to Zhou Bo and said, Brother Bo, something happened. What is it? Look. Li Yaoxian didn't say anything. He just took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, found a video and clicked it. It was the news about Power Media's tax evasion and the company's big anchor Tuan Mei selling fake goods. TSK. That's it? Zhou Bo looked disdainful and said, We have seen this kind of black material many times, but in the end, nothing happened. Then Zhou Bo asked again, Were these negative stories reported by those Big Versus? Contact them and have them delete the stuff. Brother Bo, there is no big V this time, it's all small bloggers who broke the news. Li Yaoxiang said. Zhou Bo was a little surprised and said, Hey, what's wrong with these bloggers? Are they crazy about becoming famous? Go, contact them. If they don't delete the video, then sue them. Then let our anchors go after them. I want these people to know that if they dare to step on our power media, they won't be able to afford the price. No problem. I'll do it right away. Li Yaoxiang said quickly. Wait a minute. Zhou Bo called Li Yaoxiang again and asked, by the way, have Hojin and the others returned? I came back a long time ago. Didn't you just tell me not to disturb him? I just asked him to stay downstairs. Li Yaoxiang said quickly. Let him come over. Zhou Bo warned, next time Hojin comes back, you must bring him to see me as quickly as possible. No problem. I'll go call him right away. After Li Yaoxiang finished speaking, he walked out of the office. Then, after a while, the office door was opened again, and the person who came in was Hojin. Bo go. Hojin felt a little nervous when he saw Zhou Bo. He pulled his trousers down with his hands and tried his best to look calm as he walked over. Ajin, you're here. How's the job I asked you to do? Zhou Bo didn't notice anything unusual about Hojin and never thought that the other party had sold him out. Brother Bo, don't you know what I'm doing? I broke one arm and one leg of that kid. Didn't you see that kid kneeling on the ground crying bitterly? As Hojin was speaking, he slapped himself on the forehead and said in annoyance, Brother Bo, look at my memory, I forgot to take a video for you. Ha ha. You did a great job, kid. Zhou Bo was happy when he heard Hojin's words. There will be no more doubts. He smiled and said, I'm at ease with you doing the job. After laughing, Zhou Bo did not forget to ask Hojin about the real matter. By the way, who was that kid? Have you asked him? Hey, I'm just an idiot who took the money from my family and planned to start a business. Hojin said with pretended disdain. Then I feel relieved. Zhou Bo had a smile on his face. He asked Hojin to teach Lin Shien a lesson just to test his background. When he heard Hojin say that Lin Shien was just a fool who wanted to start a business with his family's money, he immediately relaxed. But Bo, I was a little heavy-handed, will anything happen? Hojin thought about it and asked with some concern. Zhou Bo said nonchalantly, don't be afraid. Even if I hit you hard, it doesn't matter. I can handle it. Besides, you have done this a lot, haven't you? I've never seen you afraid before, why are you afraid now? Hojin's face darkened when he heard Zhou Bo's words, and he quickly said, Brother Bo, you are the one who ordered me to do all those things. If I get caught one day, you have to protect me and can't just ignore me. Rest assured. Zhou Bo looked at Hojin with disdain and said, you are my loyal lackey. I still need you for many things. How could I give up on you? I knew Bo was nice enough. Hojin gave a thumbs up, and then asked, Brother Bo, have you dealt with Lu Xiaofei, who you killed last time? I received news that someone is investigating the case. Of course it's been taken care of. Don't worry. Even if we investigate, we won't find out anything. That kid offended a big shot. He deserves to die. Zhou Bo didn't suspect anything and took out a cigarette. Hojin, who was standing by, stepped forward and lit a cigarette for Zhou Bo. He then asked, the female college student Guo Yuhong who was raped last time committed suicide by jumping off a building. What happened next? Zhou Bo took a deep puff of the cigarette and blew out a series of smoke rings. When he heard Hojin's words, he thought of the delicious female college student from last time and said with a smile, why, do you regret not sleeping with that female college student? But that girl tasted really good. Next time there's a chance, I'll let you try it too. Damn it. I won try it. Hojin asked again, what about Zhang Zhenlin, whose legs were broken earlier? When his grandmother came to see you, wasn't she pushed down the stairs and died by you? How did you deal with it? This is easy. Zhou Bo wanted to flick the ash off his cigarette, but saw Hojin immediately holding it with both hands and placing it down below. Brother Bo, come here. Zhou Bo looked at Hojin with a flattering face, feeling very happy. He flicked the ash of his cigarette into Hojin's hand and continued, everyone has a weak spot. I just need to seize the weak spot of the Zhang family. It's just a dead wife. Just give them tens of thousands of dollars. That's enough. You are so ungrateful. I'm going to sell Zhang's son and daughter to northern Myanmar. Hojin immediately complimented him, Brother Bo is amazing. It's so easy to deal with so many people, and that. Okay, why are there so many questions? Just do what you are supposed to do. I won't treat you unfairly. Zhou Bo waved his hand impatiently, then transferred 20,000 yuan to Hojin and said, by the way, I have another favor for you. Teach this XX a lesson. He's been acting a bit too aggressive recently. Hojin looked at the 20,000 yuan transfer on his mobile phone and quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, Brother Bo, just wait and see. I will definitely do it properly. Okay, you can go out now. Remember to call my secretary back. Joe Bo waved his hand and drove Hojin away impatiently. Hojin immediately nodded and bowed and left the office, hurried all the way, and walked quickly into the underground parking garage. In the underground parking garage, a brand new Wrangler was already waiting. Brother, I have already got the things. Hojin opened the car door, got in, then took out his phone and whispered to the young man inside. Well done. The more black material you have, the better. Don't worry, if you work hard, the boss won't treat you unfairly. The young man wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat turned his head, and it was Yang Wu. Chapter 90, a big deal in the scary Down syndrome screening test. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Hojin quickly expressed his loyalty. Okay, go back by yourself and be careful not to be seen by anyone. I'll leave first. Okay, slow down. Yang Wu started the car and quickly left the underground parking lot. When he came to a fork in the road, he stopped the car and took out his phone. Xiao Qian, I got the stuff. Great, Brother Wu, take the stuff to find President Jiang of Swordfish Culture Media later. She knows what to do. Lin Shien's somewhat excited voice sounded on the phone. Okay, no problem. Yang Wu hung up the phone, clicked on the navigation, and drove directly to the Bohai building where Swordfish Culture Media was located. Bohai building. Sister Jing, what do you want to talk to us about? Zhai Sheng pushed open the door of the general manager's office and asked Zhang Jing who was inside. Following behind him were Song Lin and another man and woman. Both of them are newly promoted members of the management. Listen to this. Zhang Jing didn't say anything, but turned on the recorder directly. This is Zhou's voice. Zhai Sheng instantly recognized the owner of the voice. As the recording played, expressions of extreme anger involuntarily appeared on the faces of Zhai Sheng and others. When the recording was over, Zhai Sheng slammed the table and cursed, "Fuck Zhoubo, I knew he was a piece of shit, but I didn't expect he was such a piece of shit. How dare he kill someone?" Although the others didn't say anything, the anger on their faces was no less than Zhai Sheng's. Sister Jing, call the police. Song Lin looked at Zhang Jing with a gloomy expression and said. Yes, call the police. This kind of scum must be brought to justice. The other two managers also spoke angrily. Of course you can call the police, but that's not enough. Zhang Jing's eyes flashed with danger. Before Zhai Sheng and the others could speak, she continued, if we call the police now, he will have 100 ways to get rid of the charges. Don't forget that there is someone behind him. Ren Xiaotian. Zhai Sheng and Song Lin said with gritted teeth. In order to ensure that Zhou Bo and his power media will never be able to recover, we have to make this a big deal. Zhang Jing was very calm at this time. She ordered Zhai Sheng and the others, spread all the negative information we have about Zhou Bo and power media. Remember, we must not show up. Also, don't be stingy with the money. I'm going to spend 5 million this time to hype this matter. I don't believe that the higher-ups are indifferent to Zhou Bo and power media. When Zhai Sheng heard that Zhang Jing was going to spend 5 million to build Zhou Bo and power media this time, he was shocked. What is the concept of 5 million? That's equivalent to destroying Swordfish Culture Media. Sister Jing, is 5 million too much? Zhai Sheng felt a little distressed. This was 5 million, not 5,000 yuan. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. As long as we can bring down Zhou Bo and power media, we, Swordfish Culture Media, will have the final say in the media field in Guangzhou. By then, let alone 5 million, even 50 million or 500 million won't be a problem. Zhang Jing couldn't suppress her excitement. The feeling of letting go and doing something great was really great. Okay, since Sister Jing has said so, let's give it a try. Zhai Sheng nodded vigorously. Song Lin also reminded at the right time, Sister Jing, should we talk to Director Yao and Mr. Lin? Certainly. Zhang Jing glanced at Song Lin approvingly and said, this matter cannot be done without the support of Director Yao and Mr. Lin. I will call them personally later. Okay then, let's go out and make some arrangements. I can't wait to see Zhou Bo and power media finished. Zhai Sheng rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately took his people out of Zhang Jing's office. After everyone left, Zhang Jing took out her cell phone and called Lin Shien directly. Villa number 7 in Rancho Santa Fe. It seems that I was right to let President Jiang stay. With your leadership, swordfish culture media will surely prosper. I'll tell you not, Mr. Jiang, just go ahead and do it. Lin Shien hung up the phone with a happy smile on his face. After more than half a month, he is finally going to take revenge. When he thought of Jobo's arrogant look in front of him half a month ago, he felt nauseous. Brother, are you okay? Yana's voice came from outside, and Lin Shien quickly replied, I'm coming. Lin Shien walked out of the bedroom and came to the cloakroom next door, looking at Yana who was trying on clothes inside. Today, Yana wore a Chanel beige cashmere short jacket, a black pleated long skirt, a pair of black lambskin flat shoes, and a red octagonal hat on her head, making her look particularly pure and lovely. Seeing Lin Shien coming over, Yana said, Brother, wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. As she spoke, she took out a Givenchy lambskin lipstick, quickly dotted it on her lips twice, and then pursed her lips. Immediately, her complexion became a little better. Brother, how is it? Does it look good? Yana stood up, turned around in front of Lin Shien, and asked happily. It's so beautiful. Lin Shien had a look of fascination on his face, and he looked like he was drooling. Hey, that's annoying. Yana looked at Lin Shien's stupid face and a slight blush appeared on her face. She was a little shy, but she was very happy in her heart. Okay, let's go quickly. I heard that this Down syndrome screening will require a lot of blood draw. Yana hugged Lin Xian's arm with a look of fear on her face. She has watched a lot of videos in the past 2 days and learned a lot about Down syndrome screening. The general Down syndrome screening is free and does not require much blood drawing, but she plans to choose the non-invasive option at her own expense, which requires 7 or 8 tubes of blood drawing, which scares her. What scared her even more was that she was afraid that some of the baby's indicators might not meet the standards. Baby, you must be well. All indicators must be met perfectly. If you can meet all the standards, Mom will buy you whatever you want to eat in the future. Yana kept muttering to herself along the way. Lin Shien held her hand and could feel that the girl was trembling all over. In fact, he was also very nervous, but he was a man, and no matter how nervous he was, he could not show it, otherwise Yana would become even more nervous. The person driving was Yang Wu, and besides the 2 girls Zhang Yi and Zhao Yuran, there were also Xiao Jiang and Lu Yonggang. In order to avoid any accidents, Lin Shien wanted to bring the remaining few people who stayed in Zhengzhou with him. However, thinking that today was a critical moment to take action against Power Media, Lin Shien was also afraid that something unexpected would happen at the company, so he asked Zhao Yi to take the 2 brothers Lu Chuanxiong and Lu Chuanfeng to the company. Creak. The Cayenne stopped steadily in front of Guangzhou Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and Lin Shien pulled Yana out of the car. Brother, I'm so nervous. Yana held Lin Xian's hand tightly and said nervously. Lin Shien was also very nervous, but he couldn't show it. He took a deep breath quietly and comforted him. Don't worry, Xiaobao always cooperates so well, and it will be the same this time. Chapter 91. Zhou Bo is arrested. Just when Lin Shien took Yao Na to the hospital for examination, the entire internet was in turmoil. Negative materials about Power Media and its chairman Zhou Bo are flying all over the place. There were reports of Power Media evading taxes, Chairman Zhou Bo relying on his wealth to beat up others, and his anchors selling fake goods and engaging in human trafficking. Countless scandals were revealed in just half a day. Then, the entire internet was boiling. Why hasn't this kind of company been shut down? Seal it off, brother, are you too naive? That's right. Seeing how lawless he is, I know he has nothing to fear. Didn't you notice? This kind of bastard was actually named a progressive youth in Guangzhou. It's really hilarious. Are the Guangzhou government blind or bribed to give the title of progressive youth to such a social scum? The person above, you are really stubborn. Listen to my advice and delete your comment immediately, otherwise you will be investigated. The man above, it's because of people like you who are afraid of death that there are so many illegal activities in society. If every one of us hates evil, those people wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. That's right. I hope you've been retaliated against by the other party, and the government can save you. Public outrage was boiling online, and people at Power Media also noticed something was amiss. Bossly, there is suddenly some negative information about our Power Media and Jay Cho on the internet. An employee suddenly reported. Then why are you still standing there? Contact the blogger to delete the post. If he doesn't delete it, I'll lead others to attack him. Li Yaoxian was not at all panicked and gave orders calmly. But it's nothing, it's not like we haven't encountered this kind of thing before. Li Yaoxian drank his tea with a look of disdain. Boss Li, this is bad. The negative information about our power media and Jade show has already risen to the top 10 trending searches on Weibo. Another employee said anxiously. Before Li Yaoxian could react, he heard another employee shouting, Boss Li, this is bad. The topic of negative information has become the 5th most searched topic on Douyin. Bang! The teacup in Li Yaoxian's hand accidentally fell to the ground, and he was no longer as calm and composed as before. Ku! Check for me, who is the one who was messing with us? Li Yaoxian roared, and then rushed towards Zhou Bo's office. Brother Bo, something big has happened. Li Yaoxian rushed into the office without even knocking on the door. Why are you panicking? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Zhou Bo, who was still unaware of the uproar on the internet at this point, yelled at Li Yaoxian. Brother Bo, the sky is really falling. Li Yaoxian took out his mobile phone and clicked on the Douyin hot search list. Hot searches about Power Media's tax evasion, Zhou Bo's mistress, and beating people to death have squeezed into the top 5. Zhou Bo's eyes suddenly fixed, he snatched the phone and flipped through it quickly with his fingers. Scrolling through the videos one by one, out of almost 10 videos, 7 or 8 were about the negative news about Power Media. There are even several videos that interview the victims. Fuck you. Bang. Zhou Bo cursed angrily and threw his phone on the table. Under the huge force, the entire phone broke into pieces. Li Yaoxian trembled all over and almost cried. Damn, I just bought an Apple 14 Pro a few days ago. Have you figured out who did this? I'm going to sink them into the 7-star river to feed the fish. Zhou Bo roared angrily. He was angry and scared. What made him angry was that someone would dare to attack him when he wasn't paying attention, but he was also scared because this incident had become too big a matter and it couldn't be covered up anymore. Check it out for me. Who is the one who was bullying me? I'm going to skin him alive. Zhou Bo was so angry that he was shaking all over. You don't stand a chance. At this moment, the office door was violently pushed open and 4 policemen walked in. The leading police officer looked at Zhou Bo indifferently and said, Zhou Bo, right? We have a few cases here that require your cooperation. Here are the documents. Come with us. I'm going to fuck. Zhou Bo was feeling upset when someone suddenly broke in. He was about to curse, but when he saw that it was a policeman, the curse words in his throat were immediately blocked. Take away. The leading policeman waved his hand, and his colleagues behind him immediately stepped forward, pressed Zhou Bo to the ground, and then quickly handcuffed him. Officer, I didn't do anything. You can't arrest me. Zhou Bo panicked and hurried to explain. The leading policeman didn't take it seriously at all. He had been briefed by his superiors when he arrived. This matter was too big, and if it wasn't handled properly, the whole Guangzhou would suffer. Zhou Bo, the culprit, must be brought back. If he is lost, he will be doomed. Be honest, we won't wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. You don't have to be so nervous. The leading policeman said to Zhou Bo. Bullshit. Zhou Bo cursed in his heart. Others might not know what he did, but didn't he know it himself? But the other party didn't even give him a chance to refute and had already caught him. It wasn't until Zhou Bo was taken away by the police that Li Yaoxian finally reacted. Oh no. If Bo Ge is gone, I'll be finished too. Li Yaoxian quickly found the number at the bottom of his phone's address book that did not have a name on it and called it. Finally, after the phone rang for more than 10 seconds, it was finally connected. Mr. Ren, something happened to Brother Bo. As Zhou Bo was taken away by the police, Power Media suddenly fell into chaos. Videos of Zhou Bo being arrested by the police quickly appeared online, further confirming the authenticity of the negative information about Power Media and him. If you are clean, why do the police come to arrest you? There must be something wrong. Guangzhou Haihe District Police Station. Deputy Director Wang Zhanyan quickly came to the director's office and said to Director Ouyangwei, Director, I heard that Zhou Dong from Power Media was arrested? He is an outstanding young entrepreneur in Guangzhou. Isn't it a bad thing for him to be arrested like this? When Director Ouyangwei heard what Wang Zhanyan said, he smiled and said, Deputy Director Wang, do you want to hear what you are saying? What do you mean he was arrested just like that? Every time our Haihe branch arrests someone, it is legal and compliant. Wang Zhanyan was shocked when he heard Ouyangwei's ruthless words. The director had never been so resolute in his attitude when it came to matters involving Zhou Bo in the past, but today he showed no mercy at all. Could something have happened? Then director Oh Yang-wei took out his mobile phone and clicked on a recording. It was Zhou Bo who said it himself, about the death of Lu Xiaofei, the case of female college student Gui Yuhong, and the death of Zhang Jinlin's grandmother who fell down the stairs. After listening to the recording, Wang Zhanyan's back was soaked with clothes. Chapter 92, Revenge at Last. Damn it, Zhou Bo. You've made me suffer. Faced with the director's increasingly hostile gaze, Wang Zhanyan even wanted to kill Zhou Bo. What a bastard. Chief, I never thought that Zhou Bo, as an outstanding young entrepreneur in Guangzhou, would be such a lawless bastard who takes human life lightly. I demand that Zhou Bo and Power Media be thoroughly investigated. As police officers, we must not let any bad guy go. Wang Zhanyan immediately put on an expression of a moral role model and angrily rebuked Zhou Bo in righteous and stern words. As for Ren Xiaotian's order, he had already thrown it into the South Pacific. You're right. We will never let any bad guy go. We must resolutely crack down on social scum like Zhou Bo. Oh Yang-wei looked at Wang Zhanyan and reminded him, no matter who was behind him, we will not tolerate it. Deputy Director Wang, am I right? Certainly. Wang Zhanyan said without hesitation, as a police officer, I swear to never coexist with lawless people like Zhou Bo. After that, Wang Zhanyan asked cautiously, Director, what should we do now? The first priority is of course to express the importance and determination of our Guangzhou police. Oh Yang-wei took out his mobile phone, searched on Douyin, found the official account of Guangzhou Police Station, and handed it to Wang Zhanyan. Wang Zhanyan took the phone and looked at it, and was surprised. A statement has been issued on the Guangzhou Police Department's official account in response to online public opinion. Our Guangzhou Police Department Haihe District Branch attached great importance to it and immediately arrested Zhou Bo, chairman of Power Media. At the same time, an investigation team headed by Branch Chief Oh Yang-wei was established to conduct a personal investigation and will definitely give the general public a satisfactory explanation. Posted 5 minutes ago. It's so efficient, it's incredible. And under this statement, there are more than 12,000 comments and the number of likes has reached more than 800,000. Well done to the Guangzhou Police Department for sweeping away such black sheep with the force of thunder. Thumbs up. The Guangzhou police are awesome. After all these years, I finally saw a police force that acted quickly. I have to say that the Guangzhou police are great. Dare to say no to evil forces, Guangzhou police, good servants of the people. The entire comments section was filled with positive reviews. At this moment, Wang Zhanyan even had the illusion that their Guangzhou Haihe District Police Station was the light that illuminated the world. Chief, it's great. Wang Zhanyan had to admire Oh Yang-wei's reaction. What was originally a bad thing was turned around. The entire Guangzhou police station even became the embodiment of justice. Everyone is watching, so there are some things you should know what to do, Deputy Director Wang. Oh Yang-wei hit Wang Zhanyan calmly. Wang Zhanyan also immediately expressed his opinion. Don't worry, Director, I know the severity of the situation. Oh Yang-wei nodded with satisfaction and said, that's good. Just like what was announced in the statement, we will immediately set up an investigation team targeting Power Media and Zhou Bo. I will be the team leader and you will be the deputy team leader. We must investigate Zhou Bo's guilt in the shortest possible time. We will make his crimes public, so that everyone knows that those who commit evil deeds will be punished by law. Wang Zhanyan also echoed excitedly, I will definitely follow your instructions, Director. After coming out of the director's office, Wang Zhanyan returned to his own office. As soon as I entered the door, Li Yaoxiang hurried over. Deputy Director Wang, how is it, can Brother Bo come out? After Li Yaoxiang called Ren Xiaotian told him to find Wang Zhanyan, but he didn't know that Wang Zhanyan had no intention of caring about Zhou Bo at this time. Wang Zhanyan glanced at Li Yaoxiang and was about to tell him to get out, but suddenly he thought of something and swallowed what he wanted to say. Instead, he said, don't worry, Zhou Bo's matter is just a little troublesome. Go back and wait for news. He will be out soon. Hearing Wang Zhanyan's words, Li Yaoxiang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, no problem, thank you very much, Deputy Director Wang. I'll take my leave now. I'll leave everything to you. After saying that, Li Yaoxiang deliberately forgot the bag he brought on the chair. After Li Yaoxiang left, Wang Zhanyan also saw the bag. He took the bag and unzipped it. A flash of red light flashed by. His face immediately changed and he shouted outside, come quickly. Catch the Vice President of Power Media. How dare you bribe public officials? It's simply lawless. Just like that, Li Yaoxiang was pinned to the ground by 3 or 4 policemen before he even walked out of the police station gate. Li Yaoxian, you've committed a crime, come back with me. Li Yaoxian was dumbfounded when he heard the cold words of the policeman in front of him. What the hell did I do wrong? Good. 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 At home in Rancho Santa Fe, Lin Shien listened to Jiang Jing's report with a happy smile on his face. I didn't expect that our Guangzhou Police Department acted so quickly and arrested Zhou Bo right away. Lin Shien said with emotion, how about this, find a time to send a silk banner to our Guangzhou Haihe District Police Station. After a pause, Lin Shien ordered again, by the way, Zhou Bo has a mistress. Check it out. She drives a BMW X5. This woman is not clean either. Reveal her affairs and send her to jail for a while. Mr. Lin, I know the woman you're talking about. She's a junior employee in the finance department of Power Media. We found out that she had embezzled nearly 600,000 yuan of public funds from Power Media and has not yet returned it. This crime alone is enough to put her in jail for more than 3 years. Jiang Jing said on the phone without any hesitation. That's great. Lin Shien remembered that the BMW girl almost hit him in Yana, and he wanted to kill her. Then think of a way to make her stay in prison for a few more years. Hearing Lin Xien's gnashing teeth, Jiang Jing immediately realized that this woman must have offended her boss. She immediately agreed, don't worry, Mr. Lin. The entire Power Media is not clean from top to bottom. In addition to embezzling public funds, this woman must have done other illegal things. Once she is caught, I believe she will not be able to get out for 5 or 6 years. Hearing Jiang Jing's words, Lin Shien nodded with satisfaction. Then he remembered the big shot named Ren Xiaotian that Jiang Jing mentioned, and asked, by the way, after Zhou Bo went in, did Ren Xiaotian take any action? He didn't make any moves, but that's normal. Now that the matter between Power Media and Zhou Bo has become so serious, as long as Ren Xiaotian is sane, he won't make any moves. Jiang Jing expressed her own judgment. Lin Shien also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the matter had become so serious that Ren Xiaotian was a little cautious. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien smiled with relief. Zhou Bo and Power Media are doomed to fail. The bastard Zhou will definitely be sent to eat peanuts. If the BMW woman's incident is exposed, she will be sentenced to at least 5 years in prison. Although it took more than half a month, it is undoubtedly worth it to get such a result. Chapter 93 BMW Woman Arrested. In the past 2 days, the incident concerning Power Media and its chairman Zhou Bo has intensified on the entire internet. Especially after Zhou Bo was arrested, the wave of public opinion has turned into a tsunami, completely sweeping the entire internet. In this situation, Lin Shien specially called Jiang Jing and asked them to stop guiding and leave everything to the majority of netizens. Jiang Jing is also a veteran who has been working in the media field for many years. Of course, she knows that the country will keep a close eye on this situation. If they dare to intervene again and fish in troubled waters, they will probably be labeled as disturbing social order. This is not what they want. Since Zhou Bo was taken away by the Haihe District branch of Guangzhou City, the Haihe District branch immediately set up a special task force headed by Director Ouyang and assisted by Deputy Director Wang Zhanyan. In just 2 days, they had uncovered several violent cases involving Zhou Bo. Starting with Zhou Bo, a group of public officials who accepted bribes and had corrupt conduct were also implicated. The Guangzhou government was also very decisive and swift in its response, and immediately issued the results of the treatment of these public officials. Such a fast case handling speed has also won unanimous praise from the majority of netizens. On the 14th day of the first lunar month, early in the morning, the Haihe District branch of Guangzhou City issued a statement on Zhou Bo and the crimes he committed. Charges of intentional homicide, intentional injury, bribery of public officials, rape, etc., have made many netizens extremely angry and they wish they could kill Zhou Bo right now. Mr. Lin, Zhou Bo is doomed this time. Power Media is also finished. On the phone, Jiang Jing's voice revealed indescribable excitement. A week ago, her Swordfish Culture Media was almost forced into bankruptcy by Zhou Bo and Power Media. Who could have thought that the reversal would come so quickly? It only took 1 week, Zhou Bo was finished, and Power Media was finished too. Mr. Lin, thank you. Jiang Jing was grateful to Lin Shien from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for Lin Shien, she would have become a stray dog by now. Boss Jiang, I just did something insignificant, and it's you who won the war. Lin Shien sat on the sofa, looking at the lake outside with a smile on his face. By the way, since Power Media has collapsed, we should take this opportunity to swallow it up. Lin Xien's idea coincided with Jiang Jing's. She quickly said, yes, I think so too. If our swordfish culture media can swallow up power media, the entire Guangzhou media industry will be our private territory. That's right, but there is one thing. Power Media has a cooperative relationship with Guangzhou Newspaper Group, which is a giant. Even if we want to swallow up Power Media, we have to consider the attitude of this giant. Lin Shien reminded. He has not come up with a prudent idea about the Guangzhou Newspaper Group unless he just throws money at it. However, Jiang Jing smiled and said, "Don't worry about this, Mr. Lin. It is true that Power Media is cooperating with Guangzhou Newspaper Group, but now that Power Media is in trouble, they are the ones who should be anxious. I got the news that some leaders of Guangzhou Newspaper Group have also been implicated because of this incident. Many of their projects are currently on hold. If our swordfish culture media can step up at this time, those leaders will definitely be pleased to see it. Moreover, the entire Guangzhou Newspaper Group is not controlled by the Rin family alone." After hearing what Jiang Jing said, Lin Shien suddenly understood. That's right. It is true that Rin Xiaotian's elder is the boss of Guangzhou Newspaper Group, but the entire Guangzhou Newspaper Group has a market value of more than 1 billion yuan, and the relationships within it are complicated. How could it be possible that only the Rin family has the final say? Swordfish culture media must make good use of this opportunity to swallow up the entire Power Media. Only when it becomes stronger will it be qualified to cooperate with Guangzhou Newspaper Group. Lin Shien said seriously, "Mr. Jiang, just go for it boldly. If you need money, I can continue to invest more." When Jiang Jing heard Lin Xien's words, she was even more moved. There is nothing better than having a boss who trusts you. Don't worry, I will never let you down. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still a little unhappy. Fuck. I am so rich now, how can I still be bullied by Guangzhou Newspaper Group? But reality is so cruel. It is true that he is rich, and his current wealth is even enough to buy 2 Guangzhou newspaper groups, but so what? The Guangzhou Newspaper Group is a government-owned enterprise. This is very embarrassing. Background, it's still background. Lin Shien sighed. It has only been half a month since he got the system, and his net worth has skyrocketed from 394 yuan to 2.8 billion. But after all, he is still a commoner without much influence in Guangzhou. Take your time. You can't rush to build your foundation. Elder brother. Just when Lin Shien was stunned, Yana came back from outside. Today, Yana wore a formal suit, which made her look a bit like a domineering female president. You came back early today? Lin Shien smiled and opened his arms. Yana jumped into his arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. My aunt, be careful. Lin Shien was so scared that he stood up quickly, took 2 quick steps, hugged Yana, and carefully took her to sit on the sofa. Hey, I'm going to go over today to congratulate everyone on taking down Power Media. Yana smiled sweetly, and then said, by the way, I plan to invite all the company employees to dinner next Monday, which is the 16th day of the first lunar month. What do you think? I think it's good. Lin Shien nodded and said, although I told Mr. Jiang and the others that we would not participate in the specific management of the company, we can't really be a hands-off manager. The reason why I let you be the chairman is not only to train your abilities, but also to let Mr. Jiang and everyone at Swordfish Culture Media know that the company has a new boss. This is not because Lin Shien does not trust Jiang Jing and the others, but it is a necessary guarantee. There are many cases where company executives have emptied the entire company without the knowledge of their bosses. It is true that he has money, but he does not want to be a sucker. So he firmly controlled the finance and personnel departments of Swordfish Culture Media, and sent Yana over to be a mascot. Oh, let me show you something. What? Yana looked at Lin Shien with a puzzled look on her face as he took out his cell phone, found a video and handed it to her. Look. Yana took the phone and saw the title of the video at a glance. In the finance department of Power Media, Zhang was suspected of abusing his position to embezzle more than 600,000 yuan of public funds, and was suspected of drunken hit and run. He also instigated people in society to beat the person involved and seriously injured him. He was sentenced to 8 years and 6 months in prison. It is reported that Zhang has maintained an abnormal relationship with Zhou, the chairman of Power Media, for many years. Chapter 94 Mom and Dad Arrive. Yana looked at the frightened face in the video and felt that the woman was somewhat familiar, but for a moment she couldn't remember who she was. Seeing her like this, Lin Shien couldn't help but remind her, you forgot, the night we had dinner with Sister Qian, it was this woman who hit us in a BMW X5. It turned out to be her. After Lin Shien said this, Yana remembered it instantly. She said happily in her heart, that's great, this kind of person finally got his comeuppance. Wrong. Suddenly Yao Na seemed to remember something, looked at Lin Shien and asked, "Brother, didn't you tell me before that this woman was arrested?" Forehead. The smile on Lin Shien's face froze. It's bad. He forgot about this. When he came back from the police station that time, he was afraid that Yao Na would worry, so he lied and said that the BMW woman had been arrested. Today, when he saw that Power Media was finished, Zhou Bo was eating peanuts, and the BMW woman was arrested, he was so happy that he forgot about the matter. This. Lin Xian's eyes were rolling around, racking his brains to think of how to explain, when Yao Na suddenly hugged him. Thank you, brother. Yao Na's voice has a slight nasal tone. What's wrong? Yao Na's reaction made Lin Shien at a loss as to what to do. I know my brother is doing this for my own good. Yao Na sat up and counted on her fingers, saying, whether it's the acquisition of Swordfish Culture Media or targeting Power Media, it's all for me, right? It was because this woman almost ran into me that my brother bought Swordfish Media, right? Lin Shien laughed dryly and said, you know everything? After saying that, he hugged Yao Na's soft body and said, that's right, I just can't watch my wife being bullied. You are my life. Bullying you is like asking for my life. Whoever dares to take my life, I will take his life. That woman driving a BMW dared to hit you because she relied on Zhou Bo's wealth. Well, if that's the case, I will destroy her reliance as well. I swear. No one will ever bully you in front of me in this life. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it was unusually firm. 2 lines of tears dripped from Yao Na's eyes. She could feel her brother's determination. Brother, I like you so much. Yao Na sat up, put her arms around Lin Xian's neck, her eyes full of love. Ahem. Just then, a light cough was heard. Yang Wu leaned against the wall of the living room and said with a smirk, I'm not here to spoil the mood on purpose, but it's getting late now. You won't forget that my aunt and uncle will be here at 11 o'clock, right? Hearing Yang Wu's words, Yao Na took out her cell phone, checked the time, and exclaimed, it's already 10:20. Hurry! If we don't leave now it will be too late. We can't let our parents wait for us. After saying that, Yao Na pushed Lin Shien and said, it's all your fault. Lin Shien was stunned. My goodness, it was clearly you who took the initiative just now, and now you blame me? By the time Yao Na had tidied her clothes, fixed her makeup, and walked out of the house with Lin Shien, Yang Wu was already waiting at the door in a Cayenne. Brother Wu, tomorrow is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Do you want me to give you a day off so you can go back and spend it with your uncle and his children? In the car, Lin Shien said to Yang Wu. Forget it, Huanan and the others are still here. I can't just abandon them and go back alone, right? Yang Wu directly rejected Lin Xian's kindness and said with a smile, it's just the 15th day of the first lunar month. It doesn't matter if we don't spend it together. Lin Shien thought for a moment and said to Yang Wu, by the way, Brother Wu, regarding Zhao Yi and the others' vacation, how about this? 1 day off a week, 4 days off a month. These 4 days can be taken together or separately. What do you think? Too many. Yang Wu refused without a second thought, 1 day off a month is enough. No, 1 day is too short. We have to give everyone enough time to rest. That's it. Go back and inform them. But if you want to take a vacation, you have to discuss it with others. Lin Shien made the final decision. Okay, I thank you on behalf of everyone. Yang Wu was also happy for everyone. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Shien and his friends arrived at the high-speed rail station. When our dad goes back this time, let him drive this Cayenne back. After getting off the bus and arriving at the exit, Lin Shien said to Yao Na. Yes, it would be more convenient to have a car. Yao Na nodded. Then I have to buy another car. Lin Shien thought of supercars. With his current high net worth, it would be a bit awkward if he didn't have a few supercars. Uncle. At 11:05, a lot of passengers suddenly came out of the exit. A small figure rushed out from the crowd like a swimming fish and suddenly bumped into Lin Xien's arms. Happy. Lin Shien knew who this was without even thinking. Apart from Gao Xing, the happy guy, there is really no one else. Stupid uncle. You and your aunt went on a trip without inviting me. That's so abominable. I will never like you again. Gao Xing pouted and said unhappily. Then, before Lin Shien could say anything, she rolled her eyes and said immediately, of course, if you buy me something delicious and beg me nicely, I will still forgive you. Puff. Yao Na and Yang Wu on the side couldn't help laughing. This little girl is really smart. Ha, your stinky uncle doesn't want to ask for your forgiveness, so you should just go back to where you came from. Lin Shien sneered, picked up Gao Xing, and put him aside. Ah! You stinky uncle! How dare you say that? I will tell Grandma and let her spank you hard. Gao Xing suddenly became angry and shouted at the crowd, Grandma! Grandpa! Come quickly, my stinky uncle is bullying me. Then, Lin Shien, Yao Na and others saw several familiar figures walking quickly out of the exit. Leading the group were Lin Hiwei and his wife, followed by siblings Tao Ran and Tao Su, as well as elder sister Lin Song and brother-in-law Gao Kun. How old are you? And you still fight with Gao Xing every day? Yang Xia quickly walked up to Lin Shien and cursed him with a look of disappointment on her face. While cursing, he pulled Gao Xing and said, If your uncle bullies you, beat him up. If he dares to fight back, I will help you beat him up. Mom, you're too spoiled with Gao Xing. Lin Shien felt a little helpless. Looking at the happy and smug face, he went up and pinched the girl's chubby cheeks. Ah! Help! Grandma! Uncle is bullying me again. Her pretty face was squeezed so hard that she was so happy that she couldn't even speak clearly. There are white and red spots on the pink cheeks. Yang Xia looked at her granddaughter being ravaged by Lin Shien, and she was so angry that she slapped her. Chapter 95 Visiting the Villa. Sitting in the Cayenne were Lin Shien, Yana, their parents, and Gao Xing. Lin Shien sat in the passenger seat, rubbing his arm in distress. There was an obvious red mark on it. Behind him, Gao Xing was sitting on Yang Xia's lap with a happy look on his face, making faces at him. Ha, stinky uncle, if you bully me again next time, I'll let Grandma beat you up. Gao Xing hugged Yang Xia and kissed her, then said sweetly, Grandma, I love you so much. This love word made Yang Xia so happy that her face was full of smiles. She said, with Grandma here, no one dares to bully us. Flatterer. Lin Shien in front couldn't help but mutter. Bang! But just as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head. What are you talking about, little brat? Yang Xia warned, you are almost 30 years old, why are you still messing around with a 5-year-old girl? You don't behave like an adult at all. Grass. Lin Shien widened his eyes, speechless. Mom, I'm your own son. That's not as important as our family's happiness. Yang Xia once again shattered Lin Xien's idea of awakening maternal love. Lin Shien had no choice but to look at his father Lin Hiwei, but Lin Hiwei just kept looking out the window and nodded from time to time, as if the scenery outside was like a fairyland. Helplessly, he could only look to Yao Na for help. Wife. Brother, don't look at me. I can't do anything. Yao Na immediately covered her mouth and started giggling. With laughter and joy all the way, we finally arrived at Villa number 7 in Rancho Santa Fe. What a beautiful house. As soon as the car stopped, Gao Xing rushed out. Isn't this house too big? Lin Hiwei, Yang Xia and others also came out and were very surprised to see Villa number 7. Aunt Wu and Aunt Wang at home had already arrived at the yard and were waiting. When they saw Lin Hiwei, Yang Xia and others, they bowed and greeted them, Master, Madam, Miss, and son-in-law, hello. Lin Hiwei, Yang Xia, and Lin Song and his wife were all stunned when they were suddenly called like that. What's going on? Lin Shien. Yang Xia was a little at a loss and shouted at Lin Shien with a stern look on her face. Mom, these two are the aunts I specially found. Aunt Wu is the cook, and her dishes are quite good. Aunt Wang does some housework at home, such as cleaning and taking care of the yard. Aunt Chen will not come until Yao Na is in the late stage of pregnancy. Lin Shien introduced the next two aunts to Yang Xia and others. Then Yang Xia pulled him aside and complained, Do you have too much money to burn? You found 3 mistresses at once. What's wrong? You want to be a master just because you have a little money? Mom, what are you talking about? If I'm the eldest master, then you must be the great-grandmother, right? Lin Shien complained. Screw you. Yang Xia slapped Lin Shien in annoyance and said, How much money do these 3 people have to pay? You can fire them all. I'll cook for you, wash your clothes, mop the floor, and take care of Nana. Your dad can just do any job. Lin Shien was speechless after hearing Yang Xiao's words, but still said, Mom, I have so much money now, and I still ask you to do housework and so on, then am I still a human being? You and my dad have come over for so many years, raising me and my sister, and watching us get married and have children. It's not easy enough. Now that I have money, I must let you two enjoy yourself more. Listening to her son's words, Yang Xia was moved and her eyes became red. Yana also came over, took Yang Xia's arm and said, "Mom, brother is right, you and my dad should enjoy ourselves too." Yang Xia opened her mouth, wanting to refute but not knowing how to do so. At this time, Lin Highway said, "Okay, your son has already started a family and is about to become a father. This family should be handed over to him. Besides, the money is his, he can spend it however he wants, and we can be happy and free." Humph. Of course, it's not your money that you spend, so of course you don't feel bad about it. Yang Xia glared at Lin Highway unhappily, then looked at Lin Shien and said, "Okay, you've grown wings now, do whatever you want, I can't control you anyway." Lin Shien and Yao Na smiled at each other, knowing that Yang Xia had compromised. "Mom, come on, I'll take you inside for a tour." Yao Na took Yang Xia and walked into the villa. Accompanied by Lin Shien and Yao Na, the family toured the entire villa. On the third floor, Gao Xing ran back and forth between the two bedrooms, then rushed directly to Lin Shien and said, good uncle, I like these 2 rooms so much, can you give them to me?" Lin Shien rolled his eyes. What a guy, he used to call me stinky uncle all the time, but now that he needs a favor, he becomes a good uncle? Lin Shien curled his lips and refused flatly. "No. Stinky uncle." Gao Xing's expression changed immediately, and he shouted to Yang Xia, "Grandma, I want this room." Yang Xia waved her hand and said directly, "Okay, here you go. It's neat and tidy, and you can be as generous as you want." "Yeah." Gao Xing happily hugged Yang Xia and kissed her, then looked at Lin Shien in a threatening manner, "Stinky uncle, this room is mine now." "Happy." Before Lin Shien could say anything, his elder sister Lin Song shouted to Gao Xing with a frosty face. Gao Xing immediately got off Yang Xia's body obediently. "Look at you, isn't it just a room? What's wrong with giving it to her?" Yang Xia said unhappily on the side. "Mom, can't you see that this will be the room for my brother and his 2 children in the future?" Lin Song said somewhat speechlessly. They moved from the first floor to the 3rd floor of the villa. She looked at the layout. The 2 south-facing rooms on the 1st floor were the elderly rooms. There was only one master bedroom on the 2nd floor, which must be the room for her younger brother and his wife. There are 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, so they must belong to 2 children. What would my brother and sister-in-law think if my mother just walked past them and bought the room? After hearing what Lin Song said, Yang Xia also understood. She looked at Yao Na awkwardly, laughed dryly, and then said to Gao Xing, "These 2 rooms belong to your brother and sister. You can't fight with them for them, right? How about we switch? Brother or sister?" Gao Xing glanced at Yao Na's belly, walked over and touched it carefully, then whispered, "I'm sorry, little brother and little sister, I forgot this is your room, so I don't want it anymore." Yao Na couldn't help but squat down, picked up Gao Xing with a smile, and said, "Although these 2 rooms can't be given to you, there are a few rooms upstairs, and they are decorated very well. Do you want to take a look?" "Yes. I want to see it." Gao Xing, who had seemed somewhat disappointed, immediately recovered, quickly got down from Yao Na's arms, and quickly ran upstairs. Chapter 96. Why don't you go to school too? There are also 2 rooms, a sunroom and a large terrace on the 4th floor. Moreover, these 2 rooms are in loft style, with a warm design that made Gao Xing fall in love with them at first sight. In fact, when they first visited the villa, Lin Shien and Yao Na actually thought about using the 4th floor as a children's room for their children to live in the future. But when they thought that it was not very safe on the 4th floor and it was too far from their bedroom on the 2nd floor, they gave up. But speaking of this, Yao Na also had some ideas. "Brother, I was thinking about renovating the room on the 3rd floor. The decoration style of the rooms on the 3rd floor is more suitable for older children, which is very different from the rooms for newborn babies. What are you going to do?" Of course Lin Shien had no reason to refuse, but he still had to think carefully about how to decorate the house. "I have a friend who works in a decoration company. I'll ask her later." Yao Na didn't know what to do. It wasn't that she didn't have any ideas, but she had too many ideas and didn't know what to do. She needed to find a professional to help her. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. By the way, the company's new address has been found, and the new workplace needs to be renovated. You can ask your friend if he is interested." Lin Shien suddenly said. "That's great." Yao Na said happily, "Don't worry, she is still very powerful. I will tell her the good news later." While the 2 were talking, the others had already finished touring the entire villa. Back in the living room on the 1st floor, everyone sat together, and Lin Highway said with emotion, "This place is really big." Indeed, and the environment here is also very good. There is such a large artificial lake outside. Living here will even make you feel better. Lin Song also said with emotion. Of course not. Don't you see how much this villa costs? Brother-in-law Gao Kun took out his cell phone, clicked on the price of the Rancho Santa Fe villa he had just checked, and handed it to Lin Song. 20 million? Lin Song exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth. But everyone was sitting in the living room, and the sound was so loud that everyone heard it. Yang Xia was even more horrified. She looked at Lin Shien and asked, "Is your villa so expensive?" Almost. Lin Shien did not hide it. After all, this kind of thing would be known sooner or later. What a prodigal son. Yang Xia scolded Lin Shien fiercely. Do you know how hard it is to make money nowadays? You still spend so much money to buy such an expensive villa. It would be better if you save it. Save it? Lin Shien rolled his eyes, but he didn't refute. He just nodded repeatedly and said that he remembered it. Of course, if it weren't for that perfunctory expression, Yang Xia might have been happier. At noon, Lin Shien did not arrange for everyone to go to the hotel for lunch, but instead asked Aunt Wu to cook a lot of delicious food at home. Mom, how is it? Aunt Wu's cooking skills are pretty good, right? While eating, Lin Shien asked with a smile. Indeed, the elder sister's craftsmanship is really beyond reproach. Yang Xia did not refute, but said it with full agreement. It's indeed much better than her cooking skills. The old lady complimented me. Aunt Wu said modestly on the side. Don't call me madam. I'm 56 years old. You don't look older than me, right? I'm 52 this year. Aunt Wu said quickly. I look like I'm not as old as you, so don't call me madam. Just call me Sister Yang, or Sister Xia. Yang Xia said. That's fine. Sister Xia. Aunt Wu glanced at Lin Shien, and when she saw him nod, she called her Sister Xia. While eating, they suddenly talked about the start of school. Lin Shien suddenly thought of something and asked Tao Ran and Tao Su, who were eating at the side, Su, I remember that you were 16 and it's time for school to start, right? Tao Su nodded and said, yes, we have to go to school early tomorrow morning. Number 4 middle school is too far from here. How about this? I'll ask my friends to help me get you transferred to the foreign language school. Lin Shien thought for a moment and said, foreign language? Tao Su was stunned for a moment, then said unnaturally, brother, let's not use foreign languages anymore, right? Guangzhou Foreign Language School can be regarded as the top middle school in Guangzhou. Although Tao Su thinks that his grades in number 4 middle school are among the best, it is still not good enough in a foreign language school full of academic masters. Why, do you have other ideas? No, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to keep up if I go. Tao Su lowered his head and said embarrassedly. Are you good at foreign languages? Wasn't Su always ranked first in school? Yang Xia was also a little curious. Not very impressive, but quite impressive. Lin Shien introduced the horror of foreign languages to his mother, and Yang Xia's eyes lit up. Change. Must turn. Yang Xia's eyes lit up as she looked at Tao Su and said, Su, our family is counting on you. As long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Back then, I was counting on your brother to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Even if he couldn't get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, a top 10 university would be fine. But in the end, he didn't even get into a first-tier university. I was so angry. Ahem, Mom, now I only need to move my fingers and get a few million in funding, and I can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Lin Shien on the side chuckled. Get lost. Yang Xia was angry. You only care about money, what else do you have besides money? Mom, let me ask you, why did you want me to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University? Lin Shien was not angry and asked. Of course it's for you to find a good job in the future. Yang Xia said seriously. Then why do you want to find a good job? Of course it's to make money. Bang. Yes. Lin Shien immediately clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and said, but even if I didn't go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, I'm rich. Car. Yang Xia was completely stunned by her son's words. It seems to make sense. But on second thought, this is not right. You little bastard, you're just talking nonsense. Yang Xia reacted and raised her hand to hit Lin Shien. Lin Shien also felt aggrieved. Am I wrong? The reason why ordinary people like us go to a good university is to find a good job after graduation and make money in the future. I have made enough money now, enough to support everyone, so there is no need to pursue Peking University or Tsinghua University. Lin Shien looked at Tao Su and said, I asked you to transfer not because I want you to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, but because I want you to have a better learning environment so that you can get into the school and major you like in the future. Tao Su nodded, not quite understanding, and said, okay, I'll listen to you, big brother. However, Yang Xiao on the side still grumbled, no matter how good the school is, it is not as good as Peking University and Tsinghua University. Lin Shien and the others pretended not to hear and simply ignored Yang Xiao's words. Turning his gaze, Lin Shien looked at Tao Ran, who was eating with big mouthfuls of food beside him, and then grinned. Brother, what's with that expression on your face? The smile on Lin Xien's face grew brighter, while Tao Ran felt a chill all over his body. Lin Shien said seductively, Tao Ran, you seem to be only 19 years old, right? I dropped out of school before finishing my second year of high school. Why don't you go to school with Susu? Chapter 97 An Ordinary Day. Cough cough cough. When Tao Ran suddenly heard Lin Xien's words, he almost choked to death on the food in his mouth. Brother, it's not necessary, right? I've already dropped out of school for 2 years, and I've returned all my knowledge to the teacher. Tao Ran's face changed and he quickly refused. No, that won't work. Letting you go to school doesn't mean you have to get into a great school or find a great job. It means that at your age, you should study, take the college entrance examination, and enjoy your college life. This is a part of your life and you need to experience it. Lin Shien said seriously, I don't want you to regret not having gone to college one day when you look back. Your brother is right, college is part of your life experience, you need to go through it. Lin Highway also started to persuade. Tao Ran had no choice but to agree, but he was a little worried whether he could keep up. Although his eldest brother and godfather both said that grades were not important, how could he not care about grades? You must work hard. Tao Ran made up his mind. After dinner, Lin Shien called Han Ling and asked her to contact the person in charge of the foreign language admissions office. If you have any difficulties, just tell them that I can sponsor their school 2 million to improve the school's teaching equipment. Han Ling said lightly, Boss, there is no need to go through so much trouble. As long as CCB steps in, they won't dare to refuse. It doesn't matter. Just consider these 2 million as a token of my appreciation. This way they will also take better care of Tao Ran and Tao Su. Han Ling was very envious. She had also heard about Tao Ran and Tao Su. She could only say that some people are just lucky. Being recognized as a younger brother or younger sister by your boss, a billionaire with a net worth of billions, is equivalent to turning from a wild chicken into a golden phoenix. After solving the problem of Tao Ran and Tao Su going to school, Lin Shien also returned to everyone's chat. As soon as he sat down, Lin Highway asked, what about school matters? When he passed by Lin Shien just now, he heard him making a phone call. I have already made arrangements with the school, and there will be news in 2 days. After Lin Shien said this, everyone felt relieved. The next day was the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. Lin Shien had ordered a lot of fireworks and firecrackers online before, and they were delivered directly to his door. How much did you buy? The whole family looked at the mountain of fireworks being unloaded from the car with a dazed look on their faces. Not much, just $100,000. Lin Shien said calmly. Isn't that enough? Everyone was dumbfounded. I'll let you spend money recklessly. At this moment, Yang Xia slapped Lin Shien on the forehead, wishing she could kill this prodigal son. Mom, I was wrong, stop hitting me. Lin Shien was chased around the yard by his mother, making everyone laugh. Gao Xing followed the two people excitedly, shouting come on, grandma as he ran. Half an hour later, Lin Shien was caught back dejectedly. Mom, I promise I won't spend money like this next time. Under Yang Xia's high pressure, Lin Shien had no choice but to give in. This year is the first year that the ban on fireworks has been lifted, and the entire Guangzhou city seems to be venting 3 years of depression. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but Guangzhou started banning fireworks at the end of 2019 and before the Spring Festival in 2020. The epidemic also started at this time. Fireworks and firecrackers have been banned for 3 years, and the epidemic has been raging for 3 years. Although Lin Shien is a staunch materialist, there must be some reason why the thousands of years of traditions passed down by our ancestors have been passed down to the present day. Before it got dark, the entire Guangzhou city was already drowned out by the sound of fireworks and firecrackers. The children took out their fireworks and released their joy in various places in the city. The Spring Festival of 2023 is also fading away in the fireworks of the 15th day of the lunar month. The 16th day of the first lunar month, February 6th, Monday. For students, today is the first day after the holiday. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shien woke up from his dream and was a little surprised to see Yao Na, who was already dressed neatly. "Where are you going?" "It's time for class." Yao Na said, "You forgot, today is Monday and I have classes." "Wait a minute." Lin Shien was confused by Yao Na. "Didn't you resign?" "No, you applied for a leave of absence without pay." Lin Shien finally remembered that when Yao Na was pregnant, she almost lost her life. Once when she was giving a lecture, she suddenly fainted. If she had not been sent to the hospital in time, not only would she have lost the child, but she would have also lost her life. Lin Shien was so scared that he quickly persuaded Yao Na not to go to class. After some discussion, Yao Na applied for unpaid leave. "Why not wait until the baby is born before going? We don't need that little money now." Lin Shien was a little worried that the fainting incident from last time would happen again. "I know, but I just want to go to class. Ever since I got pregnant, I feel like I love children so much." Yao Na touched her bulging belly with a happy look on her face and said, "And I feel that my physical condition has improved a lot recently, so it shouldn't be a problem even if I go to class." Yao Na hugged Lin Xien's arm and begged, "Brother, please, just let me go." Lin Shien had a headache. Every time Yao Na acted coquettishly towards him like this, he couldn't refuse. This time is no exception. "Okay, but let's make it clear that when you go to school, you have to take Zheng Yi and Zhao Yuran with you. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone." "No problem." Yao Na agreed without thinking. She was also afraid that the fainting incident like last time would happen again, and it would be safer to take Zheng Yi and Zhao Yuran with her. "Also, if you feel even a little bit uncomfortable, you must come back quickly," Lin Shien said with a serious face. "Okay." "Boo." Yao Na kissed Lin Shien on the face happily, then left the bedroom excitedly. After being interrupted by Yao Na, Lin Shien decided not to sleep anymore. "After dozing off in bed for a while, I put on my clothes and got up. Good morning." When he finished washing up and went downstairs, his mother was already in the living room downstairs. Besides her, there was Tao Su, who was wearing the school uniform of number 4 middle school. But there was no sign of Yao Na, so she must have left. "Nana is gone?" Lin Shien asked. "Sister Na just left." Tao Su, who was eating at the side, spoke up. "Are you planning on going to school today too?" Lin Shien looked at Tao Su, who was wearing a school uniform, and said, "Actually, you can wait for 2 days and go directly to the foreign language school." "No, I'm bored staying at home, so I'd better go to school." Tao Su shook her head and refused. "Okay, I happen to be free today, I'll take you there later," Lin Shien said. "No, I can just take the subway myself." Tao Su was about to refuse when Lin Shien interrupted her. "Okay, listen to me. You have to change subways twice, which is too inconvenient." Tao Su could only agree. Lin Shien and Tao Su sat together for dinner. He glanced at Yang Xia, who seemed to be in a bad mood, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with our mother? I always feel like there's something wrong with her." Godmother got up in the morning and wanted to clean up the house and do some work, but she found that there was nothing for her to do at home, and then she felt uncomfortable all over. Tao Su couldn't help laughing when she thought of what had just happened. Chapter 98. Donate money to Yao Na's school. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Lin Shien put down his chopsticks, walked to Yang Xia and asked in a low voice. "Ah, nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable." After Yang Xia finished speaking, she looked at Lin Shien with some hesitation, and finally said, "Xiao Qian, your father and I plan to go back today." "What are you going back for?" When Lin Shien heard that his mom and dad were going back, he immediately became anxious. "You two just arrived the day before yesterday, so you have to stay here for a while at least." Lin Shien quickly persuaded them, "Is it because you are not familiar with Guangzhou? It's okay. I will take you around Guangzhou today and have some fun. How can I delay your work?" Lin Highway had just returned from a walk outside. He took off his hat and said to his son, "Your mother and I are not used to staying here. It's better to go home. Anyway, our hometown is not far from Guangzhou. We can come anytime we want." Lin Shien opened his mouth and wanted to persuade her, but Lin Highway said directly, "Okay, I will go back with your mother and your sister's family later. I am glad that school will start today. You too should work hard here. By the way, you are a man, you must take good care of Yao Na. If there is any conflict between the young couple, you as a man must give in to her. In short, Lin Highway told Lin Shien a lot of things. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely take good care of Nana. Lin Shien quickly promised. After dinner, around 8 o'clock in the morning, my sister and her family woke up. After a simple meal, the group planned to leave Guangzhou and return to their hometown. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Lin Shien walked up to Wu Taijun, Lu Jianxin and Yi Jianxiang, who were protecting his parents. Boss. Wu Taijun and the other two immediately stood up straight and shouted at Lin Shien. Boss, you're joking. We are just invisible people following uncles and aunts around. We are provided with food, drink, and accommodation. How can it be hard work? Wu Taijun immediately smiled and said, to be honest, boss, you offer us such a high salary, we feel that we are not worthy of it. How about you reduce our salary a little? After Wu Taijun finished speaking, Lu Jianxin and Yi Jianxiang also echoed, yes, boss, you treat us so well, we feel unworthy of it. Hearing what the three said, Lin Shien couldn't help but want to laugh. The employees all want their boss to give them a pay raise, but when it comes to them, they actually want their boss to cut their pay. Of course, he would never agree to this. Wu Taijun and his colleagues are doing life-threatening work, and they feel that the salary he pays them is too little. There's nothing wrong with that. I even think that the salary you received is too low. Your efforts are worthy of your salary. Thank you, boss. Wu Taijun and the other two were deeply moved, and they made up their minds to protect their boss's parents. After chatting with Wu Taijun and the other two, Lin Shien returned to his parents, took out the key to the Cayenne and handed it to Lin Highway. Lin Highway looked at Lin Shien in surprise, and then heard Lin Shien say, "You drive this car back? It's not convenient for the family to not have a car." In fact, their family originally had a car. It was a small truck that was used specifically to transport goods when the family opened a store. Later, because he married Yao Na and the family was short of money, my father secretly sold the small truck for more than 10,000 yuan to use for emergencies. No, that won't work. This car is so expensive, you should keep it and drive it. When Lin Highway heard this, he immediately shook his head. Here. Lin Shien didn't allow any explanation and directly stuffed the key into Lin Highway's hand and said, okay, just take it. We have Nana's Panamera at home. You can drive this Cayenne back to show off. I, your son, have never earned any face for you since you were a child. Now that I am finally rich, I have the capital to earn face for you. Please don't be polite. Hearing Lin Shien's words, Lin Highway was a little dazed. As far as I can remember, when Lin Shien was little, he once said to him, when I grow up, I will let you drive a big car. I want others to envy you and my mom. He always firmly believed that one day, even in the most difficult times, he still believed that his son was a capable person. Looking at the key in his hand, Lin Highway's eyes became moist. My son has grown up and he has done it. Let this father also drive a luxury car worth more than 2 million. There was a roar of a car, and a Wrangler followed behind the Cayenne and drove away gradually. Only when it was out of sight did Lin Shien go back to the villa. Bang! When Lin Shien saw Tao Su carrying a school bag, he slapped himself on the forehead. Then he remembered that there was no car at home. The Cayenne was driven away by my father, and the Panamera was driven away by my wife, so there was no car left in the family. Forget it, let brother Wu drive over. Lin Shien called Yang Wu and asked him to drive the Wrangler over. Looking at the empty underground garage, Lin Shien suddenly had the urge to fill up this underground garage that could accommodate 6 cars. After a while, Yang Wu came. Then Yang Wu took Lin Shien and Tao Su to number 4 middle school. After seeing Tao Su off, Yang Wu asked, where are we going next? Let's go to Yutong Road Primary School. Lin Shien thought for a moment and said, Yutong Road Primary School is the school where Yao Na attends. Half an hour later, the Wrangler stopped in front of Yutong Road Primary School. Lin Shien and Yang Wu also found the principal. You mean, you want to donate 1 million to our school to improve the school's teaching equipment? The principal of Yutong Road Primary School is a bald old man in his 50s. Although he looks mean, he has a strong scholarly air. Yao Na told him that Principal Sun Haichao also started out as a teacher and worked his way up step by step. He has great respect for the principal who has taught students for decades. Principal Sun, you heard me right. I do plan to donate 1 million to Yutong Road Primary School to improve the school's teaching facilities. Lin Shien said it again. Well, Mr. Lin, you don't have to be like this. If anything happens to your child, just tell me. As the principal of Yutong Road, I have no choice but to help. Sun Haichao still thought that Lin Shien did this for his children. Anyone who could casually take out 1 million must have a strong background. However, as the principal, he should treat all the children equally, which made him a little conflicted. Haha, principal's son misunderstood. My child is still in my wife's belly. I want to donate to our Yutong Road primary school because of my wife. Lin Shien smiled and said, my wife is a first-grade math teacher at Yutong Road Primary School. She often tells me that the teaching equipment in our school is already quite old, and asks me if I can help the school. Of course, that's no problem. That's why I came today. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Sun Haichao was immediately overjoyed, and then asked carefully, I wonder which teacher is Mr. Lin's lover? Oh, my wife's name is Yao Na, and she's the math teacher for class 6, grade 1 in our school. Yao Na. A familiar figure immediately appeared in Sun Haichao's mind. Chapter 99, Promoted Again. So you are teacher Yao's lover? Sun Haichao immediately thought of Yao Na. He was not very familiar with this teacher, but he knew that her teaching attitude was very good and the feedback from parents was the best in the entire first grade. With an excellent subordinate and such a generous husband, Sun Haichao's impression of Yao Na skyrocketed. Teacher Yao was very serious about teaching. The math scores of the first grade class 6 she teaches are the best in the entire first grade. I didn't expect her to be so thoughtful. Sun Haichao said with emotion. It is true that their Yutong Road Primary School is a key primary school in Guangzhou City, but there are so many primary schools in the whole Guangzhou City, not to mention the middle schools and universities. Which one of them is not eagerly eyeing the financial allocation? Everyone is the same, and life is still tight. In the past, their school had received financial support from parents and the public, but this was the first time someone like Lin Shien had donated 1 million right away. Mr. Lin, are you free tomorrow? I plan to hold a donation ceremony so that everyone can know your kindness. Lin Shien shook his head and said, forget about the donation ceremony. I am just trying my best to help. But there is something I need Principal Sun's help with. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Just tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse. Sun Haichao said quickly. Since Yao Na became pregnant, she has applied for unpaid leave due to health reasons. During this period, she feels better and has decided to come to class again. I am a little worried about her. She may miss classes frequently due to her pregnancy. I hope Principal Sun and all the school leaders and teachers can be more tolerant of this. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Sun Haichao immediately said, don't worry, Mr. Lin, if teacher Yao is not feeling well, she can ask for leave at any time, and the school will arrange a substitute teacher. Thank you, Principal Sun. Lin Shien and Sun Haichao chatted for a few more sentences before saying goodbye and leaving. Sun Haichao also personally sent Lin Shien out of the school. Principal, Brother Lin? Sun Haichao and Lin Shien had just reached the stairs of the office building when they suddenly heard a surprised voice behind them. Lin Shien turned his head and saw a girl in a black coat and round frame glasses looking at him in surprise. The girl was in her early 20s, and her face still had the youthfulness of a girl who had just graduated from school. Su Yan? Lin Shien saw the girl and said with a smile, are you going to class? Zhang Suyan nodded and asked in confusion, is Brother Lin here to look for master? No, I just came to school to discuss something with Principal Sun. Lin Shien said with a smile. Mr. Lin and Teacher Zhang also know each other? Sun Haichao asked doubtfully. Principal, have you forgotten that I just graduated last year? Because I had no experience, didn't the school assign me a master? It was Teacher Yao. Zhang Suyan explained. Look at my memory. Sun Haichao also remembered it, and he said with a smile, Mr. Lin is amazing. He donated 1 million to our school to improve our school's teaching equipment. 1 million. Zhang Suyan couldn't help but scream, then realized that her voice was a little loud, and quickly covered her mouth. Then she looked at Lin Shien in shock. She actually knows more about Lin Shien and Yao Na's situation. The couple is just an ordinary family, not rich at all. How could they possibly donate 1 million to the school? But seeing how happy the principal looks, this must be true. Could it be that Brother Lin has really made a fortune after not seeing him for these few months? And anyone who can donate 1 million to a school must be worth more than 1 million. How rich is he? 10 million, or 100 million? Su Yan, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Jiang Suyan didn't come to her senses until Lin Shien's back disappeared at the school gate. Then a crisp bell rang, and Jiang Suyan was startled. Oh no! I still have class to go to. Jiang Suyan ran all the way towards her class. But on the way, the 1 million donation was still echoing in my mind. After seeing Lin Shien off, Sun Haichao returned to the office and happened to meet the Dean of Studies Ma Yiji. Principal, the multimedia equipment in our 4th grade classes has been broken for quite some time. When can you approve the funds so that we can replace the equipment with new ones as soon as possible? Hearing Ma Yiji's words, Sun Haichao immediately said, "Give me the budget and I will approve it right away." Wow, the higher-ups acted quickly this time. In the past, they always took a month or two to get the money, but this time it's been less than a week. I have already prepared the budget, please take a look. Ma Yiji took out the budget sheet and said with a smile. This is our own money, we don't need approval from above. Sun Haichao took the budget sheet and looked at it carefully. Hearing Sun Haichao's words, Ma Yiji was a little surprised. What's going on? Could it be that someone donated money again? That's right. Sun Haichao raised a finger and said, a full million. Hiss. So many? It was also the first time that Ma Yiji had seen such a large donation. After a brief shock, he quickly asked, which alumnus donated at this time? Sun Haichao shook his head, and Ma Yiji asked again, could it be a parent? Neither. It was donated by the wife of a teacher in our school. Sun Haichao smiled and gave an answer that surprised Ma Yiji. Wow, there are such rich people among the teachers in our school? Ma Yiji widened his eyes. Anyone who can easily donate 1 million to the school must be wealthy. How could such a person come to the school to be a teacher? Isn't this just because you have nothing better to do? Then he exclaimed, TSK, I don't understand the thoughts of these rich people. If I had so much money, who would come to teach? So you have no money. Sun Haichao's words were like a critical hit on Ma Yiji's head. After mumbling a few words in his heart, Ma Yiji asked again, when I came up just now, I saw you sending a young man out. Could it be him? Yes, that is Mr. Lin. Although he looks young, he is definitely not an ordinary person. When Sun Haichao thought about his conversation with Lin Shien, he always felt that Mr. Lin was much more mature than his peers. She's so young, could she be the lover of the new teacher in the school? Ma Yiji guessed. You guessed wrong again. This Mr. Lin is teacher Yao Na's lover. The math teacher of grade 1, class 6? Ma Yiji was stunned when he heard what Sun Haichao said. As the Dean of Studies, he is very familiar with the teachers in each class, and Yao Na is no exception. The impression Yao Na gave him was that she was a little low-key. Apart from being very capable in teaching, she was also a little too low-key in her spare time and in private. He really didn't expect that teacher Yao would hide so deeply. Then should we express our gratitude? Ma Yiji asked tentatively. Of course. Sun Haichao nodded and said in distress, I just don't know how to express it. Ma Yiji thought for a moment and suddenly said, I remember that the head of the 1st grade mathematics teaching and research group, teacher Lu Baoqi, retired. Teacher Yao's qualifications are not low, and her teaching level is obvious to all. How about letting her take on the role of the 1st grade mathematics teaching and research group leader? Sun Haichao's eyes lit up, and he immediately made the decision, discuss with the other leaders later. If there are no problems, let teacher Yao be the leader of the 1st grade mathematics teaching and research group. Chapter 100 Domineering Yao Na. Sun Haichao communicated with several other school leaders, and the appointment of Yao Na as the head of the 1st grade mathematics teaching and research group was approved without any obstacles. Then, the notification message was sent to the 1st grade teachers group. Yao Na is now the head of the 1st grade mathematics teaching and research group. How could it be Yao Na? I thought it would be Zhao Haiping. Now we're going to have something interesting to watch. Zhao Haiping has been saying recently that he will become the head of the mathematics teaching and research group after teacher Lu leaves. I didn't expect it. Yao Na has been so low-key every day. Who knew she was hiding so deeply? You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket. Hey, who do you think Yao Na has lost? After receiving the news, people talked about it privately. I became the head of the mathematics teaching and research group? Yao Na looked at the messages in the WeChat group with a confused look on her face. Teacher Yao, congratulations. No matter what the teachers in the office thought, they all congratulated Yao Na. Master. You have become the head of the mathematics teaching and research group. At this time, Zhang Suyan also rushed in from outside and said to Yao Na excitedly. In fact, when she saw the news, she had some guesses that it must be related to the 1 million donated by Brother Lin. Zhang Suyan looked at Yao Na with envy. Isn't it every woman's dream to have a husband like this? You better stop talking. I'm confused myself. Yao Na smiled bitterly and said, I'm pregnant now, so I don't have the extra time to deal with the affairs of our teaching and research group. I even suspect that the leader has made a mistake. Since you think your boss is wrong, why don't you just tell him you don't want to do this? Why do you have to pretend like this? As soon as Yao Na finished speaking, a sneer was heard at the office door. Everyone turned their heads to look over, and when they saw the person coming, their faces suddenly tensed. Mr. Zhao, are you done with get out of class? The other teachers greeted Zhao Haiping with a smile, then looked at Yao Na with gossipy expressions. Zhao Haiping walked into the office with a gloomy face, glanced at Yao Na, and said with a fake smile, Congratulations, Teacher Yao, you have quietly become the head of the teaching and research group. We will all rely on you in the future. Looking at Yao Na in front of him, Zhao Haiping wished he could eat her alive. The position of head of the teaching and research group was originally hers, but she didn't expect that Yao Na would take the cake in the last minute. Originally, she was planning to start as the head of the teaching and research group, gradually move up to the position of principal, and then go into politics. However, she didn't expect that Yao Na would directly disrupt her plans. There was a lot of gunpowder in Zhao Haiping's words. Yao Na also knew that Zhao Haiping had always wanted to be the head of the teaching and research group, but she didn't expect why she would replace Zhao Haiping and become the head of the teaching and research group. But this does not mean that he owes Zhao Haiping. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I hope you will cooperate with me in the future. Yao Na paused and continued, as for what Teacher Zhao said about looking for the leader, forget it. After all, the leader values me so much, I can't let him down, right? After that, Yao Na stood up, picked up the textbooks and teaching materials on the table, and said to everyone, I have classes later, so I will go to class first. With that, he left the office. Zhang Suyan, who was standing by, also felt the tense atmosphere in the office and quickly caught up with Yao Na. Master, I'll go with you. After Yao Na left, Zhao Haiping threw the book on the desk. The book slammed heavily on the table, making a dull sound, which also attracted the attention of many teachers in the office. This office is quite large and houses not only first-grade math teachers, but also teachers of other subjects. A teacher who was close to Zhao Haiping walked over and advised, Sister Ping, shouldn't you be the leader of the mathematics teaching and research group? In terms of teaching level and qualifications, there is no place for Yao Na. How come this position of leader fell on her head? I see, there must be something wrong. Another teacher also said, Yao Na's family conditions are very ordinary, and her husband is just a programmer. Where can she find connections? In my opinion, she might have some evil intentions, and it's hard to say whose child she is pregnant with. Good boy, Teacher Chen, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. When the other teachers heard what Teacher Chen said, they quickly reminded him. Before Teacher Chen could speak, Teacher Xia, who had comforted Zhao Haiping at the beginning, spoke first. Yao Na did such a shameful thing herself, and she didn't let us say anything? What kind of logic is this? I think Teacher Chen is right. This person has a really dirty heart. The other teachers present looked at each other, shut their mouths and said nothing. They have been together for several years and have their own judgment of what Yao Na is like. Zhao Haiping and the others just wanted to disgust others because their position as the head of the teaching and research group was taken away. The school bell rang and Yao Na came back from the classroom. As soon as she walked into the office building, she found that several teachers were looking at her with something strange in their eyes. It would be fine if there were only one or two teachers, but from the first floor to the third floor, almost every teacher who saw her looked at her like this, which was a problem. Just as she was full of doubts and walked to the office door, she suddenly heard a disdainful voice coming from the office. How can this be false? Yao Na is from an ordinary family, with no power or influence. What else can she have except her body? It's a pity for her husband, he is cuckolded. Hey, how would I know which leader she hooked up with? Maybe it's the principal. A string of obscene words poured into Yao Na's ears, making her tremble with anger. Bang! The slightly closed office door was pushed open roughly. After a loud bang, Yao Na walked in with a frosty face. Many teachers in the room lowered their heads, looking as if it had nothing to do with them. Yao Na walked straight to Teacher Chen and Teacher Xia without stopping. Teacher Yao. Teacher Chen and Teacher Xia, who were busy spreading rumors, felt a little embarrassed when they saw Yana coming back. But before they could say anything, Yana slapped them both in the face. Bang! Bang! The crisp slap was particularly harsh in the office. The scene before them stunned the other teachers. This is the first time they have seen Yana like this. How dare you hit us? Feeling the severe pain on their faces, Teacher Chen and Teacher Xia finally came to their senses. Compared to the pain on the face, being slapped in public is more infuriating. Hit you? You're spreading rumors about me like a gossip, why shouldn't I dare to hit you? Yana looked at Teachers Chen and Xia with a cold face. The two people in front of her made her feel sick. Spreading rumors? Yana, do you dare to say that you didn't do anything to become the head of the teaching and research group? Everyone present knows what your family conditions are like. You have no money and no connections. Besides your body, you also. Bang! Before Teacher Chen could finish her words, Yana slapped her in the face again. Yana used all her strength in this slap, and a trace of blood floated in the air. Chapter 101 Putting Facts Aside. This slap from Yana was harder than the previous one, causing Teacher Chen to stagger. Teacher Xia, who was standing by, saw Teacher Chen being beaten again and immediately screamed and cursed, "Yao, you dare to hit me? I will tear your mouth apart." As he said that, Teacher Xia rushed forward with fangs bared. Zhao Haiping didn't expect Yana to be so rampant and dare to do it in school under the watchful eyes of so many teachers. What's more, the ones who were beaten were Teachers Chen and Xia, who were on good terms with her. If she just watched them getting beaten without saying anything, who would dare to approach her in the future? Therefore, when Teacher Xia rushed out, she followed. Teacher Chen and Teacher Xia were beaten just now because no one expected that Yana would actually dare to attack them. This time, the three of them attacked together, and no one thought that Yana could fight three alone. Quick, grab them! The other teachers who were watching the show in the office did not expect that things would develop to this point, and a full-scale fight would break out. Several teachers stepped forward, but before they could stop Zhao Haiping and the others, two tall figures stood in front of Yana. Zhang Yi and Zhao Yuran, dressed in navy blue suits, looked neat and tidy, and their every move exuded a military demeanor. One on the left and one on the right, he firmly grabbed the wrists of Zhao Haiping and Teacher Xia, and then with a flick of his hand, he threw the two men to the ground. Just as Teacher Chen was about to take action, Zhang Yi held him down with his other hand. "Miss Yao, are you okay?" Zhang Yi turned around and asked. "It's okay, they can't do anything to me." Yana took a deep breath and calmed her excited mood. It was also the first time for her to hit someone, but you know what, it felt pretty good. "What are you going to do with the three of them?" Hearing Zhang Yi's question, Yana also frowned, and a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes when she glanced at Zhao Haiping and the other two. "Mr. Yao, how dare you attack us? I'm calling the police." Before Yana could speak, she heard Zhao Haiping, who was pressed to the ground by Zhang Yi, speak with a resentful look on his face. "Hurry, call the police. Are you just going to watch us get beaten?" Teacher Chen's hair was disheveled and there was a trace of blood on his face. "Yana, you beat me up like this, I'm going to sue you." Teacher Xia also threatened to sue Yana. Yana was still hesitating about how to deal with them, but after hearing what they said, she immediately made a decision. "Call the police? Sue me? Have you ever thought that you were the ones who spread the rumor first?" Yana laughed in anger and said to Zhang Yi, "Let them go, let them call the police, let them sue. I'm going to call the police too." After hearing what Yana said, Zhang Yi and Zhao Yuran hesitated and asked, "Ms. Yao, should we tell the boss?" Yana shook her head and said, "Forget it. I can handle this little thing." Then she took out her cell phone and made a call. "Hey, Miss Ning, something happened here." Sun Haichao could never have imagined that such a terrible thing would happen in the school, and even the police were called back. However, before asking what was going on, he had to calm the two police officers in front of him. If we really let these two policemen take Yana away, not to mention the impact on the school, even Mr. Lin, who just donated 1 million to the school, would not be able to explain. "Excuse me, police officers. Could you please wait a moment while I understand the situation first?" The two policemen looked at each other, and one of them said, "Principal Sun, you are too polite. Please ask first. We are not in a hurry." After saying that, the two of them stood aside. They have seen too many civil disputes like this, but this is the first time they have seen a call to the police. Especially since the person who beat the person was a quiet-looking pregnant woman. What is even more incredible is that it's 1 against 3. Tell me, what's going on? Sun Haichao said with a gloomy face. His sharp eyes swept across Zhao Haiping and the other two, as well as Yao Na, like a knife. Finally it stopped on Yao Na. When he first heard the news that Yao Na had beaten someone, he was completely stunned. In his impression, Yao Na, this overly low-key teacher, has always been kind to others since she came to Yutong Road Primary School a few years ago, and he has never heard of her having a quarrel with anyone. Even after arriving at the scene and seeing Teacher Chen and the others with disheveled hair and red and swollen cheeks, Sun Haichao still didn't believe that Yao Na would attack them for no reason. His intuition told him that Yao Na's action was definitely related to the three of them. Principal, you have to take care of us. Yao Na actually beat us up. Look at Teacher Chen. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Zhao Haiping was the first to complain and even pulled Teacher Chen over to show her swollen left face and the blood at the corner of her mouth. Teacher Chen and Teacher Xie also cried and pointed at Zhang Yi and Zhao Yuran who were standing behind Yao Na and said, besides Yao Na, there are also these two people. They also beat us up. Sun Haichao was also shocked when he saw Zhang Yi and Zhao Yuran dressed as bodyguards. Even his wife has two bodyguards. This Mr. Lin might be richer than he thought. At this time, the two policemen next to them also noticed Zhang Yi and Zhao Yuran standing upright, and they were also surprised. Is this really a teacher? Bringing two bodyguards to class? In an instant, the two policemen regarded Yao Na as a rich person who took advantage of her power to bully others, and their impression of her became bad. Nonsense. He came to class with a bodyguard, and it was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. Ordinary people would be crazy to provoke such a person. There is only one possibility, that Yao Na must have had a conflict with these three teachers over a trivial matter, and ordered the bodyguards to beat them up. Not only that, she did it herself. It's so bad. This kind of person must be caught and taught a lesson. No one present noticed that in just a few words, the attitudes of the two policemen had changed. Sun Haichao frowned and looked at the three people. Under his stern gaze, the eyes of Zhao Haiping and the other two also became evasive. With just one glance, Sun Haichao knew that things were definitely not as the three of them said. You all should know, right? Tell me, what's going on? Sun Haichao turned his head and looked at the teachers beside him and asked. The teachers looked at each other and knew that Yao Na had bodyguards following her, so her background must be complicated, so they were impartial when narrating the whole incident. When Sun Haichao heard that Zhao Haiping and the other two were spreading rumors and slandering Yao Na, his face immediately turned dark. How dare you, my mother, say that teacher Yao's family has no money or power? Bah! Other people as husbands donated 1 million without blinking an eye, can you do the same? After hearing what happened, the two policemen standing by changed their expressions from contempt for Yao Na to sympathy, and then to anger. This anger was directed at Zhao Haiping and the other two. After hearing their colleague's narration, Zhao Haiping and the other two panicked. Zhao Haiping shouted, Teacher Li, how can you lie with your eyes open? Putting aside the facts, is there nothing wrong with her last name being Yao? Chapter 102, Sue and Buy a Car. Putting aside the facts? Zhao Haiping's outrageous speech stunned everyone present. You've put aside the facts, what are you talking about, right or wrong? Shut up! Sun Haichao shouted. Sun Haichao, who had been the principal for more than 10 years, became stern, and his aura instantly overwhelmed Zhao Haiping and others. Under his aura, not to mention Zhao Haiping, even the two policemen next to him were a little frightened. The appointment of the head of the teaching and research group was jointly agreed upon by several leaders of the school committee. In your eyes, we on the school committee are all people who are just sitting there doing nothing and taking bribes, right? I didn't expect that there would be people like you among our teaching staff. Words are like knives. Do you know how much harm your rumors can cause to others? After Sun Haichao finished speaking, he said in a cold voice, I will hold a meeting to discuss the treatment of the three of you. You three don't need to come to class in the next few days. Principal Sun. No. Teacher Chen and Teacher Xie's faces suddenly turned pale, and they begged in panic, Principal, we were also deceived by Teacher Zhao. She was the first to spread the rumor. It has nothing to do with us. In times of crisis, Teacher Chen and Teacher Xie immediately sold out Zhao Haiping. Sun Haichao ignored them and said to the two policemen, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. Our school will handle today's matter. Thank you for your help. Since Principal Sun will handle it, we will go back first. The two policemen looked at each other and did not insist. They have seen this kind of situation many times. Then Sun Haichao said to Yao Na apologetically, "Teacher Yao, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Even though they knew that Yao Na had an unusual background, everyone was still shocked by Sun Haichao's attitude towards her. "Don't bother Principal Sunday. I have already informed the legal department in my husband's private office about this matter. They will be here soon." Yao Na's words stunned everyone. What is a private office? There are even legal affairs. As they were talking, Zhang Yi suddenly walked up to Yao Na and whispered, "Ms. Yao, Miss Ning and the others are here." Then I saw a group of people walking into the office. Leading the team were the legal officers of Lin Shien's private office Ning Rui and Lu Meijia. Behind them were Han Ling, Cui Daiyuan, and others. A phone call from Yao Na actually mobilized all the staff in Lin Shien's private office. "Ms. Yao." Ning Rui and others walked into the office and bowed to Yao Na. Such a scene shocked everyone present. This is what the wealthy ladies in TV dramas look like, right? "Ms. Ning, the situation is like this." Yao Na told Ning Rui and Lu Meijia about the situation. Ning Rui and Lu Meijia looked at each other and said, "We already know the basic situation. The rumors spread by Ms. Zhao, Ms. Chen, and Ms. Xia have had a huge impact on you and the boss. We can directly sue them." At this point, Ning Rui glanced at the two police officers standing nearby and said, "It just so happens that the two police officers are here too. We can call the police to them." "Ah? How about you guys discuss it again and settle it privately?" The two policemen were also stunned. They were clearly called in because Yao Na hit someone, but now the one who hit someone became the one who called the police. According to the law, these people's rumors have caused great harm to Ms. Yao and her boss. We have the right to report it to the public security organs. Ning Rui said to the police, "Our boss is worth billions. Once this rumor spreads, it will cause great harm to our boss's industries. I hope the police can take this matter seriously." Worth billions. Ning Rui's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone present hard. When did Yao Na's husband become so rich? Doubtful, but no one would doubt it. The bodyguards behind Yao Na, her exclusive legal staff, and her private office all indicate that Yao Na's wealth is definitely not what they see on the surface. Under the strong pressure from Ning Rui and others, the police agreed to accept this dispute, but Yao Na did not need to intervene in the specific matters. Ning Rui and Lu Meijia would arrange it properly. As for Zhao Haiping and the other two, they already looked as pale as death when Ning Rui and his companions appeared. The background that Yao Na has revealed so far is definitely not something they can contend with. In the end, the three of them could only be taken away with despair on their faces. Convention and Exhibition Center. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Lin Shien hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Ning Rui just called him and told him what happened at school today. Although Yao Na reminded them not to tell Lin Shien about this, as Lin Shien's subordinates, Ning Rui and the others really didn't dare to hide it from Lin Shien. Lin Shien was shocked to learn that Yao Na had torn apart the rumor mongers alone, and that she had even taken on 3 people at once. Is this still his gentle and lovely little wife? Thinking of Yao Na's handling of the matter, Lin Shien was even more relieved. In the past, he was worried that Yao Na would be kind-hearted for a moment and not pursue the mistakes of Zhao Haiping and the others. I didn't expect her to be so decisive this time. Thinking of Zhao Haiping and the other two, Lin Shien sneered and sent a message to Han Ling. I don't want to see Zhao Haiping, Chen Mei, and Xie Yuji in Guangzhou. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to force Zhao Haiping and the other 3 to leave Guangzhou. Just spend money. Is it cruel? It's cruel indeed, but so what? If you dare to bully my wife, even the Lord will give you a piece of skin. As soon as he hung up the phone, the sales lady who was standing by came over and handed the documents to Lin Shien. Then she said respectfully, Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Maserati owner. We will use a special trailer to send your Maserati MC20 back to you. You just need to sign your name and this Maserati MC20 will be yours. Lin Shien took the pen handed over by the young lady and wrote 2 words in a flamboyant manner in the car buyer column on the contract Yao Na. Then the sales lady returned the pen to the Maserati and explained, Thank you, but I have to correct you, this car is not mine, it's my wife's. Also, there's no need for a tow truck. I'll just leave now. At this time, the sales lady finally reacted. Then he said with envy, Mr. Lin, you are so good to your wife. No, on the contrary, my wife treats me better. Lin Shien smiled and looked at Yang Wu who was walking towards him in the distance. Boss, we've also got the Lamborghini that you ordered for your wife. Chapter 103 All yours. Not only did he buy his wife a top-of-the-line Maserati MC20, he also bought her a Lamborghini Internationale. The two together cost at least $7 million. What kind of divine husband is this? The sales lady looked at Lin Shien with green eyes, as if she wanted to eat him up. If Lin Shien told her now that he wanted to communicate with her, the salesgirl would probably offer herself to him without hesitation and wait for Lin Shien's favor. Although this sales lady was top-notch in both appearance and figure, Lin Shien still did not have any improper thoughts about her. Walking outside with Yang Wu, I saw an orange and red supercar lying on the ground like a calf, attracting a lot of onlookers. The Convention and Exhibition Center is currently hosting a week-long auto show, which is also the largest auto show held in Guangzhou in recent years. This auto show attracted the attention of many luxury supercar brands. On the opening day, the exhibition center was paralyzed for a time and the police had to evacuate the crowds urgently. Things got better after the flow control was implemented in the next few days. Even though it is already the 6th day of the auto show, there are still many people coming every day. As for whether they are looking at the car or the headlights, that depends on personal opinion. As soon as this orange-red supercar appeared, it attracted the attention of almost everyone around it. What kind of car is this? It's so beautiful. A beautifully dressed young girl looked at the supercar with starry eyes. Lamborghini. But I can't tell what model this car is. It looks a bit like a calf, but a calf is not this big. And it has sharp edges and corners, it doesn't look like a calf. There was a boy next to the girl who knew a lot about cars and he immediately started to explain, but he was a little hesitant to recognize the supercar in front of him. The car logo is indeed Lamborghini S, and even looks similar to the Maverick, but it is far more majestic and domineering than the Maverick. Just as the crowd was talking, a handsome figure walked over. Ding ding! Lin Shien took the key handed over by Yang Wu, pressed it, and the orange-red steel beast suddenly shone. Following a burst of exclamations, Lin Shien opened the car door and got in. The steel beast in front of you is indeed a Lamborghini Aveo, but it is a customized model. It costs more than 6 million yuan, which is enough to buy 2 ordinary Lamborghini Avios. Unlike ordinary Mavericks, the internal layout and interior of his customized Maverick are very sci-fi, which is very different from the style of Mavericks. At just one glance, Lin Shien fell in love with it. Before buying it, Lin Shien took a test drive. Thanks to the advantage of Rebirth, he can learn things quickly now. The way to drive a supercar is different from that of an ordinary car. Just like this Maverick, it switches on the console on the right side. There is a dedicated start button here. The start button is wrapped in a blue crystal cover with a simple drawing of a bull's head printed on it, symbolizing Lamborghini's never-give-up bull spirit. As the start button was turned on, the surrounding light strips suddenly lit up. Then Lin Shien pressed the start button, and the surrounding light strips lit up one by one like a progress bar. When the light strip is fully lit up, this steel beast is also started up. Pretty. Lin Shien couldn't put down this new car. Brother Wu, let's go. Lin Shien shouted to Yang Wu outside, then he turned the paddle under the right steering wheel, and the steel beast roared and drove away from the exhibition center. Yang Wu looked at the Lamborghini with envy, then turned and walked towards the Maserati MC20. This supercar also has stunning appearance, but for a straight man like Yang Wu, it is still too delicate. Yutong Road Primary School. Yao now walked out of the office building and planned to go home. She doesn't need to be involved in the rest of the matters, Ning Rui and the others will take care of them. Along the way, many teachers looked at Yao Na curiously. Today's incident caused quite a stir and many teachers have heard about it. After all, gossip spreads much faster than the speed of light. In just a short period of time, Yao Na's feat of taking on 3 people alone spread throughout the entire school's teacher circle. Originally, they believed the rumors spread by Zhao Haiping and others. After all, everyone has known your family background for so many years, so who doesn't he know it? But what happened next was far beyond their imagination. Private office, legal representative, these mysterious but powerful words surprised everyone and aroused a lot of curiosity about Yao Na. Yao Na walked out of the school, came to the side of the road, took out the key and pressed it, and the Panameras lights flashed twice. The teachers in the distance also saw Panamera, and many male teachers were secretly shocked. This Mr. Yao is really rich. He can even drive a Porsche Panamera worth more than 2 million yuan to work. It seems that the rumors are true. Her husband is really worth billions. It's hard to say whether it's several billion, but it's definitely several hundred million. Yao Na was unaware of the discussions behind her and she felt a little distressed. She originally came to work because she loved teaching and being with children. But today's situation made her realize that she is really different from before. It seems impossible to work wholeheartedly like before. Are you really going to resign? Yao Na had a headache. Boom! A roar came from afar and got closer. Yao Na looked in the direction of the sound and saw an orange and red steel beast roaring towards her. Yao Na frowned, closed the door of the Panamera, and took 2 steps back. Boom! The Lamborghini Maverick stopped steadily in front of Yao Na, and the roar gave her a headache. After looking at the Lamborghini with some disgust, Yao Na opened the car door again and planned to go home. Beautiful lady, do you want to watch a movie together? Hearing this voice, Yao Na's face suddenly lit up with joy. She turned around and just saw Lin Shien getting down from the Lamborghini Maverick. Brother, why is it you? Yao Na looked at Lin Shien with surprise. Why, I can't come. Lin Shien went forward and hugged Yao Na, kissed her on the forehead, then hugged her and comforted her in her ear. I'm sorry, honey, why didn't you call me? Hey, I just don't want to trouble you. Yao Na didn't frown even when she was slandered by others, but when she heard her brother's comfort, her eyes instantly turned red. Silly boy, what trouble is there between the two of us? Lin Shien said with some distress, remember this in the future. If you are wronged, you must tell me and I will help you get justice. Okay, I got it. Yao Na sniffed and giggled. She looked at the customized Lamborghini with curiosity and asked in confusion, Brother, is this your new car? It's so beautiful. Do you like it? I like it. Yao Na walked around the Lamborghini Neo and I have to say, this car is really cool. Then another roar was heard, and a white supercar, like an elf, stopped in front of Yao Na. Yang Wu got out of the car and greeted Yao Na with a smile. You didn't buy this car, did you? Yao Na said in surprise, you bought 2 cars? How are they? These 2 supercars are great, right? Lin Shien asked with a smile. They all look good, but I still prefer the white one. Yao Na compared the Mavericks and the Maserati MC20, and finally said. Lin Shien was not at all surprised by Yao Na's words. He stuffed both keys into Yao Na's hands, then smiled at her confused look and said, since you like them, they're all yours. Chapter 104 Project Startup. But I already have a Panamera, and now I have these 2 cars, and I can't drive them all. Yao Na shook her head and said, Brother, didn't our dad drive away your Cayenne? You should drive these 2 cars. Having said that, Yao Na was about to return the key to Lin Shien. Lin Shien held Yao Na's hand and said, these 2 cars are for you, just keep them. Besides, if I want to drive, I can just drive away. Hearing Lin Shien's words, Yao Na nodded and said, okay, I'll drive the white car and you can drive this orange-red one. By the way, what brands are these 2 cars? Lin Shien introduced, the white one is a Maserati. Do you see the trident on the logo? This is the Maserati logo. This Maserati MC20 is not only good looking, but also has powerful performance. Then he pointed to the customized Lamborghini Maverick in front of him and said, this is a customized Lamborghini Maverick. You see, its logo is a bull. This is a Lamborghini. Lin Shien simply introduced the information of the 2 cars to Yao Na, and did not say anything about their other performance. Because he knew that Yao Na didn't understand and didn't care about these things. Thank you, brother. Yao Na hugged Lin Shien, kissed him on the face, and said, by the way, brother, I can't have dinner with you tonight. I promised to treat the employees of Swordfish Culture Media to dinner 2 days ago. Okay then, do you need me to accompany you? Lin Shien said. No, I want to train myself. Yao Na shook her head. Lin Shien didn't force it and said, then I'll go back with Brother Wu first. Remember to call me if you have anything. Don't worry. Yao Na waved to Lin Shien and got into the Panamera. After Yao Na left, Lin Shien greeted Yang Wu and got into the Lamborghini Neo. Boom! With a roar, the Lamborghini Neo and Maserati MC20 made a graceful turn and disappeared at the intersection. At the gate of Yutong Road Primary School, Zhang Suyan looked at the sports car going away with a face full of envy. Master is so lucky to have met such a promising husband like Brother Lin. Zhang Suyan took out her cell phone, opened the WeChat address book, and her slender fingers fell on a cartoon avatar. After hesitating for a long time, I sent a message. Ding! Yao Na likes the Lamborghini Maverick and Maserati MC20 you gave her. The happiness level is 91, and you get 91 times the consumption rebate. Your account 6981 has received 893,031,139 yuan today, and the balance is 377,209,3926 yuan. While driving, Lin Shien checked the system prompt records. His bank account once again received nearly 900 million. The total deposits have reached more than 3.77 billion. Cool. Lin Shien shouted happily, then turned on the speaker, and exciting music started playing. Yang Wu, who was following behind, couldn't help laughing when he heard the music coming from the front. After waving to Zhao Yi and the others behind him, the speed of the Maserati MC20 increased again, following closely behind the Lamborghini. CCB, Haihe District Branch. Boss. Boss. Lin Shien came to the private office, and Han Ling and others stood up and greeted him. How's it going? Lin Shien looked at Ning Rui and asked. Ning Rui knew that Lin Shien was asking about the rumors spread by Zhao Haiping and others that slandered Yao Na in the afternoon, so she immediately replied, "We have already filed a lawsuit with the court and called the police, but the other party asked for a private settlement, saying that if we don't accept the private settlement, they will also sue Miss Yao for assault." Can. Lin Shien nodded and said without thinking, "We can pay compensation for beating someone. If 10,000 is not enough, we can pay 100,000. If 100,000 is not enough, we can pay 1 million. But I can't just let them slander my wife. I want you to mobilize all your strength. I don't want to see these 3 people in Guangzhou, including their families and children. I'm going to make them get out of Guangzhou like dogs." Hearing Lin Xien's cold voice, Ning Rui and Lu Meijia looked at each other and nodded, "Don't worry, boss." Others had no opinion on Lin Xien's approach. Is it cruel? It's cruel, but so what? There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. If Zhao Haiping and his companions had not been jealous and spread rumors to slander the proprietress, how could they have ended up like this? After Ning Rui and Lu Meijia finished talking, Cui Daiyuan also prepared to report his work to Lin Shien. Wait a moment, I think it's getting late. Perfect, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Lin Shien stopped Cui Daiyuan and said to everyone. Really? Thank you, boss. When Han Ling and the others heard Lin Xien's words, they immediately cheered. After spending some time together, everyone has gotten to know the new boss, Lin Shien. Being approachable and kind to others is not only important, but more importantly being generous. Then Lin Shien summarized everyone's ideas. Some wanted to eat Japanese food, some wanted to eat Western food, and some wanted to eat hot pot. Finally, he waved his hand and came to the fried chicken restaurant that he and Yao Na used to eat at. I don't know if you elites can get used to the food here. Lin Shien said with a smile as he got out of the car. Boss, you underestimate me. I am a native of Guangzhou. How could I not be used to fried chicken? Han Ling spoke first with a smile. Hey, I'm not from Guangzhou, but I'm from Jiuzhou. When it comes to fried chicken, our place is the most famous. Dong Runian said with a smile. Then he looked at Ning Rui and Lu Zhen, who just walked out of the car, and said, Boss should ask Ning Rui and Lu Zhen if they can get used to the food. One of them is from Jiuzhou and the other is from Suzhou, so they may not be able to get used to our fried chicken in the north. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ning Rui smiled and said, although Sister Zhen and I are from the south, we both went to college in the north. After a few years, our tastes have become similar to those of northerners. Okay then, let's go in now. Lin Shien said as he walked into the fried chicken shop first. This is a place I used to frequent with Yao Na, mainly because the food here is large in quantity and not expensive. Lin Shien explained to Cui Daiyuan and others as he walked. A few people walked into the store and immediately felt the bustle inside. The hall of over 100 square meters was almost full. They were lucky because a table of people had finished their meal just as they came in. The waiter quickly cleared the table and asked Lin Shien and his friends to sit down. As the boss, Lin Shien directly ordered the store's signature fried chicken and fish, and then ordered a few side dishes. Then he handed the menu to Cui Daiyuan and asked them to order. Yang Wu, Zhao Yi, and others could only wait until others had finished eating before they could sit down. After ordering the dishes, Cui Daiyuan also took the opportunity to say to Lin Shien, Boss, the preliminary work for the Old City project of the mall has been completed, and we are just waiting for you to go to the mall to sign the contract in person. You don't know that Deputy Mayor Chen calls me several times a day. If you don't go over, I'm afraid he will come to Guangzhou to find you. Chapter 105, First Contact with the Baby. As he was speaking, Lin Xien's phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that the caller ID read Deputy Mayor Chen. Lin Shien couldn't help but laugh and said, Look, if you mention the devil, he'll appear. Cui Daiyuan and others also saw the caller ID on Lin Xien's phone and started laughing. Hello, Mayor Chen, good evening. Lin Shien answered the phone and said hello first. Good evening to you too, Mr. Lin. Chen Xing's cheerful voice was also heard on the phone. What followed was a bunch of meaningless topics. Lin Shien knew that Chen Xing wanted to ask him about the old city project, but since the other party didn't say anything, he was happy to pretend that he didn't know. Finally, Chen Xing couldn't help himself and finally spoke. Mr. Lin, our old city project has passed the assessment on your side, and all the work has been arranged. Do you think we can find some time to sign the contract? Lin Shien and Cui Daiyuan smiled at each other and said, I thought Mayor Chen, you weren't going to talk about this. Chen Xing felt a little embarrassed when he heard Lin Xien's teasing, but those who are able to work in politics are always thick-skinned. He smiled and said, I know that I can't hide my thoughts from you, Mr. Lin. The old city project affects the vitality of hundreds of thousands of people in our mall. I can't help but pay attention to it. After hearing this, Lin Chen didn't say anything more and directly stated, Don't worry, Mayor Chen, I am still very optimistic about our old city project. I should have signed the contract at the mall a few days ago, but I was delayed a few days ago due to some things. I am really sorry. How about this, I go back to the mall tomorrow. Tomorrow? Chen Xing was somewhat incredulous when he heard Lin Xien's words. You agreed so readily? Yes, tomorrow. What do you think, Mayor Chen? Lin Shien confirmed again. How about it? That's awesome. Chen Xing almost jumped up with excitement. He quickly said, absolutely no problem. After getting the exact information from Lin Shien, Chen Xing achieved the purpose of making this call. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien said to Cui Daiyuan and the others, Cui Daiyuan and Lu Zhen will go to the mall with me tomorrow, and Ning Rui and Han Ling, you will come too. Lin Shien said. No problem, boss. The people who were named responded immediately. By the way, boss, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Cui Daiyuan thought of another thing. You say. Cui Daiyuan said, I suggest that boss should set up an investment company. Although you have only invested in Swordfish Culture Media and there is also the Mall Old Town project next. Although it is not much, it does not mean that you will not have any investment ideas in the future. The suggestion of me, the old boss, and Lu Zhen is that you'd better set up an investment company, and make investment companies as the main body in the future. After Cui Daiyuan finished speaking, Ning Rui also echoed, Brother Cui is right, boss, it will be much more convenient for you to have an investment company. Seeing that Cui Daiyuan and Ning Rui said so, Lin Shien followed their advice. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll take out 100 million as registered capital for the newly established company. 100 million. Cui Daiyuan and his companions were shocked, but when they thought about their boss's wealth, they felt relieved. I understand, boss. I will handle the company's affairs as soon as possible, but I may not be able to catch up with this Mall Old City project. But it doesn't matter. We can carry out asset restructuring later. Cui Daiyuan nodded and said. Then he asked, Boss, do you have any requirements for the name of the company? Let's call it Taiziyayo Investment. Lin Shien thought for a moment and said. The word Tao is taken from half of his surname, Lin, and half of Yao Na's surname, Yao, symbolizing that the two of them will never be separated. After hearing Lin Xien's explanation, all the women present were moved. Boss is so affectionate. When can I find a man as affectionate as boss? That's right. Lin Shien remembered something and said to Cui Daiyuan, you can set up another charity organization, also called Taiziyayo, so that I can be of use to you. Okay, boss. Although Cui Daiyuan was somewhat confused, he did not ask Lin Shien what this charity organization was used for at this time. After dinner, Lin Shien returned home and found that Yao Na had not come back yet. But after waiting for a while, Yao Na also came back. How was your day? Lin Shien walked forward, took the coat from Yao Na, and asked. Not bad. Yao Na said with a smile. During the dinner, she, the new chairman, was admired by everyone. The feeling of being surrounded by stars was really great. Lin Shien sat on the sofa, and Yao Na lay in his arms. Brother, I felt the baby kicking me today. Yao Na hugged Lin Shien and said happily. Really? Lin Shien was surprised. This was the first time Yao Na felt Xiaobao's actions. Ah! He's moving again. Suddenly, Yao Na said with surprise. Where? Lin Shien said hastily. Here, look. He's still moving. Yao Na lifted up her clothes, revealing her bulging belly. On the snow-white skin, blue or purple blood vessels are coiled on it like earthworms. I can't see it. Lin Shien looked at Yana's belly carefully, but still didn't notice any movement. Touch it. Yana took Lin Shien's hand and placed it on the right side of her belly. Lin Shien tried his best to feel the movements inside, but still found nothing unusual. No feeling. I feel it. Just as Lin Shien finished speaking, he suddenly felt a throbbing sound in his fingers. Did he kick you in there? Lin Shien asked with a dull look on his face. Yes. He was the one who kicked me just now. Yana also said happily. This is amazing. Lin Xian's mind was a mess at this moment. He couldn't think of any words to describe the fleeting feeling he had just had. Just now, he suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his blood, as if the signal was suddenly connected. That vague feeling kept lingering in his heart. Is this the legendary blood connection? Lin Shien murmured. Brother, the little baby actually bullied me. Yana looked at him with a wronged expression. Lin Shien kissed her and said, Don't worry, wait until he is born, and see how I deal with him. Hate it, I don't want you to deal with him. Yana quickly patted Lin Shien on the shoulder and said, No one can bully my little baby. Then she added, except for me as a mother. Lin Shien rolled his eyes, then took out his phone and said, I'm going to tell my parents the good news. They will definitely be very happy to hear it. Having said that, Lin Shien dialed his father's number. Sure enough, when he told his parents the news, they were very happy. He quickly asked Lin Shien to take good care of Yana. Even Yang Xia planned to come to Guangzhou again to take care of Yana personally. Chapter 106, Pregnancy Dream. Lin Shien and Yana had to persuade their mother to give up the idea of coming to Guangzhou right away. But it was also agreed that she would come over after Yana entered the late stage of pregnancy. The two of them couldn't persuade her, so they had to agree. Then Yana called her parents and told them about this matter. The two elders were also very happy. That night, the two of them were so excited that they couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It was not until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning that they finally fell asleep in each other's arms. While sleeping, Lin Shien was in a trance and had a dream. He dreamed that a little boy came to him and said that he was bullied and asked him to help him get back at his enemies. Lin Shien followed them there, and when he got there he found that the other party's child was not there. The little kid was so angry that he smashed everything in the other party's house. After smashing the things, the little boy brought Lin Shien back. Not long after, the little boy felt angry and took him to the house they had just visited for the second time. This time, the two children in the other family were there, and the little boy took on two children who looked older than him and beat them down. Then the world turned upside down and Lin Shien woke up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. This dream was very different from his usual dreams. The most important thing was that he remembered this dream very clearly, without any interruption from beginning to end. This is very abnormal. What puzzled him even more was that there were several good friends with him in the dream, but why did this little boy only call him? Moreover, this little boy gave him a really close feeling. Wife. Elder brother. In the darkness, Lin Shien called out softly, but unexpectedly Yana also called out to him. He turned his head and saw Yana staring at him with a pair of sparkling eyes. Wife, I just had a dream. Before Lin Shien finished speaking, Yana also spoke up, Brother, I had a dream too. Real? Lin Shien sat up immediately and said, I dreamed of a little boy. I dreamt about a boy, too. Yana also sat up and said in surprise. I dreamed of a little boy, about 1 or 2 years old. Then, Lin Shien, with surprise, told Yana in detail about the dream he had just had. I dreamed of a big eagle. It flew in through the window, then landed on the ground and turned into a boy of 14 or 15 years old. After hearing this, Yana couldn't wait to share her dream with Lin Shien. After saying this, both of them fell silent. Their dreams were really too bizarre. Brother, I heard that pregnant women will have fetal dreams. Do you think the dream we had today was a fetal dream? Yana blinked and said. But I'm a boy, so pregnancy dreams and the like have nothing to do with me, right? Lin Shien scratched his scalp and asked in confusion. Of course not. Pregnancy dreams have nothing to do with gender. Both fathers and mothers will have pregnancy dreams. Yana corrected. So according to you, both of us had pregnancy dreams today? Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, we both dreamed of boys, so do you think Xiaobao could be a boy? This. Yana was a little unsure. She shook her head and said, that's possible, but I saw this on Douyin before. Many people dreamed of boys, but ended up giving birth to girls. Some people dreamed of girls, but ended up giving birth to boys. Although they said so, Lin Shien and Yao Na were still very excited. This was the first time for both of them to experience this, and they felt very excited and thrilled. Lin Shien picked up his phone and checked the time. It was just past 5 in the morning and it was still dark outside. But neither of them felt sleepy at all. In the warm bed, Lin Shien and Yao Na hugged each other, imagining the future with children. I want to quit my job at school, Yao Na suddenly said. Quit? Lin Shien glanced at Yao Na and saw that she looked serious, so he agreed, it's better to quit. Now you are still the chairman of Swordfish Culture Media, plus the teaching work at school, I am afraid you can't handle it. Yao Na also nodded and said, you are right. I have thought about it for a long time and decided to quit my job at the school. Then she said with some guilt, I heard from the principal that you donated 1 million to the school? Then if I just quit my job, will the 1 million be wasted? Lin Shien looked at Yao Na, who looked guilty, and knew that she must have been struggling for a long time today, and had not made up her mind because of the 1 million he donated. He laughed, scratched Yao Na's nose lightly, and said with a smile, my silly wife, what are you thinking about? It's just 1 million, how can it compare to your happiness? Besides, this 1 million is not going to go down the drain. Moreover, Yutong Road Primary School is the school where you have worked for several years. Can't we just treat it as charity? Even though Lin Shien said so, Yao Na still couldn't let it go. Are you worried that we'll run out of money? Lin Shien knew Yao Na very well, and he knew at first sight that this girl was afraid of running out of money. He smiled and said, don't worry, do you think I didn't do anything during this period of time? Yao Na's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Shien's words, and then she heard Lin Shien continue, in the past few days, the project I presided over has made a lot of money. It's only 1 million, no big deal. Really? Yao Na looked surprised. Of course. Can I still lie to you? Lin Shien said with a smile. Yao Na cheered and hugged Lin Shien, saying brother is awesome. After a while, Lin Shien pulled Yao Na over and said to her seriously, wife, I hope you will be happy every day from now on. I will clear away anything that makes you unhappy. Your man has this ability now. I know. Yao Na hugged Lin Shien and spoke softly. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. By the way, tomorrow, no, it should be today, you have to go back to the mall with me. Lin Shien said. Is there any progress on the Old Town project? Yao Na also learned about the projects that Lin Shien was planning to invest in. In addition to Swordfish Culture Media, there was the Old Town project of the mall. The preliminary contact work for this project has been completed, and I am just waiting for you to sign and transfer the money. After all, the mall is your home, and I want to take you back with me. Lin Shien explained. Good. Yao Na agreed without thinking, not for anything else, but just because her brother said, I want to take you back. Perhaps the excitement had passed, Lin Shien and Yao Na felt sleepy again, and the two of them fell asleep again in each other's arms. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that the two of them woke up slowly. After a simple meal, Lin Shien met up with Yao Na, Cui Daiyuan, and others and went straight to the mall. Chapter 107 The Mall's Head's Attention. Guangzhou City Newspaper Group. A middle-aged man with a hurried look pushed open a closed office and walked in. Mr. Ren, we found out. As soon as the man entered the door, he couldn't wait to tell his discovery. But when he saw clearly what was happening in the office, he immediately lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Ren, I didn't know. I'm leaving now. After saying that, the man immediately turned around and left. Return. Before he could take 2 steps, a hoarse voice sounded behind him. Behind the desk, a handsome young man tidied up his messy clothes, and the other figure was the young man's secretary. The man took one look and immediately lowered his head. The boss's woman was not someone he could look at. The secretary threw a coquettish look at the man, kissed Ren Xiaotian on the face, and said, Mr. Ren, I'm going to go out first. I'll come play with you later. Go ahead. Ren Xiaotian waved his hand and signaled the secretary to leave. The secretary giggled, walked around the man, and walked out of the office, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Ren Xiaotian sat in the office chair, put his legs on the desk, lit a cigarette, and then asked, Tell me, what did you find? The man licked his lips and said, Mr. Rin, you guessed right. The problem with Power Media was caused by Swordfish Culture Media. Fuck. I knew it was that bitch Jiang Jing who did this. Ren Xiaotian sat up abruptly, took 2 deep puffs of his cigarette, and then put it out on the desk. But then he thought again, Swordfish Culture Media has already reached the end of its rope and is only one step away from bankruptcy. How could it possibly have the ability to take action against Power Media? So he asked, is there anything else? The man nodded and said, Swordfish Culture Media suddenly accepted an investment of 30 million and was revived. Then they used the evidence they had to quickly destroy Power Media. No one reacted. Ren Xiaotian's eyes were grim. He had pursued Zhang Jing for so long, but this girl didn't even look at him. This was hard for him to accept as he had been pampered by his elders since he was a child. He swore that one day Zhang Jing would kneel down in front of him, eat his lollipop, and then cry and beg that she was blind. With the help of Ren family's background and under his relentless pressure, Zhang Jing's Swordfish Culture Media could no longer hold out. But at this moment, there were some blind people who dared to ruin his good deeds. Who is that person? Ren Xiaotian asked with a cold look. Lin Shien. Lin Shien? Ren Xiaotian frowned. He racked his brains to recall who this Lin Shien was, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Isn't it from Guangzhou? Ren Xiaotian gave up his memories and asked instead. I'm from Qinzhou. The man had investigated Lin Shien and knew his situation very well. Qinzhou? How dare a country boy like you meddle in my business? Ren Xiaotian said while cursing. Although there are many rich people in Qinzhou, in the eyes of old Guangzhou people like him, other places except Guangzhou are rural areas. Fuck, that bitch named Zhang doesn't think that I can't control her just because she found a rich country boy to invest in her? Give the order, continue to attack Swordfish Culture Media. Ren Xiaotian grinned and said, I want to let the woman surnamed Zhang know that in Guangzhou, there is no other way out except to obey me. But Mr. Rin said that you are not allowed to move recently. The man was speaking when he suddenly felt a chill. He raised his head and met Ren Xiaotian's crazy eyes. Then Ren Xiaotian picked up the ashtray on the table and threw it at him. Boom! The ashtray hit the man's chest heavily, making a dull sound. The man couldn't help but scream, and fell to the ground, with a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. How dare you, your mother, meddle in my affairs? You just do whatever I tell you to do. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. If you do that again, I'll throw you into the 12-mile river to feed the fish. Ren Xiaotian quickly walked up to the man, grabbed his hair and warned him viciously. Roll. After the man rolled out of the office, Ren Xiaotian could not help but sweep everything on the desk to the floor and angrily yelled, Zhang Jing, you bitch, I'm going to smash your hopes bit by bit. I'll make you fall into despair again. Boss, we've arrived at the mall. Because they were too excited at night, Lin Shien and Yana fell asleep after getting in the car. The 2-hour journey passed in a flash. After being awakened by Cui Daiyuan, Lin Shien rubbed his dizzy head and looked at Yana beside him. Honey, wake up, we're here. Yana opened her eyes, a little confused, so fast? Do you want to go home today? Lin Shien asked after pulling Yana out of the car. Forget it, we still have to sign the contract tomorrow, so we won't go back today. Yana shook her head and said. Well, let's wait until the signing is completed before going home. Lin Shien, Yana, Cui Daiyuan and others walked into the Greenland Platinum International Hotel. This hotel is right next to the Old Town and has a very nice environment. Not far from the hotel is the Old Town's artificial lake and the surrounding greenery is also very nice. This time, the hotel was also booked by Han Ling and Wang Yaming. Lin Shien and Yana stayed in a Lakeview suite, which cost 6,400 yuan a night, which is considered very expensive in an 18th-tier city like Shangcheng. The others were staying in king-size rooms, but after Lin Shien took a look, he upgraded them all to executive suites. After lunch, there was no plan for the afternoon, so Lin Shien and Yana went to Shangcheng Normal College where she graduated, while the others went about their own business. In the evening, the two of them had dinner at a snack street near the normal school and then returned to the hotel. As soon as they entered the lobby, they saw Cui Daiyuan waiting in the hotel lobby. What's going on? When Lin Shien saw Cui Daiyuan was actually waiting for them, he thought something had happened. Deputy Mayor Chen is here. Cui Daiyuan walked over and whispered to Lin Shien. I'll go up and take a look. Lin Shien nodded. He was not surprised by Chen Xing's arrival. However, Cui Daiyuan continued, but Deputy Mayor Chen did not come alone. There were 2 other people with him. I checked and they should be the current top and second in command of the mall. The top and second in command. Lin Shien was also surprised. He didn't expect that his investment in the Old City project would actually attract the attention of the secretary and mayor of the mall. Chapter 108. My brother and sister are on TV? Everyone is in the conference room. Cui Daiyuan said to Lin Shien. Brother, go and talk about business. I'll go back to my room first. Yao Na said. Okay, I'll be back soon. After Lin Shien talked to Yao Na, he followed Cui Daiyuan to the meeting room first. Secretary, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Chen, our boss is here. Cui Daiyuan opened the door for Lin Shien, walked in and introduced him to Chen Xing and others in the conference room. This is Mr. Lin, right? He is indeed young. The leader looked to be in his early 50s, with half black and half white hair, and he was dressed very simply. If you didn't know that he was the top leader who controlled the more than 10 million people in Shanxing, you would have thought he was just an ordinary old man from some family. You are indeed young, but definitely not ordinary. The other person looked younger, but a little fatter, and had a very friendly face. It is the second in command of Shang City, the mayor. Thank you, old parents. I am just an ordinary person with some spare money. Lin Shien stepped forward and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the two of them, feeling a little excited. The two people in front of him were the ones with the highest status he had ever met in his 2 lifetimes. But the excitement in my heart only lasted for a moment, and then I calmed down. Seeing Lin Xien's well-spoken and calm expression, the secretary and the mayor secretly admired him. Ordinary people would have been extremely nervous when seeing them, but the young man in front of them didn't react at all, as if they were really ordinary people. He was indeed not simple. Mr. Lin, you are too modest. You have really helped our mall a lot this time. I would like to thank you on behalf of more than 10 million people in the mall. The mayor shook Lin Xien's hand and said sincerely. You are too polite. After all, I am the son-in-law of the mall. It is my duty to contribute to our mall. Besides, I am a businessman and I also want to make money. The evaluation and development potential of the Old City project is good. There is no reason for me not to invest. This is a win-win situation. Lin Shien said with a faint smile. Look at my memory. I forgot that Mr. Lin is the son-in-law of our mall. The mayor slapped his head and laughed. After just a few words, the unfamiliarity between the people faded a little. In the following time, no one talked about work and projects, but just chatted about family matters. However, the top and second in command only stayed here for about 10 minutes before saying goodbye and leaving. After all, these two people were indeed very busy. Before leaving, Chen Xing said to Lin Shien, Mr. Lin, I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow and take you to visit the Old City project. The signing ceremony will be held in the Old City at noon. After seeing Chen Xing off, Lin Shien and Yao Na did not stay up late. They tidied up and went to bed. The next morning, Lin Shien and Yao Na got up early. Today Lin Shien wore a Versace long coat, casual trousers and a pair of high-top Martin boots, giving people a formal yet casual feeling. Yao Na wore a white patchwork cashmere short Chanel-style down jacket with a high-necked cashmere base shirt underneath, high-waisted jeans and a pair of black Martin boots. It makes her look sweet yet a little cool. The two men walked downstairs and saw Cui Daiyuan and others already waiting at the hotel entrance. Boss. When Lin Shien and Yao Na came over, Cui Daiyuan and others bowed to Lin Shien. Such a grand ceremony opened the eyes of the guests passing by the hotel, and they all asked which company's domineering president had come. Mr. Lin, I'm sent by the City Hall office to pick you up. Please follow me with your wife. At the door, an Audi S6 had already opened its door. A middle-aged man dressed as a driver walked up and said to Lin Shien. It's troublesome. Lin Shien nodded to the driver. The driver didn't expect Lin Xien's attitude to be so good. He was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Please follow me. Led by the driver, Lin Shien and Yao Na got into the Audi A6. Then the group headed towards the old town not far away. Today the old town is much more lively than before, and several big balloons have been erected at the gate of the old town. A red carpet was laid on the ground, and a banner was hung on the archway at the intersection, Old City Phase 2 and Phase 3 signing ceremony. As soon as the car approached the archway, Lin Shien saw Chen Xing standing there waiting. There were quite a few people following him, and judging from their appearance, they should be government officials. Mr. Lin, it's still early. I'll take you to visit the entire Old Town Park first. Chen Xing said after shaking hands with Lin Shien and Yao Na. I just wanted to see what the old city is like. To be honest, although Yao Na and I have been together for quite some time, I have never been to this old city. Lin Shien said with a smile. That's great. I'll show Mr. Lin around. So, under the leadership of Chen Xing and other leaders, Lin Shien and his party walked into the old city. They said they wanted to have a thorough tour, but due to time constraints, Lin Shien and the others only visited a small part of the place. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the group arrived at the square where the signing was to take place. The media had been waiting here with their guns and cannons. What Lin Shien didn't expect was that when the signing time was approaching, the top and second in command came again. Moreover, the contract was signed between the second in command and Lin Shien personally. This scene was also captured by major media. Yao Zhuan, Yao Nai's home. Mother-in-law Cui Li had just finished her housework and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Yao Lu was lying on the side, eating melon seeds and spitting the shells on the ground. You little bastard, if you dare to spit on the ground again, I will beat you up, do you believe it? Cui Li slapped Yao Li's leg hard and scolded him. Oh, isn't it just some melon seed shells that I spit out? I'll clean it up later. Yao Li shuddered and pulled his thighs inward. Cui Li snorted and said disdainfully, You clean it up? You can't clean up your ass. I was the one who cleaned up for you every time, and you still vomited. As Cui Li was speaking, she saw Yao Li still spitting out melon seed shells. She became extremely angry and raised the TV remote control in her hand to hit him. Bang! The remote control hit Yao Li's head with a crisp sound. Maybe I accidentally pressed the channel change button, the TV screen flashed, and then a familiar figure appeared on the TV screen. Yao Li was immediately attracted by the two familiar figures on TV and didn't even feel the pain in his head. Looking at her dazed son, Cui Li was shocked. Could he have been beaten stupid? Son? Cui Li looked at the dazed Yao Lu and called out carefully. Then Yao Lu, who was stunned, turned around and pointed at the TV and said to her, Mom, stop arguing. Look at the TV. Is that my brother and sister? Are they on TV? Chapter 109 Yao Zhuang Shock. They really are your brother and sister. Cui Li looked at the TV and saw the two familiar figures on the screen. Aren't they her second daughter and son-in-law? Lao Yao. Lao Yao. Come here quickly. Cui Li hurriedly shouted outside, and after a while, Yao Jun came running over in a hurry. As soon as he ran in, Yao Jun was still mumbling, Scream, scream. Before Cui Li could speak, Yao Jun had already seen Yao Na and Lin Shien on TV. Young entrepreneurs Lin Shien and Yao Na came to our city to invest, planning to invest 200 million yuan and acquire 25% of the shares of the old city project of the mall. Our city secretary and mayor expressed their gratitude for this. The commentator's introduction came from the TV. Mom, Dad, it says that my eldest brother and second sister invested 200 million in our old city project? Where did my brother and sister get so much money? Yao Lu widened his eyes and looked at his parents. 200 million. Yao Jun and Cui Li were also stunned by what they heard on TV and had no time to care about Yao Li's problem. Yao Lu didn't mind that his parents didn't reply. Young people are quick to accept food. After a brief shock, Yao Lu suddenly thought that as a younger brother, his second sister was so rich, so wouldn't it be easy for him to ask his second sister for 10 or 20,000 yuan? Thinking of this, Yao Lu couldn't help but start imagining a bright future. Bang! Yao Lu was immersed in beautiful imagination when he was suddenly slapped on the forehead, and the fantasy in his mind was shattered. Mom, can you please stop hitting my head? You're almost driving me crazy. Yao Lu covered his head and said aggrievedly. You little brat, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. No matter how rich your brother and sister are, they still own their money and have nothing to do with you. Cui Li and Yao Jun also regained their senses. It was true that their son-in-law and daughter were rich, but that had nothing to do with their Yao family. What's more, Lin Shien just gave him 1 million a year ago. But I'm his brother. Dear. Yao Lu said stubbornly. Bullshit. Even if you are his son, this won't work. Cui Li suppressed Yao Lu again. Yao Jun also warned, Yao Lu, I'm telling you, if you dare to ask your sister or brother for even a dime, I will break your legs. The powerful Yao Jun immediately awakened Yao Li's nightmare of being whipped. He quickly assured him, Dad, what are you talking about? I was just joking. He could dodge when Cui Li hit him, and that kind of force was nothing to him because he had thick skin and flesh. But his father Yao Jun was different, he really beat him. The first thing I did was to put on a belt and stuff, it hurts a lot. Not only Yao Jun's family saw the news, but many people in Yaozhuang also saw it. Yao Yukai, the village party secretary, reads the city news every day, if for no other reason than to know where the city leaders have been in recent years, what they have done, and what kind of spirit they have so that he can understand. As a result, the scene changed and we saw the signing ceremony of the Old Town project of the mall. TSK, he spent 200 million, and the key is that he is still so young, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. While taking notes, Yao Yukai looked at Lin Shien and Yao Na with some envy. Thinking of his good-for-nothing son, Yao Yukai suddenly felt his hands itching. Isn't this Yao Na from Uncle San's family? That must be her man, right? Wow, he's even on TV. Yao Yotsai's wife, who had just walked in and was about to sweep the floor, looked up at the TV and said enviously. Wait a minute, what did you say? When Yao Yukai heard what his wife said, he was suddenly shocked. Hey, what are you doing? You're so startled. Yao Yotsai's wife patted her chest and pointed at Yao Na and Lin Shien on TV and said, Can't you see? Isn't this Yao Na from Uncle Yao Jun's family? This is her man. Have you forgotten? Wait for me. Yao Yukai squinted his eyes, but found that he still couldn't see clearly, so he quickly ran to the bedroom, took out his reading glasses and put them on. It's really Nana. After Yao Yukai saw it clearly, he began to have doubts in his heart. Uncle Yao's family is probably going to soar to fame. His son-in-law invested 200 million yuan, and he was accompanied by the secretary, the mayor, and a large number of city leaders. In the future, with just 1 acre of land in this mall, he will be able to call the shots. If we don't get in touch with Uncle Yao's family now, when will we do that? When the time comes, I'll find a chance to mention it to his brother-in-law. Then won't I have to move my butt? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way to do it. Yao Yukai clapped his hands suddenly, scaring his wife. When Yao Yotsai's wife saw her husband standing up excitedly and walking out, she quickly called him, Where are you going? It's almost time for lunch. No more eating. I'm going to go talk to Uncle Yao. Whether I can be transferred back to the city depends on Uncle Yao. It was not only Yao Yotsai's family that saw the news, other people also saw the news, and those who knew the family asked their neighbors. Soon, most of the people in Yao village knew that the second brother-in-law of Yao Jun Yao San's family had invested a huge sum of 200 million yuan in the mall, and even the secretary and the mayor had to accompany him with a smile. At once, many people came to Yao Jun's house. Yao Jun, who was talking to Yao Yukai, was dumbfounded when he saw the crowd of villagers coming to his house. But after thinking about it for a while, he knew what these people were here for. It must be because his second uncle's affair was on the news and seen by the villagers. This is indeed the case. In addition to congratulating Yao Jun, many people also asked him indirectly whether they could find an easier job for his children in the old city. It made Yao Jun very annoyed. In the end, Yao Jun used the excuse of having a meal to send everyone who came to his house away. After closing the door and returning to the living room, Yao Jun exhaled heavily and said to Chueli, What are these people thinking? One came to borrow money, another wanted to work, and another asked if he could find Xiao Qian to work as a minor official in the government. Bah! Chueli comforted him, Okay, why are you so angry? Let them talk about what they want to say, we just don't have to listen. If they want money, they can borrow from anyone they want. If they want a job, they can ask anyone they want. We don't care. Yao Jun responded in a muffled voice, then looked around the room and found that Yao Lu was nowhere to be found, so he asked, Where did that brat go? He ran out a long time ago. If you have nothing to do, go and call him back for dinner. Chui Li arranged. Okay, I'll go outside to get some fresh air. Yao Jun wrapped himself in his coat and walked out of the house. As soon as he walked outside the village entrance, he saw Yao Lu holding up his cell phone at the corner, and said arrogantly to his childhood friends, See, this is my second sister and my brother, who directly invested 200 million. I just want to ask you if you think this is awesome or not. As soon as Yao Lu finished speaking, he heard others flattering him with stars in their eyes, Awesome. Awesome. Lulu, your sister is so rich, so you should be rich too. Isn't it a piece of cake to give you a few 100,000? Hearing what his brothers said, Yao Lu immediately turned his nose up and said, Of course not. My second sister loves me the most. Have you seen my phone? It's an iPhone 14 with the best configuration. It costs more than 10,000 yuan. It's a New Year's gift from my sister and brother-in-law. My sister loves me so much, let alone 100,000 or 80,000, even if I ask for 1 million, she will give it to me immediately without blinking an eye. Chapter 110, Pursuit. Good boy. Yao Lu, no, Brother Lu. Don't forget your brothers when you become rich. A childhood friend immediately stepped forward to massage Yao Li's shoulders and legs. When he did this, others followed suit. That's not right, Brother Lu. Doesn't your second sister like to bully you the most? Can she really give you 1 million? Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Yao Lu was immediately unhappy and said, "Bullshit. You know nothing. Did my second sister beat me? Slapping is love, scolding is love, do you understand?" Just as Yao Lu finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the forehead again, and then Yao Jun's angry voice was heard. Beating is love and scolding is love, right? Then I'll let you taste the love your father has for you. Yao Lu was beaten up by his father in front of so many childhood friends. He felt a little embarrassed and said toughly, "Dad, if you dare to beat me again, I will turn against you." Falling out? Yao Jun's expression was very interesting. He went up and slapped Yao Lu again, saying as he hit him, "I'll make you angry. You are just itching for trouble." Under the terrifying power of Yao Jun, the momentum that Yao Lu had just built up was immediately broken, and then Yao Jun grabbed his ear with one hand and dragged him towards home. Is it possible that Brother Lu can't get the 1 million? He stared blankly in the direction where Yao Lu was captured, with a bewildered look on his face. I can definitely get it. As soon as the other childhood friend finished speaking, he saw everyone looking over and he said slowly, "There must be 1 million ghost money." Cut. At noon, Lin Shien, Yao Na and their group were warmly received by Chen Xing and other senior mall leaders. They did not set off for Yaozhuang until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When leaving, Cui Daiyuan and others also parted ways with Lin Shien. They went directly back to Guangzhou, while Lin Shien took Yao Na, Yang Wu, and others back to Yaozhuang. As soon as I walked under the big tree at the intersection of Yaozhuang Road, I heard someone shouting among the group of people playing cards, "Go back and tell Junzi that his second daughter and son-in-law are back." Those who could play cards at the entrance of the village were all well-informed people in the village. In addition, Lin Chen brought Yao Na back home in glory a few years ago, and the Panamera and Cayenne that he and Yao Na drove had long been well known. Hearing the noise coming from outside, Lin Shien could only lower the car window and greet everyone. It was originally just a matter of a few words, but more and more people gathered together, so Lin Shien and Yao Na had to get out of the car and say a few more words. The siege was not resolved until Yao Jun arrived. Seeing Yao Jun getting into a Panamera followed by 2 Wranglers, the onlookers were full of envy. See? He now brings bodyguards with him when he travels. Not only that, even Yao Lao San and his wife were assigned 2 bodyguards by his son-in-law. Yes, I heard that these bodyguards are all retired soldiers. They are very powerful. One person can beat several of them. In the car, Lin Shien rubbed his cheeks, which had become numb from laughing, and asked, "Dad, what's going on? Aren't you all too enthusiastic? The news about the two of you investing 200 million in the old town has been on TV, and the folks have spread the word. What do you think?" Yao Jun explained. On TV? No wonder. Lin Shien was not surprised when he thought of the various cameras and guns at the signing ceremony. Glancing at Yao Jun, who was hesitant to speak, Lin Shien smiled and said, "Dad, do you have anything you want to ask?" "Nonsense, you took out 200 million quietly, who wouldn't want to ask what happened? What happened to the 200 million? Lin Shien and Yao Na looked at Yao Jun's nervous expression and burst out laughing. Seeing her father's face turning from white to red and then to black, Yao Na quickly pushed Lin Shien. Lin Shien also quickly explained, "Dad, don't worry, I earned all this money through hard work, and I definitely didn't do anything illegal. Besides, if I did anything illegal, the mall government wouldn't let me invest in the old city project. Nana and I thought that this amount of money was too much and you and Mom would think too much, so we didn't tell you too much." That's good, that's good. Yao Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, if the source of the money was not right, the higher-ups would have taken action long ago. How could they allow people to invest in government projects? As we were chatting, the car had already arrived at the door of our house. Yang Wu and his companions said something to Lin Yang, then took Chen Huasheng and Chen Yozhong away, which could be considered as a holiday for the two of them. Xiao Chen, there's no need for those 2 little brothers to stay with us. You guys have too much to do. Why don't you let them go back? After Yao Jun watched Yang Wu and his companions leave, he spoke to Lin Shien. Dad, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that Nana and I are too rich now, and we are easily envied. Those people can't do anything to Nana and me, so they will attack you and Mom. With them by your side, Nana and I feel more at ease. Lin Xien's words immediately gave up Yao Jun's idea of asking Lin Shien to transfer Chen Huaxing and the other two away, and he asked worriedly, "Is it so dangerous?" "It's not dangerous, but just a precaution." As he was speaking, there was a commotion outside the door, and then many familiar faces walked in. They were all villagers who had a good relationship with the Yao family. Seeing so many people, Yana rolled her eyes, pretending to be tired, and said to Lin Shien, "Brother, I'm so tired, I'm going back to the house to rest first, you can play by yourself." "Don't!" Before Lin Shien could finish speaking, Yana quickly went upstairs. Lin Shien glanced at the villagers gathered at the door and could only greet them with a smile. "I knew that our son-in-law would be a great man. Look, isn't it coming true now?" One of Yao Na's uncles stood up and pulled Lin Shien and said, "Yes, yes. Xiaolin is obviously not an ordinary person. He has great potential." The others also echoed it without hesitation. "Xiao Qian, you are now a shareholder of our Old City project. The Old City project is such a large project, can you show us some work?" The uncle who had just spoken suddenly asked. When the others heard his words, they immediately quieted down and pricked up their ears to see how Lin Shien would answer. "Sure," Lin Shien said simply, smiling unchanged. "Ah." The villagers didn't expect Lin Shien to be so straightforward and were stunned for a moment. Lin Shien smiled and said, "In addition to these, there will be many jobs when the Old City project is launched in the future. If you are interested, you can also talk to my dad." Boom! Lin Xien's words stunned everyone, and when everyone reacted, they immediately cheered. The look he gave Lin Shien also became softer and softer. But just as everyone was cheering, Lin Xien's voice rang out again. "I can give you projects and jobs, but I will give them to people who are down to earth. I don't want those who are sneaky and cunning." Although Lin Shien said this with a smile, everyone present felt a chill in his words. "Xiao Qian, don't worry. If anyone dares to embarrass you, I, an old man, will not let him go." The old man patted his chest and assured, while he glanced at everyone present with a warning. Chapter 111 Family Foundation. After hearing the old man's words, everyone present began to speak up and express their opinions. "Xiao Qian, don't worry, we will never embarrass you. Yeah, if anyone dares to embarrass himself, I'll be the first one to beat him up." After everyone finished speaking, Lin Shien raised his hand to suppress the discussion. After the discussion below died down, he continued, "I, Lin Shien, am the son-in-law of the Yao family and also the son-in-law of our Yao village. As the old saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son. It is reasonable for me to take care of the young and old men in Yao village. I will give you face, but you have to support me in this. Let me be frank. I can provide you with some projects, but if anything happens, I will call the police and you will go to jail. Don't come to me and say that we are all from the same village. It won't work." As he spoke, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Lin Xien's body. The overwhelming oppressive atmosphere made the villagers present feel like they were looking up to a mountain, and they all lowered their heads instinctively. Those who originally had some ulterior motives quickly stopped thinking these unrealistic thoughts. It was not until dark that the villagers who had gathered at home left one after another. After sending the last group of people away, Yao Jun closed the door, glanced at Lin Shien, hesitated, and finally reminded him, "Xiao Qian, are you sure about what you promised them?" Lin Shien looked at Yao Jun with some doubts, and then heard Yao Jun continue, "You are young and don't know the dangers of society. Don't think that those people just said something nice to you, but in the end, if you can't fulfill your promise, they will be the ones who scold you the most." Lin Shien knew that his father-in-law was concerned about him, so he smiled and said, "Dad, I know what you mean. It's just a few projects and some jobs. I can still make a deal on this. Besides, aren't you still here?" Yao Jun looked puzzled. "What can I do?" "Dad, you should be familiar with every household in Yao village, right?" Lin Shien asked. "Needless to say, I'm not bragging to you, I know every family's situation in Yao village," Yao Jun said with pride. "That's right. I plan to ask you to help me check it." Lin Shien explained, "It won't be long before the second and third phases of the Old City project will be launched one after another. A lot of manpower will be needed. You don't have to worry about this. The only thing I need your help with is to help me screen which people in Yaozhuang can be used and which cannot be used." When Lin Shien said this, Yao Jun immediately understood. He said without hesitation, "Don't worry about this. I can't help you with other things, but I have absolutely no problem with this. With his father-in-law keeping watch, Lin Shien didn't have to worry about any bad people sneaking in. I say, you two, how long are you going to stand outside and chat? Are you going to eat or not? Just as Lin Shien and father-in-law Yao Jun were chatting deeply, Chui Li came out and shouted at the two of them. Here it comes. Lin Shien glanced at the sky, which was already darkening, and quickly responded. When I returned to the house, the table was already filled with steaming food. Every dish is the favorite of both Lin Shien and Yao Na. It can be seen that Chui Li has put in a lot of effort. Thank you, Mom. Lin Shien thanked Chui Li. What are you thanking me for? We are all family. What were you and your dad talking about just now? You were so angry. I called you two several times. Chui Li placed a plate of braised pork with pickled mustard greens in front of Lin Shien and asked. She had never forgotten that her second uncle loved to eat meat. That's it. Lin Shien said thank you again and told his mother-in-law about his conversation with his father-in-law. You can ask your dad to come, can he do it? Chui Li looked at Yao Jun with suspicion. Hey, why can't I do that? Yao Jun was immediately unhappy. He said, as for the people in Yao village, I am the only one who knows them best. If I can't do this well, even the gods can't help me. I originally thought it was just a boast, but I didn't expect it to attract the unanimous agreement of Yao Na and Yao Lu. Mom, you underestimate my dad. He is a warm-hearted person who always wants to help other people's families when they have nothing to do. Who doesn't he know well? Yao Na smiled and said, my dad is the best person to handle this kind of thing. Okay, I don't understand this matter anyway, just trust your dad. Chui Li said to Yao Jun, Xiao Qian has invested a lot of money in this old city project, you have to be more attentive. How could I not know? Yao Jun said with some dissatisfaction. Speaking of projects, Yao Lu asked excitedly, brother, did you really invest 200 million in the Old Town project? Why, what do you think? Lin Shien could tell at a glance that this boy had other ideas. Hearing Lin Xien's words, Yao Lu smiled and said, brother, you can easily come up with 200 million, why don't you buy a supercar? I've seen rich second generations driving supercars. You're not that old, so why don't you buy a supercar? If you buy a supercar, I can drive it too. How proud I am. I don't really have a supercar, but your sister does. Lin Shien said with a smile. My sister? Yao Lu looked at Yao Na in surprise. Why, I can't have a supercar. Yao Na glanced at Yao Li's eyes and said with some displeasure. Perhaps sensing the murderous aura from his second sister, Yao Lu shuddered all over and quickly said, second sister, how dare I? By the way, what does your supercar look like? Can I see it? Really want to see it? Think. Yao Lu nodded seriously. Then I won't let you see it. Yao Na decisively rejected Yao Lu. Yao Li's face turned red. If everyone wasn't there, he would definitely let this stupid second sister know how powerful he is. Why, are you itchy? Yao Na looked at Yao Lu with an unfriendly face, as if she was about to take action. Mom! Look at my sister. Yao Lu said to Chui Li with a look of grievance. Well, this dish is delicious, you guys too, eat it quickly. Chui Li pointed at the dishes on the table and urged. As for Yao Lu, she pretended not to see anything. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, Yao Lu could not stand such an injustice. He immediately put down his chopsticks and said, I won't eat anymore. That's just fine if you don't want to eat it. Go and get the porridge out of the pot. Chui Li placed the empty bowl on the table in front of Yao Lu and waved her hand to send him away quickly. Yao Lu had an urge to cry at this moment. Among so many people, am I the only one who doesn't fit in with this family? By the way, Mom and Dad, I plan to set up a family foundation. While eating, Lin Shien also took the opportunity to express his idea of setting up a family foundation. When Yao Jun and Chui Li heard that Lin Shien was going to give half of the foundation's dividends to their Yao family, they were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 112 Hu Kongcheng visits. No. Before Yao Jun and Chui Li could speak, Yao Na directly refused. Yao Na said, brother, didn't we agree before? We don't need this family foundation anymore. After hearing what Yao Na said, Yao Jun and Chui Li were also confused. What exactly is this family foundation? Yao Na explained, my brother now owns 88% of the shares of a cultural media company and 25% of the shares of the Old Town project. He plans to take out some shares from the cultural media company and the Old Town project and put them in this newly established charity fund. There will be dividends every year, and these dividends will be given to you too. Seeing that the two elders were still confused, Yana patted her head and said, just give you two money. Yao Jun and Chui Li understood what was said and quickly shook their heads and said, what money? You gave us 1 million last time, we don't want it. Yana raised her head and smiled proudly at Lin Shien. Lin Shien had a headache. His wife is not a materialistic girl, otherwise she wouldn't have married him without hesitation despite having such a hard life in her previous life. But the more this happened, the more Lin Shien wanted to compensate her. At this time, Yao Lo, who was serving porridge, came over and said cautiously, brother, our parents don't want this family foundation, but I want it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Li's hair stood on end. He could clearly feel 3 strong murderous auras enveloping him. He turned his head slowly and saw the murderous looks of his father, mother and second sister. Ahem, well, I was just joking. After saying that, Yao Lu immediately fled in embarrassment. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that his father's big pussy would fall on his head the next moment. After driving Yao Lu away, Yao Jun and Chui Li insisted, you should give this useless foundation to your parents and forget about it. They were already very satisfied that Lin Shien had considered them when setting up this foundation, but they really did not intend to accept it. Mom and Dad. Lin Shien tried to persuade him, but was interrupted by Yao Jun. Alright, there is no doubt about this matter. You founded this foundation, so it belongs to your Lin family. We, the Yao family, will not participate. Although Yao Jun usually looks kind, when he frowns, he exudes an inexplicable sense of oppression. Chui Li also said, Xiao Qian, we are very happy that you can think of your parents. Just like your father said, we will not participate in this foundation. Lin Shien was helpless and could only look to Yao Na for help, but Yao Na was just eating her meal with a relaxed and comfortable look on her face. It was not until Lin Shien pinched his thigh that he put down his chopsticks. She hugged Lin Xien's arm and said with a smile, brother, just give up on this idea. Mom and Dad will never accept it. Looking at Yao Jun and Chui Li with determined faces, Lin Shien scratched his head and could only put the matter aside for the time being. After dinner, Lin Shien and Yao Na went out for a walk, but were chased and blocked by fellow villagers along the way. The two had to give up halfway and turn back home. It's terrible, they are too enthusiastic, right? When Yao Na returned to the room, she was still frightened. Lin Shien was not surprised. A poor person in a busy city has no one to care about him. A rich person in a remote mountain area has distant relatives. That's the reality. Leaning on the bed, Yao Na yawned. After she became pregnant, she always felt easily tired. She had been traveling all day and attended a signing ceremony. Although she had made up for her sleep in the afternoon, she felt sleepy again. Brother, let's go to bed. I'm so sleepy. Good. After Lin Shien turned off the lights, he hugged Yao Na's soft body and got into bed. Excuse me, Lin Shien, is Mr. Lin home? The next morning. Lin Shien was squatting on the steps outside the living room, eating a bowl of porridge and a fried cake happily when a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chui Li, who was in the kitchen, hurried over to open the door. Then she was heard saying a few words, and then Chui Li walked into the yard with a group of people. Mr. Hu? Lin Shien was a little surprised to see the person coming. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for coming to your house without your permission. Please forgive me. Among the people who came, the leader was a slightly plump man with a smiling face. He was the president of Yuanmu Group, Hu Kongcheng, whom I had met once before. Hu Kongcheng walked over quickly with a humble smile on his face and stretched out his hands from a distance. Lin Shien also stood up and was about to shake hands with Hu Kongcheng, but suddenly he found that he was still holding porridge and a fried cake in his hands. He said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Mr. Hu, please wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. When he got up in the morning, Lin Shien was still wearing a dark blue pajama jacket. It was somewhat inappropriate to meet someone in this state. It's okay, Mr. Lin, please do as you please. Hu Kongcheng came this time to ask Lin Shien for a favor, so of course he wouldn't mind. Dear guests, please come inside. It's cold outside. As the host of the house, Chui Li quickly invited Hu Kongcheng and others to come in and sit down. Yao Lu heard the noise outside and came out. Looking at Hu Kongcheng and the other visitors who were obviously not ordinary people, he asked curiously, Mom, who are they? I'm here to look for your brother. By the way, go outside and find your father. Chui Li explained and did not forget to instruct Yao Lu. Why are you asking me to go again? I won't go. Before Yao Lu could finish his words, Chui Li slapped him on the head. You little bastard, if you don't go and believe me, I'll beat you up. Chui Li had a frown on her face, still holding the rolling pin that she had just put down when she came out of the kitchen. Hiss. Can't I go? Yao Lu immediately ran away with his head in his hands. Lin Shien went back upstairs, changed his clothes carefully, and then closed the door quietly. Yao Na in the room was still asleep. When they came down from upstairs, Hu Kancheng and his group had already been brought into the house by Chui Li. At this time, Chui Li was busy pouring tea for Hu Kancheng and others. Before coming, Hu Kancheng had already learned that Chui Li was Lin Xien's mother-in-law, so he didn't dare let her pour the tea herself. The secretary beside him quickly stepped forward and took the teapot from Chui Li's hand. Mr. Hu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Lin Shien came down from upstairs and said to Hu Kancheng with a smile. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. I should be the one to say sorry for the intrusion. Hu Kancheng stood up and said to Lin Shien. His attitude was very humble, which surprised Lin Shien. He raised his eyebrows and said, Boss Hu, what's the matter with you coming here today? Lin Xien's words were very direct. Hu Kancheng was also stunned for a moment. He was originally struggling with how to start the conversation, but after hearing Lin Xien's words, he immediately said, Mr. Lin, to be honest, I'm here to ask for your help this time. Chapter 113, The Desperate Yuan Mu Group. Help? Lin Shien thought about the last time Hu Kancheng asked him to buy shares, but as it was close to the new year, he didn't take it to heart. Later, I took Yao Na to travel to Snow Town, and when I came back, I started targeting power media. I haven't taken care of this matter until now. Ahem, is this the shareholding thing that Mr. Hu mentioned last time? Lin Shien was a little embarrassed, but fortunately Hu Kancheng and his group didn't notice anything unusual about him. Mr. Lin is right. Hu Kancheng was shocked and said anxiously, Mr. Lin, our Yuan Mu group is developing very well now. If we have your investment, the development of Yuan Mu will definitely reach a higher level. Now that everything is in ruins, it is the perfect opportunity for Yuan Mu group to expand. If you invest in Yuan Mu group now, the benefits will definitely exceed your imagination. Lin Shien looked at Hu Kancheng, who looked so anxious that he was almost dancing, and was stunned. Several senior executives of Yuan Mu Group couldn't help but cough twice to remind their boss that he was too anxious. Hu Kancheng also realized this, and he sat up straight again, laughed dryly, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I was too anxious and embarrassed myself. Lin Shien waved his hand and said, What are you talking about, Mr. Hu? But I still say the same thing about investment. I am an outsider. I need someone in my private office to help me evaluate whether Yuan Mu Group is worth investing in. But Hu Kancheng became anxious, and just as he was about to fight for it again, he was interrupted by Lin Shien. Mr. Hu, I can't give you any guarantees now. Lin Xien's attitude was firm. It was true that he had money, but he would not be the kind of idiot who would spend money foolishly. Seeing Hu Kancheng was a little disappointed, Lin Shien thought for a moment and said, How about this, Mr. Hu, first send the information about Yuan Mu Group to Chui Daiyuan, the business director of my private office. As long as they pass the review, I will definitely invest. Hu Kancheng perked up after hearing this and said, No problem. I will send the information to Mr. Chui when I get back. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving Yuan Mu Group this opportunity. Mr. Hu, you are too polite. I am also optimistic about Yuan Mu Group. As long as there are no problems, I will definitely invest. Lin Shien stood up and said to Hu Kancheng. Seeing that the matter had been discussed and it was inconvenient to stay any longer, Hu Kancheng said goodbye to Lin Shien and left. Mr. Hu, do you think Mr. Lin will invest in us? After leaving the Yao family, a senior executive of the Yuan Mu Group said with some concern, Runhua has begun to press forward step by step. If we don't fight back, not only will we lose our share in Guangzhou, but even our hometown in Guangdong will be invaded. As soon as this person said this, the atmosphere in the entire team became a little depressing. Bah! Runhua, these bastards, actually accepted the Japanese's investment and imported a large amount of Japanese meat. What good meat is there from the Japanese? These bastards are just traitors. Another senior executive couldn't help but curse. Alright, stop talking. Instead of cursing at me, why not think of a solution? Hu Kancheng turned his head and scolded him a few words, then he sighed deeply and pinched his painful brow. Yuan Mu had originally thought of taking advantage of the opportunity after the epidemic to expand outward, but before they could start, their competitor Runhua had already started large-scale expansion. After checking, I found out that this bastard Runhua actually accepted investment from the Japanese, imported a large amount of Japanese meat, and even hired a large number of water armies to promote the idea that the Japanese meat was the best. Shit. How much space can be used to raise pigs and cows in a place the size of a bullet? As the old saying goes, if the pen is too small, the animals 1t grow fat. If the shed is too low, the animals 1t grow taller. The Japanese have such a small piece of land, how good can the pigs and cattle they raise be? A bunch of bastards. Hu Kangqing turned his head and looked at the Yao family behind him, a glimmer of hope emerging in his eyes. Who came just now? Yao Na woke up and walked down from upstairs with messy hair. Mr. Hu from Yuanmu Group. Lin Shien said. It's him. Yao Na had some impression that last time, because of Wang Jun's incident, the president of Yuanmu Group gave a lot of compensation to the people of the 3 villages including Yaozhuang. Everyone had a good impression of this President Hu. But why did he ask you to come? Isn't he here to ask you for investment? Yao Na asked in surprise. You guessed it right. So are you planning to invest? I remember that Yuanmu Group is quite large. Lin Shien smiled and said, whether to invest or not also depends on Cui Daiyuan and his team's evaluation. If the evaluation does not pass, no matter how good he says, I will not invest. My money didn't come from the wind, so I have to be more careful. Okay, hurry up and clean up and eat something. We've all finished eating, and you're the only one left. Lin Shien put his hands on Yao Na's shoulders and pushed her out. Didn't you just say that there were guests at home? Did they leave? As soon as the two went out, they saw Yao Jun coming back. Dad, did you go play cards again? Yao Na said unhappily as soon as she saw Yao Jun. No. Yao Jun was immediately nervous when Yao Na pressed him. He said in defense, I was just watching from the sidelines. I didn't play at all. I don't care about you, play if you want, I'll tell my mom. Yao Na gave Yao Jun an unpleasant look and went straight to the kitchen to find Shui Li. Hey, kid, why don't you believe me? Yao Jun looked hopeless. You went to play cards without even eating. I thought you were going to play cards with me. Shui Li also heard the noise, came out of the kitchen and teased Yao Jun. Hee, it's just for fun. You see, I'm not gambling big money, I just want to have fun. Yao Jun blushed and quickly explained. However, Yao Na and Shui Li pretended not to hear what he said. Lin Shien found it a little funny, but for the sake of his father-in-law's face, he could only keep a straight face and be consistent with his wife and mother-in-law. By the time Yao Na finished her meal, it was already past 10 in the morning, and fellow villagers began to come to the Yao family one after another. Everyone chatted and even played cards together at Yao's house. Yao's house became a new gathering place in the village. Yao Jun welcomes this phenomenon. There was always a smile on his old face, which made him feel very proud. But for Lin Shien and Yao Na, it was a bit uncomfortable. Brother, why don't we go back to Guangzhou? After lunch, Yao Na, who had been noisy all morning, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, then shall we go back in the afternoon? Lin Shien had no objection. Okay, I'll tell my parents. When Yao Na saw that Lin Shien agreed, she went to find her mother excitedly. Okay. Yao Na came back and gestured to Lin Shien with a smile on her face, while Lin Shien was answering the phone at this time. Yao Na leaned in to listen and found that it was the voice of her mother-in-law Yang Xia. Xiao Chen, there's a man named Xiao Dong who wants to see you. He says he's the CEO of Wanrong Building Materials Group. He's shirtless and carrying a thorn stick. What's he doing? Hearing Yang Xia's words, Lin Shien looked stunned. He knew that Xiao Dong from Wanrong had a grudge between the two of them, but why did he come to his house carrying a whip on his back this time? Chapter 114 Xiao Dong asks for forgiveness. Xiao Dong was very angry. Ever since he was given a cold shoulder by a young man who hadn't even fully grown his hair years ago, he has never had a smooth life since then. Just after the Chinese New Year, someone from China Merchants Bank called him and said that his application for a loan extension of 6 million yuan was rejected. This shocked him. That's not all. Not long after, Pufa Bank also called and said that their loan could not be extended either. Xiao Dong was completely dumbfounded. It would be fine if it was just China Merchants Bank, but even Pudong Development Bank rejected his extension. This really hit his sore spot. How could he have so much money to pay off the debt? Not only that, but I don't know which bastard those partners got the news from, but they also knew about Wanrong's predicament and swarmed over to settle the payment for the goods. Damn it! When I was in glory, no one else dared to talk about early settlement. Now that I'm in trouble, they are kicking me when I'm down. Thinking of this, Xiaodong was so angry that he swept everything on the table to the ground and couldn't help cursing, WCNMLGB. After taking 2 deep breaths, Xiaodong sat down on the sofa dejectedly, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. Boom boom. There was a knock on the office door, and Xiaodong said weakly, "Come in." Then, a sturdy man walked in and called out softly, "Brother Dong. How's it going? Any news?" When Xiaodong saw the person coming, his eyes immediately lit up. He jumped up from the sofa, walked quickly to the man, grabbed him and asked anxiously, "Brother Dong, the news has been found out." Xiao Shuang swallowed his saliva, and Xiaodong rarely poured him a glass of water. Xiao Shuang was flattered and said quickly, "I followed your instructions and sent some local specialties to the fat guy in the credit department of China Merchants Bank. I took him out for some fun in the evening. Before we left, the fat guy relented and said that our Wanrong loan extension was rejected because of a word from above. He asked me to ask you if you have offended anyone recently." Offended someone? Xiaodong frowned and racked his brains to think about who he had offended, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In the past 2 years, our Wanrong has been much more cautious, so we don't have the chance to offend anyone even if we want to. Suddenly, an arrogant figure appeared in Xiaodong's mind. Could it be him? Xiaodong looked incredulous. "Brother Dong, who is it?" Seeing Xiaodong's expression change, Xiao Shuang couldn't help but ask. "Lin Shien." Xiaodong did not hide anything and spoke directly. "Is that the guy who offended Brother Dong last time?" Xiao Shuang immediately thought of the person that Xiaodong had asked him to investigate before. "But that kid's family background is very ordinary. He just became rich recently. How could he have such great power?" Xiao Shuang shook his head. He had investigated Lin Xien's background. Seeing that this kid was just from an ordinary background, he sent someone to teach his parents a lesson, but he didn't expect that the person he sent was taught a lesson. Later I found out that this guy had arranged 3 bodyguards for his parents. More importantly, each of these bodyguards is extremely skilled and can easily take on 5 at once. Damn, those evil rich people. As they were talking, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. The sudden noise startled both Xiaodong and Xiao Shuang. Nima. Just as Xiaodong was about to curse, he saw Han Yuzhu coming in anxiously. As soon as she saw him, she said, "Brother Dong, come and see this." As he spoke, he raised the phone in his hand. Xiaodong and Xiao Shuan walked over curiously and saw the news from Guangzhou Metropolitan Channel on their mobile phones, which was reporting the signing ceremony of the Mall Old Town project. Why does this person look so familiar? Xiaodong looked at one of the figures, and his pupils gradually shrank. Brother Dong. Isn't this the Lin Shien? Xiao Shuang's eyes widened. Then I heard the commentator's voice coming from the phone. Lin Shien and his wife Yana invested 200 million yuan in the Old City project and obtained 25% of the equity. Even after the video was finished, Xiaodong and Xiao Shuang still couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, Xiao Shuang finally responded, and said dully, "That person invested 200 million in the Old City project of the mall?" Xiaodong nodded woodenly. That's 200 million. He had been active in Xinzhou for more than 10 years before he had accumulated a net worth of several million. But he spent 200 million at once. That's the difference. In addition, the Old City project of the mall is a big project. Not only the local construction companies in the mall, but also the neighboring Xinzhou construction company have been coveting it for a long time. Xiaodong suddenly remembered what Lin Shien said in front of him that day. "I can crush you to death as easily as crushing a stink bug." When he heard this, he was extremely angry, but now seeing that the other party was spending 200 million, Xiaodong was completely numb. What people say is right. With his strength, it would be very easy for him to crush me to death. Even without showing up, just one sentence was enough to make China Merchants Bank and Pudong Development Bank target him, putting him in a desperate situation. "Brother Dong, what should we do?" Xiao Shuang was also at a loss. Since Lin Shien was able to invest 200 million yuan in the Old City project of the shopping mall, his net worth must be more than 200 million yuan. With such a background, it is too easy for them to target Wanrong. "I remember Mr. Lin is from Lingang, a suburb of the city? He lives next to Yuzhu and Hanlu?" Xiaodong suddenly raised his head and asked Han Yuzhu. "That's right. To be honest, Hanlu and Lingang, as well as Haing to the east, are all relatives. In the late Ming dynasty, people from the three villages followed King Shuang from Jinzhou to Qinzhou, and finally settled down here. They have been intermarrying for hundreds of years. Han Yuzhu said. That's great, Yuzhu. Whether Wanrong can survive depends entirely on you. When Xiaodong heard that Han Yuzhu's hometown had such a relationship with Lin Xien's hometown, his previous decadence was swept away. Brother Dong, although our two villages are close, our generation has almost no connection. Even if I shamelessly go to the home of that big guy, he may not recognize me. Han Yuzhu smiled bitterly. Xiaodong waved his hand and said, Are you stupid? Your generation has no connection, but your father's generation must have connection, right? If not, then your grandfather's generation must have connection, right? It's good that there is a connection. Xiaodong grabbed Han Yuzhu's hand and begged, Yuzhu, I know I've been good to you all these years, you have to help me. Han Yuzhu said quickly, Brother Dong, your words are too polite. Don't worry, I will go back and ask my dad and I will definitely give you an answer. After saying that, Han Yuzhu immediately called her father, while Xiaodong and Xiao Shuang waited on the side with hope on their faces. 2 minutes later, Han Yuzhu hung up the phone, made an okay gesture to Xiaodong, and said, My dad happens to be familiar with Mr. Lin's father, and he said he could take Brother Dong to Mr. Lin's house. Let's go. Let's go now. Xiaodong urged anxiously. He took 2 steps and stopped. He took off his clothes and said to Xiao Shuang, go find me 2 thorns. I want to apologize today. Chapter 115, Mr. Qiao becomes Qiao's grandson. Qinzhou, Lin Shien's home. Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia looked at Xiaodong, who was smiling humbly, shirtless in the middle of winter, and carrying 2 brambles on his back, and they looked confused. Behind the 2 elders, Wu Taijun and the other 2 looked at Xiaodong and his companions with a wary look on their faces. Sidong, what's going on? Lin Hiwei asked in doubt and surprise to a man in his 50s who was following Xiaodong. Han Sidong is Han Yuzhu's father. When he heard Lin Hiwei's question, he quickly said, Brother Hiwei, this is Xiaodong, the president of our Qinzhou Wanlong group. This is my son Yuzhu. Yuzhu, hurry up and call for help. Han Yuzhu quickly greeted Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia, Uncle, Madam. Why? Hearing Han Yuzhu calling for help, Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia quickly responded. Unexpectedly, Xiaodong at the side also shouted, Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin. This left Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia at a loss. Xiaodong looked to be in his 40s, while Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia were only in their early 50s. There was a few years difference between them, so he really couldn't respond to the call of uncle. Lin Hiwei and Yang Xia were embarrassed, but Xiaodong was not. He came here to ask for a favor, so he was very humble. When he was a gangster, he had to call me uncle or grandpa so many times that he didn't know how many times he had to call him that. To him, any other title was no big deal. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, please excuse my intrusive visit. After Xiaodong finished speaking, he winked at Xiao Shuang, who immediately understood and trotted outside to bring back all the gifts that had been prepared in advance. All in all, there are nearly 20 gifts. In addition to cigarettes and alcohol, there are also many supplements. Xiaodong said, Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, please don't think these little gifts are bad. No, we can't accept this. Lin Hiwei reacted and quickly refused. Xiaodong hurriedly said, Uncle, listen to me. I had some misunderstandings with Mr. Lin before, and I came here today just to apologize to him. Since we are from the same hometown, please say a few good words for me to Mr. Lin. Hearing Xiaodong's words, Lin Hiwei hesitated. He usually didn't get involved in Lin Xien's affairs. Therefore, when he heard Xiaodong say that there was a misunderstanding between him and his son, his first reaction was to refuse. But after looking at Han Sidong standing beside him, he hesitated again. After all, Lin Gang and Han Lu are relatives. If it were an outsider, he would have refused it outright. But the one who brought people here was Han Sidong, so he had to call the old man of the Han family's 7th uncle, so the relationship was not bad. If he refused outright, Han Sidong would lose all face. How about this, I'll call Xiao Qian. I can't get involved in your affairs as young people. Lin Hiwei could only throw the question to Lin Shien. When Xiaodong heard that Lin Hiwei was going to call Lin Shien, his eyes lit up and he quickly nodded and said, Uncle Lin, go ahead and call. As long as I can clear up the misunderstanding with Mr. Lin, I'll do anything. Okay, I'll call Xiao Qian back right away. Lin Hiwei called Yang Xia and asked her to call her son. Lin Shien, who was discussing with Yao Na about returning to Guangzhou, also received a call from his mother, and the previous scene happened. After hanging up the phone, Yao Na asked curiously, What did Mom say? We can't go back to Guangzhou. We have to go home. Lin Shien said. What happened at home? Yaona's face tightened and she asked quickly. What? Something happened at home? Chuili, who was preparing things for Lin Shien and Yaona, heard Yaona's words and walked over with a worried look on her face. No, Mom, you heard me wrong. Lin Shien quickly comforted him. I thought something had happened. Are you going back to Qinzhou? Chuili breathed a sigh of relief and then asked. Yes, I have some things to deal with. Lin Shien said. Okay, business is more important. Soon, Lin Shien and Yao Na had finished packing, and the trunk of the Panamera was filled with things prepared by their mother-in-law Chuili. Even the Wrangler driven by Yang Wu and his friends was stuffed with a lot of stuff. After bidding farewell to Yao Jun and Chuili, Lin Shien and his party set out for Qinzhou again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shien and Yao Na finally arrived home. Looking at the Land Rover parked in front of the door, Lin Shien smiled. Brother, what are you laughing at? Yao Na also noticed the change in Lin Xien's expression and asked curiously. It's nothing, I just thought of something funny. Lin Shien didn't tell Yao Na, and Yao Na didn't ask any further questions, but just said oh. Dad, Mom, I'm back. After parking the car, Lin Shien helped Yao Na get out of the car. After pushing open the door, he shouted into the yard. Here it comes. Then I saw Lin Highway and Yang Xia walking out of the living room quickly. Behind them followed Chao Dong and his group, who looked anxious. After Lin Shien and Yao Na greeted Lin Highway and Yang Xia, they looked at Chao Dong and others who followed them. Lin Shien immediately recognized Chao Dong, with whom he had had a conflict years ago. Chao Dong had lost his previous momentum at this time. Seeing Lin Xien's gaze, he lowered his body slightly, then nodded at Lin Shien with a wry smile and called out, Mr. Lin. Mr. Chao's outfit is quite unique, isn't it? Lin Shien glanced at the shirtless Chao Dong and teased. Mr. Lin, I, Chao Dong, am blind and ignorant. I came here today to apologize to you. Please give me a plan and I will follow your instructions. Chao Dong is also single, and he clasped his hands together and said to Lin Shien. You guys chat, I'll go boil some water for you. Lin Highway knew that his son had something important to discuss next, so he pulled Yang Xia and motioned her to step aside. Yana also said, Brother, I'm a little tired, so I'll go upstairs first. Okay, go ahead. Lin Shien kissed Yana, and after she went upstairs, he said to Chao Dong and the others, Boss Chao's words can be misunderstood. People who don't know me may think I am some evil gang. What's wrong with Boss Chao? I have always been law-abiding. Chao Dong's face froze. You must be implying something. But thinking that Lin Shien was no longer someone he could afford to offend, he could only smile and say, I said the wrong thing. Mr. Lin, do you have time? I'll treat you to a simple meal. Mr. Chao, I'm a straightforward person. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. It will save time. Lin Shien was not interested in having dinner with a gangster boss like Chao Dong. Having been rejected twice in a row, Chao Dong could no longer hold back. His face turned cold, and before he could say anything, he saw Yang Wu and others standing behind Lin Shien step forward one after another, staring at him with unfriendly eyes. Chao Dong broke out in a cold sweat and immediately calmed down. He forced a smile and said, Mr. Lin, it was me, Chao Dong, who failed to recognize a great man last time. How about you just treat me like a fart and let me go? I will definitely reward you handsomely. Lin Shien glanced at him and said with a half smile, Mr. Chao. Chapter 116 Actions Against Wan Rong. Chao Dong left without getting the result he wanted. But because of Yang Wu and others beside Lin Shien, he would not have the courage to do anything even if he was given 10 times the courage. After Chao Dong left, Lin Highway and Yang Xia came back. The person has left? Lin Highway looked at the empty gate and asked. I'm leaving. Lin Shien nodded. This Chao Dong is not a simple person, Xiao Qian, you have to be careful. Lin Highway reminded. Lin Shien smiled and said, Dad, don't worry, he doesn't dare. Be careful, that's right. Chao Dong was very ruthless in his past. Lin Highway said with a serious face. He knew that his son was rich, but gangsters like Chao Dong would do anything when they got angry. Lin Shien also nodded and said, You are right. Remember to tell Brother Taijun and the others if you go out recently. After hearing this, Lin Highway also agreed. Lin Shien glanced at Wu Taijun, then walked out of the gate. Wu Taijun understood and followed. Brother Jun, how's the investigation going? Lin Shien handed Wu Taijun a cigarette, but he didn't smoke it himself. Wu Taijun quickly took the cigarette, but did not light it. Instead, he reported seriously, "It's almost done. You can use this evidence to kill Chao Dong at any time. In addition, Lao Yi, Lao Lu and I have also found several victims to ensure that they can testify in court. Don't worry, they have all been paid, so there will be no mistakes. Good job." When Lin Shien sent Wu Taijun and the other two back to Qinzhou to protect his parents, he arranged for them to collect evidence of Chao Dong's illegal activities. He didn't expect that they would get results so quickly. More importantly, several witnesses were found. You know, it is very difficult to find witnesses if you want to bring down these gang bosses because everyone is afraid of retaliation. Even if the gang boss is put in jail, those who can take over the position later will target these witnesses in order to justify themselves. More importantly, these gang bosses all have connections of one kind or another. It would be fine if they were arrested, but if they were acquitted, they would be doomed. It is conceivable how much effort Wu Taijun and the other two put in to find a few witnesses willing to appear in court. Go to Brother Wu later to collect the 100,000 yuan bonus and tell him that it was me who said it. Lin Shien patted Wu Taijun on the shoulder and said, "Boss, this is too much." Wu Taijun hurriedly refused. The treatment Lin Shien gave was already the best. They were doing this as part of their job, so asking for more money would be a waste of time. "Just take it if I give it to you." Lin Xian's attitude was very firm. He said, "You are working hard to protect my parents here, and it is even harder to collect evidence of Chao Dong's crimes. This money is what you deserve." Faced with Lin Xian's firm attitude, Wu Taijun could only accept it. The toughest men are the dumbest. He didn't know what to say to express his loyalty, but he became more loyal to Lin Shien in his heart. After returning to the house, Lin Shien sent a message to Yang Wu, then transferred 100,000 yuan to him, asking him to give it to Wu Taijun and the other three. He also gave them 2 days off so that they could have a good rest. After receiving the gratitude from Wu Taijun and the other two, Lin Shien went back upstairs and looked through the evidence of Chao Dong's crimes that Wu Taijun had sent him. It was not until around 7 in the evening that he stopped when Yao Na asked him to go downstairs to eat. Rubbing his swollen brows, Lin Shien let out a long breath. In general, he was quite satisfied with the evidence, but what surprised him was that Chao Dong's words about sinking him into the river turned out to be real talk, and this guy didn't even have any lives on his hands. This somewhat disappointed Lin Shien, because these evidences could not be given to this gangster boss for free. The evidence was sent to Ning Rui. "Boss, although this evidence is not enough to make Chao Dong eat peanuts, it is enough to make him spend the rest of his life in prison." After receiving Ning Rui's reply, Lin Shien felt relieved. However, he did not choose to hand over the evidence directly to the police station anonymously, but instead called Zhang Jing first. "You've been hyping up this evidence for a few days, just like you did with Power Media last time. You started it and then you just withdrew from it." Lin Shien sent the evidence to Zhang Jing and arranged the next steps. Zhang Jing, who received the call, couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for Chao Dong. 3 seconds later, I decisively arranged the task. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shien stretched. If everything went well, Chao Dong would never be able to get out in his life. Without Chao Dong, Wanrong could no longer cause any big waves. He is not a petty person, but he is not generous either. Chao Dong did offend him, but the crime was not punishable by death. But who made him a gangster boss? Lin Shien will not feel at ease as long as this kind of person is at large. For the next 2 days, Lin Shien and Yao Na stayed in Qinzhou. Lin Shien planned to see Chao Dong go in with his own eyes before he would feel at ease, while Yao Na would follow her brother wherever he went. During this period, Yao Na also formally submitted her resignation report to the school. Although he was sorry about Yao Na's departure, Sun Haichao still agreed. He also promised that if Yao Na was willing to come back one day, the door of Yutong Road Primary School would always be open to her. "Brother, this place is so beautiful. It would be great if I could live here." Yao Na and Lin Shien rode their electric scooters slowly along the road around Jishan Lake in the southern suburbs. Feeling the cool breeze of early spring, Yao Na exhaled heavily. Looking at the scenery in front of him, Lin Shien also felt relaxed and happy. After the Prime Minister of the Cabinet said, "Mountains of gold and silver are not as good as green mountains and clear waters," large-scale greening projects were launched across the country. Qinzhou is no exception. It has a botanical garden in the front and 4 artificial lake parks in the east, south, west and north. The famous Heishui River in the southern suburbs has also been managed and turned into a beautiful place. Jishan Lake is connected to the original Heishui River, which was renamed Libai River, and leads all the way to Zhonghua River in the east. It is not far from Lin Shien's hometown. Yao Na's words also gave Lin Shien some ideas. He had told his parents before that he would move to Guangzhou with his whole family, and would take his sister and her family with him. He also said that he would give the new house he bought before getting married to his sister, but his parents rejected the idea. The two elders were not interested in Guangzhou, and as people get older, they become particularly attached to their hometown. Since the two elders are unwilling to go to Guangzhou, why doesn't he just buy a piece of land near Jishan Lake and rebuild the Lin family manor? Not only is the environment here good, it is also relatively close to my hometown. It is surrounded by some familiar villages, and everyone is more or less related to each other. The more Lin Shien thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, so he told Yao Na about this idea. Yao Na was also very supportive and said with longing, "Brother, I want to make a big piece of land in the yard to grow vegetables." When talking about growing vegetables, Yao Na's eyes light up. Lin Shien slapped his forehead as he remembered his wife's fierce and deadly record. Chapter 117 Chao Dong is imprisoned. What else could he expect when his wife had such skills that she could even kill a cactus? But she is his wife after all. What else can he do except support Yao Na's ideas? I can only continue to support with tears in my eyes. Fortunately, there are mom and dad at home who are good at farm work. They are definitely better than Yao Na doing it all by herself. After returning home, Lin Shien told his parents about this. What's the point of spending that money? Lin Highway refused without even thinking about it. Let's not talk about the house we have now. We have another one in our hometown, not to mention that you have a 3-bedroom house and a villa in Guangzhou. There's no need to waste money on building a new house. Yang Xia at the side also agreed, you should focus on your own business with this money. I saw on the news that you invested 200 million in the old city project of the mall. You must be out of money now, so it's better to spend it sparingly. Lin Shien smiled, held up 2 fingers, and said, "Don't worry about the money, I still have so much." Another 200 million? Lin Highway and Yang Xia asked in shock. Lin Shien nodded. Before he could speak, Lin Highway asked, "What kind of business are you doing that makes so much money?" As he spoke, his face was filled with worry. Seeing him like this, Lin Shien knew that the old man was overthinking again, and quickly explained, "Dad, do you think it's easy for me? I have worked in this industry for 5 years and studied for 5 years to get to where I am today. Isn't this what I should do?" Hearing Lin Xien's words, Lin Highway and Yang Xiao's faces turned red, and Yao Na held his hand tightly. She knew about her brother's predicament before he made money. He even lost his job a few years ago because his company went bankrupt. Although Lin Shien didn't say it, Yao Na knew that her brother must be feeling very sad. In short, "Don't worry, your son's money is clean," Lin Shien said finally. "But your mother and I still think it's unnecessary to build another house." After hearing what their son said, Lin Highway and Yang Xia became less confident. "Okay, let me take care of this, and you two just wait to move in." Lin Shien glanced at his parents who were about to say something, and quickly said, "It's okay if you don't want me to build a new house. You two can come back to Guangzhou with Nana and me." "That won't work." Lin Highway and Yang Xia refused without even thinking about it. In the end, the two elders agreed to Lin Xien's proposal to build a new house. "How about I leave the design to you?" Lin Shien said to Yao Na. When they came back just now, Yao Na was discussing the appearance of the house with him all the way. Yao Na was also eager to try, and quickly said, "No problem." In the afternoon, Jiang Jing reported on the progress of Wanrong Group. "Mr. Lin, public opinion has already risen, and the public is very excited online. Can we start the next step? The rest of the matter can be left to the police, and we just need to watch the show," Lin Shien said with a smile. "Yes, public opinion is very strong now. If the police station does not take any action, the public spit will drown them." Jiang Jing responded with a smile. The feeling of being able to make clouds and rain with a flip of the hand was really good. "Our mission has been completed. What happens next is none of our business." After Lin Shien and Jiang Jing finished talking, they hung up the phone. He has also been paying close attention to online public opinion in the past 2 days. Not only does the public hate gangster bosses like Chao Dong, but even many official media have personally intervened. Lin Shien could even imagine that the leaders of the Qinzhou Police Department had already been reprimanded by their superiors. "Brother Jun, anonymously submit the evidence against Chao Dong to the Qinzhou Police Department. It's time to let Chao Dong go in and step on the sewing machine." Lin Shien called Wu Taijun and gave him instructions. Haojing Hot Spring Hotel. This is the property of Wanrong Group and also where Chao Dong resides. His general manager's office is in Heojingli. However, the general manager's office, which used to be clean and tidy, is now a mess. Chao Dong was also aware of the public opinion that had been stirred up on the internet in the past 2 days, and he was completely panicked. He knew very well what the consequences would be if the mess he had done were exposed. Although he often said that he would sink him into the Zhonghua River, he never did it once. But based on the bad things he did, although they were not enough to buy peanuts, it was certain that he would spend the rest of his life working a sewing machine in prison. He didn't want to operate the sewing machine, so the best thing to do was to run away now while he was not wanted. As for other people, he doesn't care. Chao Dong took out all the cash from the safe, as well as several gold bars and a passport. He had prepared these things a long time ago, and they added up to 5 million. Although it's not much, if he saves a little, it's enough for him to spend for the rest of his life. Bang! Just as he zipped up his backpack, there was a loud noise, and then the mahogany door of the office was slammed open. A group of policemen in uniform rushed towards him. Several policemen quickly pinned the confused Chao Dong to the ground, and then the leading captain said, "Chao Dong, you are guilty, come with us." After saying that, the thugs waved their hands, and everyone carried Chao Dong and walked out. At the entrance of Haojing Hot Spring Club, Wu Taijun was sitting in the car, looking at the figure being pressed out by a group of policemen, and immediately called Lin Shien. Although the man was wearing a hood, it is not difficult to guess that this person is Wanrong's boss, Chao Dong. After watching the police car go away, Wu Taijun immediately took out his mobile phone and called Lin Shien. "Boss, Chao Dong has been arrested." Guangzhou Metropolitan News, on February 18, local time, Wanrong Group General Manager Chao Dong was arrested by Qinzhou police. It is reported that Chao Dong was accused of multiple crimes this time, and the evidence is solid. In the evening, Lin Xian's family, who were eating and watching TV, also saw the news. Lin Haiwei and Yang Xiao were also stunned. How come this guy named Xiao was arrested just like that? Lin Haiwei was surprised. "Dad, you don't know that evidence of Chao Dong's rampant crimes has been all over the internet these past few days. It's become such a big deal. How could the police not arrest him?" Although Yaona did not pay much attention to the news of Wanrong Group, she had seen it several times, which made her unable to help but look at Lin Shien beside her. Lin Shien smiled at him, and Yaona immediately knew that her brother must have been involved in Chao Dong's arrest this time. However, Lin Shien had told her about this matter before, so Yaona didn't think much of it. "A gangster boss, we must catch every one of these people." Chapter 118 Acquisition of Wanrong Group. That night, Lin Shien slept very comfortably. Without Chao Dong, he felt much more at ease. When Lin Shien and Yaona got up in the morning and walked downstairs, they saw their father packing things. "Dad, what are you going to do?" "Go to Jianzhou. The year is over, the epidemic is over, and we have to make money," Lin Haiwei said as he packed his things. Lin Shien was somewhat speechless and said, "Dad, have you forgotten how many hundreds of millions your son is worth now? Don't even think about going out. Just stay at home with my mom and enjoy your life." Dad Lin Haiwei used to work with a cousin of his who was in engineering, but due to the severe epidemic, the project was always suspended and resumed, so Lin Haiwei simply came back. After the Chinese New Year, there was a wave of returning to work across the country, and the cousin also called Lin Haiwei to go to Jinzhou to start work. He was also a person who couldn't sit still, so he simply agreed. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Haiwei shook his head and said, "I know you have money, but I've been staying at home all day and I'm almost going moldy." "That won't work either. Have you forgotten what the doctor said when we went to the hospital a few years ago? The doctor told you to take good care of yourself and not to work." Lin Shien refused immediately. He did not forget that his father had an accident in his previous life because he worked too hard while working in Jinzhou. In this life, he would never let his father go to Jinzhou again no matter what. "It's not that serious. I know my body and I don't do any heavy work." Lin Haiwei wanted to struggle, but Lin Shien directly took his luggage bag and took out all the things. "If I say you can't go, then you can't go." Lin Shien rarely challenged Lin Haiwei's authority as a father. Looking at the somewhat unwilling Lin Haiwei, Lin Shien thought for a moment and said, "Dad, how about this? If you think you are too idle, I will give you a company. How about you manage it?" "Company?" When Lin Haiwei heard Lin Xian's words, he quickly shook his head and said, No, I can't manage the company." "Dad, don't worry, you can definitely manage it. I remember that you managed dozens of people in Jianzhou. And the company I'm talking about is also engaged in engineering. You have been in this industry for decades. Isn't it a piece of cake to manage such a company? Lin Shien's words softened Lin Hiwei's originally resolute attitude. It can be seen that he is actually somewhat tempted. Let me ask you, which man doesn't he want to be in power? As for the company, Mr. Lin is so rich, so what's wrong with buying a company? No, don't you only have one company, Swordfish Culture Media? Where did the other company come from? Lin Hiwei suddenly remembered that there was only one company under his son's name, Swordfish Culture Media, and even the investment in the Old City project of the mall was made in his personal name. The Old City project in the mall involves a lot of engineering projects, and the government of the mall does not intend to hand over all the projects to Guangzhou Wujian, so I plan to acquire several engineering companies and take over these projects. This is like transferring my money from one hand to the other. I won't lose anything. Lin Shien explained it to Lin Hiwei. Originally, he looked down upon these projects, but he just bought some gifts for his wife and got dozens or hundreds of times the cash back. Isn't that great? There is no need to work so hard on these projects with not much return, but in order to stabilize his father, he is willing to pay the money. Even if he loses money, he can just consider it as a way to make his father amused. He has money and is not afraid of squandering it. Then, shall I try? Lin Hiwei said hesitantly. Okay, let's do it this way. I'll arrange it right away. After dealing with his father, Lin Shien called Dong Runyan. When Dong Runyan learned that the big boss wanted to acquire a construction engineering company just to entertain his father, he was stunned. Wow, I've heard of a father giving a company to his son so that he could learn management and train himself, but this is the first time I've seen a son buy a company for his father to train him. No problem, but boss, do you have any company you like? Dong Runyan asked. Wanrong Group. Lin Shien said without even thinking. Wanrong Group? Dong Runyan felt that the name was very familiar. He thought about it and finally figured it out. Isn't this the company that has been very popular recently? Is that the boss of the company who was just arrested, the gangster boss? Yes, that's it. Dong Runyan said lightly, don't worry, boss. The boss of this company has been arrested, and its business must have been greatly affected. It will be easy to acquire it. Okay, please take care of this matter. Lin Shien said. Dong Runyan didn't even dare to say it. After hanging up the phone, he went online to check the news about Wanrong Group. Although Chao Dong was arrested, news about Wanrong Group is still everywhere on the internet. It only took Dong Runyan an hour to gain a good understanding of the current situation of Wanrong Group, and then he called Lin Shien. Boss, I checked the matter of Wanrong Group and found that it is very easy to acquire this company. My plan is this: I can use some strength from China Merchants Bank and Shanghai Pudong Development Bank to urge them to pay back the money. I can also incite the companies that have cooperated with Wanrong to ask for the debts from Wanrong Group. With this plan, the acquisition of Wanrong will be a natural thing. Dong Runyan told Lin Shien about his plan, and Lin Shien was very satisfied. Just follow your plan and complete it as soon as possible. No problem, I'll take care of Qinzhou right away. Qinzhou, Haojing Hot Spring Hotel. Wanrong, pay me back. Wanrong, pay me back. Chao Dong, pay me back. Outside the Haojing Hot Spring Club, a large group of people holding banners kept shouting slogans such as pay back the money, attracting a lot of attention. FFF. Are these people crazy? They come to Haojing to block the door. Aren't they afraid of being dealt with by Wanrong's people? Someone among the onlookers couldn't help but speak. Clean up your ass. After hearing this, another person said disdainfully, Brother, you didn't watch the news, did you? Even Wanrong's boss Chao Dong was arrested. Wanrong's boss was arrested? The man who asked the question first was stunned, then looked at the excited crowd in the distance with shock, and couldn't help but said, My goodness, the sky in our Qinzhou is about to change. I don't know whether the weather in Qinzhou has changed, but the weather in Wanrong has certainly changed. After Chao Dong was arrested, many people from Wanrong Group were arrested one after another in the past 2 days. They were all Chao Dong's old subordinates. However, Chao Shuang and Han Yuzhu managed to escape the disaster. Today, Wanrong Group can only rely on the two of them to maintain itself. They could still barely deal with those debt collectors outside, but facing the two giants, China Merchants Bank and Pudong Development Bank, they didn't even have the strength to resist. There are only a few days left before the final repayment deadline. If they cannot come up with the money, the entire Wanrong Group will be auctioned off. Chapter 119 Lin Highway becomes General Lin. You said someone wants to acquire our Wanrong group? When Chao Shuang heard his younger brother's words, he asked excitedly. Yes, I just called. Brother Shuang, do you think you need to meet? The younger brother asked carefully. Chao Shuang did not answer, but looked at Han Yuzhu beside him. He had not read much and only knew how to fight and kill, but Han Yuzhu was different. She was a real college student and had always been highly valued by Chao Dong, so Chao Shuang wanted to seek Han Yuzhu's opinion as soon as possible. See? Han Yuzhu nodded to Chao Shuang, and Chao Shuang immediately spoke. After the younger brother left, Chao Shuang asked Han Yuzhu, Yuzhu, do we really want to sell Wanrong Group? Even if we don't sell, we don't have the money to repay the loans from China Merchants Bank and Shanghai Pudong Development Bank. If we can't pay on the due date, Wanrong Group will still be auctioned off, but it will be worthless if it is auctioned off. It's better to find a buyer and sell it at a suitable price before that. Han Yuzhu paused and said, Don't forget, this is also Dong Ji's arrangement. It had been 4 or 5 days since Chao Dong was arrested, and the two of them went to see Chao Dong. Chao Dong knew that his life was over, so he arranged for Chao Shuang and Han Yuzhu to sell Wanrong Group and divide the money into 3 parts, 1 part for his wife and children, 1 part for Chao Shuang, and 1 part for Han Yuzhu. However, Chao Shuang had not made up his mind until today when he was left with no other options and finally gave in. Then sell it. Chao Shuang sat dejectedly on the boss chair that Chao Dong had sat on. He seemed to see the past glory gradually fading away. Brother Shuang, people are coming. The younger brother went and came back, bringing a few people with him. This gentleman should be Mr. Chao Shuang, right? Dong Runyan looked at Chao Shuang with a smile on his face, greeted him, then looked at Han Yuzhu beside him and said, This should be Mr. Han Yuzhu, right? Chao Shuang had just stood up and was about to reply when Han Yuzhu at the side spoke first. Are you Mr. Lin's people? Hearing Han Yuzhu's words, Chao Shuang was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Yang Wu and others standing behind Dong Runyan. That's right. I was entrusted by Mr. Lin to talk to Mr. Chao and Mr. Han about the acquisition of Wanrong Group. Dong Runyan nodded and said. After hearing Dong Runyan's words, both Chao Shuang and Han Yuzhu were very excited. Mr. Lin is worth hundreds of millions, so there is absolutely no problem for him to acquire their small company. But after hearing Dong Runyan's offer, Chao Shuang almost burst into curse. Han Yuzhu couldn't help but get angry and said, Mr. Dong, although our Wanrong Group is in a difficult situation at the moment, we still have so many assets. Isn't it too much of a bully for you to only offer 2 million? Dong Runyan said calmly, Mr. Han, you think too highly of Wanrong Group. You should know that your loans are 8 million. After we acquire the company, we will pay back all the money. Of course, if you can first settle these loans and the people outside asking for their wages, I can offer you 6 million. Grass. If I can solve these problems, why would I talk to you about the acquisition? Dong Runyan raised his hand and looked at his watch, then said to Chao Shuang and Han Yuzhu, How about this, I'll raise the price by another 500,000 yuan. This is also my last offer. If you don't sell it, then just pretend I haven't been here today. But I have to remind you that those people outside can't wait any longer. Mr. Chao, Mr. Han, please think about it carefully. Seeing that Dong Runyan was getting impatient and wanted to leave, Han Yukuan quickly stopped him. Brother Shuang. Han Yukuan looked at Chao Shuang, who gritted his teeth and said, Deal. Hearing Chao Shuang's agreement, Han Yuzhu also showed a hint of joy. He also put forward his own requirement, which is that the acquisition must be paid in full. Dong Runyan had no objection, as the thing his boss had the most was money. When do we sign the contract? Since he had decided to sell it, Chao Shuang naturally wanted it to be done as quickly as possible. Right now. Dong Runyan immediately took out the contract that had been drafted long ago from his briefcase and placed it in front of Chao Shuang. No problem. Chao Shuang signed the contract readily, and then Dong Runyan called Han Ling. Within 2 minutes, Chao Shuang received a text message that 2.5 million yuan had arrived in his account. After getting the money, Chao Shuang's attitude towards Dong Runyan became better. Mr. Dong, if you need anything, just let me know. I will definitely cooperate with you. Chao Shuang patted his chest and said. Thank you, Mr. Chao. Please gather the employees of Wanrong Group. The next day. What's this? Lin Highway took the contract handed over by Lin Shien with a puzzled look on his face. Please open it and have a look. Lin Shien gestured with a smile. Lin Highway opened the contract doubtfully, read it carefully, and finally couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw one of the lines. General Manager of Jihai Yanfan Building Materials Company Lin Highway? Isn't this me? Lin Highway looked at Lin Shien in surprise. Yes, didn't we agree before that I would let you manage a company? It just so happens that I acquired a building materials company, and now you are the general manager. Lin Shien smiled and patted his father on the shoulder, saying, Comrade Lin, the organization trusts you very much, so don't let the organization down. Go to hell, you little bastard, you have no respect for your elders. Lin Highway cursed with a smile. Although he looked a little nervous, he was still eager to try deep down. After taking 2 deep breaths, Lin Highway said seriously, Okay, I'll help you keep an eye on this company. Then he excitedly ran to his wife to show off, which made Yang Xia very annoyed. Dad is so happy. Yao Na couldn't help laughing as she looked at Lin Highway, who was as excited as a child. Yeah, I haven't seen my dad so happy in a long time. Even if this company fails, as long as he is happy, I am willing to do it. Lin Shien said to Yao Na. The older he gets, the more he realizes how difficult it is for his father. I know. Yao Na held Lin Xien's hand and leaned on his shoulder. In the evening, Lin Xien's sister Lin Song and her family also came back, and Yang Xia specially prepared a large table of dishes. My dad became the general manager? Lin Song was surprised when he heard the news. Look, they're all here. Lin Highway took out the contract swiftly and said excitedly. Lin Shien on the side also explained, My father is not in good health. I am afraid that he will have an accident if he goes to Jinzhou without anyone to take care of him. He can't sit still, right? It just so happens that I have invested in the old city project of the mall. This company can just take on some projects. My father will not be idle and can help me take care of things. It's good. Besides, I only spent a small amount of money to acquire this company. Even if the company fails, I don't care. Hearing Lin Xien's words about his wealth and power, Lin Song gave him a thumbs up and said, My brother is really amazing. He doesn't even take a single company seriously. My brother-in-law Gao Kun, who was standing by, also had a complicated expression on his face. He has worked so hard for so many years, but is still a small clerk. His father-in-law has a good son, and he directly gave him a company to play with. Damn, the difference between people is sometimes really bigger than that between people and dogs. Hey, I'm calling you, speak. Just when Gao Kun was lost in thought, his wife suddenly touched him and he looked up with a confused look on his face. Chapter 120 A Day with Mr. Lin and Mr. Gao. Brother, in addition to our father's building materials company, I have another company here that needs someone to take care of it. Are you interested? Gao Kun was stunned when he heard Lin Xien's words. Lin Shien nodded and said, I won't hide it from you. This company is the former Wanrong Group. After the boss Chao Dong was arrested, the entire Wanrong Group collapsed. I took the opportunity to take over this company. In addition to the building materials business, Wanrong Group also has a Haojing Hot Spring Club, 2 KTVs, for internet cafes, and 2 billiard halls. I have brought all these businesses together. If you are interested, you can help me manage them. To be honest, Gao Kun was very tempted, but was a little embarrassed. Hurry up and agree to it. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Lin Song, who was standing by, immediately pulled him. Okay. Gao Kun did not hesitate any longer and agreed directly. Since you trust me so much, Xiao Qian, I will definitely not embarrass you. Don't worry, I will definitely help you take care of these places. Gao Kun didn't mention the issue of money. He believed that his brother-in-law would never treat him unfairly. This is exactly the reality. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Shien was very happy and said, We will reorganize these industries into a company. You will be the general manager, with a salary of 10,000 yuan per month, 14 salaries per year, and a bonus of at least 3 months' salary. In addition, there will be a 10% dividend. Lin Xien's conditions were definitely considered top-notch treatment in Xinzhou, a small 18th-tier city. Gao Kun himself felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Qian, you've given me too much. I feel unworthy of it. Lin Shien said nonchalantly, You are my brother, and you help me look after the business, so it is only right that you give me so much. Okay, just take what our brother gives you. Just work harder in the future. Lin Song spoke up. Among the couple, Lin Song was the one who made the decisions, so Gao Kun didn't say anything once Lin Song opened his mouth. Come on, our family has 2 bosses today, we have to drink one. Lin Shien raised his glass and proposed. Everyone raised their glasses and the atmosphere was very lively. Even Gao Xing couldn't help but take a sip of beer. As a result, even after drinking a large glass of juice, he still couldn't get rid of the discomfort. His embarrassed appearance also made everyone laugh. The next morning, Lin Highway and Gao Kun followed Dong Runyan to the renamed Zhihai Yangfan Building Materials Company. The two people who became General Manager Lin and General Manager Gao burst out with unparalleled enthusiasm. Lin Shien was happy to see this happen. Lin Shien, who had nothing to do, was lying on the sofa reading a novel. Recently, he was following a novel about super rich people called Super Rich, starting from exclusively loving my wife. He felt it was very good, so he gave a reward of 10,000 yuan to the author. Just as she was enjoying it, Yao Na, who had been hiding in the study since morning, suddenly poked her head out and shouted to Lin Shien, "Brother, come here quickly." "What's wrong?" Lin Shien asked as he walked over. "Brother, what do you think of the design of this manor?" Yao Na pulled Lin Shien to the computer. On the screen was a beautifully shaped neo-Chinese courtyard. "Not bad." Lin Shien clicked the mouse twice. This new Chinese-style courtyard not only came with renderings, but also floor plans and landscape designs. Not only this one, there are several more. Yao Na took the mouse, stepped out, and clicked on the other two sets of drawings. In addition to this new Chinese style, there is another European-style villa and a simple villa. After looking at the three sets, Lin Shien asked Yao Na, "Which one do you prefer?" "This." Yao Na chose the new Chinese-style courtyard she saw first without hesitation. Lin Shien also thinks so, because this new Chinese-style courtyard is not only grand, but also very impressive. Building a new Chinese-style courtyard next to Jishan Lake just sounds great. That's it. Lin Shien confirmed it directly. Yao Na was also very happy and said, "Okay, I'll talk to the design company right away. We can hand over our new house to our father's construction company. With our father watching over it, we don't have to worry about anything else." Lin Shien reminded. Of course Yao Na also knew this, and she couldn't wait for the house to be built as soon as possible. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Lin Highway and Gao Kun came back together. "Why did you come back only now?" Yang Xia said somewhat dissatisfiedly. "I just took over the company, and there are a lot of things to do. In addition, many people are no longer involved because of the arrest of Chao. I really didn't expect that managing a company would be so troublesome." Lin Highway looked a little tired, but it was obvious that he was in good spirits. It was obvious that he liked the feeling of being busy. Gao Kun standing nearby was no exception. The Haojing Hot Spring Club, 2 Zhouchang LTV hotels, and several internet cafes, billiard halls, etc. were not only scattered, but also had some problems with the accounts. "Dad, brother, you can sort out the company's personnel first, and then decide whether you need to recruit new people based on the actual situation. The current leadership is mostly made up of Wanrong's veterans, so you'd better be more cautious with this group of people." Lin Shien put forward his own suggestion, which Lin Highway and Gao Kun also thought made sense. Gao Kun smiled bitterly and said, "I am a little unsure now. I doubt whether I can manage these industries well." Lin Shien patted Gao Kun on the shoulder and consoled him, "Everyone has a first time, brother. I'm rooting for you." On the one hand, Gao Kun was very grateful for Lin Xien's trust, but on the other hand, he was under tremendous pressure. If he couldn't do a good job, it would be a small matter to be embarrassed, but disappointing his brother would be a big matter. The next day, Lin Highway and Gao Kun went to the company early again. Although they complained yesterday that things were difficult, neither of them backed down. Yao Na has already communicated with the design company, and the specific construction has been handed over to her father. "It's a pity that I can't watch the new house being built." Yao Na hung up the phone and said with some disappointment. Lin Shien pinched her little face and said with a smile, "What's the big deal? Guangzhou is not far from Qinzhou. We can go home anytime." After hearing this, Yao Na felt better. As he was talking, Lin Xien's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Shien took out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID, feeling a little surprised. He answered the phone, and a familiar and cheerful voice immediately sounded from the other end. "Lin Shien, you seem to be doing well recently. You spent 200 million yuan. That's really generous." Lin Shien smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, please stop insulting me. How can I compare with you, Brother Yuan?" The person who called was Yuan Jingshua, the son of Yingcheng Mining Group, whom I had met in Shui Village before. Chapter 121 Yuan Jingshua calls. "What you said is not true. The Eagle City Mining Group is not ours. Even if we dig 3 feet deep, we can't get even a few tenths of your 200 million. Yuan Jingshua retorted to Lin Shien unhappily. It is true that he has a prominent family background. His grandfather was the first-generation founder of Eagle City Mining Group, and his father and grandfather successively served as leaders of the group, including himself, who also holds an important position within the group. In Guangzhou, it is true that the Yuan family can call themselves a wealthy family in terms of power, but this wealthy family is not that wealthy family. If you ask the Yuan family to come up with 200 million yuan, they cannot even come up with it even if they sell everything they have. By the way, do you have anything to do these 2 days? I have to go to Guangzhou to discuss some things the day after tomorrow. If you are free, let's get together. Yuan Jingshua turned around and said. Before in Shui village, he knew that Lin Shien had an extraordinary background, but he didn't expect that he was so extraordinary that he spent 200 million. Their Eagle City Mining Group is quite powerful, but they still can't come up with 200 million in a short time. Get together? No problem. If Brother Yuan invites me, I'll have time even if I don't have time. Lin Shien joked with a smile. Okay, it's settled then. I'll call you the day after tomorrow. Yuan Jingshua hung up the phone with a smile. Li Meng at the side asked curiously, how is it, did he agree? I agree. Yuan Jingshua glanced at Li Meng and said, pack up your things too and come with me to Guangzhou the day after tomorrow. Li Meng nodded to show that she understood. Her hesitation made Yuan Jingshua smile and said, if you have anything to ask, just ask. Li Meng then asked, did Lin Shien really invest 200 million in the old city project of the mall? Where did he get so much money? Yuan Jingshua shook his head and said, I don't know about that, but I asked someone to investigate him, and the 200 million is definitely real. Besides, your best friend's husband has more than that much money. Really? How much money does he have? Li Meng asked curiously. Yuan Jingshua didn't say anything, but stretched out 3 fingers, and Li Meng's pupils contracted slightly. Considering that Lin Shien had already taken out 200 million to invest in the old city project of the mall, it must be more than that. Yuan Jingshua definitely didn't mean 300 million. 3.7 billion. Yuan Jingshua said directly. Li Meng took a deep breath. How lucky was her best friend to have found such a rich and powerful husband. Not to mention Li Meng being surprised, even Yuan Jingshua himself, who had seen a lot of things, was shocked when he heard the news. Lin Xien's net worth is a secret to ordinary people, but to people like Yuan Jingshua, it is not a big deal at all. After learning the news, he immediately told the elders in his family. After hearing that Yuan Jingshua had made a friend while traveling and that the friend had such a high net worth, everyone instructed Yuan Jingshua to maintain a good relationship with Lin Shien. Yuan Jingshua was of course very happy to do so. It just so happened that he had a mission to go to Guangzhou in 2 days, so it was a good opportunity for him to get together with Lin Shien and enhance their relationship. After Lin Shien hung up the phone, he said to Yao Na, it seems like we really have to go back today. Yao Na asked curiously, who called just now? Do you remember Li Meng's boyfriend whom we met in Shueshan last time? You mean Brother Yuan? Yao Na immediately thought of Yuan Jingshua. Yes, Brother Yuan said they will come to Guangzhou tomorrow and said they want to get together. Yao Na's eyes lit up and she asked, so will Meng come too? Brother Yuan didn't say this, but I feel like it should be possible. Lin Shien shook his head and said uncertainly. As she was talking, Yao Na's phone rang. She checked the message and said excitedly, it was Meng who sent me a message, saying that she would also come to Guangzhou the day after tomorrow and asked if I was free. Well, there's nothing to do at home, and we haven't been back for quite some time, so let's go today. Lin Shien went back to the house and told Yang Xia about it, but Yang Xia did not try to keep him. You both have work to do, so it's time to go back. Your father and I are fine at home, so you two don't have to worry. After bringing a lot of things from home, Lin Shien and Yao Na drove back to Guangzhou in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shien and Yao Na finally returned to their home in Rancho Santa Fe. Brother, sister, you are finally back. As soon as I got home, Tao Ran and Tao Su followed me, and the 2 siblings looked resentful. The 2 of them left for a week, and they were the only ones in the huge house at night. It was so scary. If Aunt Wang hadn't been at home, they would have even wanted to live in the school. Ahem, well, why are you guys at home? Don't you have class today? Lin Shien coughed twice, feeling a little embarrassed. Brother, today is Saturday, let's take a break. Tao Su reminded in a low voice. It's the weekend so soon? Lin Shien checked the time and didn't expect that he and Yao Na had been back for a week. That's great. We'll take you to the amusement park tomorrow. Lin Shien looked at Tao Ran and Tao Su, who had resentful looks on their faces, and said, "Real?" Tao Su's eyes lit up and his face was filled with excitement. Tao Ran also became alert, but not as excited. "Of course, I'll take you guys to relax. It just so happens that your sister Na and I also want to go out and have some fun." After Lin Shien finished speaking, Yana on the side couldn't help but cheer. "I've been looking for a chance to go to the amusement park for a long time. It happens to be the weekend tomorrow, so I want to have a good time." After confirming the itinerary for the next day, everyone was very happy. While eating, Lin Shien specifically asked Tao Ran and Tao Su how they felt about the new school, and both of them looked miserable. Tao Ran said with a bitter face, "The competition here is too fierce. I am afraid that I won't be able to make it to the college entrance examination and will become depressed first." Tao Su was fine, however. She had excellent academic performance and was one of the best students in number 4 middle school. Even after coming to the foreign language school, her grades were still among the best in the class. The only shortcoming is that every student here has all-round development in learning and specialties. People like Tao Su, who only have slight advantages in academics, are actually not very noticeable in the class. "Is there anything you're interested in?" Lin Shien asked. Tao Ran and Tao Su looked at each other and shook their heads. Lin Shien was not in a hurry and let them think about it first. After dinner, Tao Ran and Tao Su went back to do their homework. Lin Shien held Yao Na in his arms and watched a movie while chatting. The two of them talked about this topic. "You have no idea how talented today's children are. A kid in our class, who is only 6 years old, has already passed the 10th level of piano and even went to Vienna with his teacher for an exchange. There is also a girl who studies painting. She looks quiet and gentle, but she has already held 2 solo exhibitions." After Yana finished speaking, she touched her belly with a look of longing and asked, "What do you think our baby will be talented in?" Lin Shien frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Eat?" Chapter 122: A Day at the Amusement Park. How annoying. Yao Na was furious. She stretched out her hand and slapped Lin Shien in the face. She said unhappily, "How can you say that to Xiaobao?" She said with longing, "Our little treasure must be a person with artistic talent. Maybe he is proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." Lin Shien rubbed the place where he was hit and said nonchalantly, "What's wrong with eating? Besides, learning all that is so tiring. I just want him to be happy, even if he doesn't have any special skills. Why do I work so hard to make money? It's so that you, the children, and my parents can all live a good life, without having to worry about money, so that we can be happy every day. As for music, chess, calligraphy and painting, I just want them to be his hobbies, to bring him happiness, rather than burdens." Hearing Lin Xien's words, Yana also blushed a little. "I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't ask Xiaobao to do this. Just like you said, the most important thing is that Xiaobao can be happy every day." Yana touched her belly and whispered, "Baby, I'm sorry. Mommy said the wrong thing. In the future, Mommy will never force you to learn anything like music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. I will only send you to learn if you want to." Perhaps sensing Yao Na's intentions, the little baby actually moved. "Brother, he's moving again," Yao Na said with surprise. "Really? Let me feel it." Lin Shien quickly put his hand on it, but didn't feel any movement. "No." Lin Shien was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to take his hand away, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his hand. "It's moving," Lin Shien said excitedly. Yao Na was also very excited. As she was speaking, the baby moved a few times, as if saying hello to mom and dad. This process lasted for a full 5 minutes. Finally, probably because it was tired, the movement gradually stopped. "Wow! Brother, I really want to see the baby soon." Yao Na hugged Lin Xien's arm and acted coquettishly. As her belly grew bigger, the maternal glow on her face became more and more obvious. "According to the due date, he will be out to meet you in May, which is exactly 1 month from my birthday." As Lin Shien was talking, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Do you think the baby will have the same birthday as me?" Yana took out her phone and calculated the date, then said happily, "It's really possible." "So he is a Gemini?" Yao Na said. "Gemini is pretty good. Whether it's emotional intelligence or IQ, they are among the best among the 12 zodiac signs." Yao Na sneered at Lin Xien's words, "Bah! How can you flatter yourself like this? Isn't it?" Lin Shien said proudly, if I wasn't outstanding, how could I marry you? Doesn't this mean that you are more outstanding? When Yao Na heard this, she immediately smiled and nodded, saying, yes, that's right, it is. Well, it's getting late, let's get down to business. What's the matter? Yao Na looks innocent. Of course. Ah. Lin Shien picked up Yao Na, causing her to scream, but when she thought of Tao Ran and his sister at home, she immediately covered her mouth. Be careful. Yao Na let Lin Shien carry her upstairs, and whispered in his ear with seductive eyes. Wow. So exciting. Yao Na and Tao Su, who had just gotten off the roller coaster, had red faces due to excitement. On the other side, Tao Ran was leaning on the railing and vomiting violently. Although Lin Shien did not vomit, his face was pale and his stomach was cramping. Damn. Rebirth can't cure motion sickness. Yao Na and Tao Su also saw Tao Ran vomiting non-stop, and couldn't help but ask worriedly, Xiao Ran, are you okay? Tao Ran was about to reply, but his stomach churned and he immediately turned his head and started vomiting again. He looked like he wanted to vomit out his liver. Yao Na quickly said to Tao Su, hurry up and get some water for Xiao Ran to drink. Tao Su took the teacup and quickly handed it to her brother. Yao Na then looked at Lin Shien with a worried look on her face. Seeing that his face was pale, she asked with concern, brother, are you okay? Do you want to drink some water to calm down? I'm fine. Lin Xien's face was pale, but he still spoke stubbornly. What's next? Yao Na flipped through the park brochure and saw the next attraction. She immediately smiled and said, it's a pirate ship. Pirate ship? Lin Shien couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately rushed to Tao Ran's side and started to dry heave. Half an hour later. Lin Shien and Tao Ran, one had a pale face and the other had weak legs, both looked as if they had suffered some inhuman torture. But Yao Na and Tao Su were very happy. Although they felt very tired, they were really happy. The two walked together, holding the amusement park manual and discussing where to go next. Lin Shien and Tao Ran looked at each other with despair. He deeply hated why he had promised to take them to the amusement park last night. Why don't we stop here today? You all don't look very well. At some point, Yao Na and Tao Su turned around and looked at them. Lin Shien quickly said, that's not the case. You two don't have to worry about us, just keep playing. After he finished speaking, he clearly felt that Tao Ran's eyes beside him had changed when he looked at him. For the sake of my wife's happiness, I'm sorry, brother. Lin Shien said silently in his heart. That's great, let's go to the haunted house next. Yao Na and Tao Su walked excitedly towards the haunted house. Haunted house? Lin Xien's face turned pale. Tao Ran was the same. He raised his head and said to Lin Shien, brother, why don't you accompany Sister Na and Susu to the haunted house? I still feel a little uncomfortable. I'll rest outside for a while. Lin Shien rolled his eyes, wiped his forehead and said, nonsense, I don't think you look uncomfortable at all, hurry up and catch up, neither of us brothers can escape. Tao Ran felt so miserable that he could only follow him. To be honest, the haunted house in the amusement park is not as scary as the one in the escape room. After all, a large part of the people here are children. If you really want to do something particularly scary and bloody, you will not be able to take the responsibility if something goes wrong. But even so, Yao Na and Tao Su screamed all the way. At first Lin Shien was afraid that he would scare the baby, but before he could say anything, he heard Yao Na and Tao Su discussing the shortcomings of every scary part after screaming. Lin Shien could even see that the staff members who played the ghosts rolled their eyes. After leaving the haunted house, just as Yao Na and Tao Su were discussing the next stop, Lin Xien's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 123, Swordfish Media is suppressed. Something happened at the company. Zhang Jing's voice sounded a little urgent on the phone. What happened? Lin Shien frowned slightly. Swordfish Culture Media had been developing quite well during this period. After inheriting most of the industries and personnel of Power Media, it had become the new media leader in Guangzhou. There is almost no one in Guangzhou who can compete with Swordfish Culture Media, unless it was the Guangzhou newspaper group that took action. Zhang Jing's voice was a little solemn. Some of our cooperation with Guangzhou newspaper group has been stopped, and some projects are also being censored by the Radio and Television Bureau. I suspect that it was the man named Run who took action. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Shien immediately denied this speculation. Even Ren Xiaotian was implicated in the previous Power Media incident. Although he was able to get around it with the help of the Ren family, Ren Xiaotian should have been keeping a low profile at this time. Who would have thought that not only would he not restrain himself, but he would even go further and directly attack swordfish culture media? But apart from this statement, Guangzhou newspaper group does not have enough reason to touch swordfish culture media. I will go to the company tomorrow. In view of the current situation, we should remain on hold for now. President Jiang, please calm people down at the company. Don't worry, I will send someone to investigate this matter. If it is really the man named Ren who is behind this, let him know. Even if the Ren family is here, he will still be finished. Lin Shien hung up the phone, his face looking a little gloomy. He had overestimated Ren Xiaotian a little, thinking that a young man like Ren Xiaotian, who came from a famous family, would know how to keep a low profile. Who would have thought that this guy would be so arrogant? But it was precisely this kind of greenhorn that made Lin Shien a little unsure of how to start. Because the evidence he now has in his hands is not enough to kill Ren Xiaotian, who is protected by the Ren family. Brother, has something happened? Seeing that Lin Shien said nothing after answering the phone and his face looked a little ugly, Yana asked with concern. Something happened at the company, but it doesn't matter, I will take care of it. Lin Shien suppressed his emotions, smiled again and said. Real? Yana looked unconvinced. Lin Shien kissed her and smiled. You forgot that your brother is the most powerful. Don't worry, I can handle this little thing. Yana was kissed by Lin Shien in public, her face slightly reddened, and she couldn't help but pull him down, complaining, You stinky hooligan, Susu and Xiaoran are watching us. Hearing Yana's words, Tao Ran and Tao Su immediately turned around and said quickly, Let's go to the bathroom first. With that, the two of them ran away. You little bastard. Lin Shien cursed with a smile, then he and Yana smiled at each other. Yana said, Since the company has something to do, let's stop here today. Lin Shien looked at his watch and saw that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He nodded and said, Okay, let's stop here today and come back next time when we are free. Good. Yana held Lin Shien and chased after the Tao Ran siblings. They would definitely not be able to run far. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Lin Shien came back from the amusement park. Originally, he planned to go directly to the company, but when he thought that everyone would be off work by this time, he didn't go. The next morning, after Lin Shien kissed the sleeping Yana, he tiptoed out of bed alone. After a simple meal, he drove Yana's brand new Lamborghini to the company. The roar of a supercar came from far away, and then a supercar like a bull slowly drove over. Wow! What a cool car! It looks like a Lamborghini. So beautiful. And there's a handsome guy, he must be a top-notch rich second generation to be able to drive a supercar like this. Pedestrians on the road were attracted by this beast. At this moment, the door of the Lamborghini Aventador opened, and a tall and handsome young man got out of the car, attracting a lot of people's attention. Many girls with outstanding looks and beautiful clothes were attracted by him and thought about asking for the contact information of this rich and handsome guy. Maybe they could win his heart and become rich wives. But before the girls could take action, the young man hurriedly walked into the Bohai building. I came all the way to Jianyu Culture Media Company, only to find that I still didn't have the company's access control. Fortunately, the lady at the front desk had seen him before and quickly welcomed him in. Where are Mr. Jiang and the others? Lin Shien asked. Mr. Jiang and the others are in the conference room. Do you need me to take you there? The lady at the front desk said quickly. Thank you, no thanks, I know the place. Lin Shien said goodbye to the receptionist and walked quickly towards the meeting room. After Lin Shien left, another receptionist asked, Sister Wan, isn't our new boss Director Yao? Who is this handsome guy? This is our CEO Yao's husband. Even though CEO Yao is the chairman, that's just on the surface. Whenever something big happens, it's still Mr. Lin who makes the decisions. The receptionist named Sister Wan explained the news about Lin Shien, the uncrowned king, to the new colleague. The new lady's beautiful eyes lit up as she listened, but she felt a little regretful that such a rich and handsome man would get married so early. For a moment, the new receptionist was a little jealous of Director Yao's good luck. Click. With a slight sound, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Zhang Jing and others who were in the meeting looked up and saw Lin Shien walk in. Zhang Jing, Zhai Shang, Song Lin and others stood up and greeted Lin Shien. Mr. Lin. In addition to Zhang Jing, Zhai Shang and Song Lin, Swordfish Culture Media has added several new management members during this period. Some people know Lin Shien, while others don't. After greeting Lin Shien, those who knew him also introduced him to colleagues who did not know him. Lin Shien also greeted everyone one by one, then he pressed his hand and said to everyone, Everyone, please sit down. Who can tell me what the current situation is? Let me do it. Zhai Sheng stood up and said to Lin Shien, it's like this. 10 minutes later, Zhai Sheng stopped. He had said everything he needed to say and was waiting for Lin Shien to make a decision. Lin Shien also learned about the current situation of the company. Overall, the situation is not too bad. The 7 projects that Power Media had originally collaborated on with Guangzhou Newspaper Group were taken over by Swordfish Culture Media, but have now all been suspended by Guangzhou Newspaper Group, which said that the project progress did not meet the requirements of their contract. Shit. If the project does not meet the requirements, that is Power Media's problem. How many days has it only been since Swordfish Culture Media accepted it? Less than a week. In addition to these cooperative projects, Swordfish Culture Media's own projects have also been frequently censored for allegedly containing some language violations. Isn't this nonsense? Zhang Jing and Zhai Sheng are both veterans who have been working in the media field for more than 10 years. How could they make such a low-level mistake? Chapter 124 Goodbye Yuan Jingxua. Mr. Lin, what should we do? Zhang Jing and others were looking at Lin Shien, waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Shien touched his chin and said calmly, don't worry about the cooperation with Guangzhou Newspaper Group. Since they unilaterally broke the contract, we will follow the normal channels. As for the radio and television side, just hold off for now. Let's be honest for now. I'll think of a solution. By the way, remember to stabilize the company. Don't worry about anything else. After hearing Lin Xien's words, Zhang Jing and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, whether it was Zhang Jing, Zhai Sheng, or Song Lin, they all had an inexplicable sense of trust in Lin Shien. In their hearts, Lin Shien is the son of a wealthy family, and this little thing is not a problem for him at all. After the meeting, Lin Shien, led by a deputy director of human resources, came to the office of Chairman Yao Na. The office is not big and the layout inside is simple. But Lin Shien didn't care. Wang Yaming had already found a suitable new office location. When decorating the place, he would just need to plan out a chairman's office. Although the meeting had already been held, Lin Shien did not leave and stayed at Swordfish Culture Media Company for the whole morning. On the one hand, he was waiting to see if there were any new changes, and on the other hand, he was also waiting for news from Yang Wu. After receiving Zhang Jing's call last night, he had already explained to Yang Wu that he should investigate whether it was Ren Xiaotian who was behind the targeting of Swordfish Culture Media. At noon, accompanied by Zhang Jing, Zhai Sheng, and other company executives, Lin Shien had a meal at the company. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally received a call from Yang Wu. Brother Wu, what do you say? Lin Shien asked quickly after answering the phone. It's confirmed, it was Ren Xiaotian who did it. Yang Wu on the other end of the phone had just come from Guangzhou Newspaper Group. He didn't have to spend much effort and only spent more than 2,000 yuan to get the confirmed news. I see. This idiot really did it. Xiao Qian, do you need me to help the man named Ren? Yang Wu looked at the Guangzhou Newspaper Group not far away, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Of course not. Lin Shien was sweating profusely and said, we are not gangsters. So, Brother Wu, I need you to help me investigate the evidence of Ren Xiaotian's illegal activities. It's not just Ren Xiaotian's. Lin Shien gave another reminder and arranged, including the evidence of all the people in the Ren family and Guangzhou Newspaper Group, we must investigate. I don't believe that the Ren family is so clean. Don't worry, give me a few days, and I'll dig deep to find evidence of Ren's crimes. Lin Shien hung up the phone and rubbed his eyebrows. Since Ren Xiaotian did such a bold move, he really had no way to teach him a lesson for the time being. All we can do is wait for Yang Wu and his team to collect evidence of the Ren family's illegal activities. I'll let you be proud for a few days. Lin Shien sneered. Thinking of me like this. The phone rang, Lin Shien answered it, and then he heard Yuan Jingshua's voice, Lin Shien, I have finished my work, are you free? Of course I'm free. Lin Shien smiled and said, Brother Yuan, where are you? I'll go find you right away. It's at XXX, come on over. As soon as Lin Shien hung up the phone, Yuan Jingshua sent him the address. Lin Shien said something to Zhang Jing and drove his Lamborghini to the agreed location. In front of the Guangzhou Yellow River Hotel, Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng were chatting about something when suddenly a roar of an engine was heard in the distance, followed by an orange and red supercar that looked like a bull approaching from afar. What a beautiful supercar! Li Meng's eyes lit up when she saw the supercar. A hint of envy also emerged in Yuan Jingshua's eyes. Brother Yuan, Li Meng. The supercar stopped in front of Yuan Jingshua and Lin Shien got out of the car. FFF. Lin Shien, is this your car? Yuan Jingshua looked surprised, and Li Meng beside him also had bright eyes. It's not mine, it's my wife's. Lin Shien walked up to the two of them and said nonchalantly. Is this Nana's? Li Meng's eyes suddenly changed. She had just seen the bull pattern on the car body. As a girl who was well versed in luxury goods, Li Meng certainly knew that the car was a Lamborghini, and any one of them would cost several million. Now she is really envious and jealous of Yao Na. This car is a Lamborghini Maverick, but it looks a little different? Yuan Jingshua said with a puzzled look on his face. It's the Mavericks, but it's a custom model. Some parts are different from the Mavericks. Lin Shien said with a smile. This car is really beautiful. It's worth a lot of money, isn't it? Not bad, about 6 million. Lin Xien's nonchalant attitude made Yuan Jingshua want to punch him. The price of 2 Mavericks is just okay in your eyes? Yuan Jingshua said with a look of regret. What a pity, at this price, we can get a big bull with a little more money. I would like to, but Daimyo stopped production last year. Even if it is available, it will take a long time to wait. Lin Shien said helplessly. That's true, but this little money is nothing to you. Yuan Jingshua thought of the 3.7 billion in cash that Lin Shien had in the bank. More than 6 million was really nothing to him. Lin Shien looked at the sky and said, it's still early, why don't we go home and sit for a while? Sure. Yuan Jingshua's eyes lit up. The fact that Lin Shien invited him to his home showed that he really treated him as one of his own. Fireman. Lin Shien waved to the back, and Yana's Panamera slowly stopped by the roadside. Is this Panamera also yours? Yuan Jingshua was shocked. No, this car still belongs to my wife. Lin Shien said calmly. Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. How many cars did you buy for Nana? Li Meng asked curiously. There aren't many. The 2 cars in front of you are Nana's. There's also a Maserati MC20 at home that's also hers. After hearing Lin Xien's words, Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng were shocked for the nth time. Not to mention the customized Lamborghini Maverick worth more than 6 million yuan, even this top-of-the-line Panamera costs nearly 3 million yuan. Add to that the Maserati MC20 worth more than 3 million yuan, and Lin Xianguang spent more than 10 million yuan to buy cars for Yao Na. Just as Yuan Jingshua was about to say something, he felt a somewhat resentful gaze. He knew without hesitation that it was Li Meng. Brother, you are so true. Yuan Jingshua gave a thumbs up and said to Lin Shien. Lin Shien smiled and said, don't be ridiculous. These cars are nothing to brother Yuan, right? That being said, these cars are a bit inconvenient for me. Yuan Jingshua said with a wry smile. As a member of the Eagle City Mining Group, if he dares to drive a car worth millions today, he will be investigated tomorrow, and his family elders will be implicated the day after tomorrow. Chapter 125, The shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group must be acquired. Lin Shien knew that what Yuan Jingshua said was true. For a son of a high-ranking official like him, he had to hide his shortcomings. After all, many eyes were watching him. He might be caught at any time, and then he wouldn't be the only one to suffer. Compared to Yuan Jingshua's understanding, Ren Xiaotian is a little inferior. Let's go back first. Lin Shien said to Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng. Yeah. I can't wait to meet Nana too. Li Meng also urged. After Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng got in the car, Lin Shien also got into the Lamborghini. 40 minutes later, Lin Shien and Yuan Jingshua arrived at Rancho Santa Fe's home one after the other. Meng. Yao Na had already received Lin Xien's message in advance and was waiting at the door early. Nana. Li Meng rushed over with a happy face and hugged Yao Na. This kind of enthusiasm has never been seen before. Hello, brother Yuan. After Yao Na and Li Meng hugged each other, they also said hello to Yuan Jingshua. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I came here in a hurry and didn't buy any gifts. Yuan Jingshua said with some shame. Brother Yuan, that's very polite. Lin Shien came over and led the two of them into the house. This is white tea that someone gave me. Although I don't know much about tea, it tastes pretty good. I wonder if you guys, brother Yuan, are used to drinking it? Aunt Wu had already prepared tea and poured it for Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng. Yuan Jingshua and Li Meng's families are not ordinary families. The elders in the family all like to drink tea, and they themselves have some understanding of the quality of tea through what they have seen and heard. Just one taste and you'll know that this white tea is definitely top-notch. Good tea, comparable to my old man's tea. I'll send you some later. Yuan Jingshua put down the teacup and said to Lin Shien. Forget it. I don't have much interest in tea. I can't taste anything special from it. Lin Shien rejected Yuan Jingshua's kindness. Yuan Jingshua looked at the villa and said enviously, "This house is so beautiful, it must be expensive, right?" Lin Shien smiled and said, "It's just over 20 million. I knew it." When Yuan Jingshua heard Lin Xian's words, he rolled his eyes and gave an expression that said, "I knew it." Li Meng, who was chatting with Yao Na, was shocked again when she heard Lin Shien say that the house was worth more than 20 million. She turned to look at Yao Na, who was smiling, and joked, "Nana, isn't this house also written in your name?" Yuan Jingshua also looked at Yao Na curiously, but she smiled brightly, nodded and said, "Yes, in addition to this house, the Lamborghini, Panamera, and Maserati at home were also given to me by my brother." OMG. It took Li Meng a while to recover from her shock. The envy for Yao Na in her eyes was almost condensed into substance and overflowed. Including the 3 cars, the things Lin Shien gave to Yao Na added up to more than 30 million. Afterwards, Li Meng became more friendly towards Yao Na, and as they chatted, the two of them went upstairs together. After Yao Na and Li Meng left, Yuan Jingshua leaned back on the sofa and said enviously, "Sometimes I really envy you for being able to live such a carefree life." Brother Yuan, why do you seem so sad? When it comes to being cool and carefree, isn't Brother Yuan cool and carefree? Lin Shien said with a smile. As the Prince of Eagle City Mining Group, you are the object of envy of countless people, right? You don't know that the country now requires carbon reduction and emission reduction and vigorously develops new energy. Yingcheng Mining Group has also been affected. Now the energy industry is not doing well. Recently, the group has been seeking transformation and developing in the field of new energy. Yuan Jingshua took out a cigarette, waved it at Lin Shien and said, "You don't mind, do you?" "It's okay, take this." Lin Shien glanced at the cigarette in Yuan Jingshua's hand, which was just an ordinary Nanjing Yawashi cigarette. 95, TSK, I really envy you now. We don't have to think about whether we meet the standards when driving a car or smoking a cigarette. Yuan Jingshua took the cigarette handed to him by Lin Shien and said with some self-mockery. Looking at Yuan Jingshua like this, Lin Shien couldn't help laughing. How does this person in front of me look like a rich young man? By the way, I heard from Li Meng that you acquired a media company? Are you planning to develop in the media direction? Yuan Jingshua suddenly asked. Yes, I am more optimistic about the development of the cultural media field. Lin Shien briefly introduced to Yuan Jingshua his optimism about the cultural media sector, and finally told him that his Swordfish Cultural Media Company had acquired Power Media. You are really good. Power Media is the leading enterprise in the media field of Guangzhou. Apart from Guangzhou Newspaper Group, it is the only one that belongs to it. I never thought that Power Media would collapse overnight. In the end, you benefited from it. Yuan Jingshua said with envy. Of course, Lin Shien would not say that the demise of Power Media was all due to him. After all, this matter was not particularly glorious. By the way, since you plan to develop in the media field, are you interested in Guangzhou Newspaper Group? Yuan Jingshua suddenly suggested. Guangzhou Newspaper Group? Lin Shien was shocked and looked at Yuan Jingshua with confusion. Hey, it's like this. In the early 21st century, Guangzhou integrated related resources to establish Guangzhou Newspaper Group. Our Eagle City Mining Group also contributed a little and got some shares. As a result, the development of Guangzhou Newspaper Group has been somewhat lackluster over the years. When the media was not well developed before, it could still support our Eagle City Mining Group in publicity. But now, to be honest, any self-media celebrity will be better than them. Yuan Jingshua put out the cigarette in his hand and explained, the group's funds have been a little tight recently, so we are planning to sell off some of the unimportant resources we have. I came to Guangzhou this time to discuss with Guangzhou Newspaper Group about purchasing our group's shares, but the price they offered was too low. More importantly, they are not very keen on buying back the group's shares. At this time, Lin Xien's mind was no longer on Yuan Jingshua's words. His mind was full of what he said about Eagle City Mining Group selling shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group. I was originally thinking about how to solve the predicament of Swordfish Culture Media, but now this is really a pillow for you. Hey, Lin Shien, what's wrong with you? Yuan Jingshua looked at the dazed Lin Shien and waved his hand. Lin Shien finally came back to his senses and said to Yuan Jingshua anxiously, "Brother Yuan, I bought the shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group." "You name the price." Lin Xian's reaction was so big that Yuan Jingshua didn't know what to say. After a while he asked, "Are you serious? Although our group does not hold many shares in Guangzhou Newspaper Group, the price is not cheap." Lin Shien suppressed his excitement, sat back down, and said to Yuan Jingshua, "Brother Yuan, you just need to name your price. I can tell you clearly that I will definitely take the shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group." Chapter 126 Yuan Jingshua's Friends. With this stake in Guangzhou Newspaper Group, all the problems encountered by Swordfish Culture Media can be easily solved. It is true that the Ren family is powerful, but in the final analysis, they are just employees. As he holds shares in Guangzhou Newspaper Group, he is the boss. Do you think Guangzhou Newspaper Group will fall out with him as a shareholder because of the Ren family? Stop making trouble. Therefore, he is determined to obtain the shares held by Eagle City Mining Group. You have to think it through. Although the group doesn't have many shares, the price is not low. Yuan Jingshua reminded seriously. "Brother Yuan, just make your offer directly." Lin Shien said directly. "Okay." Yuan Jingshua began to introduce. When Guangzhou Newspaper Group was first established, our Eagle City Mining Group took 20% of the shares. Over the years, we have gradually returned a lot of them. Now we still have 7% of the shares. If you really want it, 150 million. The current total market value of Guangzhou Newspaper Group is 1.7 billion yuan. According to the market price, 7% of the shares is only 119 million yuan, which is less than 120 million yuan. This is still the price under ideal conditions. If it really comes to buying and selling, the price will actually be lower. At most it was just 100 million, but Yuan Jingshua offered 150 million, which was a bit of a waste for the buyer Lin Shien. However, Lin Shien didn't think it was a big deal. The shares of official group companies like Guangzhou Newspaper Group are generally circulated within the system, and outsiders generally don't have any chance of getting in. This time when Eagle City Mining Group was selling its shares, it first looked for its brothers within the system, but no one was interested. Finally, we contacted Guangzhou Newspaper Group, but they wanted to get the food for free without giving us any benefits. How can you tolerate this? Finally, the leadership of Eagle City Mining Group decided to expand the scope and not worry about whether the other party is within the system or not, as long as all these shares can be disposed of. 150 million? Okay. I want it. Lin Shien spoke directly to Yuan Jingshua without any hesitation. It's decided so quickly? This is 150 million. Even though Yuan Jingshua knew that Lin Shien had more than 3 billion yuan in his hands, he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. After reaching an agreement, the following things went much more smoothly. The two discussed some detailed terms, and then Yuan Jingshua called the group. The group was very satisfied when it learned that someone had bought shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group at a premium of 30 million. Yuan Jingshua, who made this deal happen, received praise from many senior executives. Lin Shien, within 3 days at the latest, a special legal team from the group will contact you about the acquisition. Yuan Jingshua hung up the phone and said to Lin Shien. This time, it's all thanks to brother Yuan. With the shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group, my Swordfish Culture Media will be even more powerful. Lin Shien said to Yuan Jingshua gratefully. Hey, I have to thank you. According to the market price, this little bit of Guangzhou Newspaper Group's shares is not worth 150 million. It's good enough that you don't think I'm cheating you. Yuan Jingshua was also very grateful to Lin Shien. To be honest, if it weren't for the rigid regulations above, he would really like to give Lin Shien a discount. Have you finished talking about things? Li Meng and Yao Na came down from upstairs and saw the two people smiling happily, so they couldn't help but ask. We've finished the discussion. Lin Shien has helped me a lot. Now my position in the group is even more solid. Yuan Jingshua said with a look of joy. Although his father is the second in command of Eagle City Mining Group, he himself joined the group very early and did a lot of practical work, but with the halo on his head, even if he did more practical things, his credit would be reduced a lot. But this time it was different. When Li Meng learned that Lin Shien had spent another 150 million to buy 7% of the shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group, she felt no longer moved. After dinner, Li Meng suggested that the two sisters have some fun, and Yao Na agreed. Then he left Yuan Jingshua and Lin Shien alone and left. Thanks to your help today, how about I make arrangements tonight? Yuan Jingshua said this while searching for his contacts. You happen to be in the cultural media field. I have a good friend to introduce to you. His name is Yu Chang. His second uncle is the deputy director of the Guangzhou Radio and Television Bureau, and his father is the third in command of the provincial cultural department. You should be able to use him in the future. The other one is Ho Lei, the young master of Nanhua Electronics, and he has already reached a cooperation agreement with our group. After Yuan Jingshua finished speaking, he sent a message to both of them, then made an OK gesture to Lin Shien and said, "Okay, let's go first." Lin Shien did not refuse and drove the Lamborghini with Yuan Jingshua towards the destination. Yuedu nightclub. The roar of the Lamborghini immediately attracted the attention of everyone in front of the nightclub. Then I saw a cool Lamborghini roaring towards me. The Lamborghini stopped and two tall and handsome young men got out of the car one after another. In the crowd, a young man dressed as a wine waiter saw Yuan Jingshua, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over and said to Yuan Jingshua, "Young Master Yuan, welcome. Have they arrived yet?" Yuan Jingshua asked. "Master Yu and Master Ho have already arrived. They asked me to wait for you outside." The wine waiter replied quickly, and then glanced at Lin Shien curiously. "Just call in young Master Lin. This guy is no ordinary man. Serve him well, and you will benefit from it." Yuan Jingshua gave a simple hint, and the waiter immediately greeted Lin Shien attentively. "Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Cui Han, you can just call me Xiao Cui. If you need anything in the future, Mr. Lin, feel free to call me, I promise to meet all your requirements." After Cui Han greeted Lin Shien, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shien with both hands. "Okay, I'll trouble you more in the future." Lin Shien nodded to Cui Han and took the business card. When Cui Han saw Lin Shien taking the business card, the smile on his face became even more intense. "You two, please follow me." Under the leadership of Cui Han, Lin Shien and Yuan Jingshua walked into Yuedu. Lin Shien had been to nightclubs with his colleagues in the past, but he had never been to a top nightclub like Yuedu. "After all, I am short of money. I would spend a month's salary just to play here for one night." We walked all the way to the SVIP position, which is facing the dance floor in the DJ booth in front. The terrain here is higher than the surrounding areas, even a little higher than the DJ booth, which also leads to a unique view of the SVIP position. There are only 6 SVIP positions. The place where Cui Han brought Lin Shien and others was position 6, which is also one of the best positions. As soon as I got there, I saw 2 young men, about 30 years old, standing up from the booth. "Brother Yuan, you came a little late this time. You must drink a few more glasses later." Chapter 127, Trouble Solved, Encounter with Lin Shien. "Master Yu, Master Ho, I'm sorry, I had something to discuss, so I'm a little late. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment later." As soon as they met, Yuan Jingshua apologized first, then pulled Lin Shien over and introduced him to Yu Chang and Ho Lei. "Let me introduce you to a new friend, my brother, Lin Shien." "Brother?" Yu Chang and Ho Lei were surprised when they heard Yuan Jingshua's introduction of Lin Shien. They couldn't help but look at Lin Shien carefully, but the lights in the nightclub were dim and they couldn't see clearly. "Hello." The 2 men greeted Lin Shien politely, neither too close nor too distant. Perhaps fearing that Yu Chang and Ho Lei would look down on Lin Shien, Yuan Jingshua continued, "Do you know about the financing of the Old City project of the mall a few days ago?" "Yes, I heard that an outsider got there first. I heard that the investor's surname was Lin Shit. Could it be this brother?" Yu Chang and Ho Lei are not stupid second-generation people. They also pay attention to financial news and of course they know about the financing of the Old City project of the shopping mall that was hot a few days ago. After hearing Yuan Jingshua's incoherent words, coupled with the news reports that the individual who raised funds was also named Lin, they understood that the Lin Shien in front of them was the person who participated in the Mall Old Town project. It was then that Yu Chang and Ho Lei realized that Lin Shien was actually so young, and looked to be only about 27 or 28 years old. After hearing Yuan Jingshua's introduction, Yu Chang and Ho Lei also became serious. Then Yuan Jingshua laughed and said, "That's right, you guessed it right. Lin Shien not only invested in the Old City project of the mall, but also bought 7% of the shares of Guangzhou newspaper group held by our group this afternoon." After Yuan Jingshua finished speaking, Yu Chang interrupted him and said, "Ku, you're not going to cheat us, are you really going to cheat others?" Ho Lei explained, "Brother Yuan asked for 150 million. Isn't this looking for a sucker? 100 million is too much for such a small amount of shares." Hearing Ho Lei's words, Lin Shien looked embarrassed. "Well, Master Ho, I am the one who got taken advantage of." Forehead. Now it was Ho Lei and Yu Chang's turn to be dumbfounded. Did you really spend 150 million to buy that 7% stake? Until now, the two of them still couldn't believe it. Right. Seeing Lin Shien nod, Yu Chang and Ho Lei gave him a thumbs up. You are awesome. At the same time, his regard for Lin Shien increased even more. Previously, it invested 200 million yuan in the Old City project of the mall, and now it has invested another 150 million yuan to acquire 7% of the shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group at a premium. The total price has exceeded 350 million yuan. Being able to come up with so much money in a short period of time shows Lin Xien's strength. Looking throughout Guangzhou, or even the entire country, there are not many companies that can come up with so much cash at one time, right? After realizing how powerful Lin Shien was, Yu Chang and Ho Lei's attitude towards him changed completely. The airs that the two young masters had just put on disappeared in an instant. Master Yu, Lin Shien not only acquired 7% of the shares of Guangzhou Newspaper Group, but also owns a swordfish culture media company. It just so happens that your family has connections in the radio, television, and cultural fields, so you need to help more in the future. Yuan Jingshua said to Yu Chang. No problem. Yu Chang said very straightforwardly, as long as I can help, I will never let brother Lin suffer any injustice. Lin Shien picked up his glass, clinked it with Yu Chang, and said in thanks, Thank you, Master Yu. After the two of them finished drinking, Lin Shien said, To be honest, my company is in trouble and I need help from Master Yu. What's the matter? Yu Chang didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He thought it was some big deal and immediately wondered whether he should find an excuse to push it off. Then Lin Shien said, Yesterday the company received a notice from the Radio and Television Bureau, saying that some of our recent projects have crossed the line, but this is absolutely impossible. I asked someone to check it out, and it seems that someone from the Guangzhou Newspaper Group has given the Radio and Television Bureau a heads up and is targeting us. Hearing Lin Xien's words, Yu Chang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I thought it was a big deal. Yu Chang immediately said that this was not a big deal, and then he actually called the radio and television department in front of Lin Shien. That's true. I don't know the details. Deputy Director Lu arranged this matter and said there will be punishment later. On the phone, the radio and television staff in charge quickly reported what happened yesterday. So there is nothing wrong with this company, and all this was arranged by Deputy Director Lu? Yu Chang asked another question, but the staff on the other end of the phone hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Yu Chang immediately understood from his reaction that it was Deputy Director Lu's own idea. Okay, I got it. The ban and punishment on Swordfish Culture Media Company will be rescinded. If Deputy Director Lu has any questions, let him come to me directly. After hanging up the phone, Yu Chang said to Lin Shien, It's done. Tomorrow the Radio and Television Bureau will withdraw the ban and punishment on Swordfish Culture Media Company. The ban and punishment against your company were all caused by Deputy Director Lu from the Bureau. Tomorrow I will ask this old man who ordered him to do so. Thank you, Master Yu. Lin Shien raised his glass and clinked it with Yu Chang. You're welcome, brother. Yu Chang clinked glasses with Lin Shien, looking nonchalant. Regarding what happened today, it was obvious that Lin Shien owed him a favor. It's not ordinary for someone to casually give out a favor of 350 million. The three of them chatted and drank, and they didn't ask any young ladies to accompany them. The main reason was that Yuan Jingsua and Yu Chang both had extraordinary identities, so they didn't want to cause trouble. Even if Cui Han wanted to recommend a few young ladies to come and accompany them, they were rejected by Yuan Jingsua and Yu Chang. Bang! Just when a few people were chatting happily, there was a commotion not far away, and Lin Shien vaguely heard a familiar scream. Sister Qian? Lin Shien raised his head and saw a familiar figure vaguely flashing in the dim light. It seems like there is some trouble. Lin Shien said something to Yuan Jingshua and the others and walked over. In the crowd, Li Qian protected the two little sisters behind her, glared at the rich young man in front of her with an indignant look, and cursed. I said, we don't drink with strangers, are you going to leave or not? If not, I will call security. The leading young man raised his narrow eyes slightly and sneered, Beauty, can't we become friends after having a drink? You may not believe me, but I know the owner of this nightclub. Even if you ask the security, he wouldn't dare chase me away. The attendant on the side also shouted, Beauty, it's just a drink, you are not really afraid that our master Ren will have any bad thoughts about you, right? Wake up, it's 2023 now. Chapter 128 Beating Ren Xiaotian. After the man finished speaking, he went up to pull Li Qian's arm, but before he could touch Li Qian, his wrist was grabbed tightly by someone. Alpaca, let go. The follower turned around and cursed angrily. Lin Shien tightly grasped the follower's wrist, frowned slightly, and said, "Hey, buddy, the girl doesn't want to drink with you, why force her?" Li Qian, who was still in shock, suddenly heard a familiar voice. She couldn't help but look up and saw Lin Qian's pretty face. She shouted in surprise, "Lin Shien! Why are you here? Where's Nana?" "Sister Qian, I'm here to play with my friends, and Nana is also here to play with her friends," Lin Shien explained briefly. "Are you Lin Shien?" The young man surrounded by his followers looked at Lin Shien with disgust. Lin Shien looked at the young man and frowned slightly. This man made no effort to hide his malice towards him. "Who are you?" Lin Shien asked with a puzzled look on his face. He was sure that he didn't know this person at all. "Grass." Lin Qian's words made Ren Xiaotian's face freeze. This bastard didn't even recognize him. "Huh, kid, do you know that Power Media is my property and Zhou Bo is my man?" Ren Xiaotian took 2 deep breaths and sneered at Lin Shien. "Are you Ren Xiaotian?" Lin Qian's eyes suddenly fixed and he said, "Lin Shien, your company is not doing well right now, right?" Ren Xiaotian joked, "If I hadn't been away from Guangzhou during those few days, you and that slutty woman Zhang Jing would have thought you could bring down Zhou Bo and Power Media? You're just dreaming." Zhou Bo is also a loser. He has been around for so many years, but he fell into trouble here and even lost his life. Lin Shien looked at Ren Xiaotian indifferently. If it were before, he would have been a little worried about Ren Xiaotian's suppression of swordfish culture media, but now he has reached an agreement with Yuan Jingxua and will be able to get the 7% of Guangzhou newspaper group's shares within 3 days at the latest. By then, the conspiracy against swordfish culture media will be wiped out. So he had no worries at all about Ren Xiaotian's words. While Ren Xiaotian was speaking, he kept staring at Lin Qian's face, trying to see a hint of fear or panic on his face. But he was disappointed. From beginning to end, Lin Shien had an indifferent look on his face, and there was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. For a moment, Ren Xiaotian felt like a clown being watched by Lin Shien. "Are you done?" Lin Shien said calmly. "What?" Ren Xiaotian was confused. "I asked you if you were done. If you are, get out of our sight immediately. My friend and I have things to do." Lin Xian's words showed that he didn't take Ren Xiaotian seriously at all, which made him instantly furious. Just when he was about to explode, he suddenly met Lin Xian's mocking eyes. A light bulb went off in his head and he realized that this kid must be pretending to be calm. "Cut." Ren Xiaotian suddenly sneered and said to Lin Shien, "Lin Shien, I know you are pretending to be calm. Do you think my suppression of your company is over? Don't worry, this is just the beginning." Li Qian, who was standing by, heard the conversation between Ren Xiaotian and Lin Shien, and realized that Lin Qian's company had been suppressed by this evil young man. When she thought about how this evil young man had just planned to force her 2 good sisters to drink, she immediately became furious and cursed, "You bastard, besides forcing girls to drink, is this the only shameful method you have left?" Ren Xiaotian's face immediately fell. This was the second time he was pointed at and called a bastard since he was a child, except for that slutty woman Zhang Jing. "You stinky bitch, I'm going to fuck you today, and see if you dare to scold me again. Lin Shien, do you want me to let you go? It's very simple." Ren Xiaotian looked at Li Qian and said, "As long as you hand this woman over to me and let me have a good time, I will stop suppressing your swordfish culture media." Bang! Before Ren Xiaotian could finish his words, a jade hand slapped him hard in the face. Li Qian glared at Ren Xiaotian angrily, her large chest heaving rapidly, and her delicate little face flushed red. Obviously she was very angry. "How dare you hit me, bitch!" Ren Xiaotian's face was ferocious and he raised his hand and slapped him. "Ah!" Li Qian couldn't help but scream and closed her eyes instinctively. The expected severe pain did not occur. Li Qian opened her eyes, but found that Ren Xiaotian's wrist was tightly grasped by Lin Shien. "Let go of me, ah!" As soon as Ren Xiaotian opened his mouth to curse, he felt a piercing pain in his wrist, which instantly made the dirty words in his mouth vanish into thin air. "Let go of Master Ren." The followers around Ren Xiaotian finally reacted and started cursing at Lin Shien. It's just that these people who follow Ren Xiaotian are good at bullying others by taking advantage of their power. In fact, they are just like silver-plated guns. If they really need some tough guys, they are just offering food to them. Lin Shien grabbed one of them by the neck, threw him hard, and threw him to the ground. The other 2 people didn't even have time to react before they were kicked to the ground one by Lin Shien. Seeing that his men were defeated by Lin Shien in just 2 or 3 moves, Ren Xiaotian almost burst into curse. Waste. Total fucking trash. Lin Shien, if you dare to attack me, I will make you pay for it off. Followed by a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, Ren Xiaotian's screams instantly drowned out the deafening sound system in the nightclub. What are you doing? You're so bold to do this to us in Yuedu. At this time, a majestic figure pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Lin Shien and his companions. Mr. Run? The sturdy man saw clearly that Lin Shien had grabbed his wrist, and Ren Xiaotian, with a ferocious look on his face, couldn't help but exclaimed. Manager you, save me. When Ren Xiaotian saw the burly man, excitement suddenly welled up in his eyes. He pointed at Lin Shien and said impatiently, this kid actually dared to hit me, you beat him to death for me, and I will help you settle it if anything happens. Bang! As soon as Ren Xiaotian finished speaking, Lin Shien punched him in the stomach. In such severe pain, Ren Xiaotian even suspected that he was heartbroken. Vomit. The cramps in his stomach made him unable to bear it any longer, and he vomited out all the food in his stomach. How dare you? How dare you attack young Master Rin in Yuedu? Beat me up. The burly manager named Yu became furious and rushed towards Lin Shien with a wave of his hand, leading a few burly men. Lin Shien, be careful. Li Qian looked worried and couldn't help but remind him. Lin Shien snorted lightly and kicked Ren Xiaotian away, causing him to howl in pain again. Then, Lin Shien turned into a tiger out of the cage and rushed towards Manager Yu. Then there was a crackling sound, and Manager Yu and his 4 companions fell to the ground without even lasting 5 seconds. Ren Xiaotian, who witnessed this scene, widened his eyes and looked at Lin Shien in disbelief. Is this horse still a human being? The security guards at Yuedu are all professionally trained, and each of them has practiced Sanda for several years. The leader, Manager Yu, is a strong man who has won the National Sanda Championship for several consecutive years. But even such a strong man couldn't even last 2 seconds in front of Lin Shien. At this moment, Lin Shien suddenly looked at him. Under the cold gaze, Ren Xiaotian shuddered all over and a warm current flowed out between his legs. Chapter 129, Comparison of Backers. Mr. Ren. A well-dressed, slightly fat figure ran over from a distance. Behind him, there were a dozen big men in suits. As soon as these people appeared, they surrounded Lin Shien. Mr. Ren, are you okay? Tianli helped Ren Xiaotian up and asked with concern. Old Tian? After seeing who was coming, Ren Xiaotian immediately started shaking again. He pointed at Lin Shien and cursed hysterically, kill this brat for me. I will bear all the consequences. Mr. Ren, calm down, calm down. Tianli quickly used his hands to calm Ren Xiaotian down, and whispered, Mr. Ren, you can't do that. There are so many people watching us now. Mr. Tian, you dare not listen to me. Have you forgotten who gave you a bite to eat when you were desperate? Ren Xiaotian screamed as if his tail was stepped on. Tianli's brows were throbbing with veins. If the man in front of him wasn't called Ren Xiaotian, he would have slapped him in the face. Just as Ren Xiaotian said, he was able to have what he has today thanks to the Ren family. He is now bound to the Ren family, but he caused a death in front of so many people. Do they really think that the Ren family is the Jade Emperor? Ren Xiaotian could only persuade him kindly, Mr. Ren, calm down first. When this kid leaves Yuedu, I will chop off one of his hands to make amends for you. A hand? Ren Xiaotian looked at Lin Shien with hatred and said with a fierce smile, I want both his arms and legs. You have the final say. Tianli said quickly. He didn't even look at Lin Shien from beginning to end. He was just a dog of the Ren family. Since his master said he would bite people to death, what difference did it make whether he looked or not? So that's it now? Ren Xiaotian still couldn't swallow this anger. Tianli took out his cell phone and said, of course we can't just let it go like this. Aren't there policemen here? Yes. Call the police. Ren Xiaotian's eyes lit up and he urged quickly. Don't worry, Mr. Rin, I'll call Director Duan right away. Tianli took out his cell phone and called the police station chief he was familiar with. Lin Shien, are we in danger? Li Qian looked at the men in black who were surrounding her with a look of horror on her face. How about we call the police? One of Li Qian's 2 friends, a girl with a round face, whispered. Lin Shien glanced at the guards who were blocking them in the middle, shook his head, and said, forget about calling the police. I think the police have already been called over by the other party. That's great. I'm going to tell the police that bastard is harassing us. Another girl heard the police coming and immediately said happily. Hearing the girl's words, Lin Shien couldn't help but shook his head. Girl, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. A few minutes later, 3 policemen came over, led by a man who was about 1.7 meters tall and had a big belly. The fat policeman trotted over to Ren Xiaotian with an eager look on his face and said, Mr. Ren, what's wrong with you? Tianli pointed at Lin Shien and said, Director Duan, this man is the one who beat up young Master Ren. Our Yuedu security guards went to stop him, but they were all beaten by him and suffered serious injuries. When Director Duan heard Tianli's words, he looked at Lin Shien, and the flattering smile on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. You are quite impressive, aren't you? Then come back to the police station with me and let us policemen see how impressive you are. Director Duan said to his colleagues behind him, cuff him and take him back. The 2 policemen immediately took out handcuffs and walked towards Lin Shien. Although they didn't know Ren Xiaotian, seeing the director being humble in front of the other party, they knew that this young Master Ren definitely had an extraordinary background. It's a good opportunity for them to show off. If they are remembered by Mr. Ren, wouldn't their future life be much easier? What are you doing? It was that guy who tried to force us to drink, and my friend couldn't stand it and beat them up. Why don't you arrest them? When Li Qian saw that the police were about to arrest Lin Shien, she immediately stopped them. Her 2 companions also panicked and quickly echoed, That's right, police comrade, you arrested the wrong person. Director Duan acted as if he didn't hear me and said, Don't worry, we won't let any bad guys go. In this case, the 3 of you should come back to the police station with me. I can go with you, but I need to contact my legal team. Lin Shien grabbed Li Qian, who was still trying to argue, and spoke to Director Duan. Whether or not to notify your legal team, and when to notify them, there are regulations for that. Take his phone first. Director Duan rolled his eyes and said to his 2 colleagues. Don't move, kid. If you move, I can't guarantee that I won't hurt you when I torture you later. One of the policemen reached out to grab Lin Shien. Lin Shien took a step back, leaving him with nothing to grab. Director Duan immediately shouted, How dare you resist arrest? Do you believe I will kill you? Resisting arrest? Shoot me? Lin Shien almost laughed out of anger. He said coldly, When did I become a criminal suspect? And I resisted arrest? Is this how you handle cases? You even said you were going to shoot me. Who gave you the right? Director Duan's face flushed red after being asked a series of questions by Lin Shien. He could only say to his 2 companions, Don't just stand there. Take them back quickly. Don't want. When Li Qian saw that Lin Shien was about to be taken away, she became completely panicked. Who dares to take my brother away? With a loud shout, Yuan Jingshua led Yu Chang and Ho Lei over. Under the dim light, Director Duan couldn't see the person clearly. He just felt that his authority was being repeatedly offended, which made him somewhat angry. You dare to obstruct the investigation? Fine, I'll arrest you all. Director Duan shouted. Catch us all back? Fine, I'll see how you catch me back today. Without waiting for Yuan Jingshua to speak, Yu Chang took out his phone. Hello, Uncle Lu, it's me, Yu Chang, this is what's going on. Yu Chang said a few words to the person on the phone, then handed the phone to Director Duan and said with a look of contempt, Director Duan, you are so arrogant. Next, your Director Lu wants to talk to you about something. Director Duan looked at the extraordinary Yu Chang in front of him and felt a pang in his heart. It seems that in the entire Guangzhou, only the boss of the police system has the surname Lu? Could it be that? Director Duan took the phone with trembling hands and said carefully, Director Lu? Head of Hang'an Police Station, Duan Heping, right? A voice that sounded intimidating without being angry came from the phone, and Duan Heping's mind exploded. He is familiar with this voice. Isn't this the same voice we hear at every conference? He really is the head of the Guangzhou Police, Director Lu. At this time, Director Duan was filled with despair. It's over. Chapter 130. Director Duan, who was arrogant at first but respectful later. Yes, Director Lu, don't worry, I will enforce the law impartially, I know. Director Duan, who was so arrogant just now, became as humble as a dog in front of Director Lu as he called him. Finally, Director Duan hung up the phone, let out a long sigh, and then looked at Yu Chang with a flattering expression. Yu Chang on the side said calmly, What, do you still want my brother to go with you? No. Director Duan quickly wiped the dense beads of sweat from his forehead and waved his hand and said, Then he looked at Lin Shien resentfully and said, "Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such powerful connections? Director Duan, what are you doing? Arrest them all." Ren Xiaotian couldn't help but urge. "I'll catch you, paralyze you." Director Duan almost cursed out loud. He glanced at Ren Xiaotian and said, "Mr. Ren, we need evidence to arrest people. This conflict was caused by you forcing this gentleman's companion to drink. This gentleman was just acting in self-defense. Even if we need to arrest people, we should arrest people like you, Mr. Ren." "Well, I won't even call him young Master Ren anymore, I'll just call him Mr. Ren." "Catch me? Duan, did you take the wrong medicine?" When Ren Xiaotian heard this, he immediately became angry. "You were so respectful to me just now, why did you change now?" Ren Xiaotian, who had been drinking, was unable to figure out what was going on for a while and thought Director Duan was playing a trick on him. "Mr. Ren, I think you've drunk too much. I don't mind taking you to the police station to sober you up." Director Duan's face also turned cold. "It is true that your Ren family has some power, but can it compare with Director Liu?" Ren Xiaotian is confused, but Tianli is a clear-headed person. When the man surnamed Duan received a phone call, his expression immediately changed. To make this old fox surnamed Duan fall out with the Ren family, one can imagine how powerful these people are. At least they must be more powerful than the Ren family. This time, Master Ren hit a wall. "Mr. Ren, something is wrong." Tianli grabbed the furious Ren Xiaotian and whispered his guess to him. Ren Xiaotian's pupils suddenly shrank, and the anger in his heart disappeared in an instant. It is true that he is arrogant and domineering, but if he really meets someone more powerful than the Ren family, he will still be timid. Tianli glanced at Ren Xiaotian, who was at a loss, and knew that he had to take action now. He quickly clasped his hands together and apologized to Director Duan. "Director Duan, please don't be angry. Young Master Ren was just angry for a moment. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Tianli winked at the people below, and they quickly dragged the person lying on the ground away. He also pulled Ren Xiaotian and left the dance floor. Chief Duan just said that he wanted to take Ren Xiaotian back to the police station, but he was just trying to scare him. If he really took him back to the police station and was held accountable by the Ren family, he would be in trouble too. Now that Ren Xiaotian saw that the situation was not good and left first, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lin Shien, Li Chen and the others and laughed dryly. "That." Snort. Li Chen looked at the fat on Director Duan's face and felt sick. Now when she heard him talking to her, she couldn't help but snorted coldly. Lin Shien just looked at him without any emotion. "What are you still standing there for? Aren't you leaving?" Yu Chang didn't have this concern and said it mercilessly. "Let's go now." Director Duan felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly winked at his two colleagues and left immediately. "Thank you." After Director Duan and his men left, Lin Shien thanked Yu Chang. "Why thank you? We are all friends." Yu Chang waved his hand nonchalantly. "Who are these people?" When Yuan Jingxua and the others saw Li Chen and the other two beside Lin Shien, their eyes lit up. There is no need to say anything about Li Chen, she is a great beauty. The two best friends around her are also quite amazing. One has a relatively sweet appearance and has two dimples when she smiles. The other one is taller and has a cool look, especially those two long legs, which make people feel itchy. "This is my friend, Li Chen." Lin Shien only introduced Li Chen, and he didn't know the other two people. "Thank you so much today." Li Chen lifted her hair and expressed her gratitude to Yuan Jingxua and others. She could tell at a glance that the people in front of her were not ordinary people. When he spoke again, his tone seemed gentle, but there was always a sense of superiority. She was a little curious about how Lin Shien knew them. In Li Chen's eyes, although Lin Shien is rich, he may not be able to be friends with such a person, right? "You're welcome. You are all Lin Xien's friends, which means you are our friends. How about you play with us for a while?" Yuan Jingxuai nodded at Li Chen and said. "Still no." Li Chen talked to her two best friends and then said, "We plan to go home directly." After hearing what Li Chen said, Yu Chang and Ho Lei were a little disappointed. They still wanted to develop a relationship with those two young ladies. Lin Shien, will you take us back?" Li Chen hesitated for a moment, and finally asked Lin Shien. "This." Lin Shien glanced at Yuan Jingxua and the others, and Yuan Jingxua immediately said, "Lin Shien, go and see these ladies off. They are probably still frightened by what happened just now." After saying that, Yuan Jingshua looked at Yu Chang and Ho Lei and said, "How about we stop here today? I have no objection. I'm a little tired from playing these days. Now that it's over, I can go back and have a good rest." Yu Chang said indifferently. Ho Lei on the side also expressed that he had no objection. Yuan Jingshua then said to Lin Shien, "Okay, let's stop here today, you should go and see these ladies off." Lin Shien nodded and said to Li Qian and the other two, "Let's go. I'll take you back." Li Qian and two other young ladies followed quickly. If this had happened under normal circumstances, if Li Qian's two best friends had run into rich young men like Yuan Jingshua, they would definitely not have let them go. But what happened today really scared them, and now I just want to go home quickly and comfort my frightened hearts. After walking out of the bar, the cold wind outside immediately made Lin Qian's originally groggy mind clearer. "Ah, Chio." Li Qian beside him couldn't help but sneeze, then shivered and hugged her arms. "It's so cold." The other two young ladies were the same, they were trembling whenever they went out. Just when Li Qian's hands and feet were cold, a piece of clothing was suddenly put on her body. She looked up and happened to meet Lin Qian's eyes. "Put it on." Looking at Lin Qian's handsome face and thinking of his mighty deeds today, Li Qian's face instantly turned red. The two girlfriends at the side also looked at Li Qian with envy. Not only is he handsome, but he is also a great fighter, not to mention his impressive background. Such a man is simply the perfect Prince Charming in the hearts of women. What a pity he was married. This is what they asked Li Qian privately. But what made them happy was that Li Qian was also married. This way there's no need to worry about these two getting together. Just when the three girls were thinking about their own things, Lin Shien, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Then, several figures with unfriendly faces surrounded Lin Shien, Li Qian, and the other three.